An 80-year-old child defeats Kakashi, all for a bag of jelly. In the outdoor training ground, the instructor was elucidating the training exercises. Burp? I am so full, Yasaki's burp interrupted him. The teacher, furious, exclaimed, Yasaki, know your limits. The entire class was petrified, sensing the teacher's impending wrath. Who is Yasaki? Since the age of 1, he has incessantly clutched snacks. Orochimaru was incapacitated by his casual strike, requiring a month of recuperation. Numerous instructors have been sent to the hospital due to his antics. The previous instructor was hospitalized merely for dislodging a potato chip from his grasp. Yasaki refrained from eating during training. It may lead to indigestion. The teacher quickly relented. Yasaki, picking his teeth, retorted, Are you addressing me? He approached Lin, snatching the snacks from her bag. That's the jelly I've already tasted, and I touched it with my mouth. Lin blushed. Kakashi erupted, Yasaki, remove your filthy mouth from there. Yasaki slurped the jelly. She didn't resist, did she? His consumption of snacks augmented his attributes, and this jelly was a rare delicacy. System notification, swordsmanship proficiency 1, physique 1. Kakashi glared at him, ready to strike. Would Yasaki be intimidated? Would he truly dare to confront Kakashi? Having stumbled upon a rare delicacy, how could he forego this unparalleled opportunity to enhance his strength? Yasaki effortlessly shattered Kakashi with a single strike, but it was merely an illusion. The system rewarded him with a celestial blade, Tsubasa no Yaburikage. Yasaki warned, I advise you to step back, or I shall ruin your future. Kakashi drew his sword and lunged at him. Damn it. The classmates gasped. He possesses Jonin-level strength even before enrollment. Kakashi is definitely doomed. Yasaki unsheathed the most basic ninja blade, an aura of murderous intent enveloping the atmosphere. In a flash, Kakashi was dismembered into numerous fragments. Someone has perished. Yasaki has slain Kakashi. Yasaki slurped the jelly. This brand is truly delectable. Everyone was bewildered. His blade had not even moved. Kakashi lay motionless on the ground and scathed. Mikami Shuji pondered, did my eyesight deceive me? Hinata's vice captain, using his Byakugan, failed to discern how he executed his move. Kakashi murmured, I was truly sliced into pieces. Notification. Random reward obtained. Celestial blade. Tsubasa no Yaburikage. Yasaki remarked, I shall set this aside for now and examine it later when I am interested. As the training concluded, Lin and Yuzuki Yuin clung to his arm, but I will take you to buy jelly. Mizuke Shikage shouted, Release my Yuin. Yuin retorted, I intend to escort Yasaki home. Mizuke's charged forward. Could he possibly defeat Yasaki? What would Yasaki's response be? Did you not see that I have matters to attend to in escorting Yasaki home? I am not in the mood today. We shall discuss the purchase of ninja tools later. Yasaki acquired the celestial blade, Tsubasa no Yaburikage. It was, astonishingly, the weapon of the father of all gods. Kakashi was left in a state of shock. Mizuke's was bewildered. He wished to rescue Yuin, but was met with disdain. Having pondered throughout the night, he remained perplexed as to where he had faltered. Yasaki awoke, and it was already 9 in the evening. Halfway through purchasing snacks, he unexpectedly fell asleep. Surrounding him were several large bags of snacks and notes from 2 girls. His fingertips brushed against a long, slender objecta, finely crafted, broad-bladed long knife. With a swift motion, he brandished the knife, its aura severing a steel shuriken. What a magnificent blade, truly worthy of being an ancient divine weapon. The Tengu blade, once wielded by the first master, Isanaji It, was the ultimate aspiration of countless ninjas. In the past, the blade could not withstand his formidable power. From now on, I can unleash my full strength without hesitation. Yasaka wore a mysterious smile, his gaze imbued with a chilling intensity. At the Hitaki household, Kakashi locked himself in his room, refusing to emerge. Father, I heard about the events at the training ground today, Shikomo said. I couldn't even make a move before being taken down, Kakashi replied. He recounted the incident to his father. Shikomo fell into reflection. Yasaka's father had been a special jonin under the 3rd Hokage. His prowess was unparalleled in Konohagakure. Even the 4th Hokage admired him. He sacrificed himself to protect the village, leaving his wife in sorrow. The 3rd Hokage had always sent someone to watch over Yasuka. It was discovered that as he indulged in snacks, his abilities were actually improving. Was Yasaka's lineage truly that remarkable? Would he ascend to become the strongest in Konoha? On several occasions, someone even transformed into a neighbor to encourage him to strive for greatness. Unfortunately, Yasaka was oblivious, consuming snacks with even greater zeal that he reached the level of a special jonin merely by snacking. Through cookies, Yasaka gained triple skill points, nearing the strength of Shadow. The third Hokage allowed Yasaka to indulge in his snacks, permitting him to grow freely. Shikomo often assisted him in dealing with the consequences of injuring his instructor. Kunu, will you feel pleased or disappointed? He gazed towards the horizon. Yasaka was immensely popular at school, adored by the girls. Here are the cookies I made. Would you like a try? Rin offered. After tasting, the system chimed, Blade Precision 3. This is juice from the land of clouds. Give it a taste. Yukino said, delicious. He exclaimed. The system responded, Physique 5. Chakra Recovery 50. Level up. Achieving special Jonin status. Yasaka was elated as he accessed his attribute interface. Overall rating. Approaching shadow level. Special technique. Demon God Blade Aura, capable of inducing mental collapse. This was awarded after he taught a lesson to the teacher who knocked over his chips. The following day, on the ninja school playground. After finishing his lecture, Mitsukami observed Yasaka, who was indulging in snacks, with a sense of helplessness. He requested a transfer, which the third Hokage denied. Next, we will conduct a strength assessment. The students murmured, this has happened several times this month. Gather in 5 minutes, hurry, and prepare. Mitsukami called over Rin and Yukino. Take Yasaka to prepare. What would the strength assessment entail? Would Yasaka participate? As the homeroom teacher, he could have directly informed the students about this matter. The testing rules were outrageous. Only by defeating Yasaka would anyone be deemed qualified. Might Guy charged in a challenge, but was instantly refused. Mitsukami dared not directly mention the assessment to Yasaka. Previously, Yasaka scored a perfect 0 on the test. During the physical examination, the entire class retreated to 500 meters away. He feared that Yasaka's punch would shatter the ground, and he would not be able to evade in time. In the ninjutsu examination, Yasaka was absent. For the theoretical exam, he used the test paper as an oilcloth. Mitsusaka could only ask Rin and Yuin to accompany him in preparation. Yasaka remarked, do you wish to indulge in snacks? Allow me to share some with you. He leaned in, attempting to feed Rin jelly, but she blushed and evaded. Kakashi watched, seething with anger, yet refraining from taking action. Might Guy declared, I must defeat him to prove my worth as a ninja. 5 minutes later, on the playground, Mitsusaka announced, today's test will be unknown combat. Yasaka will be in a group of his own. Only those who can defeat him will be deemed qualified. The students were bewildered. How is it possible to win against him? Might Guy leaped forward. I shall be the one to take him down. A classmate retorted, he doesn't even know ninjutsu. Is he seeking death? Yasaka replied, engaging in a fight with you pales in comparison to the enjoyment of snacks. Might Guy, indignant, exclaimed, you dare to belittle my youth. Prepare yourself. Mitsusaka intervened. Disqualified. A ninja must exercise self-restraint just now. You would have been cut down. Who will dare to challenge Yasaka next? Is there anyone capable of defeating him? Well then, moving on. Yasaka was about to get serious with Might Guy. Suddenly, the 3 legendary ninjas appeared, intending to restrain him. Yasaka set aside his snacks with a wicked grin. Shall I be the one to challenge him next? Mitsusaka panicked. This was not the arrangement. You with that atrocious hairstyle? I shall use you as a target. Might Guy seethed. You dare to mock my hairstyle. The classmates withdrew. He has insulted Yasaka. He may as well be dead. Mitsusaka cautioned. It is merely a test. Do not truly engage. Yasaka replied, I was just eager to test my full strength, but he misheard, believing the teacher had instructed him to go all out. Might Guy lunged forward, executing a spinning kick aimed at his face. Yasaka rested his hand on the hilt of his sword. Your movements are quite commendable, that a classmate remarked. This is how Kakashi was swiftly defeated. Blade technique. Yasaka's aura shifted dramatically. Might Guy found himself enveloped by an overwhelming pressure, struggling to breathe. Dragon flash. As the blade was about to be drawn, 3 figures emerged, restraining Yasaka's hands. Are you all so dull that you must join forces? A raspy voice from behind remarked. Your technique is far too perilous. A female voice chimed in. If you continue to be violent, you shall not be invited to the culinary festival of the Land of Lightning. Yasaka wilted. But I am most gentlemanly. You must take me along. As the smoke cleared, the trio revealed their true identities. The students gasped in astonishment. It is Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. All 3 legendary ninjas have gathered. Kakashi was utterly astounded. What brought the 3 legendary ninjas here? Can they truly restrain Yasaka? Kakashi trembled as he spoke, his heart in turmoil, gazing incredulously at the 3 esteemed figures known as the legendary Sannin. Even the 3 legendary ninjas could not halt. The formidable Yatsuka, after swiftly defeating Might Guy, someone dared to challenge him heated. The 3 ninjas stepped aside, allowing Yatsuka to return to his languid demeanor. I believe this match is mine, he declared. Indeed, Yatsuka emerges victorious. Mitsutaka affirmed. Might Guy knelt, paralyzed by the overwhelming aura he had just witnessed. Yatsuka patted his shoulder, causing him to faint on the spot. Is there anyone else? Yatsuka inquired nonchalantly. Noera-rin's eyes sparkled with admiration. So cool. The girls gazed at him in is there no one willing to challenge me? I am descending. I shall challenge you. A voice rang out. Mitsutaka sighed. Does this person seek demise? The students erupted in chatter. Who is so reckless? Brave yet foolish, fully aware of the futility. Kakashi frowned. Asuma? What merit does he possess? Yatsuka remarked. Ah, it is you, Asuma. With a disdainful snort, Asuma stepped forward from the crowd. Whispers surrounded him, none believed he could triumph. As the son of the third Hokage, he dared to challenge Yatsuka. Could he indeed perform a miracle? Step by step, he approached the arena, his pace steady and measured. As he passed one classmate after another, a chorus of murmurs filled the air, none of which hinted at his potential victory, all resigned to the notion of his inevitable defeat. The son of the third Hokage directly confronting Yatsuka. Would Yatsuka show mercy for a taste of Ikaraku's new delicacy? Asuma's steps were resolute, his conviction as solid as a rock. I am the son of the third Hokage. I shall become a true warrior. Nara Shikamaru tugged at him. Don't go, you cannot win. Asuma shrugged him off. Today, you shall witness my true strength. He ascended the stage. Yatsuka remarked, seeing your courage, I shall refrain from injuring you today. Asuma declared, I am the future Hokage. I will end your unbeaten streak. He launched 3 shuriken. Jiraiya whispered, avoid harming him, and I will treat you to Ikaraku's new offering. Yatsuka replied eagerly, all right, I will heed your advice. The first shuriken soared, but Yatsuka tilted his head to evade it. The second one shot towards his chest, less than 2 meters away. This was Asuma's strategy, restricting movement. Hit him. Asuma prayed fervently. Kakashi felt a surge of tension, hoping Yatsuka would face some adversity. Would he evade the attack? Would he employ the body flicker technique? Witnessing this scene, Kakashi's anxiety intensified, his heart a tumult of emotions. He yearned for the shuriken to strike Yatsuka, wishing to see him endure some hardship. With a swift kick, Yatsuka sent the shuriken flying. Asuma unleashed his ultimate move, only to be sliced apart in an instant. The second shuriken met its fate as Yatsuka kicked a small stone. With a resounding clang, the stone struck the shuriken, altering its trajectory. The third shuriken reached a distance of 3 meters. Asuma shouted, Shadow, Shuriken, Jutsu. The shuriken split into 2, then 4, instantly multiplying into more than 10. He blocked Yatsuka from 3 directions. The students gasped in astonishment. This is advanced ninjutsu. Kakashi remarked, even I cannot accomplish that. Is he capable of defeating Yasaka? Asuma displayed a triumphant smile. Yasaka replied, a mere parlor trick. With a swift motion, he drew his sword, and a flash of steel illuminated the air. The sound of clashing metal resonated. As the brilliance faded, Yasaka had sheathed his blade. Moonlight Gale was bewildered. He wasn't hit. The students were unable to discern what had transpired. The 3 legendary ninjas wore solemn expressions, Tsunade remarked. Has his swordsmanship reached such heights? Jiraiya responded gravely. Incredible. Asuma stared blankly at Yasaka, questioning. Why? This was the ninjutsu he had trained in for half a year, a signature technique of the third Hokage. What other secrets did Yasaka conceal? Would Asuma concede defeat? The Shadow Shuriken technique was a signature ninjutsu of his father, the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen T.O. surpassed Yasaka. Asuma had diligently learned it from the third for over 6 months, finally mastering it. Yet, after half a year of grueling practice, it was effortlessly countered. Asuma's mental state shattered, while Yasaka taunted. Is that all? Asuma had hoped to use this technique to vanquish Yasaka, to assert his strength, and to demonstrate to everyone that he, Sarutobi Asuma, was the mightiest of the lower ninjas. Instead, Yasaka effortlessly neutralized his attack without even moving a step. He found it unbearable. Yasaka queried, you believe that having mastered a powerful ninjutsu would suffice, and yet this is all you present? Is this truly all? Yasaka kicked the shuriken that lay at his feet back to Asuma. It was the very shuriken Asuma had employed in his technique. Could Asuma rise again? Would he ultimately concede defeat? His aspiration was to one day wield this very ninjutsu to decisively defeat Yasaka, thus proving his strength and ensuring that all recognized Sarutobi Hiruzen as the strongest of the lower ninjas. If you have no other tricks left, then this round of the test will be my victory, Yatsuka said to Sarutobi Asuma. Damn it, Sarutobi Asuma gritted his teeth. His right hand pressed against the ground, tightly clenched into a fist, leaving 3 deep grooves dug out by his fingers. I will not concede so easily. I am the son of the 3rd Hokage. I am Sarutobi Asuma. Sarutobi Asuma felt a surge of rage erupting from his heart straight to his brain. He roared and suddenly leaped off the ground, swiftly throwing a few shurikens at Yatsuka with both hands before quickly forming hand seals. Yatsuka casually dodged the shurikens thrown by Sarutobi Asuma, standing still and waiting for Sarutobi Asuma to make his move. The reason he chose not to attack was that he had promised Jiraiya not to harm Sarutobi Asuma, and if he attacked, there was a high chance he might injure Sarutobi Asuma. Although he could try to control the probability to be very low, he was worried about the worst-case scenario where he might accidentally cut Sarutobi Asuma's skin with the tip of his blade, ruining his chance to enjoy the new ramen. Therefore, in order to ensure he could safely enjoy the new ramen, Yatsuka had to restrain himself from attacking, relying solely on defense to make his opponent recognize the gap between them and voluntarily concede. At the same time, when Kakashi saw Asuma Sarutobi forming hand seals, he was taken aback and exclaimed, "Is that the tiger seal? Is he going to use a fire release technique?" In the next moment, he saw Asuma puffing up his cheeks and blowing out a stream of gray smoke towards Yasaka. The gray smoke quickly engulfed Yasaka's figure. What? Not a fire release? What kind of ninjutsu is this? Kakashi was shocked again, completely unable to understand what Asuma was trying to do. Could it be that technique? Noera Jinkan stared at the large area of gray smoke on the stage, momentarily stunned, recalling something Asuma had told him before. Could this be it? Noera Ginkan's eyes widened. This is the ultimate trump card I've prepared for you. Asuma Sarutobi shouted loudly from the stage, then pulled out a lighter from his pocket, ignited it, and threw it into the gray smoke. Fire release. Ash pile burning. In the next moment, the gray smoke was ignited by the lighter, and in an instant, it burned rapidly, even causing a violent explosion due to the quick and intense combustion. Boom! A loud noise erupted, and a massive wave of heat surged outward from the arena. The nearest, Mitsukami Shuji, bore the brunt and screamed as he quickly retreated backward while using a water release technique. Meanwhile, the students in the front rows closest to the arena cried out in panic, instantly being knocked over by the strong gust of wind, falling in all directions. On the arena, the position where Yatsuka originally stood had now turned into a sea of flames. The red flames soared into the sky, with flames reaching over 3 meters high, and waves of heat continuously swept around the arena. The scorching temperature had charred the grass on the ground, and the fire occupied 3/4 of the arena, leaving only the spot where Sarutobi Asuma stood. As for the 3 ninjas, they had already jumped off the arena at the first moment. This is my trump card. Yatsuka, this time I've definitely won. The strongest man in the lower ninja world is me, Sarutobi Asuma. At that moment, Sarutobi Asuma laughed wildly with his hands on his hips, as if he had endured hardships and finally found joy, even laughing to the point of tears. Meanwhile, the students and lower ninjas in the audience had already gotten up. Seeing the raging fire on the arena and the absence of Yatsuka, everyone was shocked into silence. Was the invincible Yatsuka, who was said to be undefeated, defeated by Sarutobi Asuma? Unexpectedly, the first person to defeat Yatsuka turned out to be that guy Asuma, Kakashi thought with a hint of disappointment. So Yatsuka was defeated just like that? I don't believe it. This must be fake. Inazuka Rin cried with tears streaming down her face. What a pity, to let Asuma get ahead of me. It's really frustrating, Yagami Shippu thought gloomily. On the other side of the arena, Orochimaru suddenly focused his gaze and frowned, saying, "No, it's not over yet." At that moment, a voice came from the raging flames that made Sarutobi Asuma's smile freeze. "Asuma, this move is quite creative, but to think you could defeat me with it is a bit too disrespectful, don't you think?" Chapter 10. Cutting through flames, the familiar voice caused Sarutobi Asuma, who was laughing wildly, to have his smile immediately freeze on his face, his eyes revealing an expression of horror. What? Asuma felt as if all the muscles in his body had stiffened, and his heart skipped a beat the moment that familiar voice reached his ears. How is this possible? Asuma turned his neck slowly, like a robot with a glitch, looking uncertainly at the roaring flames. The next moment, a voice rang out from the arena, slashing technique, broken wave. In the next instant, everyone present witnessed an unforgettable scene. The towering flames, 3 to 4 meters high, appeared to be sliced open like a cake, splitting down the middle into 2 parts. Then, those two parts of the fire suddenly exploded outward, accompanied by a thunderous roar, as the flames shot up violently before vanishing into thin air. Just like that, the flames were extinguished. Kakashi stared at the arena with trembling pupils, the scene before him surpassing his understanding. He actually sliced through the flames. How is that possible? Moonlight Gale looked at Yatsuka on the stage with astonishment, his expression filled with disbelief, completely beyond his comprehension. How could someone cut through fire? Looking at Yatsuka, who held a katana, appeared calm and composed, and was completely unscathed. Sarutobi Asuma felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, his whole body frozen in place. He couldn't understand why Yatsuka's sword could cut through fire. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. No matter how sharp the sword is, it cannot cut through flames. Sarutobi Asuma roared in anger, but his body remained stiff. The scene of cutting through the flames had a severe impact on his psyche, leaving him unable to move freely. Although he wasn't under a jinjutsu, Yatsuka's exaggerated slash had an effect akin to one, even surpassing it in some ways. If it had to be described, it could only be called a true illusion. At this moment, the arena was scattered with still burning flames, resembling a rain of fire falling from the sky, distributed in every corner of the stage. Yasaka stood amidst the flames, then lifted his right foot and took a step forward, then another, slowly walking towards Asuma, Sarutobi. Don't come here. Asuma yelled frantically as he saw Yasaka approaching. At that moment, Yasaka appeared to Asuma like a demon emerging from hell, walking through the roaring flames, his katana gleaming with a chilling light, as if he was there to end Asuma's life, like Yama. Don't come here. I told you not to come. Asuma shouted hoarsely, wanting to retreat, even wanting to turn and run away. But he was terrified to find that, aside from being able to speak, his body had become immobile, as if his bones and muscles were gripped by invisible claws, rendering him completely unable to move. Move, damn it. At that moment, Asuma's soul was gripped by fear, completely overwhelmed. As he watched Yasaka getting closer, his body began to tremble uncontrollably, yet even so, he still could not move. On the other side of the arena, Tsunade crossed her arms, looking at Asuma with a serious expression, and said in a deep voice, "What's going on?" Asuma looks like he's under a jinjutsu, but it feels a bit different from that. Jiraiya frowned, his voice low as he slowly spoke. "If I'm not mistaken, he should be experiencing a kind of mental shock, causing effects similar to being under a jinjutsu, like when someone is so scared that they freeze and can't move." Exactly. It should be like that. That strike from Yasaka earlier wasn't just cutting through the flames. From the information my sensory ability picked up, it seems that Yasaka's strike also inflicted a kind of mental shock on Asuma, creating a real jinjutsu effect. That strike was not as simple as it looked. Upon hearing this, Tsunade fell silent. Having interacted with the first and second Hokage since childhood, she had learned a lot, including about the kind of mental shock that Orochimaru mentioned, which she had also heard from the second Hokage. It was an invisible attack, similar to a jinjutsu, but unlike jinjutsu, which creates false illusions and perceptions to affect a person's mind, this mental shock directly attacked a person's psyche. And the harm it could cause far exceeded that of jinjutsu, because jinjutsu generally only affects a person temporarily, but this mental shock, if powerful enough, could leave scars or imprints on a person's mind, causing a strong psychological trauma, similar to the saying "once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of ropes." Tsunade even heard from the second Hokage that if this mental shock were strong enough, it could directly kill a person's soul on the spot. Some people who died from fright were actually their souls being killed. Thinking of this, Tsunade's eyes flashed with an indescribable shock, and her gaze towards Yasaka changed. He actually had such potential. At this moment, Yasaka had no idea that the three ninjas were shocked by the blow he had just delivered. He was only thinking about making Asuma Sarutobi admit defeat quickly. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hold back and would have to take action. With a thud, he stepped forward and was now standing before Asuma Sarutobi, looking down at him, who was already slumped on the ground. "Asuma, the strongest genin of Konoha is me, Yasaka," Yasaka said coldly to Asuma. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he started to feel that he might have been a bit too serious. What if he scared Asuma to death on the spot? After all, just now, in order to make Asuma voluntarily admit defeat when he slashed through the flames, he had also added a mental attack to that blow, intending to crush Asuma's will and make him give up quickly. Thinking of this, Yasaka quickly put on a smile, his white teeth even glinting in the sunlight, and he comforted, "Asuma, don't be sad. It's not your fault that you can't beat me. It's not that you're too weak. It's that I'm too strong." Chapter 11. Passed out you. Upon hearing Yuzaka's words, Asuma felt a bitterness in his throat, a surge of anger, and unexpectedly spat out a mouthful of blood, fainting right there. Hey, Jiraiya, you better be paying attention. I didn't lay a finger on him the entire time. Just now, he set me on fire, and I only cut through the flames in self-defense. His spitting blood has nothing to do with me. You can't use this as a reason to not treat me to the new ramen. Seeing Asuma actually spit blood, Yuzaka panicked and quickly turned to shout at Jiraiya. Jiraiya smiled helplessly, casually flicking his hand and throwing a coupon marked with the Ichiraka ramen logo towards Yuzaka like a shuriken. Yuzaka caught the new ramen coupon, treating it like a priceless treasure, and carefully tucked it into the inner pocket of his clothing, his face instantly lighting up with joy. On the other side, after seeing Sarutobi Asuma spit blood and faint, Mikazuki Shusui rushed forward to pick him up. After checking, he found that it was just a matter of anger, and he let out a sigh of relief. After all, this was the son of the third Hokage, and if anything happened to him in his class, it would be a big problem. Medical team, quickly take Sarutobi Asuma to the hospital. After calling for the medical team, Mikazuki Shusui handed Sarutobi Asuma over to them. Meanwhile, the students watching from below the arena were in an uproar, reacting in every possible way. Nora Jinkan sighed, biting on a toothpick and lamented, "Sigh, I advise you not to fight him. You can't beat him, but you wouldn't listen. Now look at this, TSK. Yuzaka-kun is really ridiculously strong." Kakashi looked gravely at Yuzaka on the stage, filled with complex emotions. He felt that the distance between himself and Yuzaka seemed particularly vast, to the point where he was momentarily dazed. Ever since he was defeated by Yuzaka for the first time last year, he had been aiming to surpass him. But could he really surpass Yuzaka? His heart was already wavering on this answer. Tsukikage Shippu tightly clenched his fists, to the point where his nails dug into his flesh. But he was completely unaware. At this moment, his eyes were only on Yuzaka, the man standing on the stage, who was 2 centimeters shorter than him, yet so powerful. The moment Yuzaka cut through the flames with a single strike had made Tsukikage Shippu's breath halt in that instant. That shocking scene even created an illusion before his eyes, in which his figure seemed very small, and before him stood a giant that seemed to reach the heavens. He lifted his head and tried hard to look up, only to see the giant's face was Yuzaka's. Tsukikage Shippu, who specialized in sword techniques, naturally understood how powerful one must be to cut through flames with a single strike. At least for now, even with the combination of wind release, he couldn't achieve it. Moreover, Tsukikage Shippu knew that Yuzaka's strike just now didn't use wind release. It was purely based on his sword technique to cut through the flames. Damn it, Yuzaka! I must surpass you! I must surpass you! Tsukikage Shippu shouted frantically in his heart. He wanted to surpass Yuzaka not only to prove that his sword technique was superior, but also because the girl he had secretly loved, Yuin, had completely ignored him and was now chattering around Yuzaka. This was what truly made Tsukikage Shippu hate the situation. In his heart, Yuin was his white moonlight. Yet now she was drawn to Yuzaka. How would he bear this? The reason why Shien was attracted to Yasaki was naturally because Yasaki's swordsmanship was very impressive. Therefore, Yueguang Jifeng thought that if he could defeat Yasaki, then Shiyuin would be captivated by his handsomeness and return to his side. "Yasaki, I will definitely surpass you. Shien is mine," Yueguang Jifeng thought through gritted teeth. In the distance, Yahara Lin looked at Yusaka on stage with a face full of admiration and sparkling eyes. Her small fists resting on her chin, cheeks flushed, as if a little deer was jumping around in her heart. "He's so handsome, so cool," especially that line just now. "It's not that you're too weak, but that I'm too strong. It was simply awesome. This is the man I've been looking for. Oh no, I'm in love." There were several girls like Noera Rin, whose hearts were fluttering with spring feelings, all wearing similar expressions, making some boys filled with envy and jealousy toward Tachisuka. However, there was one girl who was different, and that was Yuhi Kurenai. After seeing Asuma Sarutobi defeated, Kurenai felt sad as well. When Asuma coughed up blood, she almost rushed up, but was one step ahead of by Mikami Shuji. On the stage, Yusaka was completely unaware of the various emotions of jealousy, admiration, infatuation, and resentment from the people below. His mind was solely focused on food, specifically the new ramen from Ichiraka Ramen. The smooth and chewy noodles, paired with a special broth and exquisite toppings, were simply heavenly. Eating a bowl would be an experience beyond compare, especially since it was a new dish he had never tried before. It would definitely grant him a powerful system reward and significantly enhance his strength. Thinking of this, Yusaka couldn't wait to go and try it, But since they were still in the middle of a class test, he couldn't leave directly. In his impatience, Yasaka turned around and shouted at the students below, "Is there anyone else?" Yasaka meant no harm. He was simply asking if anyone wanted to challenge him. If not, he would head off to eat ramen. However, upon hearing those 3 words, the students below reacted with mixed feelings. Some boys felt a surge of anger, thinking, how arrogant. Does he really think I won't dare to go up and beat him? Others felt that Yasaka's declaration was filled with an imposing aura, exuding confidence that suggested, the world is vast, but I am the greatest. Anyone who dares to defy me will be eliminated. For a moment, the students below had various thoughts. Yet no one dared to challenge him. Even though defeating Yasaka would mean passing the test, the question remained, who could actually beat Yasaka? The earlier example of Asuma Sarutobi was a clear warning. He had been very confident in becoming the strongest genin, but ended up lying in the ninja hospital's emergency room. Seeing that no one dared to step forward, Mikami Shuji sighed and decided not to force anyone to challenge Yasaka. After all, even he, as the teacher, lacked the confidence to defeat Yasaka. Chapter 12. Oitsutsuki Ichiraku. Since no one dared to challenge Yasaka, Mikami Shuji declared, even if you all fail today's test, go practice your shuriken throwing. He waved his hand toward the nearby target range. This time, the students did not complain. In the past, they would have groaned, but now they were more than happy to avoid fighting Yasaka. Thus, a group of students rushed to the target range to practice shuriken throwing, leaving only Yasaka, the 3 shinobi, and Mikami Shuji on stage. Mikami Shuji approached the 3 shinobi respectfully and said, "Thank you for coming to help. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to withstand Yasaka's attacks." As he spoke, Mikami Shuji silently thought that Might Guy was quite lucky. If he hadn't informed the 3 shinobi in time, Guy might have ended up like Asuma, or even worse, considering Yasaka was truly serious at that moment. "We're just looking out for the students' safety. It's no trouble," Tsunade replied. In fact, Tsunade was starting to doubt whether she could win in a one-on-one with Yasaka. If Yasaka hadn't demonstrated his ability to cut through fire earlier, she would have been very confident. However, after witnessing that feat, her confidence waned. In terms of close combat ability, Yasaka's attack power was indeed formidable. However, Tsunade believed that Yasaka was not invincible. After all, even if his attack power was strong, if he took one of her powerful punches, he wouldn't fare much better. After all, Yasaka's body was still within the realm of normal humans, unlike Orochimaru, who was immune to physical attacks. Yet, even someone like Orochimaru, who was immune to physical attacks, had almost been killed by Yasaka. Tsunade had once asked Orochimaru about this, but he had not answered out of pride. Therefore, Tsunade speculated that Yasaka's attacks might not be purely physical. At that moment, Jiraiya said to Yasaka, "Yasaka, let's go try the new ramen at Ichiraka soon. I heard this new dish was developed after Uncle Ichiraka meditated in the mountains for 3 months and suddenly had a flash of inspiration upon hearing a fish jump out of the water. It should taste great." Yes. Hearing you say that makes me really eager," Yasaka said, drooling with anticipation for the food and the system rewards that would come after eating it. Seeing Orochimaru, Yasaka was surprised and exclaimed, "Ah, Orochimaru, your injuries are healed. You recovered really quickly." Orochimaru twitched his mouth. It had been over 3 months, of course, he had healed. Even if he had broken bones, it should be fine by now. He awkwardly smiled and hoarsely said, "Your previous attack was incredibly fierce. I have never encountered such an attack before. I truly witnessed something impressive." Orochimaru genuinely admired Yasaka. He was a magnanimous person and didn't harbor resentment just because Yasaka had injured him. Instead, after witnessing Yasaka's powerful attack, he felt a deep admiration. He was also extremely curious about Yasaka's body, thinking it would be great to study it, or even better, to switch bodies with Yasaka. As he thought about this, Orochimaru's gaze toward Yasaka changed. "Hey, Orochimaru, why are you looking at me like that? It feels a bit off." Yasaka instinctively took a step back, feeling that Orochimaru's gaze was somewhat predatory. No, I was just thinking about some interesting things." Orochimaru waved his hand to explain, but this only made Yasaka feel even more suspicious. What interesting things could 2 men possibly have? Yasaka felt a chill and moved a bit closer to Jiraiya, thinking that Jiraiya, who preferred women, seemed more reliable. Since the students had been sent by Mikami Shuji to practice shuriken throwing, there was nothing for him to do for now. With Yasaka not fighting, the 3 shinobi didn't need to supervise anymore, so Orochimaru took his leave and Tsunade also departed. Mikami Shuji went to oversee the group of students practicing shuriken throwing, leaving only Jiraiya and Yasaka. "Jiraiya, let's go now," Yasaka said excitedly. "Of course." Thus, the two quickly headed to Ichiraka Ramen. It was afternoon, and there weren't many people eating, so when Yasaka and Jiraiya arrived, there was only one person inside. And plenty of empty seats. Boss, 2 bowls of the latest signature new ramen. Yasaka and Jiraiya handed over the new dish vouchers. Uncle Ichiraku took the 2 vouchers, smiled, and nodded, then turned to Yasaka and asked, Yasaka, have you had any new delicious food lately? Yasaka chuckled. No, I've only had what I've eaten before recently. Although it's delicious, I'm more eager to try something new that I haven't eaten before. That's perfect. This is my latest creation, the 20-second signature ramen. It will definitely blow you away. Ha, that's great. Otsutsuki Ichiraku and Yasaka have a good relationship because Yasaka loves food and Ichiraka Ramen is famous in Konoha. Therefore, Yasaka often comes here to eat ramen. Plus, with Yasaka's cheerful personality, it didn't take long for him to become friends with Otsutsuki Ichiraku. At this time, Otsutsuki Ichiraku is in the prime of his life, and his daughter Otsutsuki Ayam is only 15 years old, just blooming like a flower, and is the same age as Yasaka, so Yasaka and Ayam also have a good relationship. Uncle, why haven't I seen Ayam? Yasaka casually asked since Ayam was not around. Otsutsuki Ichiraku replied, while making ramen, she went with her mom to buy ingredients. I heard recently that a batch of new ingredients has been shipped from the Cloud Ninja Village, and we in Konoha haven't tasted them yet. So I want to grab a batch in the first wave. It's better to take the initiative. Oh, then I'll come and try the new ingredients later. Yasaka said excitedly. He was thrilled to be tasting new food again. While chatting with Otsutsuki Ichiraku, 2 bowls of steaming ramen were served up. Suddenly, Yasaka was hit by a rich aroma that made his mouth water, and he couldn't wait to take a spoonful of the soup to taste it. What? How could it be so delicious? My God, Yasaka was shocked on the spot. This was simply the best soup he had ever tasted in his life. Chapter 13. Peeping this ramen is too delicious, Yasaka exclaimed, and at that moment, he heard the system's prompt sound in his mind. Ding! Tasted new gourmet food. Gained steel/X1, deepened sword technique, and enhanced killing intent impact proficiency. Ha, I gained a new skill, steel/. Just the name of this skill sounds powerful. It must be very strong. Yasaka slurped the ramen while happily thinking to himself that he felt truly fortunate. This system allowed him to enjoy delicious food while gaining powerful strength. It's like a heavenly cheat. After all, others have to endure hard training and bloodshed to improve their strength. But Yasaka is different. He completely relies on eating to gain strength, and the more he enjoys it, the stronger he becomes. If someone like Mike Guy, who lacks ninjutsu talent, or someone from the Akimichi clan, who are known for their love of food, found out, they might just want to find a block of tofu to crash into. For Yasaka, improving strength is achieved in a pleasant mood, which can be considered a win-win situation. Yasaka, what's got you laughing so happily? Jiraiya asked curiously when he saw Yasaka suddenly laughing with an excited expression while eating. Yasaka casually covered up. Oh, it's nothing. I just think this ramen is an absolute delicacy, and it makes me laugh uncontrollably. Saying this, Yasaka took another big sip of the soup, and he felt as if he had transcended. He then asked Otsutsuki Ichiraku indistinctly, Uncle Ichiraku, this soup is too delicious. What did you use to make it? Asking like that touches on someone's trade secrets. They definitely won't tell you. Jiraiya rolled his eyes upon hearing Yasaka's question. No worries, Yasaka has grown up under my watch, and I believe he won't be a spy for others. Besides, even if he knows what it's made from, without me doing it myself, he absolutely cannot replicate the taste I create. While saying this, Otsutsuki Ichiraku counted on his fingers and said to Yasaka, this soup is made with clams, oysters, lobsters, sea cucumbers, seaweed, cucumbers, and my secret seasoning, simmered for 8 hours continuously. It can be said to be the pinnacle of freshness. Wow, that's amazing. No wonder it's so fresh, impressive. Yasaka's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and his admiration for Otsutsuki Ichiraku deepened. While chatting with Jiraiya and Otsutsuki Ichiraku, Yasaka divided some of his attention to check on his newly acquired abilities. The enhancement of killing intent impact proficiency would make Yasaka's killing intent impact within his sword technique even more powerful. The so-called killing intent impact is when a blade is swung, the killing intent is attached, creating an invisible mental attack against the enemy's psyche. This kind of attack is intangible and cannot be defended against. It's somewhat similar to illusionary attacks. But killing intent impact is stronger because illusionary attacks indirectly harm a person's psyche, while killing intent impact directly attacks a person's spirit. Unless the target has strong mental defenses or super willpower, they cannot be exempt. The example of when Yasaka cut through the flames and scared Sarutobi Asuma into a paralyzed state is the best illustration. At that moment, when Yasaka swung the blade, he attached the killing intent impact, attacking Sarutobi Asuma's spirit, which frightened him to near mental collapse. Therefore, the enhancement of killing intent impact proficiency means that Yasaka's mental attacks against enemies have become even more lethal, which made Yasaka very satisfied. If he eats more exquisite food in the future and continues to upgrade killing intent impact, it will evolve into Soul Slash, capable of striking both the body and the soul. If Yasaka's current state is to inflict damage on the enemy's psyche, then after upgrading to Soul Slash, Yasaka will have the ability to directly attack the enemy's soul. If you upgrade to the highest level of Idealistic Slash, according to the system's introduction, you can sever anything that can be named, even cutting off a failed future and leaving only a victorious one. It's a very impressive ability. After watching the killing intent impact, Yasaka was very satisfied and also filled with longing. He then took a look at the introduction and upgrade tree for the Steel Slash. If he upgraded to the highest level, he would gain the title and ability of the Wind Sword Master, allowing him to proudly say to others, "Death is like the wind, always with me." So, he happily finished his meal amidst excitement and enjoyment. Yasaka let out a satisfied burp, feeling very content. "Jiraiya, thank you for the hospitality. If there's anyone you can't handle in the future, just call me, and I'll help you take care of them," Yasaka said boldly, feeling great at the moment. "No need for that. There are very few people I can't handle, and the ones I can't handle, you probably can't either," Jiraiya chuckled in response. Yasaka didn't ask who he couldn't handle. Now that he was full, his desire for food had slightly diminished. So he thought of digesting his meal and said to Jiraiya, "Jiraiya, how about we spar a bit?" Jiraiya immediately waved his hand and said, "I won't spar with you. I don't want to end up in the hospital for 10 days or half a month. But if you want to move around a bit, I can take you to a good place." "Oh, what good place?" Yasaka asked curiously. Jiraiya grinned and leaned closer to Yasaka's ear, whispering, "I just heard Tsunade say she's going to the Heavenly Treasure Bathhouse to take a bath this afternoon. I checked it out earlier, and there aren't too many people guarding it, so we can sneak a peek. At this time, there should be quite a few young ladies there." Jiraiya, even if there aren't too many guards, we might still get caught. Aren't you afraid of being discovered?" Yasaka asked in confusion. Hearing this, Jiraiya chuckled. "It's fine. I used to sneak a peek at others bathing with the third Hokage often. I've accumulated quite a bit of experience. However, in this regard, I'm still quite a bit behind the third Hokage. He's truly my teacher. He's very skilled at peeking at girls bathing. Even I am ashamed in comparison. This old pervert. I didn't expect him to have such a hobby," Yasaka muttered to himself, stroking his chin. Chapter 14. Intimidation, of course. Let me tell you a secret. All my skills in peeking were taught to me by the third Hokage, especially a technique called Shadow Shield, which is really powerful. It's truly a supreme skill for peeking," Jiraiya said proudly. "Oh, Shadow Shield? What is that?" Yasaka asked with curiosity. Jiraiya explained, "Shadow Shield is a technique that can hide your form, preventing enemies from discovering you. It can conceal your temperature, breathing, heartbeat, and even appearance, making it impossible for enemies to notice you. It's a ninjutsu specifically used for eavesdropping and peeking." After a pause, Jiraiya continued, "However, this ninjutsu has a fatal flaw. You can't move. Once you move, everything hidden, such as your heartbeat, breathing, and even appearance, will lose its concealment effect, making it easy for enemies to discover you." Yasaka nodded thoughtfully, realizing that Jiraiya and the third Hokage relied on this ninjutsu for peeking. "Never mind. You go ahead and peek. I'm going home to sleep. Now that I'm full, it's time for bed." Yasaka shook his head. "Side kids are just kids. You'll understand the joy of peeking later, haha." Jiraiya laughed heartily. After that, Yasaka parted ways with Jiraiya. Yasaka went home to sleep, while Jiraiya headed to the Heavenly Treasure Bathhouse to sneak a peek at others bathing. After Jiraiya and Yatsuka left Ichiraka Ramen one after another, 5 minutes later, a customer who had been sitting in the corner since Yatsuka started eating stood up and removed the straw hat that was covering his face. This revealed the person's appearance. The man's face was very peculiar. Half of it was black, and the other half was white. More astonishingly, the two halves of his face seemed not to belong to the same person, as they could communicate with each other, which was quite miraculous. At this moment, the man walked to the ramen counter and said to Otsutsuki Ichiraku, who was making ramen, "Mr. Otsutsuki Ichiraku, my name is Zetsu, and I represent Uchiha Madara to invite you to join us. Together, we can create a truly peaceful world." "Oh, a peaceful world? If I'm not mistaken. before your so-called peace, many lives would probably be sacrificed, right? Otsutsuki Ichiraku continued to make ramen without looking up. The man who called himself Zetsu nodded and said with his black half of the face, in the face of true success, a few sacrifices are worth it. After all, there's an old saying, when a general achieves success, thousands of bones are buried. Those who have died are expendable in the pursuit of success. Otsutsuki Ichiraku continued his work, not even glancing at Zetsu, and replied, "You could do whatever you want, just don't come to me. If I act, people will die. I wash my hands of it and just want to be a god of ramen here, nothing else. Of course, if your actions affect my ability to sell ramen, or if no one comes to eat my ramen, then you can forget about living." Otsutsuki Ichiraku, are you serious? Inviting you is a sign of respect, a courtesy. I advise you not to refuse a toast, and instead drink a penalty drink. Zetsu's expression darkened, and his voice lowered, a hint of killing intent slowly emanating from him. Are you threatening me? Otsutsuki Ichiraku replied flatly, still making ramen without even looking at Zetsu. However, in that instant, Zetsu suddenly felt an overwhelming force acting on him, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, like he had dropped into a world of corpses and blood. In this world, a gigantic, ferocious beast suddenly charged out from the sea of corpses, its massive, bloody mouth lunging to bite him. In the next moment, the world of corpses and blood, along with the gaping, bloody mouth that was about to swallow him, seemed to hit the pause button, freezing in place. Then, the scene showed countless cracks, and it shattered like a broken mirror, instantly transforming the surrounding corpses and blood into countless fragments, bringing the scene back to Ichiraku ramen. This is a warning for you. Don't let there be a next time. I don't want to act because when I do, people will die. Otsutsuki Ichiraku placed the finished bowl of ramen on the rack, picked up a knife, and started chopping green onions, not even glancing at the stunned Zetsu, as if he didn't exist. I'm sorry, I won't bother you again. After a long time, Zetsu finally regained his mobility, stammering an apology and placing a large stack of banknotes on the table before hurriedly leaving. Sigh. Today, youth just want to fight and kill at the drop of a hat. It's really pointless. Otsutsuki Ichiraku shook his head helplessly. At that moment, the curtain of the ramen shop was lifted and a pretty girl with a ponytail walked in, smiling brightly. Dad, has Yatsuka-kun been here? Yes. He just left not long ago. Dad, why didn't you keep him here longer? I didn't get to see him before he left. It's so frustrating. Otsutsuki Shofu pouted in disappointment. What is wrong? Do you miss Yatsuka? Otsutsuki Ichiraku laughed. Not all, I was just asking casually. Otsutsuki Shofu's cheeks flushed red. This child. Otsutsuki Ichiraku chuckled and shook his head, then thought to himself, Yatsuka is quite a good kid, I just don't know how he feels about Shofu. On the other side, Yatsuka had just returned home when he received a call from Mikami Shuji, saying that the third Hokage had important matters to discuss and needed Yatsuka to come to the Hokage's office. At first, Yatsuka didn't want to go, but since he had just eaten too much ramen and felt a bit stuffed, he thought about taking a walk to digest it, and finally strolled to the Hokage's office. Hokage, old man, what do you want with me? If it's not something important, then don't bother me. I'm busy sleeping. Yatsuka barged in, speaking casually as if the Hokage were just a neighbor. You brat, you didn't even knock. You really don't take me, the Hokage, seriously, do you? I'm still a Hokage after all. The third Hokage sat at his desk, resting his chin on his hands and chuckling. Yatsuka plopped down on the sofa and yawned widely, starting to feel drowsy. Yatsuka, you've always loved good food. Have you had any new delicacies recently? The third Hokage asked with a smile. Yes, I just finished eating a new ramen that Ichiraku Ramen has launched. It's still in the trial phase and hasn't officially launched yet, but the taste is simply divine, Yatsuka said, drooling at the thought. Even though he had just eaten an hour ago and should be full, the anticipation for the new ramen was still strong. Another new product? I didn't even know. The third Hokage thought to himself, planning to go try it after work. Since he was the Hokage, he could eat even without a coupon. Then, the third Hokage smiled and said, Yatsuka, how have you been lately? Are you satisfied with the special chips from a Wagakure that I had someone send you? Yatsuka nodded and replied with a grin, not bad. Those chips had a very unique taste, quite special. The third Hokage nodded, feeling quite satisfied that the groundwork he laid was effective. At this moment, Yatsuka frowned slightly and asked, Third Hokage, you must have something you want me to do, right? Just say it. How did you know? The third Hokage was a bit surprised, not expecting Yatsuka to see through him. Yatsuka crossed his legs casually and said, Isn't it obvious? There's an old saying, no good deed goes unpunished. Besides, You wouldn't be looking for me if you didn't have something to discuss. All right. I didn't expect that a mere genin could see through me. How embarrassing, the third Hokage thought awkwardly. But he maintained a calm demeanor and directly brought up the main topic. Recently, to promote friendship and peace among the ninja villages, the ninja world has decided to hold a friendly competition among the 5 great countries. It's also to showcase national strength and potential. So we decided to send lower-ranking ninjas from each village to compete. After a pause, the third Hokage continued. The competition will take place in our Konoha village, and each country's team will need a leader. I've decided to appoint you as the leader of our Konoha team. After speaking, the third Hokage looked at Yasaka with an eager expression. He knew that Yasaka's strength was undoubtedly the best among the lower ninjas. He could even contend with Jonin and Special Jonin. His student Orochimaru had been injured by Yasaka 3 months ago. Although Orochimaru hadn't used his full strength at the time, being able to injure a Sannin was a testament to Yasaka's power. Therefore, if such an exceptional talent could lead the lower ninja team, they would surely shine and lead the Konoha representative team to victory over other countries, bringing glory to the village. Thus, the third Hokage, Yasaka, would agree. I refuse. Yasaka yawned and said, What? The hopeful expression on the third Hokage's face froze, and after a moment of shock, he showed a look of surprise. Why? Isn't it an honor to represent Konoha and defeat competitors from other countries? Don't you want to be a hero in everyone's eyes? The third Hokage looked shocked and confused. I'm not interested in any of that. Yasaka shrugged, his face full of indifference, which made the third Hokage feel a pang of internal injury, nearly spitting out old blood. Was he really that direct? Couldn't he express it a bit more tactfully? So the third Hokage suppressed the urge to retort, took a deep breath, and began to educate Yasaka on patriotism. Well, Yasaka, do you know the significance of our Konoha village? Have you heard of the spirit of Konoha? What? I don't know, Yasaka asked, looking confused. The third Hokage lightly cleared his throat, resting his chin on his hands. His face suddenly serious, as if he had transformed into a poet and orator, beginning to deliver his strongest verbal attack about the legendary will of fire. As long as there are leaves dancing in the air, the fire will burn, and the shadows of the fire will illuminate the village, allowing new leaves to sprout. When one wishes to protect those they cherish, the true power of a ninja will be revealed. Why is it this phrase again? Old man, can you say something different? You've already said this line 12 times. I can recite it backward, Yasaka said, and then he really began to recite the third Hokage's classic sayings backward, leaving the third Hokage dumbfounded and surprised. I didn't expect Yasaka to study my will of fire so deeply that he could recite it backward. Truly the future flower of Konoha, a child worth teaching. The youth is strong, and so is Konoha. The third Hokage felt a surge of excitement and laughed heartily. Good. That's wonderful. With a future like you in Konoha, even if I die, I will die with a smile, knowing that Konoha will become even more prosperous. Yasaka looked at the third Hokage, who was laughing inexplicably and speaking nonsensically, with an expression as if he were looking at a fool, unable to understand the situation. What's wrong with you? After 2 seconds of the third Hokage still laughing, Yasaka couldn't hold back anymore and had to ask. No, it's nothing. Since you can recite the will of fire so well, why do you refuse to be the team leader? You should know this is a very honorable thing. The third Hokage said. I'm just not interested. It's boring. There's no fun in it. It would just be easy wins, cutting down anyone with a single blow. I'd rather stay at home and enjoy some good food, Yasaka replied while digging at his ears. The third Hokage was speechless, internally screaming. Is representing Konoha and bringing glory to the village not as interesting as eating snacks? However, he knew that Yasaka's greatest pleasure in life was food, so he could understand part of it. After a moment of silence, he said, Yasaka, there's a place selling a delicacy called taiyaki. It's said to be very popular. They only sell 30 a day, and many people line up a week in advance just to get a taste. At this point, the third Hokage stopped speaking and secretly glanced at Yasaka. Chapter 16. Hooked. Although the third Hokage didn't continue. The implication was clear. He had created a psychological expectation for Yasaka, allowing him to fantasize infinitely. Based on the third Hokage's understanding of Yasaka within 5 seconds, Yasaka would surely ask about that delicacy, after which the third Hokage could use that as a leverage point to bring up the competition again. Then, he could use the competition as a bet, promising to take Yasaka to eat taiyaki if he participated and led the team to a certain ranking. From the third Hokage's years of experience in observing people, this plan had an 80 to 90% chance of success. Sure enough, Just as the third Hokage silently counted to 4 seconds in his mind, Yasaka spoke up. Taiyaki? What is that? Is it really that delicious? The corners of the third Hokage's mouth subtly curled up, thinking to himself that the bait had been taken. With excitement in his heart, he replied calmly. It's a type of sweet snack. I've heard it has red bean paste filling, and the outside is a crispy, golden brown pastry. When you take a bite, you first feel the crispiness of the skin, then the aroma wafts up, and then your tongue meets the sweet, soft red bean filling, mixed with the crispy pastry. Oh, the flavor. Sigh, just being able to eat taiyaki once in my life would be without regrets. As the third Hokage exaggeratedly described the taste of taiyaki, he sneaked glances at Yasaka, who was clearly becoming restless, swallowing hard, and showing a longing expression. He was almost glowing with desire. Great, let me stoke the fire some more. The third Hokage felt a surge of joy in his heart and continued. I've heard they also have a special mint green tea that is fragrant and elegant. Eating a crispy, sweet bite and then sipping the mint green tea feels like. I want to participate. I want to sign up to be Konoha's team leader. Before the third Hokage could finish, Yasaka suddenly stood up from the couch and shouted loudly. Just as I expected, different people can be motivated in different ways. As long as the right pressure points are hit, success is guaranteed. The third Hokage felt a surge of pride and satisfaction in his heart. For someone like Yasaka, who couldn't be swayed by moral obligations, it was necessary to take a different approach and target what he cared about. It was similar to how the third Hokage approached Orochimaru. When he sought Orochimaru, he usually tempted him with immortality techniques, longevity techniques, rejuvenation techniques, or other strange jutsu. Since Orochimaru and Yasaka were somewhat similar in nature, knowing both themselves and the enemy led to certain victory. The third Hokage was quite adept at this. Although he felt excited and thrilled at having successfully persuaded Yasaka, he had to maintain the dignity of a Hokage. Therefore, he kept a calm tone and said, okay, as long as you can lead the Konoha team to win the team championship, I will take you to a Wagakure to eat taiyaki. If you can win the individual championship, I will make you my family's secret recipe of golden broth beef noodles. This time, the third Hokage had truly put something significant on the line by offering his family's ancestral dish as a bet. All right, that's what you said. Yasaka's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, it's what the third Hokage personally said. Do you want taiyaki or my family's signature golden broth beef noodles? It's up to your choice. The third Hokage said with a smile, clearly sensing that Yasaka's fighting spirit had been ignited. This made him very satisfied. As soon as he finished speaking, Yasaka swiftly drew the katana that was sheathed at his waist. In that instant, the hidden Hokage bodyguards prepared to rush out and subdue Yasaka, but were stopped by a discreet gesture from the third Hokage. The next moment, an astonishing aura erupted from Yasaka, sweeping around him like a gale, surprising even the third Hokage. Holding the sword in one hand and spreading the fingers of the other, Yasaka slowly moved his hand in front of his face. Then, a gleam flashed in his eyes, instantly giving him a heroic presence, and his entire demeanor changed drastically compared to before. He slowly clenched his outstretched hand into a fist, making a cracking sound, and said word by word, I want it all. At this moment, Yasaka completely shed his previous casual demeanor and instead resembled the second Hokage, exuding a powerful and kingly aura. It was unexpected that Yasaka had such an impressive presence. It turned out he had been hiding his strength all along. No, it should be said that no one had forced him to go all out before. Seeing Yasaka so serious, the third Hokage was incredibly surprised, feeling that he had underestimated Yasaka all this time. For a moment, he felt both astonished and gratified. Mayan, your son has potential. Then the third Hokage stood up, walked in front of Yasaka, and patted him on the shoulder. Yasaka, I've watched you grow up since you were little. I don't care how others see you. To me, I've always regarded you as my godson. I'm genuinely happy that you have reached this level of strength. I hope one day, when I'm no longer around, you can support this village, just like your father did, and become a hero. Well, since you treat me like your godson, could you give me a few new ramen coupons? I want to eat that new ramen again. The third Hokage was instantly frozen in place, almost spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Why was he feeling so gratified and filled with passion, only for the conversation to suddenly take a turn towards ramen? The third Hokage tremblingly pulled out 2 ramen coupons from his pocket and handed them to Yasaka, suppressing the urge to cough up blood as he said, take them. I only have 3. After eating my ramen, you better perform well in the competition. Don't worry, I, Yasaka, am not someone who takes money. Oh no, I mean coupons, without doing the work. I'll handle the competition. There's no opponent that can't be solved with 1 slice. If there is then just 2 slices, Yasaka said confidently, then happily tucked the ramen coupons away, treating them like treasures in his inner pocket. The third Hokage didn't doubt that if anyone dared to snatch Yasaka's 2 ramen coupons, Yasaka would unleash his ultimate strength and turn the opponent into a black and white photo. Thus, the conversation between the third Hokage and Yasaka lasted for half an hour before ending, with Yasaka happily leaving the Hokage office with 2 ramen coupons. Chapter 17. Yasaka hasn't cut me in a month. After happily leaving the Hokage building with the 2 new ramen coupons given by the third Hokage, Yasaka went to Ichiraka Ramen that night to enjoy a bowl of the latest ramen. While eating, 2 other customers nearby saw that Yasaka was having the newest flavor and felt an overwhelming sense of envy and jealousy, finding their own bowls of ramen suddenly unappealing. Meanwhile, in a small grove, a young boy was skillfully swinging a katana. In front of him stood a scarecrow equipped with mechanisms that randomly shot shurikens from its body. The boy used his katana to slash at the shurikens that suddenly shot out, creating a constant clanging sound. At this moment, the boy was already exhausted, panting heavily, with 3 shurikens embedded in his body, all of which fortunately avoided vital points and were not fatal. Even so, his clothes were stained red in several places with blood. A shuriken suddenly shot out from the scarecrow, transforming into a black flash that shot straight towards the boy. This shuriken was somewhat different from the previous ones. It was faster, stronger, and even had a detonating talisman attached to its tail that was already lit. This was undoubtedly a very dangerous shuriken. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. At this critical moment, the boy seemed to have unlocked his potential as if he had opened the run and do meridians, letting out a loud roar. The katana in his hand traced a strange arc, emitting a chilling white light. With a clang, the boy's katana first struck the tip of the shuriken, blocking its momentum and sending it flying, spinning rapidly in front of him. In the next instant, the already descending katana suddenly swung upward, cutting through the detonating talisman that had burned halfway, preventing it from detonating at the last possible moment. If he had been a second late, the talisman would have exploded, and the boy would have been seriously injured if not killed. Panting heavily, the boy plunged his katana into the ground and knelt there, breathless, looking at the shuriken he had deflected and the detonating talisman, now reduced to 1/3 of its size, that had been cut open. He murmured to himself, "Not enough, far from enough." The scene of cutting through flames with a single stroke earlier that afternoon surfaced in his mind, and he felt that he was still far from that level. Damn it, Yatsuka, Moonlight Gale will definitely surpass you. She belongs to me. Moonlight Gale gritted his teeth and said, then forced his exhausted body to stand up and began to practice the most basic sword techniques with his katana. In the shadow of a large tree not far from him, half a face appeared. His father, Moonlight Yasuo. Stimulated are we? That's good. It can ignite his fighting spirit and push him to move forward continuously. On the other side, Yatsuka was lying on his bed, browsing through the information in the system. After having 2 new ramen meals today, his swordsmanship had significantly improved, especially after eating the latest ramen for dinner. His steel slash had reached maximum proficiency, allowing him to incorporate wind attributes into his strikes. This wind attribute would reduce air resistance, increasing his sword-swinging speed to the point that it was almost instantaneous. On the other hand, it will increase the sharpness of the slash and extend the attack range of the slash. When a slash is executed, the accompanying wind attribute will form a wind blade. With Yasaki's current strength, he can achieve a slash that includes an additional 3 meters of wind blade attack distance. This way, Yasaki's attack range increases from 1 meter to 4 meters. If he can eat more delicious food and take it a step further, he might even be able to directly throw the wind blade, causing an effect similar to wind release, vacuum wave. Moreover, the wind attribute itself will also enhance the sharpness of his sword, allowing him to directly cut through unenhanced weapons like shurikens with a single strike. Overall, this steel slash combined with the will attack attribute that Yasaki just acquired, if unleashed with full force in an instant, could even potentially kill a jonin with a single blow. That's good. Speaking of which, I'm a bit curious about what level my strength has reached. I've heard that the ninjas from the Land of Lightning are very skilled in body techniques, and many are proficient in lightning attribute slashing techniques. The samurai group is also adept in slashing techniques. I've heard from the third Hokage that the samurai group will also send people to participate in this competition, which makes me somewhat looking forward to it. Yasaki initially had no thoughts about this competition. He only participated after defeating the third Hokage, primarily for the food. Now that he knows many experts in slashing techniques will also participate, he has become a bit interested. However, in his view, any opponent is just a matter of a single slash. Soon, Yasaki fell into a dream. In his dream, he fell into a place filled with delicious food, and he ate wildly while the system rewarded him with various prizes. The next day, at the Konoha Village First Ninja Hospital, Uchiha Obito unwrapped the bandages around his arm, swung his arm vigorously, feeling a great strength in it, and was in a very good mood. Haha, I've healed, and it seems I'm even stronger than before. Uchiha Obito, you're being discharged today. At that moment, a nurse pushed the door open and walked in. Okay, Uchiha Obito replied with a smile, and then his memory drifted back to a month ago. One day a month ago, Uchiha Obito and Yasaki were standing in a training ground. Uchiha, with one hand on his waist and the other pointing at Yasaki, shouted angrily, Yasaki, today I will defeat you. Noera Rin is mine. Yasaki smiled and said, I never said Noera Rin is mine, but saying you will defeat me is a bit too self-confident, don't you think? Did you drink some cheap mixed liquor? Uchiha Obito snorted coldly. Regardless, Noera Rin is still mine, and today I will be the first man in history to defeat you. The number 1 genin of Konoha Village is me, Uchiha Obito. Saying this, Uchiha Obito showed a confident smile. Oh, then let us see what you've got. Yasaki smiled and directly drew his katana. In the next moment, a flash of blade light appeared as he thrust the katana into the blade. Uchiha Obito sat on the ground in a daze, losing consciousness. Chapter 18. Fireball technique. When Obito woke up, he found himself in a hospital bed, with only a wound on his arm. He remembered that when Yakumo swung his sword at him, he used his awakened Sharingan with 2 tomo to vaguely see the blade coming towards him in the white light. He then raised the kunai in his hand to block it. However, at the moment he lifted the kunai to defend against the blade, he found a knife appearing right in front of him, as if it had directly manifested in his mental world, causing the arm he was using to block with the kunai to lose all strength. Then he felt a sharp pain in his head, and he fainted. What was originally just a superficial wound ended up requiring a month of hospitalization because the knife in his mind never faded away. Every time he thought of the injury on his arm, the knife that had appeared in his mental world and had struck him would resurface in his mind. Then he would faint again. His arm wound seems to heal very slowly, to the point that a wound that usually heals in a week took a whole month to recover. This is why Uchiha Obito has been hospitalized for such a long time. Haha, it's been a month since Yatsuka last attacked me. I'm so happy, so delighted. Obito thought to himself. Previously, he would often challenge Yatsuka to duels, and each time he was defeated. Eventually, it got to the point where he didn't even have to seek Yatsuka out. Yatsuka would come looking for him and beat him up without hesitation. This continued for about a year. Due to Uchiha Obito being hospitalized for a month, Yasaka hadn't come to find him during that time. This made Obito feel quite excited. It had been a month since Yasaka last tried to attack him. Could it be that Yasaka had forgotten? Ha ha. So, Uchiha Obito laughed heartily while placing his hands on his hips. Not long after, Obito completed his discharge procedures. Feeling the warm sunlight on him, he happily hummed a tune as he walked through the small forest in front of the hospital. Obito, you're out of the hospital. That's great. I can go chop someone again. Just as Obito was whistling and enjoying his stroll, a surprised voice suddenly came from beside him. In that instant, the whistle that Obito had been playing went off key, and his right foot, which he had just lifted a step forward, froze mid-air. Uchiha Obito immediately resembled a rusty robot, his head slowly turning to the right as if it were stuck, and there he saw Yasaka grinning at him. Why, Yasaka, what are you doing here? Obito asked with a stiff expression. I wanted to see how you were doing, and I just happened to catch you as you were being discharged. What a coincidence. I've been worried about not having anyone to chop, and here you are. You're so nice to me. Is that so? Obito stammered, internally shouting why he had to run into Yasaka right after being discharged, as if he were meant to go back to the hospital. However, he suddenly recalled how bored he had been in the hospital, imagining practicing the fire release, great fireball technique, and during his time there, he had also thought about how to defeat Yasaka. With perseverance, Obito finally figured out a way to defeat Yasaka by not engaging in close combat or taijutsu, but rather using long-range area ninjutsu against him. Thus, he thought of the Uchiha clan's classic ninjutsu, fire release, great fireball technique. As he remembered the method he had devised to deal with Yasaka, his fear of Yasaka diminished significantly, and he regained his usual confidence. He then pointed at Yasaka with a powerful demeanor. Yasaka, you came at the perfect time. I was just about to find you for revenge, and here you are, saving me the trouble. Let's go to the training ground. Today, Uchiha Bito, will show you the power of the Uchiha clan. All right, but I hope you won't end up back in the hospital, Yasaka said nonchalantly. You, Yasaka, are you looking down on me? Obito shouted angrily. No, I'm just wishing you luck. Soon, the two arrived at a training ground. Looking at the 5-meter distance between them, Obito slightly curled his lips. He was confident that at the moment the match began, he could create distance and unleash the Great Fireball technique in the shortest time possible. He believed that once he used the Great Fireball, Yasaka would have no way to counter it and would quickly surrender under his fierce flames. At that moment, Uchiha Bito would become the first man in the history of Konoha Village to defeat Yasaka and the first to make Yasaka voluntarily surrender. By then, Noera Rin would definitely think he was very cool and impressive. Thinking of this, a foolish smile appeared on Obito's face. Soon, as a coin was tossed into the air, both were ready for battle. The moment the coin landed, it signified the official start of the match. Ding! A crisp sound rang out as the coin fell to the ground. In an instant, Uchiha Bito, whose muscles were already tense and ready, stepped firmly on the ground, and his body shot back like an arrow, while his hands quickly formed seals. Why isn't he rushing at me? While retreating and forming seals, Obito suddenly noticed that Yasaka was standing still, which stunned him. But then he was overjoyed. This fool wasn't chasing after him, which gave him enough time and distance to successfully perform the Great Fireball technique. Haha, you've lost your only chance to defeat me, Yasaka. Just wait to surrender to me. I am the strongest genin in Konoha Village, Uchiha Obito. Saying this, Obito quickly formed seals and mobilized his chakra. As he completed the final tiger seal, the Great Fireball technique was ready to be unleashed. Finally, the historic moment had arrived. He was about to become the first man to defeat Yasaka. Obito thought excitedly, then shouted at Yasaka, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Chapter 19, Unknown. In the next moment, Uchiha Obito puffed out his cheeks, gathering all his chakra, intending to rely on this Great Fireball technique to achieve victory in one blow. Because while lying in the hospital, Obito had carefully considered that in close combat, Yasaka had plenty of ways to attack and defend. However, with this wide-range, non-physical type of attack, Obito couldn't imagine how Yasaka could defend against it. After all, he had never seen Yasaka use ninjutsu, assuming Yasaka was the type of ninja similar to taijutsu users. Ninja techniques that use body techniques or bladed weapons have a weakness, which is that they struggle against ranged, intangible ninjutsu. This is the method that Uchiha Obito came up with to deal with Yasaki. Unfortunately, when Mitsukami Shuji conducted the test yesterday afternoon, Uchiha Obito was not present, and no one informed him about the test situation. Otherwise, if Uchiha Obito had known that Yasaki had split the Great Fire of Sarutobi Asuma's fire release, ash pile burning, he definitely would not think that his fire release, Great Fireball technique could defeat Yasaki. Unfortunately, when Sarutobi Asuma was taken to the hospital yesterday, Uchiha Obito happened to be in the restroom, missing the chance to meet him. However, when Might Guy was admitted to the hospital, Uchiha Obito did encounter him. But at that time, Might Guy had not yet seen Yasaki split the flames. Again with fire release, it seems everyone thinks fire release can deal with me. Seeing Uchiha Obito's hand seals and posture, Yasaki knew that Uchiha Obito was going to use fire release, and he felt very helpless. Yesterday, Sarutobi Asuma thought fire release could defeat him, only to be taken out in one move. Now, another Uchiha Obito came, also thinking fire release could deal with him. Moreover, Yasaka has now learned a new skill called Steel Slash. Steel Slash is a slashing attack with wind attributes, although normally fire attributes counter wind attributes. It also depends on the strength of both sides, as a strong wind can extinguish a fire. At that moment, Yasaka combined the blade draw slash with the Steel Slash, creating a powerful attack with a single strike. In the next instant, Uchiha Obito unleashed a massive fireball with a diameter of 4 meters, nearly as tall as a 2-story building. The temperature around surged dramatically, scorching the nearby grass to the point of wilting. In front of the towering fireball, Yasaka's figure appeared extremely small. As the enormous, searing fireball was about to engulf Yasaka's tiny silhouette, Uchiha Obito felt increasingly proud and excited. He seemed to envision Yasaka being defeated and himself becoming the center of attention among the lower ninjas, achieving what no one else could. He imagined the adoring gaze of Noera Rin as she looked at him after witnessing his victory over Yasaka. He could almost see Yasaka gasping for breath, half kneeling on the ground, surrendering to him. And these scenarios will soon become reality. With a flash of steel, at that moment, Uchiha Obito heard the voice of Yasaka and couldn't help but sneer, thinking, even at this point, you're still stubbornly resisting. It's truly unreasonable. Swish! With a light sound, in Uchiha Obito's line of sight, the gigantic fireball, which was 2 stories high, actually split in half from the middle, instantly turning into 2 smaller fireballs that flew diagonally to the left and right. What? Uchiha Obito was taken aback, his eyes nearly popping out as if he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? Damn it! Uchiha Obito directly cursed on the spot. The fireball he produced had actually split in 2. What the hell is this? This situation completely refreshed Uchiha Obito's worldview and overturned his understanding, leaving his brain in a blank, frozen state for several seconds. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha Obito saw Yasaka holding something from the split in the fireball. From the way Yasaka held the knife, it was clearly a posture for a single strike. What? He actually cleaved the great fireball technique in half with 1 blow. How is that possible? Is this even real? Uchiha Obito couldn't believe it. He couldn't imagine that his trump card, the great fireball technique, could be so easily sliced in half by Yasaka. Can a knife really cut through flames now? Am I out of touch? Or is there something wrong with my eyes? Yes, this must be an illusion. That guy Yasaka, he actually learned illusion techniques secretly. I never thought that, as a member of the Uchiha clan with Sharingan, I would also fall for an illusion. Uchiha Obito immediately put his hands together with a clap and began to dispel the illusion. He followed what Sanjus HG taught in class, that if he could disrupt the balance of chakra in his body, he could break the illusion. So, Uchiha Obito directly controlled his chakra to flow in reverse within his body. Then the 2 streams of chakra collided, instantly causing a conflict, successfully disrupting the balance of chakra in his body. And he also suffered some internal injuries, spitting out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Spit. After spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, Uchiha Obito coughed twice and raised his head to look at Yasaka again. He saw Yasaka still standing there. And not far behind Yasaka, 2 large flames were still burning. Those were the flames produced when the great fireball, which had just been sliced in half by Yasaka, crashed to the ground. It had not yet burned out. What is going on? Why has the scene changed? Uchiha Obito was momentarily stunned, feeling a bit dazed. Because under normal circumstances, if an illusion is dispelled, the surrounding scene would change. But now everything was still the same as before, with no changes at all. I didn't expect Yasaka's illusion to be so powerful that I couldn't break it. And now, my spitting of blood is also part of the illusion? How embarrassing. As a member of the Uchiha clan who excels in illusion techniques, to be trapped by someone else's illusion one day. Uchiha Obito thought shamefully, and, at that moment, Yasaka had already stepped towards him. However, thinking he was still in the illusion, Uchiha Obito didn't mind. After all, it was just an illusion. What was there to fear? On the other hand, Yasaka was unaware that Uchiha Obito thought this was an illusion, and continued to approach him, feeling a bit puzzled. What was wrong with Uchiha Obito? Why did he look so indifferent and not retreat? Was he planning to engage me in a close combat showdown? So Yasaka directly accelerated towards Uchiha Obito. Chapter 20. Is it an illusion? Come on, it's just an illusion. What is there to be afraid of? At this moment, Uchiha Obito treated it all as if he were in a real dream, since it was just an illusion and he wouldn't die. What was there to fear? Therefore, Uchiha Obito stood still with his hands on his hips, watching Yasaka charge towards him. Strange, did the mental shock I inflicted on him last time damage his brain? That shouldn't be the case, but why does he look like a fool? Not even trying to dodge? While dashing forward, Yasaka was puzzled, but didn't pay much attention to it, continuing to charge. In the next second, he finally closed the distance to 3 meters from Uchiha Obito. This distance was enough for him to use the steel-cutting Flash S Wind blade to attack. Steel-cutting flash. Yasaka didn't think much and assumed Uchiha Obito still had some trump card up his sleeve, so he directly unleashed the steel-cutting flash for the first time. He swung the long sword, and a layer of light blue semi-transparent wind wave appeared on the blade, like a translucent sheath covering the sword surface. As he swung the sword, a crescent-shaped wind blade, about 2 meters long and as wide as a hand, was instantly unleashed, rushing towards Uchiha Obito with a distinctive buzzing wind sound. Why does this look so realistic with sound effects? Has Yasaka's illusion skills reached this level? Watching the wind blade rushing towards him, Uchiha Obito instinctively felt some fear. Even though he knew in his heart that it was all an illusion and fake, he still wanted to avoid the wind blade. Knowing it was an illusion, why did I still want to escape? Let me dodge first. The wind blade was getting closer, and Uchiha Obito's body trembled instinctively. Ultimately, he chose to evade, but when he suddenly leaned back to perform a bridge pose, it was already a bit late. Just as he leaned back, the wind blade had already reached him, barely grazing the tip of his nose. The feeling of that near miss made his body hair stand on end, and the instinctual fear of death caused him to waver slightly in his belief about the reality of the illusion. What a realistic feeling. Is this really an illusion? Uchiha Obito thought, as although many people could cast illusions, most of them only deceive the visual senses and part of the touch. Truly achieving a subtle tactile experience in an illusion that is nearly indistinguishable from reality is something only masters of illusion could accomplish. From what Uchiha Obito understood, only a few powerful members of the Uchiha clan who had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan could create illusions that made the tactile experience feel the same as in reality. At this moment, the illusion released by Yatsuka had a tactile sensation almost indistinguishable from reality, making Uchiha Obito feel as if he was not in an illusion at all. However, reality did not allow Uchiha Obito to think carefully. Just as the wind blade flew past the tip of his nose, another wind blade came flying towards him, this time vertically. If he didn't dodge, it would slice him in half, starting from his groin all the way to his head. Damn it, another one! Uchiha Obito shouted and immediately rolled on the ground, the wind blade slicing through the spot where he had just been, carving a deep and long trench in the earth. What the hell? Yatsuka, when did you secretly learn this illusion? It's too realistic, Uchiha Obito exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out as he saw the trench created by the wind blade, instinctively shouting out loud. Illusion? What are you talking about? I don't know any illusion techniques, Yatsuka replied, confused. He casually swung his arm again, sending 3 more wind blades towards Uchiha Obito. What? You don't know any illusion? Then are these wind blades real? Uchiha Obito stood frozen in shock, as it finally dawned on him that everything was in fact real. The slash that cut the great fireball was real, and those wind blades were real too. Why didn't you say so earlier? Uchiha Obito shouted, feeling a cold sweat break out on his back. Fortunately, he had relied on his instincts to dodge those 2 wind blades earlier. Otherwise, he would have already been sliced into several pieces by now. As he saw the 3 wind blades flying toward him, Uchiha Obito felt a surge of panic and quickly made a dodging motion, but the 3 wind blades were already very close to him, making his evasion feel a little too late. Get out of my way! At the critical moment, Uchiha Obito unexpectedly tapped into his potential, using his 2-tomo Sharingan to see the trajectory of the first wind blade. After predicting the outcome of his movements, he pushed his body up as if doing a push-up, but his feet did not touch the ground. Instead, he used his arms to support his entire body, lifting himself into the air. At that moment, the wind blade flew past his lower body, aimed at the arms he had propped on the ground. If he couldn't hold on at this moment and his body fell, he would be sliced in half by the wind blade. If he couldn't raise his arms to lift his entire body off the ground, his arms would be severed by the wind blade. At a critical moment, Uchiha Obito shouted loudly, his arm muscles tensing as he raised his arms, keeping his entire body parallel to the ground and half a meter above it. The next moment, the wind blade flew past the gap between Uchiha Obito and the ground. Seeing the wind blade pass by at such a close distance filled Uchiha Obito with a surge of fear. He was almost crippled, even facing death. However, before he could recover, a second wind blade followed closely behind. In a moment of crisis, Uchiha Obito once again utilized the characteristics of the Sharingan, nearly pushing the power of his double Tomo Sharingan to its limits. Observing the trajectory of the wind blade, he adjusted his posture and, in a nearly illogical manner, narrowly dodged the second wind blade. Seeing Uchiha Obito's posture at this moment, Yasaki exclaimed in surprise, Uchiha Obito actually knows yoga? At this time, the third wind blade flew towards Uchiha Obito, who had just landed, perfectly situated between the old strength fading and the new strength not yet arising. However, faced with the threat of death, Uchiha Obito once again unleashed his potential and forced himself to dodge most of the wind blade. Unfortunately, this time, Uchiha Obito was not as lucky as the previous 2 times. Chapter 21. Back to the hospital again. Although Uchiha Obito managed to evade most of the wind blade strike, he was still cut by the tip of the wind blade on his arm. In an instant, blood stained a large part of Uchiha Obito's sleeve, and he let out a scream before collapsing to the ground. I'm done, I concede. Uchiha Obito humiliatedly surrendered on the spot. Even though just a second ago, he had been fantasizing about using his fire release, great fireball technique, to make Yasaki concede, and becoming the first person in the history of Konoha to defeat Yasaki. Yet in the next second, he surrendered directly, leaving Uchiha Obito feeling extremely ashamed. There was nothing he could do because his carefully studied trump card, the fire release, great fireball technique, had been sliced apart by Yasaki. And now he was wounded by the wind blade. If they continued fighting, Yasaki might accidentally cut him in half. Are you really giving up? This is too easy. I haven't even warmed up yet. Seeing Uchiha Obito raise both hands in surrender, Yasaki immediately looked disappointed and lowered his sword. Damn it. Is this even human? It's driving me crazy. If I could beat him, I do really want to go up and give him a few punches and kicks. Uchiha Obito watched Yasaki walk towards him, thinking bitterly that there was no way around it. He couldn't compete with Yasaki. The gap between them was too large. Obito, you can't do this. You got defeated in an instant, without even a chance to fight back. What are we going to do about this? Yasaki said with a frown, which made Uchiha Obito's teeth itch in anger. He really wanted to jump up and punch Yasaki, but he was afraid that as soon as he jumped, Yasaki would slice him in half. So he had no choice but to bow his head onto the roof. Yasaki, don't get too smug. I lost to you today because I didn't eat enough breakfast this morning. I was a bit hungry, so my strength wasn't enough. I was a bit dazed, which is why I lost to you. If I had eaten enough, you wouldn't be my opponent at all. Uchiha Obito said fiercely. Upon hearing this, Yasaki's eyes immediately lit up. Is that so? Then go eat something. After you're full, we can fight again. Uchiha Obito slapped himself in the face, realizing he had just shot himself in the foot. He had just been cut. Was he really going to get cut again after eating? No, absolutely not. So Uchiha Obito quickly thought of a way out, pointing to his left arm. I was dazed because I didn't eat enough, which led to my injury. I can exert my full strength for a short time. Do you want to take advantage of my injury to defeat me and show off? Yasaki shook his head. What is the point of that? It's just bullying the weak, although you're weak yourself. When Yasaki said the first half of the sentence, Uchiha Obito thought Yasaki finally said something reasonable, but when he heard the latter half, he almost spat blood in anger again. Then let us continue our duel when you're healed, Yasaki said disappointedly, and then took Uchiha Obito to the hospital. At the hospital entrance, the security guard saw that Uchiha Obito had just been discharged less than 20 minutes ago and was injured again, revealing a shocked expression. Uchiha Obito, can't you stay away from the hospital? You just got discharged and are back in again? Hee, I'm just devoted to training. So as soon as I got discharged, I worked hard at it and got injured again. Hee, Uchiha Obito said awkwardly. Soon, the nurse who had discharged Uchiha Obito came back to apply medicine and change the bandages. How did you end up back here again? She asked while treating him. Don't mention it. I just got discharged and ran into a friend, then I ended up dueling him, and I got defeated, so I came back. Uchiha Obito said weakly. Being defeated by Yasaki this time really hurt him. He had thought he finally found a way to defeat Yasaki. But now he felt slapped in the face by reality, leaving him to question why Yasaki was so strong. Wasn't he this a bit beyond the standard? After sending Uchiha Obito to the hospital, Yasaka returned home alone, sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. He carefully recalled the details of using the steel flash technique earlier. Since it was his first time using steel flash in actual combat, he was a bit unskilled, but the results were still quite good. He managed to slice through Uchiha Obito's fire release, great fireball technique, and even sent out several wind blades. However, the speed of the wind blades was a bit slow, making it easy for opponents to dodge. Nevertheless, the cutting ability of the wind blades was decent. They merely grazed Obito's arm, but still caused a wound. If it had struck head-on, it would have definitely cut a person in half, essentially having the same effect as wind release, vacuum wave. However, this wind blade is just a small skill attached to the steel slash. If the blade of steel slash were to directly hit the enemy, the cutting power it could cause would be even more terrifying. This point requires finding an enemy to experiment with. After all, although Yasaka often injures people from his own Konoha village, he always stops short of causing serious harm. At most, he only inflicts minor injuries. However, when dealing with enemies from other ninja villages, there is no need to hold back. He can simply cut them in half with one strike. Therefore, Yasaka began to consider whether he should look for an opportunity to leave Konoha and see if he could find an enemy to test his skills on. On the other side, just as Yasaka was preparing to attack, Uchiha Obito was sent to the same hospital room as Asuma Sarutobi. Seeing Uchiha Obito enter, Asuma Sarutobi weakly greeted him. Obito, you're here too. Uchiha Obito sighed. Yeah, and I just got discharged half an hour ago, only to end up back here. Damn it. What happened? Asuma Sarutobi asked curiously. What else could happen? I got chopped up by Yasaka. Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth and said, So you were also taken down by Yasaka? Haha, what a coincidence. Asuma Sarutobi felt a sudden sense of joy upon hearing Uchiha Obito's words. The frustration from being defeated by Yasaka lightened significantly at that moment. Perhaps this was the effect of shared misfortune. So you were also brought in by Yasaka? What a pleasure to meet you. Uchiha Obito awkwardly smiled, lying back on a hospital bed. Chapter 22. United against a common enemy, when he heard that Asuma Sarutobi had also used a large-scale fire release technique to attack Yasaka, only to be cut down by him. Uchiha Obito let out a long sigh and collapsed onto the hospital bed. Why didn't anyone tell me about the test yesterday afternoon? Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so unlucky to use the great fireball technique to attack Yasaka. Uchiha Obito said, on the verge of tears. Next to him, Sarutobi Asuma lay on the bed with a blank expression, his spirit shaken by the impact he experienced yesterday. Although Yatsuka did not harm Sarutobi Asuma's spirit, he significantly damaged his psyche. Even after a day had passed, whenever Sarutobi Asuma closed his eyes, he would see the enormous sword that appeared in his spiritual world yesterday. The sight of that great sword made Sarutobi Asuma deeply aware of his own weakness, feeling like a tiny ant in front of Yatsuka. The vast gap between them felt as if it were the distance between heaven and earth, leading Sarutobi Asuma to question his life. The disparity between him and Yatsuka was indeed so immense. Seeing Sarutobi Asuma in such a state, his attending physician had already notified the third Hokage, hoping that the third Hokage could find a way to help improve Sarutobi Asuma's mental state. It was clear that Sarutobi Asuma's spirit was not the issue. He was primarily suffering from emotional trauma, resulting in severe psychological barriers, all due to the intense stimulation from the test yesterday afternoon. After all, Sarutobi Asuma was the son of the Hokage, a true prodigy, a typical second-generation official. Yet, he had lost so miserably, defeated so easily by Yatsuka. If the two had engaged in a fierce battle, Sarutobi Asuma lost due to a slight disadvantage. He would not have minded and would have been motivated to improve. However, the issue was that he had been instantly defeated by Yatsuka with a single strike, and it was clear that Yatsuka hadn't even used his full power. This disparity was something the proud Sarutobi Asuma found hard to accept, leading to his psychological distress. The hospital has already found a psychologist to treat Asuma Sarutobi, but the results are not good. Sigh, what can I say? What is there to accept? Losing to Yasaka is quite normal, isn't it? Didn't I just get discharged and got beaten back by Yasaka again? It's okay. Failure is the mother of success. The more you lose, the more you get used to it, Uchiha Obito comforted. Asuma Sarutobi still stared blankly at the ceiling, unmoved. Seeing him like that, Obito Uchiha sighed and lay on the bed. Although he had been injured by Yasaka, he didn't blame Yasaka at all. On the contrary, Obito felt that he had lost fair and square. It was simply because he was too weak, otherwise, how could he have been defeated? On the other side, Yasaka was walking down the street and passed by Ichiraka Ramen. Instinctively, he wanted to go in and try the new ramen again. But then he remembered that he only had one coupon left in his hand, and he had just eaten there twice yesterday. If he ate there again now, the bonus from the food would decrease due to eating the same type of food too frequently in a short period. So, he held back and decided not to eat ramen for now and look for something else delicious he hadn't tried yet. Just as Yasaka passed Ichiraka Ramen, he heard a sweet voice behind him. Yasaka-kun, you're here? Oh, it's Ayam. Yasaka turned around and greeted Ayam. The moment Ayam saw Yasaka, she immediately brightened up and ran over to him. Yasaka-kun, where are you going? Yasaka thought for a moment. He certainly couldn't say he was going to eat something else, since that would imply that the ramen at Ayam's place wasn't good. So, Yasaka quickly came up with an answer. I'm going to train, yes, training. Wow, Yasaka-kun, you're already so amazing, and you're still training hard. What a diligent person. Upon hearing that Yasaka was going to train, Ayam immediately looked at him with admiration, her eyes sparkling like thousands of stars, dazzling and bright. Well, even if I'm already quite strong, I still need to keep training, Yasaka said somewhat sheepishly. In reality, his idea of training was just going to eat delicious food because, for him, eating delicious food was the equivalent of training. So he wasn't wrong in saying that. It was just that others didn't know about his system. Yasaka-kun, can I? Ayam's voice got quieter as she spoke. What? Yasaka asked, feeling a bit confused by Ayam's behavior. Can I go see you train? Ayam gathered her courage and said loudly with her eyes closed. Why do you want to watch me train? Yasaka was puzzled. feeling that something was off with I am today. I just want to see, just say yes. I am boldly declared. Sure, Yasaka replied. He originally didn't want to say yes. After all, his so-called training method was just indulging in food, not any serious training. However, since he often ate at Ichiraka Ramen, he felt it was a bit rude to refuse her, so he had no choice but to agree. That's great. Yasaka-kun, you're so nice. Upon hearing that Yasaka allowed her to watch him train, Ayam was overjoyed and started jumping up and down. Is it really that exciting? Yasaka thought to himself as he watched Ayam bounce around. Thus, instead of strolling through the food street as he had planned, Yasaka, out of consideration for appearances, had to lead Ayam to a training ground. If it were someone else, he would have already drawn his sword and shouted, I'm training. What are you doing here? Get lost. So, Yasaka suppressed his urge to drool as he passed by the food street, inhaling the aromas of various dishes while casually chatting with Ayam. Yasaka-kun, I heard you sliced Asuma Sarutobi's fire jutsu in one strike yesterday. That's amazing. It's a shame I couldn't see it in person. How'd you do it? I can't even imagine slicing through flames. Yasaka smiled and replied, That's the beauty of the swordsmanship. Once you reach a certain level, not only can you slice through flames, but you can even cut through waterfalls. Yasaka said confidently, and Ayam was so captivated by his charming profile that she couldn't take her eyes off him. So cool. Ayam felt her heart racing as she looked at Yasaka and asked, Yasaka, it seems there aren't any teachers specifically teaching swordsmanship at the ninja school. How come your swordsmanship is so powerful? Yasaka thought for a moment. He couldn't just say he had a system, so he answered, Well, it's like having innate strength. I naturally have a talent for swordsmanship, so it just came naturally to me. I play to my strengths and specialize in swordsmanship. Ayam instinctively said, It must be because your father was very skilled in swordsmanship, so you inherited this talent from him. As soon as she said that, Ayam regretted it, because Yasaka's father had already passed away. Mentioning his father would surely remind Yasaka of him. The moment she realized what she had said, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand, panicking. Oh no, how could I be so stupid? Now that I've said that, Yasaka-kun will definitely think of his father. What if he gets sad? I'm really foolish. Before Ayam could change the subject, Yasaka chuckled and said, Yeah, I must have inherited my father's talent, right? Ha! Yasaka suddenly found Ayam's comment to be quite good. It perfectly solved his system issue. In the future, when someone asked him why he was so good at swordsmanship despite not having a teacher, he could say it was a talent passed down from his father. Yasaka had no feelings for his father, whom he had never met. After all, he was not a person from this world. How could he have any feelings for a father who was completely not his? Naturally, he just used it for consumption. Soon, the two arrived at a training ground, a clearing in a small grove about the size of a small square. On one side were several wooden stakes for practicing throwing shurikens and kunai, while the other side had a few large stones for resting. Once they arrived, Yasaka felt a bit at a loss, simply because he had never trained before and had no idea how to train. However, seeing Ayam beside him, he came up with an idea and said to her, Ayam, in a moment, you throw small stones at me quickly, and I will use my sword to shatter them one by one to train my reaction ability. You should be able to do that, right? Ayam was mesmerized by Yasaka's face and momentarily did not react to what he said. It wasn't until Yasaka asked again that Ayam came to her senses and quickly nodded in agreement like a chick pecking at rice. Then, Yasaka went back and forth several times to bring many small stones to Ayam's feet, then threw them to the other side, drew his sword, and assumed a combat stance. Shouting to Ayam, All right, we can start. Ayam picked up a small stone, weighed it in her hand, and asked with some concern, Will this hurt Yasaka-kun? What if I accidentally hurt Yasaka-kun? It won't. Do you doubt my strength? Yasaka waved his hand dismissively. Ayam had no choice but to comply. Yasaka-kun, I'm going to throw it now, okay? Ayam called out, and Yasaka made an okay gesture with his hand. So Ayam took a deep breath, held the small stone in her hand, and threw it towards Yasaka. With a whoosh, the small stone sped towards Yasaka, leaving a series of afterimages, racing towards him like a bullet. The speed was so fast that if a member of the Uchiha clan were present using the Sharingan, they would be able to see the air shockwave around the surface of the stone. Wow, so fast. Yasaka was taken aback. Thinking that Ayam throwing stones would be at an ordinary person's speed, he never expected the small stone thrown by Ayam to be so fast. He immediately swung his sword, and a flash of white light passed by, followed by a snap sound, as two black shadows flew past him on either side. Puff, puff. Then, two soft sounds came from behind Yasaka, and when he turned around, he saw two halves of small stones that had fallen to the ground. He didn't expect Ayam to have such skill. The speed of the thrown stones was so fast that if they hit a person, they would instantly cause serious injury. Yasaka's mouth twitched as he looked at Ayam, and for a moment, his expression changed. He never thought that Uncle Ichiraka's daughter would be so powerful. It was truly unexpected. If his daughter had such strength, one could only imagine how strong Uncle Ichiraka himself was. Yasaka was filled with surprise, while Ayam, watching Yasaka easily slice through the small stones, had stars in her eyes. So cool. His sword-swinging posture is just incredibly handsome. Ayam, keep going, Yasaka shouted when he noticed Ayam staring at him instead of continuing to throw stones, feeling somewhat bewildered. Oh, okay, I'm throwing now. Ayam quickly nodded, then grabbed a handful of small stones and quickly threw them at Yasaka. Seeing this situation, Yasaka's expression became serious. He didn't expect Ayam to be so focused on him, directly throwing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 small stones. Was this testing his strength? As a number 1 ninja in Konoha, and a man who frequently ate at Ichiraka's ramen and had a good relationship with Uncle Ichiraka, Yasaka absolutely could not disappoint Ayam. So Yasaka's gaze sharpened. A glint flashed in his eyes, his right arm's muscles tensed up, his right hand gripped the sword hilt tightly, eyes fixed on the 8 small stones flying towards him. His brain rapidly calculating the distance of each small stone from his position, predicting the order in which each stone would reach him and the delay in his sword swing. The next moment, he let out a loud shout, and his sword swung up violently, slicing out a dazzling white light. With a series of rapid bangs, 7 small stones were sliced into 2 halves in quick succession, transforming into 14 small stones that flew to either side of Yasaka. Huff! Yasaka exhaled. The consecutive sword swings were quite a test for him, because the flying speed of those 7 small stones was incredibly fast, almost matching that of 7 bullets. Therefore, the difficulty of slicing through 7 bullets in an instant was not easy, even for Yasaka. Fortunately, he hit all of them and didn't miss a single one. Yasaka thought to himself with satisfaction. On the other side, Champu was excited. She never expected that Yabasaka could continuously cut through 7 small stones. It was truly impressive, especially since she had just panicked and thrown a handful without much thought. Chapter 24. Confused Kakashi, it seemed that Yabasaka had effortlessly shattered the 7 small stones. Since that was the case, I'll add a few more, Champu thought. After some consideration, she picked up another large handful of small stones from the ground and cupped her hand in a trumpet shape, gently calling out to Yabasaka, "Yabasaka, I'm going to throw them now. Here they come." Yabasaka got ready, his muscles tensed, his gaze fixed intently on the small stones in Champu's hand. Initially, Yabasaka hadn't taken Champu seriously, but now he regarded her as a remarkably skilled shuriken master. Practicing against someone like her would greatly enhance his slicing technique and combat experience. In the next moment, Champu bit her lip lightly, her brows furrowed as if she was holding her breath. She swung her right arm and forcefully threw the large handful of stones towards Yabasaka. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A series of small stones flew towards Yabasaka like bullets from a machine gun, filling the air with a continuous whooshing sound. Yabasaka's expression turned serious. This time, he was genuinely facing a significant challenge. Dozens of stones, moving at bullet-like speed, were hurtling towards him, creating considerable pressure. Just the right moment to test my steel cutting flash. In the next moment, Yabasaka stepped forward, adopting a bow stance on the ground. His right arm's muscles contracted, generating immense power as he swung his sword forcefully in front of him. The sound of slicing wind filled the air as Yabasaka rapidly swung his sword, creating a wall of impenetrable wind blades in front of him. In the next instant, a series of thuds echoed as the stones shot at Yabasaka were struck by countless wind blades, instantly turning into numerous fragments. These fragments continued to fly towards Yabasaka like bullets from shotgun. However, when they reached about a meter away from him, they were stopped by an even stronger gust of wind, landing just in front of Yabasaka. The sound of clattering filled the air as countless small fragments fell to the ground, forming a small pile of stones. This is thrilling. I almost got hit by the stones. Just this one throwing technique could defeat most genin, Yabasaka thought to himself. He had always believed Champu was just an ordinary girl, but now he realized that might not be the case. Her strength could be quite comparable to his. On the other side, Champu looked at Yabasaka with excitement, thinking that he was amazing for being able to shatter more than 10 stones at once. His reaction speed and the speed of his sword swings were simply godlike. At the same time, that one person was throwing stones and another was chopping stones. In a distant training ground, another young man was also training hard. Earth release, earth flow wall technique. With a light shout from the young man, a 5-meter long, 3-meter high, half-meter wide earthen wall suddenly rose from the ground, blocking in front of him. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A massive water dragon surged out from the nearby river, but quickly dissipated into a large pool of water, splashing back into the river. Panting heavily, the young man knelt on the ground, his chakra nearly exhausted. Damn it, this isn't enough. I need to be stronger. At this level, I can't withstand that guy's attacks. Kakashi thought fiercely. After witnessing Yasaka slice through flames yesterday, Kakashi was left utterly shocked, even dreaming that night of using fire release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet against Yasaka, only to be sliced apart by him. The scene where Yasaka cut through the flames in front of everyone truly stunned many, including their teacher, Mikami Shuji, who was also very surprised since there had never been a precedent for such a feat. No one had ever imagined that a single slice could cut through the intangible flames. It was completely beyond human comprehension. I can't fall. I need to defeat Yasaka. I can't slack off now. Feeling his body's fatigue, Kakashi, who had nearly collapsed several times, gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand, but stumbled and fell back to the ground. Your body has reached its limit. What you need now is rest, not to push yourself. Only a strong body can make you stronger. At that moment, a voice came from behind Kakashi. Startled, he immediately recognized the voice and replied without turning around, "Got it, Dad." The speaker was none other than Kakashi's father, Hatake Tsukumo, known as the Leaf's White Fang. He was a rather handsome middle-aged man with ash-white hair like Kakashi's, carrying a short blade on his back, which was his weapon, White Fang, the source of his nickname. Hatake Tsukumo crouched beside Kakashi, looking at the uneven ground pockmarked by ninjutsu, and smiled, saying, "You were shocked by that guy Yasaka, weren't you?" Kakashi paused for a moment before nodding. "Yes. He sliced through the flames yesterday afternoon, which really shocked me. I feel like the gap between us is getting bigger." Hatake Tsukumo smiled and said, "Yasaka excels in slicing techniques, so he specializes in them, digging deep into that path and reaching a very high level. That's his strength. Many people, however, don't really know what they are good at, so they don't focus their energy on one thing." After hearing Tsukumo's words, Kakashi pondered, thinking to himself that Yasaka excelled in slicing techniques, developing them to the extreme while he wondered what he was good at. For a moment, Kakashi fell into confusion. Perhaps sensing Kakashi's bewilderment, Hatake Tsukumo patted his shoulder. "I won't say more about this. You need to think for yourself. After all, I can't bind you for life. Some things are best discovered on your own." With that, Hatake Tsukumo stood up and left the training ground, leaving Kakashi sitting on the ground, looking bewildered. On the other side, Yasaka had finished his training of chopping stones with Shibu, leaving a large pile of stones split in half on the ground. "Yasaka-kun, you're amazing," Shibu said with a smiling face as she looked at Yasaka. Chapter 25. The third Hokage's mouth ninjutsu. "Haha. I'm okay, Yasaka replied with a grin. Being looked at by Shibu like that made him a little shy. He could directly draw his sword and attack an enemy without hesitation. And he could also start a fight with classmates, but he couldn't do the same with Shibu. After they trained for a while longer, they strolled along the riverbank, chatting for a bit until it was past 7 in the evening. Yasaka then took Shibu back to Ichiraka Ramen before heading home himself. On the other side, upon learning that his son was in a state of depression, the third Hokage reluctantly came to the hospital and took Asuma Sarutobi outside. The two arrived at a vacant training ground. Asuma sat on a stump, his head lowered and his expression gloomy. The third Hokage lit a cigarette, took a puff, and sighed, "Are you still worrying about yesterday's test?" Asuma remained silent for a moment before nodding. Even now, the image of that overwhelming giant blade could not be erased from Asuma's mind, its presence haunting him and causing him severe mental distress. The third Hokage understood Asuma's state, as he had faced a similar situation in the past. "I had an experience like yours many years ago, when I had just become a jonin. I was already one of the best among my peers, so I was a very proud person. However, at the height of my confidence, I encountered someone." "Who?" Asuma asked curiously, finally showing an expression different from his previous despondency, having worn a look of disappointment since yesterday. The third Hokage took another puff of his cigarette, exhaled a smoke ring, and with a complex expression began to speak slowly. "His name was Uchiha Madara." "What?" the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara? Asuma exclaimed in surprise, disbelief written all over his face. He never expected that his father had met Uchiha Madara, who was a figure on par with the first Hokage. A true powerhouse, albeit one who had died many years ago, with many people having forgotten about him. At this moment, the third Hokage continued. Back then, I was young and impulsive, so I proposed a sparring match with him, and we fought. What was the outcome? Asuma asked with curiosity. The third Hokage chuckled self-deprecatingly, shrugged, and replied, what else could it be? It was a crushing defeat. I was completely overpowered. I gave it my all, but he was just holding back, and I couldn't even break through his defenses. What? He was that formidable? The gap was that wide? Asuma said in shock. In his eyes, his father was the Hokage, and even though he was young back then, he should have been quite strong. He never expected that he couldn't even break through his opponent's defenses. How strong must that opponent have been? Asuma continued. At that time, I was completely shaken by him. Whenever I closed my eyes, I would see the scene of him defeating me. For a whole month, I was like that, unable to sleep well at night, often having nightmares about being defeated by Uchiha Madara, waking up in a panic in the middle of the night. That time was truly a very dark period in my life. After a pause, the third Hokage continued, but later I came to understand. It was simply because I was too weak, and if I could work hard to become stronger, I wouldn't have to suffer such a crushing defeat again. So I got over it. If others can become that strong, why can't I? So, in reality, this is a manifestation of shattered confidence. As long as you can regain your confidence, you can overcome this problem. The third Hokage said to Asuma. Asuma, as if realizing something, said, can I really defeat Yatsuka? The third Hokage laughed heartily. If you don't even dare to think about it, how are you any different from a coward? If you can't even think about it, then you'll never defeat him in your lifetime. Is that so? Right now, I don't even dare to think about it. If I feel this way, will I never be able to defeat Yatsuka? Asuma said in silence. At this moment, the third Hokage patted Asuma on the shoulder and gently said, victory and defeat are common in a ninja's life. There's an old saying, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Just because you can't win now doesn't mean you won't be able to in the future. But if you give up now, then you'll truly never be able to defeat him. I understand. Asuma suddenly had a glimmer of determination in his eyes, as if he had realized something, his voice carrying a hint of certainty. He had begun to grasp some of the truths from the third Hokage's words, and at this moment he felt revitalized, filled with motivation. Suddenly, Asuma stood up from the stump, his eyes shining with determination, and said to the third Hokage, I will work hard and train diligently. One day, I will definitely defeat Yatsuka. Haha, that's the spirit. How can you be disheartened by one failure? A ninja is someone who endures. If you lack the courage to bear hardships and rise again, then you don't deserve to be a ninja. A ninja is someone who can endure pain, and for a goal, they will hold on to their beliefs and endure all hardships to achieve it. After a pause, the third Hokage continued, and our belief in the Leaf Village is, of course, the will of fire. This time, the joint friendship competition of the 5 great nations is an opportunity for other countries to witness our will of fire. Asuma, you must perform well and not bring shame to our Leaf Village. Let those ninjas from other countries see that the people of the Leaf Village are not to be trifled with. I will definitely not disgrace the Leaf Village. Asuma nodded vigorously, his eyes regaining confidence. He had stepped out of the shadow of losing to Yatsuka. The third Hokage truly was a master of persuasion. Someone who speaks of the will of fire everywhere could easily inspire a genin like Asuma. Therefore, the third Hokage was very satisfied with his own persuasive skills, as just a few simple words had cured Asuma's heartache. Unfortunately, his words could never persuade Yatsuka. Without the temptation of delicious food, Yatsuka would most likely not participate in this friendship competition. Chapter 26. The essence of the competition, seeing Asuma filled with fighting spirit again. The third Hokage felt a bit more at ease. After all, he was his son, and how could he not care? In theory, Asuma's strength was already among the best at the genin level. Even compared to Kakashi Hitaki, who was known as a genius, he was not far behind. The third Hokage believed that at Asuma's age, his own strength had not yet reached Asuma's level. However, the awkwardness was that Asuma, Kakashi, and other geniuses were born in the wrong time. There were geniuses, but there were those who were even more genius, and that was Yatsuka. Yatsuka was indeed someone the third Hokage valued highly. His strength had completely surpassed the genin level, and even some jonin could not defeat Yatsuka, which genuinely shocked the third Hokage. After all, his disciple Orochimaru had been injured by Yatsuka and had to stay in the hospital for a month. Regarding Yatsuka's tremendous growth and strength, the third Hokage felt very gratified, especially since Yatsuka's father had contributed so much to the Leaf Village and ultimately sacrificed his life, entrusting Yatsuka to the third Hokage before he died. Therefore, while the third Hokage did not always keep an eye on Yatsuka, he raised him like a godson. Thus, with Yatsuka's strength growing, the third Hokage was very happy, not only because it could enhance the strength of the Leaf Village, but also due to emotional factors. As for the current Yagasaka, his strength has completely surpassed that of the lower and middle ninjas. Therefore, although Sarutobi Asuma and others are considered outstanding in the lower ninja circle, they truly fall short in front of Yagasaka. Hence, during this joint friendship tournament of the 5 Kages, the third Hokage still has high expectations for Sarutobi Asuma. While winning the championship is impossible, placing in the top 10 is still achievable, especially with his Hokage father personally guiding him, which naturally enhances his strength. Reflecting on this joint friendship tournament, the third Hokage sighed inwardly. The situation is not as easy as he previously conveyed to Yagasaka. This joint friendship tournament is actually hosted primarily by Konoha, aimed at showcasing national strength, flexing muscles, and demonstrating power. The reason for holding this tournament is not genuinely for friendship, but for other reasons. This is because it has just been 10 years since the end of the Second Shinobi World War, and various ninja villages are still in a phase of rebuilding and development. The Second Shinobi World War was extremely brutal, with many excellent ninjas lost from each village. Among the 5 Kages have died, the Raikage was ambushed by the Golden and Silver brothers during the alliance ceremony and succumbed to his injuries, while the Hokage acted as bait, fighting against over 20 elite Nin led by the Golden and Silver brothers, ultimately exhausting himself to death. It was at that time that the third Hokage stepped forward and was appointed as the third Hokage by the second Hokage. Both the Tsuchikage and the Suiton Kage died during that period, and they died in a mutual destruction. Therefore, aside from the Wind Kage, who survived by luck, all the Kages of the other 4 nations perished, which is enough to illustrate the severity of that Shinobi World War. Moreover, it wasn't just Ing who died. Many other elites also perished. For example, the parents of the Scorpion from the Land of Wind were killed by Hatake Kakashi's father, Hatake Tsukumo, who earned the title of Konoha's White Fang because of that battle. The Hidden Leaf Village also suffered heavy losses. Tsunade's brother, Nawaki, fell into an ambush and mistakenly entered an enemy explosive tag trap, which resulted in his immediate death from the explosion. After his death, the enemy even removed his organs. It is reported that people from the Land of Wind wanted to hollow out Nawaki's organs to make a human puppet, but before they could complete it, they were discovered by the people of the Leaf Village. This led to them retrieving the already hollowed-out corpse of Nawaki. This also led to Tsunade's mental state being severely affected, resulting in her developing a fear of blood. Not only that, but Tsunade's boyfriend, Dan Cat, also died in this war. Dan was ambushed and attacked by the enemy, and his kidneys were blown away on the spot, even though Tsunade rushed to his side. Her remarkable medical skills could not save his life. Therefore, the sacrifices of these two, one brother and one lover, greatly impacted Tsunade, leaving her in despair, drinking heavily every day. If it weren't for Jiraiya and Orochimaru constantly comforting her, Tsunade might still be trapped in the shadows of that time. Thus, it can be said that Konoha was both the winner and the loser of the Second Shinobi World War. In terms of results, Konoha won. But from a long-term and strategic perspective, Konoha lost. If Dan Cat had not died back then, he would likely have been prepared to succeed the third Hokage as the fourth Hokage by now. Moreover, the geographical location of Konoha Village is also very special. On the positive side, it is situated in the center of the land, at the heart of the world. On the negative side, Konoha Village borders the 4 great nations and is surrounded by dozens of small countries. If a war breaks out, Konoha Village will undoubtedly be affected and may even get drawn into a world war. Therefore, Konoha Village's geographical position dictates that it must possess strong military power, otherwise, it will eventually be invaded and destroyed by other nations. This current point in time is quite special. Why? Because at this moment, major countries are in a state of rebuilding after the Second Shinobi World War, during which they suffered significant losses in personnel. Therefore, if war were to be initiated again now, it could catch the opponent off guard. Additionally, since the opposing side has not yet replenished its talent pool, they may be short on manpower and could potentially suffer a devastating blow. For these reasons, the third Hokage had to consider the current situation of Konoha, which is why the 5 Kage joint friendship tournament was organized. On the surface, It is to strengthen communication and enhance friendship. In reality, the purpose is to let other countries witness the strength of the hidden leaf village and the potential of its next generation. To warn those nations not to provoke the leaf village, or else they will be crushed. This is the true intention of the third Hokage. Therefore, the third Hokage places particular importance on this upcoming competition for Chunin, and among them, the most significant is naturally Yasaka. The third Hokage even considers Yasaka as the hidden leaf's trump card, which will surely shock other countries at that time. At this moment, Yasaka naturally did not know about these complex political matters. He was fast asleep, dreaming of eating various exquisite delicacies from the human world, with the system endlessly showering him with rewards. Chapter 27. The use of Zhang after the previous stone-throwing practice with Changpu. Yasaka gained a deeper understanding of the application of Zhang Zhang can be used as a powerful slashing attack at close range. In mid-range situations, it can also serve as a large-scale attack method and can even be used for defense, for example, against a barrage of shurikens or other flying projectiles thrown by the opponent. At this moment, one can directly use the wind blade technique to unleash a large number of wind blades to knock down those hidden weapons. The core aspect of the wind blade technique is actually wind control, utilizing the sharp properties of wind to attack and achieve the effect of cutting through steel. Therefore, it is essentially an alternative use of wind attributes, and its essence is fundamentally the same as that of attribute transformation. My guy, who was previously defeated in an instant by Yasaka, has now woken up in the hospital. Unlike Kakashi and Asuma Sarutobi, he is very optimistic and possesses a tenacious spirit that refuses to give up. Therefore, he didn't fall into despair like Asuma after being defeated by Yasaka. On the contrary, after being defeated by Yasaka, Might Guy is even more filled with fighting spirit and passion, vowing to make defeating Yasaka his goal. This also differs from the original work where Might Guy aimed at Kakashi. In this life, due to the addition of Yasaka, the entire timeline and character relationships have changed somewhat. Yasaka is indeed very strong, but Might Guy, will not give up because of that. One day, I will surpass Yasaka. This is youth. Might Guy shouted loudly, then instinctively performed a whirlwind kick, accidentally shattering the light bulb above his head. Might Guy, what have you done this time? An angry nurse stormed in from the corridor. On the other side, after practicing throwing stones with Yasaka, Shobu's communication with Yasaka had noticeably loosened up. Previously, she was very shy when talking to Yasaka, but now she was much more generous. Otsutsuki Ichiraku smiled slightly at the sight of his daughter returning in high spirits, recalling his first date with his wife when he was young. Today's youth really brings back memories. Lost in thought, Otsutsuki Ichiraku suddenly remembered the half-black, half-white face that called itself Zetsu, and a cold light flashed in his eyes as he thought, "Whoever dares to disturb my life, let them die." A week had passed since Yasaka was summoned by the third Hokage. On that noon, while drinking tea in the office, the third Hokage suddenly remembered something. Right? The first stage of the competition will arrange an exam, ostensibly to test the contestants' theoretical knowledge, but in reality, it's to assess their ability to gather intelligence. Can Yasaka handle it? The third Hokage couldn't help but feel a headache. He acknowledged Yasaka's combat power, as he was unbeatable against lower ninjas. But when it came to gathering intelligence, he wasn't too optimistic about Yasaka. The reason was simple. From the beginning, Yasaka had only demonstrated his swordsmanship, and the third Hokage couldn't figure out how one could gather intelligence without being detected by the enemy, using just swordsmanship. Thus, the third Hokage specifically called Yasaka. "Hello, Yasaka? What are you doing?" Yasaka mumbled while eating a rice bowl. I have a question to ask you." "Go ahead, what's the question?" "If you wanted to gather intelligence on the enemy, how would you do it without alerting anyone?" The third Hokage asked over the phone. Without thinking, Yasaka replied, "You're the Hokage. You don't know this kind of thing? Why are you asking me?" On the other end, the third Hokage almost slammed the phone down in frustration, but then thought that Yasaka was the trump card to show off to the other four great nations. So he calmed down and said, "I'm asking about you. If it were you, what would you do?" On the line, Yasaka swallowed a mouthful of rice, thought for a moment, and answered, "Of course. I just kill the enemy directly and leave one alive to ask." Upon hearing Yasaka's answer, the third Hokage's head was filled with black lines. This was too ridiculous. He was suggesting a loud and bold approach. However, the third Hokage thought again that if he could swiftly eliminate the other enemies without making noise and leave one alive, that wouldn't be impossible. But that method clearly couldn't be used for the exam. So, the third Hokage asked again, well, what if you were in the exam? You don't know the answer, but you must pass, and someone around you knows the answer? How would you get that person's answer without alerting the proctor? Yasaka thought for a moment. This actually stumped him because he always solved problems with a direct sword, and there was nothing a sword couldn't solve. If there was, then two swords would do. But if he couldn't kill anyone, he really didn't know what to do for a moment. Well, I don't know that. But I could contact the proctor privately after handing him my paper and threaten him that if he doesn't pass me, I'll chop him. That's a good method, Yasaka replied, feeling excited about his cleverness. Upon hearing Yasaka's response, the third Hokage felt like banging his head against the wall. This was too absurd. He was essentially suggesting outright cheating. It seemed that Yasaka had little chance of obtaining intelligence through any discreet means. What to do? Yasaka was the strongest contestant from their Leaf village, but if he couldn't pass the first written exam, where would that leave the Leaf's reputation? Moreover, if he were eliminated due to failing the written test, even though there were talented lower ninjas like Kakashi, the lower ninjas from other countries were not all pushovers. Some were also geniuses. At that time, the third Hokage couldn't guarantee that they would secure the championship. Therefore, it was crucial to ensure Yasaka passed the first written exam. There were no ifs, he had to pass. However, canceling the written test was not an option, as it had been unanimously discussed during a previous meeting of the five Kage, aiming to ensure that ninjas were not just brawn, but also had the ability to gather intelligence, which was an essential quality. Thus, the written test could not be canceled. They could only think of another way. Did it mean they had to give Yasaka the answers in advance to let him cheat? Thinking of this, the third Hokage felt a headache coming on again since the exam questions were only released the night before the exam, and he doubted Yasaka could memorize the answers in one night. Chapter 28, Astonishment. But he also couldn't let Yasaka be eliminated, which made the third Hokage feel very troubled. After thinking it over, he finally decided to have Mizuki Shusui help Yasaka with the exam questions since he would also be involved in drafting the questions. He would tell Mizuki Shusui the questions he created, and then have Mizuki explain them to Yasaka. This way, Yasaka could at least score a 20 or 30 on the exam. As for the remaining questions, they were all of similar types, just different variations of the same core concepts, so as long as Yasaka grasped the core ideas, passing would not be a problem. The third Hokage immediately called for Mizuki Shusui and explained for a long time before Mizuki ran off to find Yasaka. Normally, Yasaka would not follow Mizuki Shusui to study for the exam. However, considering that winning the competition would mean he could eat the legendary delicious taiyaki and the third Hokage's family recipe for golden beef noodle soup, Yasaka patiently began to study with Mizuki Shusui. The scene of Yasaka studying earnestly left the other students utterly dumbfounded, as if they had seen an alien, their eyes almost popping out. What? Am I blind? Or have I fallen under some illusion? That guy Yasaka is actually studying seriously. What the hell? Inuzuka jinked and said with a ghostly expression, "You have to punch me. I must be dreaming. How could Yasaka possibly be studying seriously? I must be dreaming," Iruka said, wide-eyed and in disbelief. Without a word, Inuzuka jinked directly punched Iruka in the face. Bang! Iruka was knocked down to the ground and immediately looked at Yasaka, who was sitting in a chair seriously solving problems, his face stunned. "I'm really not dreaming. Is the sun rising from the west?" It wasn't just the two of them who were shocked. By this time, quite a few people had been drawn over, and without realizing it, a crowd had gathered by the side of the classroom, including Noera Rin and Yugir. "Wow, Yasaka-kun is actually studying seriously. He really is my idol. He looks so cool while studying," Noera Rin said with sparkling eyes, while Yugir also looked at Yasaka with starry eyes. She had previously thought Yasaka looked cool during battles, but now she realized that he also looked very cool while studying. What's going on? Why has Yasaka suddenly started studying seriously? At this moment, Tsukikage Shippu squeezed out from the crowd, also looking dumbfounded as he asked, "I don't know, maybe he suddenly fell in love with studying?" Anda Kurai answered from his side. What kind of answer is that?" "It's like not answering at all," Tsukikage Shippu said, feeling speechless. Yasaka, who was focused on memorizing the questions, was unaware that she was being watched by a group of people. At this moment, in front of him lay a paper filled with more than 10 questions and their corresponding answers. For example, if Ninja A throws a shuriken at a 30-degree angle, at what distance and angle should Ninja B throw another shuriken to deflect the one thrown by Ninja A? Or if there is a forest ahead, what situations should you be aware of when entering it, and so on. These were all very complicated and high difficulty questions. The answers alone took up 7 or 8 lines, or even a large chunk of text. As a result, from morning until now, Yatsuka had only managed to memorize the answer to the first question, and looking further ahead, there were still large blocks of text, making Yatsuka feel overwhelmed. Damn, it's so hard to memorize, but if I don't pass the first written exam, I can't participate in the subsequent competition. The third Hokage said this was to test a ninja's ability to gather intelligence. While that's reasonable, if I could just directly take out the enemy and push through, wouldn't I need to be sneaky? I really don't want to memorize these questions, but for the sake of the third Hokage's family recipe for golden beef noodles, I'm going all out. At this moment, Yatsuka suddenly remembered what Jiraiya had mentioned before, the special shadow shield used for peeping at girls while they bathe, which seemed pretty powerful, but unfortunately, I don't know how to use it. With a frustrated expression, Yatsuka bit his pen and continued to memorize the questions. At this moment, Mikami Shuji, who had gone out to use the restroom, returned and saw a large group of people in the classroom gathered around Yasaka from a distance. He immediately felt a bit anxious. If someone disturbed Yasaka while he was memorizing answers, leading to Yasaka not being able to recall them, he would be the one blamed by the third Hokage. Therefore, Mikami Shuji tiptoed over. Irika saw Mikami Shuji and was about to greet him. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he saw Mikami Shuji make a gesture. Irika immediately shut his mouth, and the others around them understood and also remained silent. Keep it down. We mustn't disturb Yasaka. Otherwise, I'll make him throw shurikens 500 times. Mikami Shuji said with a fierce expression in a low voice. At this moment, Kakashi quietly asked Mikami Shuji, "Sensei, why did Yasaka suddenly start studying? Are you hiding something from us?" Mikami Shuji's expression darkened. Sure enough, it was Kakashi. No wonder he was called a genius. With that brain of his, he could already deduce some clues without even being told anything. Thinking of this, Mikami Shuji felt speechless. Just look at Kakashi and his intelligence, his battle IQ. This was precisely the ability to gather intelligence. He noticed something was off just from Yasaka's unusual seriousness in studying. Then he glanced at Yasaka, who had only managed to memorize one answer after a whole morning. Mikami Shuji really wanted to smack Yasaka with a blackboard eraser, but unfortunately, he wanted to live a few more years, and he couldn't beat Yasaka. So Mikami Shuji said to Kakashi, "There are some things going on, but I can't tell you yet. You'll find out soon enough, so don't think about it for now." Then Mikami Shuji quietly said to the others, "Let's go. In 5 seconds, whoever is still within my sight will throw shurikens 500 times. Run." Narashikamaru quietly shouted, "Let's go," and was the first to jump out of the window and run away. With Shiranui Jankan leading the way, the others all rushed out of the classroom in a frenzy. Soon, only Mikami Shuji and Yasaki remained in the classroom. "Yasaki, how's the memorization going?" Mikami Shuji asked with a friendly smile. "Not bad. I've memorized half of the second question." Yasaki replied excitedly. "What?" Mikami Shuji exclaimed inwardly, feeling a wave of dizziness. "What do you mean you've only memorized 1.5 questions this whole morning? What the hell?" Mikami Shuji's blood pressure skyrocketed on the spot. Chapter 29. Why Not Mikami Shuji felt like he was about to faint. At this rate, by the time the friendship competition ends, Yasaki might not even have it all memorized. Moreover, Mitsukami Shuji was very skeptical. After Yasaki memorized the answer to the last question, would he still remember the answers to the previous questions? Mitsukami Shuji already had an answer in his heart. "Oh my God, have mercy on me." Mitsukami Shuji felt a wave of speechlessness. Why did the third Hokage send him to complete this task? Could they not change the person assigned to this? At that moment, Mitsukami Shuji, with a fleeting mindset and a stroke of luck, boldly asked Yasaki a question. "Yasaki, do you still remember the answer to the first question?" Yasaki thought for a moment, nodded, and said, "I can't remember." "What?" Mitsukami Shuji felt like his brain was about to explode in that instant. "Why do you not? If you can't remember, shouldn't you shake your head? Why do you not?" The moment Yasaki nodded, a glimmer of hope burst forth in Mitsukami Shuji's eyes, as if heaven was favoring him, thinking that Yasaki actually hadn't forgotten the answer to the first question. However, just as the light of hope rose in Mitsukami Shuji's heart, Yasaki's next sentence directly sent him from heaven to hell. At this moment, Mitsukami Shuji was almost in tears, and the overwhelming emotions made him impulsive. He shouted, "Yasaki, when will you finish memorizing this? You can't go on like this, it's too slow." However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Mitsukami Shuji regretted it. Impulsiveness is the devil. How could he be so impulsive? Hearing Mitsukami Shuji's reprimand, Yasaki immediately frowned. In fact, Yasaki was also feeling a bit irritated. As these questions and answers were too difficult, making it very exhausting for him to memorize the answers. And here, memorizing these tedious questions is nowhere as interesting as going to the snack street to eat, and it's not as exciting as training with CHBU to throw stones. If it weren't for the delicious ancestral golden soup beef noodles from the third Hokage's family and the taiyaki from the land of lightning, would he really feel so miserable memorizing these tongue-twisting questions and answers? Thus, Yuzaka erupted on the spot, directly raising his hand and bringing it down. A flash of white light passed, and the next moment, with a crack, the paper in front of him, along with the desk, was split in two. No more memorizing. It's too difficult. Yuzaka stood up angrily and immediately saw Mikami Shuji standing there in a daze, wanting to have a fight to vent the frustration of memorizing questions earlier. So Yuzaka pointed his knife directly at Mikami Shuji and said, "Let's have a fight." At that moment, Mikami Shuji was completely bewildered. Before coming, he kept telling himself to be patient, patient, and patient again, and not to act impulsively, but he still acted impulsively earlier. And now Yuzaka was furious and wanted to challenge him to a duel. How could he dare to fight Yuzaka? He couldn't beat him, and he didn't want to end up in the hospital. However, Mikami Shuji understood Yuzaka. Refusing him wouldn't mean he wouldn't have to fight. When Yuzaka said they would duel, it was just a notification. Whether you wanted to or not, he would make his move. Therefore, as Mikami Shuji felt overwhelmed and almost broke into a sweat, the classroom door creaked open. A middle-aged man walked in. Mikami Shuji caught a glimpse of that figure out of the corner of his eye, and immediately, like seeing a savior, he rushed over, tears streaming down his face. "Hokage-sama." Mikami Shuji directly hid behind the Hokage, his back already drenched in cold sweat. Once he hid behind the third Hokage, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and realized that his heart was racing, pounding rapidly. It was evident how nervous he had been earlier. Even though they were on the same side, even if they really sparred, it wouldn't cost him his life. But why was he more nervous than fighting an enemy? "Ahem, Yuzaka, I heard you've been memorizing the questions well," the third Hokage said, pretending not to know anything, clearing his throat. Third Hokage, these questions are too difficult. They're simply impossible for a human to answer. I don't want to memorize them anymore," Yuzaka said angrily. But what he said wasn't entirely wrong, because these questions were designed in such a way that they weren't meant to be answered. They were intentionally made difficult to prevent people from answering them, allowing one to secretly use their abilities to cheat and obtain the answers from others' papers. That was the original intention behind these questions. So Yuzaka was right when he said these questions were simply not meant for people to answer. Even a genius ninja like Kakashi Hatake, known for his high combat IQ, would probably struggle, and even the question setter, the third Hokage himself, wouldn't be able to answer them. "Oh, you're right. These questions weren't meant for you to answer," the third Hokage said somewhat awkwardly. "What? You never intended for anyone to answer them? Then why do you still make us memorize them? Why let others answer them?" Yuzaka was somewhat confused about the third Hokage's meaning. The third Hokage had no choice but to explain the true significance of this written exam to Yuzaka. After listening to the third Hokage's explanation, Yuzaka nodded thoughtfully and said, "I see. No wonder you call me specifically to ask if I had any methods to obtain others' answers. So that's how it is. I understand now." The third Hokage nodded helplessly. Normally, he shouldn't have told Yuzaka this, because this exam was not only to test the candidate's ability to gather information, but also to test their ability to identify problems and adapt. Clearly, when they discovered that the difficulty of the questions far exceeded the capabilities of a genin, they should realize that this itself was a form of disguised test, examining whether these candidates could identify the essence of the problem. It was evident that the essence of this written exam was to encourage them to copy answers. After discovering the essence of the problem, the second assessment point of this written test is to adaptively cheat and copy answers. Therefore, although it is just a small written test, it contains many assessment points. As a ninja, the first skill one must possess is the ability to observe all directions and listen attentively, to discern the significant from the insignificant, and to infer the general situation from some seemingly trivial details. The first written exam serves this very purpose. However, Yatsuka is quite special, which forced the third Hokage to speak directly to him, thereby skipping a step in the process of assessing one's ability to discern subtle clues. But there was no other choice. The third Hokage certainly didn't want Yatsuka to be eliminated right away in the first written exam. Chapter 30, New Abilities, so that's how it is, Yatsuka murmured to himself. He wasn't an unreasonable person, now that he understood the significance of the first written exam. He naturally realized why the third Hokage resorted to such a measure by having him memorize answers. It was simply because he was worried that Yatsuka lacked special abilities to gather information and that the questions were not meant to be answered by humans, leading to his elimination. Thinking of this, Yatsuka helplessly said, "Third Hokage, how hard was it for you to sneak into the women's bath to steal that shadow shield used by women while they bathe? If you teach me that shadow shield, I could secretly look at others' answers, right?" The third Hokage was drinking water when he heard Yatsuka's words, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of water, then choked on it, resulting in a violent coughing fit. Beside them, Mikami Hideshire looked up at the sky, indicating that he hadn't heard anything. "Yasaka, don't talk nonsense. When did I sneak into the women's bathhouse and watch women bathe?" After coughing, the third Hokage immediately shouted at Yasaka. "Jiraiya specifically told me last week, while we were having ramen at Ichiraku, that your shadow shield is better than his. When sneaking a look at women bathing, even if splashed with water, you wouldn't be discovered." Very impressive. The third Hokage gritted his teeth and thought to himself that it was indeed that guy who said it. He must teach these kids a good lesson later for spreading this around without understanding gratitude. If it weren't for him teaching Jiraiya the shadow shield, how could Jiraiya have had the chance to sneak a look at women bathing? Now look what happened. He sold him out. At this moment, the third Hokage slightly turned his head, his gaze sweeping over to Mikami Hideshire. Mikami Hideshire was taken aback for a moment, but then immediately understood, pretending to be clueless, and said, "Ah, I haven't seen the third Hokage today. I don't know anything." The third Hokage awkwardly shouted, "Don't listen to this kid's nonsense. I never did such a thing." Mikami Hideshire quickly nodded. Yes. I believe in the third Hokage's character. He would never do such a thing." At the same time, Mikami Hideshire thought to himself, "I don't believe it. Lord Jiraiya is notoriously lecherous. As the saying goes, when the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. In my view, this matter is at least 80 to 90 true. After all, the third Hokage is Jiraiya's teacher, and it's quite possible for a teacher to take their student to sneak a look at women bathing." Seeing Mikami Hideshire so adamant, the third Hokage felt relieved. He turned to Yasaka and suddenly felt a headache coming on. At this rate, there was no way to finish memorizing everything before the competition. What to do? Should he arrange some special reward to let Yasaka skip the first round? The third Hokage thought, but quickly dismissed the idea, as other countries would definitely not allow it. Thus, the third Hokage began to think about how to help Yasaka obtain the answers from other candidates. Lord Third, how about we give Yasaka an earpiece during the exam, and I read the answer from the other side? At this time, Mikami Hideshire suggested. No way. The third Hokage immediately rejected. That method is too obvious. Others will definitely notice. If that happens, it's one thing to disqualify Yasaka, but it will be a huge embarrassment for us in the Land of Fire. What to do? Mikami Hideshire also found himself in a dilemma. His brows tightly knitted into a shape. Isn't it just about obtaining information from others without them knowing? This is a simple problem. What? Do you have a special method? Upon hearing Yasaka's words, the third Hokage and Mikami Hideshire looked at Yasaka with eyes shining as if they had found a lifeline. Yasaka nodded and replied, "No." The third Hokage immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and fell back to the ground. Mikami Hideshi's vision went black, and he almost collapsed to the ground as well. The third Hokage was frantically complaining in his heart. "Why did you nod? You clearly don't have one. So why did you nod? What the hell are you nodding for?" Due to his previous experience, Mikami Shuji was subconsciously prepared when he saw Yasaki nodding, but he couldn't help but feel some expectation. So when Yasaki said the word no, Mikami Shuji was still hit hard, though it was slightly better than the third Hokage, who took real damage. At that moment, the third Hokage got up on the ground, grabbed Yasaki's shoulders, and shouted angrily, "What do you mean by nodding?" Yasaki replied, "I wanted to give you a surprise." "Is this really a surprise? This is freaking scary." Yasaki waved his hand and smiled slightly, saying, "All right, I understand this matter. I will think of a way to develop a method to obtain others' information. You don't need to worry about it." "Really?" Mikami Shuji had a skeptical expression. "Really," Yasaki said seriously, but then added, "But you have to give me a delicacy I've never tried before. As long as you can get it, I guarantee I can develop such an ability." "Are you sure?" the third Hokage asked suspiciously. "Yes," Yasaki nodded solemnly. "Okay, I'll believe you this once." The third Hokage said with a serious expression. For the sake of Konoha, he was willing to take the risk, believing that Yasaki wouldn't joke about such matters. The third Hokage then turned to Mikami Shuji and said a few words. Mikami Shuji nodded and disappeared with a turn. I've already instructed Mikami Shuji to get that delicacy, but it will take some time. You can go home now. In the evening, Mikami Shuji will deliver the items to your house, and remember not to go out tonight. All right. By the way, what kind of delicacy is it? Yasaki asked, drooling. It's a secret. The third Hokage chuckled, and then turned to leave the classroom. Thus, Yasaki spent the entire afternoon in fantasy and anticipation. What kind of delicacy did the third Hokage mention? What type is it? Dessert? Snacks? Dishes? Barbecue? Staple food? Yasaki thought to himself as he opened the system. What he said in the afternoon wasn't just casual talk. As long as he could eat new delicacies again, he could exchange for a perception-type ability. With that newly acquired ability, he could obtain the answers written on others' exam papers. Moreover, it would also allow his steel flash to advance further, which was a threefold benefit. On the other side, Haichiro Mikami was also on his way to the Yasaki family, holding a box in his hand. Chapter 31, Pizza. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked on, and Yasaki opened the door to see Haichiro Mikami standing outside with a large box. This is what the third Hokage asked me to bring to you, Haichiro Mikami said breathlessly. Who knows how far he had run that afternoon? It was simply a test of endurance and stamina. Wow, is this the delicacy that the third Hokage mentioned this afternoon? Yasaki looked at the large box in front of him with excitement, already eager to open it and see what was inside. I'm exhausted. All right, I've delivered the stuff. You can take it from here. I'm leaving. After greeting, Haichiro Mikami left without looking back, and it was clear that he was very tired. No one knew where he had gotten this item from, but in any case, the third Hokage had promised him half a month of paid leave, which was why Haichiro Mikami agreed. After Haichiro Mikami left, Yasaki immediately placed the large box on the table. The box was quite big, almost half the size of the table, with a large surface area but not much thickness, flat like a board. This made Yasaki even more curious about what kind of delicacy it was that took this form. However, judging by the shape of the large box, Yasaki guessed it should be something like a pancake. So, the next moment, Yasaki opened the box, and a rich aroma immediately wafted out, with a peculiar scent that included roasted meat, roasted fish, cheese, and fruit. Yasaki looked at the contents of the box in shock. It was actually a large pizza. Moreover, this large pizza is a bit different from other pizzas. It is divided into several flavors mixed together. The first thing that catches the eye is the barbecue-flavored section, topped with grilled meat and sausages, barbecue sauce, and cumin, with a rich flavor that made Yasaki drool on the spot. Next, as the gaze moves clockwise, one sees the fruit section, sprinkled with mango, strawberry, durian, apple, pineapple, and other fruits. Although it is baked, it still exudes the unique sweet aroma of the fruits. Following that is the seafood section, which features shrimp, lobster, scallops, and grilled fish chunks, giving off the distinct freshness of seafood. The last part is covered with cheese, meat floss, salad dressing, and jam, which is also very tempting. Thus, this large pizza is composed of these 5 parts, and, at first glance, it looks dazzling with an array of ingredients that is overwhelming, making it hard for Yasaka to decide which part to eat first. This is just too exciting. Yasaka, drooling and with shining eyes, looks at the pizza in front of him. He can already anticipate that after he eats this pizza, the system will definitely reward him with something new, and he will also be able to exchange for a perception ability. Speaking of which, Yasaka's attack power is currently very high, and his defense is also decent due to the high attack power, although his speed and agility are slightly lacking. They're not too much of a drawback due to the overflowing attack power. Only in terms of perception and battlefield reconnaissance capabilities does he find himself in a blank area. After all, although his attack power is high, if his reconnaissance and perception abilities are weak, he will still be in a passive state. Yasaka naturally does not want to be passively beaten all the time, so he takes this opportunity during the competition to improve his reconnaissance and perception abilities, making himself more well-rounded and powerful without any weaknesses. After all, while his slashing techniques are powerful, not everything in this world can be solved with slashing techniques. There are also many ninjutsu that cannot be resolved through slashing, such as the Nara clan's shadow manipulation technique, which Yasaka cannot cut through with his slashing. Although Yasaka's slashing techniques have reached an absurd level where he can split flames and cut through waterfalls, he is still helpless against shadows. Therefore, against shadow binding techniques, so far, Yasaka has not found a good solution. He can only eliminate his opponent before the shadows catch him. However, this already deviates from his philosophy, which is to be able to solve all of your techniques one by one, leaving you in despair. However, It is evident that he cannot fundamentally crack the Nara clan shadows and can only use other methods to indirectly resolve them. There are many similar techniques, such as the Yamanaka clan's mind transfer jutsu, and some advanced Jinjutsu, which are not something Yaesaka can solve with slashing techniques at this moment. Therefore, it is very necessary for Yaesaka to strengthen his capabilities in other areas, making himself more comprehensive and without any shortcomings. As he drooled, Yaesaka fantasized about what benefits he would receive after eating the pizza. Would it further enhance his proficiency in slashing steel flash, increase the intensity of his will strike, or perhaps grant him a new ability? In any case, one thing is certain. Yaesaka needs to exchange for a reconnaissance and perception type ability. After thinking for a while, Yaesaka directly spun the pizza box on the table, looking to see which part of the pizza was facing him when the box stopped. He decided to start eating from that part. So, Yaesaka spun the box with force, then closed his eyes, estimating that it was about time for the box to stop spinning, and then open his eyes. It was the barbecue part. Then he would start eating from this section. Yaesaka immediately reached out and tore off a piece of pizza, because the surface of the pizza had a layer of cheese when the pizza was torn off. It came with long, stretchy strands. As he took a bite, Yaesaka immediately felt the rich barbecue flavor mixed with cumin. The barbecue seemed to be of the Orleans flavor, sweet and salty with a hint of spiciness, blending into his taste buds with a complex mix of flavors that was difficult to describe. The barbecue on top is also exceptional, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with some meat juices, making it neither dry nor bland, full of elasticity. And the texture of the meat is just right, truly a top-notch barbecue. This is amazing, Yaesaka exclaimed excitedly, and the next moment, the system's prompt sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, you have received a level 2 skill exchange voucher, which can be used to exchange for a level 2 skill. Wow, it worked. I'll use this level 2 skill exchange voucher to exchange for a reconnaissance skill later. Chapter 32. Skills seeing the system's pop-up prompt. Yaesaka was very excited because he had confidently told the third Hokage yesterday that he would definitely get a reconnaissance skill. If the system hadn't given a prompt and he couldn't obtain the reconnaissance skill, where would he put his face? Fortunately, the system provided a prompt and gave him a level 2 skill exchange voucher, so he could use this voucher to exchange for a skill. Skill exchange vouchers are naturally graded, from level 1 to level 5, with level 1 being the most powerful, and so on. The skills that can be exchanged with the vouchers are all from the Naruto world, while the skills rewarded by the system are generally not from the Naruto world. Level 5 can be exchanged for ordinary ninjutsu, like Shadow Clone Technique and Fireball Technique. Level 1 can exchange for forbidden techniques like Wind Release, Rasengan Shuriken. As for super ninjutsu like Dust Release, Wood Release, and even Sound Release, 5 level 1 exchange vouchers are required to redeem them. This is because such high-level ninjutsu can only be used with bloodline limits. When using 5 level 1 exchange vouchers, the system will automatically grant you the corresponding bloodline limit for the ninjutsu you want to exchange. It will also help you develop compatibility, allowing you to possess several bloodline limits simultaneously without conflict. However, level 1 exchange vouchers are very difficult to obtain. So far, Yatsuka has never received a level 1 exchange voucher, and even with this time included, he has only received level 2 exchange vouchers twice. This is because skill exchange vouchers are probabilistic. First, you need to eat sufficiently delicious food, and it must be your first time eating it, which will then give you a chance to obtain a skill exchange voucher. The higher the level of the skill exchange voucher, the lower the probability of obtaining it. Therefore, Yagasaki never expected to get a level 1 skill exchange voucher, and getting a level 2 skill exchange voucher today was already a pleasant surprise. However, even without this level 2 skill exchange voucher, Yagasaki was confident that he could exchange for the skills he wanted, because when the system rewards you, there are actually options available. You can refuse the reward and choose a type of reward you want, and then the system will randomly reward you from that type. Just as Yagasaki was still in shock from receiving the level 2 skill exchange voucher, he heard the system prompt again. Ding! The mechanism of the Chosen One has been triggered, and you receive a supplementary reward with a 1 in 10,000 chance. Body Technique, Great Freedom Immortal Technique, X1. What? He actually obtained another skill. Yagasaki's eyes sparkled, his blood pressure soared, and he almost fainted from excitement. Great Freedom Immortal Technique. Just the name sounds impressive. Yagasaki jumped up in excitement, doing front flips and back flips, unsure of how to express his overwhelming emotions. Wow, third Hokage, this pizza of yours is incredible. It actually gave me 2 skills with just 1 pizza. Good. Third Hokage, you want Konoha to win the championship in this friendship tournament, right? Yagasaki, we'll help you out. I will definitely lead Konoha to victory in this friendship tournament. Ha ha ha. Yagasaki was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. He thought that both skills were obtained because he ate the pizza given by the third Hokage, which greatly increased his fondness for him. He decided to help the third Hokage win the championship in this competition as a way to repay the favor of receiving 2 skills from the pizza. Alright, let me first take a look at what this Great Freedom Immortal technique is all about. While eating the pizza, Yagasaki checked the system's introduction to the Great Freedom Immortal technique. The Great Freedom Immortal technique is a body technique created by the ancient deity, the Great Freedom Immortal, characterized by extremely high speed, great sensitivity, and the ability to move across space. Its core principle is encapsulated in the word freedom, allowing you to be unrestrained and achieve high-speed flight, instant short-distance teleportation unaffected by barriers, and significantly enhance your agility. It's considered the pinnacle of body techniques and is incredibly powerful. Wow, is it really that powerful? Once I master this Great Freedom Immortal technique, my shortcomings in body techniques will be compensated. And then if I exchange for a reconnaissance or perception type skill, wouldn't I be on top of the world? Thinking of this, Yagasaki suddenly froze, realizing that he had become so powerful already. While eating pizza, he carefully studied the Great Freedom Immortal technique and found that if a skill's proficiency reached its peak, it could even achieve a speed of 20 Mach, truly terrifying. Moreover, it can achieve instantaneous movement within a certain distance, and it is true instantaneous movement, not just a teleportation technique. Compared to the Flying Thunder God technique, it is even more powerful, as it does not require any markers. One can appear wherever they wish. It also ignores barriers, meaning that even if trapped by a barrier, one can still teleport out directly, truly achieving the meaning of freedom. However, at present, the proficiency of Yatsuka's Great Freedom Immortal technique is still relatively low, preventing it from reaching such an extraordinary capability. Therefore, it is necessary to continuously consume various delicacies to increase its proficiency. After reviewing the Great Freedom Immortal technique, Yatsuka then searched for a reconnaissance-type ninjutsu among the level 2 abilities that could be exchanged. About 20 minutes later, Yatsuka finally found a ninjutsu suitable for himself, called airflow perception. It is a technique that allows one to sense subtle changes in the airflow in the air in order to perceive the situation within a certain range. Since the air is filled with air, even the slightest movement of an object will push the air, causing subtle movements in the air. Airflow sensing involves perceiving subtle changes in the air to understand the situation of others. It can also capture sounds transmitted through the air via airflow, amplifying those sounds in one's ears to achieve an eavesdropping effect. The abilities mentioned above are passive effects of airflow perception, meaning that only when objects within this range are in motion can they be perceived through airflow. Otherwise, if there is no movement, the airflow remains still and cannot be sensed. However, one can actively create airflow to perceive objects within a range, which is similar to the effect of sonar and is considered an active effect of airflow perception. The method is quite simple, for example, by using wind release to create a gentle breeze. Chapter 33. Airflow Manipulation. Yasaka felt that the skill called airflow manipulation suited him very well. Although this skill may not have as large a range as some perception skills, it allows him to sense the movements of enemies, which significantly enhances his close combat abilities and provides a huge boost for battles that require fine manipulation. For instance, if an enemy lunges at him with a flurry of stabs, relying solely on sight would be insufficient to keep up with the enemy's speed. In such cases, he can rely on the changes in the airflow to clearly perceive the enemy's actions and respond accordingly. Additionally, if the enemy employs abilities that deceive vision, such as the visual illusions released by the second Mizuki's Great Harry, or techniques that obscure sight, like the dark walking technique, he can rely on the subtle changes in the airflow to sense the enemy's movements and positions. Therefore, this ability has advantages that many perception-type abilities do not possess. It is quite similar to Jiraiya's spatial barrier detection method, but unlike Jiraiya's technique, which cannot hear sound, airflow manipulation can enhance sound through airflow manipulation, achieving an effect similar to sound transmission, allowing him to hear subtle sounds. In this way, he can achieve the effect of dual perception and reconnaissance through airflow and sound. Furthermore, airflow manipulation can also be combined with the steel cutting flash technique, making it a very suitable ability for Yasaka. He expressed great satisfaction with this ability. However, like the Great Freedom Sage Art, its current level is still relatively low, so many powerful effects cannot be utilized yet, but it is still barely sufficient. Great. With these two skills, I feel like I've gained wings. This time at the friendship tournament, I'm definitely going to win. Yasaka was filled with confidence. At this moment, he could say he had no obvious weaknesses. Even the final piece of perception had been filled in. It could be said that below the rank of Jonin, there was basically no one who could contend with him. Even among Jonin, they might not necessarily be his opponents. Yasaka even thought about seeking out Konoha's White Fang or Jiraiya's disciple, Minato Namikaze, for a spar. The former was said to possess exceptionally high cutting techniques, while the latter had powerful skills like Flying Thunder God technique and Rasengan, capable of taking a life in an instant, making Yasaka eager to test whether his newly learned airflow manipulation and Great Freedom Sage art could withstand Minato's Flying Thunder God technique. However, it was said that Minato was recently busy campaigning for the 4th Hokage candidate, so even if Yasaka wanted to spar, Minato likely wouldn't have the time. After this joint friendship competition of the 5 Kage, it will be time to prepare for the election of the 4th Hokage. Yasaka heard from other classmates that there are quite a few competitors for the 4th Hokage this time, making the competition very intense. Among the candidates are Hatake Kakashi's father, Hatake Tsukumo, Jiraiya's disciple, Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Shursui from the Uchiha clan, and reportedly the leader of the Umbu, Danzo Shimura, who is a friend of the 3rd Hokage. Therefore, it could be said that for a considerable amount of time, Konoha will be very busy. However, none of this concerns Yasaka. His current tasks are twofold: to continue enjoying various delicacies and to help the 3rd Hokage win the championship in this competition, nothing more. After happily devouring an entire large pizza, Yasaka fell into a sweet dream. In the Hokage office, the 3rd Hokage looked gloomily at Orochimaru and asked, "Orochimaru, are you really not going to participate in this 4th Hokage election?" Among his 3 students, he valued Orochimaru the most as a candidate for the 4th Hokage. In his eyes, Orochimaru had enough strength and was relatively steady, making him someone capable of managing the country. Moreover, Orochimaru possessed a wealth of scientific knowledge, and if he were to become Hokage, this knowledge could be further developed, enhancing Konoha's combat power. As for the other 2, although Jiraiya is strong enough, he is inherently carefree and too fond of women, making him less suitable than Orochimaru. On the other hand, Tsunade is too violent and has a penchant for alcohol and gambling. While she could also become Hokage, compared to Orochimaru, she is naturally somewhat lacking. Therefore, the 3rd Hokage had high hopes for Orochimaru. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru actually refused to participate in the election, which truly caused the 3rd Hokage's blood pressure to rise. It is known that if Orochimaru participated in the Hokage election, with the current 3rd Hokage supporting him, there was an 80 to 90 chance that the position of the 4th Hokage would belong to Orochimaru. Yet, Orochimaru himself did not want to be Hokage. "Yes, I'm not interested in being Hokage. You might as well find someone else," Orochimaru said expressionlessly, nodding his head. The 3rd Hokage, with one hand on his forehead, looked helpless and said, "You're the one I have the most confidence in to be the next Hokage. Why want to be Hokage? Don't you have a lot of research? Once you become Hokage, wouldn't you be able to gain more resources to invest in your research?" Orochimaru smiled and replied, "I don't lack resources at the moment. Being Hokage would mean dealing with many matters, which would waste a lot of my time and energy, so I don't want to be bound by that." The 3rd Hokage understood that Orochimaru had made up his mind, so he had to give up. At this moment, Jiraiya leaned closer to the 3rd Hokage, half of his body over the Hokage's desk, and said, "My disciple, Minato Namikaze, has also registered as a candidate for Hokage. I think he is quite good. Why don't you vote for him?" Minato Namikaze, this young man is indeed very good, whether in strength, temperament, intelligence, or even looks. He is a very suitable candidate for Hokage. The 3rd Hokage thought, while stroking his beard, then a sense of regret arose in his heart as he glanced at Orochimaru, his eyes flashing with helplessness. Because if Dankato had not died, there would be no so-called Hokage candidates at all. The position of the 4th Hokage would have directly belonged to Dankato. It would have been a done deal. Unfortunately, alas, the 3rd Hokage sighed deeply and said, "Although that's the case, there are still a few people who are equally as good as Minato, such as Kakashi Hatake and Kagami Uchiha, who are also very good candidates." As he spoke, the 3rd Hokage paused without finishing, but everyone present, whether it was Orochimaru, Jiraiya, or Tsunade, knew who the 3rd Hokage was referring to: Shimura Danzo. Chapter 34. Shimura Danzo. Upon thinking of this name, the few people present fell silent. After all, Shimura Danzo is also one of the top figures in Konoha, having been deeply involved in the Umbu for more than a decade, with a very powerful force under his command. He could be said to be second only to the Hokage in terms of power and strength. Moreover, Shimura Danzo's strength is also very formidable. Although no one had truly seen him unleash his full power, there were some rumors that hinted at his strength. For example, a special operations team composed of 20 elite jonin from another country attempted to assassinate Danzo, intending to severely weaken Konoha's special forces. However, those 20 elite jonin, when facing Danzo alone, were completely annihilated by him. Although the specific details of the battle were unknown, just the fact that he single-handedly took down 20 elite jonin is enough to demonstrate his strength. Furthermore, he did not make any noise that attracted others' attention, which indicates either that Danzo had set up a barrier to shield his actions from external perception or that he had some unknown means to swiftly eliminate those 20 elite jonin. Regardless of which it was, it proved that Danzo's own strength might not be any less than that of the Hokage. The root organization that Shimura Danzo is associated with specifically handles some of the dirty work that is inconvenient for the Leaf Village to deal with openly. The members of this organization are also very powerful. For example, Hataki Sakumo, known as the Leaf's White Fang, previously came from the root. There are several other individuals with similar strength within the root. Therefore, it can be said that Shimura Danzo's personal strength, as well as the power he controls, should not be underestimated. He is only slightly weaker than the Hokage. Thus, if he were to run for Hokage, he would have a very good chance. It can be said that this upcoming election for the 4th Hokage has many strong candidates, making the competition extremely fierce. However, from another perspective, this is also a good thing, as it proves that many individuals in the Leaf Village have already reached the level of a quasi-Hokage, which is very positive for the village. Of course, thinking about this, the 3rd Hokage couldn't help but sigh. If only Kato Dan had not died, his strength was formidable, and he could take on any of the current Hokage candidates without any issue. His spirit transformation technique allows him to separate his soul from his body, and his soul can fly at nearly the speed of light, being almost immune to any attacks. The only drawback is that his physical body is vulnerable to attacks, but finding and attacking the body is not an easy task, seeing that Orochimaru was unwilling to become Hokage. The 3rd Hokage did not press the issue and instead began discussing the upcoming allied Shinobi Friendship Tournament with the Legendary 3. This friendship tournament is not just a competition. The top 10 will be directly awarded the Chunin title, which is essentially a small Chunin exam. Therefore, from both a national image perspective and the aspect of obtaining the Chunin title, this competition will be very intense. If the Leaf Village did not have someone like Yasaka, who is at a bug-level existence, then the strengths of the competitors from the Leaf Village would not stand out against those from other countries. In that case, the situation would become more complicated and the competition would be even fiercer. After all, other countries also have many geniuses, such as the Akatsuki member Sasori from the Wind Country, who is very skilled in puppet techniques and has even received praise from the Elder Chiyo. There's also Killer Bee from the Lightning Country, who is a Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails and equally powerful. Alongside him is the 2 Tails Jinchuriki, Yujito ni, also very formidable. Even Kakashi and his team would not dare to say they could easily win against these individuals. Therefore, if we do not consider Yasaka, the strengths of these individuals are essentially on par with each other, and no one would dare to claim they could easily defeat the others. If someone were to claim they could easily win against others, the 3rd Hokage would definitely scoff at them, questioning how they could make such outrageous claims. However, if that person were Yasaka, the 3rd Hokage might actually find it plausible. With Yasaka's participation, the 3rd Hokage is very confident in the Leaf's representative team for this tournament. Although the list of competitors has not yet been finalized, and this matter has not even been announced, the 3rd Hokage already has a clear idea of who would participate. At this moment, the 3rd Hokage suddenly recalled that Yasaka had mentioned he had a way to develop a reconnaissance or sensing ability. On that day, the 3rd Hokage had specifically sent Mizuki to a century-old pizza shop on the border of the Leaf Village to buy a signature 5-meat pizza for Yasaka. He wondered if Yasaka had truly developed the reconnaissance sensing ability as he claimed. Speaking of Yasaka being a huge foodie, the 3rd Hokage found it very strange and had been observing Yasaka for several years. Eventually, the 3rd Hokage concluded that Yasaka's strength seemed to improve as he ate delicious food. Although he did not know the specifics from what the 3rd Hokage had seen, it seemed to be the case. That's why he specifically asked Mizuki to get the pizza, as he believed that food indeed enhanced Yasaka's strength. Jiraiya, if you have time, you should test Yasaka's strength and see what level he has reached now. I'm quite curious about it, said the 3rd Hokage. Hey, don't make me go. I don't want to end up in the hospital. Jiraiya waved his hand and replied. Orochimaru has already been cut down once. You are the only one left to go. Do you want Tsunade to go? The third Hokage snorted. Tsunade going isn't a problem. Yasaka definitely wouldn't be able to withstand one punch from her, Jiraiya said with an indifferent expression. If I tell you go, you go. Why are you talking so much? I haven't even settled the score with you for spreading rumors about me peeping at women bathing. The third Hokage suddenly became furious. Huh? When did I say that to anyone? You must be mistaken, Jiraiya exclaimed in surprise. Do you think I don't know what you said? You actually spread rumors that I peeped at women bathing. I need to settle this account with you. The third Hokage had an angry expression. What do you mean by spreading rumors? Isn't what I said the truth? Jiraiya muttered quietly, feeling guilty, which only made the third Hokage angrier. Just then, a voice came from outside the door. I heard everything you said. Huh? Yasaka? The third Hokage was taken aback. Tsunade turned to open the door, while Orochimaru frowned and said, I remember the Hokage office is protected by a barrier. How could Yasaka hear our conversation? Hearing Orochimaru's words, Jiraiya also showed a serious expression. Yes, the barrier should block sound. Why could Yasaka hear? At this point, Tsunade had already opened the door, and Yasaka was standing outside. Yasaka, you said you heard our conversation? What exactly did you hear? The third Hokage asked with great interest. If Yasaka was telling the truth, this would indeed be a form of sensing ability. In that case, Yasaka would not have gone back on his word, and he would be secured during the written exam. I heard Jiraiya saying that you went to the women's bathhouse to peep at women bathing, and you said not to spread rumors. But Jiraiya said it was all true, Yasaka replied seriously. The third Hokage, Jiraiya had an expression that was both wanting to laugh and holding back. Ahem, what's the situation with your auditory ability? How did you hear? The third Hokage quickly changed the subject, steering the conversation toward Yasaka's abilities. Yasaka found a sofa to sit on and explained, I transmitted the sound through the wind to my ears and also sensed your every movement through the wind. Although there is a barrier, it cannot block the flow of air, so I was able to perceive all of this. Upon hearing Yasaka's words, Orochimaru fell into deep thought. Tsunade frowned, and Jiraiya was momentarily stunned, while the third Hokage nodded with great interest. Not bad. So you're able to sense through manipulating the wind or airflow. Impressive. I didn't expect you to master such skills in such a short time. This truly surprises me. With this ability, I don't have to worry too much about the written exam. After the third Hokage finished speaking, Orochimaru also showed an expression of realization. And Jiraiya and Tsunade also understood the mechanism of Yatsuka's abilities. However, understanding it was one thing, but they couldn't figure out how Yatsuka achieved it because normally, to accomplish this, one would need to reach the pinnacle of wind release mastery. Yet, even the previous Kazekage, who excelled in wind release, had never seen anyone use it to such an extraordinary degree, nor had they ever heard of someone playing with wind release at this level. Therefore, Orochimaru and the others assumed that Yatsuka must have unlocked some kind of bloodline limit, allowing him to control the wind. Yatsuka, since that's the case, you better perform well and lead the Konoha representative team to victory. I will definitely keep my promise, said the third Hokage with a smile. He placed great importance on Yatsuka. If it weren't for Yatsuka's overly carefree personality, he would have considered training him in the Hokage way. Don't worry. I'm determined to get those 2 delicious dishes. No one can stop me. Anyone who tries to stop me will be crushed, Yatsuka said seriously, filling the third Hokage with confidence. Seeing Yatsuka so motivated, he felt completely at ease, although Yatsuka was very unreliable in other aspects. The third Hokage was quite confident in his combat abilities. After chatting for a while longer, Yatsuka returned home. However, when he reached his doorstep, he was surprised to find Mitsukami Shuji standing there. So he asked curiously, Teacher, what are you doing here? Hearing the word teacher, Mitsukami Shuji was immediately moved to tears. Usually, Yatsuka never called him that. So today, he was pleasantly surprised by Yatsuka's sudden politeness, which made Mitsukami Shuji extremely excited. After all, Yatsuka was a student, and his strength reflected well on him. Mitsukami Shuji naturally didn't know that Yatsuka had gained 2 powerful skills after eating pizza, which put him in a good mood and made him more polite. I came to see if you have mastered the sensory ninjutsu to prepare for what's next, Mitsukami Shuji said, pushing up his glasses. He wanted to confirm whether Yatsuka had truly mastered the reconnaissance and sensing skills as he claimed. If he had, he wouldn't have to worry about the written test questions. If not, he would need to figure out how to help Yatsuka pass the written test. After all, This was a competition involving the 5 great nations, so they couldn't just go by what Konoha said. All actions would be constrained. Oh, is that what this is about? I've already mastered it. Do you want to give it a try? Upon hearing Yatsuka's words, Mitsukami Shuji instinctively took a step back. How exactly would they try? Did it mean they would spar? If that was the case, he would rather not. He didn't want to end up in the hospital. If you're going to challenge me to a spar, then forget it, Mitsukami Shuji said with a wary expression, taking another step back. No need. I just need to prove that I can gather information from others during the written test. Yatsuka said casually. What do you need me to do? It's simple. Just write something in the room, and I'll answer what you write. Oh, is this going to simulate a cheating scenario during the exam? Mitsukami Shuji was intrigued. So he nodded and went into Yatsuka's room, took out a piece of paper, and wrote down a series of numbers. While Sakamoto Shuji was writing, Yuzaka simply closed his eyes. When Sakamoto finished writing, Yuzaka opened his eyes and said, If I'm not mistaken, you wrote a string of numbers. Oh, you really perceived it. Tell me, what numbers are they? Yuzaka shrugged and replied, How would I know? What? You don't know. Sakamoto almost fainted on the spot. Knowing it was a number, but not what it specifically was, what use was that? During the exam, if you don't know what someone wrote, how can you cheat or copy answers? Yeah, I've just mastered this ability, and I need to practice more to know what you've written on the paper, Yuzaka said helplessly. How long do you think it will take? About a week or so. Sakamoto breathed a sigh of relief. That was good. A week was enough. Chapter 36. Unable to distinguish, Yuzaka had only learned to control airflow for 3 days, so he could only gather and amplify sounds into his ears. However, he couldn't distinguish the specific types of sounds yet. If someone was speaking, he could hear clearly, but if someone was writing, given Yuzaka's current level, he could only tell whether it was letters, numbers, or symbols. However, as Yuzaka continued to enjoy delicious food, his proficiency in airflow control would continue to increase. Based on Yuzaka's estimation, he should be able to discern the written content in about a week, as by that time, he would be able to differentiate what was written through the frequency and volume of the sounds. Sakamoto felt as if he was on a roller coaster, sometimes soaring high and then diving down, his heart racing uncontrollably. Talking to Yuzaka without proper mental preparation could easily lead to a heart attack. Sakamoto suddenly lowered his head and said in a deep voice, Huh? Yuzaka asked, puzzled. At that moment, Sakamoto slowly raised his head, his face dark and his voice low. Yuzaka, in the future, can you please complete your sentences? Do you want me, Sakamoto Shuji, to turn into a black and white photo? Ha ha. Yuzaka burst out laughing. Sakamoto face-bombed in silence. Being Yuzaka's teacher required not only strong healing abilities, but also an even stronger psychological resilience, or else he would suffer from Yuzaka's verbal blows and soul attacks, ultimately leading to a heart attack. Fortunately, Sakamoto was experienced and had witnessed many of Yuzaka's sudden twists before, so he had some mental preparation before speaking, which is why he barely managed not to die on the spot. All right, since you say so, I'll trust you. I have no other business, so I'll take my leave. With that, Sakamoto disappeared from the spot. The next morning, in the classroom of the ninja school, all the genin students, including Yuzaka, had gathered. Sakamoto stood at the front of the podium, announcing the upcoming 5 Kage friendship tournament next month. Upon hearing this news, the genin present were very surprised, as they did not expect the participants to be genin instead of the J-nin. Naturally, some raised questions about this. In response, Sakamoto provided a very detailed explanation. On one hand, many J-nin from various countries had missions and could not leave easily. On the other hand, many had their own unique skills, and participating in the tournament would inevitably expose some of their techniques. This could lead to revealing hidden aspects of each country, which is not a good thing for anyone. Additionally, these participating contestants were all strong, which could easily lead to conflicts and unnecessary troubles. Furthermore, since these genin had great potential, there was no issue of exposing their strength. Instead, it could showcase the future potential of their countries. Moreover, the jutsu that genin could use were not very destructive, so it would be relatively easy to prevent injuries among the contestants. Therefore, considering all these factors, the 5 great nations decided to allow genin to participate in the tournament. Hearing Mikami Shuji talk about the competition, everyone present was very concerned about one question, the issue of the participants. Who can compete? Is it open registration, or is there a pre-selected list? Or is it something else? Regardless, those who can represent the hidden leaf village in the competition must be the best among the genin. Therefore, those selected as participants are naturally honored and symbolize strength. Some people then turn their attention to Yasaka. If nothing unexpected happens, Yasaka will definitely be a participant. After all, his strength is well known, being unbeatable among genin. If he does not get selected, it would be too unbelievable. On the contrary, if he is selected, then the strength of the Hidden Leaf Village is undoubtedly very strong. Although some people are often defeated by Yasaka in practice, those are just sparring sessions. Even if they harbor resentment, when it comes to the honor of the Hidden Leaf, they all hope Yasaka can participate, as he is undoubtedly a key player. At this moment, Mikami Shuji said, "The list of participants for this competition has been finalized after discussions with several other teachers and the third Hokage. Next, I will announce the names of those who will participate. If anyone does not wish to compete, please let me know, and I will find someone else." Upon hearing Mikami Shuji's words, everyone present became tense and anxious, hoping both to hear their own name and not to hear it. Hoping to hear their name means a recognition of their strength, as being selected as a participant naturally indicates they are among the top genin. Those who did not want to hear their names were afraid that failure would lead to the retreat of Konoha. As a result, everyone present began to feel anxious, as if it was stuck in their throats. Kakashi thought confidently that if nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely be one of them. Mizuki thought uneasily, "I wonder if I'll be selected. After all, my strength is pretty good, but my teacher might not have noticed my abilities." Iruka thought to himself, "I probably won't be selected, since my strength is not high, so there is no need to worry about these things." Asuma Sarutobi, who had just returned from the hospital, thought, "Although I was defeated by Yasaka, it doesn't mean my strength is weak. It's just that Yasaka is too strong. In fact, my strength is among the top among the genin, so I should also be included." Uchiha Kagami thought to himself, "I will definitely be selected. My strength is still strong, and Sensei Mikami is aware of my abilities." At that moment, they heard Mikami Shuji announce the first name, Hatake Kakashi. Wow, Kakashi has been selected. Noera Rin was excited and beaming with joy. Although she had long anticipated Kakashi's selection, hearing his name, called by Mikami Shuji, still thrilled her. Kakashi, huh? His selection was expected, Mizuki thought to himself. Kakashi's selection was completely normal. I wonder if my name will be called. Yuhi Kurenai thought. Chapter 37. Announcement of the list. After hearing his name, Kakashi nodded silently, thinking to himself, "I knew I would be selected. This is very normal. But who else will be included? I should expect Yasaka to be one of them." Kakashi closed his eyes in contemplation, and at that moment, Mikami Shuji announced another name, Asuma Sarutobi. Asuma Sarutobi. I guessed he would be selected. After all, his strength is quite strong, and he is the son of the Hokage, so he should be selected, Iruka thought. Asuma Sarutobi has also been selected. I wonder if I will be included, though my strength is slightly less than Asuma's. Noera Hinata thought, constantly twirling a toothpick in his mouth. Asuma Sarutobi's strength is not much different from Kakashi's. They are basically on par, both being genius-level ninjas. Although he was previously defeated by Yasaka, it does not mean that Asuma Sarutobi is weak. It's just that Yasaka is too strong. Kakashi looked in Asuma Sarutobi's direction, secretly thinking to himself. After hearing his name, Asuma Sarutobi felt a surge of excitement in his heart. I've been selected. I am about to represent the Leaf Village in battle. My every word and action, my victories or defeats, will represent the glory of the Leaf. I must defeat my opponents and bring honor to the Leaf, contributing my modest strength to its cause. At this moment, Asuma felt as if he had been reborn. The sense of loss from being defeated by Yasaki was gone, replaced by the excitement and anxiety of charging into battle for the Leaf. He felt a bit of pressure, fearing that if he lost the match, it would drag the Leaf down. He couldn't help but glance at Yasaki in the front row, who was sitting there dozing off. In the past, he would have felt disdain, thinking such a person was a poor student. However, ever since that day, he talked with the third Hokage. He understood that the rules are written by the powerful. Whatever the strong do is right, while whatever the weak do is wrong. Yasaki had enough strength and qualifications to take a nap. If he could defeat Yasaki, then even if he was sleeping openly in class, no one would think poorly of him. Rather, they would consider it his personality. Yasaki would definitely participate in this competition, and with his strength, few could match him. The presence of Yasaki in the Leaf representative team would surely provide a significant advantage. Asuma, he thought to himself. Just then, a paper ball flew over and hit him on the head. He turned around to see Kurenai Yuhi smiling at him and giving him a thumbs up. "Ah, Kurenai, I will definitely work hard." Asuma smiled, his eyes filled with determination. At that moment, Haichiro Mikami read out the next name, Uchiha Shimizu. Wow. When the name Uchiha Shimizu was announced, the crowd gasped in surprise, not expecting Shimizu to be selected. If anyone among the students could rival Yasaki, it would be Uchiha Shimizu. Shimizu was the younger brother of Uchiha Shursui, and his body flicker technique was very impressive. Although Yasaki's cutting technique was strong, Shimizu often managed to evade it using his body flicker technique and then quickly attacked Yasaki, causing him considerable trouble. Therefore, hearing about Uchiha Shimizu's selection had a significant impact on the students present. However, amidst the surprise, everyone felt this was to be expected, as Shimizu's strength could be considered the strongest among the students present, aside from Yasaki. Thus, when they heard Uchiha Shimizu's name, everyone was very excited, feeling that their chances of winning the upcoming 5 Kage friendship tournament were very high. Yet, even upon hearing Uchiha Shimizu's name, Yasaki continued dozing off. He had already fallen into a dream, imagining himself defeating a ninja from the land of Earth on the arena and leading the Leaf representative team to win the championship of the 5 Kage friendship tournament. Then, the third Hokage fulfilled his promise and treated him to his family's heirloom golden soup beef noodles. After that, the third Hokage took him flying to the land of thunder to eat a snack called taiyaki. He then received the system's super rewards, taking off directly from the spot, defeating gods and Buddha alike. Therefore, he was unaware that the list of participants was being announced, but even if he knew, he wouldn't pay attention. At this moment, Haicher Mikami read out another name, Uchiha Bido. Wow! Upon hearing Uchiha Bido's name, the crowd erupted in an uproar, as they hadn't seen him for a month. Since Abido had gone to challenge Yasaki over Lin Noera, they hadn't seen him since. However, someone had seen Abido in the hospital, so everyone knew. It turned out that Uchiha Bido had been hospitalized after being defeated by Yasaki that day. But even without this confirmation, most people already had an 80 suspicion that Uchiha Bido had been sent to the hospital by Yasaki. Uchiha Bido's strength is actually not bad. Although he can't beat Kakashi, he is still quite capable, and with the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, he has a certain innate advantage. Therefore, it is only natural for Uchiha Bido to be selected as a participant in this joint 5 Kage friendship tournament. However, at this moment, Uchiha Bido is not here. Someone will bring the news to the hospital shortly. Uchiha Bido, interesting. It seems that this competition will definitely be very intense, thought Inuzuka Kiba, while sitting next to him. Yuzuki Kagecase was feeling very nervous. So far, several names have been announced, but his name has not been called, which made him very anxious. Being selected for the participant list means a recognition of strength. Therefore, if his name is not on the list, it means he is excluded from the top tier, which is something Yuzuki Kagecase cannot accept. It's not just a denial of his own strength, but also because if he is not selected for the top tier, would Shien have a negative view of him? After all, the last time Yuzuki Kagecase saw Shien, she admired Yatsuka greatly. Wasn't he it because of Yatsuka's powerful strength? If he fails to be selected this time, he feels he will lose Shien even more. Chapter 38. Team Leader, I must be included, I must be included. Yuzuki Kagecase fervently prayed in his heart. In fact, Yuzuki Kagecase's strength is not bad. Although he can't beat Kakashi, there isn't too much of a gap, and he even fought to a draw with Sarutobi Asuma. His slashing technique, while not as monstrous as Yatsuka's, is also very outstanding among the lower ninjas. Even though Kakashi, being the son of the White Fang of Konoha, inherited his father's slashing techniques. In terms of slashing, Kakashi is not as good as Yuzuki Kagecase. This is because Kakashi does not specialize in slashing techniques. He is actually very well-rounded, excelling in taijutsu, ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and has a balanced skill set. However, this also means that he does not have a particularly outstanding specialty. But this does not affect his strength because, although being versatile may suggest mediocrity in every aspect, from another perspective, Kakashi has no significant weaknesses. His comprehensive abilities allow him to have enough strategies and methods to deal with various enemies and attacks, keeping his lower limit very low. Whether the enemy uses ninjutsu, taijutsu, slashing, or even jinjutsu, Kakashi has corresponding methods to respond, which is what makes Kakashi formidable. Versatility is his characteristic. Although he may not excel in every aspect, when facing opponents who are specialized in one area, he can find himself at a disadvantage. However, his numerous coping strategies often allow him to maintain an even footing with his opponents. Therefore, among the lower ninjas, Kakashi is also known as Kakashi the Equalizer. Unless he encounters a freak-level opponent like Yatsuka, Kakashi can fight against anyone. Thus, versatility is Kakashi's standout trait, which is different from his father's, who is particularly strong in taijutsu and slashing techniques, while he has a strong overall capability. The Moonlight Gale is somewhat similar to Yatsuka, primarily specializing in swordsmanship. If we don't consider Yatsuka, who is quite abnormal, Moonlight Gale swordsmanship is already quite impressive, with few rivals among peers. He has a natural talent for swordsmanship. After all, Yatsuka has a system, while Moonlight Gale does not and can only rely on himself. Moreover, Moonlight Gale often spars with Yatsuka, constantly absorbing Yatsuka's strengths and learning some of his impressive sword techniques to continuously improve his own skills. Therefore, in reality, Moonlight Gale's strength is quite good, but he tends to be relatively low-key and not very conspicuous. This makes Moonlight Gale a bit worried. If he doesn't showcase his strength regularly, it might lead to his teacher underestimating him, resulting in him not being selected, which would be disastrous. Just as Moonlight Gale was feeling anxious, he heard Mikami Shuji call out, "Moonlight Gale." Moonlight Gale was taken aback for a moment. Then his face lit up with excitement. "It's me. Finally call my name." "Ha ha ha." Moonlight Gale shouted wildly in his heart, then turned to look at Yuin, discovering that she also wore an excited expression, which instantly lifted Moonlight Gale's spirits and filled him with a wave of reassurance. "Thankfully I got selected. That's great, that's great." Moonlight Gale's face showed a look of relief, and he felt much more at ease. At this moment, Mikami Shuji announced two more names. One was My Guy, and the other was Shiranui Gunma. These two didn't cause much of a stir, one being somewhat eccentric and the other very low-key. At this point, some people began to wonder why Yatsuka wasn't called. After all, Yatsuka is a key player among the Konoha genin, and they found it hard to understand that Yatsuka hadn't been mentioned. Why hasn't Yatsuka been called yet? Could it be that Yatsuka isn't on the list for this competition? That shouldn't be the case, Kakashi thought with a frown. Is it that Yatsuka doesn't want to participate, or is there some other reason? Moonlight Gale also frowned. Although he had some dislike for Yatsuka for stealing some of Yuin's attention, he still hoped that Yatsuka would participate in this competition. Because even though there are personal grievances among these genin, when it comes to national honor, they always prioritize righteousness, which is something Konoha excels at in patriotism education. They probably just haven't called Yatsuka yet. With Yatsuka's strength, participating in the competition would definitely be a significant asset for Konoha, Uchiha Hashikage thought calmly. Just then, Mikami Shuji spoke again. The team leader for this competition is Yatsuka. Wow. In the next instant, the classroom erupted in an uproar. Hearing Mikami Shuji's words, everyone was extremely shocked. Even Kakashi, who was usually very composed, had his eyes wide open, looking incredulous. What? Yatsuka is actually the team leader. That guy Yatsuka is the team leader. Moonlight Gale's pupils trembled as he looked at Yatsuka, feeling that the distance between himself and Yatsuka seemed to have increased. I didn't expect Yatsuka to become the team leader, but his strength is indeed worthy of that position. Hehe, interesting. Uchiha Hashikage smiled slightly, watching Yatsuka in silence. Yatsuka-kun is amazing. He actually became the team leader. I knew it. How could there be no Yatsuka? Yes, the team leader. Haha, that's great. Yatsuka-kun is so cool. Noera Rin's eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Yatsuka, reflecting the innate tendency of women to admire strength. Moonlight Gale looked at Yuin and saw that she, like Noera Rin, was gazing at Yatsuka with a face full of admiration. Seeing the scene, Moonlight Gale felt a tightness in his heart. The relief he had just felt was replaced by a surge of insecurity, making him start to feel anxious again. Damn it. Yuin's attention has been drawn back to Yatsuka again. This won't do. I must surpass Yatsuka as soon as possible. Moonlight Gale gritted his teeth and said, Yatsuka, you are the team leader this time. Mikami Shuji called out to Yatsuka. Yatsuka was still asleep. Yatsuka, Mikami Shuji called out again. But Yatsuka remained asleep, even starting to snore. Damn it. Yatsuka, such an important moment, and you're still sleeping. Don't you care about your image? Mikami Shuji was exasperated and threw a piece of chalk at Yatsuka. With a swish, the chalk arched beautifully through the air and hit Yatsuka's head precisely. Huh. Yatsuka groggily woke up, drool still hanging at the corner of his mouth. Yatsuka, it's your turn, Mikami Shuji said patiently. Oh, is it lunchtime? Yatsuka replied, looking confused. Chapter 39. Fruit Ninja Yatsuka, you're sleeping in class again. Mikami Shuji said angrily, but he didn't dare to be too harsh, fearing that Yatsuka might impulsively lash out. At this moment, Yamashiro Taichi, sitting next to Yatsuka, nudged him with his elbow and said, the teacher just said that for this 5 Kage joint friendship tournament, you're the team leader for our Konoha village representative team. Yatsuka took a moment to gather his thoughts, finally waking up, nodded, and said, "Oh, got it." After that, he lay back down on the desk and fell asleep again. Mikami Shuji felt his blood pressure spike. This was too infuriating. How could he be so calm? The position of team leader basically represents the strongest presence in the team, the main force. If Asuma or Moonlight Gale were to become the team leader, those two would be over the moon. However, having become familiar with Yatsuka's behavioral style, Mikami Shuji forced down his irritation, ignored him, and continued speaking to the students present. The competitors I just announced were selected by myself, along with other passing teachers and the third Hokage, based on a comprehensive evaluation of your strengths. You could say they're the strongest group among the genin. Hearing Mikami Shuji's words, Sarutobi Asuma nodded with a smile, feeling a sense of achievement and confidence. Although he wasn't the strongest, he was still among the top, which was something worth celebrating and a recognition of his strength. The same went for Kakashi and the others, who felt very happy to have their strengths acknowledged, as they were still young and often valued such honors. The remaining students who were not selected shouldn't feel disheartened. A ninja must endure humiliation and bear burdens to complete their mission. Although your strength may not be enough now, as long as you work hard, you can definitely reach the level of those selected. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. No one can say they will always be stronger than others. After comforting those who were not selected, Mikami Shuji went on to discuss some precautions regarding the upcoming 5 Kage joint friendship tournament, such as not proactively provoking others and not revealing their strengths before the competition, etc. For Yasaka, these things were all trivial. He continued to sleep and dreamed again, dreaming that he had become Hokage, and that the entire Hidden Leaf Village was filled with delicious food, causing his system to nearly explode with rewards. After class, Kakashi called Yasaka over, wanting to spar with him to see what level his own strength had reached. However, after thinking it over, he ultimately gave up, as it was very likely that he would be instantly defeated by Yasaka, making it impossible to gauge his own strength. So, Kakashi ended up arranging a spar with Asuma Sarutobi instead. After class, Yasaka, having nothing to do, was walking down the street when he suddenly noticed a crowd gathering ahead. So he curiously approached. He saw that a newly opened shop was holding an event called Fruit Ninja. Yasaka looked at the game rules, which generally stated that various items would be thrown from the side, and the contestants had to use a knife to cut the fruits. If they cut anything else, they would be immediately eliminated. Each time a fruit was cut, points would be added, and the person with the highest score would win a newly launched fruit tart from the shop and other prizes. The eliminated individuals, along with those ranked third and below, will have to bear the cost of the cut fruits. Oh, Fruit Ninja? This is interesting. It's a test of cutting skills and reflexes, just perfect for me. After watching for a while, Yatsuka understood what this challenge was all about. The stall owner places fruits and other items into a machine, which then randomly shoots out fruits or other items, or sometimes both together. The items are shot out at a very high speed, and participants must cut the fruits within a certain range. Otherwise, cuts made outside that range won't count. At this time, several young people were already challenging the game, and one of them made a direct cut on a wooden block instead of the fruit. According to the rules, he was eliminated and had to pay the corresponding fee. The young man then handed over the money with a dejected expression. The two people behind continued. But there was a rule. When 3 fruits fell to the ground without being cut, the game would be considered over and could not continue. Therefore, Yasaka looked at the current score leaderboard, where the first place had a score of 135 points, and Yasaka was confident he could surpass that record. So, Yasaka went directly to the booth, paid a $10 registration fee, and prepared to wait for the two to finish before it was his turn. Soon, one of the young men made a mistake and cut the wrong item, resulting in immediate elimination, while the other person failed to react in time, causing 3 fruits to fall, thus ending his turn right there. The person's score was 122 points. If they could hold on a little longer, there's a good chance of breaking the record, but now they could only settle for second place. Next, the stall owner shouted. Yatsuka stepped forward, drew his katana, and confidently stood behind the yellow line, ready to face the first wave of attacks. Start! With a loud shout from the stall owner, he pressed the button on the machine. In the next moment, 2 blurred shadows shot out from the machine's nozzle. Yatsuka swiftly swung his sword, and with 2 swish sounds, the 2 shadows were cut into 4 pieces on the ground. The onlookers focused their eyes and were surprised to see that it was a banana and an orange cut in half. Wow, this kid is so fast with his sword. Quick, precise, and ruthless. An old man next to them said, stroking his beard. This is just the first wave. We can't tell much yet. Let's see how many waves he can handle, another person chimed in. At that moment, the second wave came. It was a whoosh sound. 3 blurred shadows, moving too fast to see clearly, shot out from the machine's nozzle. Yatsuka swung his sword twice, and the 3 shadows instantly revealed their true forms. On the ground lay 2 halves of an apple and a strawberry, along with an intact small rubber ball. It was obvious that the small ball was mixed in with the fruits to confuse the player. If he cut the small ball, he would be eliminated. However, Yatsuka was quick and precise with his strikes, completely ignoring the small ball. His performance was quite good, but it was still just the beginning, so the crowd continued to watch. Chapter 40. Challenging the record. After another 7 or 8 waves of fruit chopping, Yatsuka had cleanly and decisively sliced through the flying fruits without making any mistakes. By now, he had withstood 12 waves and had not missed a single fruit. This meant he still had 3 chances to miss a fruit. By this time, the quantity of items being ejected is no longer just 2 or 3 like at the beginning. The amount of fruit ejected in one wave has reached a total of 12, including 8 pieces of fruit and 4 wooden blocks, which is already considered very challenging. This is because from the moment the items are ejected to the time they fly out of the chopping range, the trickster only has a total of 2 seconds. In those 2 seconds, Yagasaka had to distinguish which were fruits and which were non-cuttable distractions. Then, he had to quickly slice each fruit, all within just 2 seconds. Moreover, the speed at which the fruits and distractions were shot out was extremely fast, even quicker than shuriken thrown by a person. Therefore, being able to last until the 12th wave, Yagasaka was truly impressive. At first, there were only 7 or 8 onlookers, but now the crowd had grown to over 20, surrounding the fruit ninja stall in layers. Everyone was wide-eyed, watching Yagasaka swiftly slice the fruits. At this point, as more and more items were shot out, it meant that each wave of fruit attacks was extremely dangerous. One misjudgment could lead to cutting a distraction and getting eliminated, or a lapse in thought and movement could result in missing a fruit, potentially leading to failure on the spot. What an amazing young man. His knife skills are simply extraordinary, and his reactions are so quick. In such a short time, he can clearly distinguish between fruits and obstacles, and slice them all one by one. It's really impressive. An elderly man said seriously while watching Yagasaka. Yes, not to mention distinguishing them. I can barely even see the fruits and distractions when they shoot out. Yet this young man can just chop them all down with a swift stroke. Truly remarkable. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought he was from the Uchiha clan. Indeed, when it comes to this sort of thing, the Uchiha clan Sharingan is the best at it. After all, the Sharingan can slow down the movement speed of objects, effectively increasing 1's reaction time. Yet this kid is able to achieve this level solely with normal vision. Truly, heroes emerge from the young. Absolutely. It's really a cause for celebration that our Konoha village has such a promising next generation. Ha ha ha. In no time, the crowd surrounding them was buzzing with discussions, mostly praising Yagasaka, with people of all ages. Even a few jonin were watching. Those jonin assessed the situation and found they couldn't reach Yagasaka's level. By the 8th or 9th wave of fruit attacks, their eyes, brains, and bodies couldn't keep up, thus they held great admiration for Yagasaka. Hey, do you know who that kid is? He looks like a genin, right? One jonin wearing a Konoha headband nudged his companion with his elbow and asked. The companion shrugged and helplessly replied, I don't know. After all, I'm already a jonin. Most of the time, I'm either training or on missions. Where would I find the time to pay attention to those chunin matters? Among the chunin, I only know Asuma, Sartobi, and Kakashi Hitaki. Beyond that, I don't know anyone else. That makes sense. Who has the time to observe chunin? This kid is indeed impressive. Just now, he shot out 12 things in one go, even though I didn't T-step forward with my eyes and brain's reaction. I wouldn't have been able to cut all the fruits in time. There's an 80 to 90% chance I would have missed and cut the wrong ones, and at least 2 fruits would have slipped through. I feel the same way. This kid is truly amazing, and the most impressive part is that he doesn't even have Sharingan and can achieve this level. I am impressed. Just as the 2 jonin were discussing, a red light lit up on the fruit spraying machine, followed by the ringing of a bell. Here it comes again. The jonin who had been talking immediately shut his mouth, his eyes completely focused on the machine's nozzle. Not just him, but the other onlookers who had been chattering away also fell silent upon hearing the bell. And the scene became quiet as everyone concentrated on the machine's nozzle, waiting for the 13th round of fruit attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, with a series of whooshing sounds, a stream of black shadows shot out from the machine's nozzle. The nozzle shook randomly while spraying, giving the things different flight trajectories. In an instant, 13 black shadows appeared in front of Yasaki, distributed in various positions around him. The things that were shot out moved so fast that most of the people present couldn't even tell whether they were fruits or something else. They only saw a mass of shadows shooting out like a wall towards Yasaki. The next second, Yasaki's eyes lit up with a gleam, and his sword flew out swiftly, instantly creating a flash of white light. With whoosh sounds, countless fruit pieces fell to the ground, including oranges, apples, strawberries, etc. Behind Yasaki, 7 wooden blocks lay on the ground, which were the distractions from this wave. What? This wave only had 5 fruits, while the distractions accounted for 7. A young man dressed as a ninja exclaimed in shock, his voice audible to everyone else. Consequently, everyone present showed expressions of astonishment, looking at the 7 distraction objects on the ground, their faces reflecting their shock. What do 7 distraction objects mean? A total of 13 things flew out, and more than half of them were distractions. This means that when Yasaki saw the distractions, he had to shift his attention to see whether the other things were fruits or distractions, which would scatter his focus and increase the difficulty. Yet even so, Yasaki still struck down with his sword, accurately slicing through all the fruits. This swordsmanship, this cutting technique, this reaction speed stunned everyone present. Chapter 41. The shocked Yasaki. So strong. A Chunin looked at Yasaki, utterly shocked. Just based on Yasaki's cutting skills and reaction speed, this Chunin concluded that he couldn't defeat Yasaki. Meanwhile, not too far from the Fruit Ninja stall, people had already begun to promote this stall and the situation with Yasaka. Sitting inside Ichiraku Ramen, Mikami Shuji was eating ramen when he heard 2 people walking past him talking excitedly. Hurry, hurry, there's a fruit cutting stall over there. And there's a genin with amazing skills. They've already made it through 13 waves, and they're close to breaking the record of 16 waves for first place. It's so exciting. Let's go check it out. Hearing their conversation, Mikami Shuji wondered, cutting fruit? Fruit ninja? Mikami Shuji had seen this so-called Fruit Ninja stall before. During a mission in the Land of Lightning, he had come across a stall called Fruit Ninja on the streets. He knew that while the game looked simple, the difficulty increased as one progressed. Out of curiosity, he had tried it once and ended up being eliminated in the 9th wave due to his slow reaction, hitting an obstacle and missing some fruit. Oh, it's that game. It's interesting, but it's just okay. It seems people from Konoha are quite interested in it. He thought as he continued to eat, not really interested in the stall nearby, planning to go home and take a nap after finishing his meal. Just as he chewed the noodles a couple of times, his chewing slowed down until it stopped. Genin? 13th wave? Confusion gradually appeared on Mikami Shuji's face. The genin from Konoha were all his students, and it took him a moment to realize that this meant one of his students was over there, and they were about to challenge the record for first place? Who is it? So impressive to make it to the 13th wave. Even I, as their teacher, only made it to the 9th wave back then. At this thought, Mikami Shuji suddenly froze. Fruit ninja, cutting fruit with a knife. Could it be that genin Yasaka? As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, it uncontrollably magnified, making Mikami Shuji lose his appetite for the noodles. His strong curiosity compelled him to throw down the half-eaten bowl of noodles and rush out toward the Fruit Ninja stall. Father, why did Mikami-sensei suddenly run out? He looked so anxious. At the moment, Mikami Shuji dashed out of Ichiraku Ramen. Ayam had just come out of the kitchen holding a small bowl of extra noodles and happened to see him rushing out. She curiously asked the nearby Oitsutsuki Ichiraku, "What's going on?" Oitsutsuki Ichiraku smiled and replied, "There's a stall called Fruit Ninja over there with a very strong contestant. It is said they're about to challenge the record for first place." "Oh, I see," Ayam said, placing the extra noodles into Mikami Shuji's bowl and then putting the bowl into an insulated container, thinking that perhaps Mikami Shuji would come back to finish eating later. However, she had no interest in this Fruit Ninja, even if someone was really good at it. Just as Ayam was about to turn back to the kitchen, she heard Oitsutsuki Ichiraku say, "Do you think that person could be Yasaka?" Ayam, who was about to leave, froze in place, even holding the curtain up with one hand. She then turned around, her face slightly flushed, and asked, "Could it really be Yasaka-kun?" Immediately, the scene of the two of them throwing stones and chopping stones at the training ground flashed in her mind, and she felt that Yasaka was indeed quite skilled at Fruit Ninja. Oitsutsuki Ichiraku smiled slightly. "You can go see for yourself, and I'll go take a look." Ayam replied, lowering her head, her face reddening. She felt a bit shy to look at her father, as she sensed some other meaning in his eyes. So she quickly untied her apron and ran out. "Hee, this is youth," Otsutsuki Ichiraku smiled knowingly as he watched his daughter run out, recalling his own dating experiences from years ago. On the other side, in a tea house, Tsukuyomi Kaze and Yugir were drinking tea. At that moment, Sarutobi Asuma rushed over, leaning on the table and urgently saying to the two, "Hurry, Yasaka has already made it through 14 waves at the Fruit Ninja. Just 2 more waves, and the record will be broken." What? Tsukuyomi Kaze was astonished. He had played Fruit Ninja before and made it to the 10th wave. But now Yasaka was already at the 14th wave. Let's go, let's go. Tsukuyomi Kaze quickly stood up, grabbed Yugir's hand, and rushed out with Sarutobi Asuma, while Yugir exclaimed, "Hey!" her face turning red as she was pulled along by Tsukuyomi Kaze. In a supermarket, Hatake Kakashi was shopping when he saw Uchiha Obito running over. Just as he was about to greet him, he heard Uchiha Obito hurriedly say, "Quick, let's go see. Yasaka is about to break the Fruit Ninja record." What? Let's go. In a cosmetic store, Noera Rin was picking out lipstick when she suddenly received a WeChat message from Yuhi Kurenai. After glancing at it, she immediately dropped the chosen lipstick and dashed out. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was watching a crystal ball with Orochimaru, where Yasaka was live-streaming his performance at the Fruit Ninja stall. "This guy Yasaka has quite impressive cutting skills," the third Hokage said, taking a sip of tea and smiling. "He doesn't have the Sharingan, yet he can achieve such reflexes. He really is impressive." Orochimaru also praised. At the Fruit Ninja stall, Yasaka was focused on sensing the subtle changes in the air around him. At this point, his eyes could no longer keep up with the objects being shot out. Due to their high speed and large quantity, starting from the 11th wave, he could no longer clearly see what was being shot out. He is able to continue slicing the fruit accurately and avoiding obstacles thanks to his perception of subtle air currents through airflow manipulation, allowing him to discern which objects being sprayed are fruits and which are distractions. At this moment, his airflow perception ability has been maximized, fully sensing every subtle change in the air currents. Chapter 42. Abandoning vision. Even now, Yasaka can close his eyes without any impact. He can still rely on his airflow perception ability to comprehensively and accurately sense incoming objects. He can even form a colorless 3D stereoscopic image in his mind based on every slight change in the airflow. This way, it is even clearer than using his eyes. After all, Yasaka does not have the Sharingan, and his dynamic vision is only at the level of an average person. Even with experience, he cannot achieve the effect of slowing down high-speed moving objects like the Sharingan can. However, through airflow perception, although he cannot slow down the objects flying rapidly towards him, he can see them clearly in his mind. Coupled with his superb slicing technique, he can slice the fruit with such precision. This is not only due to perception. The Great Freedom Immortal technique enhances the speed of his arm movements, allowing Yasaka to slice the fruits in a short time. Thus, the key reliance is actually on his brain. After all, one must be able to react mentally to control bodily movements, and Yasaka's brain reacts quite quickly. Therefore, overall, he can still handle the current fruit slicing. However, as the waves continue to increase, even with the enhancements of airflow manipulation and the Great Freedom Immortal technique, Yasaka begins to find it somewhat strenuous, as human strength has its limits, and everything must adhere to the basic principles. At this moment, the 15th wave had arrived, and the crowd around was wide-eyed. This time, they were not staring at the machine's nozzle, but all their attention was focused on Yatsuka. By now, their eyes could no longer see clearly what was being sprayed out, as not only had the amount of what was being sprayed increased, but the speed of the spray had also become faster. Therefore, the onlookers could not see clearly at all and could only watch Yatsuka's movements, hoping he wouldn't cut the wrong thing or miss any fruit. "Excuse me, please make way." Noera Rin struggled to squeeze to the front row and finally managed to stick her head out, taking a breath of fresh air. She saw Yatsuka standing ahead and instinctively wanted to shout his name. However, just as she opened her mouth, someone beside her tapped her shoulder. "Teacher, what are you doing here?" Noera Rin looked surprised at Mikami Shuji, who was stopping her from speaking. "Don't make a sound. Don't disturb Yatsuka. What if you call him just as he starts spraying and distracts him?" Mikami Shuji said, his eyes fixed on Yatsuka ahead, not turning back. When he arrived at the stall and saw that it was indeed Yatsuka, he felt extremely excited. After all, Yatsuka was a student, and he was happy to see his student gaining recognition. "Oh, I understand. I won't disturb Yatsuka-kun." Noera Rin nodded heavily, and then turned her gaze back to Yatsuka. At the same time, not far away, Ayam was also watching Yatsuka with a nervous yet excited expression. She was nervous because the 15th wave of fruit attacks was about to arrive, fearing that Yatsuka might not catch them. The excitement came naturally from the fact that Yatsuka was so impressive, which made Ayam very thrilled. Her little face flushed. "Go for it, Yatsuka-kun." Ayam silently cheered for him in her heart. Sure enough, it's Yatsuka. I absolutely couldn't handle that previous wave, but Yatsuka cut the fruit so accurately and avoided the obstacles. Amazing, truly amazing, Uchiha Obito said with admiration on his face. At that moment, he was staring wide-eyed at Yatsuka, and his eyes had transformed into the state of the Sharingan with two Tomo. He had clearly seen the 14th wave of fruit attacks. With the unique dynamic visual effect of the Sharingan, the rapidly spraying items seemed to slow down, allowing him to clearly see 11 fruits and 3 obstacles. However, while he could see everything clearly, his body couldn't keep up. Thus, Uchiha Obito greatly admired Yatsuka, who, without the Sharingan, surpassed even those who had it. Indeed, he is ridiculously strong. It seems that the gap between him and me is still quite large, Kakashi thought to himself, his gaze fixed on Yatsuka. At the same time, the red warning light on the machine had already lit up, and the warning bell rang loudly. At this moment, Yasaka closed his eyes and concentrated all his attention on sensing the airflow around him. In that instant, the visual image disappeared, replaced by a slightly blurred black and white 3D stereoscopic effect that was constantly changing. This was because it was Yasaka's first time completely abandoning his vision and relying solely on airflow perception to construct his sight. Therefore, in the beginning, the three-dimensional image in his mind was somewhat distorted, much like an animation made by a student just learning 3D animation, with various distortions and inaccuracies. However, it must be said that Yasaka's mind was very sharp. After just 1 or 2 seconds of adaptation, he had completely adjusted to this perceptual image and made targeted dynamic calibrations. Thus, the image that appeared in his mind, apart from lacking color, was no different from what one would see with their eyes. Look, he actually closed his eyes. At this moment, someone noticed Yasaka had closed his eyes and exclaimed softly. Soon, the onlookers all noticed Yasaka's action of closing his eyes, sparking a flurry of discussions. Some felt that he had already given up, as the impending 15th wave would see 15 objects flying out, a difficulty that was nearly insurmountable. After all, as the rounds progressed, each additional projectile exponentially increased the difficulty. Others held a different opinion. Uchiha Sasuke frowned slightly, thinking to himself, based on what I know about Yasaka, he doesn't seem like the type to give up, so there must be another possibility. At the same time, Kakashi thought to himself, that is, he has a special perception ability that allows him to scout without using his eyes, and it's likely even more effective than using his eyes. This guy, is this his kind of perception scouting ability? Mikami Shuji thought seriously, feeling a mix of excitement and anticipation that made it hard for him to stay calm. Just then, the fruit attack was launched. Chapter 43. Astonishing strength. Just then, the machine activated. A series of black shadows shot out from the machine's nozzle in an instant. The speed of those black shadows was so fast that those who were staring at the machine's nozzle saw a blur of black flash by, and by the time their brains reacted, those shadows had already flown in front of Yasaka. At this moment, Yasaka had his eyes closed, concentrating all his mental energy and projecting it into the air around his body, carefully sensing every subtle change in the air. Seeing the machine spewing out a series of black shadows, Mikami Shuji clenched his fists, his heart racing as if he were the challenger, even more nervous than Yasaka. It wasn't just Mikami, everyone else felt the same way. Kakashi's eyes were wide open, his pupils constricted, fixated on the series of black shadows shooting towards Yasaka. Uchiha Obito had pushed the power of his 2 Tomo Sharingan to its limit, clearly seeing the 15 objects speeding towards Yasaka. Tsukuyomi, like Kakashi, stared at Yasaka, fists clenched tightly, a look of tension on his face. Noera Rin, Ayam, and Yuhi Kurenai also wore expressions of nervous anticipation. As the 15 black shadows shot out from the machine's nozzle, countless gazes followed their movements, while even more focused on Yasaka. Just as those 15 black shadows were about to reach a distance of 1.5 meters from Yasaka, in a flash, he swung his blade upward. A silver-white blade light flashed like a crescent moon, and half an apple instantly appeared to the left of his blade, with the other half flying at a 45-degree angle behind him. Immediately after, he swung his sword horizontally again, creating another white crescent, and a banana split in half appeared on either side of his blade. At that moment, another black shadow rushed towards him, but he ignored it entirely. simply tilting his head to the left to avoid the shadow. Seeing this, Kakashi, with wide eyes, couldn't help but murmur, "Is that a distraction?" "That's right. It's a small rubber ball." Uchiha Obito nearly shouted, as he had already seen the small ball with his Sharingan's enhanced dynamic vision. But his body couldn't keep up with his eyes. By the time he felt his body react, the small ball had already been let past by Yasaka. This meant that Yasaka's physical reactions were significantly faster than Uchiha Obito's. At that moment, 3 black shadows appeared in a triangular formation, shooting towards Yasaka. And less than half a meter behind those 3 triangular black shadows, 6 more black shadows followed closely. This was definitely an extremely high difficulty fruit attack. The 3 black shadows in the front were arranged in a triangular layout rather than in a straight line. This meant that Yasaka needed to identify these 3 objects almost instantaneously, and if they were all the same, he would have to cut them all in that moment. Since they were all on the same vertical plane, he had to achieve a very high knife-swinging speed to cut through these 3 black shadows. After all, when the blade could touch those objects, it meant they were already less than 1.5 meters away from Yasaka. At such a distance, cutting through these fast-moving objects would require at least 2 cuts within a fraction of a second. Moreover, after cutting through these 3 objects, there would be 6 more black shadows right behind them. Although these 6 black shadows were not on the same vertical plane, the short distance between them made the challenge even greater than that of the 3 triangular black shadows. Witnessing this scene, countless people present believed that Yasaka would definitely be unable to withstand this wave and was very likely to be eliminated right away. "Go for it, Yasaka-kun," I am shouted in her heart already in her throat. Similarly, Mikami Shuji, Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, and others were all extremely tense at this moment. The danger level was too high. If his knife-swinging speed or reaction time was even slightly slow, he would most likely be eliminated in this wave. This wave is the 15th, and it is just a little short of the 16th wave from the first place. At this moment, while everyone was feeling extremely anxious, the person at the center of the pressure, Yasaki, was completely calm. Like a still lake, there was not a single ripple, as tranquil as a mirror. In his mental world, there was a black and white 3D image, and at a distance of 1.5 meters in front of him, 3 objects were flying towards him in A shape. At the top was a wooden block, in the lower left was an orange, and below there was a dragon fruit. Behind these 3 objects, there were 6 apples. At such a close distance, and with such speed, even Yasaka would find it extremely difficult to cut through all of them in such a short time, with a success rate of only 20%. But that was under normal circumstances with an ordinary swing of the sword, not considering other methods. In this situation, to cut through 8 fruits in just a fraction of a second, other methods had to be used. In the next moment, Yasaka silently shouted in his heart, "Cutting steel flash." He swung his right arm, holding the knife fiercely forward, creating a large area of white light, which instantly transformed into a dazzling crescent-shaped wind blade, forming a large net that rushed towards the flying objects. This is... Saratobi Asuma was stunned by this scene. His face filled with shock, his mouth open wide enough to fit a light bulb, stammering with a ghostly expression. "The wind. It has turned into tangible wind." Moonlight Gale was also shaken, watching the scene before him, his pupils constricting and trembling slightly. "No, that is not just pure wind. That is the blade's aura." Mikami Shuji shouted in shock, having completely forgotten that he shouldn't make loud noises to disturb Yasaka, because the scene before him was simply too astonishing. Everyone else was left in shock, speechless and wide-eyed. At the same time, a large area of wind blades created by Yasaka precisely cut through the mass of black shadows, with only one shadow flying past Yasaka. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a block of wood. Chapter 44, the 15th Wave, a series of swishing sounds echoed, resembling the sound of high-speed vegetable slicing. In the next moment, there was a patter of sounds as countless pieces of fruit fell to the ground, as if raining down, each fruit precisely sliced in half. There were a total of 8 fruits, 14 pieces of fruit scattered around Yasaka's body, and at that moment, 6 more black shadows shot towards him. Yasaka closed his eyes and raised his hand to slice. A brilliant light flashed, and the fruit quickly fell to the ground, all cut down without missing a single piece or miscalculating any obstructions. For a moment, the entire venue fell silent, everyone quietly watching Yasaka with his eyes closed, feeling as though he stood there like a legendary hero. Incredibly cool. "Wow, that's amazing," SHBU exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement, feeling that Yasaka was simply stunning at that moment. Impressive, this slicing technique. I didn't expect he has reached such a level. I'm still so far from him. Tsukikage Kazekage looked at Yasaka in disbelief. He had thought he was working hard and could almost reach Yasaka, but now he realized that Yasaka had never been using his full strength. What he thought was Yasaka's ability was merely a misconception. For a moment, Tsukikage Kazeke's confidence was greatly shaken, but just as quickly, he reignited his fighting spirit. He thought, as long as he worked harder, he could reach Yasaka's level. Didn't teacher Mikami say that fortunes change over time? Just because he couldn't do it now didn't mean he wouldn't be able to in the future. Who could say they would always win? Yasaka, I will definitely defeat you. Tsukikage Kazeke's eyes revealed a determined look. Yasaka is truly remarkable. I can't even compete with him. It's so frustrating. Mikami Hideji looked at Yasaka with a complex expression. On one hand, he was shocked by Yasaka's displayed combat power, realizing that it was beyond what he could contend with, which made him, as a teacher, feel quite embarrassed. His student was stronger than him. On the other hand, Mikami Hideji felt proud of Yasaka. After all, he had been his student for 3 years. When Yasaka first enrolled, he was only as tall as Mikami's waist, and now he had grown to shoulder height, something Mikami had watched over time. Thus, he felt very gratified that his student had become so strong. This guy will definitely become a pillar of Konoha in the future. Mikami Hideji smiled with satisfaction. Such powerful slicing techniques. This is his ninja way, so sharp and precise. But where's my ninja way, my path? Looking at Yasaka, Kakashi fell into confusion for a moment. Not only those who knew Yasaka were in awe. The spectators around were also praising Yasaka's performance, describing the scene as a visual feast. Although the entire process of Yasaka slicing the fruit took only 1 or 2 seconds. Those 2 seconds felt both brief and lengthy to the onlookers. At that moment, someone started clapping, and soon others joined in, creating a wave of enthusiastic applause around Yasaka. Good. Beautiful. Keep it up. Cheers erupted from the crowd, with SHBU clapping vigorously, her little hands turning red but still continuing to clap. Not far from SHBU, Noerin was also clapping her hands turning red as well. By this time, Yasaka had already endured the 15th wave of fruit attacks. This meant that if he survived the next wave, his score would surpass that of the previous first place, breaking the record and becoming number 1. Although the previous first place had also withstood 16 waves of fruit attacks, he had missed 2 fruits in the earlier rounds, while Yasaka had not missed any fruits up to this point. Therefore, Yasaka's score was about to exceed that person's. Although the previous first-place contestant did not miss any fruits in the 16th wave, if Yasaki also did not miss any fruits, then Yasaki would directly surpass that person in points. Even if Yasaki was eliminated in the 17th wave like that person, Yasaki's points would still be in first place. Therefore, the next wave will determine Yasaki's ranking. If he makes it through, he will be first. If not, he will be second. It can be said that the most critical moment has arrived. Yasaki, go for it. Haicher Mikami clenched his fists tightly, praying for Yasaki in his heart. Kakashi is usually very calm, but at this moment, he found himself feeling nervous. Although he usually regards Yasaki as the opponent he wants to surpass at this moment, he also hopes that Yasaki can successfully break the record and become first, because that would make his desire to surpass Yasaki even more meaningful. After all, the higher the level of his opponent, the stronger the motivation for him, and the greater the improvement in his own strength. Similarly, there is Tsukikage Shippo. Although a bit annoyed by Yatsuka, shares the same mentality as Kakashi. The stronger Yatsuka becomes, the greater the sense of pride Tsukikage Shippo feels when defeating him. Although he has often been discouraged by Yatsuka in the past, Tsukikage Shippo's inner resilience is strong. He will not easily fall into despair. Instead, he fights back time and again, growing braver with each battle. The same goes for Asuma Sarutobi, who even directly shouted to Yatsuka, "Yatsuka, keep going. You must make it through the 16th wave. Go." Upon hearing Asuma Sarutobi's voice, Yatsuka smiled slightly and made a victory gesture towards him. At that moment, Yatsuka's peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of Ayam in the crowd, and he was momentarily stunned. Ayam is here too? Shampoo also noticed that Yasaka's gaze was fixed on her, and her cheeks immediately flushed with 2 red clouds. After hesitating for a moment, she mustered her courage and shouted to Yasaka, "Yasaka, go for it. If you get first place, I'll treat you to ramen later." What? Such a good deal? Then I must get first place. Yasaka's eyes lit up at the mention of food, and he became energized. Chapter 45. A sneaky attack. Shangpu said she would treat me to a meal if I got first place? Great. In that case, this first place is mine for sure. Yasaka looked at Shangpu with shining eyes, making her blush and feel shy. Why does it feel so special when Yasaka looks at me? Shangpu wanted to cover her face. She felt embarrassed under Yasaka's intense gaze. Although she was shy and wanted to hide her face, she was also worried that covering her face would upset Yasaka, leading her to be caught in a very conflicting emotional state. At that moment, Yasaka looked at Shangpu as if she were a pile of system rewards. Although he had eaten ramen before, it didn't feel as good as the first time, but as long as it was delicious food, it would increase his strength, just varying in amount. Thus, in Yasaka's eyes, Shangpu transformed from a little girl into a heap of delicious food, and then from a heap of food into a pile of system rewards. Consequently, Yasaka and Shangpu's thoughts were completely misaligned. However, it didn't matter, as both of their goals were achieved. Meanwhile, while everyone present was cheering for Yasaka, there was one person whose expression was not good, filled with anxiety. This person stood 3 meters away from Mikami Shuji in the crowd. He was a middle-aged man over 8 meters tall, with a ponytail, wearing samurai clothing and wooden clogs, giving off a strong Japanese Ronin vibe. This man was the record holder for first place, someone Yasaka was about to surpass. At that moment, he looked tense and anxious because his 2-month record was likely to be broken by the seemingly low-ranking guy in front of him, which made him very uneasy. He didn't want his record to be shattered. Damn it, what should I do? If nothing major happens, my record will be broken soon. And that can't happen. I've held this record for 2 months. How can I let a brat break it here? I absolutely will not allow that. He had a short sword hanging from his left waist and a pouch for throwing tools on his right. He quietly reached into the tool pouch and felt 3 sharp steel needles. When he draws his sword, he would throw these 3 steel needles to suddenly change the flight path of the fruits and distractions. At that moment, Yasaka would definitely not be able to react in such a short time, and then he would miss the fruits. Once that happens, he would panic, and his movements would become erratic, leading to a high chance of being eliminated on the spot. Thinking this, the man dressed as a Ronin became nervous, knowing that this had to be done discreetly and without harming anyone. Otherwise, if he was discovered, his previous achievements would be nullified, and he would be seen as a despicable and shameless scoundrel, looked down upon by others. However, he was confident in himself because not only was his swordsmanship top-notch, but his skills with hidden weapons were also very powerful. He had an 80% certainty of being able to launch the steel needles, causing them to collide with the surfaces of the fruits and distractions, creating friction that would alter their flight paths. Thus, just as Yasaka was about to prepare to strike, the trajectory of his target changed. In that split second, Yasaka would definitely be unable to instantly adjust the direction of the muscle power in his arm, resulting in a missed strike. And this setback will have an impact on the mind, likely causing a chain reaction that can lead to a complete collapse, affecting subsequent actions, and resulting in immediate elimination. As long as the 16th wave of Yasaki is eliminated, then his points for the 16th wave will not count. In this way, the person dressed as a werewolf will still be in first place. Dream on if you want to surpass me. The middle-aged man dressed as a Ronin thought to himself, determined to defend his first place. Meanwhile, Yatsuka closed his eyes, preparing to face the upcoming 16th wave of fruit attacks. This 16th wave was extremely important. If he could withstand it, he would secure first place. And winning first place meant that Iam would treat him, allowing him to enjoy delicious food and receive rewards from the system. Stay calm. He had to maintain absolute calmness to accurately sense the changes in the airflow. Yatsuka forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart and gradually calmed himself down. In his mental world, the colorless outline world reappeared. With all his energy focused on perceiving the changes in airflow, the world in his mind was also very clear. Even the expressions of everyone present were exactly the same as what he could see with his eyes, perhaps even clearer. After several experiences of sensing the fruit attacks, Yatsuka had become increasingly skilled in perceiving the manipulation of airflow. He had even unconsciously realized that he could amplify and diminish sound by controlling the density of the airflow. However, although he could see the surroundings through airflow, he did not notice that there was a person on his left reaching into their waist pouch, gripping a few steel needles. This was the drawback of manipulating airflow. It did not achieve the effect of X-ray vision. So in terms of reconnaissance, it was still somewhat inferior to the Byakugan. Come on, the next wave of attacks, I must block it. Yatsuka thought to himself, and at that moment, the machine's red warning light began to flash. The warning bell also rang with a ding ding ding. This meant that in 2 seconds, the crucial 16th wave of fruit attacks was about to arrive. On the left side of Yasaka, the man dressed as a Ronin became even more anxious and focused. His next move was not much easier than Yasaka's. He only needed to attack a few of the fruits, while Yasaka had to attack most of them. I will not let you succeed. At that moment, the middle-aged man dressed as a vagabond felt his fingers holding the steel needles starting to sweat. Whether he could maintain his first place depended on what happened next. In the next second, the machine's nozzle shot out 16 black shadows, rushing toward Yasaka like a wall. Moreover, this time, the speed was even faster than the 15th wave of fruit attacks earlier. Now's the time. The middle-aged man's eyes widened, and with an undetectable special technique, he launched the 3 steel needles he was holding. Chapter 46, Discovering the Suspect the next moment. The steel needles flew rapidly toward the large cluster of fruits that had been sprayed out. Although there were only 3 needles, their effect was significant. Pulling one thread could affect the whole tapestry. After all, at such high speed and close range, any slight error or mishap would lead to total failure. Therefore, whether it was a psychological issue or the actual situation, at this point, even the slightest mistake was unacceptable. This was the fundamental reason why the Fruit Ninja game became increasingly difficult as it progressed, since players could only use knives to chop and not any ninja techniques. There was a limit to the speed at which a person could swing a knife, even if one had the Sharingan and could see all fast-moving objects in a second, or if one's mind could compute trillions of operations per second, the speed of the body would still be constrained. Thus, in reality, the Fruit Ninja game has a practical limit. It is nearly impossible to exceed 20 waves, because by the time of the 20th wave, it meant that you had to not only see all the flying objects clearly within 1 second, but also continuously swing the knife more than 15 times. This had already reached the limits of the human body. After all, no matter how strong one's physical training was, it still had to follow basic laws. If any of those 3 steel needles changed the flight trajectory of even one fruit, it would significantly increase the difficulty for Yasaki. Normally, Yasaki's brain would subconsciously calculate the flight path of the fruit and then predict its movement, swinging their arm to slice at the fruit. However, if the fruit suddenly changed its flight path while you were swinging your arm, due to the muscle force in your arm would already have an inertial direction of swing. It would be nearly impossible to change the direction of your arm's swing within that 0.01 seconds. At that point, if you missed the slice, it could create a domino effect, impacting the subsequent fruit slicing. If at this moment, Yasaka was observing the flight trajectory of the fruits with his eyes, he would likely not notice the steel needles suddenly shot out from his side. On one hand, his attention was entirely focused on the flying objects, completely ignoring the surroundings. On the other hand, the 3 steel needles were very thin, almost reaching the level of 1,000th of a millimeter, making them difficult to detect unless one had special vision. However, Yasaka was different because he was not looking with his eyes, but was perceiving the surrounding objects through his ability to manipulate air currents, somewhat similar to a bat's sonar method. Thus, the moment the 3 steel needles were shot out, he easily detected them in the 3D visual representation in his mind. The movement of those 3 steel needles caused changes in the surrounding air currents, creating a butterfly effect that led to subtle shifts in the entire surrounding airflow. This series of changes quickly refreshed and formed a new, dynamically changing 3D visual representation in Yasaka's mental world. What's going on? Are there hidden weapons? Did the stall owner not want me to break the record? Or did the person maintaining the record intervene? Upon noticing the steel needles, Yasaka immediately stopped his arm's slicing motion and focused on the needles and the flying objects. He intended to confirm the final flight trajectories of the 16 flying objects before making his move. His combat intelligence told him that if the 3 steel needles collided with the flying objects while he was already in the midst of his slicing motion, he might not have enough time to change the direction of his swing. Thus, under this almost extreme brain reaction, Yasaka managed to refrain from swinging his sword for a fraction of a second and successfully observed the results that the 3 steel needles would affect through his ability to sense air currents. 2 fruits and 1 interference object. In an instant, Yasaka predicted the flying objects that would be affected by the 3 steel needles. After roughly estimating the potential changes in the flight trajectories of the 2 fruits and 1 interference object, Yasaka decisively made his move. With the enhancement of the Great Freedom Immortal technique on the speed of his arm swing, he swung his sword at an almost extreme speed, swiftly cutting toward the incoming fruits. Slice! Yasaka shouted, and the speed of his swing reached his limit, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Even the sword produced a layer of airflow resistance waves, and at nearly maximum speed, he swiftly sliced through the 7 fruits in front while avoiding the 2 interference objects. with 9 more flying objects still behind. Among these 9 flying objects, 3 collided with the steel needles, causing an instantaneous displacement, and 1 fruit even collided with another, resulting in a dramatic change in the flight trajectories of these 2 fruits. However, under the visual perception of airflow, these changes were clear to see. Coupled with Yasaka's almost abnormal cognitive processing ability, he successfully inferred the approximate flight trajectories of the 3 affected flying objects. Thus, Yasaka continued to swing his sword swish, 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 slashing 5 times with remarkable precision at each fruit vendor while avoiding one of the interference objects. Crash! Fruit fragments fell to the ground, and Yasaka, panting, sheathed his sword. This wave of fruit attacks was incredibly difficult, almost reaching his limit. If it weren't for the enhancement of the Great Freedom Immortal technique, he might not have been able to keep up with the speed of his swings, resulting in missing 1 or 2 fruits. However, it was precisely under such near-limit circumstances that his potential was forced out, allowing him to surpass himself once again and reach a higher height. Although it was only a slight improvement over his previous limit, that little bit was precisely what had stumped countless people. Breaking through that little bit of limit was incredibly difficult. In this game, Yasaka achieved something remarkable, which can be attributed not only to the system's enhancements, but also to his impressive natural talent. Therefore, when everyone witnessed Yasaka successfully slice through all the incoming fruits without missing a single one, the crowd erupted into unprecedented applause and cheers. At that moment, Yasaka had become the new first place, breaking the record that had stood for 2 months, and he did so while still at the level of a lower ninja. Chapter 47. Becoming first place? Awesome. He did it. After a moment, someone shouted loudly. Hearing this, the others joined in with loud cheers and shouts, as if they were the ones who had achieved first place. Amazing. He broke the record. His swordsmanship is incredible. In no time, the venue was filled with noise, with countless people even jumping up in excitement. SHBU's emotions were overflowing. She couldn't contain her excitement and couldn't stop smiling, feeling both happy for Yasaka's achievement and thrilled that she would get to spend time alone with him soon. Yasaka is so amazing, so cool. SHBU's face flushed with excitement, her fists clenched against her chest. This guy is ridiculously strong. In that situation, he managed to sever everything. It's just ruthless. I'm impressed. Sarutobi Isuma said in shock, reflecting on how he would have only managed to slice 10 at most if he were in Yasaka's place. Instead, Yasaka faced 16 at once, which was simply extraordinary. Moreover, it seemed that something went wrong just now. Uchiha Kasumi said seriously. Oh, what happened? At that moment, Uchiha Kasumi was activating his Sharingan, which was already in the 3-tomo state, stronger than Uchiha Obito's 2-tomo. It seemed that someone had launched steel needles to deliberately interfere with Yasaka's actions. 3 needles altered the trajectory of 2 fruits and 1 interference object. However, Yasaka was even more impressive, accurately slicing the fruit even in that state, without mistakenly hitting the interference object. Truly remarkable, Uchiha Kasumi praised. What? There was such a thing? Did you see who did it? Sarutobi Isuma asked in surprise, followed by some anger. Uchiha Kasumi shook his head. At that time, my attention was entirely focused on Yasaka and those flying objects. By the time I noticed the steel needles being shot, it was too late, so I didn't see who it was. But the direction was within a small range to Yasaka's left. As he spoke, Uchiha Kasumi quietly scrutinized those few people, and Sarutobi Isuma did the same. There were 2 elderly men. One was the fruit shop owner, whom I know and is not a ninja. The other old man is a ninja, but he probably doesn't have that kind of hidden weapon ability. After all, to precisely hit a flying object with a steel needle without leaving a mark on it requires highly skilled hidden weapon techniques. As he pondered, his gaze moved over those few people, and soon he locked onto a target. The man appeared to be in his 30s, and, judging by his attire, he clearly seemed unremarkable. He had a katana hanging on his left side, and the bag on his right should contain tools. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Kasumi intensified the scrutiny of his Sharingan, and noticed that the man's waist pouch was unzipped, revealing a sharp object inside the zipper's opening. However, it was unclear whether that sharp object was the tip of a steel needle, a shuriken, or a kunai. Nevertheless, it was evident that this man was the prime suspect. Seeing Uchiha Kasumi's gaze fixated on one individual, Sarutobi Isuma also looked closely and soon realized that this person had the most suspicion. It's highly likely that it was that person who did it, Sarutobi Isuma quietly said to Uchiha Kasumi. The man dressed as a ronin was clearly not an ordinary person. When Sarutobi, Asuma, and Uchiha Shikori were observing him, he sensed their gaze. Although he saw that they were just two lower-ranked ninjas, he was naturally cautious and slowly retreated into the crowd. He wanted to escape. Should we catch him? Sarutobi, Asuma frowned and asked. Uchiha Shikori thought for a moment and replied, chase him. So the two of them also stepped out of the crowd. Just as they squeezed out, they saw that the man in the Ronin outfit had already run over 20 meters away. Sarutobi Asuma immediately shouted, don't run, and directly chased after him. The actions of the two did not attract the attention of others at all. The audience present was still immersed in the impressive performance of Yasaka just moments ago. Except for Uchiha, who had the 3-tomo Sharingan and noticed the trick, no one else detected anything unusual. Even the teacher, Mitsushima Hideji, was completely oblivious. At this moment, Mitsushima Hideji directly gave Yasaka a thumbs up. Although this fruit ninja was just a game, it contained a lot of elements and required considerable reflexes, speed, and judgment, making it not something that just anyone could play. Those who can make it through 10 waves are, without a doubt, outstanding in terms of reflexes. Of course, it doesn't mean that those who can't get through 10 waves are weak. Tsunade herself couldn't pass 10 waves, yet she is still very powerful. Why does this guy Yatsuka always make me feel a deep sense of despair every time he makes a move? Just when I gather my spirits, he always pushes me back into the abyss, said Moonlight Gale with a speechless expression. He belongs to the type that keeps fighting despite repeated failures. Since the first time he faced Yatsuka and was instantly defeated, he has challenged Yatsuka 32 times up to now, but he has lost all 32 battles, and the defeats have been quite brutal. However, after each battle with Yatsuka, Moonlight Gale carefully reflects on the details of the previous fight, examines his shortcomings, and absorbs Yatsuka's strengths. Therefore, even though he keeps losing, he makes progress after each defeat. Unbeknownst to him, he has improved significantly over time. This is the benefit of having a strong opponent who constantly pushes him forward. Kakashi, standing nearby, patted him on the shoulder, his eyes also revealing complex emotions. They empathized with each other, naturally feeling a mutual respect. Come on, either give up now and admit defeat, or keep working hard to catch up with him, Kakashi said solemnly. He didn't want to give up, so he would continue to strive to catch up with Yatsuka, even if he never catches up. As long as he doesn't lose hope and admit defeat completely, he must keep trying. Sigh, I know. Moonlight Gale sighed, seeing Shuin not far away, excitedly cheering for Yatsuka, feeling a pang of envy in his heart. How great it would be if Shoyin were cheering for him instead at this moment. Chapter 48. Moonlight Gale's envy. If I could reach Yatsuka's level, then I would also receive Shoyin's applause, and her attention would be on me. Moonlight Gale thought to himself. Everything is based on strength. With that thought, he felt a strong urge to train, but Yatsuka was still in the middle of his challenge, and he wanted to see how far Yatsuka could go. However, at this moment, Yatsuka also started to feel a bit tired. After maintaining such high mental concentration for so long, it was inevitable to feel mentally fatigued. Moreover, continuously swinging his blade at super high speeds put a significant strain on his arm muscles. Thus, Yatsuka felt somewhat fatigued as well, and was just waiting to finish so he could go eat with SH Boo. At this moment, the red warning lights and alarm bells rang simultaneously, indicating that the 17th wave of fruit attacks was about to come. And this was the first time they had reached the 17th wave, marking a historic moment. In the next moment, countless shadows sprayed out from the machine's nozzle again. This time, there was one more than last time, meaning a total of 17 flying objects were shot out. Yatsuka maintained high-intensity spiritual energy to sense the airflow, and at the moment those flying objects were ejected, he judged their outlines. When those flying objects traveled a meter away, Yatsuka had already sensed them all. This wave had a total of 17 flying objects, of which 16 were fruits, and only one was an interference object. This meant that Yatsuka needed to swing his blade 16 times within a second, which was quite challenging for him. Even with the enhancement of the Great Freedom Immortal technique, it was becoming increasingly difficult, and it was not the beginning anymore. He had already gone through many high-speed swings, so his arm was nearing its limit. Cut! Yatsuka shouted, swiftly swinging his katana, creating a blur of afterimages. The blade shone brightly, slicing through a haze of white light, dazzling the eyes. Countless pieces of fruit fell to the ground like petals scattered by a celestial maiden. This time, Yatsuka completed the task perfectly, missing not a single fruit and not hitting the interference object. Once again, the scene erupted in warm applause, but Yatsuka remained oblivious, keeping his eyes closed as he stood there. He wanted to take advantage of this brief moment to let his arm rest as much as possible, because after the previous high-speed swings, his arm was almost at its limit. The muscles were in pain, and he figured that after 2 more high-speed swings, he would be unable to hold the sword due to muscle overload. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, who had been staring at the crystal ball, suddenly spoke up. Yatsuka's arm should be at its limit. Almost. With his continuous high-intensity swinging, given his current physical condition, he probably won't last beyond 20 waves. Each subsequent wave puts more strain on his arm, and if he forces himself too hard, he could risk muscle tearing, Orochimaru said with a serious expression. However, even so, it's already quite remarkable. After all, even I might not be able to reach this point, Jiraiya said with a smile. If it were purely based on cutting technique, I estimate he would reach his limit around 11 to 12 waves. However, this doesn't mean he can't beat Yatsuka. Although Yatsuka is strong now, in a real fight, Yatsuka would still struggle against Jiraiya. After all, Yatsuka's strength lies in close combat, but Jiraiya's ninjutsu is large-scale, which can easily take down Yatsuka before he gets close. Although Yatsuka had previously sliced through flames, that was just an ordinary A-rank fire ninjutsu. If it were a higher-level fire release technique, with Yatsuka's current strength, he wouldn't be able to cut through it. If Jiraiya used Sage Art, Gomen, Yatsuka couldn't cut through or block it at all. However, this is only temporary knowledge. As Yatsuka's cutting technique improves, that may not always be the case. Just as the third Hokage, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were chatting, the warning bell rang again on Yatsuka's side, indicating that the 18th wave of fruit attacks was about to arrive. Damn it, this wave is a bit precarious. My hand can barely hold the sword anymore, Yatsuka thought. At this moment, his entire right arm was very stiff, with a noticeable tearing sensation in the muscles. Even though he had rested for about 15 seconds, the muscle pain hadn't eased, and there was a strong feeling of swelling. If he touched the muscle in his arm now, he would feel that it was rock hard. This was the state of muscle congestion. Appropriate muscle congestion can enhance muscle strength, but if it's due to overexertion, it could lead to muscle injury. At this moment, the muscles in Yasaki's right arm were in a dangerous state. For him, this wave should be the limit. There was no way he could get through the 19th wave. Therefore, he could only grit his teeth and push through this 18th wave. His right hand was tightly gripping the handle of the knife, and due to the speed of the swings, he was forced to exert a lot of strength to hold on to it, resulting in intense pain in his right hand muscles. He knew this was a sign of cramping, and if he continued, there was a high chance he wouldn't be able to hold the handle anymore. Damn it, the rest time was too short, and his muscles hadn't relaxed yet. He decided to push through this 18th wave and then give up. Yasaki was also someone who knew when to advance and retreat. He wouldn't overexert himself. He planned to give a shot for the 18th wave, but he wasn't entirely confident. After all, performing high-intensity, rapid swings every 20 seconds was already a form of high-intensity exercise, with most of the force concentrated in the arms, so the burden on his arms was considerable. This kind of muscle strain could probably only be endured by Might Guy, Yasaki thought to himself. At that moment, the 18th wave of fruit attacks began. He heard the sound of swish, 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 and a large mass of black shadows suddenly appeared in front of Yasaki. By this time, Yasaki was already very fatigued, and the picture constructed by his airflow perception was somewhat unstable. However, just catching a glimpse of those flying objects was enough. Yasaki then used all his strength to swing the katana in his hand, slicing towards the fruit. Chapter 49. Elimination. The large mass of black shadows surged towards Yasaki like a wall, shooting at him with incredible speed from all directions. Up, down, left, right, front, and back, just like someone had fired a shotgun at him. Hold on, Yasaki shouted in his mind, concentrating all his strength on his right arm. Even so, he could still feel that during the swinging motion, his right arm was already losing power. The speed of his swings had decreased by at least 20% compared to before, and due to the stiffness and pain in his arm muscles. The reaction of his right arm had also become sluggish. As a result, after slicing the first piece of fruit, he found it noticeably difficult to change the direction of his force to slice the other pieces. Moreover, his hand was in excruciating pain, to the point where Yasaki was gritting his teeth and forcing himself to hold onto the handle of the sword with sheer willpower. "Give me the cut," Yasaki shouted, and the katana swiftly sliced through the air, cutting an orange in half. Almost simultaneously, he exerted force with his right arm again, forcing it to change direction from a vertical slash to a diagonal upward slash, cutting through 2 more fruits. With a surge of energy, Yasaki gritted his teeth and managed to cut through 9 more fruits while dodging an obstruction. At this point, only 4 fruits remained. However, Yasaki's right arm muscles had reached their limit. Not only the muscles, but also the joints and ligaments were at their fatigue threshold, and his entire right arm felt like it was on fire with intense pain. He knew this was a sign that the muscles had torn, and not only that, but his right hand gripping the sword's handle was also in unbearable pain, nearing its limit, even starting to tremble uncontrollably, a precursor to cramping. In that brief moment, Yasaki's brain raced as he thought, there are 4 fruits left, and the rules allow for missing 3. So if I can cut 2 of them and miss the other 2, I can get through this round. If I do that, I'll gain 20 seconds of rest. And even if my arm hasn't recovered for the next round, I should be able to cut at least 2 fruits, right? Yasaki thought this way because, in his mind, cutting 2 fruits next round would still earn him points, even if he would be eliminated from missing the rest. After all, points are better than none. With that thought flashing through his mind, Yasaki clenched his teeth, relying on his strong willpower, desperately gripping the katana in his hand. Even as his entire right arm and hand began to tremble uncontrollably, on the verge of losing control, yet he still exerted all his strength to slash at the nearest banana. The next moment, there was a thud as the sharp blade cut through the banana, severing it in half. However, as Yasaki focused his attention on the second fruit, preparing to swing his arm at it, his hand had already cramped. Hang on, just one more, Yasaki yelled, using all his strength to strike at the second fruit. But the next moment, an unexpected incident occurred, due to his arm muscles reaching their complete load limit. When he tried to swing his arm to change direction and cut at the second fruit, his right arm muscle tore instantly, becoming completely uncontrollable. Furthermore, his right hand, due to cramping, also lost control and could no longer grip the handle of the sword. In the next instant, the katana flew from Yasaki's hand. It shot directly toward an old man. What? Yasaki was taken aback, but there was no time to react. Not good, Mitsukami Shuji exclaimed in horror, shouting out loud. Although he noticed the accident immediately, his eyes and brain caught up, but his body couldn't respond in time, and he happened to be right in front of the old man, unable to intercept the katana flying towards him. He could only watch helplessly as the katana shot towards the old man, due to the suddenness of the event occurring in the blink of an eye. Most of the onlookers around didn't even have time to react. The old man watched as the katana flew towards him, but his body completely failed to react. For a moment, his eyes widened in shock, scared out of his wits, as if his soul had left his body. The surrounding lower ninjas also noticed the sudden accident. But like Mikami Hidesure, they could only react with their minds while their bodies failed to respond, helplessly watching the blade fly out without being able to do anything. Not good. Tsukikage Shippu shouted, his whole body darting out like an arrow, lunging towards the old man who was frozen in fear. But ultimately, he was a step too late. Even though he was the first to react and take action by the time he charged out, the katana was already less than 2 meters away from the old man. It's over, Kakashi thought in shock. Get out of the way, Yukihara Rin shouted anxiously. It's too late, Uchiha Obito thought desperately. Just at that critical moment, a barely noticeable shadow zipped by with a series of afterimages, quickly catching up to the katana that had slipped from Yatsuka's hand. Then, without anyone noticing, it struck the end of the katana's handle with a clang, directly knocking the weapon out of the air. In the eyes of others, they saw the long sword suddenly bounce up in the air, and then the entire sword spun while rapidly flying upwards toward the sky. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the long sword, so they did not notice a small stone the size of a grape falling to the ground with a plop. Due to Yasaki's mental strength reaching its limit, and the sudden slip of the taida, he directly shut down his ability to sense airflow. Thus he did not notice the small stone. The only one who saw that small stone was Uchiha Obito, who was currently using his 2-tomo Sharingan. He clearly saw the grape-sized, small stone chase after the taida from behind, and then directly flip it upwards into the sky. This scene left Uchiha Obito dumbfounded, with an expression of disbelief on his face. How much power would it take to throw such a fast small stone, allowing it to catch up with Yasaki's taida first? At this moment, aside from Uchiha Obito, everyone else's attention was on the taida that had been knocked into the sky. Seeing that the taida had been launched but did not injure the old man, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Their hearts had nearly jumped to their throats just moments ago. Mikami Shuji patted his chest and let out a long sigh. That was close. It almost resulted in a fatality. It scared me to death. Yeah, I didn't even react in time. The speed was too fast. By the time my brain processed it, the knife was about to stab that old man. Noera Rin also patted her chest, looking visibly shaken, clearly having been quite frightened. Fortunately, no one was hurt. Yasaki has finally reached his limit. This is the first time I've seen Yasaki at his limit. It seems that even Yasaki has limits and is not unbeatable. Kakashi thought to himself, feeling a bit excited. In Kakashi's eyes, Yasaki was an unattainable goal, like a lighthouse. Although he could see him and keep aiming for him, he could never truly catch up, meet, or surpass him. But now Kakashi realized that Yasaki also had limits. He was human and not invincible. The reason he had always been defeated by Yasaki was not just because he was too weak, but if he were stronger, he could have turned the tables and defeated Yasaki. After all, Yasaki was not unbeatable. There were many he could not defeat. With this thought, Kakashi's heart reignited with hope. He finally saw a glimmer of hope. So that is how it is. I was too pessimistic before. In fact, Yasaki isn't as mythical as I thought. I was just too weak. Just like when Yasaki defeated Sarutobi Asuma, he said to Sarutobi, "It's not that you are too weak, it's that I am too strong." This saying could also be understood in reverse. It is precisely because I am too weak that he appears too strong. With this realization, determination shone in Kakashi's eyes, filling him with motivation. However, Tsukikage Shippu did not notice this issue like Kakashi did. At this moment, Tsukikage Shippu's focus was on the impact on Yuka. He realized that Yuka seemed to be sad. Why was she sad? Was it because she felt heartbroken seeing Yasaki hurt and exhausted? Thinking of this, a wave of bitterness surged in Tsukikage Shippu's heart, filled with anger. Clearly, the two of them were childhood sweethearts. Why had Yasaki suddenly interfered? Moreover, clearly, Yasaka does not have any special feelings for you. Why do you insist on getting closer? Can't you see that I'm also by your side? Moonlight Gale can tell that Yasaka has no interest in Yuyuin at all. Otherwise, he would have hated Yasaka a long time ago. It is precisely because of this that he can maintain a relatively normal mindset, seeing Yasaka as his goal to surpass, rather than viewing Yasaka as a rival in love. However, Yuyuin's behavior always fills Moonlight Gale with a strong sense of insecurity. Therefore, even though his strength has improved significantly, Moonlight Gale still feels insecure. As long as he hasn't defeated Yasaka, he will feel insecure every day. Thus, without realizing it, he has actually made a qualitative leap in strength compared to before. But he himself has not noticed it. And even others are unaware that Moonlight Gale's strength has become quite strong, all because his attention is entirely focused on Yuyuin. Sunset Red feels like her heart was on a roller coaster, going up and down, which was particularly thrilling. Just now, she was ready to rush in to help that old man stop the bleeding, but unexpectedly, the knife flew up into the sky on its own, allowing her to finally breathe a sigh of relief. It would be too unjust for someone to die because of a game. As the person involved in this unexpected incident, the old man was now so scared that he collapsed on the ground, his eyes wide open and his mouth agape, as if he had seen a ghost. With a face full of horror and despair, fearing that he might suffer from some aftereffects due to the shock, someone carried him away to the hospital. At this moment, Yasaka was panting, one hand resting on his right arm. Just a moment ago, he was almost scared to death. He never expected that he would lose grip on the knife handle. If the knife had flown out and injured someone, even though it wasn't intentional, he would have to pay a hefty sum. Therefore, Yasaka was still very shaken and had a new understanding of his limits. However, he could take this time to rest his arm. Oh no, just now I only cut one fruit and the rest of the fruits are missed, which means I have already been eliminated. Thinking of this, Yasaka suddenly felt a pang of regret. He was so close. If only he could have held onto the knife. He could have sliced that fruit, gained 20 seconds of rest, and then cut one or two more fruits. Sigh, sometimes human strength is limited. Yasaka shook his head and sighed. Meanwhile, as everyone was relieved that this accident did not injure anyone, Uchiha Obito furrowed his brows in confusion as he looked towards a certain direction in the crowd. The small stone that had just been thrown came from that direction, which meant that it was those few people who had thrown it. Uchiha Obito focused on the individuals in the direction where the small stone had been shot, narrowing it down to 6 people. One of them was an elderly man he recognized, the owner of a grocery store. An ordinary person with no foundation in physical techniques or ninjutsu. The second person was a middle-aged man whom he did not recognize, but the man's appearance, with a fat face and big ears, clearly indicated he was not someone who could throw small stones. After all, a person capable of throwing a stone at such high speed would not have arms covered in fat. Obito then shifted his gaze to the next person, a middle-aged woman. She also did not seem likely, as she was holding a child at the moment. Obito thought it was improbable for her to throw such a high-speed stone while holding a child. As for kicking the stone, that was also unlikely, because based on the trajectory of the stone's flight, It appeared to have been thrown by someone. From this angle, it did not seem like it had been kicked. Thus, Obito concluded that this middle-aged woman holding a child was also unlikely to be the culprit. What about the last person? Obito then turned his attention to the last individual. Changpu? Obito was taken aback, not expecting Changpu to be there. However, he couldn't see how Changpu could be someone formidable. While Changpu might have excellent skills in making ramen, it was hard for him to believe she could throw a stone with that kind of speed. Who would have done it then? Obito found himself in a moment of confusion. At this moment, Yatsuka had already let out a sigh of relief, and since he had been eliminated, he could finally rest. He tried to move his right arm and clench his right hand. However, he realized that his right arm could barely be lifted. The muscles were completely stiff and somewhat swollen. The reason he was able to swing his sword just now was entirely due to holding his breath and relying on his strong willpower to push through. Now that it has come to an end, the tension that had been held in is finally released, and the willpower that was strained to its limit dissipates like a flood. As a result, his arms can no longer be lifted. At this moment, Yasaka is in a state of extreme physical and mental fatigue. The recent game of Fruit Ninja has drained his mental and physical energy, especially with such high-intensity consumption in a short period of time. Yasaka's physical and mental strength, in fact, does not have a particularly outstanding advantage compared to others. After all, Yasaka's slashing technique is so strong that he can take down enemies with a single strike in battle, which means he hardly needs to rely on endurance, and therefore hasn't specifically trained in physical fitness. At this moment, Yasaka's arm was trembling continuously, with veins bulging and muscles swollen, indicating that he was already injured. Seeing this scene, Ayam instinctively wanted to rush over and massage Yasaka's arm. However, just as Ayam took a step forward with her right foot, she saw that a figure had already rushed to Yasaka's side ahead of her. Noera Rin? Ayam looked in surprise as Noera Rin reached Yasaka before her, and her foot froze in midair before slowly retracting. She bit her lip, hesitating for a moment, but ultimately decided not to step forward, although a hint of displeasure rose in her heart. Noera Rin, what are you doing here? Yasaka looked at Noera Rin running over, puzzled, and said, Yasaka-kun, your arm is injured. Let me give you some emergency treatment. Don't you remember? I know medical ninjutsu. Noera Rin said playfully, then without waiting for response. She grabbed Yasaka's right arm to check it, immediately showing a pained expression. Yasaka-kun, your arm's muscles are already torn. Noera Rin felt her eyes redden and her nose tingle, almost on the verge of tears. To have fought to such an extent, how much willpower must it take to keep going even with torn arm muscles? Thinking of this, Noera Rin felt a pang of heartache, tears welling in her eyes, but she held them back and quickly placed her hand on Yasaka's arm. In the next moment, a layer of green light radiated from Noera Rin's small hand, and Yasaka immediately felt a cool sensation on his arm. As if a piece of jade were pressed against it, he didn't feel too cold, but rather quite refreshing. At that moment, his entire right arm was in excruciating pain, but with the appearance of the green light, he felt as if his arm had been plunged into cool well water, significantly alleviating the intense pain. Moreover, that refreshing sensation did not merely come from the surface of the skin. It felt as if the coolness had penetrated through his skin pores, deep into his muscles, and into every single cell, allowing him to feel that subtle chill from the outside in and from the inside out. In an instant, Yasaka felt much more comfortable. His previously trembling arms were no longer shaking, and even his stiff muscles began to feel a bit relaxed. So comfortable, thank you, Lin, Yasaka said with a grin to Noera Rin. Noera Rin's face immediately flushed, and she excitedly replied, no need to thank me. I'm very happy to be able to help you, Yasaka-kun. As she spoke, Noera Rin increased the intensity of her output, and the green light in her hands intensified. Yasaka then felt his right arm recovering at an astonishing speed, and the pain had significantly lessened. This was the first time Yasaki had been injured, as he had never felt so exhausted to the limit before. Even in battles, he would usually defeat his enemies with a single strike, without ever getting hurt. However, rather than hating this painful sensation, Yasaki found it exhilarating. He felt that this injury, or rather the feeling of his body being pushed to its limits, was invigorating, like a long-awaited rain after a drought. He sensed that while his body was getting injured, it was also rapidly growing stronger. On the other side, Ayam watched as Lin Noera placed her hands on Yasaki's body, as if embracing Yasaki's arms. A wave of jealousy surged within her. Although she understood that it was just to treat Yasaki, Ayam still couldn't help but feel extremely uncomfortable, as if something that belonged to her was taken away by someone else. Her expression immediately darkened like a stormy cloud. As she watched Yasaki and Lin Noera laughing and chatting, Ayam bit her lip, took a few steps forward, but ultimately held back her feet, even lowering her gaze. Not wanted to see the interaction between Yasaki and Lin Noera. At that moment, Yasaki's voice suddenly reached her ears. I'm going to the hospital for a bit. I'll come find you later tonight. Don't forget your promise from earlier, haha. Ayam quickly looked up and saw Yasaki smiling at her. Her face flushed, and her previously gloomy mood instantly brightened like the sun breaking through the clouds. She happily replied, Okay, Yasaki-kun, you just message me on WeChat when you're ready, and I'll come find you. Ayam stammered a bit in her response, but inside she felt sweet. It turned out that Yasaki-kun was thinking of her. She was so happy. Knowing it wasn't the right time to approach Yasaki, Ayam cheerfully greeted him, and then retreated from the crowd, running all the way back home. Chapter 52. Junji Ito on the other side. While everyone was cheering, 3 figures, 1 large and 2 small, were rapidly weaving between the buildings. Don't run. Stop right there. Asuma Sarutobi shouted at the person ahead, while his feet moved quickly. He stepped on a utility pole and leaped forward with force, soaring into the air and crossing a distance of 5 meters directly. Right beside Sarutobi Asuma, Uchiha was also continuously running. Not far ahead of them, a figure was swiftly darting between the walls of the buildings. This figure was none other than the middle-aged man dressed as a ronin, Ito Junji, who had previously attempted to interfere with Yasaka. At this moment, the 3 of them were chasing each other through the streets and alleys of Konoha village. To shake off the relentless pursuit of Uchiha Kakashi and Sarutobi Asuma behind him, Ito Junji chose to run through areas filled with debris and complex terrain, thinking that he could use the complicated surroundings to lose the 2 genin. However, he underestimated the abilities of Sarutobi Asuma and Uchiha Kakashi, as he was unable to shake them off at all. I actually underestimated these 2 kids. Such strength from mere genin. They have potential. But for now, I must first get rid of them, Ito Junji thought to himself as he secretly formed hand seals and used a wind release technique. Wind release, great wind technique. In the next moment, a gust of wind suddenly swirled around Ito Junji's body. As the wind swept past him, it provided him with a certain amount of thrust and lift, allowing his movements to become even faster. Soon, Ito Junji managed to create a significant distance between himself and the pursuing Sarutobi Asuma and Uchiha Kakashi. Seeing the distance increase, Sarutobi Asuma immediately said anxiously to Uchiha Kakashi, "This won't do. Let's use ninjutsu too." Uchiha Kakashi nodded, formed hand seals, and in the next moment, flames erupted from beneath his feet. Fire release, fire blast technique. At that moment, as Uchiha Kakashi landed on the ground, flames exploded from the soles of his shoes, creating a powerful recoil that launched his body forward like a cannonball. In an instant, Uchiha Kakashi shot upward like a rocket, quickly closing the distance between him and Ito Junji. Seeing this, Sarutobi Asuma couldn't help but express his admiration, thinking, "Impressive. I didn't expect fire release could be used this way, relying on the explosive force to enhance speed and launch oneself like a projectile. Amazing. Truly amazing." With admiration in his eyes, Sarutobi Asuma, not one to be outdone, also had his own method of increasing speed. The next moment, he let out a low growl, wind release, lightness technique. In the next moment, a layer of wind enveloped Sarutobi Asuma's body. This wind had 2 effects. The first was to increase his movement speed and agility, indirectly enhancing his speed. The second effect was to reduce air resistance, which also indirectly increased his speed. With the enhancement of the wind release, lightness technique, Sarutobi Asuma quickly caught up to Uchiha Kakashi. Thus, for a time, the 3 of them returned to the previous situation. Ito Junji was unable to shake off Sarutobi Asuma and Uchiha Kakashi, while Uchiha Kakashi and Sarutobi Asuma could not catch up to Ito Junji. At this moment, as the 3 of them were chasing each other and had already run quite a distance, Junji Ito saw ahead that a small grove had appeared. Was he about to reach an open area? Junji Ito was startled. This meant he might face a frontal attack from the 2 behind him. After all, while maneuvering through the corridors, they had tacitly agreed not to use offensive ninjutsu, likely due to the presence of innocent civilians. However, if they reached a sparsely populated open area, a battle could very well break out. They're just 2 mere lower ninjas. Why would I be afraid of them? Junji Ito sneered coldly in his heart, stepped on a wooden beam, and with a strong push, he shot forward like an arrow. At the same time, his right hand reached into his tool pouch, feeling 3 glass balls, which he flung backward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Three sounds of slicing air came, as the three glass balls shot towards Asuma Sarutobi and Shursui Uchiha at high speed. Junji Ito did not aim for their vital points, as they were all on the same side. He merely wanted to shake them off, so he only intended to obstruct their pursuit. However, what Junji Ito did not anticipate was that those three high-speed flying balls, which might be hard for others to dodge, appeared to be in slow motion to Shursui Uchiha, who had his Sharingan fully activated. He could see their flight paths clearly, and Shursui understood them perfectly. Clang, clang, clang. Three crisp sounds rang out as Shursui skillfully deflected the three glass balls with a shuriken, his movements smooth and fluid, not at all hindered by the glass balls. What? They were all blocked? Junji Ito was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect lower ninjas to possess such strength now. At that moment, there were no more buildings ahead. Junji Ito took the lead and dashed out, jumping onto an open space. But before he could steady himself, he heard a whooshing sound from behind. Experience told him that the lower ninja behind had thrown shurikens. So, Junji Ito sneered of a trivial skill. He promptly drew his katana with a whoosh, creating a flurry of blades that deflected all the incoming shurikens. However, because he drew his sword to block the shurikens, Asuma Sarutobi and Shursui Uchiha, who were pursuing him, finally seized the opportunity to rush out and land in front of Junji Ito. Now, the three stood face to face, and Junji Ito had lost his advantage in escaping. You two really can chase. You follow me this far without giving up. Junji Ito assessed the two lower ninjas before him, and then his eyes twitched. He recognized Asuma Sarutobi. He didn't expect one of them to be the son of the third Hokage. This was troublesome. Chapter 53. Can one do as they please with the Sharingan? However, even though he recognized the person before him as Asuma Sarutobi, the son of the third Hokage, Junji Ito was not overly worried. After all, so what if he was the son of the third Hokage? As long as he didn't kill him and just taught him a slight lesson, would the third Hokage really seek revenge over this trivial matter? Moreover, this matter was instigated by Asuma Sarutobi and his friends. If it weren't for these two brats relentlessly chasing him and even trying to apprehend him, how would he have been forced to act? He didn't commit any real wrongdoing. At most, he just interfered with the game a little. He didn't break any laws. And if anything, he could only be considered to have acted in excessive self-defense. Thinking of this, Junji Ito felt more confident and sneered at Asuma Sarutobi, saying, "Don't think you're impressive just because you're the son of the third Hokage. So what if you're the son of the third Hokage? Can the offspring of officials do whatever they want?" Asuma Sarutobi frowned and huffed. "You're changing the subject. Why did you interfere with the Fruit Ninja game earlier? Your actions are unethical." Junji Ito sneered. "How do you know I interfered with the game? Did you see it? If you didn't see it, don't falsely accuse others." "I didn't see clearly, but someone did. It was him," Asuma said, pointing to Obito Uchiha beside him, his face showing a righteous expression. "That's right. I saw it clearly. Just now, you threw 3 steel needles, and 2 of them hit the fruits, interfering with their trajectories. The last one missed the target. I saw everything clearly." Obito Uchiha pointed to his own eyes, which were currently activated with the 3-tomo Sharingan. Sharingan! Junji Ito was startled, and his heart sank. No wonder he could see clearly. It was the Sharingan, and a high-level 3-tomo Sharingan at that. I only wanted to interfere with the game a bit, but I didn't expect to provoke someone with a 3-tomo Sharingan. I can't believe I'm so unlucky today. But even if he saw it, what could he do? He has no evidence to prove he really saw it. I'll just insist that I didn't do it. No matter what, he can't do anything to me. Thinking this way, Junji Ito's expression remained unchanged, still maintaining a relatively calm demeanor as if he wasn't shocked by the Sharingan earlier. He coldly snorted and said, "Do you have evidence? Just because you say you saw it, does that make it true? So what if you have a Sharingan? Besides, even if I did throw the needles, what of it? Did I kill someone or set something on fire? What law did I break? Which law states that one cannot interfere with someone else's game? Be careful, or I might accuse you of creating a disturbance." Junji Ito immediately took on a defiant attitude, acting as if he feared nothing. "What is it to you? If you have the ability, show me the evidence." Then, with a displeased expression, Junji Ito added, "What do you want by chasing me like this? Be careful, or I might accuse you of creating a disturbance." Hearing Junji Ito's nonsensical and twisted arguments, Asuma Sarutobi frowned again and said angrily, "We don't want to do anything to you. We just want you to come back with us and apologize to Yasaka and the Fruit Ninja stall owner." "Nonsense. Why should I, Junji Ito, apologize to you? Do you have evidence that I interfere with the game? Besides, even if you saw it, what does that matter? Do you have any evidence?" Or are you saying that the steel needles have my fingerprints on them? Huh? Speak up. Junji Ito spoke in a tone of arrogance, pressing the attack as if he had the upper hand, secretly laughing to himself. Humph, two brats thinking they can compete with me? I've experienced more than you've had hot meals. If you want to challenge me, live another 10 years. I know a very powerful ninja. His name is Kaizen Yamanaka, from the Yamanaka clan. Their family has a hereditary mind-related jutsu that can penetrate a person's brain and read their memories. I can ask him to help me read your memories. If you're innocent, you have nothing to fear. Instead, we'll have to apologize to you. Upon hearing the name Kaizen Yamanaka, Junji Ito's heart immediately panicked. He knew who he was. He was the captain of the Special Forces mental team in Konoha Village, responsible for reading others' memories to gather intelligence. He was somewhat well known. If he actually reads my memories, wouldn't I be exposed? No, I must think of a way. I can't let these two brats lead me around by the nose. Just as Junji Ito was contemplating how to respond, Obito Uchiha suddenly froze. A ranking list of fruit ninja flashing through his mind. The name at the top of the list was none other than Junji Ito. The person in front of me is also named Junji Ito. I see now, I understand. No wonder you intervened in the competition. You are the one in first place. You are afraid that Yasaki will break your record, and out of vanity, you resorted to despicable actions to interfere with Yasaki, hoping to have him eliminated to secure your first place. Am I right, Junji Ito? Uchiha Shursui pointed at Junji Ito and spoke with righteous indignation. What? I see. I was wondering why he was so boring as to interfere with the competition. Now that you mention it, it all makes sense. Sarutobi Asuma had a look of sudden realization. At that moment, Junji Ito's expression darkened like a heavy cloud, with a fierce light in his eyes as he looked at Sarutobi Asuma and Uchiha Shursui, speaking in a low voice. It seems we have nothing to discuss. If that's the case, we'll have to resolve this the way ninjas do. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Asuma and Uchiha Shursui felt a chill in their hearts. Are they really going to resort to violence now? The ninja way of resolving issues is naturally determined by whose fist is bigger, and whoever speaks is the one who counts. Junji Ito slowly drew the black short sword from his left side, a blade that, even under the sunlight, showed no reflection. Clearly a weapon meant for assassination. You two little brats are quite sharp-witted. Today, I will teach you a lesson your fathers failed to impart. So you can understand one thing. Some matters require you to open one eye and close the other. Chapter 54. Counterattack. Seeing that Junji Ito was ready to fight them, Sarutobi Asuma and Uchiha Shursui also prepared for battle. Uchiha Shursui held a kunai in his left hand and 3 shuriken in his right. At this point, both of them understood that this person was the former first place, and although his cutting technique wasn't as powerful as Yasaki's, it was still formidable. It can only be said that he was slightly inferior to Yasaki, and certainly not someone they could defeat in close combat. Moreover, he also knew that Junji Ito's hidden weapon techniques were quite remarkable, so both of them remained very vigilant. At that moment, Asuma Sarutobi suddenly spoke. Junji Ito, if you lose, then you should come back with us to apologize. It's just an apology, nothing will happen. A real man should take responsibility for his actions. What's there to be afraid of? At this point, Junji Ito also stopped arguing and nodded gloomily. Seeing that Junji Ito had won, Asuma Sarutobi focused all his energy on the upcoming battle. He knew that Junji Ito's swordsmanship was exceptional, and after experiencing the brutal defeat against Yasaki, Asuma Sarutobi clearly recognized that he was not a match for those ninjas who specialized in close combat. Therefore, Asuma Sarutobi chose to play to his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. Since Junji Ito's swordsmanship was so powerful, he decided not to engage him in close combat, but to create distance and use ninjutsu to defeat him. Asuma Sarutobi believed that Junji Ito couldn't possibly slice through flames like Yasaki did. Therefore, Asuma Sarutobi immediately tensed his body, exuding a powerful aura, and quickly began to form seals with both hands. BFF. Asuma Sarutobi spewed out a large amount of gray smoke towards Junji Ito, preparing to use fire release, ash accumulation to deal with him. After all, not everyone was as abnormal as Yasaki, who could slice through flames with a single blow, so this fire-based ninjutsu had an advantage against close combat ninjas. However, Junji Ito was also a seasoned veteran with rich combat experience. The moment he saw Asuma Sarutobi spraying smoke at him, his mind instinctively reacted. Although he didn't know what the smoke was or what it was for, he understood that as long as he didn't let the smoke touch his body, he would definitely not encounter any problems. However, Smoke is very light. So smoke-type ninjutsu has a fatal weakness. It can be easily blown away by strong winds or blown back. Coincidentally, Junji Ito, happens to be a wind element ninja. At this moment, Asuma Sarutobi, who was exhaling smoke, was forming the tiger seal. Seeing this scene, Junji Ito thought to himself, tiger seal? Fire release? So that's how it is. Thinking of this, Junji Ito speculated that if he wasn't wrong, this smoke should be something similar to combustible gas, which would first envelop him in smoke and then be ignited using fire release, making the power of the fire release even stronger. And it was very likely to produce an explosive effect. Thus, Junji Ito let out a brief cold laugh and quickly began forming the seals for wind release. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shursui, who was quietly observing the situation, happened to see Junji Ito performing the hand signs for wind release. His brain quickly processed the information, and he immediately shouted, Asuma, don't use fire release. However, by the time Uchiha Shursui shouted, it was already too late. As soon as he opened his mouth, Sarutobi Asuma and Junji Ito simultaneously unleashed their respective ninjutsu. However, Ito Junji's wind release is faster than Sarutobi Asuma's fire release. Therefore, in the next moment, the gray smoke spat out by Sarutobi Asuma was blown back directly by Ito Junji's powerful wind release, blowing it towards Sarutobi Asuma. In that instant, Sarutobi Asuma unleashed his fire release technique. At that moment, the flame spewed out by Sarutobi Asuma ignited the gray smoke that had been blown towards him. The next moment, there was a loud boom. A massive fireball appeared instantly, engulfing Sarutobi Asuma. The temperature of the fireball was so high that even Ito Junji, who was 5 meters away, felt overwhelmed. His face felt as if it were about to catch fire. He quickly took 2 steps back, which alleviated the intensity a bit. Looking at the giant fireball with a diameter of 4 meters in front of him, Junji Ito suddenly became a bit worried. He only intended to teach Asuma Sarutobi a lesson, not to kill him. What if he lost control and accidentally killed Asuma? If the third Hokage blamed him, it would be a serious problem. He would have only 2 choices, either become a rogue ninja and escape from Konoha, living the rest of his life as a homeless wanderer, which was not a good choice since he had a home in Konoha and was living well, or he could confess and face the law, but that outcome wouldn't be much better. He would likely end up in prison for at least 10 years, or worse. He might be executed if the third Hokage was furious. Neither choice was appealing, as neither was worth it. After all, he only threw 3 steel needles to interfere with the match. It was a trivial matter, not even a real cheat, just a small issue. But if this small matter turned him into a rogue ninja, or locked him up for over a decade, or worse, if the third Hokage took extreme measures and killed him, that would be a grave injustice. The next day's newspaper would report on a bloodbath caused by the first-place winner, and he would not only harm the next generation of Konoha, but also himself. Thinking of this, Junji Ito couldn't help but resent Asuma Sarutobi and Shursui Uchiha. Was it necessary to pursue him so relentlessly over such a trivial matter? Just turn a blind eye. At this moment, the giant fireball was almost burned out, and Junji Ito nervously looked towards Asuma's location, only to find that apart from a patch of scorched earth, there was nothing left. What? Is this kid's fire release really that strong? Did he burn the person to ashes? This is bad. I really did accidentally kill him. Junji Ito was shocked, his heart sinking. However, at that moment, the ground beneath his feet suddenly trembled. His attention was focused on the thought of Asuma being killed, causing him to lose the necessary vigilance, and he instinctively looked down. Just then, a fist suddenly broke through the ground and came crashing toward his chin. Chapter 55. Shursui Uchiha on the other side, Yasaka, who had finished the game, after receiving emergency treatment from Rin Noera, found that his arm was no longer red, swollen, and stiff like before. It was still a bit stiff, but at least he could move it now. Thank you, Rin Noera, Yasaka said with a smile. Rin blushed and replied with a giggle. I feel very honored to treat you, Yasaka-kun. Saying this, Rin reluctantly withdrew her small hand from Yasaka's right arm. At this moment, the fruit ninja vendor approached, handed a trophy to Yasaka, and grabbed his left hand, raising it towards the sky, shouting to the crowd, "Congratulations to our new champion, the meticulous creator, Yasaka." Wow. In the next moment, warm applause and cheers erupted from the surrounding crowd. Although only 30 or 40 people were watching, the cheers at that moment were no less than those of hundreds. At this moment, most of the people present realized that the exceptionally skilled swordsman was named Yasaka, and many began to discuss among themselves. So his name is Yasaka. Truly a hero emerges from youth. Yes, having such a young master in Konoha is indeed the glory of Konoha. As long as he is well trained, he will definitely become a pillar of Konoha in the future. This young man is really impressive. At such a young age, he possesses such abilities. When he grows up, he might become Hokage. So he is Yasaka, so young and promising. His future is limitless. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. I should quickly introduce him to my daughter to avoid her being snatched away by other girls. This swordsmanship is simply extraordinary, listening to the admiration of those around him. Kakashi clenched his fists. This was the goal he aimed to surpass, so powerful. Yet he was not afraid because he firmly believed that as long as he was willing to work hard and endure, one day he would definitely defeat Yasaka. His conviction was as strong as his motto. There is no one in this world that I cannot defeat. There are only those who are evenly matched with me. Not far from Kakashi, Tsukiyakari felt a mix of emotions. He admired Yasaka's strength, while feeling frustrated about being weaker than him, especially when he saw the adoring gaze that Yuyuki cast at Yasaka, which filled him with an unnamed anger. This anger was not jealousy or hatred, just frustration with his own weakness. Yasaka, I will definitely surpass you. Yuyuki is mine. A determined look flashed in his eyes as he tightened his grip on his katana and stepped back from the crowd, heading toward the training ground alone. Mikami Shuji adjusted his glasses, feeling a sense of pride. Indeed, this student often slept in class, was not attentive, and sometimes skipped class. But he had to admit that Yasaka was the best student he had ever had, even though much of it was due to Yasaka's incredible talent. Mikami Shuji could still confidently tell others, "Did you see that amazing swordsman? He's my student." Thinking of this, Mikami Shuji began to look forward to the upcoming 5 Kage Friendship Tournament in a month, eager to see how Yasaka would fare against the genius contestants from other countries. Probably, Yasaka will defeat them all, haha. Mikami Shuji felt his spirits lift, wishing for that day to come soon to witness Yasaka defeating the geniuses from various countries. In the crowd opposite Mikami Shuji, Might Guy looked at Yasaka with fervor, muttering to himself, "So strong. This is youth. This is youth. I must have such a youth too." Saying this, Might Guy smiled, his white teeth shining in the sunlight, momentarily dazzling Mikami Shuji. Meanwhile, near Might Guy, 2 jonin were discussing among themselves. "Hey Minato, what do you think of this kid? Pretty impressive, right?" said a man in black clothing with the Uchiha clan symbol on his back. "Yeah, sure Sway. This kid has great potential. If we just look at his strength, as long as he survives, he will definitely have Hokage-level power in the future." Uchiha Shursui smiled and said, "Yes, but to become Hokage, one needs not only extraordinary strength, but also the brains to manage a country." "Haha, are you complimenting my brains?" Namikaze Minato laughed heartily. "Your brains are indeed good. I can't say the same for myself. I don't have the capability to manage a country well, and I don't know if I can be elected Hokage this time. Let nature take its course. Even if I'm not elected, it just means someone else is more suitable to be Hokage." The 2 were standing in the crowd, so they didn't attract Mikami Shuji's attention. Otherwise, he would have definitely gone over to greet them. After all, both of them possessed Hokage-level strength, and one of them was a candidate for the next Hokage, so it would be good to talk to them someday. At the same time, after finishing the Fruit Ninja Challenge, Noera Rin took Yasaka to the hospital. Upon arriving, a nurse examined Yasaka's arm and found that several muscles in his arm had torn. It wasn't very serious, but also not a light injury. The nurse's gaze toward Yasaka changed as she thought, "This kid is working too hard. He has trained himself to this extent for cultivation. What a diligent child." The nurse carefully treated Yasaka's arm, applying a special ointment and wrapping it with a bandage, instructing him not to engage in combat for a week, and that he would likely recover in a little over a week. After treating his arm, Noera Rin thought for a moment and smiled at Yasaka, saying, "Yasaka-kun, you've worked hard all afternoon, and you haven't eaten yet. Can I treat you to a meal?" Yasaka was about to agree when he suddenly remembered his prior commitment with Shibuki, so he awkwardly replied, I have plans to eat with someone else later. How about I treat you another day?" Yasaka-kun wants to treat me to a meal? This is so embarrassing. Hearing Yasaka say he wanted to treat her, Noera Rin became flustered, unsure where to put her hands, and her face turned red all at once. You don't want to?" Yasaka scratched his head. "I do. Of course I want to. Noera Rin quickly agreed, afraid Yasaka would backtrack, nodding vigorously. Chapter 56. Unexpectedly at this moment, Uchiha Obito happened to stroll by and bumped into them. Yasaka." Uchiha Obito stared in shock. "Obito? What are you doing at the hospital?" Yasaka was also surprised, not expecting to run into Obito so soon after arriving. "I came here to change my bandages." Uchiha Obito waved his arm, and Yasaka noticed that Obito's arm was still bandaged, apparently from the injury he sustained earlier. Wow, Obito, is your injury healing? Once or better, let's have a spar again. Yasaka immediately became interested, his eyes sparkling. Not a chance. The 5 Kage Friendship Tournament is about to be held, and I have to represent Konoha in the competition. What if I'm still injured by then? Uchiha Obito had a look that suggested he didn't want Yasaka to come near. Alright, that's too bad. At that moment, Noera Rin smiled at Uchiha Obito and said, Obito, you need to do your best too. I look forward to your wonderful performance. Hearing Noera Rin's encouragement and seeing her smile at him, Uchiha Obito became overly excited, not knowing where to put his hands and feet. As if he had been pumped with adrenaline, firmly stating, Rin, don't worry, I will definitely win the competition. I will not let the villagers of Konoha down. I will definitely become a better person. Seeing Uchiha Obito's nervous demeanor, Noera Rin couldn't help but laugh, but Uchiha Obito felt that her smile was particularly beautiful. A smile just for him. Watching Noera Rin cover her mouth and laugh, Uchiha Obito silently vowed that this time, no matter what, he must win. I must win. I cannot disappoint Rin. I must win. At this time, Yasaka checked the time and figured it was about time to go find SHBU for dinner. So, he greeted Noera Rin and left. Seeing this, Uchiha Obito quickly came up with an idea and reacted swiftly, seizing the opportunity to say, Rin, you haven't eaten yet, right? Let's go. I'll take you to a barbecue place. It's really delicious. Alright, let's go. So, Uchiha Obito happily headed to the barbecue restaurant with Noera Rin. On the other side, the battle between Uchiha and Asuma Sarutobi and Junji Ito was still ongoing. When Junji Ito suddenly saw a fist emerging from the ground beneath him, it was already too late. He had no time to react and was struck solidly on the chin by that fist. With a loud bang, Junji Ito's head was violently thrown upward, and then his body soared into the air, flipping several times before crashing heavily onto the ground. The owner of that fist, who possesses the Sharingan and is the younger brother of Shunshin Shursui, is nicknamed Shunshin H. Sui, Uchiha H. Sui. Immediately after Uchiha H. Sui charged out of the hole in the ground, Asuma Sarutobi followed closely behind. The two of them rushed out one after the other from the hole beneath Junji Ito's feet. H. Sui, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have been in serious trouble this time, Asuma Sarutobi said with a grateful expression. If Uchiha H. Sui hadn't saved Asuma at the critical moment, Asuma would have been heavily injured by his own fire release, ash pile burning technique, almost ending up hurting himself. No need to thank me. Let's quickly tie this guy up. Alright, taking advantage of the moment when Junji Ito was dazed from the blows he received, the two quickly bound him with ropes. After tightening the knots to ensure they were secure, Asuma stood up confidently and kicked Junji Ito, saying, Hey, you've been defeated by us this time. It's time for you to keep your promise and apologize. Junji Ito, whose jaw was aching from the earlier punch, grimaced and asked, How did you guys get underground? Uchiha H. Sui pointed to another hole not far away. Following H. Sui's finger, Junji Ito saw that the hole was 2 meters behind where Asuma had been standing earlier. In other words, it was behind the explosion of flames. What? Junji Ito was taken aback, a flash of realization striking him like lightning in his mind. Could it be? At that moment, Asuma spoke up. Just now, when I was engulfed by the flames, H. Sui used the body flicker technique to pull me back, and while blocking a line of sight during the explosion, he dug a hole with earth release, and then we both crawled under your feet. After hearing Asuma's words, Junji Ito looked at Uchiha H. Sui with a complex expression. Should I say that heroes emerge in youth? At such a young age, he already possesses such strength, truly remarkable potential. He not only saved his companion with the body flicker technique, but also used the flames for cover while sneaking past with earth release. His battle IQ is indeed impressive. Thinking of this, Junji Ito felt that his defeat wasn't unjust. The opponent truly had strength. If this were a real battle, he would likely be dead by now, because if it were real, the thing that hit his jaw wouldn't have been a kunai, but a real weapon. Just then, Junji Ito suddenly froze, as if remembering something, muttering to himself. Body flicker technique? Sharingan? You must be Shunshin Shursui. Uchiha Shursui. At this moment, Uchiha H. Sui calmly replied, Asuma just said it. My name is H. Sui, Uchiha H. Sui. Uchiha Shursui is my brother. I am Shunshin H. Sui. Well, you guys are impressive. I admit defeat. But you've tied me up like this, I can't even move my legs. How am I supposed to walk? Are you going to carry me back to apologize? Asuma Sarutobi burst into laughter, pointing at the 2 long ropes that had been pulled out. Isn't there 2 ropes here? We'll just drag you along. Consider it physical training. Uchiha H. Swain nodded in agreement. Oh, I see. I know what I need to know. Let's do it this way. Junji Ito suddenly said in a flat tone. Uchiha H. Swain instinctively felt something was off, and just then, Junji Ito suddenly sneered. You guys are still too naive. You want to fight me? You need to train for a few more years. Wind release. Hedgehog blade. In the next moment, countless blades of wind erupted from Junji Ito's body, instantly severing the ropes that bound him. Chapter 57. Feigned escape what? Asuma Sarutobi was taken aback, quickly turning around to draw a kunai to stab at Junji Ito, but he was a moment too late. Junji Ito directly retreated while shaking his hand, scattering 3 explosive tags. Watch out! Uchiha H. Swain shouted, grabbing Asuma and retreating. The next second, they saw the 3 explosive tags ignite to their detonation point and explode. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive violent explosions erupted, sending 3 massive clouds of black smoke soaring into the sky, engulfing an area of several hundred square meters in just 1 second. No, this is an explosive tag. Uchiha H. Swain frowned and shouted. It's a smoke explosive tag. Asuma Sarutobi cursed angrily, his face showing a look of fury. The smoke explosive tag is an amulet that looks very similar to an explosive tag and has the same ignition method. The difference is that an explosive tag causes a violent explosion, relying on a powerful shockwave to damage enemies. The explosive smoke talisman creates a large cloud of smoke, using it to obscure the enemy's line of sight, preparing for a retreat or to confuse the enemy. Therefore, the explosive smoke talisman is often used as a decoy explosive talisman to deceive the enemy. For instance, there are times when someone like Junji Ito throws an explosive talisman as if to attack, but in reality, it is a smoke talisman used to bluff the enemy into retreating. Damn it, I was tricked, Uchiha Kazumi said angrily. Although he possessed the 3-tomo Sharingan, which allowed him to slow down objects' movements and see chakra clearly, he could not see through the smoke, lacking the X-ray vision of the Byakugan. Thus, now trapped in the thick fog, he could not see Junji Ito's figure at all. Be careful, he might ambush us. The two remained vigilant, ready to react at the slightest movement. However, after about half a minute, there was still no movement and the smoke began to dissipate. Right, Asuma, can't you use wind release? Blow away this damn smoke. Uchiha Kazumi suddenly remembered that Sarutobi Asuma could use wind release and quickly reminded him. How could I forget this? Sarutobi Asuma slapped his forehead, finally recalling that he could use wind release. He hastily performed the wind release, small wind technique, immediately dispersing the surrounding smoke. Once the smoke cleared, both were left dumbfounded. Apart from the two of them, there were no other figures around. Clearly, Junji Ito had already escaped. Damn it, he got away. This guy is too cunning. Sarutobi Asuma punched a wooden post, panting with anger, then looked guilty and said, It's all my fault. If it weren't for me holding us back, he definitely wouldn't have escaped. It's okay. Winning and losing are common in battle. You should be grateful this was just an ordinary incident. The other party is from Konoha and didn't intend to kill us. Otherwise, in a real fight, you might have already been dead. So, learn from this experience and accumulate lessons. Besides, this incident isn't a big deal. The other side was just trying to avoid interference. In fact, our relentless pursuit almost pushed them to a corner. Uchiha Kazumi comforted him. Sarutobi Asuma understood Kazumi's meaning. It seemed that Junji Ito was not a bad person. Otherwise, if it had come to a fight, the two of them might not have been able to win. He had merely interfered with the match for face-saving reasons. And no one was hurt. As he said, some things are better left ignored. However, in real battles, enemies might be even more cunning. Being fooled once could mean losing your life, so you must be extra cautious, Uchiha Shursui reminded him again. Understand. Thus, the two returned home in disappointment. Meanwhile, after Yatsuka left the hospital, he sent a WeChat message to Shobu. Upon receiving the message, Shobu hurriedly put on her clothes and went out. Previously, Shobu had already checked where to find good food nearby, knowing that Yatsuka was a big foodie who loved delicious food. Therefore, before inviting Yatsuka to dinner, Shobu had done her homework. However, most of the delicious food had already been eaten by Yatsuka, making it difficult to find something he hadn't tried yet. Finally, feeling stuck, Shobu had no choice but to choose hot pot for their meal. Where are you? Yatsuka sent a voice message to Shobu. I am almost there, Shobu hurriedly replied. Feeling anxious, it was her first time inviting Yatsuka to dinner, and she was late, which made her feel very embarrassed. Soon, Yatsuka saw a figure running towards him, and it was clearly Shobu. He excitedly waved and called out, Shobu, I'm over here. Dad, Yatsuka-kun. Shobu, in her excitement, accidentally called Yatsuka Dad, which elicited laughter from passersby. Embarrassed, Shobu blushed. At that moment, she was just passing an intersection when a carriage came rushing by. Shobu was so focused on Yatsuka that she neglected her surroundings and didn't react in time. Yasaka witnessed the scene in front of him and immediately panicked. In an instant, he unleashed all his chakra and frantically activated the Great Freedom Sage technique. Powerful whirlwinds erupted from beneath his feet, propelling his body forward like a cannonball. In a flash, Yasaka transformed into a streak of white light, darting towards SHBU like lightning. Wherever he passed, strong wind swirled, sweeping everything in his wake as if a shockwave had hit. On the other side, when SHBU noticed the carriage was about to collide with her, she frowned slightly and silently chanted, Bagua K SHBU. Just as she was about to unleash her technique, she suddenly heard Yasaka's loud shout. Instinctively, she looked up and saw Yasaka's face just inches away from hers. She froze for a moment, not yet comprehending the situation, when suddenly, she felt herself lifted off the ground as Yasaka swept her up in a princess carry. SHBU's mind went blank. In her peripheral vision, she saw the scenery rapidly retreating and blurring into lines, while Yasaka's face was right in front of her, filled with urgency and even a hint of a grimace. Then, SHBU felt her body, still in mid-air, momentarily pause before realizing that Yasaka had jumped to a rooftop with her in his arms. Yasaka-kun. SHBU finally reacted, realizing that just moments ago, Yasaka had rushed over to save her from the carriage with a princess carry at the last second. Chapter 58. Saving SHBU. SHBU. Are you okay? Yasaka asked anxiously. Just moments ago, he had seen the carriage heading towards her and had gone nearly mad with worry, pushing his potential to the limit. In that moment, he had harnessed the Great Freedom Sage technique to its utmost, achieving a speed that nearly matched that of the fourth wreckage. The speed was so intense that the wind pressure from the front felt like crashing into a wall, and the force made it hard for him to breathe. But in that moment, he couldn't think about that. He instinctively manipulated the airflow to see the surrounding objects, preventing himself from colliding with a wall due to his rapid speed. He successfully reached SHBU just before the carriage could hit her. Now, his mind was filled with worries about whether SHBU was hurt. If she was injured, how heartbroken would he be? Their promised meal would be ruined, and he wouldn't get to enjoy that delicious food. Yasaka-kun really cares about me? Looking at the face so close to hers, SHBU could clearly see the concern etched on it. She felt a warm rush in her heart. And Yasaka's face was so close that she could sense his exhaustion from pushing the Great Freedom Sage technique to its limits. His breath was warm as it brushed against her face. Feeling the warmth against her skin and seeing Yasaka's face so near, SHBU's cheeks burned, and her heart raced faster, as if it wanted to leap out. Could you put me down now, Yasaka-kun? Her voice grew softer, almost inaudible, and she dared not look directly at Yasaka, lowering her gaze in embarrassment. Okay. Yasaka quickly set SHBU down, sensing that she seemed a bit strange. Her face was flushed, her body stiff, and her gaze wandered, making him worry that she was injured. You're not hurt, are you? Are you okay? Yasaka reached out and touched SHBU's forehead, finding it quite hot. Oh no, you have a fever. No, I don't. SHBU quickly shook her head, momentarily at a loss for words, her mind blank. Fortunately, oblivious to her unusual state, Yasaka asked, SHBU, if you don't feel well, we can skip dinner today and eat another day. Finally, this gave SHBU a chance to shift the topic, so she hurriedly replied, No, I'm fine. Let us go eat. Saying this, she led Yasaka forward and jumped down from the rooftop first. Wow, SHBU is amazing. She dares to jump from such a height. Yasaka watched in surprise as SHBU leaped from the 3-story building. He had always thought of her as just an ordinary girl from a ramen shop, not even a ninja, and assumed she wouldn't have any combat skills. But now he realized that SHBU was actually quite impressive, not inferior to an average genin. In fact, her stone-throwing technique could likely overpower most genin. So Yasaka jumped down too. At this point, SHBU had somewhat regained her composure and began to regret her impulsive decision to jump off the rooftop without thinking. It didn't quite fit her image as a delicate girl. However, seeing that Yasaka didn't seem to mind, she sighed in relief, slapped her cheeks to regain her composure, and put on a facade as if nothing had happened, saying to Yasaka, How about we go eat hot pot? Hot pot? I was just thinking about going to eat that. What a coincidence. Yasaka replied happily. Thus, the two headed to the hot pot restaurant and enjoyed a big meal. Afterward, Yasaka naturally received rewards from the delicious food system, but since it was not his first time eating, the effects were not as significant as the first time. Therefore, he didn't gain any new abilities, but his proficiency with his other techniques did improve. Additionally, after this experience, Yasaka's mastery of airflow manipulation and the Great Freedom Sage technique deepened, allowing him to achieve a speed close to that of the fourth Reikage when he saved SHBU. However, part of that speed was due to the adrenaline rush from the urgent situation, so if Yasaka were to use the Great Freedom Sage technique again immediately, he would be able to reach the same speed as when he saved SHBU. After being sent home by Yasaka, Ayam immediately dove into her blanket, covering her head with it. Tsutsuki Ichiraku found this very strange, especially since it happened right after returning from being out with Yasaka. Curious about what had just happened between the two, Tsutsuki Ichiraku activated his Rinnegan, using the power of space-time to check what Ayam had experienced moments ago. Oh, this kid. Not bad. After that, Tsutsuki Ichiraku continued to make ramen. Time passed quickly. It had been over half a month since Yasaka saved Ayam. In less than 10 days, the 5 Kage joint friendship tournament would be held. As a result, the village was bustling with activity, and the security forces had increased significantly, mainly managed by the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, was extremely busy. On one hand, he had to oversee the security arrangements for the entire Konoha village, and on the other hand, he had to send his eldest son, Uchiha Itachi, to the ninja school, leaving him overwhelmed. However, there was one thing that made him quite happy. His wife was pregnant again. After consulting with someone from the Hyuga clan using Byakugan, it turned out to be a boy. Following this, Uchiha Fugaku named the boy Uchiha Waisuke. Since the day Yasaki saved Ayam, Ichiraku gave Yasaki a VIP gold card, saying that with this card, ramen could be purchased at a 20% discount. This made Yasaki extremely happy, as he no longer had to worry about not having enough money to eat ramen. However, considering the impact of the novelty of food on the system rewards, Yasaki didn't go to eat ramen frequently. Instead, he went every few days to maintain a relatively high level of system rewards. During this time, his arm is already healed, his physical condition is excellent, and his strength is even greater than before. He has begun to roll up his sleeves, ready to take down the geniuses from various countries. Chapter 59. Reactions from various countries. Cloud Ninja Village. Oh, you're asking me to lead the Cloud Ninja Village representative team to participate in the 5 Kage joint friendship tournament? The flamboyantly dressed Yuzuki asked in surprise. That's right, among this year's genin, you are the strongest and you are relatively stable, so you will represent our Cloud Ninja Village in battle. Let's show that bunch of softies in Konoha the strength of our Cloud Ninja Village, and let the people from other countries give us some guidance. Our Cloud Ninja Village is not to be trifled with. A very robust man sitting at the desk laughed heartily. He is the 3rd Reikage. Hey, why not let Karabi lead the team? We're both Jinchuriki. Why does this woman get to be the leader? It should be me, the iron-blooded real man Karabi. A boy with sunglasses, holding a notebook and pencil, angrily retorted beside Yuzuki. Why you, Karabi? It should be me, Darui. I'm the only one who has inherited the 3rd Hokage's Black Lightning. If anyone should lead, it should be me. Who do you think you are, Karabi? Go home and sing your out-of-tune songs. A boy with white hair and a darker complexion next to Karabi also shouted in dissatisfaction. Is having Black Lightning that impressive? Do you believe I can unleash the 8 tails and stomp you to death with one kick? Go ahead and unleash it. Let's see if you can kill me. Hey, what do you two think you are? The leader should definitely be me, Yuzuki. If I say so, neither of you should go. I alone can wipe out those opponents from other countries. You foul woman, you have no say here. Try saying that again. Just say it. What's wrong, you foul woman? I'll kill you. Everyone stop. The 3rd Reikage roared, and an invisible sound wave carrying lightning instantly subdued the 3 boys who were arguing and about to fight. The 3rd Reikage slammed the table and pointed at Yuzuki, loudly admonishing Karabi and Darui. Yuzuki's strength is enough, and he is relatively stable, so he is more suitable to be the leader than you two. If either of you is unconvinced, challenge me to a duel. If you win, you could be the leader. Thus, Karabi and Darui fell silent. Silence? Good, then it's settled. Yuzuki will be the leader this time. You all go to Konoha and compete well. Fight hard and let the dignity of the Cloud Ninja Village be known. If anyone loses, don't come back. Our Cloud Ninja Village can't afford to lose face. Yes, Lord Reikage, Mist Ninja Village. For this 5 Kage joint friendship tournament, who among you wants to be the leader of our Mist Ninja Village? In the darkness, A crimson light flashed in Yagura's eyes as he slowly spoke. Reporting to Lord Mizuki, I, Terumi May, am willing to take on the role of leader for the Mist Ninja Village. I will not disappoint your expectations and will strive to win this competition, bringing glory to our Mist Ninja Village and showing the strength of our village to the other countries. Terumi May, dressed in a sky blue dress, proactively stepped forward to recommend herself. Very good, Terumi May. This time, you will lead the Mist Ninja Village representative team. I want to see what tricks those Konoha ninjas can pull. When you encounter them, don't hold back. Just go all out. It would be best to eliminate any potential talents among their next generation. The figure in the darkness issued a chilling voice, causing the surrounding Zabuza Momochi to tremble with fear. I will not disappoint, Terumi May said loudly and then stepped back. Rock Ninja Village. In this competition, you must strive to take first place and demonstrate the unwavering spirit of our Rock Ninja Village. Let those other countries see that the foundation of our Rock Ninja Village is not something any random person can compare to. Inoki floated in midair, hands behind his back, addressing the lower ninjas below. Yes, Lord Suchikage. Deidara responded excitedly. This time, he would lead the Rock Ninja Village to Konoha for the competition. He has always pursued the art of instant explosion, and for him, explosions are art. In this competition, he would encounter many opponents, allowing him to showcase his art. Very good, let those guys see my art. Oomph. What is so impressive about your explosions? Mine are the real deal. A discontented lower ninja named Sai, who was also part of the explosive team, said. He also possessed explosive release, but was envious that Deidara had been chosen as the leader. Sand Ninja Village. The third Kazekage looked at a few youths standing below and said, Sasori, you will be the leader this time. When you encounter Konoha ninjas, you can go all out. Kill if you can, but ensure your own safety. Do you understand? I understand, Lord Kazekage. Sasori nodded, and from the shadow of his bangs, a gaze filled with hatred shone in his eyes. His parents were killed by Konoha ninja Sakomo Hatake, and he sought revenge for them. Although he could not defeat Sakomo now, he could target his son. Kakashi Hatake, you'd better pray that you don't run into me on the battlefield. Otherwise, I will kill you. Inside the samurai group. Yasuo, your Gale Slash has already shown its sharpness. It's time to let those ninjas witness the might of our samurai and see the power of your Gale swordsman. Yes, my lord. Rain Ninja Village. My lord, are we not participating in this 5 Kage joint friendship tournament? A ninja knelt before Hanzo the salamander and asked. Hanzo slowly replied, Actually, I initially wanted to send someone to participate. Even if we can't win the championship, we could see the potential of other countries. However, some recent unrest needs to be dealt with, so I must first handle matters here. It's truly regrettable. You mean that group of reactionaries spreading rumors? That's right. As the saying goes, to repel the outside, we must first stabilize the inside. Only when we stabilize our own country can we have the energy to manage others. Oh, understood. My lord, then I will take my leave. Did I let you go? My lord, do you have any further orders? You know too much. You must die. Not only the major countries, but also some smaller nations will participate in the competition to broaden their horizons, such as Grass Hidden Village, Waterfall Hidden Village, Ricefield Country, and Star Hidden Village, all embodying the spirit of participation. As for Konoha, they're also busy preparing and conducting intensive training for their participants, striving to secure first place in this competition. Chapter 60, Gathering of all parties. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 2 weeks have passed. There are only 3 days left until the 5 Kage joint friendship tournament. Therefore, both the people of Konoha and those from other countries feel a mix of excitement and nervousness. After all this time, the 5 great nations along with other countries have gathered, with talents everywhere. It's possible to encounter a genius from another nation just by going to the restroom. As a result, Konoha Village is now overflowing with talent. Previously, when they were in their own countries, they were considered geniuses, admired and respected by others, simply because they stood out among the crowd. However, now that various geniuses have gathered, they have become somewhat ordinary. Yet, each of these talents has their own pride, with no one willing to concede to the other, and despite not being particularly harmonious, the atmosphere is vibrant. Seeing this scene, some older individuals sigh in their hearts. This is youth. At the entrance of Konoha Village, a group of people stands there. Each of them is robust and well-built, with developed muscles, clearly much stronger compared to the people of Konoha. This group is the representative team from Cloud Hidden Village. Among them, a striking young girl stands in the center, and it's obvious that everyone around her is listening to her. This person is Yuzuki, the beautiful ninja from the Land of Lightning. who possesses the two-tailed demon cat and is said to have perfect control over tailed beasts. At this moment, Yuzuki is wearing a black tight-fitting outfit. Although she's only in her teens, she already has a well-defined figure, with curves in all the right places, complemented by her half ponytail hanging behind her, making her look exceptionally stunning. In addition to Yuzuki, the Yunin village team also has another girl named Sammy standing to the left of Darui. This girl is slightly younger than Yuzuki and reaches Darui's shoulder in height, but her development is quite impressive, noticeably surpassing that of her peers, unlike Yuzuki's well-proportioned figure. If Jiraiya were here, he would be very excited, as this little girl has the potential to rival Tsunade. Besides Yuzuki, Darui, and Sammy, there are also other competitors from Yunin village, namely Shi, Mabu-e, and Yueching. The strengths of these individuals vary, with Yuzuki, Karabi, and Darui being the main players of the team, all possessing considerable strength, while the remaining members are slightly weaker. Except for a few contestants. There are also several accompanying Jounin responsible for the contestants' living conditions and security, totaling nearly 20 people, which could be considered a medium-sized but not overly large team. Hey, Karabi, is this what you call the Konoha that defeated our land of lightning back in the day? It doesn't look like much to me, Darui said bluntly, with a lollipop in his mouth. Did you not see the gate of Konoha? It's very solid, with super strong defenses. I estimate it can withstand quite a bit of attack, and their security forces at the entrance are not weak either. In just this short time, I've already seen 6 elite Jounin, which indicates they have quite a few people, Karabi said in a strange rap tune. At this moment, Yuzuki, with a proud expression, said, So what? In my opinion, the people of Konoha are all softies. Each of them looks like they can't take a punch from me. It seems the champion of this competition will be me, Yuzuki. What did you say? Don't think you're impressive just because you're the team leader. It's just a title. To win the championship, you're not qualified. Darui is the one who can do it. Darui snorted. You two go cool off somewhere else. I can win the championship alone. Your presence will only hold me back. The champion can only belong to me, Karabi. Karabi immediately said angrily. Karabi, do you want to fight? Have you become arrogant just because I haven't hit you for 3 days? Yuzuki coldly snorted. Yuzuki, don't think I won't hit you just because you're a woman. When I'm crazy, I don't care if you're a man or a lady boy. Karabi refused to back down. Fight. Hit hard. Just hit each other hard. By then, you two will be severely injured, and the championship will be mine, ha ha ha. Darui said gleefully, eager for chaos. Sigh these people, Sammy sighed and shook his head, really not wanting to be with these 3 lunatics. Whenever these 3 get together, there's definitely no peace. Stop it. At this moment, a furious voice came, and the 3 arguing immediately stopped. They saw a man even more robust than Karabi glaring fiercely at them. If you dare to argue again, I'll punch him back to the Cloud Village. Who agrees? Who opposes? I oppose. Darui immediately jumped out and shouted. Bang! The strong man directly punched Darui away. Opposition invalid. Is there anyone else who opposes? The remaining people did not say a word, all quietly watching the strong man. This is the consequence of provoking my authority. The strong man pointed at Darui, who was falling from 20 meters away, and there was a noticeable human-shaped dent in the wall. This strong man is Karabi's brother, the eldest son of the current 3rd Raikage and the most promising candidate to become the 4th Raikage. He has a straightforward personality, but a very explosive temper. He would fight at the slightest disagreement. It is said that he once got into a serious fight over who would eat the last salted fish, injuring the other party so badly that they lay in the hospital for 3 months. Therefore, even the usually headstrong Karabi instantly became a docile younger brother in front of A. All right, let's go in and see what changes Konoha has undergone over the years. A strode forward, leading the way to the main gate of Konoha, while the others followed him as subordinates. Their impression of Konoha was not good, after all. The Second Ninja War began because their 2nd Raikage was ambushed and killed by the Gold and Silver Brothers while signing a peace treaty with the 2nd Hokage in Konoha. This triggered the Second Ninja World War, and many of their elite ninja also died at the hands of Konoha's ninjas afterward. Thus, the hatred between these 2 countries is indeed irreconcilable. Chapter 61 Yuzuki, however, many younger ninjas from the Cloud Village do not harbor much hatred towards Konoha, at most. They're influenced by their elders and have a slightly unfavorable impression of Konoha. After entering Konoha, this team of Cloud Village contestants walked while looking around, each acting like curious little kids. Hey, Darui, did you see that? Over there on the cliff, there are actually 3 gigantic human faces carved into it. How spectacular! Yuzuki exclaimed in surprise. patting Darui's shoulder and pointing at the Hokage rock of Konoha. Isn't that the Hokage rock of Konoha? It is said that it was originally carved to commemorate the first Hokage, and later it developed to include all Hokages. It really is quite magnificent. I think our Cloud Village should have something like this too. Idiot, does our Lightning Village have such a large cliff? I say we could build a huge statue, like those two statues in the Valley of the End, which would also be very impressive. Exactly, Karabi, you finally said something sensible. Not easy, huh? Yuzuki praised. Yuzuki, do you feel uncomfortable if you don't provoke me for a moment? Karabi said angrily. Yuzuki, I also think Karabi's suggestion is good. When I become Reikage, my statue will also appear after the fourth Reikage, receiving the people's admiration. Not bad, not bad, Darui said with a grin. Get lost. The fifth Reikage is me. You just stay where you are. Looking for fight, huh? Bring it on. Bang, 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 bang. Meanwhile, Yatsuka was testing his airflow perception to identify sounds. Through airflow perception, Yatsuka can hear sounds that are very faint or even inaudible to normal people by adjusting the thickness of the airflow to create an uneven method, amplifying the sound like a horn effect directed into his ears. In this way, Yatsuka can hear very small or distant sounds. He has truly become a real sensitive ear. However, although Yatsuka can now successfully hear very faint sounds and can distinguish whether the sounds are numbers or letters, he still cannot analyze what characters are being written just by the frequency of the sounds. Oh no, this is troublesome. But didn't the third Hokage say there are multiple choice questions? Multiple choice questions only require writing numbers between 1 and 3. I can't understand the other questions, but I can understand the multiple choice ones. I'll just write the multiple choice answers, and I won't care about the rest. So Yatsuka directly put the written test questions out of his mind and continued eating the chips in his hand. If the third Hokage knew about this, he would definitely be furious enough to have a stroke on the spot. Because the multiple choice questions only take 20 minutes, if Yatsuka only answers the multiple choice ones, that would only be 20 minutes, still not enough to pass. However, Yasaki didn't think about this issue at all. While eating chips, he was pondering over the Fruit Ninja game. After reaching the 18th level and hitting his limit last time, it took him more than half a month to recover, and now Yasaki's arm was back to normal. Surprisingly, due to the forced use of his muscles leading to a rupture, when those muscles healed, his right arm became even stronger. Therefore, Yasaki estimated that he should now be able to last until the 19th wave. Normally, if Yasaki relied solely on his stamina, he wouldn't be able to last beyond the 16th wave, as his muscle strength wasn't significantly better than others and was even slightly inferior. After all, Yasaki practiced a single sword style and therefore hadn't trained specifically for muscle endurance or strength. So, in terms of physical fitness, Yasaki might not even match Kakashi. However, Yasaki could use the Great Freedom Sage technique, which generated wind pressure to assist in moving his arm, reducing the muscle burden by 20%, allowing him to last until the 18th wave. Now that his arm muscles had become stronger, Yasaki wanted to try again. He found himself increasingly interested in the Fruit Ninja game. Those egg tarts were quite tasty. Last time he shared half with Shubu, and he hadn't satisfied his craving yet. So this time he decided to get some more. Yasaki muttered to himself, then put on his shoes and ran out of the house, heading straight for the Fruit Ninja stall. Apart from Yagasaka, who possesses the privilege of acting freely due to his own strength, the other participating team members are currently undergoing intensive training. With only 3 days left, Konoha clearly adopts a last-minute approach, conducting targeted training for these few contestants. At this moment, Kakashi is training with Aburame Ye on chakra endurance, while Tsukikid Shippu is training in sword techniques against ninjutsu with another ninja. Others, such as Sarutobi Asuma, are also engaged in one-on-one practice. What excites Tsukikid Shippu is that during practice, Yayaka came over to bring him water, which made him train vigorously as if he were pumped up with adrenaline, and he decided to save the water she gave him, unwilling to drink it. On the streets of Hokage. Hey, Killer Bee, look over there, there's a Fruit Ninja stall. I didn't expect Konoha to have one too. Oh, is this the branch of our Fruit Ninja main store in Konoha? By the way, they must have the score records of Konoha's people. I wonder what the high score is. Let's go take a look. So a group of people arrived at the Fruit Ninja stall, where 2 ninjas were currently facing a fruit challenge. However, they were already struggling against the 7th wave, and one of them was eliminated on the spot due to slow reactions. These Konoha ninjas are so weak, they can't even handle the 7th wave. They're really far behind us from Cloud Ninja Village. Yeah, Konoha is indeed a bunch of softies. This game of Fruit Ninja requires high reaction and body speed, which they can't handle. Only our Cloud Ninja Village folks can play it well, Yuzuki said proudly. Exactly. I estimate that their highest record here barely makes it to the 10th wave. Haha, pretty much. For this kind of game, it has to be our Cloud Ninja Village people. Konoha has no capable fighters at all. Chapter 62. The bet, just as Darui was about to check the score ranking board, the remaining Konoha ninja was also eliminated. Thus, 2 spots suddenly opened up. Hey, young man, I see you're not from Konoha. Are you interested in giving it a try? The stall owner of Fruit Ninja greeted Darui with a smile, thinking to himself that although this guy looked muscular, there's a saying that goes, the bigger the muscle, the slower the reaction. This guy probably wouldn't even last through 5 waves, definitely another paying customer. Sure, I'll give it a shot. Darui grinned. In fact, he had played this Fruit Ninja game before in Cloud Ninja Village, and his highest record was 13 waves, which is already quite impressive. Even in Konoha, 13 waves could land him in the top 5. Hee, I was able to reach the 13th wave before, and after this period of training, I should be able to last until the 15th wave. Darui rubbed his hands together, remembering what the 3rd Reikage had said to them before. Your purpose on this trip is to showcase the strength of our Reikage village. So if you get the chance to humiliate Konoha's people, don't hold back. Make sure they witness our Reikage village's power. So Darui thought to himself, the time to assert our national prestige has come. I, Darui, might also become a hero of the Reikage village. At this moment, Yuzuki walked over and patted Darui on the shoulder, saying, Darui, show your full strength and give those Konoha folks a hard time. It's your time to serve your country. That's right, Darui, besides my brother, you're the fastest in reaction speed here. Show off the pride of our land of lightning. Don't worry, I'll definitely make Konoha's people look good. Darui wore a confident smile. He had trained with the 3rd Reikage, using the power of lightning to enhance himself, activating his muscles and neural reflexes, forming a powerful physique, greatly enhancing his speed, defense, and strength. Therefore, in terms of reaction speed, apart from Killer Bee's brother A, Darui was the strongest present, and Fruit Ninja was all about reaction speed and muscle endurance, both of which were his strong suits. Look, those are people from Cloud Ninja Village, right? Just as Darui stepped forward to prepare for the Fruit Ninja Challenge, a Konoha ninja beside him exclaimed in surprise to his companion. Oh yes, so they have arrived. Look, they even brought luggage. They must have just gotten here. Are they really going to challenge Fruit Ninja? That's interesting. They must be playing this game for the first time. Just wait and see. That guy might get eliminated by the 3rd or 4th round. The conversation between these 2 Konoha ninjas reached Killer Bee's ears, causing him to scoff disdainfully. Humph. 2 country bumpkins. This game was invented by our Cloud Ninja Village to train our neural reflexes and muscle endurance. You Konoha folks can't play this game well at all. Humph. You're just bragging. I can't wait to see how many waves you can last. The Konoha ninja retorted defiantly. How about we make a bet? At this moment, Yuzuki said with a cold smile to the Konoha ninja. What do you want to bet on? The Konoha ninja asked. If he can't last 10 waves, the money will be yours. If he lasts, I want that sword on your waist. Yuzuki pointed at the Konoha ninja's sword. The Konoha ninja thought this girl was being quite bold and arrogant, so he replied without backing down. Fine, since you dare to say that, I'll go all in. I want to see where you get your confidence from. Just don't say, I bullied you when I win. The Konoha ninja felt a bit displeased as he looked at the confident Yuzuki. She was clearly just a girl in her teens, yet she gave him the feeling of facing an equal, even appearing to have the upper hand and momentum. So the 2 parties placed their money and the sword on a nearby table, and their bet attracted the attention of many onlookers. After all, this was a bet between a Konoha ninja and a Cloud Ninja Village ninja, involving 2 countries, and could even escalate to diplomatic implications. Therefore, many people were very interested. At this moment, the alarm bell of the Fruit Ninja machine rang, and 2 flying objects shot out. Darui swiftly slashed with his blades, easily cutting them down, and the onlookers saw that they were indeed 2 sliced fruits. How about that? Impressive, right? Killer Bee smugly nodded at the Konoha ninja. Humph. That's just the first wave. No need to rush. The Konoha ninja said coldly, his gaze fixed on a stack of bills on the table, estimating there were at least $1,000, thinking to himself that the Cloud Ninja Village folks were really rich, though a bit lacking in brains. But that money would soon belong to him. Meanwhile, Yuzaka was on his way to the Fruit Ninja stall when he suddenly encountered a person dressed as a Ronin. It was Ito Junji, who had secretly used tricks that day. Little brother, your sword skills are quite impressive, Ito Junji said with a smile, having happened to run into Yuzaka. Out of respect for Yuzaka's swordsmanship, he took the initiative to greet him. Who are you? How do you know my swordsmanship is impressive? Yuzaka looked at the unfamiliar man in confusion, having never seen him before. Before you, I was the #1 in Fruit Ninja, Ito Junji. Oh, do you need something? Yuzaka asked nonchalantly. Aren't you curious about me, the former #1? Ito Junji asked in surprise, expecting Yuzaka to be very excited. After all, he was the former and current top player. You're just a defeated opponent. What's there to be excited about? Yuzaka replied, feeling speechless. Ito Junji was almost infuriated to the point of a heart attack, feeling utterly humiliated, but he couldn't refute Yuzaka's statement since it was indeed true. Damn it. Being ignored like this, you're pretty impressive, Ito Junji thought angrily, unable to do anything to Yuzaka. In the end, he left directly, pondering how to improve his swordsmanship and physical condition to reclaim the #1 position in the future. Chapter 63. The impressive druid group from the cloud-hidden village was not the last to arrive, as there were others still following behind them, such as the mist-hidden village. When Killer Bee and his gang started playing Fruit Ninja, the mist-hidden village people also arrived at the gates of Konoha. Wow, is this Konoha village in the land of fire? The village founded by the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama? I'm really curious and excited, Terumi Mei said, shaping her hands into a telescope and holding it up to her eyes. At this time, Terumi Mei was only 15 years old, looking like a beautiful porcelain doll. Very cute. I've always thought that among the 5 great nations, the strongest is actually Konoha village. Now that I see it, it really lives up to its reputation. Momochi Zabuza looked up at the tall Konoha gate, which was as high as a 10-story building, and couldn't help but admire. What kind of strength does it take to open this big gate, and what kind of powerful attack could destroy it? Zabuza added, don't say such things that boost others' morale while diminishing your own. Although our mist-hidden village may not compare to Konoha village, our strength is not bad either. Even if they're a bit stronger than us, it's not by much. You're right, as long as we in the mist-hidden village work hard, we will eventually become the strongest nation, Kisame Hashigaki said with a smile, though when he smiled, he looked worse than when he cried. Terumi Mei smiled and said, let's go, we're going in. She took the lead and walked into Konoha. The group from a mist village consists of more than just these 3 contestants. There are a few others as well, but their strength is somewhat inferior to these 3. Upon entering Konoha, this group was immediately captivated by the sights of Konoha's streets and alleys. The style here is completely different from that of our mist village, and I think it's quite nice here. The young Terumi Zabuza exclaimed with sparkling eyes. Indeed, the architecture here is of style I like. After getting used to the houses in Mist Village, I've started to take an interest in other styles. Kirigakure May also looked around excitedly, and being a very beautiful girl herself, she attracted the attention of several passersby. I wonder if I might run into a handsome guy. If I meet a handsome young man from Konoha, who knows, I might even marry in Konoha, May thought happily to herself as she walked. Not long after this group left, the people from Sunagakure arrived. Konoha, Hataki Sakumo, Hataki Kakashi, here I come. Scorpion looked grimly at the entrance of Konoha. The defenses of this gate seemed much stronger than the walls of their Sunagakure, which made Scorpion feel a bit uncomfortable. Let us go. Once we're inside, everyone should be cautious and avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, our Sunagakure was defeated by Konoha in the last ninja war, suffering heavy losses. So we have to endure and keep a low profile. However, if anyone dares to provoke us, we will show them that we are not to be trifled with, the leader of Sunagakure said to the contestants. Meanwhile, as time went on, Darui had managed to withstand the previous 8 waves of fruit attacks. And the Konoha ninja, who had bet with the Yuzuki, was looking increasingly grim, feeling more and more pressure. How is this possible? This kid is actually that strong. Even I could only last until the 9th wave before being eliminated, and he has already made it through 8 waves without missing a single fruit. And he is just a genin. The Konoha ninja began to panic, glancing between Darui and his own katana, having a bad premonition that today, his katana might change hands. The surrounding audience was buzzing with discussion. What's going on? That kid from Union Village is actually so impressive. Having survived 8 waves of fruit attacks without losing a single one. Truly amazing. It seems that the people from Union Village are not to be underestimated. However, there is no need to worry too much, because the difficulty will only increase from here on out. Who knows, he might get eliminated in the next wave. It's hard to say. Moreover, even if he makes it through 9 waves, what has to say he can handle 18? Hearing the chatter around him, Delui wore a proud smile. He was very skilled at this fruit ninja game, and his body's muscles, activated by black lightning, reacted very quickly. Not only were his muscles quick to respond, but so was his brain. He had enhanced the speed of information transmission between his neurons through the power of lightning, achieving a super-fast reaction effect. Therefore, even without the Sharingan, he could still barely see what was flying towards him. After all, his brain reacted quickly, giving him enough time to process the information. On the side, the Yuzuki person, with arms crossed in front of his chest, wore a smug smile, exuding an air of confidence as if victory was assured. He glanced at the katana and thought it was of good quality. It would soon be her trophy. As one of the most outstanding genin from the hidden Cloud Village, Yuzuki's strength was greater than Darui's, so he understood Darui's abilities very well. In a game like this Fruit Ninja, Darui could definitely handle 13 waves, and it wasn't impossible for him to struggle through the 14th wave. As a result, he took advantage of the Leaf Ninja's underestimation of Darui and intentionally mentioned only up to the 10th wave, leading the Leaf Ninja to actually bet against her. This gave Yuzuki a sense of pleasure, as if he were toying with others. Foolish Leaf Ninja. At that moment, the 9th wave arrived. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 9 dark shadows rushed out quickly, and Darui focused intently on the flying objects. When those objects were 2 meters away from him, he suddenly swung his sword in a frenzy, cutting down all 9 dark shadows in front of him. They were all fruit. Killer Bee looked speechless at the scattered fruit pieces on the ground, picked up half an apple, wiped it off, and began to munch on it. By this time, Darui had already matched the Leaf Ninja's own record, making the Leaf Ninja feel extremely tense because the next wave of fruit attacks would determine the outcome of the bet. If Darui managed to get through the next wave of attacks, then that katana would belong to Yuzuki. Therefore, the Leaf Ninja could only pray in his heart that Darui wouldn't make it through the next wave. At this moment, Uchiha Obito, who had been approved for a day off, happened to pass by and saw a large crowd gathered. Curious, he squeezed in to take a look. Chapter 64. Showcasing muscles, huh? Are these ninjas from the Cloud Village? Uchiha Obito curiously looked at Darui, standing in the arena, noticing that this guy's muscles were very well developed, exuding a sense of physical beauty and strength. At a glance, Obito understood that he definitely couldn't match the other in close combat. He had heard that the ninjas from a Cloud Village were skilled in a technique called ninjutsu body technique, which enhances muscle cells and nerves through chakra, greatly improving physical abilities. They then combine ninjutsu with taijutsu, resulting in the powerful close combat technique known as ninjutsu body technique. Obito recalled the introduction to the ninjas of the Cloud Village from his textbooks and looked again at Darui's physique, roughly understanding the meaning of ninjutsu body technique. He wondered how their ninjutsu body technique compared to Might Guy's pure taijutsu. It seemed that their physical abilities were better than Might Guy's, and since they incorporated ninjutsu into their taijutsu, it felt like they were stronger than Guy's singular taijutsu. Obito thought to himself that he should mention this to Guy and suggest that he practice the ninjutsu body technique as well. At this moment, the 10th wave of fruit attacks was about to arrive, marking a critical point in the bet. Therefore, the Konoha ninja was extremely tense and anxious. By this time, he had already realized that the seemingly ordinary genin was actually very powerful. In his subconscious, he felt that there was an 80% chance that Darui could withstand the 10th wave. Beside him, the Yuzuki people wore confident smiles. A mere 10 waves of fruit attacks were nothing to Darui. After all, among the contestants, Darui was the most orthodox user of the ninja body technique. And he was also a rare inheritor of the Black Lightning technique from the 3rd Hokage, which greatly enhanced his physical fitness and neural reactions, relying heavily on reaction speed. It's time to show these Leaf Village softies the strength of our Cloud Village. Darui, let them see what a real man is, Karabi said with a confident smile, rapping in a bizarre tone that was hard to decipher. Darui, this is our Cloud Village's first chance to showcase our muscles. It's up to you to deliver. Yuzuki crossed his arms, looking as if victory was assured, already thinking about how to wield that great sword. Hearing his companion's words, Darui nodded with a smile, secretly thinking, the moment to bring glory to Cloud Village has arrived. At this point, they had reached the 10th wave, and even for Darui, relying solely on his physical fitness and neural reactions had reached its limit. After all, he did not possess powerful ocular techniques like the Sharingan or Byakugan. So with his current strength, he could no longer rely on his vision to discern flying objects. But he had his own methods, and this was his specialty. So he curved his lips into a smile and silently thought, Leaf Village folks, let me show you my signature move. He shouted loudly, and his body immediately tensed up, muscles taut, fists clenched at his waist, gritting his teeth, with veins bulging on his forehead. Darui was finally going to reveal his skills. This was completely lacking in challenge, he thought joyfully. To the Leaf Village folks present, let them witness the ultimate ninjutsu inherited from the third Reikage. Lightning release, chakra mode. Activate. Boom. A loud bang. A burst of black lightning erupted from Darui's body, instantly appearing like an outer layer on the surface of his body. Countless black arcs of electricity flashed with a black gleam, crackling and twisting like lightning snakes. The intense arcs even made the onlookers feel as if they had been electrocuted, with some nearby having their bangs frizz up into straight hair. What is happening? What incredible chakra! What powerful lightning release! What kind of ninjutsu is this? The momentum is astonishing. In an instant, the crowd around was left dumbfounded by Darui's lightning release chakra mode. They had never seen such a form of ninjutsu, or such a powerful chakra emanation. Both visually and sensorially, it was overwhelming, and combined with Darui's already muscular physique, he appeared like a god of thunder descended upon the world, imposing and majestic. Listening to the gasps of the crowd, Yuzuki and Kirabi wore proud smiles. See, this is the strength of our Cloud Village. So impressive. Uchiha Obito's eyes almost popped out. It was his first time witnessing someone release such a massive amount of chakra. The seemingly formless yet clearly perceivable pressure from the abundant chakra left him deeply shocked. Is this the legendary Cloud Village's ninjutsu? So strong. Is he really a contestant from Cloud Village? I actually have to fight someone like him. For a moment, Uchiha Obito felt intimidated by Darui, feeling a bit weak-hearted and subconsciously thinking he couldn't defeat him. No, I can't be overwhelmed by his momentum. Just as Uchiha Obito was feeling apprehensive, a flash of Yatsuka's image crossed his mind, and in the next moment, the timid feelings brought on by Darui's intimidation vanished completely. I can't be scared. I am representing the Leaf Village. No matter how strong he is, he still isn't a match for Yatsuka. Moreover, even if I really encounter him as an opponent. Thinking of this, the image of Noera Rin flashed in Uchiha Obito's mind. Obito, you must do your best. I will be cheering for you from the stands. The words Rin had once said echoed in Obito's ears, strengthening his resolve. Even if I encounter him, I must win. I will win. Rin is watching me. A determined light flashed in Uchiha Obito's eyes. At this moment, the 10th wave began. A series of whoosh 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 sounds echoed as 10 dark shadows burst out of the machine's nozzle, racing towards the druid like the wind and lightning. The druid was surrounded by black arcs of electricity, gripping his long knife tightly, his eyes wide open, intently staring at the flying fruits. Chapter 65, Bet Lost. I can see clearly. I can see clearly. The druid silently recited in his heart. At this moment, under the powerful activation of the black lightning technique, his body's muscles and nerve conduction were maximally activated, allowing his nerve conduction speed to be 5 times faster than usual. In this state, his brain could rapidly process a large amount of data in a short time, even if his eyes could no longer clearly see what those black shadows were. However, with his super-fast reacting brain, he could instantly judge whether those black shadows were fruits or distractions based on their outlines. In the next moment, he roared, swinging the large sword in his hand, which resembled a door panel, and directly created a huge arc of black light in front of him, striking the first black shadow hard. Swish. A light sound echoed as the black shadow was sliced open, its speed plummeting in that instant. The black shadow vanished from the druid's view, revealing its true form, an apple sliced in half. Here comes the second one. The druid forcefully contracted his arm muscles, swinging his entire arm in the opposite direction. Swish. He once again sliced through a black shadow, revealing a banana cut in 2. Next, the third one. He swung his knife again, slicing through another fruit. 4th, 5th, 6th, 8th. Swish, 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 swish. A series of consecutive slashes with the large knife created a wide arc of black light, violently yet beautifully severing all 8 black shadows in the air in a short time, causing a pile of fruit pieces to fall to the ground. The remaining 2 black shadows were ignored by him, crashing into the net behind him, revealing their original forms, 2 green wooden balls. The 10th wave. Success. The druid plunged the large knife into the ground and turned around, confidently smiling at the people of Yunin Village. Seeing this scene, the ninja from Konoha felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, overwhelmed by a sense of despair, as if a huge cloud of darkness had enveloped him. He felt cold all over, and a wave of bitterness surged in his heart. I lost. The Konoha ninja's face was filled with sorrow as he looked at the katana on the table, his eyes revealing a sense of reluctance. This sword had accompanied him for 12 years, helping him slay countless enemies and achieve great military feats. Yet today, it was about to change ownership and become someone else's sword. How infuriating! The Konoha ninja gritted his teeth, feeling extremely distressed. You must accept the outcome of the bet. According to our agreement, this sword now belongs to me, Yuzuki said smugly as she walked to the table and reached for the katana. With a swift motion, she drew the sword, its blade gleaming with a cold white light under the sun, illuminating her beautiful face and reflecting her joy. This is a really nice sword. Thank you. I will take good care of it from now on. Yuzuki proudly waved the sword in front of the Konoha ninja a few times before she sheathed it, and, right before his eyes, placed the sword behind her back. From this moment on, this sword belonged to Yuzuki. A small person in high spirits. The Konoha ninja gritted his teeth, feeling as if Yuzuki's smug expression was like a sharp knife piercing his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. But despite his reluctance, he had already promised to honor the bet. To go back on his word in front of so many people would not only embarrass himself, but also disgrace Konoha and the Land of Fire. At this moment, Darui was waiting for the 11th wave of fruit attacks. Today, not only did he want to showcase the prowess of the hidden cloud village in Konoha, but he also wanted to test how far his current strength could take him. Great, the next wave is the 11th wave. With this performance, I estimate that this would at least place me second in Konoha. I bet the top score won't exceed 14 waves, Karabi said, laughing heartily as he hummed a rap tune. Should we check the leaderboard to see what the first place score is? At this time, Sam, with blonde hair and a large chest, also asked nearby. No need to look. Once Darui is done, the stall owner will record his score on the leaderboard, and it will definitely be reordered. By then, Darui will surely be in first place, so there is no need to check the current first place, Yuzuki said confidently, wearing a victorious smile on his face. At that moment, the 11th wave began. Darui, utilizing the effects of the lightning release chakra mode to activate his muscles and nerves, passed it perfectly. He then proceeded to pass the 13th wave, but when he reached the 14th wave, he finally hit his limit, missing 3 fruits and getting eliminated on the spot. Although he fell short of his ideal goal of passing the 14th wave by just a little bit, he felt it was still acceptable. Just a bit more. It seems my lightning release chakra mode needs to be strengthened. If I could reach the level of brother, I should be able to handle 20 waves easily, Darui thought as he stepped down from the stage. Despite being eliminated, there was no regret on his face because he had not only showcased the strength of their hidden cloud village in Konoha, leaving the Konoha people stunned, but he also seized a trophy from them. Although the wager was proposed by Yuzuki and the trophy was obtained by him, Darui was the one executing the process. Therefore, he believed that when he returned to the hidden cloud village and presented that sword to Lord Raikage, he would surely receive praise from him. These Konoha people, none of them can fight. This game is not something this bunch of softies from Konoha can play. I stand by what I said. Only we from the hidden cloud village can play this game. Karabi laughed arrogantly, provoking anger among the nearby Konoha people. However, there was nothing they could do since they had just lost the bet. That was the reality, and they couldn't argue against it. At that moment, Obito was displeased. He angrily pushed through the crowd and confronted Kairabi and the others, saying, "Stop being so smug over here. What is so impressive about your score? It doesn't even compare to our second place, let alone first place. If Yasaka were here, you would all be instantly killed by him with a single strike." Uchiha Obito said fiercely. Chapter 66. Uchiha Obito's resistance usually when being cut by Yasaka. Uchiha Obito hated him deeply and was determined to train hard to get back at him. However, when outsiders insulted Konoha, Obito was the first to think of Yasaka and defend him. At this moment, Yasaka's image grew larger in Obito's eyes. After all, he was still one of their own. The reason why Obito Uchiha didn't impulsively rush in and shout, "What's so great about it, Darui? I could do better than you," is that he knows his own limitations. He wouldn't let his desire to show off cloud his judgment. After all, taijutsu is a strong point of the Cloud Village. While in Konoha, although there are skilled taijutsu users like Might Guy and the Hyuga clan, most people specialize in ninjutsu. Therefore, Obito Uchiha could not compare his weaknesses to the strengths of the Cloud Village. "Who are you?" Killer Bee coldly snorted upon hearing someone daring to challenge him. "I am Obito Uchiha from the Uchiha clan of Konoha." Obito stepped in front of Killer Bee and looked up at him. Killer Bee was significantly taller than Obito, putting him at a physical disadvantage. If this had happened before, Obito might have felt intimidated, but at this moment, he was filled with thoughts of Rin Noera, who was his source of motivation, his support, and his safe haven. As long as Rin was with him, He had nothing to fear. All negative emotions were countered by the presence of Rin in his heart. You actually say Darui's score isn't the second highest? Impossible. This game looks simple, but it really tests reflexes, muscle strength, and endurance. Even many Jonin can't last beyond 13 waves, while our Cloud Village ninjas excel in muscle strength and reaction time. How could you in Konoha have anyone surpassing 14 waves? Unless it's someone at the level of Hokage or Konoha's White Fang. But those at such a level wouldn't bother with a trivial game. Besides, if that were the case, it wouldn't matter because our rakeage and people can also achieve that, but it would lose its significance. It's not about Hokage or anything like that. Our first place is also a genin, just like me. Oh, and just like you. Do you know? The first place is also a genin, and their score is way ahead of yours. Obito Uchiha said disdainfully, feeling a sense of pride in Yatsuka for the first time, realizing it has some positive use. Oh, I want to see who it is. Yuzuki sneered and walked straight to the ranking board to take a look. At first glance, she saw the second place, which read Junji Ito, with a score of 16 waves. This surprised Yuzuki greatly. There was indeed someone who surpassed 14 waves. However, when she saw the title of Jonin next to Junji Ito's name, she breathed a sigh of relief. It's normal for a Jonin to reach this level. After all, there are Jonin from the Cloud Village who can't reach this level either. Moreover, considering Darui's current situation, it's likely he could also reach 16 waves when he becomes a Jonin. Then Yuzuki shifted her gaze upward to the first place. There, it read Yatsuka, followed by 18, meaning he lasted until the 18th wave. What? Yuzuki was taken aback. Someone actually lasted until the 18th wave. Impossible. He must be a Jonin. A Genin couldn't possibly hold out to the 18th wave? Absolutely not. So Yuzuki continued to look to the right, hoping to see the title of Jonin. Instead, what appeared was Genin. How could this be? Yuzuki stood there in shock, her mind repeatedly replaying the words Genin. Hey, Yuzuki, what's the score of the first place? At this moment, Killer Bee, noticing Yuzuki standing motionless in front of the ranking board, impatiently shouted, Yuzuki? Seeing that Yuzuki didn't respond, Killer Bee called out again, but Yuzuki remained as still as a statue in front of the ranking board. What the hell? Killer Bee had to step forward, but he already had a bad feeling in his subconscious. Hey, I'm calling you, Yuzuki. Killer Bee patted Yuzuki, who then pointed at the ranking board. Following Yuzuki's finger, Killer Bee looked and was stunned to see the words Yatsuka, 18, Genin. Nanny. Killer Bee looked as if he had seen a ghost, his expression one of disbelief. How is this possible? Killer Bee rubbed his eyes and looked again, but there was still no change. Yuzuki, I must be dreaming. Quick, slap me, wake me up. A Genin couldn't possibly last through 18 waves. Yuzuki raised her hand and slapped Killer Bee hard across the face. Let me wake up. As Killer Bee watched Yuzuki's hand come closer, he prayed in his heart. Smack! Ah! Killer Bee spun in the air twice from the slap and landed on the ground with a cry. That hurt, but I must be awake now. Killer Bee scrambled to the ranking board and looked again. What? I'm really not dreaming. How is this possible? A Genin lasting through 18 waves. Oh! Killer Bee was on the verge of losing his mind. At this moment, other ninja from the hidden Cloud Village gathered around. After seeing the information on the ranking board, they were all dumbfounded. How is this possible? Could it be someone who clearly has Jonin strength but refuses to level up? Or someone who was previously a Jonin but got demoted to Chunin due to a mistake? Darui muttered with a shocked expression. Oomph, did you see that? With your little triangle cat skills, you're nothing to mention here in Konoha. Not even as good as a Chunin. You might as well go home and raise pigs. Ha. Seeing the stunned expressions of the people from the hidden Cloud Village, Uchiha Obito couldn't be happier. As expected, Yasaka is the strongest. At this moment, Uchiha Obito thought Yasaka was such a lovable person and forgot about the time Yasaka had cut him. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. You must be lying. Putting a non-existent person in first place. Yes, it must be that the stall owner doesn't want to pay, so he deliberately created this illusion. At this moment, Yuzuki shouted angrily. You shouldn't casually slander me. I didn't fabricate anything. This person fought through the 18th wave of fruit attacks right in front of all of us. And he really is a Chunin. Oh, by the way, I heard that kid is also a participant from this Konoha village. At this time, the stall owner with a goatee slowly stepped forward to clarify. Since it was about him, he had to come out and clarify. Otherwise, it would be bad if a fool really thought he had deliberately faked it. At this moment, some audience members echoed, saying yes, we all saw it that day. That guy is indeed a Chunin, about his height. You people from the hidden Cloud Village shouldn't be sour grapes. Just admit you don't want to wake up and find excuses. For a moment, Yuzuki felt embarrassed. but she still couldn't believe that a real Chunin could hold out through the 18th wave. How powerful would their reflexes need to be? No, wait. It might not necessarily be the case. If he had muscles like Durui and possessed abilities similar to the Sharingan to see high-speed moving objects, then it might be possible to last until the 18th wave. I would like to see that Chunin who lasted through the 18th wave. I wonder what kind of person he is. At this moment, Darui said curiously, "If I get to see him, I can spar with him." Karabi sneered, believing his strength was already top tier among these contestants. After all, he was the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. Even if he couldn't fully utilize the Eight Tails power at that moment, with his enormous chakra, he could still defeat most Chunins. Even Yuzuki, who was said to have a great control over tailed beasts, he could fight against. Therefore, Karabi didn't take the geniuses from other countries seriously. After all, tailed beasts were indeed a powerful trump card. That person must look very childlike. He should actually be a Jonin, but for some reason, he became a Chunin. I refuse to believe that there could be a Chunin capable of this. Yuzuki stubbornly denied it, unwilling to believe. At this moment, Yasaka happened to arrive at the stall, noticing that there were layers of people gathered around, and felt puzzled. What kind of impressive person has come to draw so many people? Yasaka squeezed in, and as soon as he showed his head, he saw a sturdy-looking man from the hidden cloud village arguing with Uchiha Obito. Obito? And them, they should be from the hidden cloud village, right? Yasaka was momentarily confused, curiously watching Obito and Karabi argue, while the attention of the people nearby was also drawn to Obito and Karabi. So no one noticed that the main character of their argument was quietly eating melon seeds aside. You people from the hidden cloud village, I figured you out. You're just stubborn like a dead duck, sour grapes, because you can't reach the grapes. Uchiha Obito angrily said, because he found that no matter how he argued, Yuzuki would never believe him, while Karabi insisted that even if such a person existed, he would defeat him on the spot. And Darui was saying that the person must have secretly used some ninjutsu to achieve that. Therefore, Uchiha Obito was very frustrated, feeling that Karabi and the others simply could not accept defeat, even though they had not lost. Just wait. I'll call him over right now, so you can see for yourselves and stop pretending to be the big wolf. If you have the ability, bring him over and let me see. Just keep pretending. At this moment, Yasaka could no longer hold back, stepping out from the crowd and saying to Yuzuki, "Are you talking about me? Who are you? Get out of the way." Yuzuki waved her hand dismissively, not paying attention, thinking he was just some fool trying to show off. Yasaka, you're here. I was just looking for you." Uchiha Obito's eyes lit up with excitement upon seeing Yasaka. What? Yasaka? Yasaka, he's the one in first place? In an instant, Darui and Karabi turned their heads sharply to look at Yasaka. What? This kid is Yasaka. Yuzuki also came back to her senses and looked at Yasaka in shock. "I heard you were looking for me?" Yasaka surveyed the few people from the hidden cloud village in front of him, finding that they indeed matched the descriptions in the books, all tall and strong. Meanwhile, Karabi and the others were also sizing up Yasaka, finding that there was nothing special about him. He was of average height, had an average build, dressed normally, and had an average demeanor. Everything was just average. This guy managed to hold out through the 18th wave? Just him? Darui was puzzled, repeatedly examining Yasaka from head to toe, but he just couldn't figure out where Yasaka's strength lay. How could someone like this be stronger than Darui? Why am I so skeptical? Karabi spoke up directly. "They say you're the top genin and that you held out against 18 waves of fruit attacks. I don't believe it unless you can show me right here and now." Yuzuki shouted at Yasaka. Yasaka looked at the somewhat mature-looking Yuzuki in front of him and snorted, changing his mind. "You want me to show you? I'll show you. Who do you think you are? What? You little brat. How dare you be so arrogant?" Yuzuki was furious, raising her eyebrows, pointing at herself, and shouting, "I'm the strongest genin of the Cloud Village, the two-tailed Yuzuki. Don't I have the right to ask you to demonstrate your 18 waves of fruit ninja techniques? Your grandmother is the strongest genin of the Cloud Village. What does that have to do with you?" Yasaka coldly huffed. "I'm speaking for myself. You country bumpkin." Yuzuki felt like she was about to go crazy. Clearly, neither side had said anything too outrageous, so why was she so angry? "Oh, you're just a genin. What right do you have to give me orders? I'm a bit tired today, and don't want to move. You all should just go wherever you feel comfortable. Disperse." Yasaka waved his hand dismissively, making Yuzuki feel like her noble dignity had been trampled upon, as if her group were just some restaurant staff that could be called or dismissed at will. She couldn't tolerate this. "You looking for fight?" Yuzuki, as a proud, genius genin of the Cloud Village, had never experienced such humiliation. Although she was relatively calm among the group, she was still a violent girl at heart, and she immediately threw a punch at Yasaka. Chapter 68, you bitch. What? Everyone present was caught off guard by this scene. Even Karabi and the others from the Cloud Village didn't expect Yuzuki to become so enraged and attack on the spot. I'm so angry. You bustat. Yuzuki threw a fierce punch at Yasaka. Although she didn't use her full strength, the sudden outburst made it completely unanticipated. As Yuzuki's fist was about to hit Yasaka's face, the surrounding ninjas finally reacted. Uchiha Obito was dumbfounded, staring as Yuzuki's fist flew toward Yasaka. Unable to move, Karabi's mouth was wide open, as if a light bulb could fit inside. Despite wearing sunglasses, his shock was evident on his face. Darui reacted, wanted to intervene, but it was too late. That Yuzuki is too impulsive. Darui, he thought anxiously, but it was already too late to organize a response. He felt terrible. They were on the turf of the Leaf Village, and an outsider was attacking a Leaf Village ninja. Were they looking for trouble? Damn it. Didn't the third Reikage say that Yuzuki was the most composed among us? She's clearly the most violent and impulsive one. However, no matter how anxious Darui felt, it was too late. He could already foresee the aftermath. Both sides would definitely end up in a fight, and although they would try to mediate, their group from a Cloud Village would be looked down upon for the rest of their journey, and might even face some trouble. Thinking of this, Darui painfully closed his eyes and silently cursed that damn woman. Just when everyone thought Yasaka was about to be hit by Yuzuki's punch, Yasaka instinctively sensed something wrong with the wind in the air the moment Yuzuki raised her fist. Almost reflexively, without thinking, he leaned back. In the next moment, Yuzuki's punch missed Yasaka, landing where his head had been just moments before, a mere 5 centimeters away from his face. Looking for a fight, Yasaka was not someone to be easily bullied. In the Leaf Village, he had always been the one to attack others, never the one to be hit. He never expected this Cloud Village woman to be so arrogant, daring to act against him on his turf. She must be looking for death. With a cold snort, he unsheathed his katana in a swift motion, performing a horizontal slash, creating a white arc of light that swiftly aimed at Yuzuki's neck. If the strike landed, Yuzuki would be decapitated on the spot. In a critical moment, the two-tailed beast inside Yuzuki sensed the deadly threat, directly overriding her control of her body, taking over to make her lean back violently, barely avoiding Yasaka's lethal strike in a bridge-like posture. However, although she was unharmed, Yuzuki's long hair was caught in the backward motion, and the rear third of her ponytail was cleanly severed by Yasaka's swift blade. With a soft sound, the severed golden hair spread through the air, resembling a large open fan, filling the space in front of the two, as if they were in a world shimmering with golden light. My hair. You're looking for death. Yuzuki saw her ponytail being cut, and her fury erupted. She shouted angrily and was about to form hand seals to get serious. But Darui and Kirabi each grabbed one of her shoulders from behind, forcibly holding her back. Let me go. I'm going to kill him. He actually cut my hair. I'm going to kill him. Yuzuki was going crazy, shouting loudly. At this moment, the other Cloud Village ninjas rushed forward to restrain the rampaging Yuzuki, fearing that if she went wild, a real fight would break out. This was just an hour after arriving in the Leaf Village. If they started fighting in the street like this, not only would they be unable to participate in the competition, but they might even end up captured and detained by the Leaf Village. Although it wouldn't lead to execution, they would become prisoners of war, which was extremely shameful, and it would also spark bilateral political issues between the two countries. At that time, the Cloud Village would definitely have to pay a price to negotiate for their release, and would have to do so with a low profile. Especially since their side initiated the conflict, they had no justification. Even if the third Reikage came in person, they would have to reason with him. At that point, the Cloud Village would have to swallow their anger, since they were the ones who struck first. And it should be noted that the Second Shinobi World War, which just ended not long ago, was initiated by the people of the Land of Lightning, and it was also against the village of Konoha. In the end, they were defeated by Konoha. Therefore, if something happens again, it could escalate the situation and provoke strong hostility from everyone in Konoha. At this time, the village hidden in the clouds is still in a development phase and is not suitable for starting a war. To maintain a low profile and for the development of their own country, even the hot-tempered third Reikage would have to endure humiliation and keep the peace. Thus, if a moment of impulsiveness from Yuzuki leads to a series of chain reactions that cause the Land of Lightning to suffer, then these people would undoubtedly be sinners in history. There must not be a fight. Absolutely cannot fight. Darui shouted frantically in his heart, while desperately holding Yuzuki down. Similarly, Killer Bee was almost ready to unleash his full power to control Yuzuki, as her strength at that moment was surprisingly great. Should it be said that one can lose their head and bleed, but not lose their hair? The well-endowed Samui was also desperately holding back the nearly rampaging Yuzuki. She felt very speechless. Clearly, the third Reikage had said that Yuzuki was the most composed and calm among them, advising her to control the others and not let them cause trouble. Yet now, it was others who were controlling Yuzuki to prevent her from causing trouble. How reliable is the Reikage after all? After much effort, the group from the village hidden in the clouds finally managed to restrain Yuzuki. Killer Bee wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, thinking it was lucky that Yuzuki didn't go berserk and enter the tailed beast mode in the street. Otherwise, things would have truly spiraled out of control. At this moment, Yuzuki had calmed down a bit. She had actually half believed earlier. She just didn't want to admit that there were indeed lower ninjas who could withstand up to the 18th wave, but subconsciously she had begun to believe. Only her pride prevented her from admitting it. As a result, she accidentally acted impulsively and instinctively threw a punch at Yatsuka. In fact, when Yuzuki threw that punch, she already regretted it. Her heart sank as she realized that her anger had clouded her reason. What surprised her was that her punch was actually dodged by Yatsuka. This left Yuzuki quite astonished because that punch was made without any normal forewarning. Even she herself was taken by surprise by her sudden loss of control. And just like that, her punch was dodged by Yatsuka. It should be noted that in situations where someone suddenly throws a punch during a conversation, most people actually cannot react in time. If they were in a battle, many could react, but this was an unexpected punch thrown in the middle of a dialogue. However, before Yuzuki could marvel at how quickly Yatsuka reacted, she suddenly saw Yatsuka attacking her with a blade. The speed of that strike was so fast that in that instant she felt an extremely dangerous sensation surge from her heart. Instinctively, she sensed that something was wrong and prepared to dodge and block. But before she could move, the two tails, the demon cat within her, took over her body out of sheer fear, forcing her to lean backward. As a result, her ponytail swung toward Yatsuka due to the inertia of the backward motion and was directly cut off by Yatsuka's blade, losing a third of its length. Thus, the Yuzuki who had just regretted and calmed down erupted like a volcano. She loved her smooth, golden hair the most and spent a lot of time maintaining it every day. After finally growing it this long, she had planned to style it into twin ponytails after the competition. But now Yatsuka had cut off a third of it. It takes at least half a year to grow that much length. This was hair that she had dedicated 2 to 3 hours each day to care for, and now it was just severed by Yatsuka, which she could not tolerate. She had almost transformed in her tailed beast form due to extreme anger. Yuzuki, calm down. Are you crazy? Killer Bee shouted loudly. Let go of me. I'll calm down. Yuzuki angrily replied, seeing that although Yuzuki still had an angry expression, her emotions had clearly returned to rationality. Killer Bee and the others finally released their grip. Oof. Yuzuki snorted heavily, her gaze fixed on the blade in Yatsuka's hand, revealing a hint of wariness. That previous strike had been extremely dangerous. Even she had nearly lost her head, especially since she could sense that Yatsuka had been serious with that strike. If she had reacted a moment slower, she would definitely have been dead by now. What a direct guy. Yuzuki mentally labeled Yatsuka as someone who strikes hard without any hesitation, someone who kills without a second thought. Yuzuki slowly walked up to Yatsuka and said, "You're a participant in this competition, right? So what?" Yatsuka responded with a cold laugh. He had actually held back with that previous strike. Otherwise, if he truly wanted to kill Yuzuki, he would have used the Great Freedom Sage technique to enhance the speed of his arm swing and use the steel-cutting flash. At that point, the wind blades generated by the steel-cutting flash would have extended his attack range from 1 meter to 2 meters. In other words, even if the blade itself hadn't touched Yuzuki, the wind blades would have already decapitated her, and combined with the mental shock he released, it could create an effect similar to a genjutsu, causing the opponent to experience a momentary mental shock and freeze for a second. In that moment, it was enough for him to cut off the other person's head. Yatsuka had already shown considerable restraint. If it had been before, he would have definitely ignored all of this and simply taken the other person out. However, the third Hokage and Hidemitsu Mikami had specifically told him to avoid causing too much conflict, as it would affect the entire village. Yatsuka wasn't afraid of getting into trouble himself, but if the village were to be affected, such as sparking an unnecessary war, many small eateries would close down, fundamentally impacting his culinary journey and the rewards he received from a system. Therefore, for the sake of food, he had to restrain himself. Seeing Yatsuka's indifferent expression, Yuzuki felt extremely displeased. Although this incident was her fault, as a genius girl from the Hidden Cloud Village, she had never been subjected to such humiliation. It was always others who looked to her for approval, and this was the first time she had to look at someone else in that way. However, since they were in Konoha and couldn't cause a scene, Yuzuki suppressed her anger and said, "Very well, I can't make a move against you right now, but during the competition, I will definitely find a chance to challenge you to a fight. I hope you won't run away then," Yuzuki said with a sinister smile, already planning to use all her strength to tear this guy, who dared to cut her precious hair, into pieces. After all, the competition didn't say anything about not killing. If someone accidentally died, then so be it. It wasn't like killing someone in the street. In a competition, it would just be seen as being overly forceful and not controlling oneself properly. At that time, Konoha wouldn't be able to do anything to her. That's it. Yuzuki is already preparing to go all out during the competition. This kid is doomed. He's finished, Killer Bee said silently to Samui next to him. Samui sighed and shrugged. They both understood Yuzuki's personality. Although she was indeed much calmer and more composed than Killer Bee and the others, once she went berserk, no one could match her. Unless Killer Bee transformed into the Eight Tails mode, there wasn't anyone present who could take her on. Even if Killer Bee unleashed the Eight Tails, he could only barely contend with Yuzuki, as she had far surpassed him in the development of tailed beasts and could already exert 50% of the tailed beast power. Karabi can only exert about 40% of his power. Chapter 70. Did I let you go? Hey, just you? Yuzaka chuckled sarcastically, sizing up Yuzuki. He felt that this girl had nothing special about her, so he automatically categorized her into the group that could be taken down with a single blow. Kid, I'm not going to waste my breath on you here. We'll see in the competition. Yuzuki scoffed coldly, already marking Yuzaka for elimination in her mind. A person as proud as her would never swallow this insult, but she was indeed, as the third Reikage said, the most composed one among this group. If it were Karabi at this moment, a fight would have already broken out. Yuzuki was impulsive because of the earlier incident with her hair. She decided to use her connections to arrange a one-on-one match where she and Yatsuka would be in the same group, and then she would go all out, pretending she lost control and kill Yatsuka. Although this was Konoha's territory, the competition was hosted by the 5 great nations, so Yuzuki thought manipulating the situation should be possible. You ignorant fool. Soon you'll know the consequences of angering me, Yuzuki. Yuzuki quickly calmed her anger towards Yatsuka, as she felt that in just a few days, she would be able to kill him on the competition stage. Why bother being angry with someone who would be dead soon? After saying this, Yuzuki turned around and greeted Killer Bee and the others, saying, "Let's go find a hotel to stay at. Did I let you go?" Just as Yuzuki turned to walk back, she suddenly heard Yatsuka's voice from behind. Yuzuki immediately stopped in her tracks, her face showing a mix of surprise and anger as she slowly turned to face Yatsuka. "What do you mean?" Yuzuki suppressed her rage and said in a low voice. She knew she should avoid trouble, but if pushed too far, she might lose control. At this moment, Yatsuka looked at Yuzuki with a proud expression and said, "I heard you won a katana from someone in a bet. Do you dare to bet with me? If I can last until the 19th wave, that katana will belong to me." "What?" Yuzuki's eyes widened in shock. As soon as Yatsuka finished speaking, not only Yuzuki, but everyone present was dumbfounded, staring at Yatsuka in disbelief. This guy, Uchiha Obito, stared blankly at Yatsuka. Just a moment ago, he had told Yatsuka that Yuzuki won a katana from a Konoha ninja in a bet, and now Yatsuka was directly challenging Yuzuki to win back that katana. This guy, does he want to help that person win back the katana? Uchiha Obito was shocked. He realized that Yatsuka actually had a sense of collective honor. His own village had been humiliated, and he was willing to step in to help. Obito looked at Yatsuka with a complicated expression. He used to think Yatsuka was annoying because he often killed people and was so strong, attracting a lot of attention from Rin, making Obito jealous. But now he realized that Yatsuka actually had a sense of justice, willing to help someone from Konoha. Am I dreaming? When did this guy become so righteous? Meanwhile, Killer Bee and the others looked at Yatsuka as if he were an alien. This is too outrageous. 19th wave? Who does he think he is? If it were the Reikage, I might believe it, but him? I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. Killer Bee's mouth was almost wide enough to fit a light bulb. This kid is so eager to show off. He dares to boast like this. I want to see what kind of skills he has to last until the 19th wave. I really don't believe it. Even if I activate my lightning release chakra mode, I can't last until the 15th wave, so how could he possibly last until the 19th wave? Darui looked at Yatsuka with a cold smile, sneering, "You? I really can't see anything impressive about you. Brother, let me give you some advice. Don't act tough, or you'll get struck by lightning. It's just a katana. There's no need to humiliate yourself just to show off. Who do you think you are? Did I ask you to talk to me? Yatsuka shot back, infuriating Darui, who immediately drew his big sword, wanting to charge at Yatsuka. Yuzuki intervened, stopping Darui from attacking Yatsuka. She looked at Yatsuka, paused for a moment, and then, with a sarcastic smile, said, "So what's your bet? What happens if you lose?" "If I lose, I'll give you my katana too." Yatsuka swiftly drew his katana, the sharp blade shining coldly in the sunlight, clearly not an ordinary weapon. Yuzuki glanced at it and thought to herself that this katana was of very good quality, even better than the Konoha ninja's katana. So Yuzuki smirked and nodded, saying, "Okay, this katana looks pretty good. Since you want to give it to me so badly, I agree to your bet." Yuzuki greedily stared at the katana in Yatsuka's hand. That katana was clearly of high quality, and just by looking at it, she could tell it was top-notch. Although she didn't use a sword, it could be taken back to Kumogakure as a trophy, and she would definitely be rewarded by the rakeage. Yuzuki had no doubt that Yasaki could last until the 19th wave. The difficulty of the 19th wave was extremely high. One had to distinguish within a second whether 19 flying objects were fruits or distractions, then cut all the fruits while avoiding the distractions. This was quite a challenge. Among those present, she only believed AI could manage it, but AI had just gone to the public restroom and hadn't returned yet. Therefore, Yuzuki had already accepted that the knife in Yasaki's hand would belong to her, which put her in a good mood. She couldn't help but think, the people of Konoha are all so foolish. I really don't know how they won against us in the last Ninja World War. However, they're quite nice. Haha. As soon as I arrived in Konoha, they gave me 2 decent swords, perhaps because they are foolish and have too much money. Haha. Soon, Yasaki stood in the preparation position for Fruit Ninja, while Yuzuki and the others stood by to watch, each wearing expressions of schadenfreude, as if they were watching a fool. They simply did not believe Yasaki could last until the 19th wave. Only Uchiha Obito was on the side, cheering loudly for Yasaki. "Yasaki, go for it. Let these people from Kumogakure see that we from Konoha are not to be trifled with." Uchiha Obito shouted, his emotions so stirred up it was as if he were the one accepting the challenge of Fruit Ninja. I'm just waiting to see that kid's expression when he can't hold out past the 19th wave and loses the knife. It will definitely be very interesting." Darui crossed his arms, looking like he was watching a show. He did not believe Yasaki could last until the 19th wave, because even with his lightning release chakra mode, he could only last until the 14th wave. Given that Yasaki lacked strong muscles and the visual observation abilities of the Sharingan, Darui truly could not imagine how Yasaki could last until the 19th wave. "I've seen it. The people of Konoha may not be good at anything else, but they sure can talk a big game. Is this what they call verbal jutsu? Truly impressive." Ha ha ha. Killer Bee laughed heartily, and the nearby Konoha spectators glared at him angrily, but Killer Bee was completely unconcerned. These softies from Konoha are only capable of this much. If everyone is like this, then our lightning country has surpassed Konoha's strength. Samui echoed. Yuzuki maintained a proud smile on her face as she sized up Yasaki, analyzing his potential abilities. However, without Yasaki making a move, Yuzuki could not see anything remarkable about him. At this moment, the warning bell sounded, and the first wave of 2 flying objects was shot out. The shooting speed at this moment was still relatively slow, within the range that an average person could clearly see. Thus, when the 2 bananas were shot out, everyone around saw it clearly. And as Yasaki's hand moved with the knife, 4 banana pieces fell to the ground. Then came the 2nd wave, 3rd wave, and up to the 7th wave. Yasaki easily chopped all those fruits without missing a single one, maintaining a steady performance. This guy's swordsmanship is quite good, fast, accurate, and ruthless, but if that's all there is, he won't be able to last until the 19th wave, Yuzuki said disdainfully, weighing the spoils of the sword she had received. Originally, she thought this sword was pretty good, but after seeing the sword in Yasaki's hand, the one she was holding suddenly felt less appealing. "Hey, Darui, you're using a sword, right? That kid-ass sword will be yours later. I don't need a sword anyway. I'm used to using bigger swords. This light sword doesn't suit me. It might be a bit useful for Killer Bee to show off." Darui waved his hand. Killer Bee looked at the sword in Yasaki's hand and shook his head, saying, "Although I use light swords, that kind of sword doesn't suit my 8 tails be blade technique because my sword is lighter." "TCH, none of you want it? Fine, then I'll just give it to Lord Rakeage later." Yuzuki snorted and continued to focus on Yasaki. At this point, Yasaki had just survived another wave of fruit attacks and reached the 10th wave. Suddenly, a series of whoosh sounds came as 10 flying objects rushed out. The 10th wave marked a turning point. The speed of the fruit attacks would increase significantly compared to the previous 9 waves. By the 10th wave, most people began to struggle to see what the flying objects were, as they were now moving quickly enough to turn into mere shadows. Swish, swish, swish. Yasaki swiftly cut down 9 fruits with 9 precise strikes, leaving only one distraction that he let slip past. Seeing this, Darui nodded and said, "I have to admit, this kid's swordsmanship is quite something. His speed with the blade is very fast, and he is accurate. His reaction time isn't bad either. However, if he only has this level of skill, he won't last past the 15th wave. Exactly, and if he only has this level of skill, he can't beat my 8 tails blade technique." Ha ha! Killer Bee laughed heartily, carrying 8 short swords on him. During combat, he would use his elbows, chin, knees, and other joints to attack the enemy simultaneously with all 8 swords, making him very formidable. Even with the Sharingan, it would be difficult to handle Killer Bee's 8 sword attacks all at once. After all, you only have 2 hands, while your opponent has 8 swords. Thus, the reflexes Yasaki displayed at this moment seemed just okay in the eyes of Killer Bee and the others. Before long, the 11th wave arrived, and Darui finally began to watch more seriously. After all, his limit was the 14th wave, and Yasaki had already made it to the 11th wave, not too far from his limit. With a flurry of rapid slashes, a large area of white light flashed, and the fruits fell to the ground, turning into many fruit pieces. This time, Yasaki still did not miss a single fruit and successfully passed the wave. This kid, I have to say, does have some skills. Darui nodded. So what? That is all there is to it. I bet he'll barely make it to the 13th wave before he gives up. Yuzuki replied with a cold smile. Even if he fails at the 13th wave, that is still pretty good, considering you can only make it to the 13th wave too. Darui. True, making it to the 13th wave is already quite impressive, but don't forget, he boasted that he would last until the 19th wave. I'm looking forward to seeing what he has to say when he can't make it to the 19th wave, Yuzuki said with a smirk. At this point, the 12th wave of fruit attacks began again. Yasaki, just like before, swiftly cut down all the fruits after a flash of blade light. Go, Yasaki. Just hold on for 2 more waves, and you'll surpass that guy. This should be very easy for you. Uchiha Obito shouted excitedly. Yasaki's previous limit was the 18th wave, so the 14th wave was like child's play for him. Therefore, Uchiha Obito was very confident in Yasaki. Before long, Yasaki had again survived the 13th wave and was about to face the 14th wave. At this moment, the group from Yunin Village watching nearby finally started to take things seriously, because this 14th wave had already reached Darui's limit. If Yasaka managed to withstand the 14th wave, it would mean that in terms of Fruit Ninja, Yasaka was stronger than Darui, especially since Yasaka didn't possess Darui's lightning release chakra mode. If he could endure it, it would indicate a lot. Chapter 72, Darui's Doubts. After all, Darui's lightning release chakra mode is very suitable for playing this Fruit Ninja game. The lightning release chakra mode stimulates the blood cells in the body using lightning attribute chakra, enhancing and activating muscle cells, significantly improving a person's endurance, strength, and explosiveness. At the same time, under the activation of lightning attribute energy, it greatly stimulates the nervous reflexes, making a person's reaction speed extremely fast, along with a rapid increase in the brain's thinking capacity. Therefore, it can be said that after activating the lightning release chakra mode, a person's speed, strength, explosiveness, and reflexes are greatly enhanced, making it a trump card ability. However, the lightning release chakra mode is an explosive state during this period. Although the physical qualities will increase explosively, it will also consume a large amount of energy because the human body is not a perpetual motion machine. Gaining immense power means that the cells in the body are working at high intensity, which naturally consumes a significant amount of energy. Therefore, the lightning release chakra mode is very energy consuming. Once the physical endurance limit is reached, one will be forced to exit the lightning release chakra mode and fall into a weakened state. To address this issue, people from Yunin Village generally choose to train hard to strengthen their physical qualities, thereby adapting to the high energy consumption of the lightning release chakra mode. Moreover, the human body is adaptable. If one engages in the lightning release chakra mode for a long time, the body's adaptability will lead to reduced energy consumption in this mode compared to before. However, while it can alleviate the situation of massive energy consumption, it still addresses only the symptoms rather than the root cause. Therefore, People from Yunin Village generally belong to the type that aims for quick battles. Either they will defeat you in a few waves of attacks, or if they can't kill you, they will have no choice but to wait for death right where they are. The butterfly transformation technique of the Akimichi clan in Konoha actually has effects similar to the lightning release chakra mode. Members of the Akimichi clan are often overweight because using the butterfly transformation consumes a massive amount of energy from their bodies. Therefore, they tend to accumulate a lot of fat in their daily lives, which they then use as energy when entering the butterfly state during battles. This approach is quite different from the method used by the Cloud Village, which focuses on training one's muscle quality. Thus, they represent two completely opposite modes, each with its own advantages and disadvantages. At this moment, Yasaka was managing to hold on to the 14th wave purely based on his own physical qualities, without any attribute enhancements. This was different from Dalu-E, who relied on temporarily stimulating the activation of cells in his body for a powerful attribute boost. This is why the people from the Cloud Hidden Village looked at Yasaka with changed expressions. Yasaka was completely relying on his own physical abilities to achieve this. Is this a joke? How did he manage to do this? He actually held on to the 14th wave just with his physical qualities. I simply can't understand it, Sammy said in shock, then glanced at Dalu-E, who was also dumbfounded, and for a moment, he started to doubt his own life choices. How did this kid do it? His body doesn't look particularly strong. It's just an average build, and his muscle quality is normal. My muscle quality is several times stronger than his, yet I could only barely hold on to the 14th wave. He managed to achieve the same effect as my lightning release chakra mode with an ordinary physique. How is that possible? I can't shake the feeling that all my training has been in vain, he said, staring incredulously at Yasaka, who was waiting for the fruit attack of the 14th wave. He couldn't understand how Yasaka, with such an average physical quality, was able to withstand the high-intensity strain of wielding a blade on his body. Although Dalu-E himself had excellent physical qualities and a strong muscular build, even he could only barely make it to the 14th wave using the lightning release chakra mode. Without strong muscles or the ability to significantly enhance physical fitness like the lightning release chakra mode, how did Yatsuka manage to endure? This question is not only on the minds of Daru-E, Killer Bee, and the others, but also leaves them puzzled. Could it be that his slender build means he experiences less muscle strain and consumption during exercise? Yuzuki remarked to himself with a look of confusion, as if he were staring at an alien. He couldn't understand it. Are all the people from Konoha just abnormal? Killer Bee shrugged and spread his hands. What they didn't realize is that if it were purely based on physical fitness, Yatsuka's stamina would only last up to the 13th wave before he couldn't continue. This is because the muscle strength in his arms isn't enough to support the burden placed on his arm muscles from extreme sword swings in a short time. So why was Yatsuka able to persist and look so relaxed? This is the benefit of the Great Freedom Sage Mode. Each time he swung his sword, the Great Freedom Sage Mode would cause a gust of wind to assist his arms. This wind is similar to a strong breeze that pushes you forward while you run, making it easier and faster. Thus, when Yatsuka swung his sword, the wind helped him move his arms faster and with less effort, making it feel as if his arms were being guided by the wind rather than relying solely on muscle power. This greatly conserved Yatsuka's stamina and reduced the load on his muscles. Moreover, the Great Freedom Sage Mode also decreased the air resistance Yatsuka faced in any competitive sport. Overcoming air resistance is the most labor-intensive task. While Yatsuka swung his sword, he benefited from both the wind's assistance and the reduction of drag. As a result of this dual advantage, Yatsuka was able to swing his sword effortlessly and at incredible speed. This is why he could achieve the same effect as Daru-E after enhancing his muscles, despite having the physical fitness of an ordinary person. Yasaka would naturally not reveal the reason to others, while the people of Yunin Village were left puzzled. Let's see if this guy can withstand the 14th wave. However, I have a bad feeling. I think he will be able to get through the 14th wave, Yuzuki said with a gloomy expression. At this point, after witnessing Yasaka's series of performances, she finally admitted that Yasaka definitely has the ability to withstand the 14th wave. Chapter 73. Incomprehensible Previously. When Yuzuki saw Yasaka's very ordinary physical qualities, she found it hard to believe that Yasaka could reach the same level as Daru-E. Why would he? But now, after seeing Yasaka easily withstand the previous 13 waves of fruit attacks, Yuzuki had already come to a conclusion in her heart. Yasaka would definitely get through the 14th wave. In Fruit Ninja, Yasaka is stronger than Daru-E. This was Yuzuki's thought, but she did not voice it. This guy, I must figure out what he is all about. Yuzuki secretly vowed, realizing that she was becoming more and more interested in Yasaka and more eager to defeat him. Just thinking about defeating Yasaka in the arena a few days later made her very excited. Oof. Even so, it's not that impressive. Battles between ninjas are not about who has stronger chopping abilities to win. It's about leveraging strengths and avoiding weaknesses, attacking the enemy's weaknesses. That is the path to victory among ninjas. Killer Bee snorted coldly, expressing disdain for Yasaka. He thought to himself, even if Yasaka's slashing technique is impressive, what does it matter? He would just keep his distance from Yasaka, not giving him a chance for close combat, and a few ninjutsu might just defeat Yasaka. Besides, he didn't think that his 8 tails be blade technique would lose to Yasaka. He was very confident in his 8-sword combo technique, believing that even if the opponent had the Sharingan, he might not necessarily lose in close combat. It's nothing impressive, Killer Bee said dismissively, but his face still showed a very serious expression as he watched Yasaka. I think he is very likely to get through the 14th wave. But as for the 19th wave, I really don't believe it, Darui said expressionlessly, his eyes fixed on Yasaka's arms, wanting to observe how Yasaka exerted force when swinging his sword. Darui was genuinely curious about how Yasaka managed to maintain such intense sword swings with very ordinary physical qualities. Just wait and see, then we'll know, Killer Bee said. At this moment, Uchiha Obito was different from Killer Bee and the others. He had an excited expression, with a hint of gloating, provocatively glancing at Yuzuki, then turning to look at Yasaka. Go for it, Yasaka. Show these softies from Yunin Village the strength of our Konoha ninjas. What? He actually called us from Yunin Village softies. Is he blind? Upon hearing Uchiha Obito's words, Killer Bee instantly jumped up in anger, tearing off his shirt to reveal his bronze, muscular physique, pointing at his massive chest and shouting, "Look, this is way bigger than yours. You dare call this soft?" Killer Bee, calm down, don't get into a verbal fight with the Konoha people. Their mouth techniques are unrivaled. We just need to wait until that guy named Yasaka can't hold out against the 19th wave. Then we can take his sword as a trophy. That'll be the time for us to mock them. For now, let them jump around a bit. Yuzuki said with a cold snort, looking displeased, but she still held back, waiting to mock Yasaka with his sword later. At this moment, the warning bell for the 14th wave rang. Hearing the sound, the previously chattering Yunin Village crowd immediately fell silent, all eyes focused on Yasaka. In the next moment, a series of 14 flying objects shot out, moving so quickly that they turned into 14 black shadows. Here they come. Darui's spirit jolted. He widened his eyes, staring at the flying objects. This was a crucial wave. Whether he could defeat Yasaka and Fruit Ninja depended on this wave. Similarly, Yuzuki, Killer Bee, and the others also widened their eyes, afraid to miss any detail. In the next moment, Yasaka squinted his eyes, maximizing his perception. In his mind, a clear 3D effect image appeared, allowing him to distinctly see the outline of each flying object and differentiate between the distractions and the fruits. Swish! Yasaka swung his sword, creating a bright arc of light, slicing the first apple that charged forward in half. Then, he changed from vertical to horizontal, executing another horizontal slash. A crescent-shaped arc of light cutting through another fruit. At this point, the third flying object had already reached Yasaka, but Yasaka simply tilted his head, letting the flying object pass by his side. Upon closer inspection, everyone realized it was actually a distraction. Immediately after, another wave of 3 flying objects attacked, with 2 in front and 1 behind, all at different distances and moving at high speed. This was the same scenario that led to Darui's elimination before. At that time, Darui hastily cut through the first 2 flying objects, but the third was too close to the first 2, leaving him no time to swing his sword, resulting in him missing the third flying object and triggering a domino effect, leading to a complete failure as the subsequent fruits all got through. So when faced with this situation again, Darui was fully focused on Yasaka. What'll he do? Darui thought to himself. Yasaka quickly sliced through the first 2 fruits with 2 swift cuts, then immediately reversed his grip and cut through the third fruit following closely behind. This scene left Darui utterly stunned. What the hell? This phrase was not said by Darui, but by Killer Bee. How can Bee so fast? Yuzuki said in astonishment. What speed is this? Darui exclaimed, dumbfounded, betting that if it had been him just now, he absolutely would not have had time to make the third slash, because that third fruit was too close to the first 2. It required a slash to be executed in 0.01 seconds. Darui knew he could not accomplish that, but Yasaka did it. Yasaka relied on this most direct, super fast reaction, and super fast sword speed to slice through the third fruit. This scene left everyone from Yunin Village completely dumbfounded. Such speed, among them, only AI could achieve it. This made Darui instantly question his life and raised even more questions in his mind. How on earth did he manage to unleash such tremendous power in an instant with those skinny arms? It was simply unreasonable. Darui expressed that he completely couldn't understand it. Only Yasaka knew in his heart that he was able to do that not because of his explosive muscle strength, but entirely relying on the wind manipulation ability of the Great Freedom Immortal technique, forcibly replacing muscle power to change the direction of his blade, which allowed him to strike in two opposite directions with 2 slashes in an instant. Chapter 74. The 14th wave success immediately after several flying objects shot towards Yasaka. Thanks to his clear airflow perception ability, Yasaka accurately identified whether the incoming objects were fruits or distractions, and with a swift movement of his blade, he cleanly sliced all the fruits in half. With a series of crackling sounds, fruit pieces fell to the ground, indicating that Yasaka had successfully passed the 14th wave of fruit attacks. This also meant that in the realm of Fruit Ninja, Yasaka had surpassed Darui. Damn, I didn't expect this kid, who seems so ordinary, to be even better than me. In terms of instant reaction, my lightning release chakra mode can't even compare to him. What the hell is this? Am I dreaming? Darui looked at Yasaka with a shocked expression, while Yasaka remained calm and unbothered, as if it were as easy as eating, which made Darui feel extremely uncomfortable. As the saying goes, without comparison, there is no harm. Just now, during the 14th wave of fruit attacks, Darui had exerted all his strength but still couldn't get through the 14th level, and he ended up panting heavily. Now, looking at Yasaka, he effortlessly passed the 14th level, all while looking completely normal. What is even more ridiculous is that Darui had just mocked Yasaka for not being as physically fit as himself. Yet now Yasaka succeeded while looking relaxed, and he himself had failed and was exhausted. This left Darui feeling depressed, as if his worldview had been shattered, and he lost confidence. Killer Bee, am I really that weak? Killer Bee glanced at Darui, paused for a moment, and then slowly spoke. Maybe you just encounter a freak. Don't take it to heart. You should be grateful that you're a normal person. Oh, really? Darui replied weakly, and although what Killer Bee said sounded reasonable, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Hey, Yuzuki, this guy's about to challenge the 15th wave. This performance seems to be quite outstanding in our Cloud Village. What do you think of this kid? Killer Bee nudged Yuzuki with his elbow. Yuzuki frowned and said, this kid indeed has some skills. His close combat ability is likely quite strong, and he reacts very quickly, probably able to hold his own against your 8-tails bee. What? Fight in close combat with my 8-tails bee? Yuzuki, are you joking? My 8-tails bee is extremely strong in close combat, no matter how fast he reacts. Haven't you heard the saying that 2 fists can't fight 4 hands? Besides, I have 8 hands. If he dares to fight my 8-tails bee in close combat, I guarantee I'll crush him. Yuzuki sneered. I hope so, but what's the use of being strong in close combat? One attack from my tailed beast bomb will turn him to ash. What? Tailed beast bomb? Yuzuki, have you already mastered that move? Killer Bee was shocked and looked at Yuzuki in disbelief. Yuzuki displayed a proud smile and nodded. That's right, not long ago. I finally mastered the tailed beast bomb, and I did it while in the tailed beast chakra cloak state. Upon hearing Yuzuki's words, Killer Bee fell into deep shock, never expecting that Yuzuki was already capable of utilizing the tailed beast bomb while in the tailed beast chakra cloak state. It is known that usually the tailed beast bomb can only be released after fully transforming into a tailed beast, meaning it is released by the tailed beast itself as an ultra-large gathering of chakra sphere, known as the tailed beast bomb. If one can use the tailed beast bomb while in the state of tailed beast chakra cloak, it would be equivalent to a miniaturized nuclear bomb effect. Although the power of the tailed beast bomb released in this state is far less than that released during full tailed beast transformation. Even so, a normal person hit by a tailed beast bomb in this state would be as good as dead. Therefore, achieving this means one has already become quite adept at utilizing the power of the tailed beasts. After all, even the Raikage would be severely injured if he took a hit from a small-tailed beast bomb head-on. The Raikage's body is known as the strongest shield, and if that's the case, it's even more so for others. Yuzuki, you guy. Killer Bee suddenly felt a bit speechless. Truly, as expected of the so-called perfect Jinchuriki, it lives up to its reputation. After all, while the tailed beast bomb released in full tailed beast transformation is powerful, in most cases, it is unnecessary to fully transform. Therefore, mastering the small-tailed beast bomb already counts as an extraordinary feat in terms of attack power. And it can be said that no one would dare to take a hit from a small-tailed beast bomb head-on. Even if it's small, its power is off the charts. This means that Yuzuki can maximize the power of the tailed beast without fully transforming. However, I estimate that there aren't many opponents who could force you to use the tailed beast chakra cloak mode, so that move might not even come into play. That's true, unless the opponent also possesses a tailed beast. I can't think of anyone who could force me to use the tailed beast chakra cloak mode, Yuzuki said confidently. At this moment, the 17th wave of fruit attacks had already begun. When Yasaka first played this game, the 17th wave had been his limit. However, this time, facing the 17th wave again, Yasaka no longer experienced the same overload of arm muscles as before. Although he could clearly feel the fatigue in his arm muscles, he was still able to persist. Therefore, upon seeing 17 black shadows suddenly appear in the air, Yasaka, just like before, quickly swung his knife to slash at the fruits. And a series of swish, 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 swish sounds rang out. Various fruit fragments continuously fell to the ground, such as apples, strawberries, bananas, pineapples, kiwis, duck pears, and even cantaloupes. The chopped fruits will not be discarded because they're just cut by a knife, and they're neither dirty nor have any other issues. They will be collected by the owner and made into fruit salad to continue selling. Others did not mind that these fruits had been cut by someone else, as the katana might be cleaner than a kitchen knife, and even if they fell on the ground, they didn't pick up any dust. Moreover, these fruits would be specially washed afterward, and previously, Yasaka had even bought fruit salad here. At this moment, the ground was already scattered with bits of fruit, and Yasaka once again perfectly cleared a level. So far, he had reached the 17th level, just one level away from his previous record. Chapter 75, Challenging the 19th Wave. As for the distance to the 19th wave, it's not much different. After the 18th wave, it will be the 19th wave. Therefore, the Konoha ninja looked at Yatsuka with a face full of excitement and admiration. Just now, due to his own misjudgment, his katana had become someone else's trophy. He felt very uncomfortable about this matter, but once words are spoken, they cannot be taken back. Since a bet has been made, he must fulfill his promise. However, he definitely felt unhappy inside. But now, with Yatsuka's arrival, he seemed to see hope again, like the first ray of light in the dark, like a lighthouse appearing on the vast sea in the middle of a dark night. It gave him hope of retrieving his treasured sword. With this feeling, he shouted loudly, "Go for it! Go for it!" Not only was this person shouting, but other spectators were also cheering, including those who had seen Yatsuka break records last time and those who were watching for the first time today. Regardless, everyone knew that this person named Yatsuka was representing Konoha Village in a bet against the people of the Hidden Cloud Village. The goal was to reclaim the katana lost by the people of Konoha Village. Although it was just a katana, it was not merely a katana. It represented a sense of collective honor. Therefore, the spectators cheered loudly for Yatsuka. Go for it. Yatsuka, hang in there. Defeat those Hidden Cloud Village folks. Fighting. Yamaku. D. In an instant, the crowd was in an uproar, and those who didn't know might think it was a brawl. However, these people forgot that their cheers might affect Yatsuka, as he needed to concentrate on sensing the changes in the wind. At this moment, the warning bell for the 18th wave rang, and the group from the Hidden Cloud Village nearby also began to get serious. They were now tense, praying that Yatsuka would mess up in the upcoming actions. Hearing the sound of the bell, Yasaka focused all his attention with maximum effort. As a reason he came to this stall was to break his previous record. Last time, he was eliminated in the 17th wave, and by that point, his arms were so exhausted that he could barely hold the knife. At this moment, although Yasaka's arm was nearing its limit and starting to ache, he was still able to grip the handle of the knife. In the 18th wave, he still had the strength to push through. At that moment, the machine's nozzle began to rapidly spray fruits and distractions outward like a machine gun. The nozzle whooshed like a Gatling gun, instantly shooting out 18 projectiles. The next moment, 18 dark shadows formed a dense net and pounced towards Yasaka. However, Yasaka's mind was as calm as a still lake, without any ripples or waves, like a mirror. In this moment, through his perception of air currents, he clearly saw the outlines of those projectiles, distinguishing various fruits and distractions one by one. Next, he swung his knife to chop through all those fruits. With his eyes closed and composed, his hands moved at lightning speed, instantly slicing out a large expanse of white light, so much so that from the perspective of the surrounding audience, it appeared as if Yasaka had waved his hand to create a large mass of white light, enveloping a 2-meter radius in front of him in brilliance. Seeing the scene, the nearby members of the Hidden Cloud Village all became serious, as only someone with exceptionally fast execution could produce such a knife light resembling a flare. Immediately after, the dazzling white knife light disappeared in an instant, leaving behind a large area of fruit fragments on the ground, while Yasaka stood there gasping for breath. What? He hit them all! Darui exclaimed in surprise, as he originally thought Yasaka would miss one or two, but upon closer inspection, he was astounded to find that Yasaka had hit every single one without missing any, which truly dealt a heavy blow to his confidence. No way. Is he really that strong? Killer Bee's eyes were almost popping out from behind his sunglasses, displaying a look of shock. The speed of this strike was simply astonishing. How'd he do it? The Uzuki clan members were mesmerized. In that instant, the large expanse of knife light Yasaka produced dazzled them so much that they didn't even see what the fruits were before Yasaka had chopped them all. This meant that Yasaka had successfully passed the 18th wave and was now charging toward the 19th wave. And the bet they made was precisely the 19 waves. After going through 18 waves, such a performance would be considered among the top in Yunin Village. So it was no surprise that Uzuki was astonished. After all, Yasaka was just a lower ninja and didn't possess the robust physique of a Yunin ninja, making his achievement truly remarkable. Damn, this kid has incredible endurance. The 19th wave is coming up, and the most crucial moment has finally arrived, Darui said nervously. At this point, he had completely acknowledged Yasaka's slashing techniques. But while he respected them, he didn't believe he couldn't defeat Yasaka. After all, based on Yasaka's performance, it was very likely that he specialized in slashing techniques. However, Darui did not. He didn't have any real slashing techniques. Although he wielded a sword, he only used it occasionally and didn't rely on it as his primary means of attack. Therefore, using a sword was not Darui's strength. He was much better at using ninjutsu. So, if it came to a fight, each would play to their own strengths, and Darui didn't believe he couldn't beat Yasaka. Hearing Darui's words, Karabi frowned and said, perhaps there are other reasons, like he might have a special bloodline limit that enhances his physical strength or something else. It's hard to say, but don't be discouraged. After all, you're not specialized in swordsmanship, and he very well might be. From this perspective, we actually gain something because this is equivalent to having obtained first-hand intelligence, allowing us to develop targeted strategies against him. That's actually quite good. Karabi was right. By using a small tanto, they had obtained some information about a contestant from Konoha, making this a sure win. When Yuzuki said this, he subconsciously accepted that her trophy tanto was likely lost. Chapter 76. The incredible at this critical moment, not only were the people from Kumogakure paying full attention, but those from Konoha were also highly focused. After all, everyone present knew about the bet between Yasaka and Yuzuki. If Yasaka could survive the 19th wave, Yuzuki would hand over the tanto of that Konoha ninja. If Yasaka failed to survive the 19th wave, then he would have to give his own tanto to Yuzuki. Though a tanto is merely a weapon and not a powerful treasure, in the world of ninjas, most people still rely on ninjutsu. However, the significance is different. It represents a trophy that Kumogakure would obtain from Konoha, which is a matter of pride. This situation may seem trivial, just an ordinary bet, but on a larger scale, it would bring glory to Kumogakure, and if publicized, it could serve as a form of patriotic education. Therefore, matters involving two nations, even if small, can be elevated to a significant level. Everyone present was sweating for Yasaka, nearly holding their breath, especially the Konoha ninja, who was the most nervous among them. Because if Yasaka won, he would get his tanto back. But if Yasaka lost, not only would he not get his tanto back, but he would also have to forfeit his own tanto to Yuzuki. In that case, this ninja would feel extremely guilty, as it was for his sake that Yasaka had bet against the ninja from Kumogakure. If Yasaka ended up losing because of him, he would become a sinner, not only implicating his comrade, but also bringing shame to Konoha. As a result, this Konoha ninja was regretting why he had acted impulsively and made a bet with someone else. On the side, Uchiha Obito was full of confidence because he firmly believed that Yasaka would definitely be able to withstand the 19th wave of fruit attacks. After all, Uchiha Obito was someone who often got cut by Yasaka, so he had a high regard for Yasaka's strength, even though he hadn't managed to withstand the 18th wave of fruit attacks last time. But that was already a month ago, and now a month later, Yasaka could definitely get through it. Uchiha Obito was very confident about this. Yasaka, come on, show these guys from the Hidden Cloud Village the strength of our Konoha's strongest genin. Uchiha Obito shouted excitedly at Yasaka. Uchiha Obito's shout immediately attracted the attention of the group from the hidden cloud village. The strongest genin from Konoha? Yuzuki paused for a moment. He is the strongest genin from Konoha? The strongest among the participants from Konoha? Karabi looked at Yasaka in surprise. Is that true? Can someone just casually play Fruit Ninja and encounter someone who is claimed to be the strongest genin from Konoha? Darui said with a speechless expression. Does that mean if we defeat him, our hidden cloud village will be invincible? Samui said excitedly. The strongest genin from Konoha? Huh? I must defeat him. Yuzuki's eyes were filled with fighting spirit as she smiled. She is currently the strongest genin from the hidden cloud village. So encountering someone of the same level from another country naturally ignited her competitive spirit. If she could defeat the strongest genin from Konoha, the strongest from the Sand Village, the strongest from the Mist Village, and the strongest from the Rock Village, wouldn't she then become the strongest genin in the ninja world? Just thinking about this possibility made Yuzuki excited to the point of trembling slightly. She had this potential after all, as she was known as the perfect Jinchuriki who could perfectly control the power of tailed beasts. Once the tailed beast is released, let alone genin, many jonin would not be a match. Although some say that this isn't her own ability, that it's relying on the power of the tailed beast, and thus cheating or exploiting a loophole, she is one with the tailed beast. It is a part of her, so it counts as her own strength. Yasaka, just wait to be my defeated opponent. At that moment, Yuzuki's gaze towards Yasaka changed, as if a leopard was hiding in the grass, watching its prey. At that moment, the alarm for the 19th wave sounded. Here it comes. The Yuzuki people perked up, focusing intently on the machine's nozzle, and the others were equally concentrated, not even daring to blink. After all, the speed at which the machine launched the fruit was extremely fast. From the moment the machine launched the fruit to when Yasaka chopped it, it only took a mere 2 seconds. Therefore, a single blink could indeed mean missing an exciting moment. Although most of the spectators present could hardly see the specifics of Yasaka chopping the fruit, it was also likely that with just one blink, they might miss the sweeping arc of the blade and only see a ground full of fruit fragments, which would be a huge loss. Come on, you must succeed. The leaf ninja silently prayed in his heart. At this moment, the fruit attack began, and the machine's nozzle suddenly sprayed out a large number of flying objects at a speed akin to a machine gun, which instantly transformed into shadows, shooting towards Yasaka. At this moment, a new height had been reached in the world of Konoha's fruit ninjas. The 19th wave was the first time anyone had persisted to this point since this fruit ninja stall arrived in Konoha village. Therefore, the owner of the fruit ninja stall was quite excited. As expected, the new generation was pushing the old generation forward, constantly breaking previous records. At this moment, Yasaki's right arm was already very fatigued, and it was estimated that he couldn't hold on for much longer. However, it was still much better than before. After all, during the previous attempt, he had reached his limit before the 18th wave, and he could barely hold the hilt of the knife. But now, not only could he grip the hilt, he could continue to swing the knife to slice the fruits. He carefully sensed the changes in the wind, and his mind was rapidly predicting the trajectories of the fruits after they flew. Then, Yasaki shouted loudly, swiftly drew his knife, and a flash of white light passed by. An apple was sliced in half with a pop and fell to the ground. This was the first fruit that Yasaki had cut. There were still 18 left. Uchiha Obito silently counted in his heart, and not just him. The other onlookers present were also counting down for Yasaki in their minds. Even the people from the hidden cloud village were silently counting down, curious to see how many fruits Yasaki could persist in cutting. At this time, from Yasaki's perspective, the second fruit closest to him flew over. It was a watermelon. Unexpectedly, a larger fruit was released this time. Perhaps it was because the difficulty increased after the 18th wave of fruit attacks. No one could say for sure. After all, no one had surpassed 18 waves before. So the situation after that was unknown to anyone except the stall owner. Normally, after 10 waves, an additional difficulty level would be introduced, increasing the shooting speed of the fruits. After the 18th wave, it is also possible to increase the difficulty again by enlarging the size of the fruits. Because if they all move at the same speed, the larger the volume, the greater the inertia. This means that when cutting the fruits, the impact on the wrist and arm will also be greater, adding extra burden to the arm. Therefore, upon seeing that huge watermelon, Yasaki felt a shiver in her heart. Indeed, the difficulty had increased once again. Moreover, his arms are already very fatigued now, and it is estimated that they will not be able to support much longer, reaching their limits soon. With the previous experience, this time Yasaka won't act rashly. Last time, the weapon almost slipped out of hand and could have seriously injured someone. If it slips again this time and ends up hurting someone, it wouldn't be good at all. At this time, Yabasaka was also considering a problem. This watermelon was actually quite fragile because of its large size and weight. Therefore, if it fell to the ground with too much force, it was very likely to break apart, which would waste the watermelon. As a result, Yabasaka decided to be careful when cutting, trying to apply a downward diagonal force to ensure that the watermelon would land lightly, presenting itself in a half-watermelon stance when it fell. This way, the watermelon wouldn't be smashed and would not go to waste. After making up his mind, Yabasaka took his knife again. The blade shone brightly in the sunlight, creating a dazzling white light as it traced a curved line, cutting out a crescent-shaped arc about 2 meters long. With a thud, as the hand raised the knife, the huge watermelon was sliced in half by Yabasaka, then it fell diagonally to the ground very steadily, without breaking. After witnessing this scene from the perspective of the wind, Yabasaka felt much more at ease and continued to deal with the subsequent fruits. After seeing Yagasaki cut the watermelon in half, the audience present silently thought to themselves, there are still 17 left. The few people from Yunin village nearby were also silently counting in their hearts. 17 left. Meanwhile, the third fruit was about to fly in front of Yasaka. It was a banana. Yasaka quickly adjusted the position of her arm, shifting from the downward chopping stance she had used for the watermelon to a diagonal upward angle to slice it. Just like before, the sharp blade cut through the banana in an instant. Seeing this, Uchiha Obito, who had activated his Sharingan, clenched his fist and shouted loudly, "Nice." Only 16 left. Not just Uchiha Obito, but everyone else who witnessed this scene was also silently counting in their hearts. 16 left. The Konoha ninja was also very nervous, because there were still 16 left. It was too early to be happy now. The further they went, the more difficult it became. It's possible that the first few fruits were successfully cut down, but as they progressed, they might fail due to the fruits being too densely packed and not reacting in time, leading to a complete failure. Whether Yasaka can pass this 19th level means whether he can get his katana back. Therefore, this Konoha ninja is now more nervous than Yasaka. Meanwhile, the group from Yuin village was also fully focused on Yasaka's side. There were still 16 flying objects left, and they had to cut most of them in just 1 second, which was quite challenging. Among the people from Yuin village, only AI could currently achieve this. At this moment, Yasaka had already seen the 4th incoming flying object, which was an apple. However, just as Yasaka swung his sword to strike the apple, he suddenly thought to himself, "No, this isn't a fruit. This is a fake fruit." Because Yasaka sensed that although the apple looked like a normal apple, its flying speed and trajectory indicated that its weight seemed off, different from a regular apple. This realization startled Yasaka, who was about to slice the fake apple. His heart skipped a beat. If he struck it, it would be equivalent to hitting a distraction, leading to his immediate elimination. Being eliminated meant he would have to hand over the katana in his hand. Losing a katana wasn't a big deal, but losing face was. Especially being slapped in the face by people from other villages. Yasaka absolutely could not tolerate that. So he let out a loud shout, mobilizing all his strength to forcibly change the direction of his sword strike. In a split second, he changed the motion of his already swinging arm, twisting his wrist to alter the position of the sword. As a result, the katana nearly brushed past the fake apple, narrowly avoiding it. Seeing this, Uchiha Obito was immediately filled with confusion. What was going on? Why did Yasaka, who clearly could have struck the fruit, go to such lengths to avoid it? When Yasaki dodged the fake apple, allowing it to fly past him, the onlookers who were unaware of the truth were taken aback. They did not know that the apple was fake. They only thought that Yasaki had made a mistake and missed the apple, thus losing one of the fruits. "Oh, it's over. He missed one." Some people exclaimed in panic. "What are you shouting about? Isn't it 3 that counts as being eliminated? There is still 1 spot left." "I'm just afraid that one mistake will lead to a chain reaction." Many were distracted by suddenly missing one, causing them to miss the subsequent ones as well. "Shut your crow's mouth. Go for it." For a moment, some people began to chatter among themselves. At this moment, another flying object came over. Yasaka was indeed distracted a bit by that fake apple earlier. However, his mind reacted quickly, and he swiftly adjusted, focusing his attention on the next fruit. After confirming that it was a real fruit, Yasaka decisively drew his knife and sliced it into 2 pieces. Chapter 78 is coming to an end. Due to the earlier fake apple, Yasaka now had to concentrate more than before. Previously, he only needed to distinguish the shapes of these flying objects. As long as he recognized what they were, he could swing his knife to chop them. However, after the 19th wave, the difficulty increased again. Not only were there larger and heavier fruits like watermelons, but there were also fake fruits added. This undoubtedly raised the difficulty level significantly, because if he used the Becauseof scouting method, it would be nearly impossible to tell which fruits were real and which were fake. He had become accustomed to observing with the Becauseof's 359-degree perspective. Having relied on visual observation, it became difficult for him to notice that some of these fruits contained fake ones. The reason why Yatsuka was able to tell that the fruit was fake was that he was not using his vision to observe these flying objects. This way, he eliminated a habitual behavior, saving himself from the subconscious tendency to overlook things. With a quick glance, you can identify what kind of fruit it is, and after that, you tend to focus less on other aspects, relying entirely on appearance to distinguish between real fruit and distractions. In this case, it becomes impossible to discern whether the fruit is real or fake. If there were enough time to observe carefully, it could be distinguished, as fake fruit cannot be made to look exactly like real fruit. However, the issue is that there's only less than 2 seconds available for you to make a distinction, so it basically comes down to just a quick glance. The difference with Yatsuka is that Yatsuka senses objects through the wind. Although it primarily detects the outline of objects through the wind, it can also gauge the approximate weight of an object by comparing it to its speed. Therefore, Yatsuka was able to perceive that the fake fruit was different. Fortunately, Yatsuka reacted quickly. Otherwise, if it were someone else, even if they realized it was fake fruit, they wouldn't have time to react. They might either be caught off guard and slash at the distraction, or realize it and hurriedly change the direction of their swing, missing the distraction. However, in their panic, they could lose their rhythm, fail to cut the subsequent objects, or become distracted, resulting in missing the actual fruit. After all, at that moment, Yatsuka was in an awkward state of having already swung the blade, with old force spent and new force not yet generated. In such a situation, forcibly changing the direction of the swing to turn the tide is extremely difficult. It requires extraordinary strength to alter the direction of an arm that is still moving in its original force direction. There are 2 scenarios for this. One is that the arm's muscles are particularly strong, allowing for such a change. The second is that the arm is relatively agile, not exerting too much force while swinging, allowing for a temporary directional change. The worst-case scenario is when the arm's muscles are robust and a significant amount of force is used during the swing. In this case, it is almost impossible to change direction at the last moment because, on one hand, a lot of force has already been exerted, leaving insufficient strength to continue changing direction. You would need to apply a force greater than what you just used to overcome the arm's inertia. Additionally, if the arm is too strong, it may lack the flexibility needed to make a directional change. As Yatsuka swung his arm, part of his strength was actually driven by the wind generated by the Great Freedom Immortal technique, so he wasn't swinging the sword with all his might, which gave him room to exert force. This is why Yatsuka was able to change direction. At this moment, several more fruits came flying in. Yatsuka's brain was operating at high speed, processing a large amount of information to determine whether these incoming flying objects were real fruits or fake ones created by distractions. After Yatsuka's assessment, he concluded that these fruits were indeed real, so he quickly swung his sword. Since the sword itself was a relatively light weapon, it allowed for a faster swing. In one swift motion, Yatsuka easily sliced through the remaining fruits one by one. However, due to the sudden change in direction earlier, his arm had exerted a significant amount of force in that instant. As a result, this further added extra strain to his arm muscles, and, at this moment, Yatsuka's arm was nearing its limit. Fortunately, he could still grip the sword handle, Yatsuka thought to himself, as he was very worried that he might lose his grip and the sword would fly out and injure someone. Therefore, he paid close attention to his right hand. If he sensed any signs of losing his grip, he would stop immediately. After all, even if he lost the bet because of this, it would only mean losing a sword, which was far better than harming an innocent person. At this moment, several more flying objects came towards him, and Yatsuka's focus had started to wane. He forced himself to concentrate to determine whether those flying objects were fruits or distractions. Then, he quickly swung his sword again, slicing through all the flying objects once more. Seeing this, Uchiha Obito was filled with excitement, as Yatsuka had already eliminated most of the flying objects up to this point. Only 5 flying objects remained. If he could just hold on a little longer and push through, he would successfully get past this 19th wave of fruit attacks. If he could manage that, it would mean Yatsuka had won the bet against the ninja of the Cloud-Hidden Village. Therefore, at this moment, Uchiha Obito was constantly praying in his heart, hoping nothing would go wrong at the last moment. At this moment, the ninjas from Yuzuki village began to feel tense. There were only 5 flying objects left in their wager, and if Yasaki successfully cut down these last 5, Yuzuki would lose. However, they couldn't do anything about it. After all, they had their own pride and couldn't resort to cheating like Itajunji did before. So they could only watch helplessly as Yasaki sliced the fruit, praying in their hearts for Yasaki to make a mistake. Yuzuki had a serious expression on her face because she felt there was a high probability that she would lose this bet. She had come to acknowledge Yasaki's strength. Without a doubt, Yasaki was indeed strong when it came to Fruit Ninja. Therefore, Yuzuki was very frustrated. Chapter 79. The Arrival of the Mist-Hidden Village. Meanwhile, just as Yasaki was about to face the last 5 flying objects, people from Sunagakure and Kirigakure had entered Konoha. Moreover, it is quite a coincidence that the people from Sunagakure and Kirigakure encountered each other. "Hey, Zabuza, don't you think those people over there are from Sunagakure?" Terumi asked, shielding her eyes from the sunlight with one hand and pointing at a group of people from Sunagakure not far away. Judging by their attire, they should definitely be from Sunagakure, Zabuza replied with a serious expression. "Hey, why are you looking so serious? It's like we're about to have a big battle," Terumi said, looking speechless. Zabuza, still with a serious expression, responded, "Because as long as they are not my allies, I treat them as hypothetical enemies. I imagine fighting them in my mind. So most people are my enemies." "Wow, Zabuza, do you have paranoid delusions? I think you're just not right in the head. When we get back, you should go see a neurologist," Terumi said, speechlessly mocking him, feeling that apart from herself, none of her teammates were normal. Zabuza was someone who always had a serious face, treating everyone as his enemy, living in a constant state of vigilance, as if suffering from paranoia. Risai Maru was a delicate person, always doing embroidery with a needle and yarn. Despite being a man, he spent all day doing things that women typically do, making Terumi feel like she wasn't a woman at all. As for Aoidri Minatsu, he was a weirdo, spending all day taking out his ninja sword to wipe it, putting it back in the scroll, taking it out again, wiping it, putting it back in the scroll, and repeating this cycle. This repetitive action was all he did in a day. Terumi estimated that he could do this over 100 times a day, almost like a compulsive disorder patient. Yuriko Akane plays with a broken lighter every day, making the arc device inside discharge back and forth, and then shocks others when they are not paying attention. On the other hand, Kisame Hashigaki constantly summons big sharks and then sends them back, only to summon them again, repeating the same routine as Enma. As a result, Madarumi spends her days with these seemingly insane teammates, driving her almost mad. Now that they finally arrived in Konohagakure and met normal humans, Mei felt as if she had finally found salvation. Her mood improved significantly. Even when she saw people from other villages, she felt that they looked much more endearing compared to her eccentric teammates, even though, from a standpoint, they should be enemies. At this moment, a group from Sunagakure also spotted the people from Kirigakure. The person known as the small Kage of Sunagakure, Maki, pointed at Zabuza, who was not far away, and said to his companion, Scorpion, look, those people are from Kirigakure. I heard that the people from Kirigakure are not quite normal in the head. We should keep our distance from them. After all, it's not illegal for the mentally ill to kill." "Oh, they have mental issues?" Scorpion asked, somewhat puzzled. "That's right." Maki nodded and then pointed at Zabuza. "Look at that guy over there with the big sword. His name is Zabuza Momochi. All he thinks about is killing or being killed. If you're not his friend, you're his enemy. If he asks you to be his friend and you say no, he'll just chop you down in the next second because he believes that if you're not his friend, you must be his enemy. And enemies are meant to be killed. So, he's a complete paranoid delusional." While Maki was pointing at Zabuza Momochi to introduce him to Scorpion, Zabuza also saw Maki pointing at him. He immediately coldly shouted, "What are you worried about?" Maki, however, was not backing down and retorted, "What about it?" Zabuza angrily roared, "Try looking again." Maki stood his ground, saying, "I'm looking at you, so what?" Maki stared intensely at Zabuza. "I'll kill you." Zabuza immediately became furious and picked up his big sword to charge at Maki, but was trapped by Maitarumi's water prison technique. "Zabuza, stop causing trouble." Maitairumi shouted loudly. "He is looking at me. I want to kill him." Zabuza shouted furiously from within the water prison. "Can you die just from looking? Besides, maybe he secretly admires your stunning looks. Can't others have a crush on you?" Maitairumi said sternly. "What? He secretly admires me? That's even worse. I don't like men. Let me out. I want to kill him." Zabuza became even more frantic, desperately trying to break free from the water prison. The group from Sunagakure, watching Zabuza go insane in the water prison, nodded in agreement, thinking that he indeed seemed mentally unstable. Did you see that, Scorpion? I just looked at him a couple of times, and he went completely mad. His mental illness is quite serious. Scorpion nodded, deeply agreeing, indeed. At that moment, Maki pointed to the side, where Kurasame Maru was knitting with an embroidery needle, and said, "Do you see that person over there knitting? That's the wielder of the sewing knife, Kurasame Maru, known as the undefeated of Kirigakure. He is quite effeminate and doesn't he engage in anything related to men. All he does is embroidery, has delicate fingers, and likes men. He is a psychological pervert. It's said he has self-castrated to master the Een release, Sunflower Book, making him quite powerful. However, he really likes handsome young men, and you could very well become his target." Upon hearing Maki's words, Scorpion couldn't help but glance at Kurasame Maru, and just at that moment, Kurasame also looked over and waved hello to Scorpion. Just as Scorpion thought this person was quite polite, he saw Kurasame lick his lips and strike a delicate pose with one hand, saying to Scorpion, "Hey there, would you like to have a comfortable transaction?" Scorpion instantly felt a chill and looked away. But Kurasame murmured, "He actually turned away and didn't look at me? Is this a game of hard to get? No way. He is my type. I must have him." Chapter 80, Maitirumi. Hearing Kurasame's words, Maitirumi felt a wave of disgust and cursed, "You damn pervert." At this moment, Kurasame said, "The problem isn't with me. It's with this world." Maitirumi felt another chill and ignored Kurasame. In fact, both Zabuza and Kurasame were older than Maitirumi. Normally, they should be Jonin, not Genin. However, due to certain reasons, they had not achieved the rank of Jonin, and thus came to this competition as Genin. On the other side, Maki continued to introduce Scorpion. "Do you see that guy over there with medium-length white hair? His name is Akatsuki Mangetsu, and he's also a bit of a freak. He has obsessive-compulsive disorder and has to wipe his blades over 100 times every day. He has some serious mental issues, but his strength is impressive. He can not only proficiently use all 7 ninja swords, but he also possesses the characteristics of the Hozuki clan. You should know that the second Mizukage was also from the Hozuki clan. They have a unique ability to liquefy their bodies, allowing them to become immune to physical attacks, which is quite a counter to your puppets." Scorpion nodded and said, "But even if he is immune to physical damage, I have my ways to defeat him." At this point, Maki continued with the introductions. "Do you see that red-haired girl over there? Her name is Terumi Mei. You could say she is the most normal among the participants from the Hidden Mist Village. Her strength is formidable. She possesses 2 bloodline limits and is a significant threat in this tournament. She is also the main representative of the Hidden Mist Village, the strongest lower ninja, and it is said that she has the potential to become a Mizukage." Scorpion nodded, silently memorizing all this information. The strength of their village, Sunagakure, could actually be considered the weakest among the 5 great nations. However, due to its location in the desert, it is a naturally defensible place, and the desert serves as a natural barrier, blocking other countries. Therefore, even though it is the weakest, it can still manage to hold its ground, as crossing the desert takes considerable effort, so most people rarely attack Sunagakure. However, because Sunagakure is relatively the weakest among the 5 great nations, there are fewer participants this time, and their overall strength is also weaker. But despite the overall weaker strength of the participants, Scorpion himself is very strong and does not lose to competitors from other countries. Thus, in this tournament, Scorpion is considered the hope of Sunagakure, along with Maki, who is known as the little Kakashi of the sand. Maki is skilled in wind release and is also quite strong, though not as powerful as Scorpion. He is on a similar level as Darui. One of the purposes of Scorpion participating in the competition is to kill Kakashi and avenge his parents. He knows that with his current strength, he cannot deal with the powerful Hatake Sakomo. On one hand, his hard power is not enough, and on the other hand, he cannot infiltrate Konoha to assassinate Konoha's White Fang. However, if he can kill Hatake Sakomo's son, Kakashi, during the competition, it would undoubtedly be a significant blow to Konoha's White Fang. In fact, killing the son of Konoha's White Fang would cause even more damage to him than directly killing the White Fang himself. Scorpion believes that his current strength is enough to kill Hatake Kakashi, as he has been training hard every day for the past few years, and his abilities have long surpassed that of a genin. Many jonin can't even match him. Therefore, as long as he encounters Kakashi in the arena, he is 100% confident that he can kill Hatake Kakashi, especially since his poison is extremely potent. Without an antidote within 5 minutes, death is absolutely certain. and he is confident that he can prevent Kakashi from getting the antidote in that time. After all, if an antidote were to be prepared on site, it would still take at least a minute or two to administer, which would be considered incredibly fast. However, there is one problem. Scorpion does not know if he will be able to encounter Hatake Kakashi, as there are many competitors, and the probability of meeting Kakashi is quite low. Therefore, Scorpion has an idea to see if he can secretly assassinate Hatake Kakashi in the coming days. However, this would also be very difficult. Firstly, the security forces in Konoha are actually very strong, with patrols even at night, making it quite challenging to sneak into Kakashi's home and kill him without being noticed. Especially with so many foreigners entering Konoha, the village likely has special methods to monitor these outsiders. It is very likely that as soon as these individuals enter Konoha, their every move is already being watched by the village. Additionally, if Tsukumo Hatake is also around, killing Hatake Kakashi would be extremely difficult, almost impossible. Therefore, for Scorpion, killing Hatake Kakashi is indeed a significant challenge, but he is still willing to give it a try. No one else knows the thoughts of Scorpion, whether it's Maki or other personnel coming to Konoha, not even his grandmother, Chiyo, because the thought of killing Hatake Kakashi is now deeply buried in Scorpion's heart. And he not only wants to kill Hatake Kakashi, but he also wants to rely on his own efforts to kill Hatake Tsukumo in order to avenge his parents. Moreover, it's not just that. Scorpion not only hates Konoha village, but also despises Kizuki Tsukumo and Hatake Kakashi. He also harbors hatred for the third Kazekage. Scorpion believes that it was the third Kazekage's poor command that forced his parents to participate in the war, leading to their deaths at the hands of Kizuki Tsukumo. In fact, in some sense, he hates the third Kazekage even more than Kizuki Tsukumo. This is because his parents were originally on vacation, and according to Tsunagekyu's regulations, ninjas on vacation are not supposed to participate in wars or missions. However, the third Kazekage forcibly conscripted Scorpion's parents under the pretext of not having enough manpower, even though there were others who could have been sent to carry out that mission. The reason was that the person who could have taken their place was the third Kazekage's brother-in-law, so he made Scorpion's parents replace him. As a result, Scorpion's parents died during that mission. Therefore, Scorpion harbors deep hatred for the third Kazekage. Being killed by Kizuki Tsukumo could be seen as a matter of skill, and from Kizuki Tsukumo's standpoint, he was not wrong. After all, it was Scorpion's parents who actively ambushed him, and Kizuki Tsukumo's counterattack was justified. According to the norms, there was nothing wrong with Kizuki Tsukumo killing Scorpion's parents, as their mission was to ambush him, which ultimately led to their deaths at his hands. On one hand, it was a matter of Scorpion's parents being outmatched. On the other hand, both sides had no personal grievances, and it was merely a clash of positions that resulted in their confrontation, allowing Kizuki Tsukumo to retaliate against Scorpion's parents. One could say that Kizuki Tsukumo was acting in self-defense, as he initially had no intention of harming anyone from Tsunagekure. It was Tsunagekure that had malicious intentions, wanting to kill Kizuki Tsukumo, and thus Kizuki Tsukumo could actually be considered the victim. The root of all this lies with the third Kazekage. If the third Kazekage hadn't taken the initiative to stir up trouble, seeking to ambush Hatake Tsukumo, and if he hadn't threatened Scorpion's uncle, using his power to coerce Scorpion's parents into carrying out this mission, then Scorpion's parents wouldn't have died. Therefore, Scorpion vowed to himself that he would work hard to cultivate and one day kill the third Kazekage to avenge his parents. Even if Hatake Tsukumo didn't kill him, he would still make sure to kill the third Kazekage. Thus, the seed for Scorpion to kill the third Kazekage was planted at that moment. It wasn't because Scorpion wanted to use the third Kazekage's body to create a puppet. Creating a puppet out of the third Kazekage's body would actually be a means of revenge, similar to how some people, after killing their enemies, go so far as to turn their skulls into cups or even urinals. Therefore, turning the third Kazekage into a puppet is merely Scorpion's way of continuing his revenge against him. However, with Scorpion's current level, he is still far from being able to kill the third Kazekage, but his talent is strong and his growth is rapid. In a few years, he will become a super strong individual capable of standing on his own. The third Kazekage was clearly aware of Scorpion's potential, and thus he even prepared to train Scorpion as the fourth or fifth Kazekage. Currently, there is also Rasha, who is equally strong and possesses the same magnetic release as the third Kazekage. However, the third Kazekage's magnetic release is iron magnetic release, while Rasha's is sand gold magnetic release. Therefore, it is highly likely that Rasha will become the fourth Kazekage, and then the third Kazekage would cultivate Scorpion into the fifth Kazekage. This was the plan in the mind of the third Kazekage. However, little did he know that he had already been placed on Scorpion's assassination list. While he was still thinking about how to train Scorpion, Scorpion had already written the third Kazekage's name on the death list, which is quite ironic. However, before killing the third Kazekage, Scorpion first needed to eliminate the third Kazekage's brother-in-law. The root of everything lies with this brother-in-law. Initially, the task to ambush Kakashi Hatake was supposed to be carried out by this person. However, when he heard that the target he was supposed to ambush was actually the White Fang of Konoha, he was so terrified that he trembled and immediately quit, even going to the third Kazekage to say that he wouldn't go, and what could the Kazekage do about it? The third Kazekage was also quite troubled, as he couldn't do much about his own brother-in-law, so he had no choice but to force the parents of Scorpion, who were on their annual leave, to complete the task. Originally, the parents of the Red Sand Scorpion refused. However, the third Kazekage directly invoked his title as Kazekage to exert pressure, forcing Scorpion's parents to carry out the mission. This created a chain reaction, akin to the butterfly effect, ultimately leading to Scorpion assassinating the third Kazekage, becoming a rogue ninja in the Akatsuki, and resulting in the third Kazekage's own death at the hands of Scorpion. Actually, it's quite unfair for Kakashi Hatake. Am I not allowed to fight back when I'm ambushed? Who can I reason with? Am I just supposed to be overly defensive? It's not my fault that your parents are so weak. I got ambushed and still managed to take down 2 of them. What does this have to do with me? But it doesn't matter to Sasori. He just wants revenge anyway. At the same time that Chisuna no Sasori looked at Kawakama Mei, Kawakama Mei also looked at Chisuna no Sasori. In that instant, Kawakama Mei was captivated by Chisuna no Sasori's stunning beauty. She immediately fell head over heels. What a handsome young man. That fiery red hair, that mesmerizing face, no doubt about it. This is my husband. Kawakama Mei has had a wish since childhood, to marry a handsome guy. Although there are handsome guys in the Hidden Mist Village, the problem is that most of them are perverts. For example, while the appearance of Hozuki Mangetsu is not bad, he has severe obsessive-compulsive disorder. On the other hand, while the appearance of Tobi is a bit fierce, he is not ugly and instead has a strong masculine aura. However, he is a paranoid victim, which is also unacceptable. Terumi Mei can't stand these people at all. After observing the men of the Hidden Mist Village for a few years, Terumi Mei ultimately reached a tragic conclusion, to find a handsome and relatively normal guy. She would have to look for him in other ninja villages. To marry a handsome guy, Terumi Mei doesn't mind changing her nationality at all. Even if she becomes a citizen of another country, it doesn't matter to her. After all, this can almost be considered her belief, or even her ninja way. Who is that person? Kisame. Do you know who that person is? Terumi Mei asked Kisame with sparkling eyes. Kisame recalled the introduction of the candidates from various countries he had read before and said to Terumi Mei, that person should be the genius puppet Master Sasori from the Sand Village, who possesses an extremely high talent for puppet techniques and is considered a man who could be called the 5th Kazekage. Wow, that is amazing. He is so handsome. I really like him. Terumi Mei immediately felt a sense of falling in love. It must be said that Sasori's looks are indeed very striking. He definitely qualifies as a graceful young man and is a total heartthrob. However, just as Terumi Mei was about to shout out Sasori's name, the people from the Sand Village had already turned to leave. Seeing this scene, Terumi Mei felt a bit disappointed, but her heart was also filled with excitement and passion. It's okay. Today is just the first meeting, and there will be plenty of opportunities to get close to him later. He is so handsome. He is simply my dream guy. Terumi Mei thought happily in her heart, even imagining the scenes of her wedding with Sasori. From this perspective, Terumi Mei also has a slight obsession and delusional disorder. Chapter 82. Deidara. While Terumi Mei was having a spring dream, the people from Iwagakure arrived. They gazed at the towering walls of Konoha, feeling amazed. What tall walls! Building something like this must take a lot of effort, one of the Iwagakure villagers said. What's so hard about it? We can just use earth style to create it, another Iwagakure villager replied. But think about it. Creating such high walls that encircle Konoha would be quite a task, another added. That's nothing. For example, if we gather 100 people and all use earth style, super large mud wall at the same time, we could probably build it in less than a month. This made some sense. Listening to the conversation nearby, Deidara scoffed and said, what good is that? I could just blow it up. Heh, with your little bombs? I believe you can kill someone, but I really doubt you can blow that wall apart. A villager next to Deidara retorted. You think I'm like you? If I said that to you, it might make sense. Your explosive release, haha, can only take down a small house, but my art is truly powerful. Especially now that I've developed C3, One shot is enough to blow away half of Konoha, Deidara said proudly. Just keep bragging. The villager didn't believe Deidara at all. As the group continued their conversation, they entered Konoha village. After registering at the entrance, they stepped inside the village. Observing the sights of the streets and alleys, Deidara stretched and said, speaking of which, I still think Konoha has the best environment. Our Awagakure is too dry, although it's better than Sunagakure. You can immediately see the difference when compared to Konoha. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to say that Konoha, whether in terms of environment, climate, or urban construction, was better than Awagakure. No wonder this place produced two ninja gods, he thought. I really admire that, said the villager. Hearing this, Deidara asked in confusion, what two ninja gods? The villager immediately shot Deidara a disdainful look and said, it's Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. I think these two are the strongest in the ninja world. Even our first Suchikage doesn't seem to be their match. Never heard of them. At that moment, the group passed by a barbecue stand, and feeling hungry, they walked straight into the barbecue restaurant. Their arrival immediately attracted the attention of other diners. Hey, a reservation? Those people don't look like they're from Konoha, Yamashiro AI said, while secretly observing the Awagakure group and asking his companion Akimichi Dingza. Yeah, they should be here for the recent 5 Kage friendship tournament, but I can't tell which country they're from since they aren't wearing headbands, Dingza replied. Rika, do you know? Dingza asked Narashikaku. After observing the Awagakure group for a while, Narashikaku slowly spoke. If I'm not mistaken, they should be from Tsushigakure. Oh, how do you know? Narashikaku glanced at Deidara and said, isn't there intelligence about the potential participants in this 5 Kage friendship tournament? I remember one of them from Awagakure looks a lot like that person, named Deidara, from the Awagakure Explosive Corps, whose ability is explosive release and can create bombs. I see. I never looked at that manual. Upon hearing Narashikaku's words, Akimichi Dingza and Yamashiro AI both realized. Not far from them, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki were also curiously watching the group from the Hidden Stone Village. Minato, that person should be the leader of the competing team from the Hidden Stone Village, Deidara, right? Kushina said curiously. That's right. He has a special bloodline limit that allows him to create bombs. He's quite powerful. I wonder if any of our village's contestants can defeat him. Kushina remarked while eating grilled meat. Minato thought for a moment and said, there should be some who can. Let's see. First, Kakashi should be able to fight him. Kakashi has water, lightning, and earth chakra natures, which can handle many situations, and he has various offensive and defensive techniques. After a pause, Minato continued. Then there's Asuma Sarutobi. He uses wind and fire techniques, so he won't be at a disadvantage in mid to long range attacks. There's also Sure Sway Uchiha, who has excellent fire techniques and body flicker skills, and his 3-Tomo Sharingan makes him strong enough to compete with Deidara. And then there's Yasaka. This kid is very skilled in swordsmanship. As long as he isn't kept at a distance, if he gets close, it's an absolute win for him. Similarly, there's Kiba Inuzuka. He can fight too, but he has to close the distance. Kushina nodded and said, so that means they either need to maintain an advantage at long range or close in on Deidara, right? Exactly, because Deidara's explosive techniques create bombs, and he himself is not immune to them, so most of his attacks are at mid to long range. Therefore, if they can close the distance, it will be much easier to fight him. Conversely, if he keeps them at a distance and they don't have good long-range attacks to counter him, they'll fall into Deidara's rhythm, and in that case, they would basically be certain to lose. Just as Minato was speaking, Kohor Udatane and her group from the Hidden Mist Village were walking down the street when they were drawn to a crowd of people ahead. Look, there are so many people up ahead. I wonder what's going on. Let's go check it out. So, Koharu and her group arrived at the Fruit Ninja stall and immediately spotted Yasaka, who was fending off fruit attacks. When Terumi Mei and her group arrived, they happened to see Yasaki taking down the last 5 fruits after eliminating the previous 13. At that moment, the apple flying in front was already close to Yasaki. With a loud shout, Yasaki swung his blade, and a dazzling white light flashed as he precisely split the apple in half. Witnessing this scene left the people from the Hidden Mist Village, including Terumi Mei, in shock. In Chapter 83, Terumi, Mei, and Sasori, Yasaki made a vertical cut from top to bottom towards the fruit closest to him. When Terumi Mei's group reached the Fruit Ninja stall, they saw a 2-meter-long crescent-shaped beam of dazzling white light slice the apple in half. This spectacle stunned Terumi Mei and her group, who had just pushed their way in. How impressive! Terumi Mei exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Yasaki, her face displaying a mix of admiration and shock. The power of his cutting technique was astonishing. Although it seemed like just slicing fruit, the strength behind that blow was immense. If a person were standing there, they would surely be cut in half as well. He is a formidable enemy, and I must kill him. Tezuka's eyes widened, and he thought fiercely. In his view, anyone who wasn't his friend was an enemy. And since he was an enemy, he naturally had to be killed, preferably as soon as possible. Seeing that Yatsuka possesses such powerful swordsmanship, Momochi Zabuza, as a fellow ninja who uses a blade, clearly feels a strong sense of threat emanating from him. Therefore, Momochi Zabuza intends to nip this threat in the bud, not wanting this seed of danger to grow into a towering tree. Zabuza feels a strong battle intent, nearly wanting to swing his decapitating sword and charge at Yatsuka for a fierce battle right now. However, due to the fact that they are in the Hidden Leaf Village, Zabuza refrains from having a mental breakdown and attacking. Otherwise, there is an 8 or 9 out of 10 chance that he would meet his end today. Beside him, Kisame Hashigaki was equally shocked as he watched Yasaka. He was in the mist-hidden village where swordsmanship was prevalent and often saw people wielding swords and guns. But it was rare to witness such an astonishing display as Yasaka's earlier strike. Kisame was instantly taken aback, feeling an overwhelming sense of amazement at how there could be such powerful swordsmanship. That one strike seemed capable of cutting through anything in its path, as if it could slay gods and Buddhas alike, giving off an impression of being unbeatable and incredibly sharp. How impressive, and he looked so young. If he guessed correctly, this person should also be a participant in the upcoming 5 Kage Joint Friendship Tournament. The forehead protector he wore identified him as a competitor from the Hidden Leaf Village. There was a chance they might encounter each other during the tournament, which was both exciting and nerve-wracking. Indeed, this 5 Kage Joint Friendship Tournament had attracted many talented ninjas, which was very interesting. Kisame immediately developed a strong interest in the tournament that would take place in a few days, as he believed that defeating the talents of other countries was a highly fulfilling accomplishment and a validation of one's own strength, making it very meaningful. Although he had seen the exquisite swordsmanship of Yasaka, Kakashi Kaiba did not feel that he was unable to compete because his own strength was not lacking. In particular, his water-style ninjutsu could be said to be the best among the participants from the Mist Village who came to Konoha to participate in the 5 Kage Joint Friendship Tournament. If we were to judge who used water-style ninjutsu the best among these people, it would definitely be Kakashi Kaiba. The others were not weak, either, but their main characteristics were not focused on water-style ninjutsu. For example, Zabuza Momochi was also very strong, but his strength did not lie in the application of water-style ninjutsu, but rather in his overall combat power that combined water-style ninjutsu with his decapitating sword. As for Mei Terumi, her water-style ninjutsu was also quite strong, but her greater strength actually lay in her 2 bloodline limits, particularly her proficiency in boil release and dissolve release. Other individuals, such as Kurinai Yui, also had their own strengths, but none of them excelled in the use of water-style. Most of their water-style techniques were used for support rather than solely for killing. However, Kakashi Kaiba was different. He was truly a main attacker who relied on water-style for killing. Therefore, in Kakashi Kaiba's view, he was a mid to long-range combat ninja, while Yasaka, with such exquisite swordsmanship, was naturally a close-range combat ninja. Kisame Hashigaki is confident that he can create distance from Yatsuka, and when that time comes, it will be his world. After all, the most famous characteristic of water release is its vast range, even greater than that of fire release ninjutsu. Therefore, if he can create distance, Kisame believes that when using water release, Yatsuka won't be able to do anything to him. After all, no matter how strong Yatsuka is, can he really sever Kisame's water? Moreover, this time, as the leader of the Mist Village, Fuguki Suikazan has secretly spoken to Kisame, stating that during the competition, he will lend his sword to Kisame for use. When Kisame Hashigaki possesses the Samahata, he will gain an effect akin to adding wings to a tiger, because the Samahata is a blade that is very suitable for combining with water release ninjutsu. Although it is labeled as a ninja sword, it actually functions more like a summoning beast. With its powerful ability to devour others' chakra and replenish itself, the more chakra the enemy has, the stronger it becomes, making it a weapon that grows stronger the more it fights. Therefore, Kisame feels quite confident that he can defeat Yasaka with water release, as it is an attack method that effectively counters close combat. Water release inherently has control effects, and close combat ninjas fear being kept at a distance the most. Thus, A sinister smile appeared on Kisame's face, and his gaze towards Yasaka resembled that of a leopard poised to pounce on its prey. Yasaka was unaware that his actions had already caught the attention of the group from Konoha, where he sliced through the remaining 5 fruits. Starting with the apple closest to him, he could clearly feel that his arm was nearing its limit. However, based on how his arm felt at the moment, he was confident he could continue to cut the remaining 4 fruits without any problem. But to say that he could endure a 20th wave, Yasaka found it extremely difficult. It wasn't that he was certain he couldn't do it. After the previous experience of losing grip on his katana, Yasaka was now hesitant to take risks. After all, there's an old saying that goes, it's not the 1,000 dangers that scare you, but the 1 chance of danger. If he were to lose grip again and accidentally injure someone with the katana, what then? Just because he was lucky last time didn't guarantee that he would be lucky again this time. Chapter 84, Yasaka's Thoughts. Therefore, Yasaka was not willing to gamble on whether he could maintain his grip on the katana. After all, that would already be a sign of falling into a lower strategy, which was not the best situation. Yasaka wanted to keep everything firmly in his own hands. Therefore, he could not take risks unless absolutely necessary. He would only take risks when he was uncertain about things as a last resort. After all, there are many people around, young and old, and even some foreigners. Hurting either a local or a foreigner would be very bad. If a local were hurt, it would be manageable as long as there were no fatalities. The worst consequence would be paying some compensation. After all, it was not intentional harm, but rather accidental injury. However, if a foreigner were hurt, that would be troublesome. While it might seem small, it could escalate into a significant issue, involving 2 countries and becoming a political bilateral problem, which would be quite complicated. If the injured party did not pursue the matter, it would be easier to handle, but if they made a big deal out of it, it could lead to a lot of trouble. Thus, Yasaka could not force himself to act recklessly over such a matter. So, he continued to endure the pain in his arm and swung the knife to cut the next fruit. At that moment, Uchiha Bito, who was watching, also noticed the group from the Mist Village and thought in surprise. Aren't those people from the Mist Village? Why are they here? Right? They must have just arrived. This is a great opportunity to show them the strength of our Konoha's ace genin, Yasaka, and give them a warning. Meanwhile, the group from Sunagakure that had left earlier somehow found themselves in front of this fruit ninja stall, attracted by the large crowd of onlookers. And they squeezed in to take a look at Yasaka. At that moment, it was just the 4th fruit in the countdown to Yasaki's attack. With a loud shout of "Ha!" Yasaki swung his blade horizontally, creating a dazzling white crescent-shaped arc of light that was nearly 2 meters long, a range comparable to a small, pocket-sized version of wind release, vacuum wave. In the next moment, the crescent-shaped arc of light instantly sliced a dragon fruit in half. Everyone present was taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, "It's actually a red-fleshed dragon fruit." The sudden appearance of the red-fleshed dragon fruit shocked everyone at the scene, including those from Sand-Hidden Village and Mist-Hidden Village, because red-fleshed dragon fruits are extremely rare and their appearance is identical to that of white-fleshed dragon fruits. Unless cut open, it is impossible to tell whether the dragon fruit is red-fleshed or white-fleshed. At that moment, a red heart dragon fruit suddenly flew out, astonishing everyone present. Following this was a wave of greed, as many people immediately wanted to rush forward to snatch the red heart dragon fruit that had been split in half by Yasaka. However, since they were currently in the midst of the fruit ninja's attack, they dared not recklessly charge forward to grab the dragon fruit. Otherwise, if they accidentally got hit by Yasaka, they would be fully responsible for the consequences. Moreover, this red heart dragon fruit also belonged to the vendor of the fruit ninja, and if they attempted to seize it, it would be equivalent to open robbery, which could lead to imprisonment and fines. Therefore, for various reasons, the onlookers ultimately refrained from rushing forward to snatch the red heart dragon fruit. Additionally, they were aware that people from other countries were in Changle, and if those foreigners saw the villagers of Konoha fighting over the dragon fruit, they would surely mock the villagers for their low quality. Thus, the onlooking villagers had no choice but to suppress their greedy desires and not rush forward. At that moment, Scorpion was astonished by Yasaki's sword technique as he witnessed the scene of Yasaki slicing through the red heart dragon fruit. Scorpion's eyes widened, and he stared at Yasaki with a look of shock, murmuring to himself, "What an impressive sword technique, precise, swift, ruthless, fast, accurate, and deadly all in one." Moreover, he exudes an unstoppable momentum, as if nothing could stand in the way of his blade and not be mercilessly cut down. His sword carries an indescribable aura of an intangible substance, which, although formless, enhances the power and sharpness of his blade. It's truly formidable. In an instant, Scorpion became intrigued by Yasaki, continuing to mutter, "Just in time, I've recently learned how to create human puppets. If I could kill him and then turn him into a puppet, that puppet made from his body should possess incredibly strong close combat abilities. TSK, TSK. I'm really becoming more and more interested in him. I can't wait to kill him." At that moment, Scorpion couldn't help but fantasize about a future day when he would kill Yasaki, eliminate the third Kazekage, defeat Kakashi Hitaki, and slay Tsukumo Hitaki. Then he would turn all of them into human puppets, making them his collection and weapons. What a beautiful scene that would be. The thought made Scorpion feel extremely excited and thrilled. However, he knew that killing these individuals would undoubtedly be very difficult and would require immense strength, at least the power of a Kage level. But Scorpion didn't find this problem too daunting, as he had great confidence in himself. He believed that he would definitely reach and even surpass their levels of power. Moreover, Scorpion has always had a dream. He wants to challenge the inventor of the puppet technique, Monzaemon. Unfortunately, Monzaemon has long since passed away, so he cannot challenge him anymore. However, if he knew that Orochimaru's Earth Rebirth technique could resurrect the dead, he might seek out Orochimaru to help him revive Monzaemon, and then he could have a one-on-one battle with him to see whose puppet technique is superior. Therefore, Scorpion is currently very interested in Yasaka's body, as he believes it would be excellent material for making a human puppet. Recently, he secretly infiltrated the Forbidden Techniques room in Sunagakure and took a look at a forbidden scroll belonging to Monzaemon, which detailed how to create human puppets. Now Scorpion knows how to make a human puppet. However, he has not yet actually created one because he has not found a corpse that he is satisfied with for making a human puppet. Participating in the Five Shadows friendship competition is actually a journey for him to search for a corpse, and he might just find the body of someone suitable to become a puppet for the producer. Chapter 85. The Scorpion's Puppet. Currently, Scorpion has not yet found a suitable corpse to create a human puppet. Theoretically, any corpse could be used to make a human puppet, but to meet Scorpion standards, it cannot just be any corpse. Overall, Scorpion has two criteria. First, since human puppets can retain the jutsu and abilities of the person when they were alive, Scorpion seeks a corpse that possesses good or special abilities. For example, if the corpse belonged to someone who is a user of a bloodline limit, that would meet Scorpion's requirements well, as the puppet could then use the bloodline limit. The second criterion is that even if the person's corpse does not have a bloodline limit or other special jutsu, it can still meet Scorpion's requirements if the body has certain desirable traits. For instance, if the person's body is very large, it would fit Scorpion's needs because a larger body can accommodate more mechanisms. Thus, it would very much align with Scorpion's criteria. So far, Scorpion has not found such a body. There are quite a few living people who meet Scorpion's requirements, and there are many in Sunagakure who would be suitable if they were dead. However, so far, Scorpion cannot go and kill these people to make puppets. After all, if he really took action, it would be easy to expose himself, especially since most of these living individuals who meet Scorpion's criteria possess some special abilities. Those who possess these special abilities are all exceptional ninjas and naturally hold important positions. Therefore, even if Scorpion could kill them, he cannot guarantee that he would not be exposed. So regarding this matter, Scorpion still needs to plan carefully, make thorough preparations, and then proceed with the assassination. The third Kazekage is a material that Sasori highly values for creating human puppets. However, Sasori's strength is currently insufficient to kill the third Kazekage, let alone assassinate him. After all, there are many guards around the third Kazekage, and silently assassinating him is no easy task. Nevertheless, Sasori still holds this idea, as the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is not too late even after 10 years. He believes that he will eventually turn these people into puppets and make them his artworks. When Scorpion saw the scene of Yasaka cutting the fruit in one stroke, he immediately made up his mind that he would definitely turn Yasaka into his puppet in the future and directly added Yasaka to the death list in his mind. This was because Yasaka's swordsmanship was truly astonishing, and besides using hidden weapons for long-range attacks, puppets also had particularly strong close combat abilities. Yasaka's close combat ability is obviously very impressive, which is why Scorpion immediately set his sights on Yasaka's body. At this moment, after Yasaki Ichido sliced the fourth-to-last fruit, he also felt an increase in physical fatigue. He even began to breathe heavily. After all, this kind of high-intensity exercise, although it seemed to last only a short time and involved only a dozen attempts, was actually very difficult to complete. It required distinguishing between fruits and distractions within 2 seconds and then quickly swinging the knife dozens of times. This was not only a significant test of mental strength, but also a great challenge to physical stamina. It was akin to someone sprinting at full speed for 10 seconds, resting for 5 seconds, and then sprinting again for 10 seconds, repeating this cycle over and over for a dozen times. For a normal person, repeating this cycle 5 times would likely leave them collapsed on the ground. To repeat it more than 10 times is truly not something an ordinary person can achieve. This is where Yasaki's strength lies, and also where his fatigue comes from. The action of swinging the knife at such a super high speed in a short period of time is indeed of very high intensity. By the 14th wave, Yasaki could already feel his arm starting to ache. To have persisted until the current 19th wave is quite an achievement. This is largely thanks to the enhancement of the Great Freedom Immortal technique on his knife swings, which has allowed him to hold on until now. The effect of reducing air resistance may not seem significant at first glance. However, when actually applied, one will unconsciously realize that it takes much less effort than before. The speed of a knife swing is even about 20 to 25% faster than when there was no reduction in air resistance. Therefore, from another perspective, it can be thought that using about 75% of the strength previously used to swing the knife can achieve the same effect as before, which indirectly saves about 25% of the effort for each swing. In situations where one can swing a knife rapidly over a dozen times in a short period, each swing can reduce power consumption by about 25%. Accumulated over time, this results in significant energy savings. Additionally, the effect of the wind aiding the movement of the arms further achieves a secondary energy-saving effect. Therefore, it can be said that when using the Great Freedom Immortal technique, one can save about 40% of the energy that would be used without it. This is already a very impressive figure, directly conserving almost half of the energy expenditure, which conversely means an enhancement of 40% in endurance. This is quite remarkable. However, even so, Yasaka now feels that he is nearing his limit. After all, while he has saved a lot of stamina, the level of his muscle development limits his endurance capacity. Thus, his endurance is fixed, and no matter how much he saves, there are limitations. Yasaka estimates that after completing this 19th wave, he will have to give up. He believes that during the 20th wave, unless he pushes himself to the point of death, he absolutely cannot withstand it given his current condition. Therefore, after cutting down the 4th to last fruit, he focused his attention on the 3rd to last fruit. The volume of this so-called 3rd to last fruit is quite substantial. In the three-dimensional effect diagram perceived by Yasaka, the surface of this fruit is covered with many uneven protrusions, resembling small pyramid-like spikes. Therefore, Yasaka speculates that this fruit should be a durian. Chapter 86. Big Durian. After concluding that this fruit is a durian, Yasaka was suddenly taken aback, thinking to himself, has this boss become so perverse and insane? Although a giant watermelon had already appeared before, which was enough to astonish Yasaka and increase the difficulty, he never expected that now even a durian had been brought out. It is worth noting that a durian is heavier than a watermelon. At the same speed, naturally, the greater the weight, the stronger the inertia, and thus the impact force will be greater. Therefore, the fact that it has now become a lingering concern means that when Yabasaka cuts the durian, her arms and wrists will be subjected to a force greater than when she was cutting apples. This undoubtedly increases the physical energy consumption for Yabasaka. Upon realizing this, Yabasaka felt a chill in her heart. Indeed, the difficulty had suddenly increased significantly starting from the 19th wave. First, the size and weight of the fruit have increased, which adds to the physical burden on the body. Secondly, the distractions have shifted from easily recognizable objects to high-quality fake fruits, which increases the need for recognition and insight regarding flying objects. Therefore, it can be said that starting from the 19th wave, there is an increase in the burden of physical endurance and the challenge of reconnaissance and insight. The difficulty has notably risen, making it much harder than the 18th wave of the Wonquan River. Moreover, it's not just because of the additional difficulty of the 19th wave itself. The 19th wave means having to swing the knife 19 times at high speed in less than 2 seconds. This inherently indicates a very high level of difficulty. Additionally, one must allocate extra mental energy to distinguish between real and fake fruits, while also dealing with the extra impact force from the large fruits. Therefore, the difficulty of a 19th wave is directly elevated by 1 level compared to the 18th wave, despite the fact that there is only 1 fruit difference between the two. In reality, that 1 additional fruit translates to 2 levels of difficulty. After all, the more fruits there are, the greater the mental and endurance burden becomes. Observing whether 18 fruits are real or fake is fundamentally different from observing whether 19 fruits are real or fake. It's like the old saying, the last straw that broke the camel's back, which captures this essence. Thus, after Yatsuka cut through the fourth to last fruit, he looked at the massive durian that was about to come and thought to himself, just 3 more to go. If I can get through these 3, I will win. Meanwhile, on the other side, Terumi, Mei, and the others were equally shocked by the enormous durian. They never expected it to be a giant durian. In fact, Terumi may even felt a bit tempted to eat the durian. After all, it looks so big that there must be a lot of durian flesh inside. Durians are considered an expensive fruit in the Hidden Mist Village because the environment there is not suitable for durian growth. So they rely on imports from the Hidden Cloud Village and the Leaf Village, making the prices quite high. However, after a brief moment of craving for the durian, Terumi Mei shifted her focus back to the fruit attack itself. She understood that the greater the weight, the greater the impact. At that moment, the sword in Yatsuka's hand was a type of light katana, unless it was extremely sharp to the point of having almost no resistance. It would certainly experience a significant amount of impact from cutting through such a large and heavy fruit like the durian. Naturally, this would place an extra burden on his wrist and arm. At this time, if it were a heavy beheading sword or a type of heavy cavalry sword like that of a druid, it would actually have an advantage when cutting heavier fruits. This is because the large blade itself has inherent stability, which can offset a considerable portion of the impact force that the durian exerts on the wrist. However, the problem arises that wielding such a large sword is already an external burden on the wrist. Furthermore, attempting to swing that large sword at high speed more than 10 times in less than 2 seconds would actually place a much greater burden on the wrist than just the impact force of a single durian. Therefore, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. It's a matter of choosing the lesser of 2 evils. In conclusion, the light sword of Yatsuka is still the most suitable for Fruit Ninja. After all, the main focus of Fruit Ninja is agility and reaction time. The type of katana that Yasaki wields, which is a lightweight blade, is most suitable for high-speed slashing. If Yasaki were to wield a beheading sword, it would probably only last until the 7th wave at most, which would already be its limit. After all, the length and weight of a beheading sword are considerable, making it suitable for heavy slashing but not for agile swordplay. At the same time, Uchiha Obito beside him also looked tense, because they had reached a very critical moment. Including this big durian, there were only 3 fruits left. They had managed to get through so many fruits in the previous 19 waves, and many fruit fragments had already fallen to the ground. If they were to mess up at this last critical moment and fail after so much effort, it would be a great pity. However, Uchiha Obito suddenly thought about it again, because in this Fruit Ninja game, the rule states that missing 3 fruits would lead to immediate elimination. So far, Yasaka has not missed any fruit. This means that Yasaka can miss at most 2 fruits. In other words, as long as Yasaka successfully cuts this big durian, even if the remaining 2 fruits are missed, Yasaka can still be considered to have successfully passed the 19th level. This is a reasonable application of the rules. Therefore, thinking about it this way, this big durian is crucial. Whether or not Yasaka can pass the 19th level depends on whether this durian can be cut. Thinking of this, Uchiha Obito suddenly relaxed a lot, because he had great confidence in Yasaka. He firmly believed that Yasaka would definitely be able to cut down this big durian. On the other side, the people of Yuin Village had ideas that were completely opposite to those of Uchiha Obito. They all hoped that Yasaka would not be able to cut down this big durian, because if Yasaka made a mistake while striking this big durian, it could very likely cause a chain reaction, resulting in Yasaka failing to cut the other 2 fruits as well. This would mean that Yasaka would have missed out on 3 fruits at once, which would essentially mean Yasaka was directly eliminated. Thus, Yasaka would lose the bet with the Yuin people. Chapter 87. The purpose of the Yuin people in this way. The Yuin people could obtain Yasaka's katana. However, the true purpose of the Yuin people was not just to get Yasaka's katana. Although Yasaka's katana seemed to be quite a good sword, the Yuin people had no interest in it. This was because she herself was not a ninja who used blades. She was a ninja who used ninjutsu. Among the group from Yunin Village, only Darui and Killer Bee used swords. However, Darui used a heavy horse-cutting sword, unlike the lightweight katana of the 8-headed serpent. Moreover, Darui only used the heavy horse-cutting sword under normal circumstances. He was primarily skilled in ninjutsu, and he rarely used the heavy sword when he was serious in combat. Kurabi is in a similar situation. Although Kurabi is also a ninja who uses a sword, the swords he uses are different from the ones used by Yasaka. Kurabi swords are custom-made, somewhat similar to the swords used by samurai and they do not have sheaths. This design allows him to wield all 8 swords simultaneously. In contrast, Yasaka's tachi is a sword with a sheath, which would hinder Kurabi's flexibility when swinging his swords while using the 8 tails. Additionally, although Yasaka's tachi also belongs to the category of light swords, it is slightly heavier and longer than Kurabi's swords. Kurabi's swords are designed for close combat, while Yasaka's swords are mainly used for single slashing techniques. Therefore, their purposes are not the same, which leads to different types of swords, making it impossible for Kurabi to use Yasaka's sword. Thus, among the people from the Cloud Village, there isn't anyone who can wield Yasaka's tachi. However, the reason Yuki still wants to obtain it is that it would be a small victory over Konoha. It would signify that someone from the Cloud Village won a trophy from the Leaf Village. Although betting is generally a common thing, when it escalates to 2 countries, it becomes a matter of national pride. Therefore, it is undoubtedly an extraordinary event. Yuki hopes that Yasaka will fail, but she looks down on using underhanded tactics, so she can only watch helplessly as Yasaka slices fruit without intervening. This is where she differs from Junji Ito, who does not care about such things and directly resorts to cheating, only to be evaded by Yasaka's sheer strength. However, if it were someone else, they might not be able to withstand Ito's interference. Damn, this guy has such strong stamina and muscle endurance. He has managed to hold on until now. Is he a freak? Yuki gritted her teeth and said, now she completely believes that Yasaka has the ability to withstand the 19th wave. It is hard for Yuki not to believe this, as once Yasaka slices this giant durian, even if he ignores the 2 remaining fruits, he can still endure through the 19th wave. Therefore, in Yuki's mind, she has basically accepted a 95% probability that she will lose her bet. This makes Yuki feel very uncomfortable and angry, as she is a very proud person who has always been the one to win against others, never the other way around. As a result, today she has been defeated in a bet by this guy named Yasaka, and he is from the Leaf Village, which makes Yuki even more infuriated. At this moment, Kurabi was looking at Yasaka with a serious and heavy expression, because by now, the qualities that Yasaka had displayed were undoubtedly those of a strong person. Not to mention anything else, just in close combat, he was definitely a highly threatening individual, a very dangerous person. If Yasaka got in close, it was very likely he would take someone down. After all, Yasaka's reaction speed was extremely high, and his agility was also remarkable. Just think about it. How many people could withstand over 10 attacks in a second if they were caught in close range? Even possessing the Sharingan wouldn't be enough if the body couldn't keep up. Killer Bee imagined in his mind what it would be like to face Yasaka up close, using his signature 8 tails blade technique and fighting Yasaka head-on. Although Yasaka could unleash over 10 terrifyingly fast slashes in a second, the 8 tails blade technique with its 8 simultaneous attacks was not something that could be completely blocked by Yasaka's speed alone. Therefore, in Killer Bee's imagination, if he used the 8 tails blade technique, he would inflict some external damage on Yasaka, while Yasaka would similarly injure Killer Bee. However, it was highly likely that Yasaka would deal severe injuries to Killer Bee, while Killer Bee would only inflict light injuries on Yasaka. After all, Yasaka could easily block Killer Bee's strikes aimed at his vital points, while simultaneously hitting Killer Bee's vital points in return. Killer Bee believed Yasaka had this capability, as Yasaka's slashing speed was incredibly fast, making it very likely that Killer Bee would struggle to keep up with Yasaka's speed to block effectively. Thus, the best strategy would be to exchange injuries, sacrificing his own severe injuries for Yasaka's light ones. However, the issue was that as long as Killer Bee was not dismembered or killed on the spot, even if he sustained severe injuries, as long as he activated his tailed beast chakra, cloak mode, the massive chakra from the 8 tails would immediately begin to heal his wounds. This would turn his severe injuries into light ones, and with some time, he might even recover completely. This is one of the extraordinary aspects of tailed beast chakra. The reason why the later growth of Kisame Hashigaki reached its peak and was called the Tileless Beast is partly because he can absorb the opponent's chakra through his Samahata and then use the vast amount of chakra to heal his injuries. This led to the later incident where Killer Bee's blood-drenched sword directly exposed Kisame's large ribs. As a result, Kisame managed to use the massive chakra he absorbed from Killer Bee to heal what could be considered fatal injuries in just a few seconds, reaching a state of complete recovery. Therefore, Killer Bee realized that in close combat, he was definitely not a match for Kisame in a real fight. He would be killed by Kisame in close quarters. However, as long as he maintained distance or had more time to use his tailed beast chakra cloak, Killer Bee felt he had an 80% chance of defeating Kisame. After all, having a tailed beast allows one to act freely, unless the opponent is a freak like Akatsuki from later generations. Chapter 88. The Power of the Tailed Beasts. Moreover, it should be noted that the opponents envisioned by Karabi are all at the level of Chunin. There are only a few lower ninjas who can contend with tailed beasts. Even now, Killer Bee still cannot fully control the 8 tails and cannot release its complete form. However, Killer Bee has managed to achieve partial tailed beast transformation, which means he can directly manifest several octopus tentacles of the 8 tails. Moreover, Killer Bee has already been able to transform into the tailed beast chakra cloak mode up to the 5th tail without losing his sanity. Currently, Killer Bee's limit is transforming into the tailed beast chakra cloak mode with 5 tails while still retaining his consciousness. He can maintain his awareness at a maximum of 5 tails, but with an additional tail, the 8 tails will suppress his consciousness, causing his body to be controlled by the 8 tails. Although Killer Bee's relationship with the 8 tails is relatively good now, and they can be considered friends, his physical and mental endurance is still not strong enough to withstand the powerful mental impact of the 8 tails. This is why, despite having become friends with the 8 tails and having no hostility towards each other, Killer Bee can still only reach up to the 5th tail. When harnessing the power of the tailed beasts, the Jinchuriki's mental world acts like a container, connecting to the mental consciousness of the tailed beast. At present, Killer Bee is still relatively young, so his mental strength is not sufficient. Simply put, he cannot contain the powerful will of the 8 tails. Therefore, if forced, he will be suppressed by the will of the 8 tails, even if it is not an active action from the 8 tails. It will passively take control of Killer Bee's body. This is why Yuzuki is called the most perfect Jinchuriki. Because the situation with the 2-tailed beasts is quite special, as long as he is willing, the Jinchuriki will not lose their sanity due to insufficient mental strength. Therefore, this is why Yuzuki can perfectly control the power of the 2 tails. However, it can only be said that he mostly controls the power of the tailed beast itself. The 2 tails is a special power that the Yuzuki people are currently unable to master. The 2 tails actually possesses the ability to summon demons from the underworld. There is a third eye hidden on the forehead of the 2 tails. When it is closed, others cannot detect its existence at all. However, when the 2 tails actively opens that third eye, it can summon demons from the underworld to fight for it. To utilize this ability, a very large amount of mental energy is required. It is clear that the host of the 2 tails, Yuki, does not currently possess the mental willpower to withstand this ability. Therefore, when the 2 tails is manifested in Yuki, it cannot use this special ability. If the 2 tails were to become a free-tailed beast, meaning in a state without a host, then it would be able to freely use this ability to summon creatures from the underworld. Thus, it can be said that the inability of the 2 tails to use this ability now is due to Yuki's insufficient mental strength to endure the mental impact of this ability. This ability is precisely the special ability of the 2 tails cat demon. Each tailed beast has its own unique ability. The special ability of the 1-tail Shikaku is wind. The 2 tails is summoning demons from the underworld. The 3 tails is water. The 4 tails is fire. The 5 tails is physical techniques. The 6 tails is lightning and corrosion. The 7 tails is earth, the 8 tails is a strong body, and the 9 tails has a massive amount of chakra. Therefore, Karabi feels that in this friendship tournament of the 5 Kage, his only real opponent might just be this Jinchuriki. Of course, this premise is based on being able to use the power of the tailed beast. Before coming, the Reikage had clearly told Karabi and Yui that unless absolutely necessary, they should not use the power of the tailed beast. This is because doing so would excessively reveal the strength of their country's people and could easily provoke the greed of other nations. Therefore, Karabi would not use the power of the tailed beast unless it was absolutely necessary. However, even without openly using the power of the tailed beast, Karabi and Yui can still obtain a massive amount of chakra, far exceeding that of their peers. This is the benefit of the tailed beasts. In addition to Karabi, Darui beside him also wore a look of astonishment. His own limit was 14 waves. Previously, Darui had looked down on Yasaka, thinking that Yasaka could at most reach the level of 12 waves. However, now Yasaka not only surpassed his limit of 14 waves, but had also already felt the 19th wave. The gap of 5 waves in between was like the difference between heaven and earth. This made Darui feel as if he had hit a brick wall. Although Darui did not believe he would actually lose to Yasaka in a real battle, he still felt very displeased. At that moment, Might Guy just happened to pass by, and he knew about the Fruit Ninja's stall, having tried it before. At that time, Might Guy's limit was 13 waves. In fact, The reason Might Guy was eliminated back then was entirely because his eyes couldn't keep up. After all, Might Guy's physical fitness can be said to be the strongest among this generation of genin. After all, Might Guy specializes in taijutsu, so his physical abilities naturally far exceed those of ordinary people. Might Guy's reflexes are also very good, as specializing in taijutsu naturally requires exceptional reflexes. However, the problem with Might Guy is that he lacks the ability to clearly distinguish between fruits and distractions while moving at high speed. After all, Might Guy doesn't have Sharingan or any other sensory abilities. He can only rely on his normal eyesight to observe. Although Might Guy can see shadows and has the ability to hit those shadows, he cannot differentiate between fruits and distractions. Therefore, he was eliminated. One could say that Might Guy actually had the capability to continue advancing. If he had a pair of Sharingan, he could probably make it through 20 rounds. At that moment, Might Guy squeezed into the crowd to leave, and as soon as he poked his head out, he happened to see Yasaka about to chop a large durian. This scene truly shocked Might Guy on the spot. He murmured to himself, "Wow, when did they add durians? This is simply insane. I remember when I participated, there were only small fruits like apples, bananas, and oranges. How many rounds has it been? They've even got large durians now." Might Guy muttered to himself. At that moment, the large durian shot towards Yasaka like a meteor, and Yasaka gritted his teeth, gripping the handle of his knife tightly before delivering a powerful slash at the durian. In an instant, a dazzling crescent-shaped blade light flashed across the durian. Chapter 89. 2 more to go. The brilliant white light from the slash immediately cut the durian in half. In that moment, the many yellow flesh pieces inside the durian were revealed. At that moment, Yasaka felt a tremendous force coming from her wrist and arm, because even if the knife was sharp, it would still be affected by the powerful impact of a large durian rushing towards her. If this were the first wave instead of the 19th wave, Yasaki would definitely not think that this large durian could have much impact. However, the problem is that Yasaki has already reached the 19th wave and has swung his arm with high intensity more than 10 times. Therefore, when encountering this large durian, which he originally thought would not be too exhausting, he feels extremely fatigued. From the first wave to the current 19th wave, if Yasaki hasn't miscounted, he has swung his blade a total of 164 times. Normally, swinging a blade over 100 times isn't a big deal. However, the problem is that Yasaki's swings are almost full-power, super-fast swings, more than 10 times a second. This means that those 164 swings represent an extremely high intensity. Therefore, after slicing through this giant durian, even with the energy-saving benefits of the Great Freedom Immortal technique, Yasaki still gritted his teeth. His arms were nearing their limit. If it weren't for the giant watermelon and durian, Yasaki's arms could probably hold out a bit longer. But these fruits were like the last straw that broke the camel's back, pushing Yasaki's muscles to their extreme limits. So, he could only grit his teeth, thinking that there were only 2 left. He quickly tensed the muscles in his arms again, adjusted his wrist, and swung in the opposite direction from when he had just chopped the durian. This was the bizarre aspect of this 19th wave. The order of many fruits coming at him had their positions completely opposite to the direction of his blade swings. In other words, the first one was on the left, and the next one was on the right. He had to slice the first fruit from right to left, and then slice the second one from left to right, bottom to top. Trying to slice both from left to right at once was basically impossible. Sometimes, the 2 fruits were even on the same horizontal line. This meant that after slicing the first fruit, he had to perform the same action again in an extremely short time to slice the next fruit. Overall, the difficulty of this 19th wave was skyrocketing. If the difficulty of the 18th wave was 20, then the difficulty of this 19th wave was 50, not 40, but straight up to 50. Seeing this scene, Might Guy in the crowd had a serious expression because he understood the difficulty level at that moment. Although for Might Guy, cutting through wasn't too difficult, as his muscle endurance far exceeded Yasaki's, he also knew that for an average person with muscle strength, the difficulty at this time was simply hellish. At this moment, after seeing Yasaka Kazuto successfully chop down the giant durian, the group from Yuin Village, led by Yuzuki, all wore expressions of despair. They looked as if they had just eaten something disgusting. Because now, it meant that even if Yasaka missed the next 2 fruits, he had successfully passed the 19th round. Yasaka was already considered successful. This meant that Yasaka had won the bet against Yuzuki. How could he have done it? Yuzuki said, flustered, staring at Yasaka for a long time without figuring out how he managed to withstand so many waves of fruit attacks. However, she did gain some insight. She and Darui discovered that Yasaka was chopping with his eyes closed. This meant that Yasaka had an ability to perceive the information around him without relying on sight. But they didn't know the specifics of this ability. Was it like the Byakugan, which allows direct sight? Or was it similar to some people who can sense their surroundings? Or perhaps a different form of ability? Yuzuki had many speculations about this. Even though they didn't know the details, at least Yuzuki and the others were aware that Yasaka had this ability, which gave them an extra piece of information. This way, if they encountered Yasaka in future matches, they could be better prepared. Therefore, one of the differences between the Sharingan and Byakugan became apparent. If one could have the ability to block sight, such as during the use of the dark technique, the Byakugan clearly had an advantage over the Sharingan. After all, the Sharingan needed to see the target to activate its slow-motion effect. However, if the Sharingan directly used Susanoo, it would be meaningless. After all, if someone used Susanoo, an absolute defense, then what use would the dark technique have? Thus, Yuzuki and the others silently noted the information they observed about Yasaka today. This guy has such powerful close combat abilities. Could he be the strongest genin from Konoha? Darui asked, somewhat puzzled. Maybe yes, maybe no. After all, there are many ways to fight. This guy is just incredibly strong in close combat. But who knows how he is at ranged attacks? A fire jutsu might just burn him to death. After all, no matter how skilled his slashing technique is, can he really split fire? Kurabi scoffed, emphasizing with a rap-like tone. If a Sumla Sarutobi or a Bido Uchiha had been present to hear this, they would definitely nod heavily and say to Kurabi, exactly, Yasaka can indeed cut through fire. However, the people from Yuin village were unaware of this. After all, they had no information about Konoha and naturally wouldn't know about Yasaka's glorious deeds from a month ago. Otherwise, they wouldn't have bet against Yasaka on whether he could withstand the 19th wave. After all, Yasaka had already withstood the 18th wave a month ago. So adding a little more to hold out through the 19th wave a month later was actually very possible. Therefore, sometimes information is indeed a very important issue. Now, only the last two fruits remain for Yatsusaka, and one of them is a banana. The other is a grape, which is very small in size. If one is not careful, it can easily be miscut, making it quite difficult. Chapter 90, Extreme Difficulty. This also shocked Yatsusaka. He thought to himself, has the difficulty of this 19th wave suddenly increased so much? Previously, there had been huge fruits like watermelon and large durians, which added quite a burden to the wrist. Moreover, the more time goes on, the stronger the fatigue effect of such large fruits becomes. If we talk about just the 19th wave, if things like big watermelons and durians were released from the very beginning, one might still feel fatigued but could manage to cope. However now, these large watermelons and durians appear after several attacks in the 19th wave. At this point, it is after numerous high-speed strikes. The arms and wrists are already close to their fatigue limits. Trying to chop such large fruits at this moment undoubtedly causes an even greater sense of fatigue in the muscles. After getting used to cutting large fruits like apples and even watermelons, it unexpectedly shot out a grape. This left Yasaka very surprised, because it wasn't even a bunch of grapes, but it is just a grape. Moreover, this grape is not the type of raisin grape, but it is a type of grape with a rose fragrance, and its grape berries are relatively small. Such small things can be said that if viewed with the naked eye at such a high speed of flight, it is very likely that they would not be seen or even overlooked at all, because its size is simply too small. So much so that when viewed with the naked eye, even a shadow cannot be seen. In contrast, other fruits like apples and bananas at such high flying speeds, a human I can at least see a blurry shadow of something flying quickly. At least something can be seen. However, now with this small grape, a normal person wouldn't even be able to see it. This has led some people to wonder why the 19th wave released 18 flying objects instead of 19. This is not due to a machine malfunction or any other reason causing one less fruit to be released. It is precisely because this last small grape is too tiny that, in such a high-speed flight state, the human eye can hardly see it. Only visual abilities like Uchiha Bido's Sharingan or Byakugan can clearly see that small grape. Alternatively, other special perception methods, such as Jiraiya's space barrier or Yatsuka's airflow perception, can also detect it. Therefore, it can be said that the moment Yatsuka saw this small grape, he almost lost his composure on the spot. After all, this grape is just too small. Even cutting it with a knife makes it easy to miss. Given that it is so tiny, even a slight deviation would result in a miscut. The only advantage is that this last one doesn't require much effort. It can even be said that as long as the grape touches the blade, without needing to exert much force, the grape can be cut through by its own inertia and the sharpness of the blade. Or perhaps it could be said that the effort saved by this last grape has already been more than compensated by the earlier large watermelon and durian. Not only was Yasaka exceptionally surprised when he saw the grape, but Uchiha Obito beside him was also very shocked. He had never imagined that a machine would shoot out grapes. Although it was a fruit ninja game, Obito's thinking was probably limited to apples and oranges, those kinds of fruits. However, he had never considered grapes as a possibility. Grapes are indeed fruits, but they usually come in bunches, and if a whole bunch were shot out at such high speed, it would scatter immediately. Many grapes would break apart, creating an effect similar to a shotgun blast. In that case, it would be impossible to slice them. Therefore, Obito had completely overlooked grapes as a fruit option. Now, he was utterly unprepared for the fact that the owner of this fruit ninja stall had indeed crazily launched a grape, and it was just a small one at that. This made Obito unable to help but complain. This owner is insane for increasing the difficulty. To think they managed to shoot out a tiny grape. This is just too unfair. Mike Guy, hearing Obito's words, curiously asked, "Grape? Where's the grape? I didn't see it." Obito immediately explained to Guy. The last fruit was just a small grape this big. As he spoke, Obito used his fingers to indicate the size of the grape to Guy. "What? A grape this small? That's just insane," Guy exclaimed, jumping up in shock. He never expected the difficulty to have increased to such a level. He finally understood why he had only seen 18 flying objects earlier, missing one. Now he realized that the last flying object was such a tiny grape, which had made it impossible for him to notice. This led Guy to ponder a question in his mind. If, in a real battle, the opponent were to throw hidden weapons that were as small as a grape, those tiny projectiles, how would he respond? For what he could see, his eyes would not be able to detect such small, high-speed flying weapons. Wouldn't that mean he would be hit directly? This thought filled Guy with a sense of crisis. Therefore, he quietly resolved to learn a skill that would allow him to detect such objects invisible to the naked eye. Meanwhile, the people from Yunin Village, Wuin Village, and Shine Village also discovered that the last fruit was a grape. This surprised them greatly. Dalui jumped up and exclaimed, "Damn, this 19th wave is too difficult. Not only are there watermelons and durians, but now even tiny grapes are thrown in. This is simply hellish difficulty." Dalui wore a shocked and incredulous expression, and the others felt the same. Karabi still had a serious look on his face. He believed that even if he faced this 19th wave and used the 8 tails bead blade technique, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Therefore, his evaluation of Yatsuka's strength rose even higher in his heart. The Uzuki person also had a look of shock on his face. He didn't expect the 19th wave to be so difficult. Although this fruit ninja game had been played by them in the Cloud Hidden Village, no one had ever managed to last until the 19th wave. Chapter 91, Difficulty Surge. It's unclear whether the difficulty on the Konoha side is greater than that of the Cloud Hidden Village, or if the 19th wave just has a sudden spike in difficulty. After all, this is the first time they've seen someone reach the 19th wave. So she was very shocked. At this point, it was essentially equivalent to Yasaka winning the bet. Therefore, although the Uzuki person didn't want to admit it, he indeed lost the wager. However, it wasn't a big deal. After all, he had previously won against another Konoha person, so it could be considered a tie. One win and one loss canceling each other out. With nothing to be ashamed of. It's just a bit of pity. This also made the people of Yumu understand a principle. Don't gamble when there's no need. Gambling is a very uncertain activity, and no one can guarantee that they will win. Terumi Mei looked at Yasaka with a dazed expression, murmuring to herself, "So handsome. Especially his swordsmanship. Even the 7 ninja swordsmen aren't as skilled as him. It's over. I've fallen in love." This is the feeling of being in love. Although he doesn't have the same charm as Scorpion just now, his overall aura is even more handsome. It's a kind of overall handsomeness. I must pursue him. So handsome. This is my future husband. Terumi Mei immediately became infatuated again, while the nearby Kisame Hashigaki looked at her with disdain, thinking to himself why this woman was so infatuated. Taodizai Bujan's killing intent towards Yazaka has deepened because he sees Yazaka as an enemy. The stronger Yazaka becomes, the greater the threat he poses to him. Naturally, he wants to kill Yazaka even more. I must kill him. He is too strong. He poses a threat to both me and the Mist Hidden Village, so I must kill him, Taodizai Bujan said with a sinister smile. Seeing this, the nearby Kido Mansuki, who was polishing his ninja sword, looked speechless and said, "What a lunatic." Upon hearing Kido Mansuki's words, Taodizai Bujan shot a glance at him and said, "If it weren't for the fact that you're from the Mist Hidden Village, I would have killed you right now." Kido Mansuki snorted coldly, continuing to polish his sword, and disdainfully said, "Kill me? You? Haha. Where does your strange confidence come from? I see that not only are you mentally unstable, but your intelligence seems to be problematic as well. If you have the ability, say it again. Don't think I won't dare to kill you. Don't underestimate my patience with you. Tao Bujan said in a low voice. His eyes slightly narrowed, revealing a murderous intent as he looked at Kido Mansuki. Kido Mansuki continued to polish his sword while provocatively saying to Tao Bujan, "It's not that I look down on you, with your level. You think you can kill me? You must be dreaming." In the next moment, Tao Bujan, without saying another word, drew the beheading sword from his back and swung it fiercely toward Kido Mansuki's head, showing no mercy and truly intending to kill. Truly, he is the ruthless brother of society, speaking little but acting fiercely. The 2-meter-long beheading sword created a howling wind as it swung violently toward Kido Mansuki. And this sudden turn of events startled everyone around them. Zuki Mangetsu was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Momochi Zabuza to actually take action without hesitation. He immediately used the water transformation technique, turning his body into water elements. The next moment, a sound like a hand splashing water on a sleeping person was heard. Zabuza's executioner's sword struck Zuki Mangetsu's head fiercely, shattering it and scattering water everywhere. However, in the next moment, where Zuki Mangetsu's head had been shattered and turned into water, a change occurred. The water that had splashed on the ground began to move, droplets flowing up along Zuki Mangetsu's body, gathering at his neck. In less than 3 seconds, the water formed the shape of a head, which then transformed back into Zuki Mangetsu's brain. "Ah, Zabuza, I've told you, with such mediocre skills, you dare to fight me? You must be suffering from dementia. Even if you trained for decades, you wouldn't be my match, ha ha ha." Zuki Mangetsu laughed heartily, hands on his hips. This made Zabuza's face turn ashen with anger. Without a word, he swung his sword again at Zuki Mangetsu, who stood still, not even attempting to dodge or block. Zabuza's sword came down directly, cleaving Zuki Mangetsu in half. This scene shocked everyone around, as it was extremely bloody and violent. However, before anyone could recover from the shock, the Zuki Mangetsu that had been split in two immediately liquefied into a large puddle of water. Then, that puddle of water reformed into a human shape and transformed back into Zuki Mangetsu. So Zabuza's attack was completely ineffective. "Zabuza, I told you, your moves don't work on me at all. You just don't believe it. With your pathetic skills, you might as well go home and raise fish." Zuki Mangetsu continued to laugh heartily. Zabuza was so enraged his eyes nearly popped out, realizing that his physical attacks were completely useless against someone like Zuki Mangetsu, who could liquefy his body and was immune to physical attacks. Zabuza then stabbed his executioner's sword into the ground and quickly began to form hand signs. Water style. Water dragon bullet technique. Just as Zabuza was about to use the water style, great waterfall technique, Terumi Mei exploded with anger and punched Zabuza to the ground. The people from Sunagakure, watching the commotion from Kirigakure, were speechless. Maki said to Sasori, "Did you see that? They haven't even started the match, and they're already fighting among themselves. They're all a bunch of lunatics. I think we should keep our distance from them. They're so crazy they might even attack their own." Sasori nodded in agreement, and the Sunagakure group quietly moved away from some of the pedestrians from Kirigakure. Chapter 92, Momochi Zabuza and Terumi Mei. On the other side, after being punched to the ground by Terumi Mei, Zabuza immediately got up angrily and shouted at her. "Terumi Mei, don't think I want to kill you just because you're a woman." Terumi Mei angrily retorted, "You lunatic. You're making the name of Kirigakure a disgrace. You're the one disgracing Kirigakure." This altercation drew the attention of the people from Kumogakure. Muki snorted and mocked. The people from Kirigakure are already fighting among themselves before the match even starts. TSK, how interesting. No wonder they're called the Village of Bloody Mist. They're about to take down their own country. At least we from Kumogakure are more united. Darui nodded and continued, "That's right. It seems that the ninjas from Kirigakure have a much darker training method. We become ninjas through normal assessments of the ninja school, but for them to become ninjas, they must go through real combat. Each person has a bell, and having 2 bells means you become a ninja, and during this period, killing is allowed. Therefore, many who become ninjas have killed others to grab bells during the exam. After all, killing for bells is harder than not killing for them." After a pause, Darui continued, "So almost half of the ninjas from Kirigakure have killed their teammates during the ninja exam. Sometimes they might even kill their own group. Thus, they are very wary of others, making them prone to infighting." At this point, Muki added, "However, once they become ninjas, it gets much better. Many tasks require teamwork to complete, and for the sake of completing missions and survival, they have to unite. But even then, they developed an ingrained distrust, and they won't hesitate to betray their comrades at critical moments. At this moment, Yatsuka had already begun to swing his sword at the second-to-last sleeping target. It was a banana. The banana was spinning and flying towards Yatsuka like a boomerang, which was somewhat risky. Although the probability of failure was generally low, there was still a chance of bad luck. When he swung his sword at the banana, it could potentially spin away from his blade. However, such occurrences were rare, with only about a 20% chance of happening. Yatsuka swung his sword fiercely, and the sharp blade sliced through the banana, cutting it cleanly in half with great precision. The two pieces of banana, due to the external force, continued to fly at 30-degree angles to the left and right, with one piece hitting Zabuza, making him even angrier. He felt unlucky, being bullied even by a piece of fruit. His paranoia led him to believe that Yatsuka was behind this, deliberately using trickery to send a piece of banana flying toward him. "I will kill you." Zabuza glared at Yatsuka, only to be punched down to the ground again by Terumi Mei. "Shut your mouth." Terumi Mei growled in anger, feeling that if Zabuza Momochi didn't stop being such a lunatic, he would completely tarnish the reputation of their mist village. Although the others were somewhat insane, none of them compared to Zabuza in her eyes. Terumi Mei began to worry, not understanding why the third Mizukage would send someone like Zabuza, a complete madman, along. It was like having an unstable bomb on their hands. However, since Terumi Mei was stronger than Zabuza, she could suppress him and prevent him from causing trouble, which was something the third Mizukage had repeatedly warned her about before they set out. Sighing, Terumi Mei rubbed her forehead, feeling overwhelmed and wishing she could just find a handsome man to marry so she wouldn't have to deal with all this chaos. At that moment, she turned her gaze to Yatsuka, who had just cut down the second-to-last banana. Seeing this, Terumi Mei immediately clapped her hands, thinking to herself, "My husband is indeed amazing." At this moment, only one last grape-sized object remained in Yagasaka's grasp. However, his arms were almost at their limit. Just holding onto the hilt of the knife to prevent it from slipping out of his hand was nearly exhausting all his strength. Yet he was 80% sure that this time it wouldn't slip. He concentrated all his attention, observing the tiny grape, while his brain rapidly predicted its trajectory. After all, the grape was so small that it could easily be miscut. Normally, this would be a piece of cake. But now, Yagasaka's entire hand was trembling, and any slight miscalculation could lead to a deviation in angle, so he had to be extremely careful in controlling his arm. At this moment, Uchiha Obito and Might Guy were both focused on the final strike of Yasaka. Although Might Guy couldn't see the small grape flying at high speed in the air, he was still very tense and excited, because if Yasaka could successfully cut that small grape, it would mean that Yasaka had perfectly completed all 19 challenges from start to finish. Even though it was Yasaka and not Might Guy himself, he still felt particularly thrilled. The group from Yunin Village was also paying close attention to this matter. By now, they had learned the outcome. The Yumu people lost their bet. Therefore, they were all eager to see if Yasaki could truly achieve a perfect clearance of 19 waves without missing a single fruit. Even though they were from a different village, they wanted to see if there was indeed a lower ninja capable of doing this. There were actually quite a few people who could achieve this, like AI. However, AI is a jonin, and what they wanted to see was whether a lower ninja could accomplish it, which held different significance. Even Karabi, who had been rapping all along, fell silent as they had reached the most critical moment. They were just one step away from defeating the 19th wave. At this point, Yasaki had almost predicted the flight trajectory and speed of that small grape. Thus, Yasaki made a preemptive slash, aiming his blade towards the front of the grape's flight path. This meant that the grape would collide with the edge of his katana on its own, and during this process, Yasaki controlled his hand with all his might. Try not to shake too much to avoid missing the grape. Chapter 93. Success then, under the concentrated gaze of countless people, Yasaki swung his blade fiercely, striking at the small grape with all his strength. In the next moment, a huge crescent-shaped, dazzling white light flashed by, and the small grape was directly split in half mid-air, then fell to the ground and bounced a few times due to the grape's fleshy and elastic nature. When the grape was split in half, it meant that Yasaki had successfully and perfectly endured the 19th wave of fruit attacks. It also meant that Yasaki had won the bet against Yuzuki, and Yuzuki had lost. As a result, the katana that Yuzuki had previously won from the Leaf Ninja would need to be returned. This was known to everyone present. Therefore, when the Leaf Ninja saw the grape being sliced in half by Yasaki, He was overwhelmed with joy and fell to the ground, crying uncontrollably. This katana was a relic left to him by his father. His father had sacrificed his life in the Second Shinobi World War, reportedly dying in a manner similar to Tsunade's brother, Ju, by accidentally triggering an enemy explosive tag trap and being blown up. However, his father's fate was even more tragic than Tsunade's brother, as the latter at least had a body to return. The father of this Konoha ninja was blown to pieces on the spot, reduced to minced meat, and his body could not be recovered. In the end, only this katana was left. Just now, this Konoha ninja didn't know what got into him, and he actually used this great sword as a bet. In fact, he had already regretted it a bit when the wager first started. However, at that time, there was no turning back. Later, when he lost the bet, this Konoha ninja almost handed over the great sword with a sense of despair. So now, when Yasaka won back this great sword for him, the feeling in the Konoha ninja's heart was simply beyond words. At this moment, after Yasaka cut down the last little grape, he directly used his left hand to hold the hilt of the sword, allowing his right hand, which had been gripping the hilt, to loosen up. At this moment, everyone noticed that Yasaka's right hand and entire right arm were trembling slightly, clearly having reached their limit. Therefore, many speculated that Yasaka might be done here. Obviously, they were right. Yasaka directly said to the owner of the fruit ninja, "Boss, I forfeit. This is it for me." The boss nodded and then revised the information on the ranking board, changing Yasaka's previous position from 18 to 19. This meant that Yasaka's current score had surpassed the previous record by 1 level. At the same time, Uchiha Obito and Might Guy cheered excitedly, partly for Yasaka's breakthrough of a record and partly for Yasaka winning the bet. After all, winning against people from other countries held a different significance than winning against people from one's own country. At that moment, Yuzuki stepped out of the crowd with a grim expression and approached Yasaka. From behind, she took down the Konoha ninja's sword and handed it to Yasaka with both hands. "I lost. According to the bet, this sword belongs to you," Yuzuki said irritably. Losing the bet made her very unhappy, as she had always been a genius girl. And now she had lost. Even though it was just a bet and not a real battle, it still did not align with her competitive nature. Yasaka then sheathed his own sword and took the Konoha ninja's sword from Yuzuki with his left hand. "This time you win, but it's just a bet. In a real fight, I will definitely defeat you. You better pray not to encounter me on the battlefield. Otherwise, I will make you understand what despair is." Yuzuki initially spoke with a cold face, but by the end, her expression turned proud, as if she believed she could easily defeat Yasaka. "Those I've defeated usually say the same things as you before the fight. You're no exception. In my eyes, you're just like them. Someone I can defeat with a single strike," Yasaka said with a smile. "You." Yuzuki was instantly infuriated and, in a fit of anger, replied, "Very well. I'll see how long you can keep this up. When the time comes, I want to see the expression on your face when you lose to me." Oomph. After saying that, Yuzuki turned and left without looking back. At this moment, Darui approached Yasaka and said, "Although your swordsmanship is impressive and much stronger than mine, it doesn't mean you could defeat me in a real battle. I'm looking forward to fighting you. I hope we meet in the upcoming matches." "You better not think that way, because I'm afraid that when you do meet me, I might give you psychological trauma," Yasaka kindly replied. Darui laughed heartily, not angry at all, waved goodbye to Yasaka, and then left. At this time, Killer Bee also came over and said to Yasaka in a rap tone, "Your sword skills are amazing. I'm looking forward to competing with you. My sword skills are also very strong, so be prepared. But if you try to keep your distance, you won't have a chance to win against me." Yasaka answered, "You won't have the opportunity to create distance, because I'll take you down with a single strike." Killer Bee burst into laughter. "Huh, then let's wait and see." And so, Killer Bee also left. At this moment, Yunin Village happened to encounter AI, who had just come out of the restroom. "Big brother, why did you take so long?" Karabi asked with a puzzled expression. I replied, "No kidding. I ate too much yesterday. Don't you know that if you eat a lot, you also have to go a lot? I almost clogged the toilet." The Yuyuki person, who was eating dumplings nearby, immediately spat out. On the other side, after taking the Tai-Dao from the Yuyuki person, Yatsuka handed that Tai-Dao to the Konoha ninja. The Konoha ninja knelt down with a sigh, tears streaming down his face as he accepted the katana with both hands, saying to Yasaka, "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have lost this katana, which is a relic left to me by my father." This Konoha ninja was named Yumino Irika, the father of Yumino Irika, but Yasaka didn't know that. Yasaka then said to Yumino Irika, "In the future, try not to gamble easily with others, and definitely don't use your sword as a wager, as it is very important." Chapter 94. Yumino Irika nodded heavily, tears streaming down his face as he said, "Thank you." He then got up and walked away. At this moment, the onlookers around began to cheer, congratulating Yasaka for winning the bet and setting a new record. At this time, Terumi Mei looked at Yasaka with stars in her eyes. Just like Noera Rin and the others before, her hands clenched in a fist at her chest, thinking, "This is the man I want, so cool, so powerful, and very responsible with a strong sense of collective honor. Amazing." At this moment, Momochi Zabuza got up from the ground and glared fiercely at Yasaka, saying, "Humph, what's so great about it? I will definitely kill you." Hearing Momochi Zabuza daring to threaten her idol and future husband, Terumi Mei immediately became angry and used the water prison technique to trap Momochi Zabuza inside, so she wouldn't have to listen to his rants. On the other side, Uchiha Bito and Might Guy rushed forward, excitedly, saying to Yasaka, "Yasaka, you are amazing. You actually made it to the 19th wave and won the bet against the ninja from Kumogakure, truly bringing glory to our Konoha. Yasaka, I didn't expect your strength to have increased so much in just a month. It's really impressive, but I won't let you leave me behind. One day, I will surpass you," Might Guy said passionately. "Well, it's not that big of a deal. It was just a game," Yasaka smiled and replied, but to others, it came off as very modest, unlike some people who become arrogant after achieving a little success. This made Terumi Mei admire him even more, thinking that not only was he strong, but he was also very humble, truly perfect. So Terumi Mei walked up to Yasaka. "Hello, may I ask your name?" Terumi Mei hadn't looked at the rankings and had just arrived, so she still didn't know Yasaka's name. Seeing that this female voice was unfamiliar and that she'd never seen her before, Yasaka pointed to himself, confused, and asked, "Are you asking me?" "That's right." Terumi Mei nodded. "My name is Kazuki Yasaka." "Kazuki Yasaka. What a nice name. I will remember it. My name is Terumi Mei from the Mist Village, and I'm also a participant in this 5 Kage Joint Friendship Tournament. Please take care of me, Yasaka-kun." Terumi Mei excitedly introduced herself. "What? This girl is actually a participant from the Mist Village?" Uchiha Bito and Might Guy were both surprised and looked at Terumi Mei, not expecting such a beautiful voice to belong to a contestant. Thus, Uchiha Bito and Might Guy secretly began to size up Terumi Mei, noticing that she was only a little shorter than Yasaka, which was quite outstanding for a girl of her age. The woman's voice is quite nice, and her figure is also pretty good. However, Uchiha Bito's heart is already filled with Rin Noera, so he naturally has no improper thoughts about Mei Terumi. Might Guy was even simpler. His mind was solely focused on fighting. For him, whether Terumi Mei was male or female didn't matter. The only thing he was interested in was to have a match with her. He had heard that many ninjas from a Mist Village were skilled in water techniques, and he wasn't sure if his Konoha youth was stronger or if the Mist Village's water techniques were. So, Might Guy directly said to Terumi Mei, "Hello, my name is Might Guy. Let's have a one-on-one match." Terumi Mei glanced at Might Guy and secretly thought, "Is this person crazy? Why is he looking for a fight right off the bat? He can't be similar to Zabuza Momochi, can he?" So, Terumi Mei put on a stiff smile and awkwardly said, "I'm not really available today. Let's talk about another time." "How about tomorrow?" Might Guy asked persistently. He believed that since she was a participant, she must be a top-tier genin from the Mist Village, and fighting someone like that would definitely be thrilling. A dark line appeared on Terumi Mei's forehead as she thought. "So Konoha also has someone like Zabuza?" She awkwardly replied, "We don't allow fighting outside of matches." "Oh, that's too bad," Might Guy said with a disappointed expression. At that moment, Yatsuka asked, "Do you have anything else to discuss? If not, I'll be leaving." Terumi Mei was momentarily at a loss for words. Although she wanted to suggest going on a date, it felt too direct since they had only just met. So, she pretended to be reserved and said, "Oh, I don't have anything at the moment." "Oh, then goodbye," Yatsuka said and left. Seeing this, Terumi Mei not only didn't feel the atmosphere was awkward, but instead thought dreamily, "He really is a god. That's the aloof vibe." However, even the aloof god will drop his cool demeanor when he meets a woman he likes, and I am that woman. Thus, Terumi Mei firmly solidified her thoughts. On the other side, the news about Yatsuka breaking through the 19th wave quickly spread among the genin. When Kakashi heard this news while eating, he dropped his chopsticks. He actually broke through the 19th wave. That's incredibly strong. In just a month, he had set a new record. It was simply unbelievable. Kakashi was shocked. He never expected Yatsuka's strength to improve so rapidly. It's important to note that during this month, Kakashi himself had also been undergoing hellish training every day in order to achieve good results in this competition. After all, no one wants to lose, especially not in front of their own country's audience to someone from another country. Therefore, Kakashi had been training desperately. Naturally, this month had allowed Kakashi to significantly improve his skills, including his mastery of ninjutsu, physical endurance, and even the amount of chakra he possessed. However, upon seeing Yatsuka's progress, all of Kakashi's previous smugness vanished. After all, he had hardly seen Yatsuka train. It was mostly about eating here and there. In summary, he was just eating a lot. As a result, despite all the eating, Yatsuka's strength had still increased considerably, which made Kakashi feel very uncomfortable. Chapter 95. Yatsuka's training. Because he initially thought that since Yatsuka hadn't been training much lately, spending all his time eating, he might have a chance to catch up with Yatsuka. But now Kakashi realized that even if Yatsuka spent all day eating and sleeping without training, his strength was still continuously improving. This made Kakashi, who had been training like a demon, start to doubt his life choices. Was his hard work not enough to catch up with someone who didn't train? If Yatsuka decided to train hard, what kind of strength would he have? Kakashi was suddenly plunged into a state of existential crisis. What Kakashi didn't know was that for Yatsuka, eating was training. So, when Kakashi saw Yatsuka constantly eating, moving from one place to another, it was actually just like Yatsuka was always training. Therefore, theoretically speaking, Yatsuka spent more time training than others because he was constantly eating. Moreover, to put it simply, enjoying gourmet food is not about the quantity consumed, as long as it is delicious. Even just taking a bite has the same effect as eating an entire dish. In other words, even if Yasaka eats just one potato chip, it is essentially the same as eating a whole bag. What is the benefit of this? It means that one won't feel too full to enjoy other foods otherwise. For example, if Yasaka eats a cake that is too large, it might take several hours to digest. For several hours, Yasaka couldn't eat anything else. So it was equivalent to wasting several hours. If Yatsuka only needs to take a bite of cake to receive system rewards, then over the course of several hours, he can eat a lot of things and earn many rewards. This is the benefit of this system. Of course, this also means that Yatsuka has basically eaten all the delicacies in Konoha by now. The system rewards for trying food for the first time and for subsequent times are naturally different. Therefore, Yasaki can only rely on repeatedly eating to accumulate system rewards now. This is also why, when Yasaki had the super pizza sent by the third Hokage for the first time, the reward from the system were particularly good due to it being his first experience. This is the reason why Yasaki progresses so quickly. Even though he doesn't receive particularly good system rewards for not eating the first-time foods, as long as he eats delicious food, the system will still provide rewards. These rewards don't necessarily have to be skills or techniques. They could also be increases in proficiency or simply enhancements in physical fitness, such as improved muscle endurance, explosive power, reaction speed, or even enhanced cognitive abilities. Therefore, while others only see Yasaki eating all day and think he isn't training at all, they fail to realize that his constant eating is actually part of his training process. Not only was Kakashi shocked when he heard the news, but everyone else was also very surprised. For example, Ito Junji, who was eating a bun, was the former record holder for the #1 spot among the fruit ninjas of Konoha Village, a record that was only broken last month by Yasaka. Now, just a month later, Yasaka had set a new record again. When he heard this news, Ito Junji choked on his bun and almost suffocated on the spot. Was this guy a monster? It had only been a month, and he had already broken a record again. What the hell? Ito Junji was extremely shocked, feeling that, as the former record holder, he was now nothing. This was too exaggerated. Ito Junji understood very well the difficulty gap between the 19th and 18th waves, especially since he had heard the entire process of the 19th wave. He knew that the 19th wave had added large watermelons, durians, fake high-quality fruits, and a very small grape. This made Ito Junji deeply realize how difficult it was to get through the 19th wave. He only reached the 16th wave back then. The difference in difficulty between the 16th wave and the 19th wave is as vast as the gap between heaven and earth. Thinking of this, Junji Ito shook his head helplessly and sighed. As expected, the new waves push out the old ones. Konoha has produced such a monstrous little guy. It's truly Konoha's good fortune. Saying this, Junji Ito continued to eat his buns. On the other side, the Moonlight Gale, who was diligently training in swordsmanship, was also taken aback upon hearing this news. However, he quickly regained his composure because he felt that since he had set Yosaka as his target, the stronger Yosaka became, the stronger he would become as well. As long as he didn't give up and kept chasing after Yosaka as footsteps, his own strength would unconsciously grow stronger. By now, Moonlight Gale clearly recognized that his strength had significantly improved compared to before, all thanks to his continuous pursuit of Yatsuka. Therefore, he was holding his breath, as others were unaware of his true power. Only he knew. He wanted to make a stunning impression at the 5 Kage Joint Friendship Tournament in 3 days, letting the people of Konoha and those from other countries know that Konoha not only had a formidable Yatsuka, but also someone named Moonlight Gale, who was equally impressive. He also wanted to show Yaka that he, Moonlight Gale, was strong too. Thus, after a brief moment of surprise, Moonlight Gale continued his training, and his heart had become very resilient. However, he recently discovered some issues with his body, as if he had contracted a serious illness. The doctor mentioned that it might be quite serious, but it was not beyond treatment, and the doctor was considering relevant treatment measures. Moonlight Gale did not fall into despair over this matter. He was now focused on improving his strength, hoping to shine brightly at the upcoming 5 Kage Joint Friendship Tournament. He had always been a low-key person, and very few people knew his true strength. Now, it was finally time for him to shine like the gold he was. Meanwhile, on the other side, after seeing Yatsuka break through the 19th wave, Scorpion in the crowd became increasingly determined to kill Yatsuka and turn him into a puppet. When the time comes, I will kill this guy, then I will kill the 3rd Kazekage, and turn them all into puppets. Scorpion thought excitedly to himself. Chapter 96, Targeted. After Yatsuka successfully secured the first place and decided to forego the upcoming 20th wave, this time Yatsuka's Fruit Ninja Challenge came to an end. After receiving the reward for first place, Yatsuka then left. With the departure of Yatsuka, although some people were stimulated by him to participate in the Fruit Ninja Game Challenge, they clearly did not possess Yatsuka's impressive skills. As a result, the few who followed him were defeated in less than 10 rounds, which naturally diminished the entertainment value, and the onlookers gradually dispersed. With not many people left, Scorpion also left with the group from Sunagakure. Just as the group from Sunagakure left, the people from Awagakure arrived. It must be said that the location of this Fruit Ninja stall is perfectly chosen, right next to a small square in Konoha, and if you walk straight from the main gate of Konoha, you will arrive at this small square. Naturally, this is why the groups from Kumogakure, Kirigakure, and Sunagakure all visited this Fruit Ninja stall. Now, the people from Awagakure have also arrived at this stall. However, at this moment, there are not many onlookers left at the stall, although the Awagakure people found the Fruit Ninja's stall quite interesting. They are all ninjas skilled in earth release techniques and know very little about swordsmanship. Therefore, they did not linger for long and instead headed directly to the guest house arranged for them in Konoha. Some other small countries, such as Tsuyin Village and Longyin Village, have also arrived at Konoha Village. According to the registration office at the entrance of Konoha, all the participants from various countries who signed up for the 5 Kage Joint Friendship Tournament have now arrived. At this moment, the people from each ninja village have basically reached their corresponding accommodations. The group from Kumogakure is holding a small meeting regarding the tournament. During the meeting, everyone presented the information they had gathered about the competitors from each ninja village. When discussing Konoha Village, they also came across information about Yatsuka. The report only mentioned Yatsuka's basic physical characteristics, his love for food, his expertise in slashing techniques, and noted that Yatsuka is the strongest genin in Konoha. To their surprise, that guy really is Konoha's strongest genin, which means he is the leader among the participants from Konoha Village. Yuzuki crossed his arms and looked at the information, revealing an expression of anticipation on his face. This tournament will feature both individual and team competitions, meaning there will be 2 rounds of matches. First, a team competition to determine the team rankings, followed by individual matches, which are one-on-one battles that will also have corresponding rankings. These 2 competition formats correspond to teamwork and individual duels, a result agreed upon by the 5 great nations and their respective kage. After all, ninjas often carry out missions in small teams, so team combat is common, hence the inclusion of a team competition. The remaining individual matches are, of course, just duels, which is quite normal. Each participating team will have a captain, who is usually the strongest member of the team. In some cases, the captain might be the most prestigious or the most intelligent person in the team. However, the majority of the time, the strongest member takes on this role. The captain and the team leader are different. The captain is a player, while the team leader is usually a high-ranking ninja responsible for leading the team. In the case of Konoha, since it is a home battle, it doesn't matter whether there is a designated leader, so they let Yatsuka take on the role. Nonetheless, there will still be a high-ranking ninja responsible for leading the team. For example, the captain of the Mist Village is naturally the strongest, Terumi Mei. The leader of Sand Hidden Village is Scorpion. The leader of Cloud Hidden Village is Yui Muron. and the leader of Rock Hidden Village is Deidara. On the Konoha side, the main commander is naturally Yasaka. No one has any objections to Yasaka taking on this role. After all, apart from the girls, most of the lower ninjas have been defeated by Yasaka. While there may be disagreements about Yasaka in other aspects, no one disputes his strength. Of course, even if someone did have an objection, they would probably end up in a hospital after facing Yasaka. Furthermore, today marks 3 days until the opening ceremony of the 5 Kage Joint Friendship Tournament. This means that the opening ceremony will take place on the 4th day. Therefore, every team is currently studying the other competitors. Seeing that Yasaka is the main commander from Konoha, not only Uzuki, but also Darui, Killer Bee, and several others have developed a strong interest in Yasaka. After all, they just witnessed Yasuka's incredible swordsmanship, so they have a certain understanding of his characteristics. Essentially, he is a close combat type, not a traditional ninja who uses ninjutsu. For such a type of ninja, it is natural to keep a distance and use wide-range ninjutsu to deal with him. This is something that the group from Kumogakure is well aware of. Although Yasuka's swordsmanship is top-notch, he is not unbeatable, as long as they maintain their distance and use ninjutsu to prevent him from getting close. They should be able to handle him. I believe everyone present can do this, so I want to elaborate further. This type of ninja has very prominent advantages and disadvantages, making them relatively easy to target. Next, I want to talk about a few other individuals, starting with Kakashi Hitaki. After pausing, Uzuki continued. Compared to Yasaka's outstanding close combat abilities and poor long-range capabilities, Kakashi appears to be more well-rounded. Although he is not particularly outstanding in any one area, he is very versatile, excelling in close combat, long-range combat, ninjutsu, taijutsu, and even jinjutsu. This means he has no significant weaknesses, making him more difficult to deal with in a fight. There is no particularly suitable way to counter him, so when the time comes, they should try to leverage their strengths and engage him on a fundamental level. As for Asuma Suratobi, just like the people from Kumogakure, the Mist Village is also studying the competitors for this tournament. Their conclusion is similar to that of Kumogakure. Use long-range attacks to deal with Yasaka and rely on fundamentals to counter Kakashi and the others. After all, Kakashi and his group belong to the more orthodox type of ninja, all using ninjutsu, so their fights tend to be quite standard. Characters like Yasaki and Might Guy, who possess overwhelming close combat power, have both prominent strengths and weaknesses, making them easier to target. Chapter 97. Notable Players. Pay attention to this person. Aside from Yasaki, there is someone called Tsukikage Shippu, whose slashing technique should also be quite good. Scorpion pointed to a photo of Tsukikage Shippu and said to those around him. Maki nodded and said, according to the intelligence we have, this person called Tsukikage Shippu usually keeps a low profile and rarely makes a move. However, investigations show that he often challenges Yasaki one-on-one and loses every time. From this, we can analyze that he is very competitive and continues to fight despite repeated defeats, growing more courageous with each battle. Therefore, we can deduce that although Tsukikage Shippu cannot defeat the top-ranked Yasaki, his constant challenges to Yasaki mean that his strength will definitely grow through these encounters. His strength and slashing technique should also be quite strong, just overshadowed by Yasaki's brilliance. So everyone should pay more attention to this person. After hearing Maki's analysis, most people nodded, agreeing that Maki's insights were very reasonable. One should not focus on a single person and overlook others, as that could lead to significant losses. Maki is actually similar to someone like Tsukikage Shippu. His own strength is not lacking, and his position among the lower ninjas of Sunagakure is comparable to Kakashi's, both being evenly matched types. However, due to Scorpion's overwhelming strength and talent, Maki's brilliance has been overshadowed. In reality, Maki's talent is also quite good. His wind release is outstanding, and his combat IQ is not low. He is also very skilled in intelligence gathering and application, making him the brain of this representative team from Sunagakure. The role of the brain of the Konoha Village representative team is currently held by Kakashi Hitaki. Originally, the most suitable person for the role of commander should have been from the Nara clan, but there are no Chunin from the Nara clan at the moment. The leader of the Leaf Village team is Minato Namikaze, and the vice-captain is Shursui Uchiha. The two did not provide much information about their opponents to the Leaf participants. They believe that this competition is just a competition and can serve as a way to train these participating genin, allowing them to analyze the situation themselves or respond directly on the spot. After all, many times when encountering an enemy, the enemy will not provide their information in advance. So it is necessary for you to continuously explore and analyze the opponent's abilities during battle. This is also a situation that tests one's combat intelligence in real time. So Minato Namikaze and Shursui Uchiha did not intervene too much with these leaf genin, allowing them to be free range. The benefit of this approach is that they can either perform on the spot, which enhances their practical combat skills, or they can try to gather intelligence themselves, which develops their reconnaissance abilities. Because these two are not very concerned about the outcome of the competition, they care more about the growth of the participants themselves. In contrast, countries like Yuin Village place more importance on the reputation gained from this competition. However, Kakashi and others still managed to obtain relevant information about the competitors from other countries through various channels and notified the other participants to come together for discussions. Although they informed Yasaka, he chose not to attend, claiming he could resolve everything with a single strike. This was not because Yasaka was overly arrogant, but rather he wanted to directly respond to situations on site, which would help him improve his improvisational skills and enhance his proficiency in sensing chakra flows. Therefore, Yasaka did not come. The remaining competitors gathered in a conference room at the ninja school to start a detailed discussion. In the conference room, Kakashi pointed to a photo of a person and said, "This person is the main commander of a Wagakure, named Deidara. He specializes in earth release techniques and uses explosive release to create various bombs, making him a mid to long range combat type. When dealing with him, you should either close the distance for close combat or use similar elemental attacks to suppress him. Be very careful of his bombs, as they are likely to be of the guided type." Next, Kakashi pointed to another person from Wagakure and said, "This person also uses explosive release like Deidara, but in contrast, his explosive release is close range. Anything he touches can explode, so his close combat explosive power is very strong. Therefore, you need to use a completely opposite strategy against him, attacking from a distance." Kakashi then pointed to a ninja from Kyomogakure and said, "This is the Trojan from Kyomogakure. He possesses a unique magnetic release that allows him to imbue objects he touches with magnetic force. When these objects come into contact with you, they will transmit the magnetic release to you, causing his subsequent physical attacks to directly chase after you." "What does that mean?" Uchiha Obito asked, not understanding. Kakashi provided an example. For instance, if he imbues his shuriken with magnetic release and throws them at you, if you try to block them, meaning you come into contact with a shuriken, you will also be imbued with magnetic force. At that point, no matter which direction he throws his weapons, such as giant shuriken, they will fly towards you. This means you cannot avoid those attacks. You can only endure them, but that leads to an endless cycle where you fall into his rhythm. So, it means you can't touch anything he throws, right? Uchiha Obito suddenly spoke up. Exactly. To deal with him, you either eliminate him in close combat instantly or avoid any contact and use ninjutsu to take him down. The principle is simple. Don't touch anything related to him. There are all kinds of abilities out there. Indeed, there are always people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. Sarutobi Asuma remarked, feeling that many individuals possess special abilities. However, they in Konoha have their own as well, such as shadow manipulation technique, body flicker technique, insect manipulation technique, Byakugan, Sharingan, multiplication technique, and so on. In fact, the Sharingan and Byakugan are powerful ocular jutsu that are envied by other countries. Therefore, when you think about it, Konoha doesn't need to envy the special Kekkei Genkai of other countries, because Konoha has many and even stronger ones. It's just that among the participants this time, some of those with Kekkei Genkai are not actual competitors. So Kakashi and the others continue to study the information on other participants. When they talk about Scorpion, they specifically emphasize that he uses puppet manipulation techniques, so they must attack his real body. Otherwise, just attacking the puppets is merely treating the symptoms, not the root cause. Chapter 98. New abilities. So, except for Yatsuka, everyone is studying the other contestants. After Yatsuka returns home, his arm is returned to normal. During the previous month, he had eaten a lot of delicious food, and although he had already tried all those delicacies, he didn't receive any particularly good rewards. However, he did gain a lot of improvements in his basic qualities. For example, his physical condition is now better than it was a month ago. After all, a month ago, he couldn't even last through the 18th wave. A month later, he has already managed to endure the 19th wave. Although it seems like just 2 more waves, in reality, these 2 waves require a lot of endurance to sustain. Meanwhile, the third Hokage was having a meeting with a few others. Since Yasaka had already mentioned that he could hear what the other party was writing, there was no situation where Yasaka couldn't pass the exam. From now on, it would depend on the abilities of those little ones. Why do I feel like Yasaka seems a bit unreliable? Are you sure he can really hear what the other party is writing? Suka and Koharu looked at the third Hokage with a puzzled expression. The third Hokage smiled and said, I had Mizuki Hidesure go to Yasaka's house to test him. Mizuki wrote the numbers 9527 on paper, and Yasaka got them all right. Isn't that enough? That's good. Since Yasaka can consistently pass the first round of the written exam, there shouldn't be any major issues. However, it seems that there are quite a few talented participants this year. For example, the genius puppet Master Sasori from Sunagakure is a formidable opponent, and Kumogakure is even more impressive, having sent 2 Jinchuriki over. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage snorted coldly and said, Do those guys from Kumogakure really think we don't know they sent Jinchuriki over? Hell, we already knew. At this point, Suka and Koharu added, Moreover, according to relevant intelligence, it seems that Kumogakure is preparing something. They have conducted many meticulous plans and hoarded considerable supplies. Based on the scale of these supplies, I suspect they might be planning to start a war. Va? The third Hokage was immediately shocked. No way. It's been less than 10 years since the Second Shinobi World War ended. How can they want to start a war again? They're surrounded by Sunagakure, us, and Kirigakure. The third Kazekage of Sunagakure is said to be very strong, and with the desert isolating them, attacking Sunagakure would be a losing proposition for Kumogakure. As for Kirigakure, I've heard they have recently reformed and have many outstanding talents. Attacking Kirigakure would definitely come at a significant cost, and we, Konoha, have already defeated them last time, so they're even less likely to attack us. After a pause, the third Hokage continued, It's likely they want to attack the small countries nearby. I see that Kusagakure and Yugakure are both near Kumogakure. They are probably targeting these 2 villages. After taking a sip of tea, Suka and Koharu snorted and said, Umph. Those people from Kumogakure are like war maniacs. They initiated the last Shinobi World War and lost. Now, just 10 years later, they want to start another war. They really can't sit still. They will eventually bring about their own demise. That's not something we can manage anyway, as long as they are targeting Kusagakure and Yugakure. It has nothing to do with us, said the third Hokage, feeling relieved. It's important to remember that it's only been 10 years since the Second Shinobi World War, and this is the time when a new batch of talents is emerging. It's crucial to nurture these new talents, especially since all countries suffered significant losses during the Second Shinobi World War. Even in Konoha, we lost a Hokage and a candidate Hokage, which shows how brutal the war was. In a hidden cloud village, the second generation Raikage was killed on the spot. However, if there had been no Second Shinobi World War, Sarutobi Sasuke would not have been able to become the third Hokage. On the other side, Yasaki was lying on his bed, thinking about what to eat tomorrow. He had already tried all the food in Konoha, and for now, he couldn't think of any delicacies he hadn't tasted. It seemed that if he wanted to eat something new, he would have to go to another country. After this tournament, he planned to travel to different countries to sample various cuisines, which would greatly enhance his strength. However, wanting to go to another country wasn't an easy task. To leave Konoha, one must have a legitimate reason, and saying he wanted to eat food he hadn't tried would definitely not be accepted. Most other legitimate reasons are for carrying out tasks, or some people can leave the village without needing a reason, but such individuals generally hold high status. For example, the 3 legendary ninjas or the Leaf's white fan can come and go from the village freely. Therefore, it is not an easy task for Yasaka to go to another country. Moreover, even if he can leave Konoha, entering another country is also not easy, as he doesn't have any strong legitimate reasons to present. If he tells the guards of another country that he wants to eat delicious food, they would definitely treat him like a lunatic and kick him out. So, Yasaka decided to take advantage of this competition to achieve a good result, and then go to the third Hokage to seek credit, asking the third Hokage to help him go abroad. However, although Yasaka thinks this way, he hasn't considered that he can only get 40 points by answering all 20 multiple-choice questions correctly, which is not enough to pass. If you cannot pass, you will not be able to pass the first written exam, which means you will not be able to participate in the subsequent competitions. Yasaka thought he could just casually answer some questions to fill up 20 minutes, but he was overestimating himself. On one hand, Yasaka is not a top student and doesn't have the intellect for this. On the other hand, the difficulty of the questions this time is hellish. Relying on himself to answer the questions is basically impossible. Even someone from the Nara clan, known for having the highest IQ in Konoha, wouldn't be able to answer them. These questions were designed specifically to be unanswerable. If he could come up with the answers, then what was the point of this written exam? After all, the purpose of this competition is to test a ninja's ability to detect and perceive information, as well as their capability to gather intelligence. Otherwise, who would take the time to organize a written exam? Chapter 99 Audio Oscillation. However, the third Hokage and others do not know that Yasaka still cannot discern what characters are being written. However, Yasaka himself is unaware that it is basically impossible for him to obtain the remaining 20 minutes. If Yasaka wants to hear what characters the other person is writing, then Yasaka wouldn't need the ability to control airflow. Because even if the ability to control airflow could reach great heights, it is still about controlling the airflow. At most allowing tiny sounds to be amplified to his ears through the uneven density of the medium. This achieves an effect similar to that of having keen hearing. However, if Yasaka wants to discern what others are writing by listening to the sounds, that falls into the realm of sound itself. If we consider the sound ninja from the sound village established by Orochimaru later, he could indeed discern what the other person is writing through sound. After all, Yasaka can currently hear the frequency of sound vibrations. However, Yasaka cannot distinguish what characters these frequencies represent. This requires recognizing the frequencies of the audio, which is unrelated to the ability of airflow manipulation. Therefore, if Yasaka wants to further enhance his abilities, he needs to train in audio frequency skills. Of course, this is actually quite simple. Just by tasting some new delicacies, he can basically train his abilities. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. Finally, the opening ceremony of the long-awaited 5 Kage Joint Friendship Tournament has arrived. The ceremony is held at the first stadium in Konoha Village, which can accommodate 50,000 spectators. Additionally, there is live video broadcasting on-site, allowing many people to watch from home on their televisions. On that day, Otsutsuki Shofu managed to get tickets from Yatsuka and rushed to the venue to watch the event. Yatsuka-kun, you have to do your best. I'll be cheering for you from the stands. Shofu said excitedly, her face flushed. Don't worry, none of these people can beat me. I have that much confidence. Yatsuka replied with a grin. Earlier, Shofu had brought him a box of dumplings filled with lobster, scallops, and green onions. It was Yatsuka's first time trying them. And these dumplings were also Shofu's own invention, making it her first time making them as well. As a result, Yatsuka received a system reward on the spot, granting him a skill called Iron Body. As the name suggests, this skill enhances physical defense, currently at a beginner level. As Yatsuka continues to eat delicious food, the ability of Iron Body will gradually strengthen, eventually allowing him to withstand many attacks without taking damage. In the later stages, this skill will also have an active effect called Iron Curtain. This ability is quite powerful. It allows Yasaka to become invincible for 5 seconds, during which any attack cannot harm him. However, there is a drawback. During these 5 seconds, Yasaka cannot move at all, and this is a force condition, consuming a significant amount of chakra. It is a defensive super move. During the 5 seconds of invincibility under the Iron Curtain, basically no attack can affect Yasaka. Whether it's Amaterasu, tailed beast bombs, meteorites, or even Kagaya's 80 Gods Void Strike and Coiling Bone of Death, none can inflict any damage on Yasaka. However, there are some special skills that can counter this ability. For example, during these 5 seconds, Yasaka is completely immobile, allowing Uchiha Obito to use Kamui to teleport Yasaka to another location. However, Obito can only teleport Yasaka as a whole. If he attempts to transfer just a part of Yasaka, like Kakashi did with Deidara's arm, it will be completely ineffective. The reason the Iron Curtain state is invincible is that its essence is not an enhancement of defense, nor is it a spatial ability. It is a time ability. Under the Iron Curtain state, Yatsuka's life state at the moment the Iron Curtain is activated is paused. This means that during these 5 seconds, Yatsuka's body is directly in a state of time stoppage, indicating that Yatsuka and the external world are on different time planes. Therefore, no matter how you attack Yatsuka during these 5 seconds, his body will remain in the state it was at the moment the Iron Curtain was activated. As a result, Yatsuka is in an invincible state. However, Yatsuka is currently unable to reach this level. If Yatsuka activates the Iron Body state now, ordinary external injuries would largely not penetrate his body's defenses. For example, if someone throws shurikens at Yatsuka, he can simply stand there and take them without moving. If a decapitation sword is swung at him, Yatsuka would suffer superficial injuries, but if he does not activate the Iron Body, he would be cut in half by the sword. Furthermore, the Iron Body not only defends against physical damage, but also against magical damage. For instance, if faced with a fire technique, such as the ordinary Great Fireball technique, Yatsuka can withstand it and only suffer minor injuries. However, a normal person would be burned to death on the spot if they try to withstand it. This illustrates the defensive effect of the iron body. Its defensive capabilities are even stronger than the earth-release defense of the angle. Moreover, this steel body has another characteristic. It is not susceptible to attribute weaknesses. Because the earth escape defense technique from angle is countered by the lightning escape. The steel body will not have this problem, whether it's lightning or wind style. It won't penetrate my defense. However, this steel body does have some issues. It provides surface-level defense. Therefore, its effectiveness against penetrating attacks is relatively poor. The most direct example is shockwaves. For instance, Deidara's bombs generate shockwaves when they explode. These shockwaves can harm Yasaka because the steel body mainly targets collision-type damage or damage that can make contact. For this type of penetrating shockwave damage that can infiltrate the body, the effectiveness of Yasaka's steel body is significantly reduced, similar to the diamond shield and iron cloth, both of which are rigid defenses. However, this is simply because Yasaka has only just acquired the steel body. As Yasaka continues to enjoy delicious food, the steel body will gradually strengthen, enhancing the defense from the surface of the body and eventually deepening it to fortify the entire body, making the internal organs have the same level of defense as the surface. By that time, against shockwave attacks that can penetrate and damage the internal organs, there will be a much greater defensive effect. Currently, it can only weaken the lethality of this shockwave by 20%, but that's still better than nothing. Chapter 100, The Opening Ceremony. Soon, the opening ceremony of the Five Shadows Friendship Tournament officially began amidst the sound of cannon fire. First, the Hokage of the host village, Kanahagakure, the third Hokage, delivers speech. It mostly consisted of cliches about promoting peace and friendship among the various ninja villages, which were generally of little interest to the audience. Fortunately, the third Hokage did not speak for too long. After 10 minutes, he concluded his speech with the classic quote of the Will of Fire. Next, the leaders of the other four great nations took turns speaking, but since these leaders were all busy with their duties, they did not attend in person and instead used shadow clones to deliver their speeches. As a result, all five leaders spoke, significantly enhancing the weight and prestige of the entire event. After all, the presence of the five great nations' leaders, even if not in their true forms, carried a lot of significance. Following this, it was time for the participating teams to make their appearances. The order of appearance for the competing teams is arranged by the organizers from the Hidden Leaf Village. In the past, the stronger teams would appear earlier, while the weaker ones would appear later, often leading to a lineup where the best teams went first and the less impressive teams followed. However, this year, the Hidden Leaf Village decided to change the order, wanting their representative team to be the grand finale. As a result, the earlier slots were filled with smaller, weaker teams. The first to appear was the Takigakure team. Takigakure is a relatively small country with weaker strength. However, it once produced a strong ninja like Kakuzu, who had participated in the assassination of the first Hokage, throwing a shuriken from 800 miles away, but failing to kill him, and instead being countered and nearly killed by the first Hokage. Kakuzu managed to escape back to Takigakure due to the distance, but faced pressure from the Hidden Leaf Village, which was furious and sought to punish Takigakure. To protect their village, Takigakure chose to sacrifice Kakuzu and a few others. As a result, Kakuzu grew distrustful of others and only believed in money. Consequently, Takigakure suffered a significant blow from the Hidden Leaf Village and fell into a state of decline, ultimately becoming a trash ninja village. Due to this historical animosity, Takigakure was scheduled to appear first. When the audience saw such a weak representative team take the stage, they showed little interest and there was hardly any applause, leaving the participants from Takigakure feeling very awkward. However, they were not expecting much applause to begin with, so they didn't mind too much. Following them were the participants from Kyusugakure, which is on a similar level to Takigakure, also considered a weak village. Like Takigakure, they did not receive much enthusiastic cheering. Next up were teams from smaller nations like the Land of Rice, Yugakure, the Land of Crafts, and Hashigakure, all of which were similar to Takigakure, and the audience showed little interest, leading to a lukewarm response. Just as the audience was about to doze off, the main event finally arrived. The first major nation to appear was the team from Kimagakure, led by Yuzuki Jinrei, followed by Karabi, Darui, and others. Their entrance immediately caused a stir among the audience, and the previously silent crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. The people of Kimagakure are known for their fierce nature and proficiency in ninjutsu, making them appear strong and imposing, which garnered a lot of admiration. Feeling the audience's enthusiasm, Yuzuki Jinrei couldn't help but smile confidently, thinking, this is the strength of ChildOvercomes, making such a grand entrance and receiving such a warm response. This is just the beginning. Once I win the championship, the applause will be even louder. Karabi was rapping and engaging with the audience, waving his hands. Seeing ChildOvercomes receive such a warm welcome, the earlier participants from the smaller nations felt envious, as their own appearances had received only sparse applause, a stark contrast to the current excitement. Following ChildOvercomes, the Sand Village team took the stage. Although the overall strength of the Sand Village participants is considered the weakest among the 5 great nations, their top-tier strength is not lacking, especially with Scorpion's striking appearance, which immediately caught the attention of many in the audience. Another wave of applause and cheers erupted, comparable to that for ChildOvercomes. However, Scorpion remained indifferent. Despite the faint smile on his face, he was actually quite cold and saw human life as insignificant, leading to a significant misperception among people regarding his true nature. As he looked at the thousands of spectators, Scorpion thought, so many people, if I could kill them all and turn them into puppets, how exciting that would be. However, I currently cannot control so many puppets at once. I need to turn myself into a puppet first to execute my secret technique, 100 machine manipulation. At this moment, Scorpion had already begun to study his big move, 100 machine manipulation, but for now, it was still in the conceptual stage, requiring him to transform himself into a puppet before he could proceed. As for the area of puppetry, Scorpion is now well-versed in theoretical knowledge and only lacks the final hands-on practice. He needs to first make a puppet out of someone else, and, after becoming proficient, he will then make a puppet out of himself. And now he actually already has the corpse of his first puppet. Although it is not the large corpse that Scorpion most wanted, it still meets his requirements. That is the corpse of Asuna village Jonin, Yura. Therefore, Scorpion's scheme is to start creating Yura's puppet as soon as he returns after this journey to Konoha. He has already named this first puppet Scarlet Flow Pearl. It is a puppet designed for both offense and defense, meant to house his true body. Originally, according to Scorpion's plan, if everything went smoothly, he could return with the corpse of Kakashi Hitaki, thus allowing him to have 2 puppets. However, this is an extremely difficult task. Chapter 101. Scorpion's plan. However, Scorpion has a detailed plan, so he can proceed step by step according to the plan. This time, coming to Konoha, killing Kakashi was just a secondary plan, something he would do if he could, but not a big deal if he couldn't. But after that, after dealing with Suna village, creating puppets, and assassinating the 3rd Kazekage, is a plan that Scorpion must execute. However, Scorpion is currently at a certain power gap from being able to kill the 3rd Kazekage. But Scorpion has high talent, and within a few years, he will grow to the level of being able to kill the 3rd Kazekage. Moreover, the 3rd Kazekage clearly valued Sasori. So the fact that the 3rd Kazekage did not have much guard against Sasori was also a significant advantage for him. Following the appearance of Sand Hidden Village, the next to appear is Rock Hidden Village. Naturally, the representative from Rock Hidden Village is Deidara. Although Deidara can be a bit flamboyant, he is actually quite good-looking, and he has gained quite a few admirers in Konoha these days, as his appearance is relatively appealing. Moreover, he can create very realistic clay dolls, and he has a cheerful personality, which contributes to his good social connections. The most prestigious members of the Rock Hidden Village team are Deidara and Kuratsuchi, who are part of the Demolition Squad. Due to the geographical environment of Rock Hidden Village, there are many rocks surrounding it, and whether for road construction or stone collection, it is necessary to break those boulders and transport them back to the village. Therefore, the Demolition Squad is a very important organization. Deidara and J-Go are naturally the main members of the demolition team. However, besides Deidara and J-Go, the other qualified competitors also possess impressive strength, but they're just not very well known. The appearance of Awagakure was met with applause, just like the previous appearances of Kimogakure and Sunagakure. Next up was Kirigakure, led by Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei is not only beautiful, but also tall, so her entrance immediately garnered enthusiastic applause from the audience, even more so than the applause received by the competing teams from the previous 3 major ninja villages. This is the advantage of good looks. Although the people following Terumi Mei, such as Kisame and Zabuza, have unusual appearances, they're still tall, and with Terumi Mei leading the way, they look decent overall, provided that one doesn't focus too much on the individuals behind her. Watching the thunderous applause from the audience, Terumi Mei felt very excited, as she truly enjoys such lively scenes, which also affirms her beauty. Moreover, just thinking about the upcoming battle with her husband made Terumi Mei very excited. though she felt a bit conflicted inside. Should she deliberately let him win the match, or should she defeat her husband to win for the Mist Village? Terumi May often read romance novels, so she unconsciously began to fantasize. She imagined that during the fight, she would intentionally let her guard down, getting injured by Scorpion or Yasaka, and then pretend to be weak, about to fall to the ground. At that moment, Scorpion and Yasaka would rush over to catch her in their arms, instantly heating up their feelings for each other and getting to know one another through this incident. Afterwards, Terumi May would be hospitalized, and out of guilt, Scorpion or Yasaka would often visit her in the hospital to take care of her. As they spent more time together, their passion would ignite. Terumi May thought sweetly to herself, but she got lost in her thoughts and accidentally rear-ended the team from a Wagakure, crashing into someone. Are you crazy? You damn woman. How dare you bump into me? Do you believe I'll beat you to death? A ninja from a Wagakure immediately started cursing at Terumi May. Zhao Meiming directly unleashed a bubble on the spot, which unexpectedly transformed from a spherical shape into a form resembling a pancake-like poop, sticking to the face of the Wagakure ninja who was cursing at Zhao Meiming. It completely covered his mouth and nose. As a result, the Wagakure ninja immediately found himself unable to breathe and choked. He desperately tried to grab the layer of water covering his mouth and nose. But because the water was not solid, no matter how he tried to grasp it, his fingers just sank into the water and then came back up, failing to remove the water from his mouth and nose. After all, water is a flowing liquid without a solid shape. It wasn't a flat pancake that he could simply take off. As a result, the ninja from a Wagakure was unable to breathe, and if it lasted more than a minute, he would faint. After 2 minutes, he was very likely to suffocate and die. Seeing this, other ninjas from a Wagakure rushed to help. But they faced the same problem as before. The mass of water was a flowing liquid and could not be picked up, so it remained over the face of the Wagakure ninja. Even the strongest, Deidara, couldn't do anything. After all, Deidara only knew how to explode things. And he couldn't just blow this person up. In the end, it was the team leader from a Wagakure who took action, using a technique called Earth Release, lime technique to absorb the mass of water into the lime, which finally prevented the Wagakure ninja from suffocating to death. Even so, the Wagakure ninja was already seeing black in front of him, his lips and face turning blue. It was estimated that if he had waited just 10 more seconds, he would have truly suffocated to death. Mizuki Mei's move shocked the people of a Wagakure on the spot. The people of a Wagakure had originally looked down on those from Kirigakure, but now they realized that the people from Kirigakure were so powerful that a simple small water ball almost killed one of their own. As a result, the people of a Wagakure became very cautious, no longer underestimating others. However, Jimei did not take any further action. On one hand, he was not sure if he could defeat the leader of the Rock Hidden Village, and on the other hand, if he made a move, it would lead to a large-scale brawl, which would ultimately be dispersed and would have no meaning. Just when the two groups from the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Rock Village were on the verge of a fierce confrontation, a wave of enthusiastic applause and cheers suddenly erupted from the stands. Everyone turned around to see that it was the Konoha Village representative team entering. Leading the group was Yasaka, followed by Might Guy, Uchiha Bito, Uchiha Shursui, Kakashi Hitaki, Asuma Sarutobi, and Kiba Inuzuka. Behind these individuals, there were two more, Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Shursui. One could say this lineup was extremely luxurious. Both the participating lower ninja team and the two leaders were exceptionally powerful. Chapter 102, Luxurious Lineup. These individuals would later become the backbone of Konoha Village, with only a few exceptions who met an early demise. The rest were all formidable figures with strength at the level of a Kage, or even above. For example, Namikaze Minato, who was the fourth Hokage, Uchiha Shursui, known as Shunshin Shursui, possessed the strongest Jinjutsu in the ninja world, Kodo Amatsukami. Hitaki Kakashi, famously nicknamed Kakashi of the Sharingan, was known for being evenly matched with anyone and eventually became the sixth Hokage. Might Guy was even more impressive, almost single-handedly kicking his way to the conclusion of the story. Uchiha Obito, seemingly at the bottom, actually possessed what could be considered the strongest will in the ninja world, unmatched in determination, fighting the whole world for a woman. Even the initially defeated Moonlight Night Breeze, who was killed by Maki, met an accidental death due to his severe illness at the time. Otherwise, it was uncertain who would have won in a fight. As for Sarutobi Asuma, he was slightly weaker, but that was mainly due to lacking information. In fact, even at his peak, Uchiha Madara could have been killed by Haiden if Haiden managed to obtain his blood. It is worth mentioning that among the representatives from the Takigakure village who came to Konoha to participate in the 5 Kage Joint Friendship Tournament, Haiden is included. But at this time, Haiden has not yet learned the ability of immortality. As for the members of this representative team from Konoha, except for Kakashi Hitaki, they all died later. However, in this life, due to the unexpected arrival of Yasaki, many people's fates will be rewritten because of Yasaki, resulting in fewer deaths. With the appearance of the Konoha village representative team, the home team naturally enjoyed the advantage of playing at home. In an instant, the entire venue erupted with deafening cheers, the sound resonating like a colossal wave throughout the arena, completely surpassing the volume when the representative teams from several major countries entered. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the total volume of the audience's cheers for the previous teams combined was not as loud as when the Konoha representative team took the stage. After all, about 80% of the audience present were from Konoha village, and they naturally directed their greatest enthusiasm towards the Konoha representative team. Moreover, many of the current competitors were familiar to the audience, with some even being their neighbors. This made the cheers and applause even more fervent. For instance, there was a man whose voice was almost hoarse from cheering for the Konoha team, as he watched the player Moonlight Gale grow up. And now that Moonlight Gale was in the team, he was shouting at the top of his lungs. Even the owner of the Fruit Ninja stall was shouting in excitement because he knew Yatsuka. Yatsuka was the top player at his stall, and thanks to Yatsuka, his Fruit Ninja stall attracted a lot of interest, with many people wanting to challenge Yatsuka's record, resulting in a constant stream of customers. The more people played, the more spectators gathered, and the more spectators there were, the more players there were. It could be said that Yatsuka directly helped his Fruit Ninja stall gain a lot of popularity. Therefore, the stall owner greatly appreciated Yatsuka, and now that Yatsuka was the captain of the Konoha representative team, he naturally came to cheer for him. This kind of situation was almost true for every participant present, even for those who came to watch Minato Namikaze's entry, such as his wife Kushina, Uzumaki, and his teacher Jiraiya, among others. This is why the Konoha representative team received such intense cheers upon their arrival. In an instant, everyone present, whether from the Konoha team or other countries, felt their eardrums buzzing, but they all enjoyed this feeling. Even though many knew that these cheers were for the Konoha representative team, the enthusiastic atmosphere excited and thrilled many. Jisue, it seems our Konoha team is more popular, Minato Namikaze said with a smile to Uchiha Jisue, as he had already seen his wife, Kushina, waving at him from the front row of the stands. Uchiha Jisue smiled slightly and said, "It's mainly because this is Konoha village. It's our home ground. If this were held in the Cloud village, the target of these cheers would be the Cloud village team, not ours." "That's true," Might Guy said excitedly, elbowing Kakashi Hitaki beside him and exclaiming, "Kakashi, did you hear that? These cheers are so exhilarating. It seems that having my team makes us very popular. Can you have some self-awareness? The cheers for our Konoha team are not just because of you," Kakashi Hitaki said, looking at Guy with a speechless expression, feeling that Guy had an inexplicable confidence, as if he had a bit of a mental issue. Uchiha Obito excitedly said to Yasaka, "Yasaka, I feel really excited. The atmosphere is so intense. Just thinking about fighting in front of such enthusiastic spectators, especially with most of them being from our Konoha village, makes me a bit nervous. I'm afraid if I can't win against my opponent, it would be too embarrassing. I'm sorry to the Konoha audience for the expectations they have for me." Yasaka snorted and confidently said, "Then you have to work hard. You need to have a belief in victory, a reason that supports your determination to win. Keep that reason in mind, grit your teeth, and hold on. As long as you're not dead, there's still hope." After hearing Yasaka's words, Uchiha Obito was momentarily stunned and murmured to himself, "The belief in victory? Yes. It's a reason that makes you want to win even if it means dying, or rather, a conviction." Yasaka said confidently, but in reality, he didn't have such a belief because he usually defeated others in an instant, so he didn't need to struggle like that. But Uchiha Obito was different. He kept repeating Yasaka's words, "A belief in victory even if it means dying, a belief in victory even if it means dying." As he kept repeating, the image of Noera Rin appeared before his eyes. He suddenly turned his head to look at the audience. Rin said she would come and watch my match. Yes, Rin is watching me. Rin is cheering for me. How can I lose? I absolutely cannot lose. I must show Rin my victory. Even if it means dying, I must win. At that moment, Uchiha Obito's heart was filled with a belief in victory. Chapter 103. Uchiha Obito's faith after all. For Uchiha Obito, Noera Rin is his faith. Rin is his whole world. Uchiha Obito's feelings for Noera Rin are very complex, not only because of love, but also partly due to an Oedipus complex. Since Uchiha Obito's parents both sacrificed themselves, he was left all alone, which made him feel particularly lonely. As a child, he was a very slow learner, leading to a deep sense of isolation and inferiority. However, Uchiha Obito is also a very compassionate person who yearned for the sunshine. In such a situation, Rin Noera appeared. Rin Noera was the only person who brought warmth, care, confidence, and a sense of existence to Obito Uchiha. Therefore, Obito not only admired Rin, but was also very dependent on her. Rin's significance to Obito was like a spiritual pillar for him. She was as important to him as life itself. Obito Uchiha is a person with extremely high and low limits. Or rather, anyone with very extreme beliefs who follows a subjective path has this characteristic. When weak, they can't defeat anyone. When strong, they can defeat gods and Buddhas. They are either weak to the point of death or strong to the point of death, belonging to two very obvious extremes. Obito is such a person. Without Rin, he is at the bottom, but with her, he can take on the whole world. For Obito, Rin is his inner refuge. As long as this refuge exists, no matter what difficulties he encounters, he can face them bravely, because he always has Rin's support in his heart. Rin is the source of all Obito's motivation. Therefore, upon thinking of Rin, Obito's previously timid state underwent a tremendous change. His gaze became resolute, and he gained a belief in victory. He looked toward the stands. Although he couldn't see where Rin was, he knew she was watching him at that moment. He must not disappoint Rin. He would definitely win, no matter who the opponent was. At that moment, Obito completely transformed, ready to confront even the strongest adversaries for Rin. Soon, with the entrance of the last team, the Konoha Village representative team, all the teams for this joint friendship tournament of the 5 Kage had gathered. At this time, all the teams assembled in the center of the stadium, where the third Hokage would announce the rules of the tournament. Then, the third Hokage was seen leaping down directly from the over 30-meter-high podium to the speech platform on the ground. When he landed, he was incredibly light and looked very impressive, instantly leaving the competing participants and spectators in awe. Seeing this scene, Deidara from Iwagakure turned to the leader of Iwagakure and said, "Did the third Hokage just use the light-heavy rock technique?" The leader of Iwagakure nodded and replied, "That's right, he used the light-heavy rock technique in mid-air, making his weight extremely light, which is why he landed so lightly. I didn't expect that our Iwagakure's light-heavy rock technique will be used so masterfully by the Hokage of Konoha. I really don't know what to say." Deidara nodded and said, "But it is said that Konoha's third Hokage has an outrageous mastery of ninjutsu. He can use all 5 elemental natures and is proficient in thousands of ninjutsu. He's quite a formidable person." The leader of Iwagakure also nodded and said, "However, our Tsuchikage, Inoki, is also very powerful. His dust release, inherited from the second Tsuchikage, is unmatched in the world and is not inferior to the third Hokage. Therefore, there is no need to envy the other villages' Kage, because we have our own." As he spoke, the leader of Iwagakure immediately showed a confident expression. At this time, the third Hokage began to introduce some relevant rules of the competition. As a result, the originally bustling venue suddenly fell silent. According to the third Hokage's introduction, the first round was an abnormal screening before the competition, which was a written exam. All participating contestants needed to complete the exam within 60 minutes. And those who scored at least 60 points would be considered qualified and eligible to participate in the subsequent matches. Those contestants who do not reach a score of 60 will be eliminated and will not be qualified to continue participating in the subsequent matches. After passing the first round of written exams, the first group competition will commence. Contestants will be sent as small teams into a dark forest. This dark forest is an illusion space created by the 5 shadows, similar to the monthly type. Contestants can use any ninjutsu inside. Those who suffer fatal injuries will be directly teleported out and considered eliminated. Each contestant has a unique bell on them. The time limit is 3 days. After 3 days, the team with the most bells will be declared the champion, followed by the runner-up in 3rd place. It is worth mentioning that within this space, Jinchuriki are not allowed to transform into tailed beasts, and even the chakra, cloak mode, cannot be used, as the will of the tailed beasts would cause the space to collapse. However, they can use abilities related to tailed beasts, such as the sand-covered form of Shikaku or the tentacle form of Gyuki. This marks the first group match. After the group matches, there will be individual matches, which are one-on-one duels to determine the champion, runner-up, and 3rd place. Normally, People pay more attention to the individual matches, as duels have always been very entertaining throughout history. However, the group matches are also very important and equally entertaining, as many tasks are executed in a team format. Therefore, to promote unity among the contestants, this so-called group match was established. Basically, these are the rules of the competition. One more point is that malicious killing is not allowed during the matches, and there will be proctors overseeing the event. If a fatal attack is detected, the proctor will intervene immediately. However, if someone cannot control their strength and the proctor fails to stop it, resulting in the opponent's death, there will be no consequences. But if it is clearly a case of murder, the consequences will be very severe and could involve diplomatic issues. However, this is somewhat of a gray area. Many times, actions cannot be controlled, and some ninjutsu indeed has extremely powerful attack capabilities. It is not uncommon for someone to accidentally kill another. This is why the Reikage of the Cloud Village said that if one can kill, they should try to do so decisively, as they can always claim they couldn't control their strength later. Chapter 104. The opening ceremony ends soon. The third Hokage finished reading his speech, and the first written exam was about to begin. Before that, a draw will take place to randomly assign examination rooms. Half an hour later, the draw will occur, and an hour later, the written exam will begin. The third Hokage sat on the podium, looking at the hundreds of contestants below, thinking to himself, I hope Yasaka doesn't have any accidents during the written exam, but why do I have such a bad feeling? Is it because I'm getting old? No, I'm only in my 40s. The third Hokage looked down at the contestants, feeling worried. Jiraiya beside him asked, Third Hokage, is there something you're worried about? You look troubled. The third Hokage sighed and said, Sai, I'm just worried that kid Yasaka won't pass the written exam. After all, Yasaka is Konoha's strongest secret weapon. Without him, the impact will be significant. With him around, at least it feels more stable. The third Hokage's words were indeed true. Although Kakashi and the others are also strong, they are only decent at best. After all the contestants this time are talented genin from various countries, and everyone's strength is comparable. In this way, someone who is a genius in their own country is no longer remarkable when placed with geniuses from other countries. It becomes commonplace, resulting in no advantage. Thus, whether they can win becomes uncertain since everyone's levels are similar. Furthermore, the third Hokage had also heard about some of the contestants from other countries, and some of them are indeed exceptionally talented. Kakashi and the others would have a tough time dealing with them. For instance, there are people like Yamatsu, Killer Bee, Terumi Mei, Deidara, and Scorpion, all of whom are not to be underestimated. These individuals are all top-tier geniuses, and even Kakashi and his group are considered geniuses in Konoha. However, compared to these individuals, they seem somewhat mediocre, which makes the third Hokage feel quite insecure. After all, those people have very strong abilities and distinct characteristics. Therefore, Yasaka's importance becomes apparent at this moment. In the eyes of the third Hokage, the only ninja from Konoha who can truly be compared to those individuals is Yasaka. Because Yasaka is the only one the third Hokage feels confident can defeat these geniuses. He is unsure about the others. This is why he is so protective of Yasaka, as if he is about to directly give him the answers. I hope this kid is reliable. The third Hokage sighed. Jiraiya, who sensed something might go wrong, did not say anything directly, but he assumed the third Hokage had a premonition. Soon, the contestants in the stadium entered the indoor area to begin the drawing activity. Yasaka drew number 003, which is the third examination room. He looked at the people around him and asked, Which examination rooms are you all in? Uchiha Obito replied, I'm in examination room 001. Mike Guy, holding his paper, said, I'm in examination room 005. Uchiha Shursui looked at his paper and said, I'm in examination room 004. Moonlight Gale looked at his paper and said, I'm also in examination room 003. Wow, Moonlight Gale, you're in the same examination room as me. If everything goes smoothly, you can copy my answers. Moonlight Gale looked at Yasaka with a doubtful expression, thinking, Are you sure I'm going to copy your answers instead of you copying mine? Moonlight Gale was very certain that Yasaka would not be able to answer the questions, as Yasaka usually doesn't pay much attention in class. In the theoretical exams at the Ninja Academy, Yasaka had never scored above 30. While Moonlight Gale acknowledged that Yasaka's combat ability is very strong, who would dare say Yasaka is not strong? Moonlight Gale would be the first to argue otherwise. He did not think Yasaka had impressive theoretical knowledge, thinking, You must be dreaming. Therefore, Moonlight Gale looked at Yasaka with a speechless expression, thinking that if he were to copy Yasaka's answers, he would likely fail the written exam. Thinking of this, Moonlight Gale suddenly froze and then looked at Yasaka, asking Yasaka, "Are you sure you can pass this written exam? Don't end up failing and getting eliminated, unable to participate in the subsequent matches." Yasaka confidently replied, "Don't worry, I have my own methods. I have a special investigation technique that allows me to hear the answers others write." Moonlight Gale suddenly recalled the scene when Yasaka was playing Fruit Ninja, cutting fruits with his eyes closed. It was clearly using a special sensory method to detect the fruits. So, Moonlight Gale felt a chill in his heart, thinking, could it be that Yasaka was using auditory investigation abilities back then? At that moment, Tsukiyuki Shippu saw Yasaka give him a reassuring and very confident look. So he didn't think much of it. Little did he know that Yasaka was referring to the 20 multiple-choice questions worth 40 points ahead. As for the application questions, Yasaka couldn't even hear what they were about. To be able to discern the answers to the new multiple-choice questions could already be considered a great feat for Yasaka. After all, even when writing numbers, it still relies on hearing to differentiate them. Yasaka is able to distinguish the numbers written by the other party without any audio discrimination ability, which is actually quite impressive. Unfortunately, no matter how impressive he is, he can only answer the first 40 points. He cannot hear the remaining 20 points. Yasaka thought that he should be able to manage the next 20 minutes on his own, not realizing that the following 20 minutes would also be quite difficult. After all, the original intention behind these questions was not to allow people to solve them, but rather to have others copy the answers. Thus, Tsukikage and the third Hokage were unaware of Yasaka's situation. At this moment, Asuma Sarutobi raised a note in his hand and said, "I am from exam room 001. Thus, in the end, only Moonlight Gale and Yasaka were in the same exam room. It's quite a coincidence that two specialists in swordsmanship were placed in the same exam room. After the lottery ends, there are still 20 minutes before entering the examination room, during which candidates can move freely. As long as they enter the examination room within the specified time, they will be fine. However, if they wander too far or get lost during these 20 minutes and are unable to enter the examination room on time, they will be considered to have given up the exam and will be eliminated on the spot, thus unable to participate in the subsequent competition. Therefore, during this time, most people stay near the entrance of the examination room and do not venture too far, at most just going to the restroom. These young people, full of vigor, and especially those who are genius level, are actually very prone to conflicts when they come together." Chapter 105, Conflict. After all, they're all geniuses, very confident and proud, and none of them is afraid of the other. Coupled with being at a rebellious age, it is easy for conflicts to arise when they meet. This particular conflict was triggered by Momochi Zabuza and Kurabi. The incident started because Momochi Zabuza went to the restroom, and Kurabi also went to the restroom. Then, Momochi Zabuza arrived at the urinal first and began to urinate. Kurabi stood behind waiting. Tobarama Senju didn't like others watching him urinate, so he told Kurabi, "Get a little further back, damn it." Kurabi also had a bad temper. Seeing that Taudi Zaibuzen's tone was unpleasant, he sarcastically said, "What's wrong? I'm just standing here. Which law says I can't stand here? Besides, with your short stature, I'm not even bothered to look at you. You can't compare to me at all." This immediately infuriated Taudi Zaibuzen, so much so that he forgot he was in the middle of urinating and turned around to say to Kurabi, "Try saying that again." As a result, when Taudi Zaibuzen turned around, since he was in the middle of urinating, he ended up urinating directly towards Kurabi. Killer Bee jumped back in shock, nearly getting urinated on by Momochi Zabuza. This made Killer Bee angry. He believed that Zabuza was deliberately trying to urinate on him. Consequently, Zabuza became furious and drew his short sword, swinging it at Killer Bee's brother. "I'll make sure you can never urinate again," Killer Bee shouted as he swung his weapon fiercely. However, Peachland Zaibonjan was greatly surprised and quickly took out his decapitation knife to block Kurabi's short knife. Thus, the conflict began here. Seeing these two fighting, the others around quickly moved aside, fearing to be caught in the crossfire. Taudi Zaibujan and Kurabi didn't care that they were in a bathroom. They immediately started fighting inside. Taudi Zaibujan quickly formed hand seals and shouted, "Urine release. Urine dragon technique." He then controlled the mixed liquid of urine and water in the urinal, forming a light yellow water dragon. This water dragon, due to the small amount of water, was significantly smaller than a real water release, water dragon technique, measuring only about 30 centimeters in diameter and over 3 meters long. However, the problem was that this urine dragon was mixed with urine, as evidenced by its light yellow color, indicating someone had been feeling unwell. Therefore, although this water dragon had no real lethal power, Its psychological impact was hundreds of times greater than its physical damage due to the urine mixture. In fact, it was even more powerful than a real water dragon technique. If it were a real water dragon, Karabi could have withstood it without much issue. But now, facing this urine dragon, Karabi didn't want to get a drop of it on him. So he became serious and focused all his attention on defending against the light yellow urine dragon's attack. At the same time, he quickly formed hand seals, and a ball of electricity crackled into existence, shouting, "Lightning release! Lightning wave!" In the next moment, Tao Di Zai Bujan roared, controlling the urine dragon to charge at Karabi. While Karabi shouted and hurled a lightning ball from his hands at Tao Di Zai Bujan. The next moment, the lightning ball transformed into a massive arc of electricity, instantly striking Tao Di Zai Bujan, making him scream in pain. The urine dragon from Muki Yatsuka charged quickly towards Karabi. If it were a normal water dragon, Karabi wouldn't even bother to dodge. However, this water dragon was mixed with urine, causing Karabi to unleash his potential on the spot. He activated his lightning release chakra mode, maximizing the activation of his body cells and neural reflexes, and shot out of the bathroom at lightning speed, avoiding the attack of the urine dragon. When Tao Di Zai Bujan saw that his attack missed, he shouted loudly, saying, "At least you can't face me head-on, can you?" In Tao Di Zai Bujan's view, he directly took on Karabi's attack, the lariat, and although his body was in pain from the electric shock, it didn't have much of an impact overall. However, Karabi did not dare to face his water release, water dragon technique, so in Zabuza Momochi's eyes, it seemed that Karabi had backed down first. At that moment, Karabi, who was originally about to leave, was suddenly provoked and charged back into the restroom, shouting, "Take this!" Human cannon. Karabi then threw a powerful punch at Zabuza, with arcs of electricity crackling around his arm, clearly demonstrating the immense strength behind the punch. Tao Di Zai Bujan directly formed a seal and unleashed a technique called water release, water barrier technique. As a result, a pale yellow water wall suddenly rose in front of him. Since most water release ninjas do not possess the ability of the second Hokage to use water release techniques directly from a place without water, they either have to use water release techniques near a water source or first create some water using water release techniques before using that water in actual combat. Mado Dai had directly used the water from the toilet according to the situation. Naturally, it was a mixture of urine and feces. Therefore, at that moment, a light yellow water barrier appeared in front of Mado Dai. Karabi was taken aback. He certainly did not want to come into contact with such disgusting water. So he abruptly halted his forward motion, gratefully retreating backwards. At the same time, he shouted, "Lightning release! Lightning wall!" In the next moment, Karabi spat out lightning from his mouth, which then formed a wall in front of him. Sure enough, Karabi's judgment was correct. The moment his lightning wall was generated, the water barrier in front of TD Zabuza exploded, turning into countless small water balls that attacked Karabi like shotgun pellets. Those light yellow and some brown water balls crashed into the lightning wall in front of Karabi and were directly electrolyzed into hydrogen and oxygen by the high-voltage electricity, evaporating into the air. Seeing this scene, Karabi thought that fighting TD Zabuza in the bathroom was indeed too unfavorable. So he shouted, "TD Zabuza, if you have the guts, come fight me in the hallway." TD Zabuza snorted coldly, unafraid, and said, "Am I afraid of you?" He then directly controlled the light yellow water dragon to chase after Karabi's figure as they both exited the bathroom. Chapter 106, Yasaka versus Zabuza. At the same time, just as Karabi rushed out of the restroom, Yasaka happened to arrive at the restroom door. Therefore, at the moment Karabi burst out, he and Yasaka locked eyes. The two stared at each other for a brief moment, exchanging glances. Then, Karabi brushed past Yasaka and rushed to a distance of about 5 or 6 meters from the restroom entrance. At that moment, Yasaka was a bit curious as to why Killer Bee, in his lightning release chakra mode, still used body technique to go to the bathroom. Could it be that the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village had difficulty urinating due to body technique and could only relieve themselves in lightning release chakra mode? Just as Yasaka was about to ask, a pale yellow water dragon suddenly burst out from the bathroom door, heading straight for him. "Watch out! Don't let that water dragon hit you!" Killer Bee exclaimed in shock, urgently shouting a warning to Yasaka. In an instant, Yagasaka reacted, fully activating his ability to sense airflow. A feeling of danger surged into his mind, and without the need for conscious thought, his body instinctively responded through muscle memory. In that flash of lightning, Yagasaka drew the katana from his waist, channeling all his energy into this single strike, and forcefully slashed forward. Slash steel flash. Yagasaka silently chanted, the katana slicing down fiercely towards the water dragon. In the next moment, a nearly translucent distortion of air appeared just in front of the blade's tip, and then abruptly extended forward. In that instant, it was as if the air had been split in two by the strike, creating a vacuum zone. The light yellow water dragon was hit squarely on the head, and in an instant, it split in half, becoming two separate halves of a water dragon, cleaved apart by Yagasaka's strike. The next moment, the halved water dragon lost its original draconic shape and splashed down into two puddles of light yellow liquid on the ground. This scene left the onlookers near the restroom door dumbfounded. What was happening? Am I seeing things? Someone just sliced through water with a single strike. What kind of sorcery is this? Is it really possible to cut water from a distance? For a moment, the surrounding spectators, including Kyra, stood frozen in shock, their expressions resembling that of someone who had just seen a ghost, dumbstruck and speechless. Yasaka only realized after a slash that someone was using the water release, water dragon technique in the bathroom. What was going on? And what was with Karabi suddenly rushing out with his ninja body technique? For a moment, Yasaka was completely confused and had no idea what was happening. So, Yasaka continued to step forward, and at that moment, Karabi was the first to recover from the shock, urgently shouting, "Don't go in." However, it was too late. Yasaka had already stepped into the bathroom. At that moment, Zabuza charged out of the bathroom, and the two of them suddenly came face to face. Not wanting to believe it was Karabi, Zabuza didn't even look and directly swung his executioner's sword down towards Yasaka, Karabi. As a result, just as Yasaka entered the bathroom, a large sword came at him. Without thinking, he drew his sword again, activating the slash steel flash, and struck hard against Zabuza's executioner's sword. Since both of them were using their full strength, a tremendous clashing sound of clang echoed in the air. The next moment, Zabuza, holding the sword with both hands, felt a terrifying force transmitted from the executioner's sword. Before he could react, he was lifted off the ground and flew backward. What? Zabuza was shocked, only able to see a blurry figure much smaller than Karabi at the doorway. And he was directly sent flying out of the bathroom window by Yasaka's strike from the third floor. Then, Zabuza fell from the third floor to the first floor. Fortunately, he used the water release technique to cushion his fall, so he wasn't injured, but his face was filled with shock, and his spirit suffered a considerable impact. What the hell? That guy Karabi actually possesses this level of sword technique? Zabuza was astonished, with a look of disbelief on his face. He had also reviewed Karabi's information and knew that the other party was a ninja using the body technique and the eight tails be blade technique. Normally, it should be classified as an ordinary physical technique attack. However, that strike just now was clearly a sword technique attack. Tactical attacks are different from regular knife techniques. Tactical attacks generally concentrate the killing power on a single strike, delivering a blow that pierces the soul with one cut. The normal knife technique focuses on concentrating the lethal power through flexible and varied methods, using different postures and attack styles to inflict damage on the enemy. Therefore, in the case of a serious situation, Karabi's attack patterns clearly reflect this approach of dealing damage to the enemy through conventional attack methods. It's not the kind of technique that delivers tons of damage with a single strike. However, just now he was pushed back by his opponent with a single blow. If he hadn't been holding the sword with both hands, he might have been pushed back by the lack of strength in one hand, and then injured by the back of his own executioner's sword. However, just now it seemed that Karabi's figure had shrunk. I remember he should be quite tall, but why did he appear shorter and seem to have slimmed down? Could it be some kind of explosive secret technique? Could it create explosive power by consuming muscle strength, or by simply compressing the muscles? For a moment, Naruto fell into confusion. Yasaka, who had just sent Tudi flying with a single strike, didn't pay much attention to it and continued to use the restroom. That slash just now was a steel-cutting flash, but he hadn't used his full strength. He probably only used about 65. It was barely 70 of his power, and he felt that the opponent didn't seem very strong. He had simply used ordinary strength to send the opponent flying. Who was that just now? I didn't even get a good look, but it doesn't matter. They didn't seem strong at all, Yasaka muttered to himself while using the restroom. Outside the toilet, Karabi and the surrounding onlookers were all stunned. They had just witnessed the scene where the two-handed sword-wielding Zabuza Momochi was sent flying by the one-handed sword strike of Yatsuka, being knocked out of the toilet window. This shocking moment left everyone present in a state of disbelief. Chapter 107, Shocked Onlookers. It is important to note that this was a super long sword measuring 3 meters in length. Just looking at its length made it seem very heavy. Moreover, Zabuza was wielding the sword with both hands and had struck with full force. Although many people present can actually block it, there are many different ways to block. It can be done easily, or it can be very difficult to block. Most of the people present were struggling to block the attack. Even Karabi had to exert quite a bit of effort to hold it off. But what about Yasaka? Yasaka was directly wielding a sword with one hand. It wasn't just a simple block. He actually sent Zabuza, along with his sword, flying with a single strike. This makes a significant difference. First, it's a one-handed small blade versus Zabuza's two-handed, 3-meter-long execution sword. Secondly, Yasaka not only blocked Zabuza's full power attack, but also managed to send Zabuza, who weighed around 150 to 160 pounds, along with his sword, flying as well. And he did all this while wielding the small blade with one hand. What does this mean? It means that the force generated by Yasaka's one-handed strike with the small blade must have exceeded 300 or even 400 pounds. What does that imply? This is the kind of power that Karabi could only achieve with a full-force punch after using his body technique. And even then, it might fall short. If a normal human were to withstand such force, it would be impossible. They would be shattered on the spot. Yet, Yasaki managed to do it, and more importantly, he did it with one hand and a short sword. As a result, everyone present was left dumbfounded, watching someone of average height and build deliver such a terrifying blow. This was almost comparable to monstrous strength. Who's this guy? At that moment, a contestant murmured in shock. If that blade had hit, it would definitely have cleaved someone in half on the spot. All right, I think I've seen this guy before. He seems to be from the Konoha representative team and even appears to be the captain. Suddenly, someone recalled Yasaki and exclaimed in surprise. The expressions of those around him immediately changed as they looked at Yasaki. So, he's the captain of the Konoha representative team. No wonder he is so strong. Impressive. He truly lives up to the title of captain of the Konoha village representative team. His strength is indeed formidable. It's amazing that just one strike has such power. I can imagine how strong he would be in a real battle. I really look forward to his fight. I wonder who the unfortunate soul will be to face him. For a moment, people around were buzzing with discussion. Karabi was also very surprised, as he had only thought Yasaki had quick reflexes when they were playing Fruit Ninja earlier, and hadn't he shown much else. Karabi and his group had assumed that Yasaki was the type who was extremely fast but had weak strength. This type is usually strong in assassination, capable of a one-hit kill, but when it comes to a direct confrontation, they can't hold up due to insufficient power. However, Karabi was now astonished to discover that this kid also had tremendous strength. At least the power displayed in that last strike was completely on par with his full-force punch, while activated in lightning release chakra mode. This kid has some skills, Karabi thought with a smile, feeling a bit excited about the match with Yasaki. At that moment, Yasaki walked out of the bathroom and saw a crowd of people at the door, each with a shocked expression, leaving him utterly confused. What happened? Why does it look like you're all so surprised? You just sent someone flying with a single strike. Isn't that enough to astonish us? One person said, looking speechless. What is so surprising about that? I didn't even use 70% of my strength with that last strike, and I still sent him flying. So that guy is probably just trash, not worth mentioning, Yasaki replied nonchalantly, causing those around him to be shocked again. You sent someone flying with a single-handed strike while they were using all their strength with a big blade, and you didn't even use 70% of your power? What the hell? If you had used 100%, wouldn't you have just obliterated him along with his weapon? Moreover, they are the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist Village, which is quite famous. Yet here, they seem not very strong and probably just trash, something not worth mentioning. If Zabuza hears this, he would probably be so furious that he would spit blood on the spot. As a result, Yasaka directly became shockingly bold. And even the usually carefree Killer Bee was stunned into silence, increasingly wanting to fight Yasaka. I finally understand why that Yuzuki woman wanted to fight Yasaka so much. Now I also really want to have a go at him, Killer Bee thought with a smile. Meanwhile, the one who was knocked away by a single slash, Momochi Zabuza, was being scolded by Terumi Mei from the window of the corridor on the other side, making his already bad mood even worse. His face looking as if he had eaten something disgusting. These people are all my enemies. I will definitely kill them all. Zabuza thought fiercely to himself as he walked towards the examination venue. Watching Zabuza's figure disappear in the small square, Terumi Mei supported her forehead with one hand, feeling exhausted. Why did she have to participate in the competition with these mental cases? She would rather compete alone than be with these lunatics. Now it seemed that she suddenly found that compared to Zabuza, Kokage and Kurosaki were simply model students. After all, one was constantly polishing his ninja's sword, and the other was endlessly embroidering, both quietly doing their own things without bothering anyone. unlike Zabuza, who caused trouble everywhere he went, making Terumi Mei so angry that she wanted to just do away with him. If he died, it would save her from his constant disturbances and lack of peace. I truly admire the third Mizukiage. Managing so many mental cases so orderly shows incredible mental strength. If I were the Mizukiage, I would probably go insane and end up in a mental hospital within a week. Meanwhile, with just 10 minutes left until the first written exam was about to start, the preparatory bell rang, reminding the candidates to hurry over. This novel can be downloaded using the open-source Freestar String downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain the novel file through a proxy download and the seller did not provide the software source code or open source address, please request a refund immediately and report the seller. Author's email, xingyuoutlook.com. Author's QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ group, 149050832. Official TG group, https MEFQ tool, chapter 108. The killing intent of Zai Bujan, since the preparatory bell had already rung. It indicated that there were only 10 minutes left before entering the examination hall. Therefore, most people perked up and gathered near the entrance of their examination room, waiting to enter shortly. As a result, the previously chaotic and noisy corridor became much quieter. Even Zai Bujan, who had been causing trouble before, now stood quietly by a window with a large sword on his back, leaning against the wall and constantly watching the other candidates nearby. These individuals were from other countries, which meant they could potentially become enemies. And those who could participate in the competition were naturally talented individuals, many of whom were geniuses from their respective countries. Therefore, these people posed a hidden threat to the Mist Village, and it would be best for me to eliminate them all, as it would help remove some of the threats to Mist Village, Zai Bujan thought to himself. His eyes filled with fierce light and an invisible killing intent emanating from him. Those standing near Zai Bujan inexplicably felt a chill, even though the temperature was 22 degrees today, which was considered quite comfortable. Why did it suddenly feel so cold, making their skin crawl? One contestant, puzzled, turned to Zai Bujan beside him and elbowed him, asking, "Hey, do you feel a bit cold? Why do I suddenly feel cold? It doesn't seem like the air conditioning is on. Do you want to die?" Zai Bujan replied with a gloomy face, his eyes revealing a strong, killing intent as he spoke ominously to the contestant. Are you sick?" The contestant was startled by Zai Bujan and exclaimed, cursing under his breath as he shifted to the right, distancing himself a bit from Zai Bujan, muttering, "Who is this idiot? It's like he has a deep-seated grudge against everyone. What a lunatic." As he spoke, the contestant suddenly realized that he no longer felt cold. That strange sensation had vanished. What the hell? What's going on with this temperature? The contestant felt utterly confused. On the other side, Yasaki and Karabi were together, both in the same examination room. Yasaki asked Karabi, "Are you confident you can pass this written exam?" Karabi chuckled and replied in a rap style, "Of course I have no confidence. How could I possibly pass? I've never passed a test in my life." So you're going to be eliminated and 1T be able to participate in the subsequent matches," Yasaki exclaimed in surprise. Karabi laughed and revealed a mysterious expression. "But I can cheat. I have special methods to copy answers as long as I'm not caught. It doesn't matter how I copy as long as I pass." "Impressive." Yasaki nodded and continued, "Me too. I've never passed a test in my life, and I'm also planning to copy answers this time. We are indeed kindred spirits." Karabi smiled, sharing a mutual understanding. On the other side, Kakashi Hitaki and Uchiha Shimizu were together. "Shimizu, what do you think about the upcoming team battles?" Kakashi asked. Uchiha Shimizu thought for a moment and replied, "It's hard to say. Team battles are different from one-on-one fights. Team leaders need to emphasize the coordination of various abilities, and there are many variables. Sometimes, someone who can handle a one-on-one might not be so easy to deal with in a team, especially with some candidates in this competition whose abilities are quite tricky." After a pause, Uchiha Shimizu continued, "Moreover, most of the contestants this time are strong in combat abilities, so there aren't team many sensory ninjas. If someone has sensory scouting abilities, they would have a significant advantage in team battles. Unfortunately, our lower ranks don't have the Hyuga clan with their Byakugan. Otherwise, our team battles will be much easier." Kakashi nodded and said, "The ideal strategy would be to remain still at the start, set up an ambush, and wait for others to weaken each other before we take advantage of the situation. Plus, there is also the individual matches to consider. So it's best to keep our abilities hidden as much as possible." "Exactly. So it's better for us to play it safe this time." Just as the two were talking, suddenly the loudspeaker in the hallway blared. "Attention all candidates, please enter the examination room now." Have your ID and admission ticket ready for inspection by the examiners. Those without them will be directly eliminated. Anyone who does not enter the examination room within 5 minutes will be directly eliminated. Loud noise will lead to immediate disqualification. With the announcement repeating, candidates began to enter the examination room one after another. Yasaki's position was relatively central, which was beneficial for a wide view, making it easier to copy answers. The downside was that he was directly exposed to the eyes of the invigilators, and if caught cheating too openly, he could be eliminated on the spot. In reality, many candidates were well aware of the significance of this written exam. In a normal competition, what is tested is practical skills and combat abilities, which usually has nothing to do with theoretical knowledge. After all, no matter how good the theory is, if the practical skills are lacking, it's just empty talk. However, the reason for this so-called written exam was clear to many candidates. It was to test the candidate's scouting abilities. After all, scouting ability is also very important for a ninja. Otherwise, even if one has strong combat power, if they don't know there are pursuers behind them or ambushes ahead, they can end up in dire situations. Therefore, it can be said that 80% of the candidates present understood that this exam was actually to encourage them to secretly use their abilities to obtain answers. Thus, thinking in this way, one can understand that in every examination room, there will definitely be someone who knows the answers. The actual significance of this exam lies in how to find this person and successfully copy their answers without being discovered by the invigilator. In this regard, it depends on how these contestants use their unique skills to navigate the situation. The contestants from Konoha basically all have their own abilities, and the same goes for the competitors from other countries. However, there are some who lack significant abilities, such as a few ninjas from smaller countries who truly do not possess such skills. As a result, contestants like them would naturally be eliminated directly in the written exam. Even someone like Might Guy, who specializes purely in taijutsu, actually has a special ability that allows him to obtain others' answers. It is worth mentioning that the seating arrangement for this competition was also planned in advance. Chapter 109. The written exam begins since the exam is designed to assess the contestants' reconnaissance abilities. Different scenarios that these abilities might encounter are naturally considered. For example, the Sharingan must be able to see in order to feel. The Sharingan can see chakra and slow down movements. These abilities can only be demonstrated under the premise of being able to see. Therefore, Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Kakashi, who possess the Sharingan, were placed near a certain candidate, an official, who knows the answers, allowing them to observe this candidate's actions. Similarly, Might Guy was also arranged to be near that candidate, so that he could see the actions of that candidate, as he too has the ability to know what others are doing by observing their movements. Of course, even though they were placed near this candidate, they would not be informed that this person is not a real contestant, but rather someone arranged by the officials to provide them with answers to copy. As for how they could identify this person as the one who knows the answers, that would depend on their own analysis and discovery. Therefore, for these types of relatively special contestants, targeted seating arrangements are made to ensure they can showcase their strengths. However, in actual combat, one would not have such good luck. There may not even be an opportunity to see the opponent. Thus, from this perspective, the Byakugan's reconnaissance ability is indeed top-notch. Consequently, ninjas with abilities similar to the Byakugan are often placed in the back rows or corners because they do not require specific conditions to gather information. Yasaka is quite special because the third Hokage knows that Yasaka is using the exam to gather intelligence, so he arranged for Yasaka to be placed in the very center. At the same time, he directly placed the fake candidate right in front of Yasaka. This way, the distance to Yasaka is the closest, and he can secretly copy from Yasaka, which can be said to be extremely outrageous. Yasaka had already been informed in advance that the person sitting in front of him was the one who knew the correct answer. So Yasaka was confident that he could score those 40 points. At this time, the invigilators for each exam room began to arrive one after another. The invigilator for the Yatsuka exam room was Marino Ibiki, the intimidating team leader of the interrogation department, known for the scar on his forehead. Each exam room has 2 invigilators, and in addition to Marino Ibiki, the other invigilator for the Yatsuka exam room was Hyuga Hisashi, who has the Byakugan. The arrangement of these 2 individuals as examiners was intentional, as the Byakugan's ability allows Hyuga Hisashi to directly observe the entire exam room and see how each person is cheating. In contrast, Senju Itachi plays the role of the enforcer, specifically targeting those who employ low-level cheating methods. Therefore, it can be said that if there is indeed supervision, very few people can cheat under the watchful eye of the Byakugan. unless they use techniques similar to those of the Sound Ninja Village that involve hearing answers from a distance, which would not be detected by the Byakugan. Even if they were caught listening to sounds to copy answers, there would be no concrete evidence. At this moment, the bell rang, indicating that the exam officially began. With a duration of 60 minutes and a total score of 100 points, requiring at least 60 points to pass, the candidates present began to use their special abilities, each showcasing their unique skills. However, in the first 3 minutes, no one attempted to copy answers as they first looked at the questions, confirmed that they indeed could not answer them, and then began searching for someone who knew the answers. Around the 10th minute of the exam, most of the candidates found the person who knew the answers. Consequently, these examinees began to take action. Sasori controlled the chakra threads to manipulate mirrors secretly installed on the ceiling, reflecting the answers of that candidate to copy. Deidara controlled his small bombs to observe that person's answers and then copied them. Conan manipulated the moisture in the air to alter the reflection of light, creating an image of the answers reflected from the exam paper in front of that candidate. Through the principle of uneven moisture in the air, she created a mirage-like effect that allowed the answers to appear in front of her. The form of the mirage naturally resembled the image of the test paper of that student. Therefore, Mei Ming directly started copying the answers. Tao Di Zai Bujan increased the moisture in the air, raising the concentration of moisture around the student to achieve a state similar to a spatial barrier. Thus, he knew the answers written on the test paper through the changes in the moisture around the student. Yumu Run, by utilizing the special ability of the two-tailed demon cat, summoned a very weak and ordinary spirit that a normal person could not see with the naked eye. Therefore, this spirit was standing next to the student, looking at the answers on the student's test paper. The information seen by the undead's eyes is directly transmitted to the brain of the U-Man, allowing the U-Man to perceive it as if he had seen it himself. Thus, the U-Man uses this method to copy answers. Karabi, on the other hand, obtains information about the candidate through controlling the tentacle abilities of the Eight Tails. Uchiha Bido and Uchiha Shursui both activated their Sharingan, directly copying the actions of the candidate. So whatever answers the candidate wrote, they wrote the same answers. Although Might Guy cannot replicate actions, he can understand what the candidate has written by observing their movements. Thus knowing the answers, Moonlight Gale raised his hand, claiming he needed to go to the restroom. As soon as he entered the restroom, he immediately used the body flicker technique to become invisible. He then approached the candidate, and, similar to what the spirit used by Yuzuki, he was undetectable by the naked eye. He stood in front of the candidate, looking at the answers on their exam paper, and secretly memorized them since he had a great memory. After memorizing the answers, Moonlight Gale returned to the restroom, revealed himself, and went back to the examination room to write the answers he remembered on his own exam paper. In this way, Moonlight Gale copied the answers from the candidate's exam paper to his own. Although it required the use of the body flicker technique, the effect was quite good. Chapter 110. Each person's cheating method, however. While this invisibility technique might go unnoticed by others, it was clearly visible to the Byakugan. The spirit next to the candidate and Moonlight Gale, who was using the body flicker technique to remain hidden, were clearly seen by Hinata Hizashi, who had activated his Byakugan. The Byakugan allows for a 360-degree view and can see through objects, as well as detect chakra. Although Moonlight Gale was invisible, he still had chakra, making him quite clear to the Byakugan's perspective. However, even though he saw Moonlight Gale, Hinata Hizashi remained silent and acted as if he hadn't seen anything. After all, his purpose as the proctor was not truly to prevent others from cheating. Ultimately, this written exam was about cheating. Therefore, upon seeing Moonlight Gale become invisible, Hinata Hizashi felt somewhat pleased, thinking that the abilities of the people from the Leaf Village were impressive. At this moment, Hinata Hizashi pretended not to see anything and was strolling back and forth in the aisle, observing when he noticed Hinata Hizashi approaching. However, Kakashi did not have the powerful Sharingan of later generations, but he still had his own methods. After all, he was a boy known as a genius ninja. How could he possibly fail to find an answer? So, Kakashi secretly performed an earth release technique, causing some fine dust to fall onto the examinee's test paper. The ninja immediately brushed the dust off the test paper, and at that moment, Kakashi seized the opportunity to glance at that person's paper, quickly spotting the answers, and then began writing the answers he saw onto his own test paper. Saratobi Asuma is even more impressive. He directly uses wind release to blow away the exam papers of the people next to him, and quickly observes the answers on the papers. Although it's only a matter of 2 seconds, it's enough for him to get a general idea. As long as he knows the gist, He just needs to fill in some unimportant details himself. After all, with the main topic outline provided by the answers, he can basically score points. Asuma Sarutobi had been observing the person next to him for a while. Although the person next to him was not the official staff member, it was clear that they had copied the answers from the official's exam paper. So, what was the difference between Asuma copying this person's answers and copying the official's answers? They were essentially the same. Consequently, everyone was cheating in their own way, copying answers in various manners. Most people's cheating methods have actually been clearly seen by the observers in each examination room. In the Yagasaka examination room, it's Hinata Hyuga, and there is also an observer with Byakugan in other examination rooms. Although these proctors have witnessed many cheating methods, most of the time they do not expose them. Instead, they pretend not to see and take note of these cheating methods in secret. On one hand, this information is recorded for the Konoha Intelligence Department to be used for future combat and defense. On the other hand, it is also compiled into teaching materials to provide more insights for others. If a student uses a clumsy method of cheating that is immediately obvious, the invigilator will call out that person for cheating and disqualify them. In reality, the true meaning is that their method of deception is too poor and inadequate, which is why they are eliminated. At this moment, Yagasaka was also using his own method to copy answers. He utilized his ability to manipulate air currents to amplify the sound of the person in front of him writing, directing it into his ears. He then discerned the multiple choice answers of that person. Afterward, he wrote the answers on his own exam paper. Everything went very smoothly. Whenever that candidate wrote an answer to a question, Yagasaka listened and then wrote his own down as well. At this moment, the third Hokage and his think tank were watching the situation in each examination room through the crystal ball with a particular focus on Yatsuka. When they saw Yatsuka accurately obtaining the answer from the candidates ahead by relying on his hearing, the third Hokage and the others smiled with satisfaction, thinking that Yatsuka was quite reliable. The third Hokage shared this thought, smiling at the others and saying, "It seems that this child Yatsuka is quite dependable. My previous worries were unfounded." The others nodded in agreement, all wearing smiles. So far, it seemed stable. Yatsuka was clearly able to obtain the answers, which meant their concern about him failing and being eliminated was no longer an issue. Great. As it stands, all the contestants from our Konoha representative team can pass the exam. Now, we need to pay attention to the upcoming team battles, said Nara Shikamaru, adjusting his glasses with a confident expression. That's right, but there's no need to worry too much. After all, the contestants from other countries are strong, and our Konoha people are not to be underestimated. Who knows who will win or lose? The third Hokage said confidently. Each contestant in this batch was actually quite strong, not inferior to those from other villages, and even stronger in some cases, especially with Yatsuka, who had an overwhelming single-target killing ability. The third Hokage felt confident that their Konoha representative team could win the championship in the upcoming group matches. At that moment, Jiraiya, who was standing beside them, suddenly pointed at the crystal ball with a puzzled expression and said, "Why did Yutaka stop writing after finishing the multiple-choice questions?" Hearing Jiraiya's voice, the third Hokage and others immediately looked at the crystal ball, focusing on Yutaka's scene. In the image, Yutaka had completed all the multiple-choice questions on his exam paper, and all the answers were correct. However, he was just sitting in his chair without writing anything further, leaving the third Hokage and others feeling confused. Could it be that the person in front of him hadn't finished the application problems yet? Is he waiting for that person to write down the answers? Danzo thought for a moment and said, "No, the person in front has already written 3 application questions. Why doesn't Yutaka just copy them? This is really strange." "What's going on?" Jiraiya said with a puzzled expression. The third Hokage was also very confused and completely did not understand why Yutaka suddenly stopped writing after finishing the multiple-choice questions. Just as everyone was bewildered and at a loss, Orochimaru suddenly spoke up. "Is it possible that Yutaka is using his hearing to discern the frequency of others' writing, and thus knows the answers they wrote?" The third Hokage nodded. Yutaka had told him before that he relied on the frequency of sounds to identify the content being written. Chapter 111. Orochimaru's guest Orochimaru then showed a very skeptical expression and said, "If I'm not mistaken." At this point, Orochimaru paused. "Continue," the third Hokage urged anxiously. Orochimaru then continued, "If I'm not mistaken, Yutaka can hear the frequency of others writing numbers. So he wrote down all the answers to the multiple-choice questions because he could hear the numbers. However, he can't hear the words, so he didn't write any of the answers for the subsequent word problems." What? Upon hearing Orochimaru's deduction, the third Hokage was immediately taken aback, exclaiming in shock, Not just the third Hokage, but everyone present was shocked and looked completely bewildered. Moreover, the more everyone thought about it, the more they felt that Orochimaru's words were very reasonable and in line with the current situation. Damn! The third Hokage exclaimed a curse on the spot, his face showing a look as if he had eaten something disgusting. I just thought Yasaka was very reliable, and this time it was a sure win, but it turns out this guy could only hear the numbers. What the hell? The third Hokage went crazy. This multiple choice question was only worth 40 points, and there was still a 20-point gap from passing. How are they going to make up those 20 points? Yasaka really turned out to be unreliable, only able to hear numbers. This is way too unreliable. At this moment, Orochimaru spoke again. In fact, Yasaka being able to hear the audio frequency of the numbers is already quite impressive, considering that Yasaka seems to have no abilities related to sound. According to him, he controlled the airflow to amplify the sound to his ears, and then he judged based on the sound. In other words, without any sound-related abilities, he was still able to distinguish the numbers, which is actually quite remarkable. But this is useless. This won't help him pass. The third Hokage slammed the table and shouted, now very anxious. If Yasaka really couldn't pass the written exam, then their Konoha village would essentially be down a trump card. Moreover, this situation is quite interesting. The main competitor of a major country's team was eliminated from the competition due to failing the written exam, which means they can't participate in the subsequent matches. If this gets out, it would surely make people laugh out loud. If the people from the Cloud Village find out, they would lose all face for the Leaf Village. This is because the Cloud Village has always had a bad relationship with the Leaf Village during the last Ninja World War. It was the Cloud Village and the Leaf Village that started fighting first. Therefore, the third Hokage was extremely anxious at this moment. What should we do about this? Quickly come up with a solution. The third Hokage urgently told his group of advisors. At that moment, the usually clever advisors fell silent, as they truly couldn't think of a way for Yasaka to cheat and get the answers. How about sending Yamanaka and Noichi to use the mind transfer jutsu to help Yasaka answer the questions? At this time, Danzo spoke up. That's useless. Yamanaka and Noichi doesn't know the answers either. The third Hokage replied with frustration. This is indeed a very troublesome matter, as the questions this time are extremely difficult, to the point where a normal person wouldn't be able to answer them, and Yamanaka and Noichi doesn't know the answers either. Moreover, if he uses the mind transfer jutsu, it would mean his thoughts would directly transfer to Yasaka. In that case, Yamanaka and Noichi wouldn't know the answers either, and it wouldn't help him write them down. If we let Yama Zhonghai recite the answers on the spot now, he wouldn't be able to memorize them at all. What should we do? This is really infuriating. The third Hokage immediately felt overwhelmed, but this matter had to be resolved. After all, whether for the sake of face or the competition's integrity, they had to ensure Yasaka passed. You all think of a way. No matter what method, Yasaka must pass the written exam today. The third Hokage issued a firm order. At that moment, Jiraiya walked over to the third Hokage's side, leaned in, and whispered a few words. What? You want me to pass the answers to Yasaka? We're from Konoha. How can we do something so blatant? The third Hokage exclaimed, blowing his beard in anger. However, in the next moment, his expression changed, and he nodded, muttering, it seems it's not impossible. For Konoha, what's wrong with doing this little thing? Yeah, it's just passing him an answer. It's no big deal. Jiraiya agreed from the side. At this time, Orochimaru and Danzo frowned and said, but won't this make other candidates unhappy? This is Konoha. This is our home ground. If they're unhappy, let them complain to the organizers. Here in Konoha, we have the final say. The third Hokage declared decisively. Danzo smirked. Let them complain to the organizers? Aren't we the organizers? Then it's settled. Have someone notify Marino Ibiki and Hyuga Hizashi, as well as Toriyama Akira, to pass the answers to Yasaka. The third Hokage said with determination. In the examination room, the Konoha ninja named Toriyama Akira, sitting in front of Yasaka, suddenly coughed. Then, he placed his paper closer to the right side of the desk and moved to the left side. This way, from Yasaka's perspective, he could clearly see the answers on the paper in front of him. However, Yasaka, sitting behind, had actually fallen asleep. That's right, just now. Yasaka realized he couldn't answer any of the application questions behind him, and he couldn't make out what others were writing by ear. So, he simply laid his head down on the desk and fell asleep. Seeing this, the ninja in front of Yasaka was dumbfounded. I even moved my position to let you see my answers, and you tell me you fell asleep? How am I supposed to let you copy now? Nearby contestants displayed expressions of disbelief. What is going on? This is so blatant. Is he really letting someone copy answers? This is too obvious. At this moment, someone immediately raised their hand to signal the proctor, saying, report. I protest. This person is openly showing answers to someone else. It violates the rules. Marino Abiki walked over, looking serious at the protesting contestant, then revealed a sinister smile and said to the contestant, "Protest denied." Paying off others to obtain information is also an important means for ninjas to gather intelligence. The ninja looked indignant. Chapter 112. Protest denied you. You're being biased. The contestant shouted angrily. I don't care if I'm biased or not. The protest is invalid. Understand? If not, you can file a complaint with the organizers of this competition. Marino Abiki said with a sinister smile, looking at the contestant. The contestant opened his mouth in anger, but couldn't say anything. File a complaint with the organizers? Isn't that just a joke? Who doesn't know that the organizers of this competition are you Konoha? And seeing Yasaka wearing the Konoha forehead protector, it's obvious he is from Konoha too. Reporting a Konoha contestant for cheating to Konoha? That's like throwing a steam bun to a dog. It won't come back, not even a splash of water. It's completely useless. The ninja finally understood what it meant to be beaten by society. This is what societal backlash looks like. Do you have any questions? If not, please sit down and continue answering. Marino Abiki said with a cold smile, thinking proudly. You think you can challenge me? I am the head of the interrogation department. I've seen more in my life than you've eaten grains of rice. In the end, the contestant said nothing and sat down to continue answering. Thus, Marino Abiki left him alone. Meanwhile, in another examination room, as he watched Hinata Hizashi walking towards him, Tsukikage Shippu was extremely nervous, not daring to make a sound, his whole body tensed up. He was actually coming over here. Could it be that he has already noticed me? Tsukikage Shippu felt anxious and stood still, not daring to move. Because although his invisibility technique allowed him to become invisible, it also had certain drawbacks. That is, when he remained still or moved slightly, like moving his arms or head, he could achieve complete visual invisibility, meaning others would have no way of detecting him. However, if he used the invisibility technique while in motion, such as walking or running, his invisible state would be significantly reduced, appearing semi-transparent. In this state, although he was still invisible, due to his semi-transparent condition, if someone looked closely, they could still spot him. Of course, this refers to situations where someone is observing carefully. If he were in grass or a complex environment, even in a semi-invisible state, it would generally be difficult for an average person to notice him at a glance. But the problem was that the environment he was in was not one of those chaotic and complex settings, as the examination room was clearly organized, with rows of seats and candidates arranged in order. Therefore, in such a neat and orderly environment, if he moved, it would be very obvious, even if he was semi-transparent. At this moment, Hinata Hizashi was also walking towards him, with his eyes directed this way. If Hinata Hizashi was not looking at him, then perhaps a slight movement would go unnoticed by the corner of his eye. Therefore, as he watched Hinata Hizashi approach, Tsukikage Keisuke was extremely tense. He found himself in a very contradictory situation. He wanted to move, but was afraid of being directly discovered by Hinata Hizashi. After all, Hinata Hizashi possessed the Byakugan, which naturally gave him greater insight than an ordinary person. However, if he remained still, there was still a significant chance that Hinata Hizashi would notice him as he approached. Therefore, it was time for him to make a decision. In the final moment, Tsukikage Keisuke made his choice. He chose to trust his hiding technique and stood still. He did not know that since the moment he used his hiding technique to enter through the classroom door, he had already been seen clearly by Hinata Hizashi's Byakugan. Hinata Hizashi, however, pretended not to see him. Thus, Tsukikage Keisuke could only gamble that Hinata Hizashi did not see him, as remaining still might have a chance of going unnoticed, but moving would increase the probability of being discovered. With a very tense heart, Tsukikage Keisuke stiffly watched as Hinata Hizashi walked towards him, his back already soaked with sweat. Then he saw Hinata Hizashi getting closer step by step, and when he noticed Hinata Hizashi's eyes fixed on him, Tsukikage Keisuke's heart skipped a beat, thinking, could it be that I've been discovered? But he also wanted to play tough, wondering if he was just overthinking it. Perhaps Hinata Hizashi was actually looking at some candidate behind him, clinging to this lucky thought. Tsukikage Keisuke watched as Hinata Hizashi drew nearer, then passed right by him. What? He really didn't notice me? Tsukikage Keisuke was very surprised to see Hinata Hizashi brush past him. Ah, great, he didn't discover me. It seems my hiding technique is still quite impressive. I must have been scaring myself before. It turns out I was overthinking it. Ha, what a false alarm. What a false alarm, ha ha ha. Tsukikage Keisuke was suddenly filled with joy and excitement, feeling proud of his hiding technique. However, at that moment, he suddenly saw Hinata Hisashi turn back quickly, wink at him, and then continue to walk slowly towards the back of the classroom. In that instant, Tsukikage Keisuke's mind went blank. The joyful smile on his face from thinking he was not discovered froze. He actually found me. But he winked at me as a signal? Does that mean he was pretending not to see me on purpose? After a brief moment of astonishment, Tsukikage Keisuke's thought in shock. It turns out it was all my own assumption. If I'm not mistaken, Hinata Hisashi must have discovered me the moment I used my hiding technique to enter the classroom, but he pretended not to see me. Is this a deliberate act of ignoring my cheating? If I'm correct, it's probably because he wants to favor the ninjas from Konoha. Tsukikage Keisuke had a sharp mind, and in just an instant, he figured out the cause and effect. He immediately calmed his emotions and thought, since Hinata Hisashi is giving me this opportunity, I can't let him down by being ignored. I must seize this chance. So, Tsukikage Keisuke quickly returned his attention to the exam paper in front of him, working hard to memorize the answers on it. Chapter 113, The Crumbling Akira Toriyama. On the other side, in the examination hall of Yasaka, Akira Toriyama, assigned by Konoha to provide answers for other candidates to copy, was equally distressed. Not only was he responsible for giving correct answers to other candidates, but he was also on standby as part of Konoha's arrangements. Therefore, a command had already been issued for him to make way for Yasaka behind him, allowing Yasaka to copy his answers. He resolutely carried out the organization's orders, placing his exam paper on the far right of the table and trying to sit as far left as possible. However, after waiting for a while, instead of hearing the sound of writing coming from behind, he heard the sound of snoring. What the hell? Toriyama was stunned, thinking, what is this? He actually fell asleep. I went through so much trouble, almost blatantly making way for him to copy the answers. And now you tell me this guy has fallen asleep? Asleep. This is simply intolerable. Toriyama was about to explode with anger. He had gone to such lengths to let him copy the answers, and yet he was asleep. Toriyama stated that this was the first time he had encountered such a ridiculous situation in his life. He was a hot-tempered person, and this was simply unacceptable. But for the honor of Konoha, he still held back. So, Toriyama tried to lean back in his chair and then pushed backward with force, which hit Yasaka's desk behind him. He hoped this would wake the sleeping Yasaka. However, Yasaka did not wake up, and the snoring continued. Damn, is this guy a pig? How can he sleep so soundly? Toriyama cursed in his heart and pushed back again. This time, the impact was so strong that his chair collided with Yasaka's desk, creating a loud noise. Yet there was still no change apart from the snoring. This was driving Toriyama's mentality to the brink of collapse. What the hell? Who is this guy? Why won't he wake up? Toriyama screamed frantically in his heart. But there was nothing he could do. He was a Konoha ninja, and he was also an Umbu ninja. He needed to carry out orders and be responsible for Konoha. His task was to ensure the mission was completed, no matter how difficult it was. This was the professional ethic of a ninja. Thus, even though he wanted to curse, and even though Yasaka still hadn't woken up, Toriyama had to find a way to complete the task. He thought to himself, the task given to me is to cooperate with this guy behind me, allowing him to copy my answers. The essence of this task is actually to ensure that the answers on this guy's paper are correct, so he can pass this written exam. In other words, as long as there are correct answers on this guy's paper, that's all that matters. Toriyama calmed down and immediately began to analyze. As a ninja, one not only needed strong abilities, but also a smart and calm mind, and he was just that kind of person. Soon, Toriyama figured out the core essence of his task, looking beyond the surface. The essence was simply to help Yasaka pass the written exam, nothing more. So he thought, since this guy is sleeping like a dead pig, I can't just wake him up openly. In that case, I have to use that method. Toriyama, as if he had made up his mind, showed a determined expression on his face, or rather, a look of facing death without fear. He took a deep breath, then turned around quickly, took Yasaka's paper into his hands, and placed his own paper on Yasaka's desk. There was no name written on his paper, so Yasaka could simply write his name on it. Akira Toriyama's actions immediately astonished most of the candidates present who were monitoring him, leaving them dumbfounded. This is just too real. Is it really this blatant now? For a moment, most of the candidates were completely stunned. This is just too obvious. Do they think everyone here is blind? It's understandable that Konoha protects its own contestants, but being this direct and open about it is just too shameless. So someone stood up and shouted in protest. I protest. He is openly cheating. These two are blatantly exchanging test papers, which constitutes cheating, and they should be eliminated on the spot. Sit down. The protest is invalid. Morinoa Biki said expressionlessly. What? Why is the protest invalid? I refuse to accept this. The candidate's face turned red with anger as he shouted indignantly. Morinoa Biki then revealed a grin reminiscent of a cup size and said to that candidate, being able to cheat openly and avoid immediate elimination by the proctor is also a kind of skill. If you have the ability, go ahead and cheat too. Let us see if I will eliminate you. If I don't eliminate you, then that means you have the skill. If I do eliminate you, then your ability is just too lacking. What kind of reasoning is this? This is just too fake. Are they just making up excuses? At this moment, most of the candidates present basically shared this thought. The protesting candidate's face was alternating between white and red. Of course, he wouldn't really do what Sanai Bichi suggested. If he openly cheated, Sanai Bichi would definitely eliminate him in the next second. So, he sat down in frustration and continued to answer the questions. He finally understood what it meant to be beaten down by society. This was how it felt. At that moment, Sanai Bichi looked around the exam room and coldly shouted, "What are you all looking at? If you don't want to answer the questions anymore, I can help you collect your papers right now, and you can leave the exam room." Hearing Sanai Bichi's words, the candidates immediately returned to their tasks with a look of speechless resignation. No one protested further. Meanwhile, Sanai Bichi maintained a stern expression as he patrolled the exam room. But inside he felt somewhat broken, thinking to himself, as a dignified minister of interrogation, how could I say such shameless things? My lifetime of reputation is ruined by Yasaka. At this moment, Yasaka was still asleep, completely unaware of the bizarre and embarrassing events that had occurred while he was dreaming. Chapter 114. Yasaka's dream at this moment. Yasaka was dreaming that he was at a buffet. He eagerly grabbed a lot of cakes, with more than a dozen varieties, leaving him unable to finish them all, so he had to choose a portion to eat. As he ate, the system's reward notification sounds continuously echoed in his mind, making him extremely excited and thrilled. After finishing the cake in his dream, Yasaka went on to eat other delicious foods, such as grilled meat and various dishes, all of which were incredibly tasty, leading the system to reward him with various abilities. He also received boosts to his physical fitness and chakra levels, resulting in his strength unexpectedly reaching the level of a super shadow during this buffet. Except for Otsutsuki Kagaya, whom he might struggle against. He could even match up evenly with Six Paths Madara. Unfortunately, this was just a dream, and just as Yasaka was laughing excitedly in his dream, he ended up waking himself up with his own laughter. When Yasaka woke up laughing from his dream, everyone in the exam room heard his loud laughter. Time rewinds to a minute earlier. Each candidate, focused on finding answers, suddenly heard someone burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Many were stunned for a moment, wondering who it was, thinking it was strange to laugh during the exam. Then they returned to copying answers. After copying just a few lines, a series of laughter echoed through the exam room. This time, all the candidates turned their attention to the source of the laughter. In that direction, a candidate was sound asleep with his head resting on the desk. How could this guy fall asleep during the exam? He must be so relaxed. Wasn't he the one who was blatantly being told by the person in front of him to copy answers? Wow. That guy in front was so bold to let him copy answers, and he was still asleep. How impressive. The person in front must have been pushed to the limit, giving him the answers, only for this guy to be asleep. So, they probably had to swap their papers. Who is this guy? So arrogant that he is confident he LL passed this written exam and can sleep during it? This guy makes me want to beat him up. I must find this guy during the group battle and give him a good thrashing, or I want to be able to relieve my frustration. Actually, I'm just envious and jealous. He can sleep and still pass, while we have to struggle to copy answers. You talk too much. In an instant, everyone in the exam room had different thoughts, but most were very shocked. Just as the candidates were about to continue answering, the sleeping Yasaka suddenly began to talk in his sleep. Ah, this is so delicious. This reward is amazing. After getting this reward, I'm invincible. What rakage? Suchakage. I'll kick them all down. Hearing Yasaka's sleep talk, the candidates in the exam room were all dumbfounded. What is this? Is he dreaming about punching the rakage and kicking the Tsuchikage? A dream where he could defeat everything? Hearing Yasaki's dreams, the people of Yunin Village and Wayne Village glared at him in anger. How arrogant could this kid be to dream of kicking their rakage and Tsuchikage to death? What kind of egotistical person would have such shameless dreams? Karabi suddenly laughed, thinking that Yasaki was really interesting. By the way, their third rakage was known as the combination of the strongest spear and the strongest shield. The physical techniques of the third rakage had reached an extraordinary level, and his powerful lightning chakra had activated and enhanced his muscles and nerves to an extreme degree. This made his body almost impervious to damage, extremely tough, and able to ignore normal A-rank ninjutsu. You could unleash any ninjutsu, and he would just stand there and let you hit him. He guaranteed he wouldn't move an inch. You could hit him, go ahead and hit him. It could be said that unless it was a forbidden level ninjutsu, it would be impossible to break through the Raikage defenses. Previously, the Hinata clan's Rebirth and Gara-san from the Sandstorm both claimed to be absolute defenses. However, in front of the third Raikage, these so-called absolute defenses are child's play. The third Raikage stated that his own body is an absolute defense, and it is always in an active state, with a defensive power comparable to that of Susanoo. In a way, he is like a miniature version of Susanoo. Thus, the third Raikage body can be seen as the ultimate stage of the steel body technique that Yatsuka obtained. If Yatsuka's steel body could reach its ultimate stage, he would have a body with the same powerful defensive capabilities as the third Raikage. In other words, the current third Raikage can be viewed as someone with an intermediate steel body. However, the third Raikage defense is limited to the surface of his body, which means it is a rigid defense. His internal organs are still quite vulnerable, allowing him to withstand rigid attacks, but not those that involve penetrating shockwaves. This is a relative weakness of the third Raikage, although most people wouldn't even think of this issue. Moreover, the method of penetrating attacks is something that very few people can master. Most people's attacks are limited to surface-level rigid strikes. The third Raikage body is not only extremely hard, but his attack power is also quite terrifying. His ultimate move, the Hell Stab, is known as the strongest spear, possessing an incredibly powerful piercing ability. The principle behind it is to concentrate a large amount of lightning release chakra onto one of his fingers, significantly enhancing the density of a lightning release chakra. As a result, it achieves an unimaginable piercing effect, even being claimed that no defense can withstand the attack of his Hell Stab. This brings up a contradiction. He claims that his body is the strongest shield, while also claiming that his fingers are the strongest spear. So, is his defense stronger or his attack? He has already provided the answer himself, as he bears a scar on his body, which for the third Raikage is a mark of shame. In Chapter 115, the story of the third Raikage unfolds. In fact, it can be said that almost everyone is unaware of how the scar on the third Raikage's chest came to be. For the third Raikage, this scar represents a lifetime of shame. Sometimes, those below have speculated about how this scar came to be. Some say it was from the third Raikage being caught by his father while peeking at girls in a bathhouse when he was young, and his father punished him. Others say it was due to a fight over who got to eat a lollipop when he was a child. There are even claims that when he was born, he didn't cry, and when a nurse slapped his bottom to make him cry, she accidentally hit him too hard on the chest, leaving the scar and finally causing him to cry. Thus, there are many speculations, and they indeed align with why the third Raikage considers it a shame. However, they are merely guesses, as the third Raikage would never reveal the truth. Only his son, A, and a few others know the real story. In reality, this matter is related to Orochimaru. When Orochimaru secretly infiltrated the Cloud Village, he found the previous Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails and launched a surprise attack, releasing the Eight Tails. The third Raikage then went to suppress the Eight Tails and engaged in hand-to-hand combat. But somehow, in a moment of carelessness, he hit himself and ended up injuring himself, leaving the scar behind. Therefore, the third Raikage views this incident as a personal shame and has ordered those who know about it not to speak of it to others. In a situation where such a powerful third Raikage is mocked in a dream by Yatsuka, who claims to have kicked him to death, the other candidates in the examination hall burst into laughter, aside from the angry ninjas from the Cloud Village. Do you think you're like Might Guy, the man who can bring about a grand conclusion in his dreams? Not far from Yatsuka, Scorpion looks at him with great interest, finding him quite amusing, and thus strengthens his resolve to turn Yatsuka into a puppet. Since Scorpion finds Yatsuka intriguing, he wants him to follow him forever, and, as human life is fleeting, he believes the only way to achieve eternity is to make him a puppet. Yatsuka, I must obtain your body. Scorpion smiles at Yatsuka, his eyes gleaming with a green light. Killaby was laughing so hard, he almost cramping his stomach. To be honest, if someone could really kick the third Raikage to death with one kick, the force behind that kick would need to be in the dozens of tons, or even over 100 tons. After all, the third Raikage once fought in close combat with the Eight Tails, which is extremely large, like a mountain. The third Raikage was able to withstand the Eight Tails charge, demonstrating just how powerful his strength and muscle defense are. By the way, to kick the third Raikage to death, not only is sufficient force required, but also a foot with enough strength. After all, the action of force is mutual. The force from kicking the raikage would also act back on the person's foot and leg. Therefore, if this person's muscle strength is not enough, it is very likely that they would not only fail to kick the third raikage to death, but also have their own foot and leg collapse first. As everyone was laughing heartily, the sleeping Yasaka began to talk in his sleep. I heard that the taiyaki in Yunin village is really delicious. The third generation said that if I win the championship, he will take me to eat it. This time, I must defeat everyone from Yunin village. Upon hearing Yasaka's words, the people from Yunin village felt both angry and amused. They were angry that Yasaka was boasting, claiming he would defeat their ninjas, and he said it so casually, as if he thought their ninjas were all trash. What's funny is that this guy's dream is indeed quite amusing. After all, you can't stop people from having dreams, right? Others strive to defeat their opponents to prove themselves, but this guy just wants to defeat others for a bite of grilled fish. Kairabi even thought about going over to Yasaka and saying, actually, it's not that complicated. Just give me your address, and I'll send you a dozen or 20 of them via express delivery. It will be fast, delivered on the same day, and still warm. You don't have to go through all this trouble, brother. As a result, Kairabi laughed so hard that his stomach almost cramped, and tears nearly came out from laughing. At that moment, Seno Ibiki, who was supervising the exam, coldly shouted at the students in the examination room. What are you all laughing at? There are only 15 minutes left in the exam. Have you all finished writing? If you have, you can tell me directly, and you can leave now. Upon hearing Seno Ibiki's reprimand, the students who had been chuckling suddenly felt pressured and quickly resumed copying answers. As for Yasaka, he continued to sleep. In fact, when Akira Toriyama swapped Yasaka's exam paper earlier, some candidates were affected, which caused them to be unable to copy answers. Why is that? It is actually related to personal ability. For example, some people rely on auditory learning, so when Toriyama took Yasaka's exam paper, they naturally had to answer the questions again. Therefore, these individuals needed to listen again to see which questions were being asked and then copy the answers. Some people, for example, observe the actions of others. Like the Sharingan user, they first need to copy Akira Toriyama's actions and then see what question Toriyama is currently on. When Toriyama reaches the question they just copied, they can continue to plagiarize. As a result, after this delay, it can be said that about 60% of the candidates have to wait again for Toriyama to get to the question that they hadn't swapped papers on before continuing to copy. Only a few who can directly observe the answers visually remain unaffected. It is worth mentioning that Toriyama himself hadn't actually finished his own exam paper when he swapped with Yasaka, but this didn't matter because his paper, even with the later application questions included, was at least 70 or 80 points, so passing was completely not a problem. Moreover, since he had already started, he decided to see it through to the end. Since he had already done some work, he would finish it. Thus, Toriyama decided to wait until he finished the current paper, which was originally supposed to be Yasaka's, before swapping back with Yasaka and completing the unfinished paper. After all, Toriyama was already committed. Chapter 116. Toriyama struggles, so Toriyama continued to write his answers, and thanks to his special bloodline limit, he was able to remember these very difficult and numerous answers at a glance. As a result, those candidates who were plagiarizing answers were also in agony because there were just too many answers. Basically, each application question had 7 or 8 lines of answers, and even the second application question had more than 10 lines of answers. This was simply inhumane in terms of questions and answers. Although most of the candidates present knew that these questions were designed to be impossible to answer without relying on copying, they wondered if it was necessary to make it so complicated. The answer to one question was almost 1,000 words long. Therefore, a group of candidates was frantically copying Toriyama's answers. At this moment, these candidates began to envy Yasaka, who was simply sleeping and didn't have to write those complicated answers. This was too unfair. Unfortunately, someone had already filed a protest, which was naturally deemed invalid. So these candidates knew that rather than protesting, it was better to take advantage of the protest time to copy more answers. After all, as long as they scored 60 points to pass, there was no need to finish all the answers. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, the third Hokage was watching the situation in the examination room through a crystal ball along with Tsunade, Jiraiya, and others. They were, of course, observing the exam site at Yatsuka. When they saw a candidate protesting and being violently suppressed by Morinai Ibiki, everyone felt very relieved and expressed high praise and satisfaction for Morinai Ibiki's abilities and performance. Even the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, said to his aide next to him, Morinai Ibiki handled that beautifully. As expected of the head of the interrogation department, his presence is impressive, and he forcefully resolved the crisis caused by the candidate's protest. Starting next month, Let's give Morinai Ibiki a raise. The Hokage aide quickly recorded this in her notebook and then looked up to ask Sarutobi Hiruzen, how much of a raise? After thinking for a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, 2,000. Okay. The aide immediately wrote down the number 2,000 in her notebook. While Jiraiya and the others nearby were somewhat surprised. This was quite a significant raise, since most people's salaries in Konoha were only around 3,000. And even teachers like Shimura Shushi only made about 4,005. The third Hokage salary increase of 2,000 directly equals almost half a month's salary of Sandaime Shusui. Elite jonin like Minato Namikaze and Shursui Uchiha have a salary of around 6,000. 2,000 is equivalent to 1/3 of their salary. As the head of the interrogation department, Seinwa Ibiki's monthly salary has already reached 9,000. With an additional 2,000 starting next month, his salary will directly become 12,000, which is double that of Kakashi and the others, making it very enviable. However, being the head of a rather important department, it is reasonable for him to have a high salary. Moreover, the 6,000 is just the fixed salary for Kakashi and the others. And they also receive task bonuses after completing missions, so they can actually earn over 7,000 a month, which isn't too far off from Seinwa Ibiki's salary. The difference isn't that significant. It is worth mentioning that the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, has already discussed with Hiragi Shuji that due to the outstanding performance of the group of genin trained by Hiragi Shuji, and with geniuses like Yatsuka in the mix, they will also increase Hiragi Shuji's salary starting next month, likely to about 5,000. After everyone finished discussing the glorious deeds of Marino Ibiki, the topic and gaze naturally shifted to Yatsuka. Thus, the expressions of the previously joyful crowd turned to one of speechlessness, each of them looking as if they had just eaten bitter melon, their faces extremely unpleasant. This was because they all saw Yatsuka sleeping there, and from his mouth movements, they had already deduced that he was mumbling in his sleep about wanting to kick the third Raikage to death. However, upon seeing this, everyone burst into laughter, as the thought of Yatsuka wanting to kick the third Raikage to death would surely drive the third Raikage mad if he found out. At this moment, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sighed and covered his face, saying, "I, holding the old face of the third Hokage, has been completely thrown away by this kid Yatsuka. Here I am, Sarutobi Hiruzen, known for my brilliance, and now I have to openly help him cheat on the exam by swapping papers and answering questions for him. I'm really at my wit's end." The others, upon hearing the third Hokage's words, also looked speechless. This affair would definitely become a laughingstock for the other nation's leaders. Konoha actually resorted to open cheating just to help someone pass the written exam. It was too real. Therefore, everyone could imagine the repercussions of this event. Alas, there was no choice. Who told Yatsuka to be so unreliable? Only able to answer the earlier multiple choice questions while unable to tackle the latter 20 points? It had to be done this way. After all, we must spare no effort to ensure Yatsuka passes the written exam. As long as we achieve this goal, the process doesn't matter. We only care about the result. At this time, one of the advisors of the third Hokage, Narashikumu, spoke up. Indeed, we must guarantee Yatsuka's passage. For this purpose, we have no choice but to take such desperate measures. Moreover, we are ninjas. Ninjas must use any means necessary to complete the mission. After all, we focus on results. As long as we achieve our goals, what does the process matter? Orochimaru then added. After hearing Orochimaru's words, the third Hokage nodded and said, "That's right." Although at this stage, Yatsuka's actions may give us a bad image. As long as he later crushes the other nation's contestants with an overwhelming performance and wins the championship, then these current impacts will vanish and won't matter at all. Pausing for a moment, the third Hokage continued. After all, everyone here has witnessed Yatsuka's strength. By then, when he showcases his absolute power, it will definitely shock everyone. At that time, people's focus will be on Yatsuka's abilities, and they will forget about the previous cheating incident. Chapter 117. The exam ends. The third Hokage was not wrong. Although many people's attention might currently be on Konoha's blatant cheating to ensure Yatsuka passed the written exam, as long as Yatsuka passed the written exam and then demonstrated his powerful strength in the subsequent team and individual matches, defeating all the talented contestants from various countries, then everyone's focus would shift to Yatsuka's strength. By that time, people would naturally forget about Yatsuka's written exam incident. Moreover, when Yatsuka displayed crushing level power, everyone would think how incredibly strong he was, and what would cheating in the written exam matter then? After all, this world is one where strength is the ultimate truth. The rules are written by the victors. Therefore, the third Hokage felt that there was no need to worry about the immediate gains and losses. After all, everyone's goal was to win this competition, and even more so, to showcase Konoha's potential, flex their muscles, and let people from other countries know that Konoha not only has powerful J-Nin combat capabilities, but also possesses strong potential among genin, making it incredibly powerful in the future. Thus, it could be said that the third Hokage had placed all his bets on Yatsuka, wagering on whether he could dominate the contestants from other countries. If Yatsuka could successfully suppress the contestants from other nations, then the previous cheating incident would naturally become insignificant. Conversely, Konoha would be ridiculed for this incident, although it really wouldn't matter much, as national strength is the ultimate truth. Therefore, after taking a sip of tea, the third Hokage said, "Although this kid Yatsuka is quite unreliable, I still have confidence in his strength." "Are you really that confident in that kid? You should know that the contestants this time are not simple. Even the Jinchuriki from Kumogakure has come. These contestants are not easy to deal with." The third Hokage's assistant, Mido Kazumi, frowned and said, "Indeed, I do have great confidence in Yatsuka's strength. Consider it my expectation of him. I hope he won't disappoint me." The third Hokage said with a smile, "Well, since you say so, I will choose to trust your judgment. I hope that kid can lead Konoha to victory. Otherwise, I won't let him off easily," Narashikamaru said. On the other side, while the third Hokage and his group were speaking while looking at the crystal ball, inside the examination room, the candidates were furiously writing down answers. At this moment, there were only 5 minutes left until the end of the exam. Akira Toriyama has successfully completed the original paper that belonged to Yasaka, and then took back the paper that originally belonged to him, which is now with Yasaka. So, in this case, it means that both of their papers are fully completed, and Toriyama even helped Yasaka with his paper. At this moment, Yasaki finally woke up. He opened his eyes, still hazy from sleep, and saw that his exam paper was already filled with answers. "Huh, what's going on? I remember I only answered the multiple choice questions before. I don't think I wrote anything for the application questions. How come they're all filled in now?" Yasaki was momentarily confused, but he quickly understood. He muttered to himself, "I see, it must be that while I was asleep, I sleepwalked and finished the remaining application questions. I didn't know how to solve these questions when I was awake, but after I fell asleep, my potential burst forth and my IQ skyrocketed, allowing me to solve these questions all at once." A fellow student sitting next to Yasaki, upon hearing his mumbling, felt like throwing up. He really wanted to give Yasaki a big slap and shout, "Do you still have any shame?" As Mori no Ibiichi saw that Yasaki had already filled in his name on the exam paper and that all the questions were fully answered, he finally felt relieved. This time, Konoha's ultimate weapon could finally pass the written exam. As the big shot of the intelligence department, Mori no Ibiichi naturally knew that Yasaki was being used as the strongest lower ninja by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as a trump card. Therefore, he understood that the third Hokage had high hopes for this child, and one of the most important factors was to ensure that Yasaki could smoothly pass the written exam. Now that Yasaki's paper had been filled out by Toriyama Akira, everything was settled, and there were no issues. Thus, Mori no Ibiichi revealed a concealed smile. After all, he was also from Konoha and naturally hoped that Konoha could shine brightly in this joint friendship tournament of the 5 Kage. So he had high expectations for Yasaki as well. At this moment, the time for the exam to end finally arrived. With the sound of a bell ringing, the exam was over. Mori no Ibiki shouted that no one was allowed to continue writing, or they would be eliminated on the spot. With Hinata Hizashi's Byakugan's full reconnaissance effect, no one dared to secretly continue writing. Therefore, everyone honestly put down their pens, and the proctor went around to collect the papers. At this moment, most of the candidates present turned their attention to Yabasaka, because they were not foolish. Konoha was actually willing to go to such lengths, risking its image to ensure that Yabasaka would pass the written exam. This naturally indicated the importance of Yabasaka, and that importance was, of course, strength. As a result, many people were extremely curious about Yabasaka's abilities and wanted to challenge him. Some people who are dissatisfied with Konoha's blatant cheating have directed their anger towards Yatsuka, thinking to themselves that they want to see what kind of strength he possesses that makes Konoha disregard its own reputation to protect him. As a result, Yatsuka has become a target for many, and during group battles, these individuals actively seek him out for one-on-one challenges as they are very unconvinced. After the written exam, there will be a 30-minute grading period to assign scores. After 30 minutes, everyone's scores will be displayed on the board in the small square below, and those who do not reach 60 points will naturally be eliminated. Thus, the candidates left the exam room and gathered in the small square below, where hundreds of people congregated, creating quite a commotion as they discussed the exam. Naturally, news of Yatsuka quickly spread. Upon hearing about Yatsuka, Kakashi sighed, looking speechless. Chapter 118. Yatsuka's story. Although many people were talking about Yatsuka's deeds, he was completely unfazed, or rather indifferent. For Yatsuka, there was only one thing he truly cared about, and that was food. Moreover, most of those who talk about it, in Yasaki's view, are just garbage, people who can be dealt with in one swift move. Which is why Yasaki can't be bothered to pay attention to them. Only the weak care about such trivial matters, because the strong only focus on strength. Osaka's willingness to disregard Konoha's reputation to ensure his written exam pass signifies something important. The stronger competitors present are well aware of this. It is naturally because Osaka's hard power is reliable, but he may be relatively weak in reconnaissance or perhaps too individualistic to bother with the exam, which is why Makino is taking such actions. Even at the cost of damaging Konoha's image, they are determined to help Osaka pass. The underlying implication is that Konoha believes the benefits brought by Osaka's strength will far outweigh the loss of face, and the gains from sacrificing a bit of pride are certainly significant. This is why Konoha is acting this way. Therefore, every strong individual present understands this clearly. The more Konoha invests heavily to ensure Osaka passes the written exam, the more it demonstrates their valuation of his strength. This further proves Osaka's formidable power. Consequently, these so-called geniuses like Scorpion, Yuzuki, Killer Bee, Deidara, and Terumi Mei become increasingly curious about Osaka's abilities. They are all eager to test their skills against him, driven by curiosity about what kind of strength could warrant such significant support from Konoha's upper echelons. This idea is held by a small group of players who are relatively strong. A large portion of the competitors, however, has a different mindset compared to this small group who wants to compete with Yatsuka. This larger group consists of individuals who are relatively strong but still have a gap in strength compared to the top competitors. As a result of this difference in strength, their perspectives, mindsets, and even ways of thinking have diverged. What they see is not the interest in competing with Yatsuka due to his exceptional strength, which has led Konoha to go to great lengths to support him in the written exam. Instead, their focus is on the fact that Yatsuka was openly aided by Konoha in cheating during the exam, which has stirred up a series of emotions such as jealousy, anger, and a sense of unfairness. Their attention is centered here. They feel jealous, angry, and think it is unfair, rather than grasping the deeper implications of the situation. Therefore, while they also want to fight Yatsuka, their motivation stems from their displeasure with him due to the cheating incident, wanting to teach him a lesson and vent their frustrations. Thus, the psychology of these two groups is entirely different. The former is more inclined towards a contest of strength between themselves and their opponents, while the latter is more focused on venting their emotions. The difference between these two types of thinking is that the disparity in strength leads to a difference in perspective. The latter's viewpoint is limited to superficial phenomena and fails to see the deeper meanings within, which in turn prevents them from reaching the level of the former. Therefore, although most people around are angrily accusing Konoha of injustice, individuals like Scorpion, Deidara, and Yuzuki are merely listening to those discussions without sharing the same sentiments. They have already seen through the phenomena to the essence. The rule of this world is that strength is the ultimate truth. Whoever is strong gets to determine what is true. It doesn't matter whether it's fair or not. As long as I'm strong, even if it's unfair, what can you do? In the end, I still have the final say. Why does Konoha shamelessly ensure that Hachisuka must pass the written exam, with so many protests being ineffective? Isn't it because Konoha is too strong? You can only protest a little, but cannot make any substantial change. It's precisely because Konoha is too strong. They simply do not pay attention to you, and do not need to care about whether your emotions will affect them, because your strength is too weak to shake them. Yasaka being protected like this naturally shows his importance to Konoha, and his strength is undoubtedly crucial for Konoha's chance at winning the championship. Therefore, at this moment, these talented competitors may not have said much, but their gazes and thoughts are all directed towards Yasaka. They're all geniuses, refusing to back down each other. And now, with a standout genius appearing, it ignites their competitive spirit. They are particularly eager to see what kind of strength this person possesses that would lead Konoha to take such actions. Is he stronger than me? What kind of abilities does he have? And so on. Among a small group from the Cloud Village, Yuzuki was sitting on a railing with her arms crossed, a faint smile on her face. This smile was not the warm type, but rather one filled with confidence and eagerness to try. Her gaze cut through the crowd, looking at Yasaka, and she said to the nearby Killer Bee, "I've heard about Yasaka, and it's nothing. For Konoha to act this way, it's a testament to his strength. Only the weak would be indignant. The strong prove themselves through action instead of ranting here. I'm becoming more and more interested in him. I really want to have a match with him to see what abilities he has and who among us is stronger, hee. Killer Bee was also excited, laughing. You have no idea how funny he was at that time, sleeping and talking his dreams, claiming he could kick the third Raikage to death with one kick. Ha ha ha. This guy is too interesting. Killer Bee had a good impression of Yasaka, as they were somewhat similar types of people, foolish and carefree on the surface, but wise in their actions. Therefore, instead of feeling disdain for Yasaka's behavior, Killer Bee felt a desire to befriend him because he thought Yasaka was genuine and pure-hearted, lacking the cunning and schemes that often accompany such abilities. So he said in a rap style, I also want to fight him. This guy is truly exciting. Even before the match, he's already the most dazzling person in the arena, the coolest among all the competitors. I wonder if he can stand against me after I transform into my tailed beast form. It's really thrilling. Chapter 119. The confident Yuzuki. Yuzuki wore a confident smile, her brows hinting at arrogance. I will definitely defeat him, and even without transforming into my tailed beast form, he won't be my opponent. He is strong, no doubt, but I'm stronger. Haha, you're getting a bit narcissistic. Let's see if you can defeat me without your tailed beast transformation first, Killer Bee said dismissively. Yuzuki was okay in other aspects, but she was a bit too narcissistic, always thinking she could defeat anyone, even dismissing Killer Bee. However, to some extent, it was not unfounded since among her peers, Yuzuki was indeed a top-tier competitor, especially as she was hailed as the perfect Jinchuriki, perfectly synchronized with the two tails. It was rumored that Yuzuki possessed a unique ability called synchronization, allowing her to achieve a state of unity and connection with the two tails. Therefore, even though Yuzuki could not yet fully control the complete form of the two tails, she could still harness a significant portion of its power. Now, Yuzuki could perfectly control her partial tailed beast transformation, making her even more formidable, agile, and powerful, except for the inability to use the two tails ability to summon monsters from the underworld. Thus, in their partial tailed beast forms, Killer Bee could not defeat Yuzuki. They had faced off 6 times, and Killer Bee had lost all 6. Theoretically, if they both fully transformed into their tailed beast forms, Killer Bee's 8 tails would be stronger than Yuzuki's 2 tails. However, they had never fought in full-tailed beast forms due to restrictions to prevent unnecessary casualties and destruction. Overall, Yuzuki indeed had the confidence and qualifications to be self-assured, and even Killer Bee had no objections to that. Hey, don't you all realize I'm here too? If anyone's going to defeat our fathers, it should be me defeating Yasaka since he surpassed my Fruit Ninja record. I'm ready to take him down in the match. I perfectly inherited the black lightning of the third Raikage. At this moment, Darui, who was nearby, said with a dissatisfied expression, Get lost. Be careful I hit you with a tailed beast bomb and blow you away. Yuzuki replied with a chuckle. What? Just because you have a tailed beast, you could do whatever you want? Darui said indignantly. Yuzuki grinned mischievously and said, That's right, you said it. Having a tailed beast means I can do whatever I want, ha. You. Darui was momentarily speechless, unable to retort against Yuzuki's point. What she said held some truth. Having a tailed beast indeed provided a significant boost in combat power. However, this mainly applied at the level of Genin, where everyone's strength was not very high. At this level, a tailed beast support typically meant that ordinary people could not compete. After all, to be honest, even Jonin struggle against tailed beasts, let alone Genin. It's like in kindergarten, where everyone's combat level is low, and suddenly one child has a stick. In that case, the other kids generally can't compete with him, since their combat values are not particularly high, and now someone with a stick becomes an unreachable strong person. But if you switch to adults, even if you have a stick, you may not necessarily guarantee a win. It's that kind of reasoning. Therefore, Yuzuki's claims were not entirely unfounded at the Genin level. Having a tailed beast support, especially someone like Yuzuki, who was called the perfect Jinchuriki, could indeed do as they pleased, theoretically making her invincible among Genin unless she faced someone of Yasaka's caliber. However, later on, that would not be the case, as tailed beasts and Jinchuriki would fall prey to the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki members who did not possess tailed beasts could defeat those who did. Therefore, at that time, tailed beasts would no longer be as formidable, just like the third Raikage, who directly fought the 8 tails in close combat and defeated it. At that level, tailed beasts might not even be significant. Thus, Darui said harshly, You wait, Yuzuki. Right now, I'm not your opponent, but that won't always be the case. In the future, I will defeat you just like the third Raikage defeated the Eight Tails. Just you wait. Haha, don't worry. Even in the future, you won't be my opponent, haha. Yuzuki laughed heartily, making Darui so angry he felt like he was about to burst. You wait, you foul woman, Darui said angrily. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the Hidden Mist Village, Terumi Mei and her group were also discussing matters regarding Yasaka. My husband is so amazing. He actually made Konoha go so far as to bend the rules for him. What a strong man. My husband is just incredible, hee. Terumi Mei said with a lovesick expression. Seeing her like this, the zombie Kakashi thought to himself. Terumi Mei said it's very difficult to be with a bunch of crazy teammates. But now I finally realize that we are all a bunch of lunatics, not just her teammates. She herself is also a lunatic. She is definitely a super lovesick fool. That person is my enemy. I must kill him to avenge what just happened. Next time, I won't be easily knocked away by him like before. Zabuza Momochi thought with a fierce look in his heart, then said to Terumi Mei, you better not take that kid's side because I will kill him, and then you will become a widow. Just you? Terumi Mei immediately shot a disdainful glance at Zabuza. What do you mean by that? You think I won't dare to kill him? Zabuza immediately felt underestimated and provoked, speaking coldly. I don't even know who got knocked out of the bathroom by my husband with one swing, Terumi Mei said with a cold smile. That was because I hadn't eaten enough for breakfast, so my blood sugar was low, and I couldn't exert my strength. Otherwise, I could have cut him in half with that swing. He was just lucky, Zabuza said with a sinister look. Chapter 120. No martial ethics, huh? Keep bragging. Are you going to say he has no martial ethics and bullied you because you hadn't eaten enough? Terumi Mei said with a cold laugh. That's right. He has no martial ethics. He took advantage of the fact that I hadn't eaten enough, my blood sugar was low, and I was weak and dizzy to fight me. Otherwise, how could I have been knocked back several steps by him and accidentally fallen out of the bathroom window? Konoha people really have no quality, always resorting to such underhanded tactics. Zabuza said coldly, showing a look of resentment. Terumi Mei, listening to this, nearly wanted to throw up, so she retorted, Big brother, can we have some dignity? It was clearly you who got knocked away by my husband while holding two knives with a single knife. How did it become you stepping back several steps and then falling out of the bathroom window? Are you going to blame Konoha's construction for the poor quality of the bathroom now? Then Terumi Mei continued. Besides, I remember when you came to Konoha this morning. You ate 3 big bowls of extra noodles at Ichiraka Ramen, and you said you were about to burst. Now you're saying your blood sugar is low and you're weak and dizzy. You don't want to blame Ichiraka's noodle for being fake, do you? Hearing Terumi Mei's words, Zabuza's face turned red and green, and after a moment of silence, he finally forced himself to say, What do you, a woman, understand? Just listen to what I say. Why are there so many words? Terumi Mei thought to herself that she definitely couldn't be the Mizukage in the future, otherwise. Managing these lunatics would definitely make her one too. Dry Persimmon Kisame is thinking that if he uses water release and shark skin at that time, he will be able to defeat Yasaka. This is because Dry Persimmon Kisame has also seen relevant information about Yasaka and knows that Yasaka is skilled in swordsmanship. His Samahata is mainly used to absorb the chakra of others, but Yasaka's sword techniques actually do not rely heavily on chakra. Moreover, Samahata is very heavy. Although it is called one of the 7 ninja swords, it cannot really be described as a sword at all. It can at most be used as a shield. Therefore, the only technique that Kisame can effectively use is water release, and he is quite skilled in it. Water release is actually quite effective against melee types like Yasaka who rely on swords. After all, water release has a large range and control effects, which theoretically can counter Yasaka. However, through special intelligence, Kisame learned that Yasaka had once cut through flames with a single strike. This made Kisame doubt whether his water release techniques could truly counter Yasaka, as being able to cut through flames also means it might be possible to cut through water as well. This uncertainty, on the other hand, ignited Kisame's desire to fight. He was eager to spar with Yasaka to see whether his water release was stronger or Yasaka's sword techniques were stronger. Nevertheless, Kisame is quite confident in himself, as he is specifically skilled at countering aggressive opponents. Theoretically, if it weren't for Might Guy's 8 gates being too powerful at that time, Might Guy would indeed struggle against Kisame, as Kisame finds it very difficult to give his opponent a chance to get close. It's like Marco Polo fighting Jianwei. Even if Jianwei is strong in close combat, as long as Marco Polo doesn't let him get close and keeps moving while attacking, Jianwei would also end up dead. It's the same principle. Other people, like Kureisen and Maru, are not really interested in this. They just focus on fighting regardless of who the opponent is, as the result will always be the same, either a win or a loss. Meanwhile, the people from Awagakure are chatting among themselves, and Deidara mentions that for melee fighters like Yasaka, as long as he maintains his distance and doesn't let Yasaka get close, he will definitely win, easily overpowering Yasaka. Theoretically, Deidara is not wrong. After all, he can fly in the sky, while Yasaka currently has no long-range attack methods in the eyes of Deidara and the others. Therefore, Deidara can just ride his C2 dragon and bomb Yasaka from above. Recently, I completed the redesign of C2, and the new version is perfect for countering opponents like Yasaka. If I encounter Yasaka, I can be sure of a victory, Deidara said confidently. Oh, your C2 has been redesigned? CH sure asked Deidara with surprise. Yes, the redesign is complete, and the new version of C2 is significantly more powerful than before. I remember your previous C2 was a very agile four-legged lizard, right? It could go invisible and split off small lizards from its tail, which would then rush at the opponent and self-destruct to kill them. That's right, but I've changed it. It's no longer a four-legged lizard, Deidara chuckled. What is it now? That's a secret. You'll find out later. The new version of C2 has overcome the risk of being easily attacked. After all, even if it can go invisible as long as it's on the ground, there's still a risk of being attacked. Oh, from what you're saying, could it be that your new version of C2 flies in the sky? CH sure asked, surprised and confused. Exactly. Deidara nodded with great satisfaction. Then Deidara provocatively looked at SH and said, so now my C2 counters you even more, huh? You're now at a level where I can easily beat you, haha. You. Just wait. SH said angrily. Previously, SH had a one-on-one battle with Deidara, and the result was that SH was thoroughly beaten because SH is a melee type, while Deidara is a ranged fighter. Before, Deidara used the original C2 lizard to dominate SH, and now, with the redesigned C2, it is obvious that SH stands even less of a chance. This can't really be said to be SH's weakness. It can only be said that Deidara is very much countering melee fighters like SH. Or in fact, most ninjas who use long-range attack, ninjutsu, tend to counter melee fighters. Of course, this is under normal circumstances. People like Guy, who can almost kick out a big ending, or the Yellow Flash, don't count in this scenario. The people from Sunagakure were discussing the upcoming issues regarding the group battle tactics and did not spend much time talking about Yatsuka, as they prioritized the upcoming team battle. Chapter 121. Preparing for the team competition. After all, Sunagakure, whether in terms of the village's overall strength or the contestants participating in the 5 Kage Joint Friendship Tournament, was the weakest among the 5 great nations. Even though the few people from Kirigakure did not seem very strong, even the seemingly insane Zabuza, when it came to actual combat, was not weak at all. After all, the combat abilities of the people from Kirigakure were quite strong, especially in assassination techniques. Therefore, even those who appear to be weak could be deadly if one was not careful. Thus, Sunagakure had done their homework for this competition, and their intelligence and information were among the most comprehensive in the 5 great nations. Once the team competition started, everyone tried to be cautious and stealthy, avoiding unnecessary fights and focusing on regrouping first. Scorpion said to the others. As for himself, he didn't really care about whether to fight or not. He thought to himself that when the time came, he could choose to fight or not, considering his strength was very formidable. On the other side, in Konoha village, the contestants gathered together. Kakashi, looking speechless, asked Yasaka, Yasaka, I heard you fell asleep during the exam, and the Konoha Umbun ninja, Akira Toriyama, helped you write your answers. Yasaka nodded. At this moment, he realized that it wasn't him sleepwalking and writing answers in his dreams, but rather Akira Toriyama had helped him. That's right. It was that guy in front who secretly wrote it for me while I was sleeping. The way you say it makes it sound like if you hadn't slept, you would have written better than him. Asuma Sarutobi sighed. Anyway, I'm sure I passed this written exam without any issues. As for the upcoming team battle, I could just play around and probably still win the championship. The contestants from other countries don't seem that impressive, Yasaka said with a nonchalant expression. If the contestants from other countries hear you say that, they'll definitely be furious and will probably come after you, Asuma Sarutobi said speechlessly. He glanced to the side, noticing the fierce and angry glares directed at Yasaka from the other contestants after he finished speaking. He thought that their Konoha representative team would likely become the target of everyone's ire. I think we should discuss the strategy for the upcoming team battle. After all, the real fight is about to begin, and this is no joke, Abito, Uchiha said. Everyone nodded, as there was only about an hour left before the official battle would start. Previously, it was all about written exams, which which didn't create a serious sense of tension. As a result, those who have just completed the written exam still appear relatively relaxed and haven't gotten into the right mindset. In less than an hour, these people will start participating in the team competition. The team competition is a formal match, and it's about real combat, so at this point, we actually need to start adjusting our mindset and preparing. What's there to discuss? Just defeat whoever we encounter. Take the bell directly after defeating them. It's that simple. Yatsuka said nonchalantly. You're making it sound too easy, although there isn't really anything wrong with that. Mike Guy looked at Yatsuka with an expression of disbelief. Indeed, according to Yatsuka's statement, it really is about seeing the essence through the phenomenon. As long as we eliminate all the opponents we encounter and are the last one standing, then we win, right? However, it's easier said than done. After all, the competitors from other countries are not pushovers. Any of them must have some strength to participate in the competition. Only the elite from each country can join. Even those with slightly weaker abilities cannot simply be taken down. Moreover, this is a team competition, which means cooperation is crucial. It's very likely that you will have to face several opponents alone unless you are Uchiha, able to take on 7 at once. Therefore, this tactic probably only suits Yatsuka. After all, among those present, only Yatsuka has the ability to defeat others in one hit and seize the bell. Yatsuka's method is only suitable for him. Our group can only take some time to eliminate the enemies. Therefore, we can utilize this characteristic to allocate tactics. At this moment, Kakashi Ataki thought for a moment and said, "Oh, what do you mean?" Upon hearing Kakashi mention him, Yatsuka immediately became interested. So Kakashi continued, "Let us lower the guard and open the barrier to avoid being overheard." Uchiha lowered the guard and immediately created a barrier, enveloping these few people from Konoha inside. This barrier can block sound, and from the outside, it is not clear what is being said inside, preventing others from figuring out what the people inside are saying by reading their lips. Moreover, the prayer barrier can prevent people like Chino from sneaking in bugs or other things to eavesdrop. At this moment, Kakashi Hitaki said, "My idea is that after we go in, we should avoid fighting if possible. Of course, if we encounter weaker opponents, it's not out of the question to engage them, but we need to consider the risk of being ambushed. So we should stick together first." After a pause, Kakashi continued, "Then once we are together, we will act as a group. If we encounter enemies, we will attack together. If the opponent has more people, we will engage in a frontal battle. But mainly we will feign an attack, while Yatsuka hides in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to deal a decisive blow. This is the best and safest way to fight, and it won't expose too much of our strength. What do you think?" "I think this plan is good." Yatsuka was the first to voice his opinion, feeling pleased that he played a very important role in Kakashi's plan as the main attacker, which undoubtedly highlighted his presence. Consequently, Yatsuka's favorability towards Kakashi increased significantly. He thought to himself, "This guy is not bad." After Yatsuka spoke, Obito Uchiha chimed in, "I think it's pretty good too. Besides, there aren't really any other good strategies. We can't just fight separately and charge through other teams." The rest of the group unanimously agreed, thus finalizing the group battle tactics for the Konoha representative team. In fact, it wasn't just the Konoha team using this strategy. Other teams were employing similar tactics. Chapter 122, Group Battle Tactics. After all, this tactic is the most suitable and reasonable for group battles, as unless you're a psychopathic killer like Zabuza, most people will consider the pros and cons before acting. Group battles are essentially a large-scale illusion, not a real battlefield, similar to Itachi Uchiha's Tsukiyami effect. According to the setup discussed by the 5 Kage, as soon as everyone enters this environment, they will be randomly teleported to a location within it, thus initially disrupting their formation. This is done to test the contestants' adaptability and survival skills. After all, in a real battlefield, you can't always be with your teammates. When you find yourself alone, you must rely on your own abilities to survive. Therefore, it becomes evident how important reconnaissance and perception abilities are. On one hand, they help you find your teammates, and on the other, they allow you to avoid enemies. This is also why, before the competition, there is a so-called written exam, which is actually meant to prepare for the second group battle by eliminating those who are not suited for real combat. Those lacking reconnaissance and battlefield awareness skills are easily ambushed and killed. So the first written exam is designed to weed them out, leaving behind those who possess certain survival skills on the battlefield. You might have weaker combat power and struggle in direct confrontations, but you must have means to ensure your survival, and these means naturally include reconnaissance and perception abilities. Thus, this is the significance of the first written exam. Normally, if it weren't for Konoha's shameless violations, Yasaki should have been eliminated. However, in reality, Even if he was eliminated in the written exam, he wouldn't easily encounter trouble on the battlefield. After all, Yasaki possesses reconnaissance abilities. His airflow perception allows him to sense movements within a radius of several hundred meters, which is different from those without such abilities. Yasaki couldn't pass the exam purely because, although he can sense, he lacks the ability to distinguish audio. So in a sense, this written exam isn't that perfect. At this moment, the exam papers from the previous written test had already been graded. A voice came through the loudspeaker, notifying all candidates to check the scoreboards to see if they had passed the written test. Let's go see how many points everyone scored. My guy shouted, and the people around him immediately chuckled. You really are so straightforward, Kakashi Ataki said with a speechless expression. Haha, anyway, everyone knows what's going on, you understand? My guy laughed heartily. I guess my score should be quite high this time. How about a competition to see who scores higher? Yatsuka chuckled as he spoke to Mike Guy. Mike Guy waved his hand and said with a helpless expression, You actually want to compete with me on scores? You're just asking me to lose. Don't forget, your exam paper was written by someone who knows the answers. That's true. What a pity, Yatsuka said. Mike Guy rolled his eyes, thinking, what's there to be sorry about? So the group arrived in front of the score display board, where Karabi and the rest of the Hidden Cloud Village team were also nearby. Yatsuka greeted Karabi. You're here to check the scores too? Karabi smirked and replied in a rap style. Shouldn't that be my line? Are you here to check scores too? You must have scored full marks. You make a good point, but mainly I'm here to see how many points you all scored, Yatsuka responded. Just then, the scoreboard displayed all the candidates' names and scores, and the previously noisy crowd quieted down as they began searching for their names. Kakashi was the first to spot his name. It read, Kakashi Hataki, 78 points. Great. Not bad. I passed, Kakashi thought with satisfaction. At this moment, Mike Guy also saw his score. It read 67 points. He sighed in relief, looking like he had survived a disaster, and said, Thank goodness, I finally passed. Soon, others saw their scores as well. Abito Uchiha 83 points, Itachi Uchiha 96 points, Kurinai Yuhi 75 points, Asuma Sarutobi 86 points. Thus, all the participants from the Hidden Leaf Village had passed the written exam. Hey, what score did Yatsuka get? I don't see his score anywhere, Kurinai asked with a puzzled expression. Yeah, why can't we find Yatsuka's results? Hurry up, and look, could it be that Yatsuka got eliminated? But even if he got eliminated, he should still have a score, Asuma said anxiously, knowing that his father was Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage. He was well aware of how important Yatsuka was to them in the Hidden Leaf. Although he didn't want to admit it, Yatsuka was indeed the strongest among them, and with him around, they had a powerful trump card. So, for the sake of the Hidden Leaf, Asuma was very worried that Yatsuka would be eliminated. Finally, the group found Yatsuka's name in one spot, which read, Yatsuka, 100 points. Ha! I got 100 points, I'm amazing. I must be the top scorer among all the candidates. Yatsuka exclaimed excitedly. Yuzuki rolled his eyes and coldly huffed. It's not like you wrote it yourself. But everyone copied the answers. Mine was just better executed. I directly copied the original answers. Haha. Yatsuka laughed heartily, leaving Yuzuki speechless with anger. After all, normally speaking, Yatsuka wasn't wrong. In the end, the result was just about the answers written on the paper, regardless of the method used. As everyone checked their scores, some people were downcast. These are the ones who scored below 60 points. A large portion of these individuals lacked any reconnaissance or perception abilities, unable to obtain answers from others, resulting in failing the exam. A small number of others had insufficient reconnaissance skills. Although they obtained some answers, their abilities led to them either copying insufficient answers, making mistakes, or failing to clearly understand what the answer specifically stated, causing them to fail and be eliminated. Yasaka actually belongs to this category as well. After all, it is impossible to determine what text a person has written just by listening to their voice. Being able to identify what numbers a person has written by listening to their voice is already quite impressive, considering that Yasaka has no abilities related to sound and relies entirely on what he hears. When many people around saw that Yasaka scored 100 points, they cast angry and contemptuous glances at him, believing that Yasaka's victory in this match was unearned. That kid is pure cheating. Although we all cheat, his cheating is cheating among cheaters. Yeah, this is what you get with connections. Who let the Konoha family be so powerful? They want their own contestant to pass. What can we do about it? I despise people like him the most. Look at his smug little face. Does he think this is something to be happy about? He is dead wrong. This will only lead him to enter the next matches with his weak strength and get beaten badly. If I encounter him in the future matches, I guarantee I will make him pay. Yes, he is just slapping his own face to look big, clearly lacking the strength. Yet he enters a competition that requires such strength. He will definitely be beaten badly then. He better pray not to run into me. If he does, I won't show any mercy. I will make him realize just how weak he is and let him experience despair. I really don't understand why Konoha would let this connection-based person in. Does having such a person in the competition make any sense? ISNT this dragging Konoha down? What kind of background does this guy have? It's really incomprehensible. Yuzuki listened to the conversations around him, sneering to himself, thinking, these fools really believe Yasaka is just a connection-based person. How stupid. It's one thing to be foolish themselves, but they also think Konoha is as foolish as they are, which is utterly ridiculous. Karabi also thought to himself, I really don't know what to say about these people. To let a major country be so biased. The value of this person is evident. How could he possibly have risen purely through connections? This group of people even foolishly fantasizes about beating Yasaka later. It's hilarious. They better pray they don't run into Yasaka or provoke him. Otherwise, they will definitely end up like the fruits Yasaka previously sliced apart, cut in half by him. Karabi knows Yasaka's strength. Although he isn't clear about Yasaka's true abilities, just from the scene earlier where Yasaka single-handedly knocked away a double-handed sword strike from Zabuza, one can see that Yasaka is definitely not someone to be underestimated. On the contrary, he is incredibly strong. So much so that Karabi believes if he doesn't use his tailed beast transformation, he really doesn't have confidence in defeating Yasaka. Therefore, upon hearing the discussions of those around him, Karabi felt those people seemed like fools and was somewhat gloating, wondering what their expressions would be when they are cut down by Yasaka. On the other side, not far from them, Scorpion had the same thoughts, thinking these people were simply hopeless. He was contemplating whether to just take them out when he encountered them, as they were really too annoying. Similarly, Terumi May also feels this way. At this moment, she really wants to directly use a boiling release technique to eliminate these people, as just listening to them is irritating her. However, Deidara and his group didn't pay much attention to it, as he thought these fools were simply trash, not worth his concern. To Deidara, Yatsuka was not even a worthy opponent. He believed he could defeat Yatsuka just by throwing a few bombs. Therefore, from start to finish, Deidara never took Yatsuka seriously. In his eyes, his favorite opponents were close combat ninjas like Yatsuka, as his revamped C2 dragon was specifically designed to deal with these melee fighters. A bunch of trash. They'll all be blown away by my bomb soon. Deidara looked disdainfully at the people in front of him, completely disregarding them. Even the relatively famous Yuzuki, Deidara felt he could defeat her. After all, Deidara's bombs were indeed quite formidable, unless Yuzuki transformed in her tailed beast form. Deidara believed she couldn't withstand his relentless bombardment. Deidara was indeed qualified to be this confident. After all, his strength was truly powerful. If we talk about those present who could really counter him, there were only a few, like Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Kakashi, who possessed the Sharingan. However, these two were still genin at the moment and did not have the powerful Jinjutsu that Itachi would later possess, so they posed no threat to Deidara for now. Terumi Mei's water jutsu could hit Deidara while he was flying, but he wasn't afraid, as his flying ability was quite agile and flexible, and he was confident he could dodge Terumi Mei's long-range water attacks. However, Terumi Mei is ultimately on the ground, with a limited range of movement, while he himself is indeed in the sky, directly occupying the geographical advantage. At that time, it will still be a barrage of attacks. Therefore, among the intelligence that Deidara saw regarding the competitors from various countries, the one he truly feared was actually Sasori from Sunagakure. Although he does not know the specific abilities of Sasori, the puppet jutsu can effectively counter Deidara, as the puppets can fly. While they cannot surpass Deidara in flight, the puppets can still attack him. Moreover, when Sasori uses puppets, to some extent he is not afraid of Deidara's bomb bombardment. Even if the attack targets Sasori's main body, he has defensive puppets to block the bombs for him. Overall, however, Deidara is still very confident because he is the one taking the initiative. Of course, this is just Deidara's own inference, all theoretical deductions. When it comes to actual combat, the situation will be different. He believes that Yatsuka cannot attack him, but that is just his assumption. In reality, many people underestimate Yatsuka, thinking he is merely a melee fighter with a blade. At best on par with the 7 ninja swordsmen, not worth worrying about. In fact, Yatsuka is the one who truly possesses the ability to take them down with a single strike. However, for some, by the time they realize this fact, it may already be too late. This is why the third Hokage places such importance on Yatsuka, his foresight is still very long-term, which is quite impressive. Chapter 124. The fight begins soon. After reviewing the scores, the eliminated contestants left the small square. They would head to the audience seats, because in a while, for the team battle, the participants would enter the illusion of virtual space. Therefore, they would not be competing in the stadium. The matches in the stadium will be the individual matches after the team battles, so these contestants will have someone to guide them to the entrance of the illusion. This illusion is created by the 5 Kages working together, so opening it requires a massive amount of energy. It is usually closed and will only be activated when necessary. Once the contestants enter the illusion, they will be broadcast live in a special way, and there will be a 360-degree large screen in the center of the stadium for real-time playback. Therefore, the audience in the stadium can see the contestants' performances in the illusion. As a result, some eliminated contestants left the small square dejectedly and headed towards the audience seats, which probably numbered around 30. While this isn't a large number compared to the total number of contestants, it's still significant. However, even if they manage to pass the written test and enter the illusion, it's likely that the group would be easily eliminated. After all, their ability to perceive danger is quite poor. Others might be lurking right beside them without their knowledge. They might be unaware that while they are fighting with someone, there could be others waiting to take advantage of the situation. Therefore, this type of ninja has a very poor survival ability and is not suitable. The eliminated contestants cast a fierce glance at Yatsuka as they left, feeling extremely dissatisfied and unfair. Clearly, Yatsuka had entered the competition through official connections, while they were eliminated due to their lack of connections. As a result, they held a strong animosity towards Yatsuka. I can't wait to see this guy get beaten up in the audience. Yes, this guy only passed the written exam because of his connections, not through his own ability. People like him are no better than us. Even if he enters the team competition, he will probably be taken down. I'm looking forward to seeing his misfortune, watching him walk into someone else's ambush without knowing it. Why should he be able to cheat openly and pass? It's simply detestable. Kid, don't get too smug. You'll have a taste of your own medicine soon. Your strength doesn't qualify you for the team competition. I want to see Konoha embarrassed. The person they tried so hard to protect will be ambushed and beaten in front of so many people, and that makes me happy. The eliminated contestants harbored resentment towards Yatsuka, cursing him as they walked away. On the side, Karabi and others frowned upon seeing them. Karabi snorted coldly and said, "With a bunch of trash like you, I'm not bragging. Even if you all teamed up, you wouldn't be able to beat that guy. He could take you down with just one strike. Little punk. Looking for a fight, huh?" At that moment, someone exploded in anger. He was already in a bad mood for being eliminated, and now being mocked by Karabi made him feel as if his dignity was being trampled upon. He couldn't hold back his anger and said, "Fight me? You aren't even qualified." Karabi looked at him with a cold smile, his face full of mockery. "I can't take it anymore. Go to hell." The person, named Kishimoto Kishi, was a genin contestant from Kusagakure, with golden hair, nicknamed the Golden Lion King. He had a bad temper and was aggressive. Already in a foul mood, he couldn't tolerate being mocked by Karabi, who had passed the competition. If the one mocking him were another eliminated contestant, he might have been able to endure it, but now the one mocking him was Karabi, who had passed the written exam. He himself was an eliminated contestant, which made him feel a sense of inferiority when being mocked by Karabi, much like how a vocational school graduate might feel when encountering a postdoctoral researcher who studied in the United States. This feeling ignited a surge of anger in Kishimoto, causing him to recklessly attack Karabi. He quickly performed hand seals and shouted, "Earth style, sand and stone technique." In the next moment, Kishimoto's cheeks puffed up like a frog, and then he opened his mouth wide, unleashing a violent gust of wind that carried sand and hard stones, sweeping towards Karabi like a sandstorm. The range of the earth style, sand and stone technique was not small, covering a radius of 50 square meters, affecting several other ninjas from the hidden cloud village besides Karabi. Just as Yuzuki and Darui were about to intervene, Karabi coldly snorted and said, "Don't interfere, I'll handle this." Then, with a sneer, Karabi added, "A trivial technique, a mere speck of dust, daring to compete with the sun and moon. Fine, let this trash contestant from your trash ninja village witness the strength of the hidden cloud village and see the power of your Lord Karabi." Saying this, Karabi let out a loud shout, and an astonishing aura erupted from his body. Instantly, countless arcs of electricity burst forth from him, enveloping a half-meter radius around his body like a thunder energy shield, creating a grand and shocking spectacle. Following that, Karabi shouted loudly, stepped forward, and delivered a powerful punch with his right arm. Lightning style, lightning screen. In the next moment, Karabi unleashed a massive wall of lightning, which advanced like a giant curtain towards Kishimoto's sand and stone technique. The next instant, the sandstorm-like sand and stone collided violently with a lightning curtain created by Karabi's punch. In an instant, a tremendous booming sound echoed, and countless flashes of electricity illuminated the surroundings, causing those watching to instinctively close their eyes as blinding white light flashed continuously before them. Then, the numerous stones from the sandstorm collided against the lightning curtain but were utterly unable to break through its defenses, being completely blocked. Moreover, the powerful lightning energy on the curtain shattered many of the stones into countless small fragments that fell to the ground. During this time, the lightning curtain continued to advance, actually pushing back Kishimoto's sandstorm technique towards him. Chapter 125, Lightning Husky Nanny. Kishimoto exclaimed in shock. His sand and stone technique had been pushed back by the opponent's lightning curtain. This was a situation he had never encountered before, leaving him momentarily flustered. However, he was one of the strongest contestants from the hidden grass village, so he quickly regained his composure and devised a countermeasure. Kishimoto immediately canceled his earth style, sand and stone technique, and as the lightning wall rushed towards him, he snorted, quickly performed hand seals, and slapped his right palm against the ground, shouting, "Earth style, earth flow wall." Instantly, a wall of earth rose up in front of Kishimoto. The next moment, Karabi's lightning curtain struck the earth wall. In an instant, the sound of crackling arcs of electricity filled the air as cracks began to appear on the earth wall before Kishimoto. This scene shocked him again. How could this be? The earth wall was meant for defense and had strong defensive capabilities, yet it was cracking. As Kishimoto was horrified, the cracks on the wall increased rapidly, almost covering the entire surface, making him feel that the wall could collapse at any moment. Just as he prepared to retreat, the lightning curtain finally exhausted its energy and vanished in front of the earth wall. Seeing this, Kishimoto let out a sigh of relief, thinking it was a close call. If the lightning curtain had lasted 3 or 4 more seconds, he would have had to retreat to avoid its attack. Fortunately, although his earth wall was covered in cracks, it had managed to block the opponent's attack, completing its task well. Just as Kishimoto was relieved, the earth wall suddenly collapsed entirely, leaving a pile of rubble. The wall had been shattered by the lightning curtain. If the lightning curtain had not run out of energy, it would have likely crumbled under the attack in another 2 seconds. Seeing this, Kishimoto gasped in disbelief, staring at Karabi, thinking that this person was incredibly powerful, able to destroy his renowned earth flow wall with just a punch. If not for the lightning curtain's energy running out, his earth flow wall would have been completely useless. The power of a single punch was truly terrifying. Kishimoto's eyes revealed a look of astonishment, and he thought, is this the power of a contestant from the great land of lightning? Truly impressive. No wonder they are considered a superpower on par with the Leaf Village. Their contestants possess such formidable strength, it's hard to believe. While Kishimoto was still in shock, Karabi sneered and said, "An eye for an eye. Since you've made a move, it's my turn now. Get ready. Lightning style, lightning husky." Saying this, Karabi quickly performed hand seals, and 2 balls of lightning erupted from his hands, enveloping them like 2 lightning gauntlets. Then, Karabi shouted, bringing his hands together in a claw-like pose, palms touching and spreading outward, resembling a stance for the Kamehameha wave. "Huh!" With a loud shout, he thrust his hands towards Kishimoto. In the next moment, a dazzling white light flashed as a massive lightning ball was launched from Karabi's hands. The lightning ball was the size of a dog, initially spherical, but in the next second, it quickly transformed into the shape of a lightning husky. The spectators were all taken aback. It's a husky. Wow, lightning husky, so powerful. They were astonished by Karabi's control over lightning, able to form it into the shape of a husky, which looked incredibly formidable. They had not expected Karabi to have reached such a level, being able to use the lightning husky technique, which was known to be very difficult to learn. Even the people from the Hidden Cloud Village were surprised to see Karabi use the lightning husky technique. Yuzuki showed a hint of surprise, realizing that this kid had such abilities. This technique must be inspired by my fire mouse ball. The prediction made by the Yumu person was indeed correct. Kira Bistiknik. The lightning husky is actually inspired by the Yumu person's fire mouse jade. The fire mouse jade is a technique created by the Yumu person, combining fire release and lightning release to emit a fire that has the form of a mouse from the air. This fire mouse is extremely fast and agile, possessing a strong piercing effect, chasing down enemies like a tracking missile. Once it catches up to the enemy, it crashes into them, penetrating their body and detonating on the spot, producing a powerful lightning fire. This lightning fire is a fusion of flames from both fire release and lightning release, with tremendous power that can obliterate a person completely. Furthermore, the Yumu person can unleash over 20 of these fire mouse jades at once, making it extremely formidable. After witnessing the Yumu person's fire mouse jade, Kyra Bai also desired to have a similar technique. Finally, through Kyra Bai's relentless efforts, the lightning husky was developed. Upon seeing the lightning husky, Darui was speechless and remarked, "This lightning husky looks so silly, it's just nowhere near as good as the Yumu person's technique." Hearing Darui's comment, the Yumu person smirked proudly and said, "Of course, my fire mouse jade is incomparable to this lightning husky." On the other side, Yatsuka became very interested after seeing Kirabi's lightning husky, thinking that this lightning husky was simply cool and instantly felt an urge to learn it as well. However, what these people didn't know was that this husky form of the lightning husky was actually not what Kirabi originally intended. Kirabi initially wanted to replicate a fire rat jade of a yew tree man. However, due to limited abilities, while researching on his own, he went completely off track, and the mouse form he intended to create ended up turning into the husky form. This is how the lightning husky technique came to be. Chapter 126, Kirabi's Reckless Abandon. This is because the mouse form is relatively small and detailed, requiring a very high level of control over lightning. However, Kirabi's ability to manipulate the form of lightning is not as high as that of the Yatsuki people. Therefore, after trying for a long time, he couldn't achieve the form of a mouse, but instead ended up with a form that looked very much like a husky. In the end, Kirabi simply decided to let it go and created a lightning husky form. Like the fire mouse jade of the Yuwood people, Kirabi's lightning huskies can also unleash more than 20 at once. The fire mouse jade of the Yuwood people is inspired by a group of mice, as mice are social animals that often move in large groups. So when a fire mouse jade is released, it also comes out in a large swarm. Kirabi's plagiarism of the fire mouse jade from the Yuwood people naturally allows him to release a large group of huskies. However, at this moment, he feels that the opponent is not strong enough, so there is no need to release so many huskies. Therefore, Kirabi only releases one thunder husky. After seeing Kirabi's technique, the lightning hound, Yuzaka suddenly became very interested and wanted to learn such a move. This led to Yuzaka's classic technique later on, lightning release, 10,000 Boars Tower technique. Consequently, Yuzaka decided to find time to study how to use this technique. Meanwhile, the lightning hound, like a hungry wolf, quickly lunged at Kishimoto Masashi. Wherever it passed, it even left behind the smell of burnt electricity. Its body was bright white, sometimes sparkling with blue and white electric sparks, looking incredibly powerful, embodying a kind of violent aesthetics. Upon seeing this ferocious lightning hound, Kishimoto Masashi became somewhat panicked. He hurriedly formed hand seals and shouted, "Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet Technique." Suddenly, his cheeks bulged like a toad, and beside him, a large-mouthed dragon head made of earth broke through the ground. Then he shouted attack. In the next moment, a bright light erupted from the dragon's mouth, and from that light, countless earthen cannonballs began to shoot out, continuously firing like a machine gun, pa-pa-pa, targeting the lightning hound. However, the lightning hound was highly agile, darting left and right, weaving through the rain of earthen cannonballs without being hit, and continuously closing in on Kishimoto Masashi. Witnessing this scene, Kishimoto Masashi became even more panicked. He began to form hand seals again, then slammed his hands hard on the ground, shouting, "Earth release, Earth spear barrage." In the next moment, countless sharp earth spikes over a meter long suddenly burst forth from the ground, constantly emerging beneath the lightning hound and around its body. However, due to the lightning hound's high agility, darting left and right, the earth spikes often emerged just as the lightning hound had already moved from that spot, missing it by a hair's breadth. Kishimoto wanted to predict the movement of the Raiden Husky and thrust out the ground spikes in advance, hoping to make the Raiden Husky crash into them. However, the irregular movements of the Raiden Husky made it impossible for Kishimoto to make an accurate prediction. As a result, one side's Earth Dragon bombs kept firing earth projectiles, while the ground constantly pierced with spikes, but the Raiden Husky darted through the gunfire like a nimble specter, continually closing the distance to Kishimoto. Finally, the Raiden Husky charged to within just 5 meters of Kishimoto. At this distance, the ground spikes could no longer keep up with the speed of the Raiden Husky, and the Earth Dragon bombs were basically unable to hit such a close target. For the speed of the Raiden Husky, this 5-meter distance was just a blink of an eye. Then, Kirabi sneered, and before Kishimoto's horrified gaze, the Raiden Husky lunged at Kishimoto, biting down on his neck, and then with a loud boom, a violent explosion occurred on the spot. The intense explosion instantly generated a powerful shockwave that swept outward like a wild wind, lifting the debris and dirt from the ground, momentarily blinding the onlookers. However, it was fortunate that Yasaka could see even with his eyes closed, so through his ability to manipulate the airflow, he witnessed the violent explosion that obliterated Kishimoto on the spot. Yet, upon seeing this scene, Yasaka smiled slightly, for he realized that the Kishimoto destroyed in the explosion was merely a clay clone, not his real body. A few seconds later, as the explosive force gradually dissipated, a 2-meter wide, 30-centimeter deep pit was left at the spot where Kishimoto had stood, and Kishimoto had vanished without trace. That kid wasn't really blown to death, was he? No bones left. No way. Did someone really die this early on? This is bad. This is too brutal, and the match hasn't even started yet. That kid's death was truly tragic. Not even a corpse left. Kairabi's Riding Husky had quite a powerful explosion, but compared to my Fire Mouse Jade, it was still lacking a bit, thought Yuzuki as he looked at the large pit on the ground. Hey, Kairabi, you didn't really blow someone up, did you? Darui asked, looking terrified. I don't know, I thought he could dodge it, but who knew he was so weak he couldn't escape? Kairabi scratched his head and replied. Just then, the ground beneath him suddenly shifted, and a figure burst forth from the earth beneath Kairabi's feet, with a kunai aimed straight for Kairabi's chin. If hit, that kunai would pierce straight through Kairabi's head from chin to brain. At that crucial moment, Kairabi's entire body unexpectedly inflated like a balloon, shocking everyone present and causing them to retreat in fear. As the people from the Hidden Cloud Village recognized this as one of Kairabi's signature abilities, Lightning Release, Exploding Clone. As soon as Yasaka saw Kairabi's body starting to swell, he had already retreated because he instinctively guessed that this was definitely a technique that would explode. Chapter 127, Kairabi's Trick. After all, the way it inflated like a balloon would lead any normal person to think of self-detonation. Therefore, Yasaka was actually the first to retreat, followed by the people from the Hidden Cloud Village, and then the others around them. At the same time, from underground, a figure without any thorns emerged towards Kairabi. When Kishimoto saw Kairabi's body suddenly swell up, he was struck with fear. In that instant, he was horrified to realize that this was just one of Kairabi's clones, and it was a clone that could self-destruct. And with him being so close to this self-destructing clone, he would definitely be killed on the spot. Moreover, due to his incredible speed and being in an attacking state, he simply had no time to react and dodge, even though his brain had already recognized it as a trap. However, his body couldn't keep up with his brain's response and continued to instinctively attack Kairabi. At that moment, Kishimoto felt a sense of despair. He never expected that he would end up dying here just for participating in a competition. The people around the Grass-Hidden Village also wore expressions of despair, as their companion was about to die here. In the next moment, that Kakashi shadow clone had expanded to a shape close to a sphere, reaching the limit of its expansion, which also meant it was about to explode. The next second, there was a loud bang. Kakashi's body, which had already swollen into a ball, was first pierced by a kunai from Kishimoto, and then it violently exploded. However, the intense explosion that everyone had imagined did not occur. Instead, the self-destructing shadow clone of Kakashi expanded to its limit, erupted into a large area of colorful ribbons. As if it were an award ceremony or a wedding scene, Kishimoto Masashi was directly surrounded by the colorful ribbons, as if he were an award recipient accepting a prize. This scene left everyone present, including Yasaka, in a state of complete bewilderment, staring blankly at Kishimoto and the shower of colorful ribbons. What was happening? At that moment, everyone's minds were filled with a series of question marks, still unable to process the harrowing situation they had just experienced. Their brains had not yet adjusted. This sudden twist left everyone as if time had stopped, standing frozen in place. For a moment, the venue was almost silent, with the sound of a pin dropping audible. Everyone looked at Kishimoto and the colorful ribbon rain as if time had been frozen, like robots that had suddenly had their power switched off. Kishimoto Masashi himself was also frozen in place, looking as if his brain had short-circuited. After a long while, people began to react one after another. What the hell is this? I thought it was going to explode and kill someone on the spot, but it turned out to be this result. This is simply a plot twist. Darui shouted angrily. Killer Bee, you guys, seriously? The Yuzu people also cursed, as the previous scene was too shocking. It went from a life-and-death situation to a welcoming event. The turn was just too abrupt. Even drifting through a drainage ditch wouldn't be able to handle this curve. I can't believe it was just a fake self-destruct clone. That really scared the hell out of me. Terumi Mei, who was watching from the side, patted her chest and sighed in relief. This guy is interesting, Yatsukami thought with a smile. Even he thought that was Killer Bee's self-destruct clone about to blow up. In the end, it directly turned into a self-destruct Easter egg. Just as everyone was feeling like they had survived a disaster, a flash of lightning suddenly appeared. Kurabi suddenly emerged from behind Kishimoto Masashi, pressing a kunai against his neck. He laughed loudly and said to Kishimoto, "Haha, you lost, and you lost twice." Kishimoto looked surprised. He had just been wondering where Kurabi had gone, only to be caught off guard by a lethal strike from behind. He sighed, accepting his defeat, smiled, and said to Kurabi, "Yes, I lost, and I lost twice. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. You're indeed a powerful ninja from a great nation, impressive." Hee. Kurabi, grinning, put away his kunai, looking quite pleased with himself. Kishimoto, with a puzzled expression, asked Kurabi, "I want to know, how did you get behind me just now? I clearly didn't see you at all." Kurabi, looking proud, replied, "That colorful ribbon earlier, one of those ribbons was me. I used a transformation technique to turn into that ribbon." "What?" Kishimoto exclaimed in surprise, realizing that such a trick was possible. It was just too outrageous. Kurabi's words surprised everyone present. They initially thought Kurabi was a straightforward brute, but they didn't expect him to possess such high intelligence and cunning in battle. This completely shattered their worldview. Finally understanding this, Kishimoto was thoroughly convinced and said to Kurabi, "You are amazing. I really am too weak." Kishimoto then left, and Kurabi returned to the group from the Hidden Cloud Village. Meanwhile, the Leaf Village group looked at Kurabi with serious expressions. Kakashi Hitaki said, "I didn't expect him to be this strong. It's really hard to guard against. I think if it were me earlier, I wouldn't have been able to see through Kurabi's moves." Indeed, if that self-destructing clone had been a real self-destructing clone, Kishimoto would have been blown up on the spot. But it turned out that Kurabi had intentionally created a fake self-destructing clone, which was actually a self-destructing ribbon clone. This left Kishimoto completely bewildered, and his mind suffered a strong shock, causing his vigilance to drop significantly. At that moment, Kurabi suddenly appeared and launched an attack. The intricacy of the trap was truly impressive. His cunning was deep. At that moment, Obito Uchiha said, "Indeed, this person is not simple. His battle IQ is very high. Everyone must be careful of his schemes during the fight. Otherwise, if we're not careful, we'll fall into his traps." Obito spoke seriously. "Yes, we must be cautious. This serves as a reminder not to underestimate our opponents." At this time, Yasaka said nonchalantly, "Actually, it's not that complicated. Just slash him down with one blow." Chapter 128. Before the exam, Yasaka's comment was ignored by Kakashi and the others. While it was flawless when analyzed seriously, it was essentially meaningless. After all, if one could take down the opponent with a single blow, there would be no need for tactics. Just strike when one sees the enemy. Thus, everyone found a place to sit and rest, preparing for the upcoming team battle. At this point, there was less than an hour left before the group battle was set to begin, so they needed to make the most of this time to prepare, getting their bodies and minds into the best possible state for the upcoming battle. Although the general public prefers watching one-on-one duels, team battles also hold great significance. Moreover, team battles are serious competitions, not a game, so everyone took it seriously. This would be the first true battle, and no one wanted to lose in front of thousands of spectators, especially since most of them were from the Leaf Village to ninjas from other countries. If that happened, they would have nowhere to hide when walking down the street, as people would point and say, "Ah, that person was defeated by a ninja from a certain village in the team competition. What a disgrace for us from the Leaf." Therefore, no one wanted to lose, and everyone was trying to adjust their state. After all, they had used some chakra and energy during the written exam earlier. However, Yasaka naturally didn't need any adjustments. In fact, he was in the best condition, full of energy. It couldn't be helped. While others were busy trying to copy answers during the written exam, Yasaka had been sleeping and recuperating. At this moment, the audience in the stands was eagerly waiting for the upcoming team competition, rubbing their hands in anticipation. They had already taken their seats, and even before the written exams ended, the stands were filled with spectators, or rather, the audience that needed to be there for the opening ceremony had already arrived. At this moment, many people that Yatsuka knew were in the audience, such as Otsutsuki SHBU, Noera Rin, and other lower ninjas who were not competing, like Yamasho Aoba, Inu Yashiro, and Nara Shikaku, among others. There were also some higher ninjas, such as Konoha's White Fang and Uchiha Fugaku, etc. They were all seated in the stands. waiting for the massive 360-degree circular screen in the center of the stadium to light up. Hey, Hitaki Sakumo, what do you think our little ones from Konoha will place in this team competition? Uchiha Fugaku asked with a smile. Well, I can't say for sure. After all, the people from other countries aren't pushovers either. But I still believe our little ones from Konoha will perform well, Hitaki Sakumo replied with a smile. Among them was his son, Hitaki Kakashi, known as a genius ninja, nicknamed Hitaki 50-50, as he could evenly match anyone in a fight, which was quite impressive. Speaking of which, it's a pity that if your son Itachi had been born a few years earlier, he would definitely be in this competition. That kid's talent is of a rare, super genius level among the children I've seen. He truly deserves to be your son, Sakumo said with laughter. Ha ha ha, Sakumo. I appreciate your compliment, but to be fair, Itachi is indeed highly talented. I estimate that if he were to compete now, he would perform quite well. But your Kakashi is also very impressive, a genius, not any less than my Itachi. With good training, he might even become Hokage in the future. Uchiha Fugaku replied with a smile. At this moment, Hitaki Sakumo helplessly said, however, in my opinion, although these two kids are already highly talented, if we are truly talking about talent, there is one person who can claim to be the first and no one can claim to be second. That kid, right? Uchiha Fugaku nodded in agreement. Exactly. Yatsuka's talent can only be described as monstrous. I've never seen him train. Every day he just eats and sleeps. Yet his strength keeps increasing. I even suspect he might have some special bloodline limit, like getting stronger just by eating. As long as that kid doesn't die and continues to grow, he will definitely become Konoha's strongest ace in the future, Hitaki Sakumo said with a complex expression. Yes, that kid's talent is truly of an abnormal level. I've never seen anyone with such potential. Even Uchiha Madara, our ancestor, or the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. I believe if we talk about talent and potential, none of them can match Yatsuka. As far as I know, Yatsuka can already defeat most of the upper ninjas. I once talked to Orochimaru, and he seriously told me that if he fought Yatsuka with all his might, the odds would be about 60-40 in favor of Yatsuka. Uchiha Fugaku said, What? Is he that strong? Hitaki Sakumo looked at Uchiha Fugaku in surprise. Uchiha Fugaku nodded seriously and said, although Orochimaru could defeat Yatsuka, being able to fight evenly with the legendary Sannin at a 60-40 ratio is itself a symbol of strength. Moreover, at this point, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly fell silent. Then Hitaki Sakumo spoke. Moreover, this kid is just a 12-year-old lower ninja. Being able to fight evenly with the legendary Sannin at 12 years old is already frightening potential. It's hard to imagine what kind of strength he will have at 16 when he fights Orochimaru. Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku smiled bitterly and said, well, I think you should have already guessed. If nothing unexpected happens, at 16, Yatsuka will definitely be able to defeat Orochimaru. And a 16-year-old kid being able to defeat the legendary Sannin is remarkable. You need to know what level the Sannin are. They're only second to, or close to, Hokage level strength. To reach such a level, most people would take until their late 20s or 30s, which is already considered a genius. Yet Yatsuka has achieved this in his teens. That's right. A person under 20 can reach Hokage level strength, and that's not even their peak period. It's hard to imagine what kind of strength he will have when he reaches his peak age, which is between 25 and 35. I even think this guy might grow to the level of Uchiha Madara or the first Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku concluded. Therefore, in Uchiha Fugaku's view, in front of Yatsuka, all these so-called geniuses were no longer considered geniuses. Chapter 129, Uchiha Fugaku's ability after all, no matter how genius Hitaki Kakashi or Uchiha Itachi were. They hadn't reached the level to fight Orochimaru to a 60-40 ratio at 12 years old. What Orochimaru referred to as a 60-40 situation means a life and death battle between two people. Orochimaru frequently uses his ultimate techniques, and he believes he has a 60 chance of defeating Yasaka. It's important to note that being able to force a person of the level of a Sannin to reveal all their trump cards in a battle that is not just a friendly spar, but a fight to the death, suggests that the opponent already possesses very strong capabilities even if they ultimately cannot defeat Orochimaru. After all, without a certain level of strength, one cannot force Orochimaru to use all his power for a desperate fight. This is not merely a friendly match. It is a genuine fight for survival. How could an ordinary person force Orochimaru into a life and death battle? It's important to note that in Orochimaru's life, the first time he truly faced a battle of life and death was against Hanzo of the Salamander. He, along with Tsunade and Jiraiya, fought against Hanzo and ultimately lost, earning them the title of the legendary Three Ninjas. Hanzo of the Salamander is a legendary figure, known as a demigod in the ninja world. And who is the god of the ninja world? Senju Hashirama. This means that Hanzo of the Salamander is only slightly weaker than Senju Hashirama, which demonstrates how terrifying Hanzo is and proves just how powerful the legendary Three Ninjas are. To be able to fight against a demigod in the ninja world and reach that level is already quite impressive. The second time Orochimaru experienced a life and death battle was against the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, during the Chunin exams. Even though the third Hokage was already old and in decline at that time, he should not be underestimated, as he was known as the god of ninjutsu, reputed to be proficient in all forms of ninjutsu, and possessing all 5 chakra natures. The third life and death battle that Orochimaru experienced was after he transformed into the 8-headed serpent, fighting against Uchiha Itachi, who was in his complete Susanoo form, wielding the 8-span mirror in one hand and the 10-fist sword in the other. The fourth life and death battle that Orochimaru experienced, or rather, the absence of a battle, occurred when he used the impure world reincarnation to summon the first Hokage. At that time, the first Hokage unleashed an overwhelming amount of chakra, causing Orochimaru to break out in a cold sweat, fearing that he might be killed on the spot by the first Hokage. Therefore, anyone who has fought Orochimaru in a life and death struggle is undoubtedly a god-level powerhouse with super shadow-level strength. So who is Yasaki? Yasaki is a 12-year-old genin, and a 12-year-old genin who can force Orochimaru into a life or death battle is remarkable. Although Orochimaru ultimately wins, it is undeniable that being able to reach this level against him proves Yasaki's strength. After all, he is only 12. Therefore, if Yasaki grows to 16, 20, 25, 30, or even 35, what will his strength be then? This is very exciting to think about. No wonder the third Hokage is so protective of this child. He truly possesses enviable potential. As you said, as long as he doesn't die, he will one day become a pillar of Konoha, even comparable to the first Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku remarked with emotion. Indeed, I'm also very curious and looking forward to seeing what level this little guy has reached now. It's a great opportunity to see during this competition. It's truly exciting. Hatake Sakomo chuckled. Yes, hearing you say that has piqued my curiosity as well. Uchiha Fugaku smiled. By the way, aren't you going to check on the security work this time? No, I've left my shadow clone watching. Moreover, security work isn't just the responsibility of me, Uchiha Fugaku. You should trust others too. They could do a great job as well. Uchiha Fugaku smiled. As the captain of Konoha's security team, he is naturally the main person responsible for the security of this 5 Kage joint friendship tournament. Generally, the main person in charge would sit in the central command control room to coordinate everything. However, Uchiha Fugaku has come to watch the match, which surprised Hatake Sakomo. But Uchiha Fugaku assured him that he had left a clone in the central command control room, so there shouldn't be any problems. Hatake Sakomo is one of the few who knows about Uchiha Fugaku's special ability. Uchiha Fugaku has a powerful self-created ninjutsu called the mirror clone technique, which allows his shadow clones to achieve mutual teleportation. This means that his real body can directly swap places with a shadow clone or be summoned by a shadow clone. Therefore, Uchiha Fugaku's ability is somewhat similar to Minato Namikaze's Flying Thunder God technique, as long as there is a Flying Thunder God mark or Uchiha Fugaku shadow clone. He can teleport his real body to that mark or shadow clone at any time. Moreover, Uchiha Fugaku can also switch back and forth between multiple shadow clones, which is an incredibly impressive ability. For example, when an enemy's attack is about to hit his real body, he can shift his real body to a clone, thus avoiding the attack. Or when attacking the enemy, his real body can continuously move among the shadow clones, confusing the enemy. Moreover, Kakashi Hatake also knows that Uchiha Fugaku's clone ability has an even more powerful technique. That is, his real body can actually become invisible. In other words, his clone can feign an attack to draw attention, while his real body becomes invisible and strikes directly for a guaranteed kill. This technique is actually very overpowered. For example, you see him charging at you, but you don't realize that the one charging at you is actually just a clone. His true form follows his clone invisibly. When you block the attack from his clone, you think you have successfully defended against him. But for a brief moment, your vigilance decreases. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku's real body suddenly appears and instantly kills you with a single strike. This is the power of Uchiha Fugaku's technique, which is very suitable for assassination and highly practical, similar to the body flicker technique of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the body flicker of Kakashi Hatake. It can become invisible, but it is much more advanced than Kakashi's technique, as the body flicker can be detected with even the slightest movement. Chapter 130. High practicality here. The brilliance of Uchiha Fugaku is evident, because for the body flicker technique to achieve true invisibility, one must remain completely still. If you move, an enemy with even slightly better eyesight is likely to see you in a semi-transparent state. This is also why Kakashi was discovered later on. He became careless and moved slightly, resulting in his discovery. If he had remained calm and stayed completely still, without making any sounds, then Kabuto, Yakushi, and Maki would never have noticed anyone eavesdropping on their conversation. However, due to his carelessness, Kakashi made a sound and moved, which led to his discovery. This is the drawback of the body flicker technique, which has significant limitations in terms of practicality. Uchiha Fugaku's ability is quite different. He can move freely while invisible without being detected, and only when his attack makes contact with the opponent does his body become visible. Just this aspect alone makes it far more powerful than the Moonlight Gale's body flicker technique. However, Uchiha Fugaku's invisibility is not a standalone ability. It is actually bound to his shadow clone technique. This means that this is also a fundamental difference between Uchiha Fugaku and Moonlight Gale's body flicker technique. Moonlight Gale can directly make his body invisible. Uchiha Fugaku must create a shadow clone to become invisible. This ability is somewhat similar to the second Tsuchikage Mu's splitting ability. In other words, Uchiha Fugaku can directly separate his true body from himself while remaining invisible. It's as if his original body transforms into a shadow clone, while he himself invisibly splits away from his body. This means the flexibility of this ability is very high. For example, while you're talking to him, he could secretly become invisible and slip away, leaving the clone to continue the conversation with you. This can happen seamlessly, and you wouldn't notice that he just split away. The clone shows no signs of that separation. Therefore, you wouldn't know whether the person speaking to you is Uchiha Fugaku's true body or not. This is an incredibly deceptive and formidable ability, which is a special power granted by Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan. On the surface, its power may not seem strong. It can't match Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo, Uchiha Itachi's Amaterasu, Uchiha Shirsue's Kodoe Mitsukami, or Uchiha Obito's Kimui. However, Uchiha Fugaku's ability is more practical and versatile, allowing both offensive and defensive strategies, and he can even escape when he can't win. Furthermore, he can even apply it to his Susanoo. Can you imagine that the target you're desperately attacking is actually a fake Susanoo, while the real Susanoo has already taken the opportunity to circle behind you and deliver a fatal punch? Or imagine his Susanoo swinging a sword at you, only for you to realize that the attack was fake. Just when you let your guard down, the real Susanoo hidden behind the fake Susanoo strikes you down for real, resulting in your immediate demise. This demonstrates the flexible application of this ability. It might seem weak at first glance, but if used effectively, it can yield unexpected results. It appears that Uchiha Obito's Kimui is better suited to counter Uchiha Fugaku's ability, but that's only relative. After all, if Uchiha Obito doesn't react in time and gets struck down by Uchiha Fugaku before he can activate Kimui, he would meet the same fate. Overall, Uchiha Fugaku is indeed impressive. He doesn't solely rely on this ability in battle. His ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu are all very powerful, making him nearly equal to Minato Namikaze in a fight. Thus, he is a very strong contender among the candidates for the 4th Hokage. However, Uchiha Fugaku does not wish to become Hokage, as it would disrupt the balance of the village and change the mindset of the Uchiha clan, potentially leading to turmoil. If he doesn't become Hokage, the Uchiha clan will also be restless. Therefore, the issue of the Uchiha clan is actually quite complex. Unless all the members of the Uchiha clan are killed, which is clearly impossible and unacceptable. Regarding this issue, Uchiha Fugaku has discussed it many times with the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, but there has never been a best solution. Thus, the 3rd Hokage decided to wait until the 4th Hokage is elected and then consult with Nara Shikaku and others to see if there's a better way to resolve this matter. After all, the Uchiha clan is also a very important fighting force for Konoha, and the 3rd Hokage does not want to give up on the Uchiha clan. He wants them to coexist peacefully with Konoha. However, there are always some individuals within the Uchiha clan who are more rebellious and want to revolt. Therefore, unless those individuals are dealt with, it would only be a temporary solution. This matter still requires careful consideration over time. While Uchiha Fugaku and Hatake Tsukumo were chatting, the time for the team competition finally arrived. In the small square, the 3rd Hokage stood there, flanked by projections of 4 other Kage. They were projected images that could use part of their original strength. Upon seeing this scene, everyone present was taken aback, as it was their first time seeing Kage from other countries besides their own in Konoha. Therefore, all eyes were curiously fixed on the other 3 Kage. Wow, is that the Mizukage? He looks like a little kid. Yatsuka exclaimed, pointing at the projection of the 3rd Mizukage to Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi was also a bit surprised and replied, I don't know. Maybe that's just how he looks. Yatsuka nodded and said, pretty much. I can't believe a kid that size could become the Mizukage. Even I don't have that kind of talent. Kakashi glanced at Yatsuka, thinking to himself, you really said that. At this moment, the 3rd Hokage waved his hand to the crowd and said, everyone, please be quiet. We are about to start the team competition teleportation. Chapter 131. It's about to start. Is it finally starting? I was almost falling asleep. Upon hearing the 3rd Hokage's words, Yatsuka, who was already drowsy, suddenly perked up, his eyes shining. You really are a warmonger. Everyone else is nervous, and you're the only one looking forward to it, Kakashi said, speechless. Aren't you excited? We're about to fight against experts from other countries. Just thinking about it makes me thrilled, Yatsuka replied excitedly. However, his excitement wasn't really about the battle. It was about the prospect of defeating the contestants from other countries and winning the team competition, so he could quickly fulfill the promise of going to eat grilled sea bream with the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Thus, what Yatsuka was truly excited about was food. What Kakashi Hatake understands as excitement is the thrill of battling an opponent. Although the two are discussing the same topic, they are actually speaking different languages, with completely different thoughts in their minds. Or rather, most of the current candidates think differently from Yatsuka. Not only was Yagasaki excited, but others were also somewhat excited. The Moonlight Gale felt a bit nervous and excited. It was his first time fighting against these talented contestants from various countries, which made him both thrilled and anxious, feeling some pressure. However, he thought about his usual hard training and felt that he wasn't that bad, and this competition was his moment to shine. After quickly adjusting his mindset, Moonlight Gale prepared himself in a better state. No matter who the opponent was, he would not be afraid. Kakashi Hatake, on the other hand, was not particularly nervous. He was a little excited, but overall relatively calm. This was related to his father, Tsukumo Hatake's teachings, which instilled in Kakashi a calmness that remained unshaken even when faced with great challenges. Kakashi knew that panicking was useless when facing difficulties. The best approach was to think calmly about solutions. Therefore, it could be said that among those present, Kakashi was the calmest. Gaimedo was also very excited, moving around like he had ADHD, constantly throwing punches and kicking, shouting about youth. Obito Uchiha, similar to Moonlight Gale, felt some pressure, tension, and excitement. Uchiha also remained calm, like Kakashi, which was a reflection of his confidence in his own abilities. Asuma Sarutobi was relatively normal and quite excited. His excitement outweighed his nervousness because his perspective and thinking were focused on the sense of achievement from defeating opponents, without the pressure that Moonlight Gale and Obito felt. Therefore, Asuma did not carry the fear of failure that Moonlight Gale and Obito had, so his mindset was much better. After all, Obito and Moonlight Gale still had feelings for Yakaina and Rin Noera, who were both motivation and pressure for them. This could bring about some negative emotions for the two. However, at times, it could also inspire them to exhibit stronger fighting power, which could be seen as both advantageous and disadvantageous. People from other countries also have varying emotions. A genius expert like Scorpion is fully confident in his own strength, so he naturally doesn't feel nervous or overly excited about competing with experts from other countries. This is because someone like Scorpion doesn't really regard other candidates as significant threats. In his eyes, the other competitors will simply be his defeated opponents. Therefore, when it comes to actual competition, there isn't much sense of achievement, and the excitement is relatively average. This stems from his absolute confidence in his own strength. It's like participating in a boxing match. When your opponent is someone of similar age and strength, you might feel nervous or excited. However, if your opponent is a child in kindergarten, you wouldn't feel nervous or excited at all. In your mind, the opponent is simply not a challenge, so there is no thrill or excitement. Therefore, Scorpion's current mindset is like this, and he is indeed qualified to have such a mindset. After all, aside from the freakish Yasaka, Scorpion can be considered one of the most talented and promising individuals among this group. The Yuid people of Yunin Village are somewhat similar to Scorpion, but also different. The Yuid people are excited, but this excitement is solely directed towards Yasaka, as they want to encounter Yasaka soon and truly fight and win against him, which makes them very excited. However, regarding the other competitors, Their view is the same as scorpions. They do not believe anyone can defeat them, so they do not have any particular feelings about them. However, Karabi didn't have any particular emotions, as he wasn't really interested in these battles. He was only interested in rap and inspiration. However, he was a bit eager to compete with Yasaka to see whose technique was better, his 8 tails be swordsmanship or Yasaka's slashing technique. The druid was very excited, finally able to unleash his full strength in battle against the special forces. Speaking of which, the druid was the most combative member of the Yunin village representative team. Koan Mei was also very excited because she would soon be able to fight against Yatsuka. At that time, she would pretend to be overwhelmed, get injured by Yatsuka, then be hospitalized, and he would come to visit her. Eventually, their feelings would deepen over time, leading to a passionate romance. Next to him, Zai Bujan was continuously chuckling, his body shaking with laughter. He was naturally very excited as he was about to kill his opponents, especially Karabi and Yatsuka. He decided that in this team battle, he would take down both Yatsuka and Karabi, so he chose not to follow the previously agreed plan of gathering first before fighting. He decided to act alone, going in and looking for people to attack, killing anyone he encountered. This was in line with his personality and brought him a sense of pleasure. The dried persimmon Kagaya was indifferent, following the cutting technique to gather first and then see how things went before taking action. Deidara, on the other hand, looked unconcerned. Once inside, he would just throw bombs everywhere, blowing up anyone he encountered. Moreover, he had the latest version of C2 Dragon, which allowed him to deploy bomb birds for reconnaissance. In short, his cutting techniques were diverse and could be used flexibly. Chapter 132. The tense Obito Uchiha Obito rubbed his fists, but he was shaking slightly due to nervousness. Seeing this, Yasaka laughed heartily and said, "Obito, why are you trembling with fear? This won't do. What if you get taken out immediately because of your nerves? The audience will see it, and you'll lose face." Upon hearing Yasaka's words, Uchiha Obito felt even more pressure. Indeed, this was a fight in front of many people from the Leaf Village. If he'd be beaten badly in front of so many, he would have no face to show anyone afterward. The more he tried to disregard this aspect, the more he couldn't help but think about it, especially considering whether Noera Rin in the audience would be disappointed if he lost to a competitor from another country. Just thinking about it made Uchiha Obito feel even more stressed. Damn it, what should I do? If I lose, Rin will definitely be very disappointed in me. I can't lose. I can't let this happen. However, the pressure was overwhelming, and Uchiha Obito felt as if the weight of the world was on his shoulders, shaking even more violently. Seeing his state, Yasaka chuckled and said to Uchiha Obito, "The more scared you are, the more nervous you become. The more nervous you are, the worse you perform, and the more scared you get. In the end, the people in the audience will definitely be very disappointed in you, especially Noera Rin. If I were you, I'd just go all out and not worry about the consequences. That way, even if you lose, you've given it your all, and no one can blame you too much." But Uchiha Obito hesitated, as he understood the reasoning, yet he couldn't control the feeling of nervousness and fear. He hated himself for being like this. Why did everyone else appear so confident while he was so anxious? Logically, being chosen as a contestant meant his strength was among the best of these lower ninjas, so why was he so afraid? What Uchiha Obito didn't realize was that his true pressure came from Noera Rin. He placed too much importance on her, as if the meaning of his life was tied to her existence. If Noera Rin treated him well, he felt the world was beautiful. If she was disappointed, he felt the world was painful. Everything he did was for her. In a sense, he had lost himself, projecting his identity onto Noera Rin. While others drew love from within themselves, he sought it from her. This was why Noera Rin exerted such immense pressure on Uchiha Obito. This created an extreme state of absolute idealism in Uchiha Obito. The impact of having Noera Rin in his life versus not having her was like night and day. Noera Rin was the source of all motivation for Uchiha Obito. Without her, he felt worthless, weak, incompetent, cowardly, and so on. But with her, he could become someone entirely different, a force to be reckoned with. Thus, Uchiha Obito was such an extreme person, belonging to a kind of idealist. His state fluctuated drastically, with a very low minimum and an extraordinarily high maximum, rendering him completely unstable. When he was strong, he could overcome anything. When weak, he was nothing. Consequently, Yasaka found it difficult to comfort Uchiha Obito unless they brought Noera Rin over to talk to him, or if the enemy were to beat up Noera Rin in front of him, which might push Uchiha Obito to his limits. At this time, the third Hokage had already begun to reasonably initiate the illusion with the other 4 Kage. They used complex hand seals, and each consumed a considerable amount of chakra. Suddenly, a gigantic energy ball, about 2 meters in radius, appeared in the air, fixed in place by a special device, forming a structure similar to a door. Half a minute later, the 5 Kage finished their hand seals and announced the successful creation of the illusion. Wow, is this the entrance to the illusion? It looks so magical. How do we get in? This energy ball seems to be filled with powerful energy. How much chakra does it take to create this? Indeed, it's Kage level, truly impressive. This illusion seems to be a combination of time and space, looking so formidable and profound that I can't even fathom the principles of this ninjutsu. Moreover, it requires the cooperation of 5 Kage to use it. This ninjutsu is just too powerful. I wonder who was so amazing to invent this ninjutsu back then. Are we going to enter for the team competition soon? I know how to get in, but how do we get out? What if we can't come back after entering? It is said that as long as you shout "I forfeit," you will be automatically teleported out, which is quite impressive. I've heard that once you enter, you will be randomly transported to any location, so it's best not to wander around aimlessly after entering. First, hide and scout the surroundings before making any moves. Furthermore, it is said that the environment inside is different from reality. There are no stars, making it impossible to accurately distinguish directions. No one knows what it will be like inside. After all, this ninjutsu is being used for the first time. For a moment, upon seeing the entrance to the illusion, the contestants present began to discuss among themselves. At this moment, the 3rd Hokage waved his hand and said, "Silence." The previously noisy crowd immediately quieted down. Then, the 3rd Hokage began to explain the rules of the team competition in detail. Everyone perked up their ears to listen carefully, afraid of missing any details and rules, as knowing the competition rules can sometimes be crucial. No one wanted to miss important information, as sometimes a single detail could determine success or failure. Even Yasaka listened attentively, as this was related to whether he could enjoy the grilled sea bream from the hidden cloud village, which was very important to him, since he was determined to eat it while fishing. Therefore, he couldn't afford not to take it seriously. The 3rd Hokage then began to carefully explain the rules of the large team competition to everyone. Meanwhile, the large screen in the center of the stadium was turned on, signaling that the first team match was about to begin. This immediately piqued the interest of the audience members who had been waiting for a long time, and the atmosphere became lively once again. Chapter 133. The match is about to begin. Wow. The big screen is on. Does this mean the team match is about to start? A young man exclaimed excitedly. Ah, it's finally starting. I was almost falling asleep waiting. Let's get started quickly. Go. Konoha. Konoha will win. I can't wait to see how they perform. As the large screen in the center of the stadium lit up, the audience became even more enthusiastic. Everyone focused their attention on the big screen. In the stands, Noara Kingon turned to Yamashiro Aoi beside him and said, "Yamashiro Aoi, I think your skills should qualify you as a contestant. Why are you deliberately hiding your strength?" Yamashiro Aoi smiled and replied, "Because I don't want to stand out too much, and I find that a bit troublesome. I prefer to focus on my own training." Noara Kingon asked again, "But if you participate in the competition, you can compete against players from other countries, which would provide you with a lot of practical experience." Yamashiro Aoi responded with a smile. "My goal is to become a special jonin and join Konoha's secret mobile unit to execute more covert missions. Therefore, my abilities are quite comprehensive, but I am relatively more skilled in assassination, which is not suitable for a direct battlefield." After a pause, Yamashiro Aoi continued, "Moreover, watching from the big screen can also provide a lot of experience. After all, I am an all-rounder, which means I could do everything, but not at a top level. In such a situation, it's quite difficult to defeat enemies, so I am more suited for a support role." Noara Kingon nodded, understanding Yamashiro Aoi's point. In fact, Yamashiro Aoi is a versatile talent similar to Kakashi Hitaki, excelling in taijutsu, jinjutsu, ninjutsu, weaponry, as well as reconnaissance and assassination. However, being good at everything also means he lacks a standout ability, which means he can match others but has difficulty overcoming them. If he participates in this 5 Shadows joint friendship tournament, he could play a great supporting role as a member of the team competition. However, in the subsequent individual competition, he is very likely to lose. Therefore, rather than that, it would be better to let someone with stronger individual combat ability participate. Thus, Yamashiro Aoba has a very accurate understanding of his own positioning. He aims to be a versatile support. After all, many times, completing a task is not solely about being strong. Being strong is just one way to complete a task, but not necessarily the best way. The best way to complete a task is to do so without the opponent noticing. Therefore, Initially, Mikami Haichir chose Yamashiro Aoba for the last spot. But Yamashiro Aoba took the initiative to approach Mikami Haichir and requested to give his spot to Might Guy. After all, when it comes to direct combat power, there is no doubt that Might Guy is stronger. However, Might Guy is not as skilled as Yamashiro Aoba in other areas. For example, in the first match, Might Guy almost failed. If it had been Yamashiro Aoba, that situation would not have occurred. In the end, Mikami Haichir allowed Might Guy to participate in the competition. It is worth mentioning that Might Guy's taijutsu is actually quite impressive, at least so far among the lower ninjas of Konoha. There is no one who could defeat Might Guy in taijutsu. Meanwhile, as the audience eagerly awaited the start of the match, on the other side in the small square, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was announcing the rules for this team competition. He began by saying, "Before I announce the rules of this team competition, I would like to explain the will of fire of Konoha Village." So what is this will of fire? It is that where the leaves dance, the fire continues to burn. The flames will keep illuminating the village and help the new leaves to sprout. The third Hokage had to repeat the will of fire several times almost every day, and the people of Konoha were getting tired of hearing it. However, the ninjas from other villages, hearing it for the first time, had no such feelings. After explaining the will of fire, the third Hokage provided an interpretation and analysis. 20 minutes later, he finally began to officially announce the rules of the team competition. This team competition would adopt a free-for-all format, with each person having a bell. When a bell was taken away, it meant that the person was eliminated, and the eliminated person would be directly transported out. If someone wanted to withdraw from the competition or was injured and unable to continue, they could shout "I forfeit" and would also be directly transported out. After a pause, the third Hokage continued, "The more enemy bells you capture, the higher your score. In the end, we will see which team has the most bells, and that team will be the first place, followed by second and third places." It is worth mentioning that there is a special rule. Once a bell is taken, it will be marked with a seal indicating which team took it. This means that if you capture a bell, it becomes useless to others, as the bell can only be used once. Hearing this, everyone present understood the situation. Kakashi Uchiha nodded and said, "In other words, this directly eliminates the possibility of someone hiding until the end and then sweeping up most of the bells in one go." Others agreed with Kakashi's point. Simply put, if a bell does not have a mark, it could lead to a situation where someone could set an ambush at the end, capturing all the bells that others had worked hard to obtain, making it all theirs while leaving others empty-handed. Such a scenario has now been completely eliminated because once a bell is taken, it is immediately marked. This means that even if you later withdraw from the competition, the bell you took will still be counted under your team's name and added to your team's total score. This is a very clever rule that greatly enhances the excitement of the competition and also speeds up the progress of the match. Chapter 134. The Art of Rule Cutting, because if that method was used, where bells could be taken freely, it could lead to someone hiding their presence until the end, and then suddenly striking when others were exhausted from battle. This would create a situation where only one team could be left with all the bells, thus potentially resulting in only a first place without a second or third. After all, if all the bells were taken by one group at the end, no one else would have any, which somewhat defeats the purpose of the competition. The competition primarily tests teamwork and combat skills. Instead of competing to see who can survive longer, this goes against the original intention of the competition. On one hand, if everyone is just trying to survive, it becomes uninteresting for the audience watching from outside, leading to a poor reaction from them, which is naturally not good. Therefore, the current rules are much better than that situation. The operation of the bell, marking a one-time imprint, essentially adds another killing technique. In other words, one strategy is for everyone to hold on in the early stages, try to regroup with teammates as much as possible, and then, after regrouping, collectively go out to hunt for singles or engage in battles. This tactic is relatively more suited for the mid to late game. Another tactic is to create a new strategy based on the temporary mark left by the bell. At the beginning of the game, while everyone is randomly teleported to different locations, everyone is in a solo state. During this time, when there are fewer people, one can use their individual strength to find those who have not yet found teammates and quickly defeat them to seize the bell. Since players are scattered at the start, it is unlikely they will reunite with their teammates in a short time. Therefore, one can take advantage of this period to quickly defeat opponents and seize bells. Then swiftly look for the next isolated opponent to defeat and take their bell as well. This way, during the initial phase when players are alone, one can eliminate as many opponents as possible and grab as many bells as they can, as every bell counts before others find their teammates. Once opponents have found their teammates, the difficulty of seizing bells increases significantly, and battles may escalate into large group fights. Thus, the rule introduced by the third Hokage, that the first person to seize the bell will mark it for their team, directly disrupts the strategies that all teams had initially planned. As a result, everyone must engage in combat as quickly as possible at the start. After all, the bells are limited. If most are taken at the beginning, it won't matter if you survive to the later stages. Even if you manage to outlast your opponent later, if the bells have already been marked for their team, defeating them and taking the bell will be pointless. This tactic effectively transforms what was originally a game focused on mid to late team cooperation into a chaotic free-for-all at the start. Kakashi Hatake does not fully understand this, as it seems that since it is a team competition, it should primarily involve team battles. Otherwise, if everyone is engaged in one-on-one fights, then the later individual matches would be redundant. In fact, Kakashi does not realize that under normal game rules, where whoever grabs the bell is considered the winner, while it can prevent one-on-one situations, it could also lead to a scenario where no one can engage in combat. If everyone focuses on regrouping from the start, it would result in most players attacking in groups later on. In such cases, both groups would be fighting against each other, achieving teamwork effects. But these individuals are all elite among their respective countries' genin, and while there may be variations in strength, overall differences are not significant. When 5 or 6 players of similar levels come together to fight against another group of 5 or 6, it is very likely that after a prolonged struggle, they may not even be able to seize a bell. Eventually, it could lead to a situation where neither side can successfully take the bell, resulting in no one wanting to fight. Therefore, rather than allowing this to happen, it is better to accelerate the pace of the competition from the very beginning. Moreover, there is actually a hidden strategy for defeating opponents. That is to start by engaging in one-on-one battles while simultaneously regrouping, using the fastest speed to converge before others. By having more people against fewer opponents, you can quickly take down isolated targets, which can also effectively help in snatching the bell. If the team is able to regroup quickly, it is very likely to directly sweep other candidates, essentially creating a significant advantage shortly after the start. And this is the true meaning of this team competition. Because in real combat, you can't always be lucky enough to stay with your teammates. You often encounter situations where you are separated from your teammates due to unexpected events. In such cases, you can only survive while quickly eliminating any isolated enemies you encounter, and at the same time, swiftly searching for your teammates to regroup. This is the true essence of team competition. In this sense, most of the participants present did not realize it. In other words, the truly correct and best way is to simultaneously grab the bell in singles at the start while quickly regrouping with teammates, and then unite with them before others manage to find their teammates. By leveraging the advantage of having more people, you can initiate a fast bell-grabbing mode. This is the best approach. However, this tactic requires you to quickly regroup with your teammates. Therefore, it demands a high level of reconnaissance and perception skills, which is the significance of the first written exam. Thus, regardless of the time, the ability to scout and perceive is extremely important, because you may not be strong in terms of skill, but you must possess the ability to survive. This is the true meaning of this team competition. Most of the contestants present, however, failed to realize this significance. At this moment, the majority were focused on quickly eliminating enemies and grabbing the bells at the start. Yatsuka suddenly burst into laughter. This looks very interesting. It's great for me. Just find one and take it. Chapter 135. The competition begins. Uchiha Obito looked at Yatsuka and thought to himself that this was indeed very beneficial for Yatsuka. As long as Yatsuka could quickly find the enemies, he might be able to eliminate them before everyone encountered their teammates in the early stages. Of course, this premise relies on not facing opponents who are too strong. If Yatsuka encountered someone like Yuzuki in the early stages, then it would probably take some time to fight, which would be a waste of time. Therefore, this highlights the importance of reconnaissance ability. In addition to Yasaka, those who share the same thoughts include Yuzuki, Karabi, Scorpion, Deidara, and others. However, Scorpion felt somewhat displeased. Originally, he had planned to take the opportunity to eliminate Kakashi Hatake if he encountered him in this team competition. However, for what he heard from the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, it seemed that if a participant received a fatal injury, they would be directly teleported out. Therefore, it appeared that he might not have the chance to eliminate Kakashi in this team competition after all. Scorpion felt a bit regretful, but he didn't care too much. If he couldn't do it this time, there would always be another opportunity as long as his strength was sufficient. He would eventually have the chance to take down Kakashi Hatake. Thus, Scorpion maintained a relatively good mindset, and combined with his good looks, exceptional talent, and strength, He was undoubtedly a heartthrob. This left Mei Terumi unsure whether to choose Scorpion or Yasaka as her husband. Kakuzu listened to the rules announced by the third Hokage with a sinister smile, his eyes radiating killing intent, feeling very pleased. This was a situation that suited him perfectly, as he could eliminate enemies one by one in the early stages. Before long, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, finished announcing the rules for this team competition. And in 10 minutes, the competition would officially begin. On the spectator side, the audience was very excited knowing that the team competition would start in 10 minutes. Some of the lower-ranking ninjas from Konoha were sitting together, and Yuhara Rin anxiously watched the big screen, murmuring to herself, "I wonder if Obito will encounter any danger this time. Hopefully, he won't run into two strong opponents." Don't worry, Rin. Obito isn't so unlucky that he would run into a powerful opponent right from the start. On the contrary, Yasaka-kun might just activate his mowing mode as soon as he enters, said Yukiana, who was comforting her. That's true. The rules this time are actually quite favorable for Yasaka-kun. As long as he doesn't face opponents like Yuzuki Terumi Mei at the beginning, he has a good chance of getting several bells early on. On the other side of the stands, Otsutsuki SHBU was eagerly watching the big screen, imagining the image of Yatsuka bravely fighting enemies that would be displayed shortly. The thought of Yatsuka stealing the spotlight made SHBU's heart race. The more dazzling Yatsuka was, the more excited she felt. It's about to start soon. By the way, this mode is actually quite suitable for you, Minato, Uchiha Shursui said to Namikaze Minato from a nearby stand close to the podium. Yes, my Flying Thunder God technique is particularly good for quickly taking out enemies, so it's beneficial for me. But your body flicker technique isn't bad either. So as long as one's strength is strong, it's advantageous no matter what, Minato replied. That is true, Shursui nodded. 10 minutes later, the team competition officially began, and the third Hokage started drawing lots to determine the order of teams entering the illusion. The first team drawn was the representative team from the grass-hidden village. And so 5 people walked straight towards the glowing sphere, disappearing into it in an instant. Wow, so this is how you enter. I wonder what it will feel like to enter the illusion, Yatsuka said curiously. At that moment, the second team drawn was the representative team from the cloud-hidden village. Yatsuka, be careful when you go in. If I encounter you, I will take you out directly, Yuzuki said proudly to Yatsuka before walking into the glowing sphere without looking back. Yatsuka, I look forward to our match. But let us hope we don't meet too early, Karabi said as he plunged into the sphere. If I run into you, I'll 1T hold back. Let us see who is stronger then, Darui said with a smile as he also jumped into the sphere. One by one, the members of the cloud-hidden village entered the glowing sphere. The third Hokage drew lots again, and this time it was the mist-hidden village. If you encounter me, please be gentle, Terumi Mei said dreamily to Yatsuka. Don't worry, I'll cut you out with one stroke, Yatsuka replied seriously. Oh, you're so rude. But I like you this way, Terumi Mei said happily before entering the glowing sphere. Kid, I will kill you, Momochi Zabuza said with a murderous look at Yatsuka. With you? You're too weak. Get someone else, Yatsuka replied, making Zabuza furious enough to almost draw his sword right there. But he was stopped by the nearby Kisame Hashigaki, who let out a heavy snort and glared at Yatsuka before entering the sphere. Is he insane? I think I should cut him out of the illusion, Yatsuka said to Uchiha Shursui, who nodded in agreement, saying, I also think if you encounter him, it's best to cut him out, otherwise he'll be a trouble. Yeah, I hope I run into him. He doesn't seem very strong, Yatsuka nodded. At this point, the remaining members of the mist-hidden village also entered the glowing sphere. My guy was getting impatient, shouting about how it was still not their turn and urging to draw them quickly so he could show them the youth of Konoha. Coincidentally, just as Guy finished speaking, the third Hokage drew the Konoha representative team. It's us. We got drawn, Yatsuka exclaimed excitedly. He had just been wondering when they would be drawn, and as soon as Guy finished speaking, the third Hokage drew their team, making Kakashi wonder if the third Hokage had heard Guy's words and intentionally drawn the Konoha representative team. Thus, the Konoha representative team checked their belongings one last time, adjusted themselves, and walked towards the glowing sphere leading to the illusion, each very curious. Chapter 136. Entering soon, after getting ready, the Konoha representative team queued up in front of the entrance to the illusion, which was the glowing sphere. We just need to crash into this glowing sphere, right? Yatsuka asked curiously, looking at the sphere, which was 3 meters in diameter, appearing very large, shining white, and very smooth. It was hard to tell where its surface was because it was made of light. I wonder what it will feel like to enter this sphere? Yatsuka thought as he cautiously reached out his right hand, extending a finger to gently poke the sphere. He felt a cool sensation travel from his fingertip when it touched the sphere. However, this coolness was not the kind that felt cold. It was more like the refreshing feeling of stepping into an air-conditioned room on a hot summer day, very comfortable. If it felt this way, just at the fingertip, then when his whole body went in, he should feel this sensation all over, which seemed quite nice. Yatsuka stood in front of the glowing sphere, studying it carefully, when suddenly he heard the voice of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and go in. Don't delay others from entering the competition. You should know that several groups have already gone in. The earlier you get in, the better advantage you have, as you'll have more time to scout and familiarize yourself with the terrain and set traps than those who go in later." "I see. I thought we would be assigned randomly after entering." Yatsuka suddenly realized, if what the third Hokage said was true, then Karabi and the others had already been in for almost 10 minutes, meaning they had that much more time to familiarize themselves with the terrain and set ambushes. This was a huge advantage for those who went in earlier. For example, if the first person went in 5 minutes early, quickly scouted the area, and found a hiding spot, then when someone else entered 5 minutes later, that person would be completely unprepared and would start scouting only then. The person who entered earlier could then take advantage of this and launch a surprise attack. This was an inherent advantage. The principle of the first to strike is the strongest applied here. Furthermore, if the first person was agile and fast enough, they could even set up simple traps during that time, giving them an extra edge at the beginning of the battle. Therefore, no matter how you looked at it, those who entered first had a better chance than those who entered later. However, it was determined by drawing lots, which was fair. Who entered first and who entered later was all a matter of luck. Without saying anything further, Yatsuka dove directly into the glowing sphere. Then the people behind, having heard the words of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, hurried to enter the sphere of light. The moment Yasaka stepped into the sphere, he indeed felt the icy sensation all over his body, just as he had guessed before. It was like swimming in a river on a hot summer day. Although the water was bright, the outside heat made it not feel cold, but rather refreshing. It was that kind of cool sensation of being fully immersed in cool water. And Yasaka felt just like that, to the point that he didn't want to leave and wished to stay in the sphere of light forever. However, at that moment, Yasaka was not actually inside the sphere. Instead, he was transported directly into that illusion through a combination of time and space via a spatial passage. Therefore, this extremely pleasant feeling lasted only for a brief moment, less than a second, before it abruptly vanished. In the next instant, Yasaka was hit by a strong wave of dizziness, as if he had been swept up into the sky by a tornado, causing everything to spin around him. It was very uncomfortable, and he couldn't distinguish up from down or left from right, feeling as if his head was pointing downward while everything spun around. He completely lost his sense of space and direction, unable to tell which way was which. Moreover, not only that, during this process, Yagasaka felt his consciousness starting to fade as well, like the feeling of almost falling asleep, but not completely, a state of half dreaming and half awake, where his consciousness had no control, as if he was about to fall asleep. He even heard an inexplicable sound beside his ear. This lasted for about 5 seconds before Yagasaka suddenly felt that dizzy and disoriented sensation disappear, as if he had abruptly woken up from a dream. However, before Suluan could react, he felt a sharp pain in his head, and at the same time he heard a bang in his ears, as if something had collided with his forehead, making him see stars. But that was not the end of it. His body started to roll around, continuously crashing into things that seemed like poles, some thick and some thin, hitting him repeatedly and causing him pain. However, having just recovered from that disoriented state, his mind hadn't fully caught up, so he still lacked control over his body and attention. He could only let his body keep colliding with those hard, long objects while he felt himself falling. After a second, all his bodily sensations, control, attention, focus, and reflexes flooded back, so Yagasaka immediately opened his eyes. The first thing he saw being a very thick branch. He quickly adjusted his body posture, turning from a head-down position to a head-up position, then landed steadily on that thick branch. "So I just fell from the tree?" After stabilizing himself, Yagasaka looked around and realized he was standing on a branch of a giant tree. Chapter 137. Entering the illusion, only then did Yagasaka understand why he had felt dizzy and was constantly hitting hard objects. It turned out he had fallen from the sky, down the tree, and was repeatedly colliding with the branches. Now that Yagasaka had finally returned to normal, his mind was no longer dizzy. So he immediately began to scout the surrounding environment. Although Yagasaka was powerful and often defeated enemies in a single strike, it did not mean he was arrogant. On the contrary, Yagasaka was someone who approached battles very seriously. Unlike his seemingly carefree demeanor, Yagasaka's combat intelligence was very high, capable of deceiving others with his innocent appearance. In fact, when it came to fighting, Yagasaka was definitely a cunning fighter. However, most of the time he didn't need to use various tricks and schemes, as he usually defeated his opponents with a single strike, leaving no room for further action. This led many to mistakenly believe that Yagasaka was a careless ninja who paid no attention to details and did not use any strategies. Little did they know that if a real fight broke out, Yagasaka's intelligence would surely outsmart them. Even when Kirabi fought that ninja from the hidden grass village, using his explosive shadow clone technique, while others were unaware of his strategy, Yagasaka had already begun to suspect it, thinking about what would happen if that Kirabi was just a clone. Therefore, anyone who underestimated Yagasaka, thinking he was just a brute, would pay a painful price. At this moment, standing on the branch, Yagasaka immediately activated his airflow perception ability to carefully sense the surrounding situation and also to scout and depict the illusion around him. His airflow perception ability allowed him to generate a similar effect to the Byakugan, providing Yagasaka with a clear 360-degree, three-dimensional image of the surrounding environment in his mind. Like the Byakugan, he could see the surroundings. Although it couldn't achieve the effect of X-ray vision in open environments, it was basically no different from the Byakugan. Therefore, Yagasaka quickly obtained relevant information about his current location. He was in a forest, standing on a branch of a large tree at a middle height. He was approximately 16 to 17 meters above the ground, meaning the entire tree was about 30 meters tall. The surrounding trees are all large, with thick branches that are good at concealing shapes and can interfere with movement, requiring one to constantly navigate around those sturdy branches while moving. This places high demands on the agility of one's movements, and such terrain is naturally very suitable for the Yumu people. Yasaki has reviewed information about the Yumu people, noting that their movements are very nimble and their speed is fast, much like cats who excel at climbing and jumping. He has committed this information to memory. Although he is confident that his swordsmanship can defeat anyone, Yasaki is actually very meticulous when it comes to combat. However, after Yasaki surveyed the area within 100 meters, he found no trace of anyone. Of course, it is also possible that someone is hiding and waiting, which he could not detect, so that possibility cannot be ruled out. What should he do next? Perhaps it's best to explore other areas. According to the rules of the competition, it would be ideal to eliminate a few enemies and collect some bells before everyone gathers with their teammates. Yasaki made up his mind and randomly chose a direction, rushing off in that direction. Meanwhile, the other members of the Konoha team have also finished scouting the surrounding terrain. Unlike Yatsuka, the environments where the others are located are all different. At this moment, Kakashi Hitaki is on top of a hillside, surrounded by relatively short and sparse trees, making it nearly impossible to hide. He can easily see whether there are people over a large area. Therefore, Kakashi is currently making his way to the top of the mountain, wanting to get a better view of the surroundings from above. On the other side, in a valley with a wide river, Uchiha Obito was cautiously observing his surroundings. Just moments ago, his Sharingan had suddenly detected signs of chakra, which made him particularly vigilant, and he felt a mix of tension and excitement. The tension arose from the fact that he had only just entered the illusion for less than 5 minutes and already encountered an enemy, which felt unfortunate. The excitement came from the prospect of meeting an enemy so quickly. If he could defeat them and grab the bell, that would be fantastic, especially since the audience outside was watching the live broadcast of the environment on the big screen. Perhaps Noera Rin was watching him at that very moment. If Noera Rin saw him take down an enemy right after entering, she would surely be very pleased. Thus, Uchiha Obito was filled with a very contradictory emotion. On the side of Might Kai, he was transported to a location near an abandoned temple, standing in a room of the temple, secretly observing the surroundings. Uchiha Sui was sent to an abandoned amusement park, hiding under a stationary carousel, watching 2 ninjas fighting more than 30 meters away from him. At that moment, Tsukiyakari Keisuke was using the body flicker technique, concealed in the shadow of a wall corner. As soon as he appeared there, before he could assess his surroundings, he was attacked. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick, even though his mind hadn't caught up yet, and his body's reaction speed hadn't returned. He still relied on his experience to dodge the attack. After throwing a smoke bomb, he took the opportunity to use the body flicker technique to hide. Asuma Sarutobi was currently in a patch of grass, lying low and observing the movements around him. Although he hadn't noticed anything unusual yet, his instincts told him that someone was lying in ambush nearby, so he dared not act rashly and chose to wait and see, preparing to respond to any changes. Thus, the members of the Konoha representative team quickly got into the state, each being very cautious. This made the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was watching through a crystal ball, very satisfied, feeling that these kids had high qualities and strong vigilance, at least not getting ambushed right from the start. He especially praised Tsukihikari Keisuke's performance, expressing his satisfaction. Chapter 138. Ambushed after all, Tsukihikari Keisuke was attacked as soon as he entered. It is known that this illusion secret technique has a drawback. Since the illusion is created by combining time and space, those who enter will initially fall into a state of consciousness dispersion. During this time, a person's autonomy will be suppressed, entering a semi-conscious state. Following this, there will be a brief period of weakness, lasting about 5 seconds, during which a person's reaction ability, attention, concentration, touch, and senses will be relatively weak, similar to the state just after waking from anesthesia. However, Tsukihikari Keisuke was able to assume a defensive posture under such conditions when attacked, avoiding being caught off guard, which made the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, very satisfied with his performance. This indicated that Tsukihikari Keisuke's strength was already quite strong. Tsukihikari Keisuke didn't expect to be so resourceful. He truly surprised me. Just now, when I saw him being ambushed, I thought he would definitely be eliminated, yet he demonstrated such excellent maneuvering. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, said appreciatively. Beside him, Orochimaru nodded and said, Tsukihikari Keisuke usually keeps a low profile and doesn't show much of his strength. His one-on-one match with Yasaki often ended with him being defeated instantly due to Yasaki's overwhelming power, preventing him from showcasing his true abilities. It seems that this competition will finally allow us to see Tsukihikari Keisuke's true strength. Meanwhile, it is not only the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who is watching the movements of the team competition in the illusion through the crystal ball. The big screen in the stadium is also broadcasting everyone's movements in the environment. It is divided into 4 screens from a main screen, providing broadcasts from 4 different angles. The director is a member of the Hyuga clan who possesses Byakugan. They can simultaneously observe different people's situations with Byakugan, and when someone engages in battle, the screen will immediately switch to that person's view, allowing the audience to watch in real time. Of course, there may be instances where there are too many battles happening at the same time for the 4 screens to cover, in which case there will be replays of the battles that were not shown earlier. As soon as Moonlight Gale entered, the scene of him being ambushed by those who have been lying in wait was coincidentally broadcasted live. Therefore, the audience was able to witness Moonlight Gale in a weakened state trying to deal with the ambush. The reason the audience knew that Moonlight Gale was in a weakened state at that moment was because, in addition to the big screen, there were 2 live commentators explaining the situation to the audience present, which avoided a situation where there was only footage and the audience would be bored. With the commentary, the emotions and viewing rhythm of the audience were well controlled, and many non-ninjas were able to clearly understand what had happened in the footage by listening to the commentary. Thus, as soon as the big screen was turned on, the commentators had already introduced some important points about the team competition, especially mentioning that when a contestant is teleported into the illusion, there will be a brief period of weakness. If attacked during this period, it could be very detrimental, and they could easily be eliminated on the spot. Therefore, when the audience saw Moonlight Gale entering in a weakened state and being ambushed, they all felt a sense of anxiety for him. Many thought he would be unlucky and directly eliminated, but instead, Moonlight Gale waved his katana to block the attacks and exchanged several blows, producing a clanging sound before throwing out a smoke bomb. Taking advantage of the smoke's visual interference, he used the technique of transparency to hide. Although Moonlight Gale's transparency would turn him semi-transparent while moving, increasing the chance of being discovered. The presence of smoke and the chaotic nature of battle made it difficult for opponents to see things clearly as their bodies were in motion, causing objects in their field of vision to move rapidly. Thus, even in a semi-transparent state, it was hard to detect him. Consequently, Moonlight Gale successfully concealed himself, which made many spectators in the stands breathe a sigh of relief, finally able to relax after worrying for him. Xian watched the big screen with a tense expression, initially thinking that Moonlight Gale would be eliminated and feeling particularly regretful. However, she soon witnessed his impressive maneuver, causing her eyes to light up as she thought Moonlight Gale looked incredibly cool at that moment. The person who ambushed Moonlight Gale is someone familiar to many viewers. namely the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki from Yin Hidden Village, Killer Bee. Moonlight Gale was cleverly assigned to the same area as Killer Bee. When Moonlight Gale was teleported to Killer Bee's location, Killer Bee was still setting up traps. Suddenly, he noticed a figure appear in the sky and immediately realized it was the person who had just been teleported in. He quickly concealed himself and waited for the moment Moonlight Gale landed before charging in and using the two-sword style from the Eight-Tails Bee blade technique to attack. He initially thought that, given the opponent's weak state, there was no way they could block his attack. Even though he was only using 2 out of the 8 swords, he believed he could easily take down his opponent. However, things did not go as planned. Moonlight Gale's counterattack was so strong that it surprised Killer Bee, who found his attack blocked. Moonlight Gale then threw a smoke bomb, causing Killer Bee to lose sight of his target. When the smoke cleared and Killer Bee looked for Moonlight Gale, he had already vanished. This left Killer Bee a bit astonished. He hadn't expected to encounter someone with such skills. If it weren't for the fact that the person's build was half a head taller than Yatsuka, Killer Bee would have truly thought this person was Yatsuka. Due to the sudden nature of the encounter, Killer Bee hadn't clearly seen what the opponent looked like. He only remembered their height, build, and the large sword they were holding. Before the match, Karabi had looked up some information about the Konoha representative team. So after a moment of thought, he immediately connected the dots and realized that the person he had just encountered was a competitor named Moonlight Gale. Chapter 139. Moonlight Gale's plans. He didn't expect it to be that guy. Speaking of which, he seemed to have been quite low-key before. At least, I really hadn't paid much attention to him and had very little impression of him. Karabi thought to himself and understood that this was a capable person who kept a low profile. His swordsmanship also looked quite impressive, which was nice. Although he hadn't met Yasaka, encountering him was still acceptable. His swordsmanship should be inferior to Yasaka's. So it would be just right to practice with him and evaluate the difference in skill between my swordsmanship and Yasaka's slashing technique. Having made up his mind, Karabi decided to confront Moonlight Gale right here. So he immediately concealed his figure to prevent being ambushed by Moonlight Gale, while also starting to scout the surrounding environment to locate him. After releasing the smoke bomb, he had vanished, so he must have used some kind of ninjutsu to hide his presence. He probably didn't go far and was definitely nearby. Karabi silently analyzed the situation, his gaze scanning the surrounding area through his sunglasses, but he didn't notice anything unusual. Meanwhile, Moonlight Gale, hidden in the shadows of a corner, was also watching the approximate location where Killer Bee was hiding not far away, deep in thought. He silently pondered. That person just now was Killer Bee from the Hidden Cloud Village, the host of the Eight Tails, nicknamed the Eight-Tails Bee, known for his swordsmanship that involves using 8 swords simultaneously, with a chakra attribute recognized as lightning. Although he appears to be a rough and reckless man, in reality, he is sharp-minded and full of tricks, so one must be cautious when fighting him, or else it's easy to fall for his illusions. Moonlight Gale silently summarized some characteristics and precautions regarding Killer Bee in his mind. The contestants had all studied the information on competitors from various countries before the tournament, and the intelligence from the Leaf Village was relatively detailed, allowing the participants from the Leaf to understand the profiles of contestants from other countries. Therefore, Moonlight Gale was quite familiar with the information on some well-known key targets. This moment highlighted the importance of intelligence. At this moment, Moonlight Gale was contemplating whether to engage in a fight with Karabi here. For Moonlight Gale, Karabi was a formidable opponent, but he did not fear him. The target that Moonlight Gale always wanted to defeat was Yatsuka. Therefore, in Moonlight Gale's heart, apart from Yatsuka, no one else made him feel invincible. If he couldn't defeat others, how could he talk about defeating Yatsuka? Thus, Moonlight Gale was not afraid to battle Karabi and did not think he would be unable to defeat him. He just had to consider whether it was worth it to have a fierce battle with Karabi. After all, Karabi was also a tough character, not someone who could be easily taken down. If a fierce battle with Karabi exposed his strength or attracted Karabi's teammates, it would be a loss. For Moonlight Gale, if he could ensure a quick victory over his opponent and grab the bell, it would naturally be worth fighting for. However, if he couldn't break the stalemate for a while, then charging in a battle wouldn't hold much significance. Although he was eager to experience Karabi's Eight-Tails Bee blade technique, no matter how he cut it, it wasn't a particularly worthwhile battle, so retreating was the better option. Moonlight Gale thought to himself, and thus began to contemplate withdrawal. However, while he wanted to retreat, Karabi did not intend to let him go that easily. Karabi was very confident in his strength, even if the opponent had supporting teammates. He was confident he could retreat unscathed. So, since that was the case, what was there to fear? He would fight. Moreover, the opponent was clearly a major player from Konohagakure. If he could take down this opponent here, it would give the Kumogakure team a significant advantage in this group match. Just as Moonlight Gale was preparing to find an opportunity to retreat, Karabi sneered and thought to himself, "Since you're hiding and I can't find you, then I'll force you to reveal yourself." With that, Karabi quickly formed hand seals and shouted, "Lightning release. Machine gun technique." In the next moment, Karabi suddenly extended his hands, fingers spread wide, and arcs of electricity crackled fiercely at his fingertips. With a loud roar, those arcs shot out like lightning snakes towards the open ground ahead. In the next instant, the chaotic and irregular arcs covered an area of 20 square meters in front of Karabi. Following that, the arcs struck the ground, causing violent explosions. And when they hit the walls, similar explosions occurred. The explosive power of these blasts was somewhat similar to explosive tags. And with this move, Karabi unleashed hundreds of such arcs. Each arc, when encountering an obstacle, would directly cause an explosion, creating effects akin to explosive tags. This effectively resulted in the launching of explosive tag-like projectiles. As Karabi adjusted the direction of his hands, the area being bombarded in front of him began to change, sweeping in a clockwise direction to the right, and Moonlight Gale happened to be positioned nearby. Seeing this situation, Moonlight Gale's heart sank. Realizing that there was no way to avoid this, Karabi was determined to force him to reveal himself. Without hesitation, Moonlight Gale made a swift decision and, taking no chances, charged towards Karabi in his semi-invisible form using the body flicker technique. At this moment, Karabi was controlling countless electric arcs that continuously exploded in front of him, which drew most of his attention to the non-exploding smoke and dust. As a result, even though Tsukikage Shifu had already entered a semi-invisible state and was charging towards him, Karabi did not notice him at first. By the time Karabi spotted Tsukikage Shifu was already within 3 meters of him, startling Karabi. "Damn!" Karabi exclaimed. And Tsukikage Shifu, with a powerful push of his foot, leapt up, drawing his katana with a whoosh and stabbing directly at Karabi. Sword technique Long Serpent. At the same time, the large screen in the center of the stadium was broadcasting the scene of Tsukikage Shifu versus Karabi in real time. When the audience saw Karabi unleashing a wide-area carpet bombing to force Tsukikage Shifu out, they all felt a pang of anxiety for Tsukikage Shifu. Chapter 140. Tsukikage Shifu's choice. Just as the audience was feeling anxious for Tsukikage Shifu, they suddenly noticed that the invisible Tsukikage Shifu, who was about to be forced out by Karabi, chose to take the initiative and charged at Karabi like a cheetah, his katana thrusting directly towards Karabi at lightning speed, like a bolt of black lightning. Wow! Tsukikage Shifu actually took the initiative. Someone who knew Tsukikage Shifu exclaimed. That guy didn't retreat, but instead chose to attack. What an impressive move. Another person familiar with Tsukikage Shifu said, "I thought he was going to retreat, but instead he chose to attack. This guy is truly unpredictable." In the stands, Hidetaka Mikami was surprised to see Tsukikage Shifu not retreating, but actively attacking on the big screen. He had expected Tsukikage Shifu to avoid confrontation and temporarily withdraw. Based on his previous understanding of Tsukikage Shifu, he considered him a rather low-key individual with a cautious fighting style. Generally speaking, in Mikami's eyes, Tsukikage Shifu was likely to choose retreat, as he had never engaged in anything without assurance, except for the challenge against Yatsuka. Additionally, Tsukikage Shifu was skilled in assassination-style sword techniques, which involved sudden attacks that could deliver a fatal blow. Therefore, if he felt he could not deliver a heavy or decisive strike against his opponent, he would typically choose the more prudent option of retreating or not attacking. The approach of charging directly at the opponent's attack, as he is doing now, truly caught Mitsutaka Shuji off guard and surprised him greatly. He never expected that the usually cautious and steady Tsukikage would show such decisiveness and bravery. This guy, instead of retreating, is actually advancing. This is not his style. Mitsutaka Shuji looked confused, feeling that Tsukikage Hayate's performance was completely beyond his expectations. It was like he was seeing a completely different person from a Tsukikage Hayate he usually knew. Many others shared Mitsutaka Shuji's thoughts. The lower-ranked ninjas in Tsukikage Hayate's class were also very surprised, as this was entirely unlike the Tsukikage Hayate they recognized. Yuyuki stared wide-eyed at the big screen showing Tsukikage Hayate, feeling as if she was witnessing a side of him she had never seen before. Only Tsukikage Hayate himself understood that his usual low profile was due to his personality, and he did not have the capital to be proud. After all, he was a defeated subordinate of Yatsuka. However, now it was different. He was up against competitors from another country, and there could be no room for carelessness. A slight lapse in attention could lead to the opponent seizing the opportunity to determine the outcome with a single move. Therefore, at such a time, it was essential to act decisively, to strike first, and to take action when necessary, without hesitation. In the past, pursuing safety was mainly due to sparring, so there would be instances of holding back. But now it's different. Moonlight Gale is pursuing victory, aiming to achieve an astonishing strike. Moreover, he wants everyone to see that Moonlight Gale is not someone to be trifled with. Therefore, just as the audience is taken by surprise in the illusion, Moonlight Gale lunges forward with his long knife, the tip aimed directly at Karabi, transforming into a streak of black light, shooting towards Karabi like a swift lightning bolt. Faced with such a sharp attack, Karabi momentarily froze in shock. He never expected his opponent to suddenly unleash such a powerful strike. This attack felt extremely dangerous, to the point that Karabi could feel a slight pain in the skin where the tip of Moonlight Gale's knife was aimed, as if being pricked by needles. A moment of instinctive danger perception. Due to Moonlight Gale's incredible speed and the surprise attack, by the time Karabi reacted, Moonlight Gale was already just 5 meters in front of him, leaving Karabi utterly astonished and hurriedly trying to defend himself. However, because it happened so suddenly, Karabi couldn't perform a relatively effective and complete blocking action. He could only hurriedly draw the short knife from the sheath on his left forearm at the last moment, attempting to execute an upward thrust to deflect Moonlight Gale's incoming long knife, hoping to knock it away. However, Karabi was clearly overestimating his chances. Moonlight Gale had concentrated all his energy into that strike, channeling his spirit into the blade. At the moment of attack, he unleashed a peak strike infused with his spiritual power through the knife. Thus, it was impossible for Karabi to deflect it in such a rushed manner. The next moment, a sound of metal scraping echoed as Moonlight Gale's wrist flicked slightly, directly sending Karabi's short knife flying away. Following that, his knife, with an unstoppable momentum, thrust toward Karabi, who would be severely injured if struck. At this critical moment, a thick tentacle suddenly sprouted from Karabi's body, swinging fiercely towards the now-closed Moonlight Gale. Seeing this, the audience erupted in gasps, and the commentators quickly explained the situation, stating plainly that Karabi realized he could no longer evade Moonlight Gale's strike. So instead of dodging or blocking, he decided to trade injury for injury, taking the hit from Moonlight Gale's knife while using his tentacle to strike back, knowing that the tentacle's strength was formidable. If Moonlight Gale was hit, he would definitely be severely injured and lose his combat effectiveness. If Karabi himself were struck by the Moonlight Gale, he would likely suffer severe injuries and lose his fighting capability. In that case, as long as Moonlight Gale does not evade his actions, the next scene would be them both suffering mutual destruction and exiting the competition together. However, this is still better than Karabi being heavily injured alone, so he is entirely driven by the thought of taking someone down with him, even in death. But Moonlight Gale does not want to perish alongside Karabi. He still has more enemies to defeat and bells to grab to create his achievements. Therefore, seeing the massive, thick tentacle swinging violently towards him, Moonlight Gale snorted coldly and thought with slight regret, "You're lucky this time, or that hit would have definitely eliminated you." With that, Moonlight Gale suddenly raised his sword and struck heavily at the tentacle. In the next moment, the thick tentacle was chopped in half on the spot, unable to launch any further attacks against him. Chapter 141, Almost Eliminating Karabi. Killer Bee took this opportunity to retreat 3 to 4 meters backwards, creating distance between himself and Moonlight Gale. In this way, it was as if Killer Bee had successfully forced back Moonlight Gale with a mutually destructive approach, effectively resolving the crisis. However, even so, the sudden strike from Moonlight Gale earlier had made Killer Bee break out in a cold sweat, as he had nearly been directly eliminated by Moonlight Gale, especially since he had taken the initiative to ambush Killer Bee and launched a preemptive attack. Yet he almost ended up being eliminated by Moonlight Gale in return. Moreover, Karabi hadn't really gotten serious yet. He was almost eliminated by Tsukage's swift attack, just a hair's breadth away. If he had actually been eliminated by Tsukage, he would undoubtedly become a disgrace to the Hidden Cloud Village. Because if someone goes all out, gives it their all, and loses to someone stronger, that wouldn't be considered a disgrace. At most, they might be mocked for being weak. After all, although the Hidden Cloud Village consists of many reckless fighters, it's precisely for this reason that they respect those who give their all. As long as you've done your best, no one will truly blame you. However, just now, Karabi hadn't used any techniques at all. If he had indeed been caught off guard and eliminated by Tsukage's sudden attack, Karabi would have absolutely become a disgrace to the Hidden Cloud Village, someone who hadn't even demonstrated 10% of his strength. It's safe to say that if it weren't for the power of the tailed beast, which allowed him to suddenly unleash octopus tentacles to fight Tsukikage to a standstill, Karabi would have had a 95% chance of being directly eliminated by Tsukikage. This is also due to Tsukikage's strong abilities. Although his transparency technique can be easily detected when in motion, it isn't completely visible. In the midst of complex and tense battles, it's easy to subconsciously overlook the semi-transparent Tsukikage. Furthermore, Tsukikage's previous strike was indeed powerful. It almost took Karabi down in one move, which is quite normal. After all, Tsukikage concentrated all his energy into that strike, infusing it with his spiritual intent, resulting in an attack that carried a portion of spiritual attribute damage. It's somewhat similar to Yatsukami's spiritual impact. Thus, when that strike was unleashed, it was powerful enough to cause a certain mental shock, leaving the opponent sluggish. By the time they reacted, the blade was already upon them, leaving no time to respond. Therefore, it wasn't just Karabi's carelessness. Tsukikage's strength was indeed capable of turning the tables on him. Tsukikage himself is quite formidable, often sparring with Yatsukami. Although he has faced defeat repeatedly, he has continuously improved his strength through these experiences. When the opponent is strong enough, it's like in Chinese table tennis, where even casual sparring partners might be Asian Games or Olympic champions. Naturally, their skills continue to improve. In contrast, other countries tend to have weaker players sparring with each other, leading to a decline in skills and an increasing gap when compared to Chinese players. This situation genuinely made Karabi break out in a cold sweat, as he never expected Tsukikage to be so dangerous, or rather, he never took Tsukikage seriously. In his view, based on the information he had, the notable competitors from the Leaf Village team were Yatsukami, Hitaki Kakashi, and Uchiha Fugaku. The others, such as Uchiha Bito, My Guy, and Sarutobi Asuma, while they had strength, didn't pose much of a threat to Karabi, who, as a Jinchuriki, had a significant advantage over normal shinobi from the outset. Thus, he only knew that Tsukikage was a melee ninja skilled with a blade, similar to Yatsukami, but he didn't think much of it, as Karabi was older than Yatsukami and the others. Karabi entered the academy late, and his age was now comparable to that of a Chunin, akin to being an older brother to Yatsukami and the others, slightly younger than Minato Namikaze. In terms of accumulated strength, Karabi was stronger than lower-ranked shinobi, so he naturally didn't take Tsukikage lightly. His earlier carelessness, combined with Tsukikage's sudden display of strength, nearly caused Karabi to suffer a major setback. It can be said that without the power of the tailed beast, Karabi would have been eliminated right then and there. However, the power of the tailed beast is still a part of his strength, so it can't be deemed unfair. After Karabi narrowly escaped danger by using a mutual destruction tactic, he finally became serious and looked at Tsukikage with vigilance, surprised in his heart. I didn't expect this person to have such strength. It seems he's been quite low-key, or perhaps Yatsukami's strength overshadowed the capabilities of others, leading me to believe that the rest aren't much. In reality, these people probably have considerable strength. Soon, Karabi faced his opponent seriously, completely suppressing his earlier overconfidence. He regarded Tsukikage as a true rival. You're strong, truly beyond my expectations. I originally thought that Yatsukami was the only one who could really fight, but it seems I was mistaken. Very well, since that's the case, I'll use you to test my sword techniques. The information says you've never beaten Yatsukami in a one-on-one. If I can't defeat you, it means I can't defeat Yatsukami either. So let me test my strength on you. Saying this, Karabi drew the short blades stuck in his body, one in his left hand, one in his right, and one held in his mouth, totaling 3 blades. Upon seeing this, Tsukikage frowned, thinking, according to the information, Karabi not only uses lightning release and the power of the tailed beast, but is also particularly skilled in a technique called the 8 Tails B, where he uses 8 blades simultaneously when fully unleashed. Now, he is only using 3 blades against me? Thinking of this, Tsukikage sneered. Am I still being underestimated? If so, let me make you fully understand the cost of underestimating me. Chapter 142. The Battle of Tsukikage. Tsukikage thought to himself that although he usually keeps a low profile, it doesn't mean his strength is as understated as his demeanor. On the contrary, through repeated battles with Yatsukami, he has been honed like a rusty sword, becoming sharper and sharper. Although he still can't defeat Yatsukami, his own strength has significantly improved through these repeated failures. Therefore, this time at the 5 Kage Friendship Tournament is when Tsukikage's blade is drawn. Tsukikage wants to prove his strength at this tournament, partly for himself, to validate his abilities, and partly because Tsukikage wants to show off in front of Yuka, who is watching from the audience. Meanwhile, the audience in the stand saw on the big screen that the tension between Moonlight Gale and Karabi was escalating. As a result, the spectators were filled with anticipation. After all, they came to watch the match, and a major battle was about to break out. How could they not be excited and eager? Look, they are about to start fighting, and this time it's for real. I heard that the person opposite is from the Hidden Cloud Village and is incredibly strong. Definitely not easy to deal with. Yes, did you see that massive tentacle he just unleashed? That's the power of the Eight Tails. That guy is the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, and he's quite formidable. He is also one of the strong contenders for the championship in this individual tournament. Indeed, that guy is tough. He almost got taken out by Moonlight Gale just now. In reality, he was careless at first, but now that he is serious, he will be hard to handle. I hope our Moonlight Gale 1T be easily defeated. Hearing the discussions around her, Xian grew increasingly nervous. Initially, she wasn't too anxious. But now the big screen was showing the one-on-one duel between Moonlight Gale and a powerful opponent from another country, which made her tense up, fearing that Moonlight Gale might get hurt. Especially after hearing the comments from those around her. She learned that the burly man opposite Moonlight Gale was actually the Jinchuriki from Hidden Cloud Village, which made her even more worried for him. Although Xian admired Yasaka's strength, it was merely admiration and not the kind of affection that Moonlight Gale imagined. In reality, the most important person in Xian's heart had always been Moonlight Gale. However, since they had grown up together as childhood friends, Xian felt a sense of familiarity and thought there was no need to pay too much attention to the details, which often made Moonlight Gale jealous of Yasaka. If at this moment, the moonlight and the swift wind knew Xian's true thoughts, they would definitely be so moved that they would cry bitterly, realizing that they had always thought he was the one who misunderstood. At this moment, Moonlight Gale thought to himself, perhaps Xian is watching my every move from the audience through the big screen. I absolutely cannot lose. So what if I'm a Jinchuriki? I can still chop down anyone in my way. My only opponent is Yatsuka. If I can't even defeat this guy in front of me, how can I talk about defeating Yatsuka? Xian is watching me. I must win. Thus, Moonlight Gale completely discarded his previous sword techniques, no longer thinking about how to quickly snatch the bell or retreat to find an easier opponent. He now had only one thought in mind, to take down Karabi. A serious expression gradually appeared on Moonlight Gale's face, his eyes exuding an extremely earnest and focused gaze, which made Karabi feel a chill in his heart. He thought, is this guy serious? I have no grudge against him. Why does it seem like he wants to kill me? This left Karabi somewhat puzzled, but he didn't think too much about it. He was confident in his strength and believed he would never easily lose to anyone. Since Moonlight Gale wanted to have a serious fight with him, he would oblige, as he felt he wouldn't lose. In the end, the victor would definitely be him. So there was nothing to fear. Moonlight Gale, I will remember you. Let me experience your swordsmanship today. Take this. Secret technique. 8 tails B swordsmanship. 3 sword style. With that, Karabi let out a roar and charged at Moonlight Gale like a fierce tiger descending a mountain. Moonlight Gale also let out a low growl, tightly gripping his long sword and rushing toward Karabi. Seeing this scene, the audience outside erupted in enthusiastic cheers. It's starting. They're fighting. Look, the show has begun. After waiting so long, they finally witnessed the first battle. Unexpectedly, the first match was between Moonlight Gale from Konoha and Karabi from Kimobikure. Both were skilled with swords, and it was sure to be spectacular. Hopefully, they would deliver an amazing fight. How exciting. Moonlight Gale, go. Don't lose to that guy. Xian shouted loudly, but her voice was drowned out by the surrounding audience. Although she knew that Moonlight Gale, who was in a fantasy realm, couldn't hear her shouts, she still yelled out loudly. Meanwhile, not only was Moonlight Gale starting his battle, but on the other side, Kakashi Hitaki also encountered his first opponent, who was unexpectedly and yet quite normally none other than the infamous paranoiac from the Mist Village, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Zabuza Momochi. At this moment, Zabuza was standing on a branch of a large tree, carrying his executioner-esque great sword, looking down at Kakashi with a murderous gaze, silently thinking, Kakashi Hitaki, huh? He has quite a formidable opponent, but the result will be the same. He will become my prey. Below, Kakashi Hitaki also saw Zabuza Momochi on the branch. When he noticed someone was there, Kakashi was contemplating whether to engage in battle with this person to seize the bell. However, upon realizing that this person was Zabuza, Kakashi understood that he had no choice but to fight. If it had been someone else standing on that branch, Kakashi might have considered talking it over, with the possibility of not attacking each other. But Zabuza was different. Kakashi knew he was a killer, someone who would not stop until his opponent was dead. In truth, Kakashi did not want to fight Zabuza. Zabuza's strength was considerable, and it wasn't something Kakashi could easily overcome in a short time. If the fight dragged on, it could attract other competitors, putting Kakashi in a disadvantageous position. Even if he did not get eliminated or lose the bell, he would still waste a lot of time, which would not be worth it. The problem was that even if Kakashi did not want to waste time fighting Zabuza, it was futile, as Zabuza would inevitably launch an attack. Nevertheless, Kakashi still held onto a glimmer of hope. He wanted to talk to Zabuza, thinking that perhaps Zabuza might agree with him, and they could part ways without wasting each other's time. After all, Zabuza, despite being a paranoid killer, was still of normal intelligence, and Kakashi believed he could understand some reasoning. Therefore, Kakashi directly called out to Zabuza on the tree, saying, "Zabuza, if we fight, it's very likely that we won't be able to determine a winner in a short time. This could attract other competitors, putting us at a disadvantage. So I suggest we part ways and look for other opponents instead. What do you think?" Kakashi asked with a hint of hope. Although he was not afraid of Zabuza and was confident he wouldn't be defeated, he didn't want to waste time here. He thought it would be better to try his luck and perhaps encounter a weaker opponent to quickly grab the bell. Thus, Kakashi waited for Zabuza's response, watching him from the tree. On the tree, Zabuza Momochi, after hearing Kakashi Hitaki's words, suddenly smirked beneath his mask, thinking to himself, "Want to avoid fighting me? Don't be ridiculous." Zabuza didn't respond to anything Kakashi said and directly raised his hands to start forming hand seals. "Is this your response to me? Fine. It seems you're not one for communication." Seeing Zabuza start forming hand seals without saying a word, Kakashi understood his intention. Since Zabuza wanted to fight, then let us fight. "I, Kakashi Hitaki, am not afraid of you. What is there to fear?" Kakashi snorted coldly, drew his short blade, and assumed a defensive stance. He didn't form hand seals to release a jutsu, because he wanted to see what tricks Zabuza had up his sleeve, ready to counter his moves and respond to changes with stability. Kakashi positioned the short blade in front of him, his gaze fixed on Zabuza on the branch. At that moment, Zabuza completed his hand seals and silently shouted, "Water release. Hidden mist technique." The next moment, Kakashi immediately felt the humidity in the air around him increase. Within seconds, visibility began to decrease at a noticeable rate, and mist started to fill the air, becoming denser by the moment. "This is the hidden mist technique," Kakashi thought in surprise. He had seen it in the data before. The ninjas of the Mist Village were very skilled in assassination techniques, with the hidden mist technique being one of their specialties. By increasing the moisture in the air, they could create thick fog to obscure the enemy's vision and then launch silent killing techniques within the mist, effectively concealing their sounds and scents, allowing them to strike with lethal precision while the enemy's view was limited. It could be said that this was one of the signature techniques of the Mist Village ninjas. Witnessing this scene, Kakashi quickly devised a countermeasure in his mind. He planned to use fire release, relying on the high temperature of the flames to evaporate the moisture in the mist. This way, the mist would thin out, significantly countering the hidden mist technique, as mist was most afraid of flames evaporating its moisture. However, just as Kakashi was about to form hand seals, a shadow suddenly flashed before him, followed by a blurred black light sweeping towards him like a gust of wind. Kakashi immediately halted his hand seals, sweeping his short blade to the right. A loud clash echoed as a powerful force transmitted through the blade into Kakashi's arm, propelling him backward. Such strength. Is that the decapitating blade? Kakashi thought to himself, while his left hand reached for 3 shurikens and threw them forward, with strings attached to them to sense their status. The next moment, the 3 shurikens he threw vanished into the thick mist ahead. The concentration of mist in the air was so high that visibility was only about 1.5 meters, making them invisible immediately after being thrown. However, because of the strings attached, Kakashi could sense whether the shurikens had made contact with the enemy. Sure enough, in the next second, Kakashi felt vibrations on all 3 strings. By the frequency of the vibrations, he could clearly tell that the shurikens were deflected by Zabuza. This confirmed Zabuza's current direction. After all, Kakashi was currently in the thick mist, with visibility reduced to nearly nothing. By the time he could see his opponent, it would be too late, and he would be forced into a passive position, having to respond hastily. Therefore, he needed to determine the enemy's position in advance. Otherwise, if he encountered someone like Yatsuka, or even Tsukiho Shippu, if they closed in to within 1.5 meters before Kakashi noticed, there was a high chance he would end up as nothing but ashes. After all, Kakashi did not possess the tailed beast power like Killer Bee, capable of sacrificing himself to heavily injure his opponent. Now that he knew the direction of Momochi Zabuza, Kakashi Hatake quickly formed hand seals and unleashed a fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, towards that direction. In the next moment, a fierce tongue of flame shot towards Momochi Zabuza, piercing through the thick fog and burning away the mist surrounding the fire. Kakashi took this opportunity to see Momochi Zabuza not far from him. Chapter 144, Kakashi Hatake's Battle. Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, and Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique are two different types of fire release ninjutsu. Although both involve spitting fire from the mouth to incinerate enemies, the Great Fireball Technique releases a large fireball to attack the enemy, focusing on the area of effect. The Fire Style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, releases a high concentration flame that resembles a long snake or pillar to attack enemies. Therefore, the attack range of Fire Style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, is farther than that of Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique, reaching up to 50 meters. While the attack range of Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique, is only about 30 meters. Additionally, Fire Style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet has concentrated lethality and strong impact. So those hit by will feel as if they were struck by a massive pillar, suffering internal injuries or fractures first due to the powerful impact, followed by burns from the intense flames. In contrast, Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique, has the advantage of a large attack area, making it difficult to evade, but it is relatively slower and has a shorter range. The advantage of Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, lies in its long attack range, high speed, and powerful impact within a small area. However, its overall attack range is relatively small, making it easy for fast enemies to dodge. In the next moment, the fire pillar of the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet surged towards Momochi Zabuza like a swift fire dragon, vaporizing the mist within a 1-meter radius around it due to the high temperature, restoring visibility. Through this clear visibility, Kakashi Hatake saw Momochi Zabuza forming hand signs for the water release, water barrier technique. Consequently, the fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, violently struck the water barrier created by Momochi Zabuza. The encounter of high temperature and cool water instantly produced a large amount of water vapor, increasing the humidity in the air and filling the space previously burned by the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet with mist. Thus, this exchange resulted in a draw between the two, with neither gaining an advantage. However, Momochi Zabuza clearly had more abilities. He immediately used the mist concealment body flicker technique to swiftly charge towards Kakashi Hatake. This technique allows for silent and rapid movement within the mist, enhancing assassination effectiveness when combined with the mist concealment technique. Just as Kakashi was about to form hand signs, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of panic rise within him, realizing it was his body's instinctive warning of impending danger, indicating that Momochi Zabuza was attacking again. However, the surroundings were thick with fog, obscuring all visibility, and there was no sound to indicate from which direction Zabuza was attacking. If he guessed the wrong direction, he could end up colliding with Zabuza's large sword, which would be disastrous. In a critical moment, Kakashi jumped straight up, reaching a height of 3 meters. In the next instant, he saw a flash of black light just over a meter below him, as the massive sword, resembling a door panel, swept horizontally beneath him. Witnessing this scene, Kakashi felt a wave of fear. If he hadn't acted quickly to jump, the height of the sword's sweep would have been exactly at his neck, and he would have been decapitated on the spot, taking advantage of dodging the beheading sword strike. During the moment when his body was still in midair and about to fall, Kakashi Hatake quickly formed hand seals and shouted, "Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu." In an instant, countless small fireballs the size of ping-pong balls appeared around Kakashi's body. These small fireballs erupted violently, shooting flames outward from Kakashi's body. In an instant, the temperature of the surrounding air skyrocketed. The intense heat instantly evaporated the mist surrounding Kakashi, revealing a completely visible open area with a radius of 5 meters. In that moment, Kakashi Hatake also saw Zabuza Momochi 2 meters diagonally in front of him. Zabuza shouted, swinging his decapitation sword towards Kakashi once more. Kakashi dodged to the right, and the decapitation sword struck fiercely at the spot where he had been standing, creating a deep trench in the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Kakashi Hatake thrust his short knife fiercely at Zabuza Momochi. Zabuza had just swung down his massive sword and was in the stage where the old strength had been exhausted and the new strength had yet to be generated. Moreover, the huge executioner's blade was too unwieldy to turn around quickly, so he momentarily failed to react and was stabbed in the chest by Kakashi. Kakashi seized the moment to directly grab the bell hanging from Zabuza's chest and yanked it off, successfully getting a bell. Great! The bell is in hand. Kakashi felt a surge of joy in his heart, but out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the corner of Zabuza's mouth curling up slightly, revealing a sinister smile. His heart sank, sensing danger, and he thought to retreat. But then he saw Zabuza suddenly transform into a large splash of water that surged towards him. Not good. It's the water clone water prison technique. Kakashi was shocked, realizing he had fallen into Zabuza's trap. He quickly tried to retreat, but it was too late. He was enveloped by the water created by Zabuza's clone and trapped in the water prison technique. Looking back, he saw Zabuza standing at his side, one hand pressed against the water sphere to maintain the water prison, while the other hand held the executioner's blade. Is this an induced attack using water clones? After using the mist concealment technique, you directly attacked me with a water clone while your real body waited for the right moment, right? Kakashi spoke to Zabuza from within the water prison, but his voice was muffled by the bubbles in the water. Zabuza heard Kakashi's words and sneered. That's right. The mist concealment technique can effectively hide my movements, allowing me to avoid your observation and mislead you. This is the power of the mist concealment technique. Now, enough talk. I'm going to take you out and grab your bell. With that, Zabuza swung his executioner's blade towards Kakashi trapped in the water prison. If he were hit, Kakashi would surely be cut in half, and being trapped in the water prison, he couldn't move at all, making it impossible to dodge. The next moment, Zabuza's executioner's blade came crashing down. Chapter 145, The Battle of Yasaka, as Kakashi Hitaki and Might Guy engaged in battle with their opponents. Yasaki finally detected the first person he encountered after entering the illusion, moving through the forest and relying on his ability to sense air currents. He continuously mapped out the surroundings within a radius of 300 meters. After 10 minutes of progress, he finally spotted a figure standing on a tree more than 100 meters ahead, using his air manipulation ability. Who is that? They look like they're from a land of water, Yasaki thought as he noticed the symbol on the person's forehead protector, confirming it was indeed from the land of water. It was said that the people from the land of water were all weak, and they seemed to be quite feeble. While pondering this, Yasaki advanced and quickly closed the distance to 50 meters from the ninja of the land of water. Those who can enter this team competition undoubtedly possess the ability to scout or sense their surroundings. Therefore, when Yasaka approached within 50 meters of that person, he was immediately noticed. Who? The person exclaimed in a low voice, quickly retreating and jumping to another large tree, looking at Yasaka with a vigilant expression. Soon, Yasaka dashed to the large tree opposite that person and greeted him. Hello, what's your name? The person looked at Yasaka's face and felt it seemed familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. So he responded, My name is Momotaro, what's yours? I am Kiki Yasaka. What? Kiki Yasaka? The ninja from a land of hot water, named Momotaro, was instantly shocked. He knew that name. Wasn't he the captain of the Konoha village representative team? No wonder he felt Yasaka looked so familiar. He had seen him at the opening ceremony. Now, Momotaro finally realized who Yasaka was, and he suddenly felt like he was facing a great enemy, sweating profusely, with a serious and tense expression. What bad luck to run into this guy. The person who could be the captain must be the strongest in the team, and the strongest in the Konoha team would definitely be extremely powerful. Someone I cannot contend with. I should retreat quickly. Thinking this, the ninja, named Momotaro, instinctively took half a step back with one foot, while reaching into his waist pouch and feeling for 2 smoke bombs. However, all of his small movements did not escape the air current perception of Yasaka. Therefore, by observing these actions, Yasaka had already guessed that this person was preparing to escape. He thought to himself, if he reached into the tool pouch, he was either going to take out shurikens or kunai, or he was going to grab smoke bombs or explosive tags. In short, they were all throwing props. Thus, every move made by this ninja, named Mamazu, had already been roughly guessed by Yasaka, highlighting the gap between an amateur and a master. In the next moment, the ninja, named Mamazu, suddenly pointed behind Yasaka and shouted, Look who that is! Almost in the next second, he pulled out 2 smoke bombs from the tool pouch and threw them towards Yasaka. At that moment, just as Momonosuke's hand emerged from the tool bag, Yasaka moved. With a sudden push off the tree with both feet, Yasaka shot out like an arrow released from a bow. At the same time, he grasped the hilt of the katana at his waist and drew it with a whoosh. Just then, the 2 smoke bombs thrown by Momonosuke landed nearby, exploding with 2 loud bangs and creating a large cloud of smoke that instantly enveloped both Yasaka and Momonosuke. And this scene happened to be broadcast live on the big screen in the middle of the stadium, watched by many spectators. Upon seeing this, the commentator on the field suddenly became excited and shouted, "Wow! Player Momonosuke from the Land of Water has thrown 2 smoke bombs. And player Yasaka from Konoha Village is incredibly fast, almost rushing in a second early. And his speed is so fast that it's even quicker than the speed of the smoke bombs thrown by Momonosuke. Just as Momonosuke threw the smoke bombs, player Yasaka has already rushed up close to him. Player Yasaka has drawn his sword. He has drawn his sword. The smoke bombs have exploded, and we can't see anything. What is happening in the smoke? As the captain of Konoha Village, what will be the result of player Yasaka's first real battle? We have to wait for the smoke to clear. This annoying smoke. With the commentators' rapid exclamations, the hearts of the audience in the stands were also raised. Just at the most critical moment, the smoke bombs obscured everything. They only saw Yasaka drawing his sword and rushing in front of Momonosuke before everything went dark, all hidden by the smoke bombs. After about 10 seconds, the smoke cleared, and the spectators' eyes were all tightly focused on the screen, showing Yasaka. They saw Yasaka holding a bell the size of a grape in his hand. What? He actually got the bell. The commentator's scream echoed throughout the stadium, and all the spectators present saw the scene of Yasaka holding the bell. Let us congratulate player Yasaka, who has become the first person to grab the opponent's bell in this team competition. At this moment, the commentator's voice came again. After hearing the commentary, the entire venue erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers, as Ban became the first person to grab a bell, which excited the audience from Konoha, especially those who knew Yatsuka, who were even more thrilled. Yatsuka! So amazing! Otsutsuki Shomu clapped vigorously, shouting loudly, with a face flushed with excitement, his eyes turned into crescent moons. He couldn't be happier. Mikami Shuji couldn't stop grinning, clapping wildly while shouting Yatsuka's name. At that moment, he felt a great sense of accomplishment, as his student became the first to snatch the opponent's bell, which was undoubtedly an honor. I told you, this kid would shine in this competition. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. He's really impressive, Mikami Shuji said with a smile. Yatsuka is so amazing, as expected of Yatsuka, Noera Rin said excitedly while clapping, then muttered to herself, I wonder how Obito is doing now. Has he encountered any enemies? How strong are they? At the same time that Noera Rin was thinking this, Uchiha Obito was also caught in a fierce battle. Earlier, Uchiha Obito had discovered signs of chakra nearby through his Sharingan. After conducting a secret investigation, he successfully entered the trap set by the enemy. As Uchiha Obito walked into the trap, he was suddenly bombarded by explosive tags, narrowly escaping death. Chapter 146, Uchiha Obito's Response. Uchiha Obito almost met the same fate as Tsunade's brother, Nawaki, who had fallen into an enemy explosive tag trap and was killed. This was a trap made using explosive tags, similar in principle to a landmine. First, a large hole was dug in the ground, and then many explosive tags were affixed to the walls of the hole. The entrance was then covered up, disguised as normal ground. When someone passed by, they would fall into the hole, triggering the ignition mechanism of the explosive tags, which would instantaneously detonate the tags and kill anyone who fell into the hole. Just now, Uchiha Obito was in this situation. He followed the traces of chakra to investigate, wanting to see what was going on because he noticed that chakra had appeared not far ahead of him. Uchiha Obito wanted to check it out. As unusual occurrences often have something behind them, there must be someone involved. However, he forgot that this could possibly be a bait set by someone to lure him into a trap. So, Uchiha Obito continued following the chakra traces and eventually stepped right into the trap, accidentally falling into a pit. This triggered the explosive tags in the pit. Fortunately, at that moment, Uchiha Obito remained calm and quickly jumped out, using the earth wall technique to block himself with 4 earthen walls, which saved him from being blown to pieces on the spot. The explosive tags required 2 to 3 seconds to detonate because they needed to be ignited, and Uchiha Obito took advantage of that time to jump out and use the earth wall technique. Otherwise, if those explosive tags had detonated instantly, Uchiha Obito would not have had time to jump out and use the earth wall technique, and he would have been blown to bits. His death would have been worse than that of Tsunade's brother, Nawaki, who, although he was blown up and had his insides ripped out, at least had a body left. But if Uchiha Obito were to die, he would definitely be reduced to nothing but a pile of flesh, with not even a complete body remaining. However, it is highly likely that he would only suffer severe injuries due to the protective mechanism of the illusion. which allows a person to be instantly transported away when receiving a fatal injury, thus greatly reducing the chances of death for the participants. Just like the battle between the Konoha ninja and the Yatsukas earlier, when a smoke bomb exploded, it obscured the view of the audience outside and also concealed Yatsukas and the Konoha ninja named Momonosuke. However, Yatsukas could see clearly without needing his eyes by manipulating the airflow. Therefore, Yatsukas directly slashed with his sword, and the Konoha ninja named Momonosuke hadn't even realized what was happening before he felt a massive blade descending upon him from the sky. Moreover, it gave him a feeling of being completely unable to escape, as if he could only be cut down. In that moment, he felt as if he were under an illusion, his body completely unable to move. The scene before him was not one from reality, but rather the image in his mind of a colossal blade descending from the heavens. As a result, he fell into a state of being frozen in place. And with ease, the bell hanging from his neck was severed by the tip of Yatsuka's blade and caught by Yatsuka. The blade then continued forward, aiming for the carotid artery of the ninja named Momonosuke. If this strike landed, the ninja named Momonosuke would undoubtedly die. It was not just a matter of the carotid artery being cut, his entire head would be severed. However, Yatsuka knew that when a person sustained a fatal injury, they would be instantly teleported away, so he deliberately aimed a lethal attack at this person. As expected, in the next moment, this person was directly teleported away, disappearing from the spot, leaving Yatsuka alone, standing on a thick branch. Thus, this led to the subsequent scene where the audience saw the smoke from the smoke bomb dissipate, revealing only Yatsuka, who was holding the bell, while the ninja named Momonosuke was nowhere to be found. Where did that ninja go? Why is only Yatsuka left? At this moment, some confused audience members raised this question. The commentator then provided an explanation, although we couldn't see what happened inside the smoke bomb when it exploded just now. Given the current situation where the ninja from the land of soup has disappeared, if I'm not mistaken, it's highly likely that Yatsuka's attack dealt a fatal blow to the ninja from the land of soup. According to the mechanics of the illusion, a person who suffers a fatal injury is immediately teleported out, so this contestant must have been teleported away. As you can see, only Yatsuka is left now because the ninja from the land of soup has been teleported out, leaving behind only the bell that represents him, which means that in terms of actual combat, Yatsuka has already eliminated this person. The commentator's explanation helped most of the audience present understand what had just happened and why only Yatsuka remained. Consequently, a wave of heated discussion erupted in the audience, with people discussing how Yatsuka had instantly eliminated his opponent, which was truly impressive. After all, it's important to note that those who came to compete and made it to this stage of the team competition are all exceptional ninjas from their respective countries. Even though the overall strength of the land of soup is relatively weak, leading to their lower-ranked competitors being weaker, they can't be too weak to that extent. Yet, Yatsuka was still able to take them down with a single strike, proving his strength is indeed formidable. Therefore, after witnessing Yatsuka eliminate his opponent with one blow, many Leaf Village ninjas cheered, as this was a great display that brought honor to the Leaf Village, making the Leaf audience very proud. The audience from other countries is very envious and eagerly anticipates that their own country's competitors can also perform outstandingly and bring them honor. Although the main audience for this competition consists of people from Konoha, many spectators from other countries have also come, as it is free and there are transportation services provided. For instance, over 300 spectators from the Hidden Cloud Village attended, and around 200 from other villages like the Hidden Ade Village also came, indicating that there are indeed a considerable number of spectators from other countries. Therefore, the actions of Yatsuka greatly enhanced the enthusiasm of the audience present and the atmosphere in the stands. In Chapter 147, Impatient Lin Yawahara, the commentary switched the broadcast to Uchiha Obito's side. Uchiha Obito used the Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall technique to create earthen walls that block the explosion of the explosive tags, and he immediately jumped out from behind the wall. This scene let out a collective sigh of relief from many Konoha spectators. After all, they had just seen Uchiha Obito fall directly into a trap, engulfed by a violent explosion, causing many to worry whether he would be killed instantly. Among them was Lin Yawahara, who felt her heart drop when she saw Obito mistakenly enter the trap, his figure disappearing amidst the intense flames of the explosion. She stood up abruptly from her seat, instinctively shouted Obito, and anxiously stared at the large screen. When Lin saw Uchiha Obito unleash the earth flow wall and charge out from it, she finally relaxed a bit. However, just as she began to feel a little at ease, Her heart tightened again when she noticed that as Uchiha Obito burst out from the four earth flow walls, numerous shurikens were being shot at him from all directions. Facing these shurikens, Uchiha Obito was initially taken aback, startled for a moment. He quickly activated his Sharingan, rapidly observing the trajectories of the shurikens flying towards him. Then, he exerted all his strength to maneuver his body and adjust his posture to evade the attacks. On the big screen, the audience saw Uchiha Obito's body forming an elegant yet absurd posture in midair, as if he were amidst a hail of bullets, narrowly avoiding the incoming shurikens. It was truly impressive that he could remain unscathed amidst such a barrage of shurikens. At that moment, they heard Narashikaku exclaim in admiration. As expected of the Sharingan, the dynamic vision provided by the Sharingan has a significant advantage in this situation, allowing him to slow down the high-speed incoming shurikens into slow motion, observe their trajectories, and anticipate their movements to dodge them effectively. Exactly. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to deal with, especially with so many shurikens, said Yamashiro Aoi from the side. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito, after dodging numerous shurikens shot at him, finally relied on the advantage of his Sharingan to spot his opponent. His opponent was hiding in a thicket, very well concealed, but as soon as he used chakra, he could not escape Obito's Sharingan. After all, the Sharingan can see chakra, and since that person wanted to ambush Obito, he naturally had to use chakra. As soon as he used chakra, Obito noticed him. That chakra was as conspicuous as a candle in the dark, standing out in Obito's Sharingan. Got you, Obito shouted, throwing 3 shuriken in the direction of the person while quickly forming hand seals. The person hidden in the bushes saw Uchiha Obito throw a shuriken at him and immediately realized that his position had been exposed. With a whoosh, he dashed out from the bushes, dodging the shuriken thrown by Uchiha Obito, and while running, he threw several shuriken back at Obito. Uchiha Obito was forming hand seals when he suddenly noticed the opponent throwing shuriken at him, so he had to abandon the hand seals, take out a kunai, and block. With a series of ping, ping, pong, pong sounds, Uchiha Obito successfully deflected all the shuriken shot at him, but at that moment, the opponent had completed his hand seals and released a ninjutsu at Uchiha Obito. Doton, Divo no Jutsu. The person immediately pressed one hand on the ground, and in the next moment, the ground began to undulate like waves, making it impossible for Uchiha Obito to stand firm. The ground was now dynamic, as if a person was standing on the waves, rising and falling continuously. I can't stand. Uchiha Obito screamed, and taking advantage of his instability, the other ninja formed seals again to use another ninjutsu, shouting loudly, Doton, Kaiseki ke Raku no Jutsu. In the next moment, Uchiha Obito suddenly found himself engulfed in a shadow. He instinctively looked up and was stunned by the sight before him. Above Uchiha Obito's head, a massive stone the size of a small hill was falling towards him. This startled Uchiha Obito greatly and also shocked the audience watching in real time outside. After all, that stone was enormous. If it hit him, he would definitely be crushed to pieces, turned into mush. Seeing this scene, Noara Rin immediately became anxious and shouted loudly, Obito, run. But of course, Obito Uchiha wanted to run quickly, but the problem was that the ground was currently under that person's seismic wave technique, making it undulate like waves, preventing Obito Uchiha from even standing up, let alone getting up to escape. Therefore, after stumbling to his feet only to fall again, Obito Uchiha decided to crawl out on all fours as quickly as possible. However, his crawling speed could not compare to the speed of the massive boulder falling from above. At a critical moment, Obito Uchiha quickly formed hand seals and shouted, Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. In the next moment, Obito's cheeks bulged, and he spat out a fireball the size of a basketball, shooting it towards a gigantic stone that was about to crush him. With a loud boom, the basketball-sized fireball struck the massive stone like a cannonball. The stone exploded on the spot, as if it had been hit by a cannonball, creating a massive fireball that soared into the sky, accompanied by countless fragments shooting out in all directions. Right below, Uchiha Obito was the first to bear the brunt of it. The small stones that were blown away by the explosion were also quite powerful, flying around like small cannonballs. And if they hit, it was very likely that they could penetrate right through, especially if one were to be unfortunate enough to be hit in the head, resulting in immediate death, which was extremely dangerous. Chapter 148. Obito's Choice Therefore. It can be said that the shattered stones posed a lethal threat to Uchiha Obito at that moment. However, compared to the original massive stone falling down, while both had deadly threats, being crushed by a giant rock would almost certainly result in death. In contrast, if small stones scattered everywhere struck him. Although the likelihood of being killed was high, there was still a chance of survival if he could block the flying fragments. Thus, in the end, Uchiha Obito chose to use the fire release, great fireball technique, to shatter the giant stone that resembled a small hill. Then he would use other methods to block the fragments. At that moment, Uchiha Obito formed hand seals and used the earth release, earth flow wall technique, raising a curved earthen wall in front of him, which blocked the scattering stones. However, the power of those stones was also tremendous, striking the earthen wall with loud bangs, even causing cracks to form, making both Uchiha Obito on the other side of the wall and the spectators outside feel a sense of dread. If the earthen wall were to break, Uchiha Obito would likely be severely injured. Fortunately, the earth flow wall technique wasn't flimsy, so it successfully withstood the impact of the fragments. Nevertheless, it was still covered in cracks, giving the impression that it was about to collapse. Regardless, Uchiha Obito had successfully endured this wave and survived thanks to the classic technique of his future successor, Kakashi Hatake, the earth release, earth flow wall. However, although Uchiha Obito had survived this wave, he had fallen into a passive situation, caught in the opponent's rhythm, forced to respond and defend passively, which was quite unfavorable for him. After all, there's an old saying that goes, a long defense leads to defeat, just like in a game of Gomoku. If you only defend, you will eventually lose because the best defense is offense. Seeing this scene, Mitsukami Shuji outside the arena also became anxious, as Uchiha Obito had been stepping into traps set by his opponent from the very beginning, with each misstep leading to another. Because it was being led by the opponent, and he had been continuously on the defensive against their proactive attacks. He needed to find an opportunity to turn the situation around. Otherwise, if it continued like this, they would lose. Mitsukami Shuji frowned and muttered to himself. Although there were strategies for counterattacks, those were based on stable defense, meaning calmly responding to attacks while paying attention to the opponent's details and seizing any openings for a successful counterattack. However, in Uchiha Obito's current situation, he was exhausted from merely coping and was in a very dangerous position. Just being able to defend was already commendable, let alone finding an opening to counterattack. Therefore, in such a situation, it was crucial to find conditions to seize an opening to counterattack and turn the tide. Even if there were no conditions, one had to create them, which was something Mitsukami Shuji often taught his students, including Uchiha Obito, in class. After all, Mitsukami Shuji had participated in the Second Shinobi World War. Although he didn't have any significant achievements, he was experienced. The fact that he survived the Second Shinobi World War at such a young age speaks to his abilities, as one wouldn't survive to this day without some skill. At this moment, Uchiha Obito also recalled the practical experience that Mikage Shuji had shared with them during class. In situations where you're being bombarded by the enemy, it is crucial to find an opportunity to counterattack. Otherwise, unless the opponent exhausts their chakra, if you continue to be passively beaten, you will eventually show a flaw, and at that point, you will be taken out by your opponent. Therefore, it is very important to create conditions for a counterattack, even when there are none. With that in mind, Uchiha Obito directly rolled on the ground to the side. At this time, the effect of the ground wave technique had already worn off, so the ground had returned to normal, no longer undulating continuously and making it difficult to stand. Therefore, Uchiha Obito quickly analyzed the situation, observed the enemy's movements, and looked for opportunities to counterattack. At this moment, the ninja opposite has completed another set of hand signs and is ready to unleash the next ninjutsu. This person's attacks come in waves, one after another, almost ceaselessly, pressing Uchiha Obito to the brink of breathlessness. However, Uchiha Obito is also very tenacious, having held on until now without being defeated by the opponent, which is largely thanks to the frequent beatings he received from Yatsuka, making him quite resilient. At this point, the opponent is actually becoming a bit impatient, as releasing so many ninjutsu consumes a significant amount of chakra. If he cannot defeat Uchiha Obito soon, his chakra will eventually run out. Thus, while feeling anxious, the person continues to unleash ninjutsu, Earth-style, Earth Dragon Bullet technique. Suddenly, a dragon head with a wide-open mouth rises from the ground, and it begins to shoot stones at Uchiha Obito like cannonballs from its gaping maw. Uchiha Obito, sensing the urgency, knows that if he allows the opponent to keep attacking, he will eventually reveal a flaw and be defeated. So, he rolls away to dodge the first wave of the Earth Dragon Bullet attack and quickly forms hand signs, sending out a massive fireball towards the opponent. The classic Uchiha technique, fire style, great fireball technique. In the next moment, A huge fireball roars toward the opponent, who redirects the dragon head of the Earth Dragon Bullet technique to shoot the stones from its mouth at Uchiha Obito's Great Fireball. The collision of earth and fire creates a violent impact. Although the fireball is composed of flames and has no physical form, it carries tremendous inertia, allowing it to intercept the stones for a moment. Good opportunity. Seizing this chance, Uchiha Obito moves quickly, as he finally establishes a balance of mutual attacks with the opponent instead of being on the receiving end. This is a chance forcibly created by Uchiha Obito. Taking advantage of this moment, he rushes towards the opponent. Meanwhile, the spectators outside are watching Uchiha Obito launch his counterattack, their eyes widening in anticipation of the spectacle. Chapter 149. Obito loses again. Great. Well done, Obito. Show him what you've got. Mitsutaka Hidesure exclaimed excitedly, finally free from the passive situation. Uchiha Obito is considered the weakest among this group of contestants, which is why Mitsutaka Hidesure was most worried about him. Awesome. Go for it, Obito. Noera Rin said excitedly. In the illusion, Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth, running while pulling out a few shurikens to throw at his opponent, taking the initiative to attack and keeping the pressure on, just like that person did to him earlier, making it hard for him to respond. Clang! The opponent deflects the shurikens with shuriken, but at this moment, Uchiha Obito has already charged in front of him and kicks at him. The opponent raises his hand to block, but with a loud smack. Obito's foot strikes heavily against the opponent's wrist. Although blocked, the opponent staggers back a step, which proves the power of this kick and makes him feel quite uncomfortable. I will defeat you. I want Rin to see that I'm not the weakest. Uchiha Obito's momentum surges, growing more courageous as he fights, his attacks coming like a torrential storm. Originally, Uchiha Obito was a somewhat timid student with weaker abilities, and under normal circumstances, he would not have been selected as a contestant, nor did Mitsutaka Hidesure choose him. The reason he was selected was due to the intention of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. According to Hiruzen, he saw a terrifying potential in Uchiha Obito, but this potential needed to be ignited. Thus, the third Hokage took the risk of including Uchiha Obito in the team to see if he could unleash his potential. It should be noted that the third Hokage is quite shrewd and is not just a kindly old man, as some might think. As someone who has been through all, he can certainly see Uchiha Obito's feelings for Rin and the significance Rin holds for Obito. Therefore, he even specially arranged for Rin and Yatsuka to encourage Uchiha Obito before the competition, using a meal as a bargaining chip. This led to Yatsuka's heartfelt encouragement and comfort to Uchiha Obito during the review, and the things Yatsuka said were teachings from the third Hokage. Yatsuka himself wouldn't be able to articulate such profound words. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito is aggressively attacking his opponent, but his opponent is not to be underestimated either. Although Uchiha Obito's onslaught is fierce, the opponent is responding to each move, resulting in a stalemate. This makes Uchiha Obito a bit anxious, as he initially thought he had turned the tide and could take down his opponent with a surge of power, only to find that he could not break the deadlock. Damn, why is this guy so tough? Can I really win against him? Why do I feel like I can't beat him? Uchiha Obito's mind begins to echo the same self-doubt as before, subconsciously feeling that the enemy is growing stronger while he is becoming weaker. This is a common psychological pattern for Uchiha Obito. He is somewhat timid, and the earlier surge of power was simply triggered by the thought that Rin might be watching him. But now that a wave of explosive energy didn't take down his opponent, the bravado he had previously felt faded away, and he became timid and doubtful again. Damn it, the opponent is exceptionally strong. I can't beat him. Obito was once again blocked by his opponent's punch, and he suddenly felt a bit shaky. This moment of distraction was immediately seized by his opponent, who countered with a punch that struck Obito Uchiha squarely in the face, knocking him down to the ground. Obito! Outside the ring, Rin shouted anxiously, but unfortunately, Obito Uchiha could not hear her voice. What the hell, what's wrong with this kid? Wasn't he doing well just now? A powerful surge almost took down his opponent, so why is he faltering again? This is driving me crazy. Mikazuki Shusuk, seeing Obito Uchiha being knocked down by his opponent due to distraction, was furious and pounded his thigh. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage sighed while watching the crystal ball and said, "This kid probably got nervous again. That 3 minutes of enthusiasm has worn off, and now he's back to his original self. It seems like the stimulation wasn't enough." Third Hokage, "Are you sure this kid really has great potential? I feel like he is just a weak underdog. I really don't understand why you thought it was a good idea to let an underdog participate in the competition." Tsunade complained with an unhappy expression. She had always been displeased with the third Hokage's decision to let Obito Uchiha compete, as his actual strength ranked low among the others, making him a weak presence. Letting such an underdog participate means taking up a spot and embarrassing Konoha. Although this competition is about showcasing strength, the significance of nurturing the next generation is even more important. Isn't it more important to cultivate an excellent next generation than to show off strength? The third Hokage countered. Tsunade frowned and rebutted. That's true, but are you sure you can trigger this kid's potential? The third Hokage was momentarily at a loss. He wasn't confident that he could activate Obito Uchiha's potential, but he could only say he was trying this opportunity. After all, Obito Uchiha was a timid person lacking confidence. But if Rin was there at a critical moment, Obito would change completely. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that if Yatsuka dared to harm Rin, the originally timid and fearful Obito would confront Yatsuka head-on for Rin, even if it meant being killed by Yatsuka's blade. If it's possible, that would be the best. If not, then let's not talk about it. Look at the match. The third Hokage didn't want to dwell on this issue any longer, as he himself was uncertain. He could only change the subject and pointed to the crystal ball, urging them to watch. On the other side, after being knocked down, Obito Uchiha began to feel timid again, doubting his own strength even more. The opponent rushed in, throwing punches and kicks, and Obito could only passively defend. But he had already taken 3 punches and 2 kicks, leaving him bruised and battered. I can't hold on anymore. I can't beat him, I really can't. Obito thought bitterly, completely flustered. I thought you were a pretty strong character, but I didn't expect you to be this weak. Now let me eliminate you, and your bell will be mine. The opponent laughed heartily, kicking Obito Uchiha into the air, making him flip before crashing heavily to the ground. Then reaching for the bell hanging around Obito's neck. Just then, the opponent suddenly frowned and retreated 3 steps. Chapter 150. Yatsuka's dominance appears. 3 steel needles shot toward this side at high speed, so fast that as the opponent retreated, the needles almost brushed past the edges of his clothes and struck the ground beside Obito Uchiha. What is going on? Obito was stunned for a moment, not realizing what had happened. He had been completely engulfed in despair, about to be robbed of his bell and become the first person in Konoha to have his bell taken away. Suddenly, he saw the person in front of him retreating, leaving Obito completely confused. He had overlooked the surroundings due to his despair and failed to notice the 3 steel needles. Who is it? The ninja's face turned wary as he looked in the direction where the needles came from, gripping his kunai tightly, his muscles tensed like a cheetah, ready to pounce. Following the ninja's gaze, a figure was spotted not far away, standing on a branch of a large tree, clearly a ninja from Konoha. The person was casually leaning against the tree trunk, holding a large sword, yet his relaxed posture gave the ninja a feeling of extreme danger. Thus, the ninja ignored Obito Uchiha before him and focused intently on the Konoha ninja on the branch, thinking, this person seems full of openings at first glance. But I get the feeling that if I attack, I will face dire consequences. Who is this person? Just standing there gives me a very dangerous feeling. Unbeknownst to him, a drop of cold sweat trickled down the ninja's forehead, something he did not even notice, as he felt an immense mental pressure at that moment. It baffled him because they hadn't even engaged yet. They were just in a standoff, but the pressure was already significant. At this moment, Obito Uchiha finally reacted, hurriedly scrambling to get up from the ground and quickly distancing himself from the ninja. Following the direction of the ninja's gaze, he immediately recognized the person standing on the branch. Yatsuka, what are you doing here? Indeed, the one who brought an overwhelming sense of danger to the ninja was none other than the leader of the Konoha representative team, Kazuki Yatsuka. The ninja was taken aback by Uchiha Obito's words. His eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "What? Yatsuka? Kiki Yatsuka? The commander of Konoha village, Kiki Yatsuka." The ninja's face was filled with disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost, his eyes nearly bulging out. Damn it, it's this guy. No wonder I felt such a strong sense of danger just from his presence. The information was right. I absolutely cannot confront Yatsuka head-on. After realizing that the newcomer was Yatsuka, the ninja's mind immediately recalled the information he had seen before the match. The description of Yatsuka in the data was Konoha's commander, skilled in slashing techniques, extremely powerful, with specific strength unknown, but according to reliable sources, this person had previously injured one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Therefore, when encountering this person, fighting head-on is not an option. Fleeing is the best choice. The ninja thought to himself, that's right, fleeing. I need to find an opportunity to escape. In a clash between experts, Often, just a glance could determine the outcome of the battle, and clearly. After that brief eye contact with him, I knew I had lost. At this moment, the ninja had completely lost his fighting spirit, and his mind was filled with thoughts of how to escape. Just as he was about to throw a smoke bomb to escape, Yasaka on the branch smiled slightly and waved to the ninja, saying, "Hey, what's your name?" Yasaka, do not kill nameless people. What? How arrogant. The ninja thought, do you really think I'm an easy target? But he couldn't deny it. In front of him, he really was an easy target. Upon hearing Yasaka's words, the ninja was instantly furious, but quickly backed down because he had a clear understanding of his own strength and knew he was no match for Yasaka. However, although he was preparing to escape, he could at least give his name before running away. So the man frowned and shouted at Yasaka, "I am a contestant from the land of rice. My name is Yamamoto Isaku." Yamamoto Isaku? What a peculiar name, Yasaka thought. Somewhat speechless, he then pointed the tip of his sword at Yamamoto Isaku and proudly said, "Yamamoto Isaku, your bell is mine." Oof. One arrogant guy, stop talking big. Today, I, Yamamoto Isaku, will claim your bell. With that, Yamamoto Isaku showed a confident and arrogant smile, shouting, "I heard you were the commander of Konoha. If you have the ability, take this move from me." Saying that, Yamamoto Isaku began to form hand seals. "Go ahead, just a petty skill, bring it on," Yasaka said confidently, quickly calling out to Uchiha Obito, "Obito, don't interfere, I'll handle him. This is a battle between men." "Damn it, what do you mean a battle between men? As if I'm not a man," Uchiha Obito said indignantly, glaring at Yasaka. Then glancing at Yamamoto Isaku, who was forming seals beside him, he ran to the side to create distance from Yamamoto Isaku, worried about being ambushed again, while also feeling puzzled about how strange this guy's hand seals looked. As Yamamoto 57 formed his hand seals, Yasaki stood proudly, ready to take Yamamoto 57's attack head-on. Meanwhile, the audience outside was completely focused on the big screen showing Yasaki and Yamamoto 57. The previous scene was watched by the audience in its entirety, and when they saw Yasaki come to the rescue of Obito, it immediately triggered excited screams from the crowd, especially when Yasaki, holding a knife and looking down at Yamamoto 56, frightened Yamamoto 57 to the point where he dared not make a move. It gave a sense of a hero making a grand entrance, causing many audience members to scream excitedly, with several even shouting Yasaki's name on the spot. "Yasaki! Yasaki! Yasaki!" The calls of Yasaki rose and fell like waves, making Otsutsuki SHBU in the audience feel ecstatic. The man she liked was so powerful, so radiant, exuding an overwhelming presence that she couldn't help but feel infatuated, her body trembling slightly, her face flushed with excitement. Watching the imposing Yasaki on the screen, she felt more and more drawn to him, her heart racing, even having the impulse to rush over and hug Yasaki. Chapter 151, Yasaki being played. In the illusion, Yasaki confidently looked down at Yamamoto 57, who was forming seals below. Although it seemed that the man was forming many seals, which might indicate a powerful ninjutsu, Yasaki didn't take it to heart because he was very confident in his own strength. No matter what incredible ninjutsu the opponent used, he could break it with sheer power. Just like his famous saying, "There is nothing in this world that cannot be solved with one knife. If there is, then just use another knife. Hey, can you hurry up? If you don't finish your seals soon, I won't wait for you." Yasaki was getting a bit impatient. Yamamoto 57 had been forming seals for a long time without releasing any ninjutsu. "Oof, what are you anxious about? Are you scared?" Yamamoto 56 said with a cold smile, his hands quickly forming seals. Although his face appeared calm and composed, even showing a clear confidence that he could defeat Yasaki, inside he was actually in a state of panic. He had been forming seals for so long not to prepare some powerful killing move, but rather to wait for reinforcements to arrive. Because the battle with Uchiha Obito had been quite loud, anyone nearby would definitely notice. If he had reinforcements, they would have probably arrived by now, but unfortunately, he had been sealing for almost a minute and no one showed up. Thus, he was now completely in a situation of being outnumbered, isolated, and helpless. "Damn it, it seems I can only run away," Yamamoto 57 thought through gritted teeth, then revealed a eerie, doomed expression, speaking to Yasaki in the tree. "Come on, if you have the ability, take my move head-on and survive." Haha, no one has ever survived under this move. Saying this, Yamamoto 57 completed his seals and directly threw 2 explosive tags that slid out from his sleeve towards Yasaki, simultaneously pretending to form seals and shouting, "Take this." Explosive tag, shadow clone technique. Oh, I've seen the third Hokage's shuriken shadow clone technique before. And now there's the explosive tag, shadow clone technique. This looks quite impressive. Yasaki, standing in the tree, was greatly surprised, not expecting to see a more advanced ninjutsu than the shuriken shadow clone. On the other side, Uchiha Obito shouted, "Yasaka, be careful, get out of the way." Just as both of their attention was focused on the two kunai flying towards Yasaka with explosive tags, an unexpected event occurred. Yamamoto Aizunabu actually turned around and ran in the opposite direction. Huh, what the hell? Why is he running away? Yasaka, who was preparing to draw his blade to deal with the explosive tag shadow clone technique, was momentarily stunned, but quickly realized that he had been tricked by those kids. He noticed that the two explosive tags thrown at him not only didn't create shadow clones, but they also hadn't been ignited. Normally, explosive tags would ignite before exploding. These two tags were clearly fakes. How dare they fool me? You got yourself into big trouble. Yasaka immediately became furious. He had always been the one to deceive others, and he never expected to be deceived today. In a fit of anger, he stomped his feet and charged down from the tree. As Yamamoto Aizuyoshi, who had already run a distance, laughed heartily while running, he said, "Huh, you actually believe what I said. What a fool. The first commander of Konoha's lower ninjas is nothing like this. Haha." While laughing, he performed a technique, Earth Release, Earth Spike technique, creating numerous spikes that burst from the ground behind him. Each of those spikes was over 2 meters long and about 30 centimeters thick, scattered across the ground like sea urchins, making it impossible for anyone to advance. With this, not only was it difficult to chase him, but even passing through became a challenge. Seeing this, Uchiha Obito shouted angrily, "So despicable, using tricks, letting her escape." Escape? That's impossible. A target marked by me, Yatsuka, never gets away. At that moment, Yatsuka's voice brushed past Uchiha Obito's ear. Instinctively, Uchiha Obito turned his head to look and was met with an astonishing sight. He saw Yatsuka standing on the tip of a spike, as if walking on flat ground, not only unpierced by the spike, but also not even close to falling off. This scene left Uchiha Obito dumbfounded, and the audience outside the illusion stared in shock at the big screen, showing Yatsuka standing on the spike. It was like a mouse standing on a needle's tip. The spike was extremely sharp, designed to pierce through people, yet here was Yatsuka standing on it, which seemed utterly unbelievable. Wow, what's going on with that guy? How'd he do that? Why isn't his foot pierced by the spike? Is this some kind of ninjutsu? He can actually stand on the spikes? Suddenly, a wave of exclamations erupted from the audience. Meanwhile, in the illusion, Yatsuka stood on the spike, watching Yamamoto Aizuyoshi, who had already run 50 meters away, and silently chanted, "Great freedom, immortal technique. Open." In the next moment, Yatsuka's body floated into the air like a balloon, lifting his foot a few centimeters off the tip of the spike. The audience outside didn't notice this, but Uchiha Obito, who had activated his Sharingan, saw it clearly. "Ah, Yatsuka, what's going on with you? How did you float up?" Uchiha Obito exclaimed in shock. "You wouldn't understand even if I told you." Yatsuka didn't explain further. He moved his foot and shot forward like a cannonball, transforming into a black shadow that swiftly glided over the spikes. Seeing this, Uchiha Obito was so shocked and frightened that he fell to the ground. He had never seen Yatsuka use any kind of body technique before, and now he was shooting out like he was flying, moving at high speed over the spikes, making Uchiha Obito doubt whether he was dreaming. Not only Uchiha Obito, but the audience outside was also extraordinarily shocked. It was the first time they had seen someone move like this. If he were moving quickly on the ground, it wouldn't cause such a stir. But the key point was that Yatsuka was moving at high speed over countless sharp spikes, which seemed truly absurd, as if he had no weight at all, like he could fly with just a little force. Even the third Hokage and his group, who were watching through the crystal ball, were left dumbfounded. What ability is this? Wind attribute ninjutsu? Weight and rock technique? The third Hokage stared at Yatsuka in the crystal ball, astonished. It doesn't seem like the weight and rock technique. And I haven't seen him perform any wind attribute seals, Orochimaru said seriously. When did this kid learn this ability? I've never seen him use it before. He's so secretive. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, said, his eyes wide as he stared at the crystal ball, confirming that he had no memory of ever seeing Yatsuka use this ability before. Where on earth did this guy learn this technique? And what kind of ninjutsu is this? Jiraiya, puzzled, turned to Orochimaru and nudged him with his elbow, asking, "Haven't you studied a lot of ninjutsu? Can you tell what kind of ninjutsu this is?" Orochimaru frowned as he watched Yatsuka speeding in the crystal ball, saying, "It seems to be a combination of the weight and rock technique and wind attribute ninjutsu. Could it be a product of combining wind and earth attributes? Combining wind and earth? I never thought of that before." Jiraiya exclaimed in surprise. "Not necessarily. I just think there's that possibility, but it could actually be something else." "It's hard to say," Orochimaru said, still feeling amazed by the sudden display of Yatsuka's skills. "Regardless, let's just watch. I'm increasingly looking forward to these kids." He always manages to deliver unexpected performances, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, said with a smile, seeming even happier than when he saw his son shine. Speaking of the third Hokage's son, Asuma Sarutobi, it's hard to say whether he has been lucky or unlucky. While everyone else encountered opponents, Asuma had yet to meet anyone. He wandered alone through a dilapidated cluster of buildings, remaining vigilant to the sound around him, but he still hadn't encountered anyone. "What the heck? I thought we would quickly start fighting for the bells and then regroup to fight in numbers, but now there isn't a single shadow around," Asuma complained. He wasn't afraid of encountering strong enemies. He was more afraid of not encountering any enemies at all. It had been half an hour, and he hadn't seen a single person. Just then, Asuma's ears perked up as he heard a faint sound. He immediately jumped up, pulling out a kunai, moving as swiftly as a startled cat, and quickly hid among the nearby debris. He remained completely still and silent, waiting for about 10 minutes, until finally, there was movement ahead. "I wonder who it could be. I hope I don't run into those strong guys too early, or I'll have to run away," Asuma prayed in his heart. Unlike Uchiha Obito, who was naturally timid and lacking confidence, Asuma had a clear understanding of his own abilities. Aside from when he dealt with Yasaka, he was fully aware of whether he could win, which allowed him to make the most rational choices. A few seconds later, a figure appeared around the corner not far away. Through the gaps in the debris, Asuma saw the silhouette of that person. He noticed that the person had a short blade slung over their back and was wearing a forehead protector with the symbol of the Leaf Village. At that moment, Asuma finally saw the person's face. It was none other than Uchiha Shimizu. "Come out, Asuma. I just saw your chakra," Uchiha Shimizu said with a smile. "I can't believe you found me. Wait, did you steal someone else's bell?" Asuma exclaimed in surprise as he noticed the bell in Uchiha Shimizu's hand. "Yeah, I just encountered a ninja from the Rock Village. He was pretty strong, but he was quite clumsy, so I managed to take him down with the body flicker technique," Uchiha Shimizu replied, waving the bell in his hand, which was engraved with the Rock Village symbol, clearly belonging to a Rock Village ninja. Uchiha was also the first to eliminate a contestant from one of the 5 great nations, which demonstrates his strength. After all, the contestants from the 5 great nations are all very strong. Defeating one of them is essentially equivalent to defeating one of the top lower ninjas from that nation, indicating that his own strength is among the top lower ninjas of that nation as well. "Let's go. We should quickly find others and regroup with our teammates." Thus, the two of them set off to search for other teammates. They were relatively lucky. One didn't encounter any enemies at all, while the other faced a ninja from a Wagakure that he had an advantage over. On the other side, Yasaka directly activated the Great Freedom Immortal Technique. This was his first time using the Great Freedom Immortal Technique in actual combat. As soon as he activated it, his speed skyrocketed, and his body became dozens of times lighter, allowing him to almost completely break free from the constraints of the earth. This is why Yasaka could stand on the sharp tips of the ground spikes without being pierced. The essence of the Great Freedom Immortal Technique lies in the concept of freedom, which not only refers to freedom in the horizontal plane, speed, but also in the vertical direction, gravity. Therefore, this technique also has the effect of autonomously controlling gravity. When he wants to lessen gravity, he can do so, just like now. When Yasaka is racing at high speed on the tips of the ground spikes, he has made his own gravity extremely light, almost like a balloon. As a result, he not only avoids being harmed by the ground spikes, but also moves at an incredibly fast speed, almost reaching the point of flying. During the attack, he can instantly restore gravity. With this, a kick can carry the inertia generated by his body weight. This is a very peculiar ability provided by the Great Freedom Immortal Technique, which is quite similar in effect to the Heavy Rock Technique. At first, Yasaki did not possess this ability, but thanks to the intense training and eating over this period, he upgraded the Great Freedom Immortal Technique and gained this ability. As a result, he was able to use it in this competition, which made him very excited. He began to chase after Yamamoto 57, and within just a few seconds, the distance between them, originally over 50 meters, shrank to just over 20 meters. Feeling his body as light as a plastic bag and experiencing a sprinting speed akin to flying, The sensation of air flowing past him felt quite marvelous to Yasaki. Coupled with the perspective of airflow manipulation, Yasaki could clearly see the surrounding scenery without it appearing blurry. Chapter 153. The miserable Yamamoto, 57 at that moment. Yamamoto Isashi was unaware that Yasaka was quickly pursuing him from behind. While running away, he laughed loudly, saying, "So what if you're the leader of Konoha? You still can't catch up to me, haha. How can you be sure I can't catch you?" Suddenly, Yasaka's voice came to his ear while Yamamoto was laughing. Huh? Yamamoto Isashi was momentarily taken aback and instinctively turned to look in the direction of the voice. He saw Yasaka running alongside him, and when he swung his weapon, Yasaka even smiled at him. Wow! Yamamoto Isashi was startled and screamed, losing his balance and falling to the ground. When Yamamoto Isashi got back up, he saw Yasaka standing right in front of him. "How did you do that? I clearly set up a large area of land spikes, yet you managed to catch up? What the hell?" Yamamoto Isashi looked at Yasaka with a shocked expression and quickly stepped back. He knew that Yasaka excelled in close combat, and he was afraid of being instantly killed if he got too close. "What's the big deal? Look at your clueless expression. Today, I'll let you experience something." Saying this, Yasaka, while Yamamoto Isashi wore a confused expression, threw his katana into the air, then jumped up. To Yamamoto Isashi's astonishment, he actually stood on the katana, suspended in mid-air. Moreover, he didn't press down on the katana at all, as if he had no weight, completely unaffected by it. This scene not only left Yamamoto Isashi in shock, but also captivated a large audience. Wow, what's up with that guy? Does he have no weight? Is he performing magic? How can he stand on a katana in mid-air without pressing it down? For a moment, the audience was in an uproar, and even the people in the Hokage office fell silent. Finally, breaking the silence, it was Jiraiya who spoke first. Could that be the super light-heavy rock technique? But I didn't see him form any hand seals. Orochimaru said with a serious expression, "It shouldn't be. While the light-heavy rock technique allows for flight, it can't achieve standing on a katana in mid-air like this." At this moment, the third Hokage also spoke up. "Exactly. It seems like Yasaka is directly controlling his own gravity. While it resembles the light-heavy rock technique, upon closer inspection, it is completely different. What a mystery. What the hell kind of ninjutsu is this?" Jiraiya swore in disbelief. Meanwhile, in the illusion, Yasaka jumped down from his katana, and at that moment, the katana fell to the ground, its tip piercing into the soil. Yamamoto Isayoshi fell silent, and then, in front of Yasaka, he directly took off the bell from his neck and handed it to Yasaka. "I'm done playing. Here you go. How is this something a human can fight against?" Yamamoto Isayoshi said with a face full of speechlessness, leaving Yasaka stunned. He originally thought about giving this kid a beating, but he never expected this guy to surrender so easily. Seeing Yasaka take his bell, Yamamoto Isayoshi felt a sense of relief despite being eliminated. At least he wouldn't have to get hit. He knew he couldn't beat this Konoha commander, but he thought he could at least hold up for a few moves. However, after witnessing Yasaka's extraordinary performance, Yamamoto Isayoshi completely gave up on any hope of fighting back. What kind of opponent is this? It's simply beyond human capability. Just as Yamamoto Isayoshi let out a sigh of relief, feeling lucky that he wouldn't have to take a beating, he suddenly saw an evil smile appear on Yasaka's face. "Huh, what are you planning?" Yamamoto Isayoshi instinctively took a step back. Do you think that by handing over the bell, you can avoid getting hit?" "Ha, you're dead wrong." Saying this, Yasaka charged at Yamamoto Isayoshi. Yamamoto Isayoshi was shocked and hurriedly began to shout, "I surrender." As long as he shouted those 3 words, he would be instantly teleported out. However, just as he shouted "I surrender," he was punched away by Yasaka. Yamamoto Isayoshi screamed as he flew backward. At that moment, all he could think about was shouting "I surrender." Therefore, he didn't care about rolling on the ground after landing and shouted out loud. But just as he shouted "I surrender" again, he was kicked away by the chasing Yasaka. Moreover, right in front of Yamamoto Isayoshi's astonished eyes, Yasaka quickly pulled out a piece of tape from who knows where and stuck it over his mouth. Now, Yamamoto Isayoshi couldn't shout "I surrender" at all. For the next 2 minutes, Yamamoto Isayoshi was pummeled by Yasaka, leaving the audience speechless. Yamamoto Isayoshi was really unlucky. His mouth was taped shut, and his hands were pinned behind him by Yasaka, making it impossible for him to surrender. He felt an immense sense of indignation in his heart. How has it become so difficult to surrender these days? After 2 minutes of beating Yamamoto Isayoshi, Yasaka checked the time and decided not to waste any more time there. He pulled off the tape from Yamamoto Isayoshi's mouth and said with a grin, "You can go now. See you next time. I don't want to see you again. I surrender." Yamamoto Isayoshi shouted loudly, and then he disappeared from the spot, teleported out of the environment. Fortunately, it didn't take too much time. He thought to himself that he needed to see if there were other competitors in other places and quickly grab a few more bells. "Yes, we need to hurry," Yasaka said to himself. At that moment, Uchiha Obito struggled through the prickly terrain that looked like a cactus surface. "I'm talking about myself. I didn't say you. If I take you with me, it will slow me down," Yasaka said to Uchiha Obito. "You." Uchiha Obito was almost fainting from anger. "You go your way, and I'll go mine. That's how it will be." Saying this, Yasaka directly activated the Great Freedom Sage technique, and with a whoosh he dashed out, disappearing from Uchiha Obito's sight in a matter of blinks. Chapter 154. Kakashi Itachi's battle. This guy really runs fast. Uchiha Obito sighed as he watched Yasaka disappear in a flash, feeling ashamed of his earlier performance. However, he couldn't help it. Whenever faced with a strong enemy, he became uncontrollably cowardly, sometimes even getting scared to the point of tears. He felt helpless and speechless about it. At the same time that Yatsuka had already captured 2 bells, on another battlefield, Kakashi Itachi was engaged in a fierce battle with Zabuza Momochi. At that moment, Kakashi fell for Zabuza's trick and was deceived by one of Zabuza's water clones, resulting in him being trapped in a water prison. Zabuza then swung his decapitating sword, aiming to strike Kakashi along with the water prison. In a critical moment, Kakashi used lightning release to break the water prison technique, narrowly dodging the descending decapitating sword just in time. The sword nearly sliced Kakashi in half, coming dangerously close to his nose. Following this, the two engaged in an intense battle, equally matched and relentless. By this time, the thick fog in the air had thinned significantly compared to the beginning, making it nearly impossible to conceal Zabuza's figure or obstruct Kakashi's line of sight. This was because Kakashi had just unleashed a large-scale fire release, raising the surrounding temperature and evaporating much of the moisture in the air, naturally dispersing the fog. Although the fog had cleared, Zabuza's attacks remained extremely fierce. However, for Kakashi, this was a good thing, as being limited by visibility was very restrictive and he couldn't exert his full strength. Now that visibility was no longer an issue, Kakashi could unleash his true power. He quickly formed hand seals and shouted, "Lightning release, lightning wave." In the next moment, Kakashi suddenly opened his mouth and shot out a laser beam at high speed towards Zabuza. This directly pierced through Zabuza's body. The laser beam shot through Zabuza's left shoulder, effectively shattering his shoulder blade and rendering his entire left arm unusable. He couldn't even lift his arm, so naturally he couldn't form any seals. With that, Itachi Kakashi could be said to have won for sure. However, before Kakashi could feel happy, he saw that the Momochi Zabuza, who had been pierced by the laser beam, had directly transformed into a large puddle of water on the ground. This scene immediately made Kakashi frown and snort coldly. Another water clone? This guy is really not easy to deal with. At that moment, about 10 meters to the left side of Itachi Kakashi, there was a river. Suddenly, the river water began to surge violently. Kakashi immediately turned his head to look. He saw the water suddenly rise, and a huge dragon head quickly emerged from the river. Tao Zaibujan stood under the river, suddenly shouting, "Water escape! Water dragon bullet technique!" The next moment, the dragon's head shot straight up into the sky, while its enormous, long body continuously surged out of the water. This water dragon had a body with a diameter of 3 meters, and as it soared into the sky, it reached a height of over 60 meters, looking down from above as it opened its massive dragon mouth wide, then dove down towards Kakashi Itachi. Witnessing the scene, Kakashi was also somewhat shocked, because it was important to note that the water dragon technique consumed a significant amount of chakra, and all the participants in the match were genin. How many genin could possess such a vast amount of chakra? The water dragon was enormous, and with such size and speed crashing down, its powerful inertia could directly kill a person with a single blow. The impact was so great that it could shatter a moving reinforced concrete building, let alone a human body. At that moment, Kakashi Itachi considered using the earth release, earth flow wall technique, but he quickly dismissed that option because the wall he could create would only be 3 meters high, which would be insufficient to block the massive water dragon. However, not being able to stop the water dragon did not mean there were no other ways to avoid being harmed by it. Therefore, Kakashi immediately formed hand seals and used the earth release, underground warfare technique, creating a tunnel beneath his feet and he directly melded into the earth, entering the underground tunnel. It was akin to creating a hole or cellar underground. In the next moment, the colossal water dragon, carrying the force of thunder, came crashing down violently at Kakashi's original position. The force was so tremendous that even Kakashi, who was underground, could clearly feel the tremors of the earth around him. Such a powerful force was something Kakashi's physical condition at that moment could not withstand. This Momochi Zabuza was indeed quite strong, but if that were all he had, he wouldn't be able to defeat me. Kakashi thought calmly, and as he sensed the intensity of the ground's vibrations, he waited until the impact of the water dragon had dissipated before resurfacing from underground. Consider yourself lucky this time, but next, you won't have such good fortune. Seeing Kakashi escape danger, Zabuza sneered, his eyes filled with a greater killing intent. The audience outside was full of admiration for Kakashi Hataki's method of dodging the water dragon technique. In fact, most of the viewers did not think of this approach. Most either considered directly withstanding the water dragon, such as creating an earth wall, or running away to evade the water dragon, which was basically unlikely to succeed. However, no one thought of directly burrowing underground to evade the water dragon. Although the impact of the water dragon is very strong, it is ultimately just a technique created by someone and cannot cause too much damage to the hard ground. Therefore, at this moment, one only needs to hide underground to avoid the water dragon technique using very little chakra. As a result, many spectators praised Kakashi Hatake for this maneuver, all expressing that he truly deserves to be called a genius ninja, as his mind works better than others. Hearing the praises from those around him, Shikamaru Nara in the stands was very happy and also very satisfied with his performance. Chapter 155, The Battle of Moonlight and Gale. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Moonlight Wind was also engaged in a fierce battle with Killer Bee. It can be said that both Moonlight Wind and Kakashi Hatake were not particularly lucky. One encountered Zabuza Momochi, and the other faced Killer Bee, both of whom were strong competitors from the 5 great countries. However, despite this, neither Kakashi nor Moonlight Wind showed any fear. Instead, they grew more courageous in battle, eager to demonstrate their true strength and defeat their opponents. For fighters of their caliber, encountering a strong enemy only fueled their desire to win, using their opponents as stepping stones rather than feeling intimidated like Obito Uchiha, whose lack of strength made his fear understandable. At this moment, both Moonlight Wind and Killer Bee had unleashed their true power, abandoning the initial tactic they had devised before the match of quickly finding weaker opponents to seize the bells and reunite with the main force. Now, both were focused solely on unleashing their full strength to defeat each other, with no other thoughts in mind. Moonlight Wind slashed through one of Killer Bee's thick octopus tentacles, while Killer Bee kicked Moonlight Wind away, resulting in a draw. Killer Bee did not rush in, but stepped back, breathing heavily as he looked at Moonlight Wind. He needed to take advantage of this brief moment to recover his stamina. This guy is incredibly strong. His swordsmanship is exceptionally fierce. Even with my 6 tails transformation from the 8 tails, I still can't take him down. It's only with the help of the 8 tails tentacles that I can barely hold him back. Moonlight Wind had previously kept a low profile and hadn't drawn any of our attention, but it turns out he was hiding his strength and is actually very formidable. Yet, despite this, he keeps losing in one-on-one fights against Yatsuka. Is that guy even human? Killer Bee thought to himself, secretly complaining. On the other side, Moonlight Gale was also panting heavily, and there was a large shoe print on his abdomen, which was left by Karabi's kick just moments ago. He held the hilt of his katana with one hand, inserted the katana into the ground, and leaned his body against it to support himself, taking a moment to rest and catch his breath. The previous battle with Karabi had been extremely intense. Moonlight Gale had forced Karabi, relying on his swordsmanship, to go from using 3 swords at the start to now wielding 6 swords simultaneously. The pinnacle of Killer Bee's 8 tails Bee blade technique is the simultaneous use of 8 blades, so he's not far from fully utilizing the technique. This is a manifestation of the strength of Moonlight Gale, as not many people can force Killer Bee to use 5 blades at the same time. At this moment, Moonlight Gale had successfully forced out the 6th blade from Killer Bee. Using 5 blades simultaneously, Killer Bee couldn't match Moonlight Gale at all. Even when the 6th blade was drawn, he had to rely on suddenly summoning octopus tentacles from within his body to attack Moonlight Gale, catching him off guard and kicking him away. Therefore, in Killer Bee's eyes, Moonlight Gale had almost reached the level where he could force him to use the 7th and 8th blades. For such an opponent, even someone as arrogant and proud as Killer Bee held a certain level of respect. Looking at Killer Bee across from him, Moonlight Gale, while panting heavily, thought to himself, this guy is really quite troublesome. I initially thought my swordsmanship, after so much hard training, had reached an impressive level, but I can only contend with his 6 blades. I estimate that when he uses his 7th and 8th blades, that will be my limit. Although Moonlight Gale felt that his strength couldn't compete with Killer Bee's ability to use 8 blades, to others he was already quite impressive and had made a remarkable showing. It's important to note that very few people could withstand Killer Bee's 8 Tails blade technique when he unleashed 5 blades, and currently, the only person who could force Killer Bee to use all 8 blades was AI. Aside from those well-known veterans, among his peers, there was really no one from the Cloud Village who could contend with Killer Bee's 8 Tails, who could wield 7 blades. However, now this man, named Moonlight Gale from Konoha Village, who had previously been inconspicuous and without any fame, had already forced Killer Bee to use 6 blades and was about to bring out the 7th. Even Kakashi Hitaki in the stands praised Moonlight Gale's swordsmanship. This kid is hiding quite deep. This sword technique is truly impressive. To reach this level is not easy at all. However, if I'm guessing correctly, he might barely be able to contend with Killer Bee's 7th and 8th blades, but he would still be at a disadvantage, Kakashi said with a smile. Uchiha Fugaku beside him nodded in agreement, saying, "That's right. In fact, Killer Bee's sword technique is quite troublesome because his movements have no discernible pattern, resembling a chaotic flurry of punches that can overwhelm seasoned masters. However, this very unpredictability makes it difficult to read his actions." After a pause, Uchiha Fugaku continued, "Unless Moonlight Gale can possess the Sharingan to slow down Killer Bee's movements, he basically won't be able to effectively keep up with Killer Bee's 7 blades." At this moment, Kakashi chuckled, saying, "It seems that only that Kid Yasaka can deal with Killer Bee's 8 Tails blade technique when he uses all 8 blades. Pretty much. Speaking of which, I'm really looking forward to Yasaka facing off against Killer Bee. That would be quite a spectacle. It would be best if they could meet in the subsequent individual matches," Uchiha Fugaku said. Hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words, Kakashi glanced at him and said with a smile, "Fugaku, you're not planning to cheat and deliberately let them draw against each other, are you?" "Ha, how could that be? Do I look like that kind of person?" Uchiha Fugaku replied with a guilty laugh. In truth, he did have that thought. As the captain of the Konoha Guard and a powerful user of the Manjiki Sharingan, it would be a piece of cake for him to secretly manipulate the match draw. Chapter 156. Intensifying battle. The battle was still ongoing, and the fight between Moonlight Gale and Killer Bee had reached a fever pitch. Moonlight Gale's strength had greatly exceeded Killer Bee's expectations. Originally, Killer Bee thought that Moonlight Gale's strength was probably a bit weaker than Darui's. However, it now seemed that Moonlight Gale was even stronger than Darui, with his swordsmanship reaching a level of mastery. A moment's carelessness could lead to injury. So far, Killer Bee had already sustained 5 cuts on his body. Although they were just superficial wounds, they indicated that he had not held the advantage he had imagined in the battle against Moonlight Gale. This kid is really hard to deal with, Killer Bee thought to himself as he controlled the 6 short blades with different parts of his body, launching a frenzied attack against Moonlight Gale. Yuegwang Jifeng was also having a tough time, as Kirabi unleashed his 6 swords, making his movements completely unpredictable. It was impossible to determine when Kirabi would make a certain move. This made it very difficult for Yuegwang Jifeng to cope, and he sustained several wounds from Kirabi's attacks. In a one-on-one sword technique confrontation, Moonlight Gale could still barely match Kirabi's 6-blade simultaneous attack. However, Kirabi had already harnessed the power of his tailed beast, and suddenly a thick octopus tentacle emerged to attack Moonlight Gale, tipping the scales in Kirabi's favor. As Kirabi unleashed the octopus tentacle, the previously evenly matched fight began to tilt towards him. Moonlight Gale started to retreat steadily. It was simply impossible to deal with nearly 7 attacks at once. Even though Moonlight Gale's slashing technique was strong, he couldn't replicate the speed of Yatsukasa, who could unleash over a dozen attacks in a short time. At this point, Moonlight Gale was nearing his limits. "Your sword technique is indeed impressive, far beyond my expectations, but if this is all you can do, you won't be able to defeat me," Kirabi said while attacking fiercely. He was now certain that without using the power of the tailed beast, if he fully employed the 8 Tails Beast sword technique with 8 blades at once, he could suppress and defeat Moonlight Gale. This is still without using ninjutsu or the power of tailed beasts. Therefore, if he were to truly use all his strength, Moonlight Gale, with only the current displayed power, would absolutely be unable to contend with him. "Your swordsmanship is extremely exquisite. Your attacks are like a swarm of bees, a torrential assault," Moonlight Gale said in a deep voice. His speed had almost reached its limit, constrained by his neural reflexes and the number of strikes per second. He was barely keeping up with Kirabi's attacks. There was no choice. After all, Karabi was attacking with 6 blades simultaneously and occasionally using octopus tentacles for sneak attacks. Unless Moonlight Gale had the Sharingan, his attention could not keep up with Karabi's multiple assaults. However, even so, I will not give up. Moonlight Gale thrust his sword to push Karabi back, then retreated a few steps and directly formed hand seals, summoning 2 shadow clones. This is a technique I just developed. Originally intended to deal with Yasaka, but I'll use it on you first today. Take this. Leaf Flow Sword Technique, Crescent Moon Dance. As he spoke, Moonlight Gale shouted loudly. His body and the 2 shadow clones simultaneously charged towards Karabi with their swords. He was in front of Karabi, while the 2 clones flanked him from the left and right in an encircling manner. Seeing this scene, the onlooker Yuin was immediately taken aback and exclaimed, "What? It's South the Crescent Moon Dance." Moonlight Gale actually mastered this technique. What is this technique? Is it powerful? Yuin's companion, Yu Gao, asked curiously. Yuin explained, "The Crescent Moon Dance is a technique that Moonlight Gale and I previously discussed and researched. By utilizing the shadow clone technique to summon 2 clones. The clones in the main body quickly rush to the enemy's front, attacking the enemy's vital points from the left, above, and right, achieving a lethal effect to kill the enemy in one strike." Wow, it's so powerful. It seems Moonlight Gale is using his trump card. Yu Gao exclaimed in admiration. Yuin nodded with a smile, very confident in Moonlight Gale's technique. On the other side, not far from them, Kakashi Hitaki frowned and said, "This move is indeed very powerful, but might not be able to deal a heavy blow to someone named Killer Bee. I estimate that Moonlight Breeze is going to lose." Next to him, Fugaku Uchiha also nodded with his eyes closed, then opened them, and beneath his eyelids his Sharingan transformed back to its normal 3-tomo state. He had already seen the outcome and sighed. It's a pity. Moonlight Breeze's strength is actually quite good, but facing Killer Bee, if he can't deal substantial damage, he won't be able to turn the situation around. In that case, Killer Bee will have plenty of ways to defeat Moonlight Breeze. Ultimately, there's a bit of a gap in strength. Oh, it seems you've already seen the outcome. Indeed, Moonlight Breeze's swordsmanship is impressive, but with slightly lower attack power. He can't break through the opponent's defenses, leading to a stalemate. Moreover, the opponent is a Jinchuriki, so the outcome is predetermined, Kakashi Hitaki said. In fact, the only person who truly knew the real ability of Fugaku Uchiha's Manjiki Sharingan was Kakashi Hitaki himself, as the two had been teammates in their early years, experiencing life and death together multiple times. Therefore, Fugaku Uchiha's secret was known only to Kakashi Hitaki. Uchiha Fugaku's true ability of the Manjiki Sharingan is not the ability to create shadow clones, but rather the ability to see the future directly. This is an incredibly powerful ability, and as a result, Uchiha Fugaku has already foreseen the outcome of the battle between Kagyuki and Killer Bee. In the environment, upon seeing Kagyuki unleash his ultimate move, Killer Bee displayed a serious expression on his face, holding his sword and assuming a defensive stance, while secretly thinking, "Have I finally forced out his trump card? As long as I withstand this attack, I should be able to secure victory." In the next moment, Kagyuki, along with 2 shadow clones, charged at Killer Bee with incredible speed, and the 3 of them swung their sword towards Killer Bee simultaneously. "Dance of the Crescent Moon." Kagyuki shouted frantically, the gleaming blade shining brilliantly, as if 3 crescent moons were closing in on Killer Bee. From any angle, it seemed impossible for Killer Bee to find a way to counter this attack. "I didn't expect this, Killer Bee. I'll be using this move to eliminate you," Kagyuki shouted as he slashed towards Killer Bee. Killer Bee smiled. The Dance of the Crescent Moon was indeed powerful, and if he wanted to block it, he would have to use all 8 swords at once to withstand it. However, he had a better way. With a loud laugh, he exclaimed, "Let me show you the power of the tailed beasts." As he spoke, 3 massive, thick octopus tentacles suddenly erupted from his body, charging toward Kagyuki and his 2 shadow clones. Suddenly, 3 thick tentacles appeared, clearly catching Moonlight Gale by surprise. Although Moonlight Gale had previously been attacked by a tentacle that suddenly emerged from Kairabi, the issue was that Kairabi had only revealed 1 tentacle at a time. Thus, Moonlight Gale had prepared to deal with just 1 tentacle. But who would have thought that Kairabi would suddenly produce 3 tentacles at once? However, it was now a critical moment where he had to act, and with no way to retreat, Moonlight Gale gritted his teeth and pressed on. He raised his blade along with his 2 shadow clones and fiercely slashed at the thick tentacles charging towards them. Only by dealing with the tentacles could they take down Kairabi himself. In a flash, 3 blades of light cut through the air, and two of the thick tentacles fell to the ground, severed. The remaining tentacle, almost cut in half, struck one of Moonlight Gale's shadow clones forcefully, instantly obliterating it. However, this allowed Moonlight Gale's main body and the remaining clone to rush in front of Kairabi. "Kairabi, your bell is mine," Moonlight Gale shouted, swinging his sword at Kairabi, while his shadow clone did the same. Kairabi's face showed a look of panic as he hurriedly tried to raise his sword to block, but it was too late. Moonlight Gale's blade struck him on the shoulder, piercing into his left side. Despite losing a shadow clone, Moonlight Gale successfully hit Kairabi. Given the current situation, it was clear that Kairabi would either die or be severely injured. The blow Moonlight Gale delivered to Kairabi's shoulder was very deep, cutting from the shoulder down to the left chest area. At that depth, it was only a few centimeters away from reaching the heart. This strike directly severed the bone in Kairabi's left shoulder and also cut the major artery between his neck and shoulder. Consequently, blood spurted out from the wound on his shoulder, shooting up to 3 meters high, which was quite terrifying. Finally, at the last moment, it was successful. Seeing that Kairabi was severely injured, Moonlight Gale let out a long sigh of relief. His all-or-nothing move, the 3 crescent moon dance, was actually just a gamble. He didn't even believe this technique could truly defeat Kairabi. To his surprise, he achieved an unexpected result and really defeated Kairabi, which delighted Moonlight Gale. "It seems your tentacles couldn't keep up with my speed. Actually, Kairabi, you were careless. If you had used all 8 blades sooner, I wouldn't have been your match at all," Moonlight Gale calmly told Kairabi. Now that he had severely injured Kairabi, judging by the amount of blood spraying, it wouldn't take more than 30 seconds before Kairabi would be teleported out of the illusion due to his fatal injury. Therefore, Moonlight Gale chose not to dwell on anything further with Kairabi and simply expressed his victory calmly, which he knew was rather lucky. In terms of raw strength, he truly couldn't compete with Kairabi. At that moment, Kairabi, who had been struck by 2 attacks and trapped by Moonlight Gale, suddenly laughed and said to Moonlight Gale, "Do you really think it was my carelessness? Wasn't it you who was careless?" Moonlight Gale paused, feeling that there seemed to be something wrong that he had overlooked. Think again, is there something not quite right?" Kairabi said with a mysterious smile. At that moment, a flash of light suddenly crossed Moonlight Gale's mind, and he abruptly looked at the huge wound on Kairabi's shoulder that he had inflicted. The wound was nearly enough to sever Kairabi in half. With that amount of blood loss, Kairabi would be unconscious in at most 20 seconds and dead within 30 seconds. This meant that to reach the point of a fatal injury, Kairabi had already sustained a fatal wound when that blade struck. However, it had been at least 15 seconds since Moonlight Gale had struck, and yet Kairabi was still standing here, not fainting. What did this mean? It meant that either Kairabi was not afraid of physical attacks at all, which could be disregarded, or that at this moment, Moonlight Gale had not struck Kairabi's true body. Thinking of this, Moonlight Gale's pupil shrank. He quickly withdrew his blade, wanting to distance himself from Kairabi, but it was already too late. Kairabi revealed a sinister smile, and in that moment, his body suddenly swelled up like a balloon. "Ha! You fell for it." Lightning release, exploding clone. Boom! With a loud bang, a small mushroom cloud shot up into the sky, and an invisible shockwave violently struck the surroundings, directly lifting a layer of earth from the ground. In an instant, a cloud of dust engulfed an area with a radius of 30 meters. Within the mushroom cloud created by the explosion, lightning continuously flashed, while Moonlight Gale's figure disappeared without a trace. This shocking scene instantly stunned the audience outside, all of them staring blankly at the images on the big screen. Xian stood up abruptly, her face filled with worry. "Moonlight Gale," Xian murmured. At the moment Kairabi exploded, her heart sank. At this time, the voice of the live commentator was heard. "I really didn't expect this. Contestant Kairabi actually tricked contestant Moonlight Gale with an exploding clone. And after luring out Moonlight Gale's powerful move, the Dance of the 3 Moon, he directly detonated the exploding clone. I don't know if contestant Moonlight Gale has been directly eliminated. After all, that was an explosion at point-blank range." Listening to the commentator scream, Xian sat down in despair. This was definitely an immediate elimination, as that was an explosion from an exploding clone at point-blank range, normally leading to instant death. Due to the illusion, when receiving a fatal blow, one will be instantly teleported out. Therefore, Xian felt that at this moment, Moonlight Gale should have been teleported out, which also meant that Moonlight Gale had been eliminated. Chapter 158. Unexpected situation. I said that Moonlight Gale probably couldn't defeat Kairabi, and it turned out to be true. What a pity. I didn't expect that he would be eliminated by an explosion in the end, said Kakashi with a look of regret. Beside him, Uchiha Fugaka shook his head and said, "No, it's not that simple. Although he lost, he wasn't eliminated by an explosion. Just watch, and he wasn't eliminated by Karabi either." Huh? What? He wasn't eliminated by an explosion? Even at such a close distance, he took a hit from a self-destructing clone and wasn't seriously injured? And you say he wasn't eliminated by Karabi? This is interesting. Kakashi immediately felt intrigued. He originally thought that Moonlight Gale was directly eliminated by Karabi's lightning release, self-destructing clone. The fact that he wasn't eliminated by the explosion indicated that this self-destructing clone didn't deal a fatal blow to Moonlight Gale, which puzzled Kakashi. How did Moonlight Gale dodge it at such a close distance? However, what surprised Kakashi even more was that Moonlight Gale had not been eliminated by Karabi. What was going on? Did he counterattack? Or was someone there to save him? Combining what Uchiha Fugaku just said about Moonlight Gale losing, it meant that someone must have come to his rescue. So, Kakashi was also curious. Who could it be that came to the rescue? Just when Kakashi was wondering, in the illusion, the huge mushroom cloud gradually disappeared, leaving behind a large pit with a radius of more than 3 meters. Enough to show how powerful this self-destructing clone was. The land around the big pit presented a scene as if the ground had been flipped over, with some rubble scattered haphazardly on the ground. In addition, there were 2 octopus tentacles that had just been severed by the moonlight and the swift wind. At this moment, one of the octopus tentacles went bang and directly transformed into a cloud of smoke, quickly dissipating into the air. Since this tentacle belonged to the 8 tails, it naturally disappeared after being severed. After all, the tailed beasts themselves are not flesh and blood, but rather a conglomeration of chakra. However, the other octopus tentacle did not disappear like the previous one. Instead, the surface actually began to writhe, then it started to expand, growing larger and larger, until it eventually transformed into Karabi himself. This scene left the spectators outside dumbfounded, completely unaware of what was happening. The commentator then began to explain to the audience that this was Karabi's octopus tentacle transformation technique. The so-called octopus tentacle transformation technique involves Karabi transforming into the tentacles of an octopus to confuse his opponent, making them mistakenly believe that it is merely an octopus tentacle, while in reality, it is Karabi's true form. After a thorough explanation from the commentator, the audience finally understood that during the battle with Moonlight Gale, Karabi had already taken the opportunity to switch his true form with the octopus tentacle clone when Moonlight Gale wasn't paying attention. In other words, Karabi transformed into the octopus tentacle, sending the self-destructing clone to fight Moonlight Gale. When Moonlight Gale failed to recognize it and struck Karabi's self-destructing clone, it exploded. Now, the octopus tentacle that Karabi had transformed into finally reverted back to Karabi's original form. This was akin to a clever trick, swapping the true self with a clone while the enemy was distracted, deceiving the opponent and leading them into their own trap. If the other competitors from the Hidden Leaf Village had seen this scene, they would definitely recall the earlier battle between Killer Bee and the ninja from the Land of Soup, which was practically the same old trick. Back then, Killer Bee also used a lightning release exploding clone to deceive the ninja named Tz-Suk from the Land of Soup, transforming himself into a ribbon. Now, during his battle with Moonlight Gale, Killer Bee transformed into octopus tentacles. Essentially, both tactics were the same, using a lightning release clone to impersonate the real body while disguising himself as something else. This was something Killer Bee particularly enjoyed and did frequently. Unfortunately, Moonlight Gale had forgotten about this and was caught off guard, falling for Killer Bee's trick. After Killer Bee returned to his original form and looked at the large crater on the ground, he smiled and said, "The power of this exploding clone is quite impressive. That hit should have taken him out, so his bell should appear on me automatically." Killer Bee was correct. According to the rules of the illusion, if a competitor eliminated their opponent, even if they hadn't taken the opponent's bell beforehand, it would automatically appear on the victor once the opponent was eliminated. However, when Killer Bee looked down, he found that there was no bell from Moonlight Gale hanging around his neck. "What?" Killer Bee exclaimed in shock. Almost instinctively, he jumped up into the air, and just as he did, a white blade of light flashed beneath him, slicing through the air with a swish. He wasn't eliminated after all. Damn it! Killer Bee cursed, noticing that right below him was Moonlight Gale. Seeing his attack dodge, Moonlight Gale gripped his sword with both hands, switching from a sweep to an upward thrust, aiming to strike Killer Bee's legs. In a moment of desperation, Killer Bee summoned octopus tentacles again to block Moonlight Gale's attack. Then he pressed his palms together and quickly formed a hand seal for a lightning release technique, shouting, "Lightning release, spherical lightning." In the next moment, Killer Bee shot out a lightning ball the size of a soccer ball from his palms, directly aimed at Moonlight Gale below. Moonlight Gale stepped back to avoid the lightning ball, which then struck the ground, causing a violent explosion that sent strong shockwaves blasting both Moonlight Gale and Killer Bee apart. This allowed Killer Bee to create some distance from Moonlight Gale, preventing him from closing in and unleashing a flurry of attacks. Moonlight Gale flipped in the air and landed steadily on the ground, looking disheveled and covered in dirt, his hair now resembling an explosion and his clothes tattered, making him look like a beggar. This was all due to Killer Bee's lightning release exploding clone. Seeing Moonlight Gale in such a state, Killer Bee curiously asked, "I'm really curious. How did you withstand my exploding clone just now?" Moonlight Gale replied in a low voice, "I summoned my shadow clone to block in front of me, absorbing the strongest wave of impact, which is why I wasn't eliminated on the spot." Chapter 159. Moonlight Gale in Danger I See. Killer Bee nodded, surprised that Moonlight Gale's shadow clone managed to absorb the hit. Otherwise, it would have definitely sent Moonlight Gale out of the illusion. After the incident of Kurabi's self-detonating clones, Moonlight Gale has finally started to take Kurabi's tricky tactics seriously. To be honest, Kurabi's move is indeed quite annoying and very cunning. Previously, Kurabi had successfully deceived enemies multiple times with this tactic, causing significant damage and even death to them. Of course, if the opponent is strong or has keen observation skills, then Kurabi's trick won't be effective. At that moment, Moonlight Gale had deeply engraved Kurabi's tactics in his mind, and he would pay close attention to them in the upcoming battles. Just then, he saw Kurabi draw a short knife again, placing it under his chin. With this move, it was as if Kurabi had already unleashed 7 swords. Seeing this, Moonlight Gale became even more cautious, as a release of 7 swords brought Kurabi very close to the peak of the 8 tails. Even 7 or 8 swords were incredibly difficult for Moonlight Gale to handle, not to mention the occasional surprise attacks from the octopus tentacles. Watching Kurabi prepare for the fight, Moonlight Gale thought to himself, "The dance of the crescent moon is becoming less effective. The real tough battle is yet to come, and if this continues, there's a high probability that I will lose to him." At this moment, Moonlight Gale began to hesitate. On one hand, facing such a strong opponent, he wanted to fight him to the end. Even if he ultimately lost, it would still be a valuable experience and provide precious practical training. On the other hand, if he were eliminated by Kurabi, it would mean that the hidden Cloud Village gained an extra bell, which would undoubtedly put the Konoha representative team at a disadvantage. Damn it, even though I want to fight him to the end, for the sake of Konoha, I must retreat. After a fierce internal struggle, Moonlight Gale ultimately succumbed to the collective honor of Konoha. In reality, if faced with such challenges in actual combat, the most correct choice would naturally be to consider the overall situation and the team, opting to temporarily retreat and avoid confrontation. Therefore, the Moonlight Gale, very reluctantly, prepared for withdrawal. Kurabi had already guessed that Tsukuyomi might have the intention to retreat. He didn't want Tsukuyomi to run away. After all, they had been fighting for so long. If he couldn't grab Tsukuyomi's bell, wouldn't that be a waste of time? So in the next moment, Kurabi charged directly at Tsukuyomi, unleashing all 7 swords in a flurry of movement. Each sword swung in completely unpredictable patterns, making it impossible for Tsukuyomi to read Kurabi's actions. With one slash, a new wound appeared on Tsukuyomi's body, and Kurabi's assault was fiercer than before, like a torrential storm. It was truly like a person surrounded by a swarm of wasps, being attacked from all sides in a 3-dimensional, rain-like barrage that left him gasping for breath. Even though Tsukuyomi's swordsmanship was quite impressive, facing such a fierce onslaught, he felt like a lonely bug attacked by a swarm, struggling to cope and becoming increasingly exhausted, unable to hold on for long. In just a few seconds, Tsukuyomi had gained 3 new wounds, and the pain was further affecting his performance. Facing 1 sword against 7, plus the occasional surprise attack from Kurabi's octopus tentacles, Tsukuyomi was in deep trouble, coming to a profound realization of his own strength and the gap between him and Kurabi. Damn it, is this my limit? I originally planned to shine in this competition, but I didn't expect to be eliminated right at the start. Tsukuyomi's heart was filled with unwillingness, but he had already been pushed to his limit. He estimated that in just a few more seconds, he wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. To make matters worse, Kurabi hadn't even fully unleashed his true strength, such as his tailed beast transformation, which he hadn't used. Damn it, I can't keep taking his attacks like this. I must find a chance to retreat. Otherwise, it's not just about my elimination, but letting the hidden Cloud Village gain another bell is a bigger issue. Gritting his teeth, Tsukuyomi swung his sword fiercely in a horizontal motion, forcefully pushing Karabi away, then quickly retreated, preparing to escape. However, Karabi had anticipated this. With a tug of his left hand, two nearly invisible steel wires were pulled up from the ground. In the next moment, two traps appeared beneath Tsukuyomi's feet, clamping down toward him. Tsukuyomi reacted quickly, jumping off the ground just in time, but before he could catch his breath, he saw Karabi looking at him with a confident smile. Upon seeing this scene, Tsukuyomi's heart sank, thinking not good. However, it was already too late. Karabi quickly formed hand signs and shouted goodbye. Lightning release, flash cannon. The next moment, Karabi condensed a dazzling white energy ball in his hand and hurled it at Tsukuyomi. The energy ball transformed into a white flash and shot toward Tsukuyomi at lightning speed. So fast that Tsukuyomi, who was still in midair, had no time to dodge. If we're talking about withstanding it head-on, it is basically impossible for Moonlight Gale's physical condition to endure. Upon seeing this scene, the audience in the stands immediately gasped in shock, as almost all the spectators believed that Moonlight Gale would definitely be eliminated this time. After all, at this moment, Moonlight Gale had nothing in midair to use for leverage to change his body position, and the energy ball looked extremely powerful, making it unrealistic to withstand it directly. Shuji Mikami closed his eyes, not wanting to witness the scene of Moonlight Gale being eliminated, as he was the first member of the Konoha representative team to be eliminated, which was quite awkward. Yuin also sat in her seat with a face full of despair, not daring to look at the big screen, just waiting for the commentary to announce the words, Moonlight Gale has been eliminated. Yamashiro Aoi also said with a face of regret, sigh, Moonlight Gale has really done his best. He has given it his all. Unfortunately, Karabi is stronger than him, and there's nothing to be done. Chapter 160, Dangerous Moonlight Gale. At this moment, it could be said that everyone, except for Uchiha Fugaku and Hataki Tsukumo, was certain that Moonlight Gale would definitely be eliminated this time. Shikaka Nara was informed by Fugaku Uchiha that Moonlight Gale would not be eliminated, and Fugaku Uchiha could foresee the future through his Mangeki Sharingan, which is why he knew that Moonlight Gale would not be eliminated by Killer Bee. However, everyone else, including the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, believed that this time they would likely be eliminated. In midair, Moonlight Gale shared the same thought. Watching the dazzling cannonball rushing towards him at lightning speed, he felt a chilling silence in his heart. If he had retreated earlier, perhaps he could have escaped. But because he was unwilling to give up and wanted to fight a little longer, he found himself unable to run away now, directly facing elimination. Damn it, I should have made a decisive decision. I ended up dragging Konoha down because of my indecisiveness. Moonlight Gale felt deep regret in his heart, gritting his teeth and gripping his sword, preparing to fight with all his might against the cannonball aimed at him. However, he knew very well that he absolutely could not block it. After all, he did not possess the ability of Yatsuka Hagi to split flames with a single strike. This time your bell is finally going to be in my hands. Karabi laughed proudly. Getting a bell from a Konoha representative team was quite significant, and he could show off to Yuzuki later. As the dazzling white light of the cannonball illuminated Moonlight Gale's face, it was about to hit him in the next second. At this critical moment, a blurry black shadow suddenly appeared amidst the light. Before his brain could react, he saw a shadow appear in front of him, and then it struck the cannonball, charging towards him with a single slash. Bang! A light sound echoed. The soccer-sized cannonball was instantly split in two by the person in front of Moonlight Gale, transforming into two smaller cannonballs that flew past the two of them at a 45-degree angle, striking the ground not far behind them and causing two violent explosions. Boom! Boom! The massive firelight cast a shadow over Moonlight Gale's face, which was filled with shock and surprise. At the same time, upon seeing the cannonball being split in half, Karabi was taken aback and instinctively shouted, "What the hell? What is this?" Due to the blinding explosion of the flash cannon that was split in half, an intense light was generated, making it impossible for Karabi, even with sunglasses on, to see the faces of Moonlight Gale and the person who suddenly appeared in front of him. Moreover, the two were backlit by the strong light, creating intense shadows, which made it even harder for Karabi to see. Who the hell is so ruthless that they can split a flash cannon in half? As Karabi backed away with his eyes closed, he rapped sarcastically about the situation. Moonlight Gale widened his eyes in shock, staring at the figure in front of him, and instinctively said, "You." At this moment, the person in front of Moonlight Gale turned around, revealing half of his handsome profile, and laughed. "Haha, Moonlight Gale, your level isn't very good. Getting beaten like this by just one Karabi, that's too weak." "Thank you so much," Moonlight Gale said with a helpless smile. This guy Yasaka clearly came to save the day, but the words he said only made people furious. However, that's just his personality, making it impossible for Moonlight Gale to stay angry. And he was very grateful to him. Thanks to you coming, otherwise this bell would have belonged to the Cloud-Hidden Village. Moonlight Gale sighed and said that by now, he finally realized the extent of his own strength. He also clearly recognized the distance between himself and Yasaka. The dazzling cannon that he couldn't withstand could be effortlessly split in half by Yasaka. The gap was undeniably large. At this moment, Yasaka turned back to Moonlight Gale and said, I heard fighting sounds coming from this direction, and I want to come over and pick up the pieces, taking out both of them while they were mutually exhausted. I didn't expect it would be you here. Thanks, otherwise I would have dragged Konoha down this time. Moonlight Gale expressed his gratitude again. Yasaka waved his hand dismissively and said, This time it was just because I didn't want the Cloud-Hidden Village to get more bells that I saved you. Next time I won't. Moonlight Gale twitched the corner of his mouth. Just when he felt a bit moved, Yasaka extinguished that feeling with one sentence. He was still that familiar Yasaka. On the other side, in the audience area, all the spectators were left dumbfounded, their eyes wide open and mouths agape, as if their expressions were frozen on their faces while they stared at the big screen. Even the commentators were momentarily speechless. They had just been shocked by the scene where Yatsuka split the flash cannon in half with a single strike. What the hell? What was that just now? Did he really split the flash cannon in two with one blow? Am I seeing things? ISNT, the flash cannon formed with the power of lightning? Theoretically, ISNT, that thing non-physical? How could it be split? Is this for real? Who is that person? What kind of operation is this? Can lightning really be split? ISNT lightning, fundamentally non-physical? For a moment, there was a flurry of discussions in the audience. Hearing those voices, Makoto Shuji couldn't be prouder. The moment Yatsuka appeared, the other spectators didn't recognize that figure. But Makoto Shuji immediately recognized that blurry silhouette as definitely Yatsuka. Then he witnessed Yatsuka slicing the flash cannon, saving the Moonlight Gale from peril. At that moment, Makoto Shuji felt like he was absolutely in love with Yatsuka. It was just too amazing, like a savior making an entrance. And it was so impressive that it left the entire audience in shock. Makoto Shuji even wished he could stand up right now and loudly shout to everyone around him. Did you see that? The person who split the lightning with one strike is my student. At that moment, Makoto Shuji was so happy he couldn't stop smiling. Most of the time, he found Yatsuka annoying, always disobedient and mischievous, but now he suddenly realized that Yatsuka was indeed a really good kid. Ha ha ha. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage was as delighted as Mikami Shuji. Chapter 161. Yasaka comes to the rescue again. Did you see that? Did you see that? I told you this kid would definitely not be eliminated. In a critical moment, you have to rely on Yasaka? Ha ha. The third Hokage laughed heartily while pointing at the crystal ball. Beside him, Jiraiya also had a big smile and said, This kid came at just the right time. Moonlight Gale was almost taken out. Orochimaru frowned and said, As far as I know, that kid was at least 7 kilometers away from Moonlight Gale just now. How did he hear the sounds of fighting from that distance? After a pause, Orochimaru continued, And how did he manage to cover 7 kilometers in under 5 minutes? Hearing Orochimaru's words, the others fell silent. There was no denying that the power Yasaka displayed this time had genuinely shocked everyone present. Many abilities Yasaka had never shown before amazed those who were seeing him for the first time. For example, his ability to stand easily on the tip of a land spike, similar to the super heavy rock technique, and his speed that allowed him to cross 7 kilometers in less than 5 minutes. This kind of speed was something even a master of taijutsu could not achieve. Yet Yasaka did it. This left a series of question marks for Orochimaru and the others present. This kid Yasaka has a lot of secrets. I didn't expect him to be hiding his strength all this time, Jiraiya said, astonished. Let us keep watching. Now he's up against Killer Bee. I wonder what will happen. The third Hokage said, pointing at the crystal ball. So everyone continued to focus on the crystal ball. At the same time, upon realizing that the newcomer was Yasaka, Killer Bee was taken aback and instinctively shouted, Yasaka, it's you. Wow, how did you do that? You actually sliced my lightning cannon in half with one blow. That's just ridiculous. Clearly, Killer Bee was shocked by the fact that Yasaka had split his lightning cannon in half. Such a thing had never happened before. And its sudden occurrence nearly made Killer Bee's mind freeze. Haha, Killer Bee, it just takes having hands, right? It's such a simple operation. Anyone can do it. You really have to ask? You're so weak. Yasaka laughed heartily. Behind him, Moonlight Gale rolled his eyes, thinking, Are you implying that I'm not human? Kirabi also rolled his eyes, thinking that with this statement, he was no longer qualified to be human. Yasaka, since you're here, that's great. I actually wanted to challenge you. So let's settle it here one-on-one and see who's stronger. Karabi said excitedly, pulling out the last sword from the sheath on his body. This scene immediately shocked Tsukikage and Jifeng, who were behind Yasaka, and a hint of bitterness rose in their hearts. They thought, this guy actually pulled out his 8th sword directly. It seems he believes he can't defeat Yasaka without using all 8 swords. And when dealing with me, he only needs 7 or 8 swords to defeat me. This gap is simply heartbreaking. The scene where Karabi pulls out the 8th sword elicited a chorus of screams from the audience outside, as they finally witnessed Karabi unleashing his true power. The legendary 8 Tails B sword technique was about to be executed in its entirety. It felt as if the spectators could smell the gunpowder in the air. As these two strong fighters finally faced each other, it was likely that an even more exciting and intense battle was about to unfold. The audience was eagerly anticipating this fight. One was the legendary 8 Tails Jinchuriki, whose mastery of the 8 Tails B sword technique had yet to be truly demonstrated. The other was the main captain of Konoha, known for his unbeatable swordsmanship, capable of slicing through heaven, earth, and air, defeating anyone with a single strike. When these two fought, it would be like a comet colliding with the earth, an explosive spectacle. Consequently, the atmosphere in the audience became even more fervent, with screams and shouts rising and falling, to the point where the commentators below excitedly remarked, the Yunin village's Kirabi faces off against Konoha village's Captain Yasaki. This matchup is sure to be incredibly thrilling. I've heard that Karabi is also a Jinchuriki, so perhaps he will tap into the power of the tailed beast this time. After all, Yasaki is no ordinary person. Without using the tailed beast's power, I can't imagine how Karabi could win. The commentator's words stirred the already enthusiastic audience into an even greater frenzy. At the same time, while the audience was eagerly anticipating the showdown between the two, Yasaka raised the katana in his hand, pointing the tip directly at Karabi, confidently declaring, Karabi, you still have a long way to go if you want to beat me. Huh, how can you know without trying? I'm really curious about what effect my 8 Tails B sword technique will have on you. Hee, let me show you. You really won't give up until you hit a wall, and today I'm in luck. With your bell, I've already gotten my 3rd bell, Yasaka said happily. Huh, I'm doing well too. With you and Tsukikage Shippu, I also have 2 bells. With that, Karabi let out a hearty laugh and charged at Yasaka, armed with all his short blades. Upon seeing Karabi rush towards Yasaka, the audience outside immediately widened their eyes in excitement, staring at the big screen. Even Noera Rin stood up and shouted, Yasaka, go. Take down that nasty octopus. Mikami Shuji also watched the big screen with crossed arms, exuding confidence. In his heart, Yasaka could never lose. So what if Karabi was a Jinchuriki? Just because he is a Jinchuriki doesn't mean he can do whatever he wants. He just hasn't encountered Yasaka before. Thus, Mikami Shuji confidently said to a nearby spectator, did you see that? The one called Yasaka, he is my student. He is actually your student. You're so amazing. The person next to him looked at Mikami Shuji in surprise. Mikami Shuji smiled without speaking, feeling an overwhelming sense of vanity at that moment. Finally experiencing the joy of a renowned teacher having an exceptional student, even though this outstanding student wasn't he really closely related to him. Meanwhile, in the illusion, Karabi jumped, instantly leaping into the air, unleashing all his power and showcasing the complete form of his 8 Tails B sword technique. Chapter 162. Karabi is in trouble seeing this. Tsukikage Shippu was instantly shocked, exclaiming this? Is this the true power of the 8 Tails B? It's so strong. No wonder he didn't use his full strength when he fought me. As he spoke, he suddenly looked at Yasaka with some concern. With Karabi unleashing all his power, the formidable display of 8 blades was truly terrifying. Tsukikage Shippu believed that if he faced it, he would definitely be defeated in an instant. Although Yatsuka is much stronger than himself, facing the fully unleashed Karabi at this moment, it would be difficult for him to resist. Therefore, Moonlight Gale hesitated for a moment and said to Yatsuka, Yatsuka, it's better for us to retreat. Are you joking? Yatsuka interrupted Moonlight Gale halfway through his sentence. Yatsuka yawned, looking as if he hadn't woken up, and casually said, with this little bit of skill, it's just a matter of 1 strike. Let me tell you, there is nothing in this world that can't be solved with 1 strike. If there is, then just use 2 strikes. Yatsuka turned sideways, speaking to Moonlight Gale while looking back, which made the charging Karabi feel like he had entered the wrong scene. He had already unleashed the full version of the Eight Tails. Yet Yatsuka did not seem to be fully focused on preparing to take the hit. Instead, he was chatting with someone else. This was an outright show of disdain. Karabi shouted, "Yatsuka, you will pay for your carelessness. I wonder, Bell, take this. Hey, get out of the way, I haven't finished talking to Moonlight Gale yet." Yatsuka turned back and casually swung his sword at Karabi, who was rushing in and had only spoken half a sentence. In the next moment, a dazzling white light flashed, and Karabi's mind went blank. His body flew backward like a kicked soccer ball. With a thud, Karabi crashed into a small hillside 30 meters away, creating a human-shaped dent in it. Why? Karabi lay in the dent, staring blankly at the sky, muttering to himself like an idiot. Next to him were 8 short knives scattered around, some stuck in the ground and some lying on the ground. At this moment, Yatsuka turned back to the stunned Moonlight Gale and said, "You see, he has a perfect example. One strike solved it. If he gets up later, I'll give him another strike. It's that simple. Is that so?" Moonlight Gale replied, still in a daze, staring at Karabi lying in the human-shaped dent, his mind blank. At this time, outside the arena, the audience, which had originally been in a heated atmosphere with deafening cheers, fell into complete silence. The entire venue was quiet. One could hear a pin drop. The commentator who had just been shouting loudly to narrate the match seemed petrified, staring blankly at the big screen, motionless. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 5 seconds passed. The entire stadium watching the match was silent, as if it were empty. Sanjo Shuji sat there with his mouth wide open, as if it could fit a light bulb. Hataki Sakumo looked at the big screen with a foolish expression. Uchiha Fugaku had a look of "I told you so" and was helpless. Yamashiro Aoba's sunglasses fell to the ground, but he was completely oblivious, staring at the big screen. Akimichi Choza had his mouth agape, and half a chicken leg dropped at his feet without him noticing. Yamashiro Kai's cigarette fell on his pants, burning a hole, and he didn't even realize it. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage was in shock, staring at the crystal ball without moving. Jiraiya's eyes were wide open. Orochimaru was still, and Tenten seemed dazed, while Mito Minion was silent. Everyone seemed frozen in time, completely still and silent, either with vacant expressions or looks of shock. All stunned into a state of brain-dead silence by the scene of Kira by being knocked away with a single strike from Yasaka. Caw! At that moment, a crow flew over the stadium, its call sounding remarkably out of place, but like an alarm clock, it broke the silence in the arena. Immediately, it was as if time resumed its flow, and the next moment, an unprecedented uproar erupted in the stadium. Hataki Sakumo let out a long breath, turned to Uchiha Fugaku, and said, "You knew it would be like this, didn't you?" Uchiha Fugaku said nothing, only nodded. At this moment, High Ian the Mountain realized that his pants had been burned by a cigarette, and Chiyo Dao Dingzhua discovered that the chicken leg had actually fallen to the ground. Sanshang Shiozi then noticed that his mouth was so big that he couldn't close it. A ninja spectator from Yunin Village stared incredulously at the big screen, looking at Karabi lying in a human-shaped pit, muttering to himself, "How is this possible? How can this be?" That was a strike from Karabi using the full power of the Eight Tails Be blade technique. Yet that guy just casually cut it away? It wasn't just this Yunin ninja who thought so. Most of the other spectators shared the same thought. They were not blind. Anyone with eyes could see that the previous strike from Yasaka was just a casual turn and a hand slash, truly just a casual slash. Without any preparation, he lazily cut Karabi, who was giving his all, over 30 meters away. If Toad Sage Zabuza were present, he would definitely be in tears, expressing that it was a disgrace to be cut away by Yasaka while he was facing him head-on, while Karabi was cut away with a casual backhand. Reflecting on the scene where Yasaka turned back and slashed Karabi, Yama Castle Aoba murmured in admiration. Is this the legendary backhand slash draw? Meanwhile, in illusion, Yasaka sheathed his sword, turned to Moonlight Shippu, and said, "Learn from this." He then walked toward Karabi, ready to take the bell from him. However, at that moment, Yasaka suddenly paused, turned to the 2 o'clock direction, and yawned. Another one coming to deliver a bell? What great luck today. Saying this, he continued toward Karabi, who was still in a dazed state, repeatedly mumbling the word "why." "Karabi, I accept your bell. You truly are a good person." At that moment, an angry roar came from not far away. "Yasaka, if you dare take Karabi's bell, I'll eliminate both you and that guy today. Who do you think you are?" Yasaka snatched the bell from Karabi's neck. Chapter 163. Trash Ninja Techniques, As Yasaka took the bell hanging from Karabi's neck, Karabi instantly disappeared from spot, teleported out of the illusion, leaving only a human-shaped pit. Seeing this scene, an angry roar came from not far away. A woman with disheveled hair rushed over with a furious look on her face, holding two bells, one with the symbol of Sunagakure and the other with the symbol of Kanagakure. The newcomer was none other than the leader of Yunin village, Yuzuki Ninjen. You actually took a bell from Konoha? Moonlight Shippu exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the bells in Yuzuki's hands. Humph, that person may have the Sharingan, but he was so weak that I took him out in an instant. Such a useless person, I think you shouldn't keep him. Upon hearing this, Yasaka realized that this bell came from Uchiha Obito. Only Uchiha Obito fit the description of a useless person with the Sharingan. At this moment, Yuzuki jumped down from the tree, glaring angrily at Yasaka, and said in a harsh tone, Yasaka, I told you to stop, and you didn't. Very well. Today I'll take both of your bells. If you want to take them, then come and get them, as long as you have the ability. Yasaka yawned again. He had stayed up late the previous night, so he felt a bit sleepy now, and this was also around the time he usually took a nap. Seeing Yasaka dozing off, Yuzuki thought he was deliberately pretending to show off, which made her even angrier. After glancing at the human-shaped pit left by Karabi, she cursed useless under her breath and then focused her gaze on Yasaka, directly beginning to form hand seals. At this moment, the audience outside was excited to see Yuzuki directly starting to hand seal without saying a word. This half hour could be described as incredibly thrilling. First, they witnessed Tsukikari swiftly defeating Karabi, then saw Yatsuka take down Karabi in one hit, and now they were about to witness Yatsuka versus Yuzuki. The intensity of this climax was simply exhilarating. Even the commentators were visibly excited, exclaiming, wow, wow, wow. Yatsuka just took down the representative from the hidden cloud village with one strike, and now he is going up against Yuzuki, truly the main force of Konoha. Next, everyone can feast their eyes on the showdown between the captains of the hidden cloud village and Konoha. Yuzuki quickly formed hand seals and unleashed his signature move, shouting, Fire Mouse Ball. In the next moment, Yuzuki spat out over 20 blue fireballs, each about the size of a cantaloupe, blazing with deep blue flames. After being expelled, these blue fireballs swiftly transformed into the shape of mice. Seeing this, Tsukikari was taken aback and exclaimed, These are all fire mouse balls. Yatsuka, retreat quickly. These fire mouse balls are very troublesome. Saying this, Tsukikari immediately backed away. However, after running about 5 to 6 meters, he turned back to see that Yatsuka was still standing in place, and he was taken aback, urgently shouting, Yatsuka, retreat. At that moment, Yatsuka turned to Tsukikari and said, There is nothing in this world that can't be solved with one strike. As Yasaki was speaking, the more than 20 blue fireballs that had transformed into mouse shapes rushed towards him at an incredibly high speed. As Yasaki uttered the last two words, the matter, he swiftly swung his blade, cleaving the leading fire mouse ball in two. Immediately, after being sliced in half by Yasaki's knife, the fire mouse ball vanished into thin air. What? Moonlight Gale was stunned, unable to believe what he was seeing as he looked at Yasaki. The legendary fire mouse ball, known for its lightning-fast speed and immense power, which had once defeated elite shinobi, had been effortlessly cut down by Yasaki. How could this be? Moonlight Gale was dumbfounded, and the same expression of disbelief was mirrored on the face of the opposing Yuzuki. The formerly arrogant Yuzuki now looked as if she had seen a ghost, watching Yasaki continuously slice her fire mouse balls. Ha, this is really simple, just like the Fruit Ninja game I played before, and even easier than that. Yasaki laughed heartily. With each swing, he had reduced the number of fire mouse balls to just 4. 2 seconds later, those last 4 fire mouse balls also met the same fate. Cut down by Yasaki. That's it, completely insufficient for me to warm up. Yuzuki, you're not up to par. Yasaki said seriously, genuinely believing that Yuzuki's fire mouse balls were lacking. However, to Yuzuki's ears, it sounded like mockery. How infuriating. This is simply too much. Yuzuki shouted, forming hand seals to unleash her jutsu. Lightning release, thunder wave. In the next moment, Yuzuki released a massive wave of lightning, resembling a tsunami. Unlike typical shockwaves with smaller ranges, this one was enormous, crashing towards Yasaki like a giant wave. The commentators outside the arena, witnessing this move, exclaimed into the microphone, Oh no, Yuzuki has truly unleashed her full power. This thunder wave is an A-rank jutsu, and even many elite shinobi might not be able to perform it. It looks like Yasaki might be in trouble this time. Such a large-scale jutsu is very effective against Yasaki, After all, a knife can't counter this kind of wide-area jutsu. Hearing the commentator's words, the audience began to worry for Yasaki. After all, the Thunder Wave was a large-area attack similar to a tidal wave or firewall. How could Yasaki possibly block it with a knife? Some spectators from the Cloud Village wore victorious smiles, thinking to themselves that the leader from Konoha was failing, and it would be their own leader from the Cloud Village who was stronger. Even Sanjo Haichir began to worry, realizing that the Thunder Wave couldn't be blocked with just a knife. Even using Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall would barely suffice. Yasaki is going to suffer this time. Sanjo Haichir thought through gritted teeth. However, while many were worried about Yasaki, he laughed heartily in the face of the tsunami-like lightning wave. Yuzuki, you only use these trash jutsu against me. Why not unleash the power of the tail beasts? Saying this, Yasaki swung his knife toward the oncoming wave of lightning. Trash jutsu? I want to see how you block my trash jutsu. Yuzuki began to respond, but suddenly, the thunder wave was effortlessly sliced in half by Yasaki's blade. Chapter 164. The shocked Yuzuki what? Yuzuki's eyes widened as she stared blankly at the lightning wave that had been cut in half so easily by Yasaki. Unable to believe her eyes. How could this be? With disbelief written all over her face, Yuzuki slapped herself hard, leaving half of her face swollen, murmuring to herself, "It shouldn't be like this. According to logic, I have a tailed beast. I shouldn't be affected by Jinjutsu." At this moment, Moonlight Gale stared wide-eyed at Yasaki, his hand trembling as he pointed at the lightning wave that had been sliced, stuttering, "Why you actually can cut this?" The once tsunami-like lightning wave, after being cut in half by Yasaki, split apart and surged away at a 45-degree angle, leaving a clear path in the middle for Yasaki. Seeing the scene, Moonlight Gale sat down on the ground, as if his worldview had collapsed, murmuring, "Lightning can be cut too? Haha, I told you it was trash jutsu, but you didn't believe me. Look, it was just a casual slice, and it was cut in half. What's so difficult about that?" Yasaki said with a carefree laugh, leaving Moonlight Gale's psyche once again brutally shaken. On the other side, Yuki had already contacted the two-tailed cat within him and confirmed that he was not under illusion. His expression immediately changed, looking at Yasaka as if he were a monster. "This must be your bloodline limit," Yuki said firmly, with an extremely determined expression, as if he were convincing himself. "From the very beginning, when you sliced through Killer Bee's lightning release, Jinchuriki cannon, to when you cut through my lightning release, pressure damage, these are all non-physical entities, yet you were able to sever them. This must be your bloodline limit." Yuki pointed at Yasaka, speaking with conviction. He had seen the dust release of the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, which could directly decompose things. So he thought that Yasaka might be using a similar technique capable of attacking non-physical entities. Bloodline limit? No, it's just a regular slash. Can't you just do it with your hands? Yasaka asked in confusion. To him, it really was just a matter of having hands and making a direct slash. Hearing Yasaka's words, Yuki thought he was deliberately mocking her, which made her even angrier. She laughed in anger. All right, you really are the leader of Konoha? You do have some skills, but if you think this can defeat me, you're sorely mistaken. As she spoke, Yuki showed a strange, sinister smile that looked somewhat grotesque and evil. "It's just a casual slash. You don't think this is my ultimate move, do you?" Yasaka shrugged, indicating that Yuki seemed to have misunderstood him. It really was just a casual slash. An indescribable aura rose from Yuki, causing the small stones around her to tremble slightly, with waves of energy radiating outward from her center. "Yasaka, I originally planned to use this in the later solo match, but I didn't expect to use it on you so soon. To be defeated by this move is quite an honor for you," Yuki said with a sinister expression. Her eyes widened, with the whites and pupils glowing green, and sharp fangs sprouted from her mouth, combining with her red lips to make her look extraordinarily eerie. "Wow, Yasaka was taken aback at Yuki's appearance. Finally realizing fear. "Huh? You're the first to see this form I've mastered," Yuki said with an evil laugh, her voice becoming somewhat distorted, as if two people were speaking at once. At this moment, Yasaki, with a look of horror, pointed at the transformed Yuzuki and exclaimed, "Isn't that a she-male?" In that instant, Yuzuki seemed to have experienced a long period of time, her mind entering a blank state, and in that emptiness, only one phrase echoed repeatedly, "Isn't that a she-male? Isn't that a she-male? Isn't that a she-male?" In a flash that felt like eternity after experiencing that moment, Yuzuki finally completely lost control. "Yasaki, I'm going to kill you." Yuzuki howled to the heavens, her hair, which was originally loose behind her, exploded into spikes. Standing upright, like a super saiyan, her eyes emitted a strange blue light, and her tiger teeth grew out to a length of 3 centimeters. She crouched down, on all fours, with her fingers and toes transforming into sharp claws. The most eye-catching feature was that a tail, composed of countless blue flames, sprouted from Yuzuki's backside, looking very eerie. Soon after, Yuzuki's entire body was engulfed in this strange blue flame. Yasaki. A slightly hoarse voice came from Yuzuki's mouth, and upon hearing this voice, Tsukikage Shippu, who stood behind Yasaki, felt a shock to his spirit. His mind became hazy, and he almost collapsed to the ground. It was actually a soul shock. Just the sound of her voice could have such an effect. Tsukikage Shippu knelt on one knee, struggling to keep himself from falling. Realizing that merely hearing Yuzuki's voice had left him more disoriented than if he had been attacked by an illusion, completely weakening him and rendering him unable to fight. Meanwhile, the audience outside, upon seeing Yuzuki's appearance, all widened their eyes in disbelief as they stared at the big screen. Most of them had never seen someone in that form before, so they were all very surprised. Wow, what's going on? Has she transformed? It seems like her body is covered with a layer of chakra armor. Is this the lightning release chakra mode of the Cloud Village? But it looks different from others. In an instant, the audience began to discuss among themselves, and at this moment, the commentator finally spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not the lightning release chakra mode, but rather Yuzuki's tail beast chakra cloak mode. Yuzuki is the Jinchuriki of the two tails, and at this moment, she has directly utilized the power of the tail beast, which is why she is in this form. Wow. The commentator's words immediately stirred up a huge wave of gasps from the audience. Tail beast transformation is an ability that is completely beyond the norm. It is known that even elite jonin would likely struggle against someone in tail beast transformation, let alone the fact that Yuzuki is merely a genin and can already achieve tail beast transformation. Moreover, she is using it while facing Yasaki. This is clearly a trump card. With this in mind, many people began to have a pessimistic view of Yasaki. After all, the opponent has already transformed into a tailed beast. Although most people had never seen a real tailed beast, a significant portion understood the concept of a tailed beast and knew that it was something only someone with Hokage-level strength could deal with. They never expected that a contestant from the Cloud Village would bring out such a hidden card. Otsutsuki Shomei clasped her hands in front of her chest, a look of deep concern on her face as she watched Yasaki on the big screen, as if she were speaking to him in this way. Yasaki, you must be careful. Mikami Hidesure suddenly stood up and shouted at the big screen, Hey, do you have a cheat this much? Even tailed beast transformation has come out. This is completely beyond the strength range of a genin. The person next to him glanced at Mikami Hidesure and then at Yasaki on the big screen, silently saying, It seems someone splitting the lightning shockwave with a single strike doesn't seem to fit the strength range of a genin either. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage shrugged helplessly and said, The guys from the Cloud Village are the most face-conscious. Sending a Jinchuriki to participate in the competition is quite in line with their style. Yuzuki is known as the perfect Jinchuriki. I wonder if Yasaki can withstand it. Orochimaru frowned and said, I think it's a bit difficult. After all, the tailed beast chakra cloak mode itself has extremely strong defensive capabilities, and even if injured, it possesses super regeneration abilities. Unless Yasaki can take out Yuzuki in one blow in this state. Otherwise, Yasaki will definitely not be able to defeat Yuzuki. At this time, Jiraiya interjected, So do you think Yasaki can take out Yuzuki in one blow? Orochimaru shook his head and said, Absolutely impossible. Just as Orochimaru and the others were conversing. In the illusion, Yuzuki looked at Yasaki with some confusion. She had already spoken several sentences and had intentionally focused her voice towards Yasaki. Logically, she should have been able to transmit a mental shock through sound waves to attack the enemy's mind. So after intensifying the sound waves to launch a mental attack on Yasaki, Yasaki should have fallen by now. However, reality did not unfold as Yuzuki had imagined. Tsukikage Shippu had already collapsed, but Yasaki still stood there confidently, showing no signs of struggling or being affected at all. How is this possible? Why are you not affected by the mental shock? Yuzuki asked Yasaki in a hoarse voice. Is that considered a mental shock? Are you joking with me? Yasaki laughed heartily, which only confused Yuzuki further. It doesn't make sense. How can you be completely unaffected? Yuzuki's face twisted in rage, but inside, she was very puzzled. At this moment, Yasaki spoke up. There was a time when I couldn't sleep at night, so I released a mental shock on myself to hypnotize myself. Eventually, I got used to it and found that mental shocks had no effect on me. It seems I adapted. Upon hearing Yasaki's words, Yuzuki first frowned, subconsciously considering whether Yasaki's statement made sense. Then she screamed in anger, releasing a mental shock on yourself. What kind of joke is that? How could you possibly have such an ability? As she spoke, Yuzuki suddenly exerted force with her limbs on the ground, and her whole body shot out like a blue streak of light, resembling a blue comet with a blue tail flame rushing towards Yasaki. She shouted loudly. Seeing this, Yasaki shrugged helplessly, glanced at the time, realizing he had already wasted almost half an hour here with Yuzuki, and muttered to himself, I should wrap this up quickly. I can't waste too much time here. Then, he raised his sword, pointing the tip at the incoming tailed beast Yuzuki, and casually said to her, What you call a mental shock is nothing. Let me show you what a real mental shock is. As he spoke, Yasaki has swung his blade towards Yuzuki. Don't talk nonsense, Yuzuki shouted, but before she could finish her words, her vision suddenly blurred, and a colossal blade, piercing through the clouds, descended from the sky towards her. In that moment, Yuzuki felt an indescribable sense of terror rising from the depths of her heart, overwhelming and inescapable, making her feel as if she were bound to a chopping board, helplessly watching herself being slaughtered, especially as the enormous blade drew closer. The soul-crushing fear nearly drove her to tears. It was an unresistible dread, unlike physical pain that could be endured through gritted teeth, but rather an attack that struck directly at her innermost vulnerabilities, disregarding any psychological defenses. In an instant, a vision flashed before her eyes of a two-tailed cat foaming at the mouth and lying on the ground, and then everything turned blurry. The world seemed chaotic and fragmented, like a shattered mirror, and then there was nothing more. She fainted. With a thud, Yuzuki, akin to a meteor rushing towards Yasaki with unstoppable force, collapsed to the ground, falling face first and sliding along the ground, finally stopping just at Yasaki's feet, leaving a 5-meter-long trench behind her. The once fierce charge of Yuzuki, like a tiger descending a mountain, ended with her sprawled on the ground, fainted at Yasaki's feet. Moreover, the cloak of tailed beast chakra around her had vanished, and she returned to her normal state. She had been struck back to her original form and knocked unconscious by Yasaki's blade from a distance. Witnessing this scene, Tsukiyomi Shippu, who had barely managed to rise, widened his eyes in shock and fainted again from the stimulus. The audience outside the arena watched the big screen with blank expressions, as if they had all turned into zombies. Chapter 166. Angry AI. Just moments ago, under the commentary, the two-tailed Jinchuriki, Yuki, who seemed incredibly impressive with various tailed beast transformations and chakra cloaks, was effortlessly defeated by Yasaka from a distance. The way he was defeated was quite peculiar. He charged halfway, then fell to the ground, his body sliding forward and leaving a 5-meter-long trench on the ground with his face before stopping at Yasaka's feet. This was undoubtedly an extremely awkward situation. Fortunately, Yuki had already passed out. Otherwise, even if he hadn't, he would probably have awkwardly coughed up blood and died on the spot. Especially since no one knew that the two-tailed cat inside Yuki had also been knocked unconscious by Yasaka's mental attack. Mikami Shuji, who had been standing and cursing at the screen where Yuki had transformed into the tailed beast chakra mode, was now silent, with a question echoing in his mind. Wasn't the Jinchuriki supposed to be very strong? Just this. In the Hokage office, Jiraiya glanced sideways at Orochimaru and cleared his throat, saying, Orochimaru, I think I just heard you say that Yasaka could never one-shot Yuki. Orochimaru fell silent immediately. The third Hokage chuckled, then shrugged and said to those around him, What's wrong with Jinchuriki? Can they do whatever they want? It's just because they encountered Yasaka. Ha ha ha. At the end, the third Hokage burst into loud laughter. Following that, Jiraiya also laughed heartily, while Tokiwa Komatsu nodded and said, This kid is really impressive and worth cultivating. If it weren't for some issues with his personality, he would definitely be the future Hokage successor. Hearing her say this, the third Hokage smiled and said, Jiraiya was quite similar to Yasaka when he was young. Now that he's grown up, he's much more stable. If it weren't for his disinterest in being Hokage and Orochimaru's refusal, I would have recommended Jiraiya. Jiraiya waved his hand and said, I don't want to be Hokage. It's too tiring and not free. It's more suitable for my student, Namikaze Minato. That kid is stable in character, young, and has good strength. He's the best candidate for Hokage. That's indeed the case. The third Hokage nodded and said, expressing his satisfaction with Namikaze Minato, believing he met all the criteria for Hokage. The only downside was his lack of reputation and youth, which led to some people's discontent. After all, he didn't have any impressive achievements. Just wait and see. Now, the two Jinchuriki from Kyumogakure, Killer Bee and Yuki, the strongest combat powers of Kyumogakure, have both been one-shot by Yasaka. I bet the people from Kyumogakure are about to explode with rage. Ha! The third Hokage was not wrong at all. As the leader of Kyumogakure, the future fourth Raikage, AI was about to explode with anger. Earlier, when Killer Bee was one-shot by Yasaka, AI had been so furious that he punched a nearby pillar, causing it to collapse, and was later approached by Konoha's people demanding compensation for the damage. After finally calming down, when AI saw Yuki immediately enter Tailed Beast Chakra mode without hesitation, he thought to himself that Yuki was indeed decisive, unlike Killer Bee, who hadn't even used his real strength before being one-shot. However, just less than 10 seconds after AI praised Yuki in his heart, he watched in disbelief as Yuki was also one-shot by Yasaka from a distance. Moreover, it was in such a humiliating manner, falling face first at Yasaka's feet. This was even worse than Killer Bee. It truly embarrassed Kyumogakure. At this moment, AI, who already had a bad temper, could no longer contain himself. He immediately erupted, unleashing his lightning chakra mode, a powerful wave sweeping in all directions. A layer of pale blue lightning chakra appeared around AI's body, resembling an outer garment, making his already muscular figure look even more robust. These useless fools. I will never let them go. AI gritted his teeth, glaring at the unconscious Yuki on the big screen and the humanoid crater left by Killer Bee nearby. When AI lost control of his emotions and violently blew away the more than 10 people around him, it quickly attracted the attention of the Konoha security forces. Soon, 3 figures appeared around AI, forming a triangle that surrounded him. AI, retract your chakra. This is not a place for you to unleash your chakra. One person said expressionlessly to AI, covered in thick lightning chakra, with arcs of electricity crackling across the surface. AI glanced at the speaker, gritted his teeth, and ultimately let out a frustrated huff before releasing the lightning chakra mode. Damn it, who is that guy called Yasaka? His sword technique carries such a powerful mental shock. AI said, his eyes fixed on Yasaka on the big screen, addressing the person in front of him. I'm sorry, but first, I don't know who Yasaka is, as even the Hokage hasn't figured him out. Secondly, even if I did know, I couldn't tell you. I hope you don't have any bad thoughts, after all. That would undermine the precious peace, the person said seriously to AI. Fine, I got it, AI said, forcing himself to control his emotions. In reality, if Killer Bee and others saw AI at that moment, they would be shocked because AI usually had a bad temper. He was manageable most of the time, but when he truly lost his temper, few could contain him. However, the figure in front of AI was able to suppress AI's anger with just a few words, making him behave like a law-abiding citizen, which shows the person's deterrent power over AI. As AI returned to his seat, he secretly thought, that guy named Yasaki, I must challenge him one-on-one when I get the chance. I want to see if his slashing technique can withstand my iron fists. AI had a certain understanding of mental attacks, so he immediately noticed that Yasaki's previous strike, which seemed to be an attack from a distance, was actually a slash that transformed his own will into an illusory blade, attacking the spirit of the Uzuki person in the form of a mental shock, causing the Uzuki's will to collapse and faint directly. This type of mental shock was something that the later Naruto Uzumaki also experienced when his daughter, Himawari Uzumaki, went dark after her doll was torn apart, using her finger as a medium to launch an attack, which ended up knocking out both Naruto and the Nine Tails inside him with a single move. Chapter 167, Continuous Elimination AI, was one of the few present who understood what a mental shock was. After all, mental shock was not like illusion. Illusions were quite common. But mental shock was something even more mysterious. Even Orochimaru didn't fully grasp it. Therefore, AI decided to confront Yatsuka for a one-on-one match after the competition, believing he could easily defeat Yatsuka and wanted to reclaim his honor. The two useless ones, Killer Bee and Yuzuki, were truly hopeless. It seemed the only hope left was with Darui and his team. However, thinking about this made AI sigh. He knew that relying on just Darui and his few comrades had little chance of competing for the championship. In fact, with both of their main forces from the Hidden Cloud Village eliminated by now, it basically announced their withdrawal from the championship race. From here on, they could only hope for luck to contend for second place and salvage a bit of face. Meanwhile, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause once again when they saw Yasaka swiftly take down Yuzuki with a single stroke. This time, it was different from before. Having already been stunned multiple times by Yasaka's impressive displays, the audience had developed a certain numbness to the shock. Nevertheless, they were still very excited. With Otsutsuki Ayam's palms turning red from clapping so hard as she continued to cheer. At that moment, she was unsure whether it was excitement or something else. As her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling with emotion and joy, reflecting Yasaka's figure. It seemed that in her eyes, there was only Yasaka, and everything else was ignored. When she saw Yasaka's commanding strike that instantly eliminated such a formidable opponent, it felt as if a little deer had leaped in her heart, almost making her cry out in excitement, as if Yasaka was simply too handsome and charming. Every move Yasaka made, even just walking forward, filled Ayam with joy, as if just watching him was enough to satisfy her, to the point where she didn't even notice her heart racing rapidly, beating strongly with excitement. So amazing, Yasaka-kun. Otsutsuki Ayam couldn't help but show a sweet smile, grinning from ear to ear. A slightly older girl beside her noticed her enchanted expression and smirked, thinking to herself that this little girl might have fallen in love. 50 meters away from Otsutsuki Shomu, Noera Rin watched Yasaki on the big screen with excitement, feeling that Yasaki looked incredibly cool at that moment. Even a simple, ordinary action of walking forward with a knife in his right hand looked so impressive. The boys nearby, seeing Noera Rin gazing at Yasaki on the screen like a lovesick girl, felt a surge of envy and jealousy, wishing they could be Yasaki on the screen and receive the admiration of many girls. In the environment, Yasaka sheathed his sword, lowered his body, and flipped over the Yuki person lying at his feet. Then, he grabbed the bell tied around the Yuki person's neck and put in his pants pocket. So far, Yasaka had successfully obtained 4 bells, 2 of which were quite valuable, belonging to the 2 major Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud Village, Karabi and the Yuki person. It could be said that Yasaka had easily eliminated the 2 dark horses of this competition all by himself. It seems this competition isn't that difficult, right, Moonlight Gale? You see, I was right. It only takes 1 sword strike, huh? After Yasaka spoke, he suddenly realized that Moonlight Gale had already passed out and was lying on the ground. He remembered that Moonlight Gale had been affected by the Yuki person's mental shock and had fainted. What a troublesome guy. If I just leave him here, someone passing by would essentially pick up a bell for free. Clearly, Moonlight Gale couldn't be awakened immediately, and if Yasaka carried him on his back, it would undoubtedly slow him down. So, Yasaka frowned, thought for a moment, and suddenly had a good idea. Next, Yasaka ran to the side, gathered a lot of dry grass, and found 2 longer sticks. He tied the sticks together with rope to form a cross shape, then bound Moonlight Gale to the cross with rope, creating a depiction reminiscent of Jesus. Immediately after, he covered Moonlight Gale's entire body with glue and plastered his face with straw, finally sticking the cross he was bound to into the ground. At a glance, it was impossible to recognize this as a person. Any normal person would take him for a scarecrow. Yasaka walked around the scarecrow version of Moonlight Gale a few times, feeling that something was missing. After thinking for a moment, he made a template and hung it around Moonlight Gale's neck, which read, Yasaka eliminated the Yuki person and Kirabi here. Satisfied after inspecting the scarecrow with the battle achievement plaque, Moonlight Gale, Yasaka nodded and left the place. After the bell was taken by Yatsuka, the Yuki people were directly teleported out of the illusion. At this moment, on a small square outside the environment, there were 7 or 8 people standing. Among them was the ninja who was killed in an instant by Yatsuka during the smoke bomb incident, as well as the ninja who was ambushed by Uchiha Bito and also killed by Yatsuka. Both of them looked furious as they stared at a small broadcasting screen in the square, where Yatsuka's image was being played, causing them to grit their teeth in anger. Damn it, I was planning to survive a little longer, but I ran into that guy as soon as I entered. Great, I was eliminated in less than 5 minutes. I can't even show my face anymore. Me too. I originally wanted to ambush that Uchiha clan member. I was so close to eliminating him. But then that guy suddenly came out and beat me up badly before eliminating me. It's infuriating, said one of them, filled with resentment. Being eliminated isn't scary. What is scary is that before being eliminated by Yatsuka, he had his mouth taped shut by Yatsuka and couldn't shout the words I surrender, leading to him getting beaten up badly before being eliminated. At that moment, a contestant who had been eliminated by someone else patted the man's shoulder and said, Don't be angry, at least you're better off than those 2. Saying this, the person pointed to the ground where Karabi and Yuki were lying. Chapter 168. Is he a devil? The crowd then turned their attention to Karabi and Yuki, who were sprawled out on the ground. These two had previously been the most arrogant and flamboyant among the contestants. Now, one was lying on the ground, staring blankly at the sky, like a fool, continuously muttering the word why. One of them was lying on the ground in a coma, with drool at the corner of his mouth. What? Isn't that the two Jinchuriki from the cloud-hidden village? How could they be eliminated? They should be very strong. Who eliminated them? The person speaking was the contestant named Tao Jiju, who had been taped up and beaten by Yashaka. He was currently looking at the two Jinchuriki lying on the ground with disbelief. They were eliminated by Yashaka, one after the other. The speaker said with a clearly gloating tone, after all, Yuki and Karabi had always attracted attention due to their conduct, partly because the cloud-hidden village itself was quite arrogant, and partly because of their proud personalities. Many people previously thought they might be contenders for the championship in this competition. But now, in less than an hour, they were eliminated, one dazed and one unconscious. Their image couldn't be worse. What the hell? Tao Jiju's mouth dropped open in disbelief, and he trembled as he pointed at Karabi and Yuki lying on the ground, then looked at the person in front of him and stammered, Really? If you don't believe me, go ask them. At that moment, Tao Jiju felt like he had been struck by lightning. Was Yashaka a devil? And why was he so unlucky? He hadn't been in for long when he encountered someone who could take down two Jinchuriki from the hidden mist village at once. That was just too unfortunate. However, he quickly recovered and even felt better. It seems that there's nothing to be ashamed of in my elimination. After all, the two Jinchuriki from the hidden mist village were bragging so much before, and now they've been eliminated too. Taizizu immediately laughed heartily with his hands on his hips. Meanwhile, in the environment, while Yatsuka easily eliminated Yuzuki and Killer Bee, Kakashi Ataki was still engaged in a life-and-death battle with Zabuza Momochi. Water release, great waterfall technique. Zabuza Momochi spat out a large amount of water, which then surged up dramatically, forming a massive wave reaching 6 or 7 meters high, crashing towards Kakashi Hatake. The power of this wave was tremendous, strong enough to crush ordinary buildings. If a body of below Chunin level tried to withstand it, unless it was someone like Killer Bee with a muscular physique, they would basically be crushed on the spot. Earth release, earth flow wall technique. Kakashi Ataki still used his best earth flow wall technique to barely block the incoming wave. But the earthen wall itself was already covered in cracks and on the verge of collapse. Kakashi was slightly panting. He had originally thought that Zabuza was only skilled in assassination, and as long as he broke his mist technique, there was nothing to fear. However, now that they were fighting, Kakashi realized that Zabuza's strength was quite impressive. Just because he seemed a bit mentally unstable at times didn't mean he was weak in actual combat. Indeed, no one who came to participate in the competition was easy to deal with. Kakashi thought to himself, but he wasn't afraid. After all, he was known as Kakashi, the copy ninja, able to hold his own against anyone. Therefore, being evenly matched with Zabuza was just a routine operation. Kakashi Hatake, I didn't expect you to hold on quite well, but it ends here. I'm taking your bell. Zabuza revealed a sinister smile. So far, he hadn't used all his strength just to gauge Kakashi's abilities. He found it strange that no matter how much strength he used, Kakashi could always match him. Whenever Zabuza thought he just needed to put in a little more effort to defeat Kakashi, Kakashi's strength would also rise a bit, which is why they hadn't determined a winner yet. This was what Zabuza couldn't tolerate. He didn't want to waste any more time. Seeing Zabuza say this, Kakashi's expression turned wary, realizing that Zabuza was finally going to show his true abilities. So he also prepared to bring out the results of his training during this time. Originally, he had intended to use that move to defeat Yatsuka, but now it seemed he would have to use it against Zabuza first. Although it was an incomplete technique, it was just right to use Zabuza as an experimental subject. Kakashi thought to himself, recalling the scenes from the past month during his hellish training, where he developed that technique to deal with Yatsuka. Yatsuka split the flames with a single strike. I can't fall behind him, so I severed the lightning. Therefore, I'll temporarily call this move Lightning Cutter. Kakashi recalled the day he fought desperately, using an incomplete version of the Lightning Cutter to sever the lightning that fell from the sky. What Kakashi regretted was that he originally wanted to save this move for the later individual matches, but he didn't expect to have to reveal it here. At that moment, Zabuza began to form complex hand seals, and two water clones rose from the surface of the water on either side of him. Kakashi Hatake, this is my latest creation, water release. Water elemental clone, completely ignoring physical attacks. Even if they get dispersed, they can reassemble. I want to see how you plan to deal with this move. Zabuza revealed a sinister smile. Hearing his words, Kakashi furrowed his brow, ignoring physical attacks, reassembling after being dispersed. This made things a bit tricky for him, because even his lightning cutter was primarily a physical attack type. Even if he dispersed Zabus as water elemental clones, they could still reassemble, which was basically ineffective. It seemed that he had to attack the real body instead. Kakashi thought to himself, focusing his gaze on Zabuza, contemplating how he could take down Zabuza himself. At this moment, an excited voice suddenly came from the side. "Ah, it's Momochi Zabuza. So you're here." Chapter 169. Did I let you go? The sudden voice surprised both Momochi Zabuza and Kakashi Hitaki, causing them to turn their heads towards the direction of the sound. They then saw Yatsuka, who was standing on a branch with an excited expression, holding a knife in one hand and resting the other on the trunk of the tree. "What? It's this guy." Momochi Zabuza was momentarily stunned, completely not expecting to suddenly encounter Yatsuka. "Ah, it's actually Yatsuka. How did he get here?" Kakashi Hitaki looked at Yatsuka in surprise, deep in thought. At this moment, Momochi Zabuza let out a heavy cold snort and said fiercely to Yatsuka, who was not far away on the tree, "Umph. I was just worried about not being able to find you, but I didn't expect you to come to me. Perfect. I don't have to look for you anymore. Today we'll settle both old and new scores, and you too will leave your bells here." As he spoke, Momochi Zabuza picked up the large sword stuck nearby and slammed it down hard beside him, splashing a large amount of water. "Has such big talk. Whether you can get my bell depends on your ability," Kakashi Hitaki said with a smirk. Now that Yatsuka had arrived, it was a 2-on-1 situation. As long as they didn't let Momochi Zabuza escape, today, Momochi Zabuza's bell would belong to the Konoha team. Thinking of this, Kakashi Hitaki stopped the hand signs he was halfway through for his lightning cutter. After all, with 2 people now, there was no need to use his ultimate technique. He then looked up at Yatsuka on the branch and said, "Yatsuka, let us take him down together. Don't let him escape." Just as Kakashi finished speaking, Momochi Zabuza let out a derisive laugh and said disdainfully, "You're the ones who should be worried about escaping, Kakashi Hitaki. If you have the guts, don't run. Once I take down Yatsuka, you'll be next." Kakashi was about to respond when Yatsuka said from the tree, "Kakashi Hitaki, you should go. This guy is for me to deal with. He is not very strong. I'll catch up with you in a bit." "Umph, what a bold claim. I just wasn't using my full strength before, and being careless allowed you to knock me away. This time, you won't have such good luck. Do you really think you're strong?" Momochi Zabuza said with a dark tone. Momochi Zabuza had always been brooding over being knocked away by Yatsuka before. He had been looking for an opportunity to confront Yatsuka and regain his honor. Now that Yatsuka had come to him, he wanted to take this chance to brutally defeat Yatsuka and re-establish his authority in front of others. Therefore, the look in Momochi Zabuza's eyes when he looked at Yatsuka was filled with vengeful fury, and a strong fighting spirit surged within him, causing his muscles to tremble slightly. He felt like a cheetah that had spotted its prey, eagerly anticipating the upcoming battle and enjoying the thrill of taking down his opponent. Seeing that Yatsuka said he would let him go first, Kakashi Hitaki weighed the pros and cons and thought that since this was a team competition, the overall situation was more important. With Yatsuka's strength, he should be able to handle Momochi Zabuza without any issues. Thus, Kakashi Hitaki made a decision in an instant to let Yatsuka deal with Momochi Zabuza and went off to find others. Kakashi nodded, said nothing, and directly turned ahead in another direction. "Did I let you go?" Momochi Zabuza shouted, stepping down and splashing a handful of water. That splash of water instantly transformed and reformed into a 1-meter-long water arrow, which shot towards Kakashi Hitaki with a whoosh sound, clang, with a crisp sound. As soon as the water arrow flew halfway, it was struck in the middle by a stone thrown by Yatsuka, making a sharp sound before turning into a puddle of water on the ground. "I said let him go, and he can go. Not even the water shadow can keep him." "That is what I said," Yatsuka said, resting the large sword on his shoulder with a proud and domineering expression. "You're looking for death." Watching Kakashi quickly disappear into the forest, Momochi Zabuza slowly turned to look at Yatsuka, his voice hoarse and gritted teeth. His eyes filled with murderous intent that almost turned tangible, exuding a sinister aura, glaring at Yatsuka like a vicious wolf. And this scene made the audience outside watch with great anticipation, especially when Yazaka said, "Even the water shadow can't hold him," exploded like a bomb, dividing the audience in an instant. At that moment, a wave of wow gasped from the audience, as countless people were shocked beyond measure by Yazaka's domineering words. Many girls first widened their eyes in disbelief. Then their expressions turned into fervent admiration, as if they had seen their idol. The fervent excitement, akin to that of devoted followers, left many male spectators stunned. The usually quiet girls were unexpectedly so excited, as if they were seeing their male god, screaming and waving their arms, causing the audience to be filled with the words Yasaka and male god. A male ninja looked in disbelief at the girl he had secretly admired for a long time, who had always been gentle and spoke softly. Now shouting Yasaka's name like she was drunk, completely transformed. This situation occurred numerous times in the audience, to the point where Otsutsuki SHBU felt uncomfortable because so many women were shouting Yasaka's name, making her feel as if something of hers was being coveted by others. However, at the same time, Yasaka's popularity and the adoration from countless people made Otsutsuki SHBU feel extremely excited and proud. The more amazing Yasaka was, the happier she became. Clearly, Yasaka and I are just ordinary friends. Why do I feel both happy and unhappy hearing so many people shout his name? Otsutsuki SHBU was very confused and did not realize she was somewhat jealous of those women shouting Yasaka's name. Inuzuka Jinken glanced around, listening to the deafening screams, and helplessly said to Yamashiro Aoi beside him, "I'm a bit jealous of Yasaka. So many girls are infatuated with him. I really envy him." Yamashiro Aoi smiled and replied, "Indeed, that line from Yasaka just now was incredibly domineering. Don't you think so?" Inuzuka Jinkan nodded. "I feel like that line is going to become a classic quote. Who knows this guy? He's really impressive." Chapter 170. Classic quotes. Even the commentators outside were shouting, "Wow, Yasaka is so domineering. Even the water shadow can't hold him. I'm telling you." This line is simply overflowing with dominance. Hearing the commentators' enthusiastic shouts, Mikami Shuji couldn't stop smiling. He realized that although Yasaka usually seemed careless, when it was his time to shine, he was more reliable and domineering than anyone else. This is what a real man is. Why didn't he expect this kid Yasaka to have such skills? Impressive indeed. Mikami Shuji felt very good. Meanwhile, in Illusion, Momochi Zabuza and Yasaka were not directly fighting as the audience expected. At this moment, one was standing in the water, and the other was on a tree, staring at each other without making a move, as if time had paused, standing still. However, despite not moving, the aura they exuded was even more terrifying than if they had engaged in battle. At this moment, they were locked in each other's gaze, and the air seemed filled with the smell of gunpowder. Even the audience outside, not present at the scene, could feel the tension between the two, as if a great battle was imminent and ready to erupt. Momochi Zabuza's cold gaze fixed on Yasaka, and the scene of being sent flying out of the restroom by Yasaka a few hours ago kept replaying in his mind. At that time, there were quite a few people in the small square below. So many witnessed him being sent flying, and within just 2 minutes, it spread among all the competitors that Momochi Zabuza had been knocked out of the restroom by Yasaka. Not only that, but he was also heavily mocked by Terumi Mei. Although Momochi Zabuza tried hard to appear indifferent and unconcerned when he was sent flying, inside he was ready to explode. Yasaka had humiliated him, and he was determined to take revenge. Thus, up until 5 minutes ago, Momochi Zabuza had been holding back his anger, waiting for the moment he would confront Yasaka to unleash his pin-up fury without reservation. Now, the moment for revenge and to vindicate himself had finally arrived. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. The deathly silent standoff was broken by Momochi Zabuza's loud shout as he unleashed the water dragon bullet technique. In the next moment, the surface of the river rose dramatically as if a tide was coming in, and a massive dragon head made of water emerged from the water. Following that, the dragon head propelled its enormous and elongated body skyward, revealing a gigantic water dragon over 50 meters long, perched in the clouds. Its gaping maw and eyes exuding a murderous intent, glaring fiercely at Yasaka. This was the true power of Momochi Zabuza's water release, water dragon bullet technique, which was 5 or 6 times stronger in both power and size compared to what he had unleashed against Kakashi. At this moment, Momochi Zabuza was genuinely serious and prepared to go all out. While he couldn't truly kill Yasaka, he could at least vent his anger. "Wow, what a huge water dragon!" Yasaka exclaimed, looking up at the water dragon above him, locking eyes with it. The water dragon was as tall as a 20-story building, its massive head larger than an elephant's, and just gazing at it gave a strong sense of pressure, akin to a phobia of large objects. If Uchiha Obito were here, he would likely be paralyzed with fear. Unfortunately, standing here was the strongest genin of Konoha, the captain of the Konoha representative team, Kiki Yatsuka. Although the first two characters of his name sounded like Kakashi, their strengths were entirely different. The former could only barely defend against the water dragon unleashed by Momochi Zabuza in its current state. As for the latter, when faced with the powerful water dragon technique of Momochi Zabuza, he could still say, wow, that dragon is huge, without being affected at all. How about that? Are you scared now? But I won't let you go. I will use you to wash away the humiliation you brought me. Go. Water dragon technique. Momochi Zabuza shouted, and in the next moment, the massive water dragon perched in the clouds opened its enormous mouth and let out a thunderous roar as it dove fiercely toward Yatsuka. The giant dragon head, capable of easily swallowing an elephant, surged downward from the sky, creating a strong sense of pressure just by looking at it, as if being hit would result in being crushed to pieces. The open dragon mouth resembled an endless abyss, instilling fear in those who beheld it. Seeing this, confidence surged within Momochi Zabuza. Such a powerful water dragon was impossible to block. He displayed a mad grin and shouted, "Tremble, suffer, howl in madness, Kiki Yatsuka. Your time of death has come. You have angered me, Momochi Zabuza, and this is your tragic end." However, the terrifying water dragon, as it charged towards Yatsuka, showed no signs of tension or pressure on Yatsuka's face. Instead of fear, there was an expression of surprise and scrutiny, as if he were observing something astonishing. It seemed as if he didn't regard the massive water dragon as a threat at all. In fact, as the giant water dragon dove toward him, he even turned to Momochi Zabuza and asked, "Zabuza, how did you make the dragon's eyes glow? Did you put light bulbs in the water?" Even at the brink of death, he was pondering such questions. "You're deliberately using this to mask your fear, aren't you?" Momochi Zabuza shouted, feeling very uncomfortable with Yatsuka's performance. The scene he had anticipated of Yatsuka being scared never materialized. Instead, Yatsuka appeared completely unconcerned, asking him why the dragon's eyes were glowing, as if he had not noticed the enormous water dragon charging at him. This left Momochi Zabuza feeling as if he had just punched the air in frustration. However, Momochi Zabuza didn't dwell on this, as soon Yatsuka would be smashed flat by the massive wave of water right before his eyes. Outside the arena, everyone in the audience and those in Hokage's office were focused on Yatsuka on the screen, eager to see how he would handle such a large-scale ninjutsu. After all, Yatsuka was a melee ninja wielding a sword, and logically, he should be significantly restrained by this type of ninjutsu. "I bet $10 Yatsuka can slice the water dragon in half," Jiraiya suddenly said. "Impossible, that water dragon is too big. There's no way to slice it." "If he can, I'll eat this table," Orochimaru replied after some thought. Hearing Orochimaru's words, the third Hokage's mouth twitched, and he had a bad premonition. His disciple was undeniably a genius in terms of talent, but sometimes he was just too rigid, not turning back until he hit a wall. This made the third Hokage wonder if his table would be safe, even though he didn't think Yatsuka could slice the water dragon in half. After all, while Yatsuka had previously sliced through flames, light cannons, and lightning shockwaves, those were all formless and relatively smaller in size. Looking at the huge water dragon now, its body is thicker than the cross-sectional area of an elephant's body. Such a gigantic water dragon, even if used by the wind-style expert Shimura Danzo with wind release, vacuum wave cannot be cut through, let alone by Yatsuka. At this thought, the third Hokage said to Orochimaru, "Orochimaru, although I also don't think Yatsuka can split that huge water dragon, I think it's better for you not to bet with Jiraiya." Orochimaru shook his head and said, "One must uphold their ninja way. If one cannot even stick to their own views, then what is the point of being a ninja?" Then, with a slightly hoarse voice, Orochimaru pointed at the small wooden table in front of Jiraiya and said, "If Yatsuka can split the water dragon in one strike, then I will eat this table. Orochimaru, you will regret this." "You said it yourself. I didn't force you," Jiraiya replied. Jiraiya, one should not be too arrogant." Orochimaru coldly snorted, full of confidence. Meanwhile, Momochi Zabuza had a sinister smile on his face, as if he envisioned Yatsuka being severely injured and eliminated by the water dragon, and himself obtaining Yatsuka's bell. He shouted wildly, "Die, Yatsuka! This is the consequence of provoking me." Yatsuka was clearly curious about how Momochi Zabuza managed to make a water dragon, entirely made of water, glow. However, not only did Zabuza refuse to tell him, but he also told Yatsuka to go die. Yatsuka shrugged and scoffed, "Tsich, what a stingy guy, not even willing to tell me. Since that's the case, there's no need for your water dragon to exist." With that, Yatsuka huffed disdainfully, raised his right hand, and with an upward motion, wielded his katana from below, silently chanting "Steel slash," and fiercely slashed at the water dragon. In the next moment, a massive crack appeared at the head of the imposing water dragon. Following that, the crack rapidly expanded, as if the water dragon had collided with an invisible great sword, causing it to split in half right in midair, starting from its head. Witnessing this scene, the previously smug and cursing Zabuza was instantly frozen in place, his eyes nearly bulging out, and he blurted out, "How is that possible?" There, about 10 meters away from Yasaka, the water dragon was visibly severed in half from the head, truly split into two symmetrical halves while still maintaining the shape of a water dragon. This scene left the onlookers dumbfounded. It was simply too exaggerated. Someone actually managed to slice a water dragon in half with a single strike. What kind of operation was this? And why did you chop the water dragon made of water in half with just one stroke? It seems like you did it effortlessly. Shouldn't it have been a struggle? With you gritting your teeth and giving it your all? At this moment, the audience, which had been noisy, fell into the same silence as a few minutes ago, all staring in shock at the big screen, where the water dragon, split in two, rushed towards both sides of Yatsuka's body, directly allowing Yatsuka to pass. Then, the water dragon, now in two halves, smashed down onto the ground, splashing up towering waves that spread out in large swathes of water. The large tree that Yasaka stood on swayed left and right under the impact of the rushing water, but it never fell. As a result, Yasaka was unharmed, and not even his clothes got wet, which left Orochimaru, who was watching this scene, pale with disbelief. How is this possible? How'd he do it? I didn't see him perform any wind release hand seals. How did he manage to cut the water dragon from a distance? Orochimaru frowned, staring at the crystal ball and muttering to himself like a madman. On the side, Jiraiya leaned over with a beaming face and said, "Orochimaru, as a ninja, you must keep your word and honor your promises." The third Hokage immediately covered his face, thinking that his desk was surely doomed. However, he suddenly realized that this was a solid wood desk, not made of chocolate, and Orochimaru couldn't possibly chew through it. But just as he thought this and moved his hand away from his eyes, he saw Orochimaru take a bite out of a corner of the desk and swallow it. "Orochimaru, you actually ate it." The third Hokage stammered, pointing at Orochimaru, who was eating the desk, his voice trembling. "What's the big deal? It's just a desk. I'll compensate for it." Saying this, Orochimaru took another large bite out of the desk and chewed forcefully. "That's not the point of compensation." The third Hokage was about to go crazy. They were clearly not on the same page. Meanwhile, after the massive water dragon was sliced in half by Yasaka, Momochi Zaemon took a while to recover. He couldn't wrap his head around the fact that water could actually be split, and he was struggling to accept this reality. Is this guy a monster? Momochi Zaemon thought in astonishment. I've never encountered someone who could even slice water before. Isn't that a bit against the laws of physics? At this moment, Yasaka jumped directly from the tree and landed on the surface of the water. Due to Zabuza Momochi's jutsu, the area within a radius of several hundred square meters had been completely flooded, becoming a place very suitable for Zabuza to fight. "Zabuza Momochi, can we resolve this battle through conversation?" Yasaka asked very amicably. "Through conversation?" Zabuza Momochi asked in confusion. Yasaka nodded, a sincere smile on his face, and said to Zabuza Momochi, "Zabuza Momochi, would you be willing to surrender and hand over the bell directly to me?" Chapter 172. The negotiation failed. Don't joke around. Water release, water bullet technique. Zabuza Momochi was instantly furious, and the negotiation with Yasaka fell through. He swiftly used the water release jutsu, and suddenly more than a dozen water balls the size of apples floated on the water surface. At Zabuza Momochi's command, they shot toward Yasaka with a whoosh 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 sound. Seeing these rapidly flying water balls, Yasaka suddenly remembered the previous fruit ninja, thinking they were not much different, and he laughed heartily, charging toward the water balls. "Idiot! These water balls can explode. Do you really think you could treat them like fruit ninja?" Zabuza Momochi sneered, beginning to form hand seals. After his observation, he was certain that Yasaka would not use fire release. The mist concealment technique is most afraid of fire release, so now that Yasaka won't use fire release, it means that his mist concealment technique can be used again. The water elemental beings he created earlier were specifically designed and developed by him as a ninjutsu to counter the mist concealment technique. Under the mist concealment technique, these water elemental beings could unleash a terrifying power. At the same time, Yatsuka rushed towards the group of water orbs, leaping up to slash at one of the water cannonballs, instantly shattering it. However, as Momochi Zabuza had mentioned, those cannonballs would explode, and the explosion was quite powerful. With a loud boom, a massive splash of water shot up into the sky, engulfing Yatsuka's figure. Immediately afterward, the remaining 10 or so water cannonballs surged in, entering the newly created splash and causing a series of boom, boom, boom explosions. In an instant, the area where Yatsuka had been was transformed into a vast expanse of explosive water waves. Ha! This fool really thought the water cannonballs from the water bubble technique were just fruit to be sliced. What a fool. With this, his bell will belong to me. The audience outside the arena, after seeing Yasaka being engulfed by a series of explosions from the water cannonballs hitting his back, began to worry about his condition. Some feared that Yasaka would be injured, while others worried that he would be directly eliminated by the explosions. In the stands, Noera Jinkan elbowed Yamashiro Aoi, his face filled with concern as he asked, "Do you think Yasaka might get eliminated right away? After all, that explosion looked pretty powerful. A normal person would probably be killed by such an explosion." Noera Gunkan's words made sense, as the explosive power of those water cannonballs was comparable to detonating tags. Being bombarded by over a dozen detonating tags, anyone without special abilities would likely be killed. Previously, Tsunade's younger brother, Rope Tree, had been killed by more than a dozen detonating tags after accidentally stepping into a trap, and now Yasaka's situation was similar to Rope Tree's. He was being bombarded. Yamashiro Aoi pushed up his sunglasses, his expression serious and contemplative as he said, "That's hard to say. After all, Yasaka's strength lies in his slashing technique, which is an offensive ability, but these water cannonballs are not afraid of being cut. The explosive power is also very strong. No matter how strong Yasaka's slashing technique is, he can't defend against the shockwaves. Exactly, that's the point. Even if Yasaka can cut lightning or water, he ultimately cannot cut the shockwaves. And without any defensive ninjutsu, being directly blasted at close range could be fatal," Noera Jinkan said with a pained expression. Not only were the two of them pessimistic about Yasaka, but others shared the same view. After all, Yasaka was known for his offense and often attacked instead of defending, but when his attacks became ineffective, he had no defense. How could he avoid being killed by the explosive power of these water cannonballs? That was a very serious problem. "Come on, Yasaka." Otsutsuki Shofu clasped her hands together. Looking worriedly at the screen where the water mist swirled after the explosion, her view obscured by the vapor, unable to see what was happening inside. She silently prayed, "Yasaka will be fine." Mikami Shuji stood up anxiously from his seat, his eyes fixed on the mist, as he was one of the few who knew Yasaka's obvious weaknesses. It could be said that the water cannonball technique was very restraining for Yasaka, as he had powerful attacks but virtually no defense. And the water cannonballs were not afraid of slashing. Yasaka couldn't cut through the shockwaves, so he basically had no way to deal with the water cannonballs. If he had encountered this technique before obtaining the Iron Body skill, there was a significant chance he would have been eliminated on the spot. But now it was different. Yasaka possessed the Iron Body ability, which allowed him to withstand attacks equivalent to detonating tags. However, Mikami Shuji and the others were unaware of this and were in a state of anxiousness. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and even Orochimaru, who was currently chewing on the table, all had their eyes fixed on the crystal ball. This was the first time they had felt this tense since the start of the match. These individuals understood how the water cannonballs countered Yasaka. Simply put, it was because the water cannonballs were not afraid of Yasaka's slashing attacks, and Yasaka had no defensive capabilities. Orochimaru, who had already consumed half the table, squatted in front, staring intently at the crystal ball, his pupils constricted. Jiraiya, who usually acted carefree, now had a serious expression, while the third Hokage looked tense, pressing his hands on the table and leaning forward, almost pressing his face against the crystal ball. "Don't screw this up, kid. He's a trump card for Konoha. If he's taken down by a mere water cannonball technique, it would be a joke." The third Hokage said nervously, "What is this kid thinking? The opponent is using water cannonballs, and he has no defensive ninjutsu. Instead of dodging, he charges right in. Does he really think those water cannonballs won't explode if he cuts them?" Tsunade said, also feeling tense. At that moment, time seemed to slow down as everyone's gaze concentrated on the big screen, waiting for the mist to dissipate and reveal the final result. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, and time felt elongated. The screen was filled with swirling mist, obscuring the specific situation. The stadium was silent, and even the commentators put down their microphones, straining their necks and staring at the big screen, waiting for the outcome. Chapter 173. A blind cat meets a dead mouse. Yasaka won't really be eliminated by the explosion, right? Yumino Irika said anxiously. Impossible. Yasaka won't just be eliminated like that. Irika, shut your jinxing mouth. Noera Rin angrily replied to Irika. Ugh ugh ugh. Look at my jinxing mouth. Irika quickly corrected himself. On the other side, Hatake Sakumo glanced at Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku smiled helplessly. Don't look at me. I didn't use that ability. After all, it requires the Sharingan, you know? You think activating it is that easy? I don't need to use the Sharingan to predict the future for something so trivial. Okay, I thought you already knew the result. Hatake Sakumo shrugged. Sometimes, not knowing the future can be better. After all, uncertainty is also a challenge. And Yasaka is a ninja full of uncertainties, Uchiha Fugaku said with a smile. Then let's wait and see. At that moment, the image on the big screen changed, and Hatake Sakumo quickly widened his eyes to look. In the mist, a vague figure appeared, and as the mist dissipated, Yasaka's figure emerged on the big screen. Apart from his hair and clothes being wet, he was completely fine, even wearing a faint smile on his face. Wow. At that moment, the entire arena erupted in cheers. When the audience saw that Yasaka was unharmed, they excitedly shouted, and the applause filled the stands, rising and falling like waves. Phew! Mikami Shuji let out a long sigh of relief, slumping back into his seat, looking as if he had just survived a disaster. That guy almost gave me a heart attack. I was really worried sick. When Otsutsuki Shofu saw Yasaka's figure appear on the big screen, the deep worry on her face blossomed like a flower, transforming into a sweet smile. As if she were a blooming little red flower, delicate and cute. Yasaka-kun really won't be eliminated so easily. He's the coolest. Otsutsuki Shofu smiled. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage, like Mikami Shuji, let out a long breath, then slumped into his chair, wearing a look of relief. That scared me to death. This kid almost gave me a heart attack. Thankfully, he's okay. Otherwise, I would have had to settle the score with him. Jiraiya chuckled. Watching this kid's match is quite thrilling. It's almost like riding a roller coaster. Oh, by the way, Orochimaru, don't just stand there. You haven't finished your table yet. On the other side, seeing that Yasaka had appeared before him completely unharmed, Momochi Zabuza's face showed disbelief as he frowned and stared. How is that possible? Do you have some kind of defensive ninjutsu? But why didn't I have any intel about that? Yasaka raised an eyebrow and scoffed. I have many secrets on me that you can't possibly find out. As he spoke, he marveled at how practical the steel body he had just exchanged for was, as it could withstand the explosive power of a water cannonball head-on. This meant he could ignore detonating symbols in the future. The reason he had charged at the water cannonball and slashed at it was not because Yasaka was foolish and unaware of dodging, but because he deliberately wanted to test the defensive capabilities of his steel body. As he slashed down, he activated the steel body. The result was a series of explosions, and aside from his clothes and hair getting wet from the water, his body was completely unharmed, which made Yasaka very satisfied. Achieving such a defensive effect with just the basic level was impressive. If he improved further, he would be invincible. Kid, don't get too proud. It's just an A-rank ninjutsu. Most people can withstand it. Momochi Zabuza said coldly. He then formed hand seals and shouted at Yasaka, I'm going to take you down next. Your bell will belong to me. With that, he shouted, Misconcealment technique. Activate. In the next moment, a thick fog rose from the water's surface, gradually filling the surrounding space, making visibility increasingly unclear. Soon, Yasaka couldn't see beyond 2 meters in front of him. He could only see his own 5 fingers. Beyond that, everything was a blur. You want my bell? 3 people have already said that, but now those 3 are outside the arena. You will be the 4th to say it and end up outside, Yasaka said confidently, then activated his air flow manipulation ability. The moment the air flow manipulation activated, he clearly saw the movements of Momochi Zabuza through his air flow perception. He saw Zabuza grab the beheading sword next to him, and then 4 water elements on either side of him charged towards Yasaka. The water elementals, like Zabuza Momochi, moved silently within the mist technique. If it were anyone else, they would be instantly killed without seeing or hearing anything. However, for Yasaka, such visual interfering ninjutsu is completely ineffective. The onlookers outside are unaware of this. When they see Yasaka shrouded in thick mist, unable to perceive his surroundings, they speculate that Zabuza's abilities somewhat counter Yasaka's. Yet, having learned from past experiences, the audience refrains from outright declaring Yasaka's defeat, instead discussing what impressive moves he might pull off next. After sending out the 4 water elementals, Zabuza charges at Yasaka with his large sword. In Yasaka's perception, Zabuza and the four water elementals surround him from all directions. But Yasaka can accurately discern their positions and movements. After a brief thought, he charges straight toward Zabuza's location, laughing loudly. Haha, Zabuza, I'm coming for you. Arrogant. As if you know my position. Zabuza thinks coldly. However, moments later, he is astonished to find Yasaka, indeed, charging straight toward him. What's going on? Does he know where I am? Impossible. It must be sheer luck. Zabuza thinks to himself. Chapter 174. Intense confrontation within the mist technique. Zabuza is surprised to see Yasaka charging directly at him, but still believes Yasaka is merely guessing in the mist. Unless one possesses the Byakugan. Only he can see through the fog, similar to the dark technique. Thus, that guy shouldn't be able to see me. Zabuza is firm in his belief, and quickly turns left to change direction, hoping to make Yasaka miss. Holding his 3-meter-long sword, he quickly runs to the 2 o'clock position in front of Yasaka and continues to charge. However, just as Zabuza changes direction, he suddenly realizes Yasaka has also changed direction and is charging straight toward him again. What the hell? Why is he coming at me again? Zabuza is taken aback, and he quickly commands the 4 water elementals to rush toward Yasaka, first while he stops, forming hand seals to unleash water release, water wave attack at Yasaka. In the next moment, over a dozen high-pressure water waves shoot out, moving so fast that they reach Yasaka in the blink of an eye. Due to their immense pressure, these waves possess high penetration power, making it impossible to block them even with earth release, earth flow wall. If they hit Yasaka, they would surely turn his body into a honeycomb. He can't see what's ahead in the mist, and his hearing is also blocked. So there's no way he can perceive my water waves. Haha, no matter how skilled you are with a sword, you'll still fall to me in this fog. This is the power of Zabuza Momochi. As the high-pressure water columns are about to hit Yasaka, Zabuza, hidden in the mist, smirks, thinking victory is near. However, just as he prepares to celebrate, he sees Yasaka's body suddenly pause, then leap to the left, perfectly dodging the first high-pressure water wave. The wave whizzes past Yasaka's right ear, but he remains unscathed, and the wave misses completely. What? He dodged it? Impossible. He shouldn't be able to detect it. Zabuza is momentarily puzzled. But missing one wave is nothing. There are still many more. I don't believe he can evade them all. The subsequent high-pressure water waves follow in rapid succession, almost like a dense barrage, covering all of Yasaka's escape routes from every direction, trapping him completely. Now let's see how you escape. Zabuza wears a sinister grin. Yet the next moment, that grin freezes on his face. Yasaka draws his sword, and with a clang, a dense net of sword light composed of dozens of blades strikes appears before him, crashing toward the high-pressure water waves. In the next instant, the water waves collide violently with the dense sword light, creating a fierce explosion as large splashes of water erupt everywhere, resembling a massive fountain. Although it looks spectacular, it also means that all the high-pressure water waves have been intercepted by Yasaka's sword light. What? Zabuza is left dumbfounded as all the high-pressure water waves are intercepted by Yasaka. At this point, even if he is unwilling to accept it, he must believe that Yasaka can see clearly in this mist. How did he manage that? He doesn't have the Byakugan. Even if he relied on sound, he shouldn't be able to hear anything. How is he perceiving this? Zabuza is filled with questions, momentarily lost in confusion. But soon, he regains his composure and shouts. Even if you block my water waves, what of it? The water elementals are specifically designed to counter you. Saying this, Zabuza commands the 4 water elementals to charge at Yasaka from all directions. These water elementals are liquid in form, lacking facial features, merely resembling basic human shapes. Since they're made of liquid water, their bodies can change shape at will. At this moment, each water elemental morphs several large blades and spikes onto their arms, effectively arming themselves to the teeth like porcupines. In the next moment, one of the water elementals jumps high, its right arm transforming into a massive axe, swinging down fiercely toward Yasaka. If this hits, it would surely cleave him in two. Here it comes. I can see it clearly. Yasaka grins and swiftly slashes upward with his sword. With a clang, the katana and the water axe crash together, producing a sound like metal striking metal. Immediately, ripples spread across the surface beneath Yasaka, demonstrating the considerable force from the water elemental's axe. However, that's all there is to it. Yasaka's right arm exerts tremendous force, and with a powerful upward slash, he exceeds the water elemental's limits, cleaving both the elemental and the axe in half or below. Seeing this scene, Momochi Zabuza frowned sharply. while the audience outside cheered loudly. This simple and brutal punch-to-punch combat scene is the most loved by the audience, especially the moment when Yasaka strikes down. Filled with a sense of violent beauty, providing a strong visual impact that stirs one's blood. Suddenly, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and loud cheers, as if they were watching an action blockbuster. Even the commentators shouted excitedly, "So powerful! Yasaka's strike is simply unstoppable. No matter who you are, I will solve it all with one blow." The originally lively atmosphere among the audience was further ignited by the commentator's passionate narration. "Yasaka-kun, go for it." Otsutsuki Shubu shouted loudly, cupping her small hands into a trumpet shape by her mouth. In an instant, the audience was in an uproar. Chapter 175, The Battle of the Two. "I expected you to split the water elemental person." Momochi Zabuza sneered coldly. "But my water elemental person is specifically designed to handle situations like this." With a cold snort, he clasped his hands together to form a seal. The water elemental person that Yasaka had split in half suddenly liquefied, with the left and right halves merging back together, reforming into a complete water elemental person. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 water elementals had already rushed in front of Yatsuka. One of them transformed its arms into 2 sharp spikes and fiercely stabbed at Yatsuka. Another transformed one hand into a massive sword, aiming to slash Yatsuka in half. The last one turned one hand into a gigantic pair of scissors, cutting towards Yatsuka's neck, while the other hand transformed into a huge spike club, sweeping in from behind Yatsuka. Additionally, the water elemental above Yatsuka, which had just restored itself, swung a large axe down at Yatsuka's head. In an instant, Yatsuka was surrounded by attacks from all sides, facing powerful assault from front, back, left, right, and above. Seeing this scene, the audience outside became tense once again. After all, Yatsuka was directly surrounded by various attacks, and with such a slender build and seemingly no defense, it was hard for the audience to believe that Yatsuka could withstand the onslaught. Yasaka only has one sword. How can he handle so many attacks at once? This is what worries the audience. However, due to previous experiences, the audience doesn't truly believe Yasaka is finished. Instead, they cheer him on. "Come on, hold on against this wave of attacks. Go, show them the strength of Konoha. Yasaka, give it your all. Unleash the spirit of Konoha. Kill him. Yasaka, go." In an instant, the audience is filled with deafening cheers. Meanwhile, in the illusion, it seems Yasaka hears this encouragement. A confident smile spreads across his face, and he spins his sword violently, instantly summoning a silver-white gale. Countless sword lights create a magnificent array of blade shadows, and he softly says, "Steel slash, all open." The next moment, a blinding white light suddenly illuminates the area surrounded by 4 water elementals. Then, the white light expands violently, resembling a dazzling shockwave, sweeping outward and colliding fiercely with the attacks of the 4 water elementals. "What? Is that actually Kaiten?" On the stands, Hyuga Hizashi stands up in shock, shouting loudly, "No, it's not Kaiten. It's a high-speed rotation of the body releasing countless sword lights, creating an effect similar to Kaiten." Narashikaku, beside him, exclaims in surprise, "What? How is that possible?" Hyuga Hizashi is stunned, exclaiming in disbelief that he actually mimicked the mode of Kaiten to release sword lights. This is something he has never heard of before. In his long life, it's the first time he's seen such a maneuver, truly giving him an unparalleled shock to his spirit. On the other side, Uchiha Fugaku stares seriously at the big screen, watching the ball of white light resembling Kaiten, and says without turning his head, "Sakomo." Hitaki Sakomo also gazes at the big screen with a serious expression, nodding without turning away, his voice filled with astonishment. "Yes, I know. The way he unleashes sword lights like this is truly shocking. My heart is racing." At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku changes from his previous lazy demeanor to a serious expression, frowning as he stares at the big screen. If someone looked into his eyes at this moment, they would see his pupils had transformed into the kaleidoscope Sharingan. In his view, the hemispherical energy wave resembling Kaiten is magnified numerous times by the Sharingan. What appears before him is a dense hemispherical shockwave composed of countless overlapping sharp sword lights radiating white light. This scene brings Uchiha Fugaku a shock that is no less than when he used his kaleidoscope Sharingan to foresee the moment Yasaka cleaved through a giant water dragon. In fact, it is even more overwhelming. Suddenly, a term flashes through Uchiha Fugaku's mind. All swords return to their origin? At the same time, as tens of thousands of eyes in the audience focus on the energy ball resembling Kaiten, the dazzling energy sphere collides head-on with the attacks of the 4 water elementals. In an instant, the moment the 4 water elemental attacks meet the white light, they disperse into a puff of vapor with a whoosh. The axe that was aimed downwards is shredded by the white light at the moment of contact, turning into a large puddle of water. The remaining 3 water elements. The same goes for human attacks. Before Tao Di Zaibu Zhan could react, a voice came from the white light of the hemisphere. Open. In the next second, the white light of the hemisphere exploded outward like a shockwave, instantly expanding and transforming into a powerful wave that rushed in all directions. The vast white mist was illuminated by the spreading white light, turning into a dazzling bright white color, causing the entire area of the mist concealment technique to be transformed into a large expanse of brilliant white light, illuminating the surrounding area for several kilometers. In the midst of the mist concealment technique, Momochi Zabuza let out a tragic scream as his eyes were blinded by the sudden flash of white light. Witnessing this exaggerated scene, the audience outside erupted in a chorus of screams. The spectacle, which illuminated the area for several kilometers, was dazzling and magnificent, resembling a sci-fi blockbuster, leaving everyone present in awe. Even the commentators, who were supposed to provide commentary, forgot to speak at that moment, standing frozen like statues, staring blankly at the big screen. In the Hokage office, the 3rd Hokage and others were equally stunned, gazing at the crystal ball. If the earlier scenes of splitting the water dragon, breaking apart the water element, and even cleaving through lightning shockwaves could still keep the esteemed leaders like the 3rd Hokage calm, then the current scene of Yatsuka illuminating the entire mist with a single move was enough to leave them speechless. Even those who had experienced the Ninja World Wars and witnessed countless Kage-level powerhouses were left in stunned silence by such a spectacular display. Not far from the stadium, in a ramen shop, a certain uncle first showed a look of surprise, and then he started to laugh, muttering to himself, "This little guy has some skills." Chapter 176. Astonishing skills. About half a minute later, the dazzling white light gradually dissipated, and the misty state of the mist concealment technique returned to its original foggy condition. Zabuza's body emerged from the water, and when he looked at the original position of Yasaka, he saw that Yasaka was still there. But the 4 water elementals had already vanished without a trace. Did he really take out all 4 water elementals with a single blow? What a powerful technique. But for the water elementals, it was completely useless. Saying this, Zabuza clasped his hands together to form a seal, and several puddles of water appeared on the surface around Yasaka. Then the water stains that had splashed on the ground began to move, converging together to form 4 larger puddles. Subsequently, the 4 larger puddles began to rise, gradually taking on a human shape. Thus, the 4 water elementals were restored. Seeing this scene, the audience outside gasped in shock. Are the water elementals impossible to kill? They were shattered, yet they can still regenerate. This is like being immune to attacks. How can one fight this? Even if you break them, they will still regenerate and continue to fight. There is nothing to be done. This ability is extremely restraining for close combat ninjas. Attacks have no meaning. I can't think of a way to win. This move is just like puppet techniques, or even more powerful than puppet techniques. For a moment, the audience was abuzz with discussion, all feeling that the water elementals were incredibly overpowered. Ha, Yasaka, this move is specially designed to deal with you. No matter how strong your slashing technique is, it's useless. My water elementals can still regenerate. Ha ha ha. Zabuza, hidden in the mist, sneered. Zabuza's voice reached Yasaka's ears, who nodded and frowned, saying, "These water elementals are indeed troublesome. It's not just me. Others also find it hard to completely take down water elementals." But, at this point, Yasaka relaxed his brow, looked in the direction of Zabuza, and grinned. "As long as I take care of you, it'll all be fine." "Oomph. Do you think you can easily deal with me?" "What a boast." Zabuza sneered while moving positions. Having now confirmed that Yasaka had the ability to identify his location within the mist concealment technique, so he needed to keep changing his position. At the same time, the 4 restored water elementals launched another attack towards Yasaka. Zabuza intended to wear Yasaka down with this tactic. As long as he was caught in close combat by Yasaka, he could rely on the regenerating ability of the water elementals to eventually exhaust Yasaka. In fact, this move is more suitable for dealing with others because most people cannot see through the mist technique and cannot determine the position of Momochi Zabuza, resulting in them being in a state of blindness while facing the water elementals. Meanwhile, Zabuza can hide in the mist and control the water elementals. It wouldn't take long for the opponent to be defeated. However, today something unexpected happened. Yatsuka was able to determine Zabuza's position, losing a major advantage of this technique. Nevertheless, as long as Zabuza does not let Yatsuka get close, he can rely on the water elementals to attack. However, while the strategy is good, executing it perfectly is generally not easy, especially against a competitor like Yatsuka, where more variables can arise. Yatsuka immediately charged toward Zabuza's position without a word. Zabuza quickly mobilized the water elementals to intercept, splitting them into two to restrain Yatsuka and two to attack him. The first water elemental transformed, its body swelling to over 3 meters tall, covered in spikes, resembling a cactus, blocking Yatsuka's path. Yatsuka sliced through it with one strike, but the water quickly reformed almost instantaneously, showcasing true immunity to physical attacks. Then, another water elemental rushed from behind Yatsuka, one arm transforming into a long water whip to wrap around Yatsuka, while the other arm became a massive spear aimed at him. Simultaneously, yet another water elemental appeared directly above Yatsuka, its entire body morphing into a giant sphere crashing down. The last water elemental waited to observe the situation, ready to strike. Seeing this, Yatsuka first made a diagonal slash to cut through the cactus-shaped water elemental again, then severed the water whip attempting to bind him, followed by slicing the giant water sphere above him in half, and finally turning around to cut the long spear from behind into two. The entire sequence of movements was fluid and fast, so much so that the audience outside only blinked and saw the 3 attacking water elementals had all been cut in half. In the next moment, taking advantage of the time the 3 water elementals had not healed, Yatsuka activated the Great Freedom Immortal technique, pushing off the ground with his feet and shooting out like a bolt from a bow. What? Zabuza was startled and quickly controlled the last water elemental to intercept. But Yatsuka's speed was too fast. By the time the water elemental moved, Yatsuka had already shot out, creating a distance of nearly 20 meters. So fast. This is bad. Zabuza was horrified, grabbing the decapitation blade and hurriedly retreating, but Yatsuka had already closed the distance to within 10 meters. Seeing this, Uchiha Shursui outside was astonished, saying, "What incredible speed! How is he doing this? It's almost catching up to my body flicker technique." Beside him, Namikaze Minato also looked grave as he watched Yatsuka on the big screen. He knew very well that Yatsuka was relying on running to achieve his displacement, rather than using his Flying Thunder God technique or Uchiha Shursui's body flicker technique. The former closes the distance to the target through movement, while the latter directly crosses space, which is fundamentally different. Normally, the latter would be faster, but Yatsuka, by running, was able to reach speeds close to their space-crossing techniques, which made Minato and Shursui feel somewhat unnerved. It was too exaggerated. The same disbelief was shared by Kakashi Hitaki, Uchiha Fugaku, the 3rd Hokage, and Jiraiya in the Hokage office. Previously, their impression of Yatsuka was that his close combat / technique was extremely strong. But they now unexpectedly discovered that Yatsuka's speed was also ridiculously fast, completely reshaping their understanding. Chapter 177. Intense Blade Clash, 3rd Hokage. Did you know Yatsuka had this kind of speed before? Jiraiya asked in confusion. The 3rd Hokage shook his head. I never knew Yatsuka had this high-speed movement ability. I only just discovered he had this trick. This guy's really kept a low profile. However, in reality, he probably did not need this ability before, as the arenas for battles among lower ninjas are not large, and it usually ends with the opponent rushing in and getting cut down in one blow. The 3rd Hokage shrugged, so whether Yatsuka had this high-speed movement ability before and just didn't show it, or if it was something new, no one was sure. However, Orochimaru leaned towards it being a recent development. Previously, Orochimaru had fought Yatsuka once in an open field, where he summoned the Serpent Array, with tens of thousands of snakes chasing Yatsuka. If Yatsuka had possessed this ultra-fast movement ability back then, he would have used it, but he did not. Meanwhile, while the 3rd Hokage and others were marveling at Yatsuka's abilities, Yatsuka had already charged in front of Zabuza. He laughed heartily and leaped high, swinging down a blade at Zabuza. "Zabuza, take this." "Oomph. D." Zabuza gripped his blade with both hands and swung fiercely at Yatsuka. Having learned from the previous fight in the restroom, Zabuza was not taking any chances this time. He was going all out, using every ounce of strength he had. His arm muscles bulged, unleashing peak power determined to make up for the losses and humiliation he had suffered before with this strike. Ah! Zabuza roared like a madman, his decapitation blade slicing through the air with almost unmatched force, creating a swirling effect around the blade, demonstrating just how formidable this strike's power was. Yasaka continued to swing his sword downward with one hand. Compared to Nozomi, who was gritting his teeth and displaying bulging veins with every swing, Yasaka appeared much more casual. His single-handed downward slash looked simple, and it seemed as if he wasn't putting any effort into it at all, as if he were slicing a watermelon rather than engaging in a battle. As the two were about to showcase their peak confrontation once again, the audience fell silent, holding their breath and widening their eyes, afraid to miss the fleeting moment of excitement. The commentators were also silent, craning their necks to watch every movement on the big screen. However, in this moment, one fighter was gritting his teeth and exerting every ounce of strength, while the others seemed to be strolling leisurely, as if feigning a move. Visually, it was clear that Nozomi appeared stronger, leading to an unconscious belief that his strike would carry more power. But based on previous experiences, no one dared to underestimate Yasaka. Beneath his slender frame and seemingly casual swordplay lay terrifying strength. Those who had taken him lightly had been defeated, making it difficult to predict the outcome of this clash. In the next moment, the two blades finally collided. The instant their edges met, it felt as though time had frozen, with no anomalies in sight. However, the next second, it erupted with an astonishing force, like a comet colliding with the earth. A fierce shock wave burst forth from between their blades, uprooting the ground within a 30-meter radius, even pulling trees from their roots. Clouds of dust were sent soaring into the air, propelled by the powerful shock wave in all directions, creating a strong visual impact akin to a massive sandstorm. But that wasn't all. Centered around Nozomi, the ground beneath him cracked with a loud crack, fracturing into countless fissures. As Yasaka's wrist made a seemingly gentle, downward motion, Nozomi's feet sank into the earth. "Ah, I won't lose to you, Yasaka." Nozomi screamed frantically, his previously bulging arm muscles swelling even more. With a pop, his clothing was torn apart, disintegrating into countless fragments that scattered everywhere. Not only that, but the muscles in his arms looked as hard as iron, with veins bulging, appearing fierce and terrifying. His upper body muscles were engorged and even started to turn red, showing how hard he was pushing himself. "Not enough. Still not enough. Explode for me. Explode," Nozomi shouted, his voice hoarse, and with another pop, his pants also tore apart, disintegrating into shreds, though the part around his thighs remained intact, tightly stretched and on the verge of bursting. At this moment, Nozomi clearly felt that he had unleashed all his power without reservation. Every ounce of strength was being squeezed out and focused entirely on this strike. Seeing him in such a state, the audience outside was shocked. With such a desperate effort in this strike, could Yasaka really block it? At this moment, Momochi Sanizuka, who was in the midst of a fierce duel, keenly sensed that his decapitation blade had been raised slightly upward by a few centimeters. This meant that his strength had surpassed Yasaka's, pushing Yasaka back. "Ha ha ha, Yasaka, this time, I'm going to make you fly away just like I did before. The humiliation you've caused me before, I will repay you 100-fold, 1,000-fold. You've already used all your strength, haven't you? You're nothing special." Feeling a surge of power that slightly overpowered Yasaka, Momochi Sanizuka felt a rush of encouragement and unleashed all his strength, determined to send Yasaka flying. Upon seeing Momochi Zabuza putting in such a desperate effort, Yasaka couldn't help but laugh. While resisting Zabuza's large sword, he joked, "Zabuza, when did you get the impression that I was using my full strength? You're really funny." Momochi Zabuza gritted his teeth and retorted, "Stop pretending." Just as he finished speaking, he noticed Yasaka's right arm muscles slightly bulge, and with a downward push of his wrist, the seemingly delicate katana instantly forced Zabuza's executioner's sword down. "What?" Zabuza was shocked, and the next moment, he felt a terrifying force surge through him. Before he could react, he was struck down into the ground along with his sword by Yasaka's blow. Chapter 178. The sword is broken. Boom. A loud sound erupted. Momochi Zabuza, along with his 3-meter-long executioner sword, was struck into the ground by Yasaka's attack. In an instant, the ground cracked open with numerous large fissures, and the area where Zabuza stood directly collapsed, sending clouds of dust mixed with water vapor soaring into the sky. The massive crack extended over 10 meters long, and the terrain within a 15-meter radius centered on Zabuza underwent a complete transformation. "Ah, how is this possible?" Zabuza screamed, his vision obscured by chaos. He felt an overwhelming force acting on him through the executioner's sword, as if a mountain were pressing down, causing him to sink violently. At the same time, witnessing this scene, the commentator let out a sharp scream and shouted loudly, "Ah, it's happening. Yasaka has actually struck Zabuza down into the ground along with his sword. That's too ruthless." With the commentator's loud shout, the atmosphere in the audience erupted. A wave of screams suddenly erupted, so loud that everyone present experienced a momentary deafness. The screams continued in waves, drowning out the commentator's voice as he desperately shouted into the microphone, completely covered by the cries of tens of thousands of spectators. At this moment, it could be said that since the beginning of the event, the audience had erupted with the most intense sound, so loud that even several kilometers outside the stadium could hear the sudden surge of screams. Some pedestrians walking down the street were puzzled about what had happened to provoke such intense screams from the audience in the stadium. Kakashi Hitaki, the only man allowed to wear the Hokage half-sleeve, who had participated in the Second Shinobi World War and experienced countless battles and seen numerous strong opponents, couldn't help but shout "beautiful" upon seeing Yasaka's blow that sent Zabuza and his sword crashing into the ground. Then, amidst the screams of tens of thousands, Kakashi felt as if his ears were placed against a large drum, making it hard to hear anything. He turned to Uchiha Fugaku, nudged him with his elbow, and said, "Isn't this noise too loud?" Uchiha Fugaku turned to respond, but Kakashi could only see his lips moving and couldn't hear a word he said. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, the third Hokage laughed heartily, saying, "This kid is pretty good. Not to mention anything else, this move has shown our Konoha's might, letting these foreigners know that we are not to be trifled with, haha." Jiraiya also expressed excitement, saying, "That strike was quite impressive. Did you see how Zabuza looked? He clearly used his full strength, yet Yasaka still knocked him down with one hand." At this moment, Orochimaru remarked, "If I didn't see it wrong, it seems Yasaka broke Zabuza's executioner's sword." "What? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong?" the third Hokage asked in surprise. Orochimaru thought for a moment, nodded, and pointed at the crystal ball, whether it broke or not. "We can just look." So everyone gathered around the crystal ball to observe closely. At the same time, Uchiha Fugaku said seriously to Kakashi, "Zabuza's executioner's sword is broken." "Ah!" Kakashi exclaimed in surprise, not doubting Uchiha Fugaku's observation, as he possessed the Sharingan. "Yasaka looks like he has no strength, but I didn't expect him to be this fierce," Kakashi said with a face full of disbelief. On the other side, after Yasaka struck Zabuza down into the ground, he performed a backflip and landed steadily, standing not far from the pit, quietly watching the smoke-filled area. "Zabuza, did you skip breakfast this morning? You're so weak. Your strength is too lacking. You might as well go home and raise pigs," Yasaka casually remarked while digging in his ears. Taodi Zaibujan lay in the big pit in a posture reminiscent of Guyu's slouch, his head still a bit dizzy, with golden stars flickering in front of his eyes. He was in a state of confusion, wondering who he was, where he was, and what he was supposed to do. After a while, Taodi Zaibujan finally regained his composure. He bared his teeth, and with great effort, sat up from the pit, shaking his head and immediately feeling a wave of pain throughout his body. The blow from Yasaka just now had pressed down on his sword like a mountain, leaving him with almost no resistance in that moment. The tension in his muscles had caused them to tear, resulting in his current excruciating pain. "Damn, this guy has such strong power," Taodi Zaibujan muttered, grabbing his beheading sword, trying to use it to support himself to stand up, but he froze for a moment when he picked it up. "Huh?" Taodi Zaibujan instinctively felt something was off with the weight of the sword, and he glanced down, only to find himself completely stunned. His beheading sword had actually broken into two pieces in the middle, with one piece lying at his feet. How is this possible? Taodi Zaibujan was dumbfounded. His beheading sword had been cut in half by Yasaka's strike, just now. With a face full of disbelief, he looked up at Yasaka, and his facial muscles twitched, his expression gradually shifting from confusion to anger. "You actually broke my beheading sword. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable." Taodi Zaibujan howled to the sky, slowly standing up from the pit, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. He stepped out of the pit, gripping the now half-broken beheading sword, gritting his teeth and saying one word at a time, "I will kill you." "Wow, so scary." Defakachekev. With a playful smile on his face, showing no signs of fear. As he saw Taodi Zaibujan approaching him, he also stepped forward to meet him. Seeing this scene, the spectators outside were astonished. What does he want to do? Then, they saw Taodi Zaibujan dragging the half-broken beheading sword and Yasaka, with a playful grin, walking towards each other, the distance between them getting closer. When the distance shrank to 5 meters, both of them suddenly charged forward. Chapter 179. Zaibu-jan's counterattack. Look, they're going to clash again. In Uhisaku, Jin-kan shouted, pointing at the big screen. Defeka, go for it. Illuminate Zai, Buzan. Yumino, Iraki yelled. Go Yazaka, you got this. Oh, it's Satsuki, Shubu shouted, cupping her hands like a megaphone. Kakashi Sakomo smiled and said, if I'm not mistaken, this will be the moment they decide the winner. Uchiha Fugaka nodded, looking confident. Yazaka will definitely win. Zaibu-jan's sword is broken. What can he use to fight? Oh, have you seen the future? Kakashi asked in surprise. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head. No, but my experience and intuition tell me that this time Yazaka is sure to win. Is that so? I think so too. Meanwhile, in the small square at the entrance of the illusion, a group of eliminated participants gathered in front of the screen to watch the match. At this moment, the screen was divided into 4 small screens, simultaneously showing 4 battles. However, everyone's attention was focused on the split screen of Yazaka and Taodi Zaibu-jan. This kid Yazaka is really fierce. He actually broke Zaibu-jan's beheading sword. This is something unimaginable. One contestant exclaimed, yeah, that one hit took me out in an instant. I couldn't even react. It was just a blink, and I found myself here. I was completely dumbfounded, complained the boy who was eliminated first after using smoke bombs. By the way, did Karabi and Yuzukirin not come watch? Someone suddenly remembered the 2 Jinchuriki who were lying on the ground earlier. At this, everyone present couldn't help but chuckle, with someone laughingly saying, those 2 were just lying on the ground. One was still unconscious, and the other was like he'd lost his mind, repeatedly asking why. Then he was taken away by the people from a cloud village. Ha! Ha ha! The surrounding crowd burst into laughter at that remark. Originally, these 2 were considered top competitors among this batch of participants, looking down on everyone else with arrogance. Now, they had been eliminated by a single blow each, and it seemed even more tragic than the others, which made those who previously disliked Yuzuki-run and Karabi feel schadenfreude. Then someone said, but if we're talking about tragedy, I think Yuzuki-run and the others can't compare to Taodi Zaibu-jan. Just wait and see. In a few minutes, Taodi Zaibu-jan will come over, and he looks really miserable. TSK, his clothes and pants are all torn. He can't even handle Yazaka. What tragedy. This comment immediately caused another round of laughter around them. At the same time, Yazaka and Taodi Zaibu-jan finally reached the final stage of this battle. They charged towards each other, with Taodi Zaibu-jan roaring and swinging the already broken beheading sword, fiercely striking at Yazaka. Yazaka, on the other hand, remained leisurely as if he were in a fake match, casually swinging his sword toward Momochi Zenbuzi. In the next moment, with a crisp clang, a blade over a meter long flew into the sky. Momochi Zenbuzi's already damaged beheading sword was once again severed by Yazaka, and the broken large blade soared into the air. At that moment, Momochi Zenbuzi was left with only the hilt and a small part of the blade, unable to even cut vegetables. This wasn't over. At the moment of the break, Momochi Zenbuzi felt as if an invisible great sword had struck him directly, followed by a sharp pain in his head, and then everything went blank as he lost consciousness. With a swoosh, Momochi Zenbuzi's figure appeared directly above the small square, and then with a thud, he fell to the ground, rolling twice before coming to a stop. The sudden appearance of Momochi Zenbuzi startled the crowd, who were intently watching the match. Momochi Zenbuzi? How'd he get here? He got eliminated. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, and a large group turned to look at Momochi Zenbuzi's body. Wow, that was fast. Just now we were saying Momochi Zenbuzi should be teleported any moment, and the next second, he really showed up. He seems to have fainted. But just now I clearly saw Yasaka's sword didn't hit him. In an instant, a group of eliminated contestants began chattering and debating, surrounding Momochi Zenbuzi as if he were an animal in a zoo. Wow, look at his sword. It's really broken beyond repair. Just the hilt is left. At this moment, someone suddenly pointed at Momochi Zenbuzi's beheading sword in shock. Only then did the crowd notice that Momochi Zenbuzi's large sword was indeed in a state of being completely useless, reduced to just a hilt. It couldn't even compare to a baton in terms of usefulness. However, everyone also noticed that even in his unconscious state, Momochi Zenbuzi was still tightly gripping the hilt, which was quite admirable. Make way, everyone! At this time, a shout came from behind the crowd, and the medical staff in white coats rushed in. The crowd quickly parted to make way, watching as Momochi Zenbuzi was lifted onto a stretcher and taken to the emergency room. TSK, what a tragedy. Of all the people to face, he had to encounter that freak, Yasaka. He just has bad luck, someone sighed. Yeah, Given the strength Momochi Zenbuzi showed just now, even against Kairabi, he could probably hold his own for a while. Even if he couldn't win, escaping wouldn't be a problem. But he just had to run into Yasaka. There was no way around it. As Yasaka said earlier, I'll definitely eliminate this guy. Even the Mizukage can't save him. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Momochi Zenbuzi's severed sword and being eliminated directly by Yasaka's strike, the audience erupted in gasps, which quickly transformed into cheers, with countless people chanting Yasaka's name. After all, Yasaka had brought an incredibly visually impactful and exciting battle scene to the audience, making it impossible not to admire and like him. As a result, the staff responsible for the live broadcast of the match were also thrilled, as Yasaka single-handedly boosted the viewership from just 20 at the start of the match to 75, which made the television executives smile broadly. Seeing Yasaki win, Otsutsuki SHBU in the audience couldn't stop smiling, her face flushed with joy that didn't fade away. Chapter 180, Yasaki won. With a thud, a bell suddenly fell into Yasaki's hand. With this bell, I've already grabbed 5 bells, including the one from Zabuza. I estimate that others have probably collected quite a few during this time, so I need to hurry up. Saying this, Yasaki looked around and quickly left in one direction. So far, Yasaki had been acting alone, completely disregarding the initial plan of quickly regrouping and using their numbers to overpower others to grab bells. During the time of the 5 battles experienced at Yasaka, some people have effectively executed the tactic of quick assembly, forming small teams of 3 to 5 members to search for the enemy and seize the bells. The team that has already converged consists of several participating teams from other countries, including Konoha. Besides these small teams, there are also individuals acting alone. Among them, Deidara is one member. At this moment, Deidara already has 4 bells, just one less than Yasaka. However, the opponents Deidara has eliminated are relatively weak. And compared to the ones eliminated by Yasaka, Killer Bee, Yuzuki, and Momochi Zabuza, his achievements lack weight. According to the competition rules, as long as Zhang Jiao has bells, the quantity is what matters, not the strength of the bell holders. Therefore, in this regard, Deidara's strategy of picking on weaker opponents is more suitable for the competition. At this moment, Deidara is moving between a cluster of buildings with many 3-story small buildings on either side, all empty inside. Suddenly, Deidara darts into a shadow on the left. In the next instant, 3 shurikens are lodged where he was just standing. Has he encountered an enemy again? What luck! This way, the number of my bells can increase to 5, Deidara thinks to himself, while hiding in the shadows. On the other side of the scorpion of the red sand, in a house, stood a beautiful girl. This girl was none other than Terumi Mei, the 4th Mizukage's heir. What a crush on Yasaka. At that moment, she was hiding behind a large wardrobe, manipulating the moisture in the air to bend the light, allowing her to see outside without sticking her head out of the window. That person just now with red hair? If I remember correctly, he should be the scorpion of the red sand from Sunagakure, the handsome boy I saw before, Terumi Mei thought, comparing it with the information in her memory. Although he is very handsome, I won't hold back during the match, she thought while secretly forming hand seals to create a water clone, preparing to test the scorpion of the red sand strength. On the other side, the scorpion of the red sand secretly released a small puppet the size of an egg, equipped with a propeller that allowed it to fly. On the front of the puppet was a miniature camera, enabling the scorpion to conduct reconnaissance from a distance. He relaxed his grip, and the puppet gently flew up, first ascending vertically into the sky, then slowly approaching the building from above. Because it was flying quite high, normal people wouldn't notice the puppet unless they looked up and paid careful attention. The target should be hiding in that building, the scorpion of the red sand thought, as he controlled the reconnaissance puppet to gradually approach the small building while zooming in with the camera to observe the scene inside the window. However, because Terumi Mei was hiding behind the wardrobe and was not in a place visible from the window, the scorpion did not spot her. Has she already left? Just as the scorpion of the red sand began to feel puzzled, Terumi Mei's water clone had already used the liquidification technique to turn into a puddle of water moving on the ground. To an ordinary person, it would just look like a small puddle of water on the floor, so they wouldn't think much of it. Thus, the puddle constantly moved closer to the vicinity of the scorpion of the red sand, who was focused on the small building and did not notice the water stain approaching him. Do you think hiding in the building means I can't see you? How naive. At that moment, the scorpion of the red sand activated the infrared thermal imaging device on the reconnaissance puppet. Due to the limitation of the puppet's larger size, the output power of the infrared thermal imaging device was relatively low, so it had to be used at close range. Therefore, he only turned it on now. At the same time, The water clone of Terumi Mei had successfully approached 2 meters away from Deidara and discovered him. Just then, Deidara, who had activated his infrared thermal imaging device, also spotted Terumi Mei hiding behind the wardrobe. Found you. Deidara sneered coldly and directly controlled the reconnaissance puppet in the air to accelerate towards the window of Terumi Mei's room, preparing to trigger a suicide explosion the moment the puppet burst into the room. But at that instant, the puddle of water, now just 2 meters away from Deidara and under Terumi Mei's control, swiftly rose and transformed into a human shape. A massive water axe formed on its arm, lunging towards Deidara for a powerful strike. Not good. Not good. Both sensed each other's attacks almost simultaneously and responded accordingly. Terumi Mei instantly retreated and executed the water release, water barrier technique. The scorpion of the red sand quickly released a puppet to block in front of itself. The next moment, with a loud bang, the reconnaissance puppet that charged into the room where Conan was located self-destructed on the spot, causing a violent explosion, but it was blocked by Conan's water barrier technique, inflicting no harm on her. The scorpion of the red sand relied on a puppet to block a strike from Terumi Mei's water clone. One of the puppet's arms was severed, but the scorpion of the red sand successfully took this opportunity to swiftly escape and create distance from Terumi Mei's water clone. On Terumi Mei's side, although she used the water barrier technique to block the self-detonation of the reconnaissance puppet, the walls of the 3rd floor could not withstand the explosion's force and collapsed directly. With a loud rumble, the entire 3rd floor rooms caved in, but Terumi Mei had already retreated in advance. So, in this first round of confrontation, neither Terumi Mei nor Sasori gained an advantage, resulting in a draw. Meanwhile, Kakashi Ataki had successfully joined forces with Asuma Sarutobi and Uchiha Kakashi, while Moonlight Gale and Might Guy also came together, leaving only Yatsuka acting alone. Chapter 181. The 3 trapped. As for Uchiha Bido, he became the first eliminated player from Konoha Village, which was somewhat of a disgrace. However, it was also unfortunate for Uchiha Bido, despite his shortcomings. He could usually at least escape from ordinary opponents. Instead, he encountered Yuzuki, a dark horse contender for the championship in this tournament. Although Yuzuki was easily taken down by Yatsuka, he was actually among the top competitors, while Yatsuka was on a level outside the realm of normal players and couldn't be counted as just a person. At the same time that Sasori and Terumi Mei were engaged in battle, Deidara was also having a great time bombing. At this point, Deidara already had 3 bells in hand, and he was continuously setting off explosions, often leaving some people eliminated without even seeing Deidara's shadow. This was only with his C1 bombs. He had not even brought out his C2 bombs yet. However, at this moment, Deidara was the only one left from the Iwagakure team. They had been quite unfortunate. At the start, 2 of them encountered Konoha's Uchiha Kakashi and Kimegakure's Darui, and then one faced Sasori from Sunagakure and was easily taken out by him. The last remaining member was taken down by Terumi Mei, leaving Deidara as the lone commander. Currently, the situation was that Konoha Village had 1 elimination, Iwagakure had 1 remaining, Kimegakure had 2 eliminated, Kirigakure had 1 eliminated, and Sunagakure had Maki and Sasori left, while the other minor nations had a few remaining individuals. Therefore, aside from the unfortunate Kira Bai, Yuzuki, and Momochi Zabuza, the remaining participants were generally strong competitors, with Konoha Village being the most powerful. However, the situation for Konoha Village was not too good either, as the team consisting of Asuma, Sarutobi, Kakashi Hitaki, and Uchiha Kakashi was ambushed by Kirigakure. The ones ambushing Konoha's trio were Kirigakure's Kisame Hashigaki, Suigetsu Hozuki, and Kirigakure's Chitose Kurai, who used a sewing knife. Among them, Chitose Kurai set traps with steel wires that were difficult to perceive with the naked eye, severely injuring Asuma Sarutobi and nearly incapacitating him. Then, while Uchiha Kakashi and Kakashi Ataki were trying to rescue Asuma Sarutobi, they were ambushed from both sides by Suigetsu Hozuki and Kisame Hashigaki, resulting in both sustaining varying degrees of injuries, making the situation very dire. Damn, those 3 guys are really hard to deal with, especially that one with the sewing knife. His wires are hard to notice, and if we're not careful, we'll fall into his trap. Asuma Sarutobi gritted his teeth and said, just now, he had stepped into Chitose Kurai's trap, and his right leg was cut by the wire, almost getting severed, leaving him wincing in pain. At this moment, the 3 were hiding in a cave, surrounded outside by Suigetsu Hozuki, Kisame Hashigaki, and Chitose Kurai, who had set numerous traps, making it seem like they had become cornered beasts. Kakashi's left arm had been slashed by Suigetsu Hozuki, and although it had been bandaged and the bleeding stopped, He could not exert much strength. He could still form hand seals in front of him, but his combat power had been affected. The one in the best condition was Uchiha Kakashi, as he had dodged several attacks using the body flicker technique, but even with him alone, he could not defeat the 3 well-coordinated opponents outside. What should we do? Should we wait here for rescue or break out? Asuma Sarutobi asked. Hiding here is definitely not a solution. They have ways to force us out. Even if we don't go out, they can still find a way to kill us in this cave. Uchiha Kakashi frowned and said, but breaking out also has a high chance of getting us killed, which is also a very troublesome matter, Kakashi Ataki said with a serious expression. At this moment, the 3 ninjas from the hidden mist village outside were lying in wait. Confident as they surrounded the cave. They thought that just because they were hiding in the cave, we wouldn't be able to do anything about them. Kisame, use your water release technique to drown these guys. If they're not afraid of drowning, they will definitely come out. And then we can directly beat them up at the cave entrance, said Hozuki Mangetsu with a strange smile on his face. Kisame Hashigaki nodded and began to hand sign, using the water release. Great waterfall technique to start spraying water into the cave. Not good. The enemy is using the water release. Great waterfall technique to flood the cave. If we don't go out, we will drown here. Uchiha Hsui was the first to react, urgently calling out, charge! In a narrow fight, the brave win. Even if we can't win, it's better than being trapped to death here. Sarutobi Asuma said angrily, but your legs can't move. Don't worry about me. You guys break through. I will do my best to cover for you. Sarutobi Asuma said resolutely, filled with sorrow and anger. He had originally planned to showcase the results of his hard training during this competition, but before he could even really fight, he was already severely beaten. He thought about Yatsuka, whom he hadn't met yet, and silently said to himself, that guy Yatsuka must have already grabbed several bells by now. It's a pity that I can't fight alongside them. What a shame. Asuma, don't say that. We won't abandon you. If we die together. Being eliminated is just that. Even if we are eliminated, there is still Tsukuyumi and Might Guy and Yatsuka. Uchiha Hsui gritted his teeth and said, not wanting to abandon his teammate. But Kakashi Hatake nodded and said to Uchiha Hsui, I think abandoning Sarutobi Asuma is the best choice. A ninja's ultimate goal is to complete the mission, and sometimes it's necessary to leave teammates behind to complete the task. We must follow this rule. Shut up, Kakashi. How can you say that? I will never abandon my teammates. Uchiha Hsui retorted angrily. Just as the two were engaged in a heated debate about whether to abandon Asuma Sarutobi, a sudden loud explosion echoed from outside the cave. The explosion immediately caused the two to stop their argument and press their ears against the wall to listen to the sounds outside. Huh. It seems there are sounds of fighting outside, as if they're clashing with someone else? Kakashi Hatake said in confusion, as he heard faint sounds of combat coming from outside the cave. Let's go. Let's check it out. This might be our chance to break out. Opportunities like this won't come again. Uchiha Sasuke said decisively. Chapter 182. Yatsuka is back. Outside the cave, a fierce battle was taking place. But this intensity was one-sided for the 3 Mist Village ninjas. Kisame Hashigaki was panting heavily, half kneeling on the ground, with one hand gripping a large sword stuck in the earth, barely supporting his body. Damn it, how is this guy so strong? He gasped, his eyes fixed on a boy not far away, as if he were trying to cut down a demon. I think you should just hand over the bells directly. It would save you from getting beaten up later and still having to give up the bells in the end, Yatsuka said, one hand on his hip, the other holding a katana, laughing heartily. This guy's so arrogant. I hate arrogant people the most. Take this. Kurosakamaru charged forward explosively. His sewing knife aimed like a spear at Yatsuka, but Yatsuka simply deflected it with a single strike and then swung his sword back at Kurosakamaru. Kurosakamaru was taken aback and quickly rolled on the ground, narrowly avoiding being split in half by Yatsuka's sword. Even so, his chest armor was cut open, exposing his chest. That was dangerous. This guy's sword is incredibly fast, and even my sewing knife couldn't hurt him. What a terrifying opponent, Kurosakamaru thought darkly as he stared at Yatsuka. Let me handle this. Shouldn't we use long-range, large-scale attack ninjutsu to deal with such a melee powerhouse? At that moment, Kisame stepped forward, quickly forming hand seals before shouting, Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. In the next moment, a massive water dragon shot into the sky and lunged ferociously at Yatsuka. Seeing this water dragon, Yatsuka thought of the enormous water dragon that Zabuza Momochi had released earlier. This one looked significantly smaller. This water dragon is so small. It's nowhere near as impressive as the one Zabuza just released, Yatsuka muttered to himself as he calmly watched the water dragon charge towards him. You encountered Zabuza. Hearing Yatsuka's words, Kisame and the others were taken aback. It was clear that Yatsuka had already fought with Zabuza, and now Yatsuka was standing here unscathed, indicating that either they had exchanged a few blows and one of them fled, most likely Zabuza, or Zabuza had been defeated by Yatsuka. Kisame and the others instinctively chose to believe that Zabuza had escaped. They had no idea that Zabuza had not only lost to Yatsuka, but had also been completely overpowered. His sword broken into 3 pieces. In the next moment, Yatsuka flicked his sword upward, effortlessly slicing the enormous water dragon that Kisame had summoned in half, which then fell to the ground as 2 waterfalls. Do you have any other powerful ninjutsu? Just unleash them all, Yatsuka said as he casually scratched his ear, his demeanor infuriatingly dismissive of Kisame and the others. If this technique doesn't work, how about this one? With that, Kisame slapped the water surface, and a water cannonball the size of a melon shot up, flooding towards Yatsuka. Upon seeing the water cannonballs, Yatsuka, who had initially seemed eager, suddenly lost interest and directly told Kisame, "This water cannonball technique was used by Zabuza before. It's nothing special." Saying this, Yatsuka swung his sword, and with a dazzling display of blade light, he shattered the water cannonballs one after another. The shattered water cannonballs then exploded, creating a series of booming sounds, and a massive water vapor engulfed Yatsuka's figure. The explosions heard by Kakashi inside the cave were those sounds. Seeing Yatsuka engulfed by the explosions, Kisame and the others showed expressions of delight. Kisame laughed heartily, saying, "Ha, this fool. No matter how skilled he is with a sword, he'll still be blasted to pieces by the water cannonballs. These cannonballs are the least afraid of sword techniques." That's right. The water cannonball technique is only afraid of not being touched, and this kid even took the initiative to trigger the explosions. Who else could kill if not him? Kurisukumura chuckled. However, at that moment, a gentle breeze blew through, dispersing the water vapor and revealing Yatsuka, unharmed. "Not a scratch on me." Yatsuka even waved at Kisame and the others. "What? How is that possible? He is completely fine." The eyes of Kisame and the others nearly popped out. Their expectations of Yatsuka being blasted away and the 3 ninjas claiming his bells had vanished, replaced by the sight of an unscathed Yatsuka. Damn it. What's wrong with this guy? Not only is his sword technique ridiculously fast, but his defense is also so strong. He took direct hits from more than 10 water cannonballs and didn't even flinch. Kurisukumura said resentfully, his gaze towards Yatsuka filled with apprehension. At this moment, in the distant sky, a small white dot appeared unnoticed by everyone. It was a person standing on a clay bird, and that person was none other than Deidara, the last remaining participant from the Hidden Stone Village. At this moment, Deidara was standing on the clay bird, flying in the high sky, holding a telescope to observe the environment below, and soon he saw the group of Yatsuka engaged in battle. "These guys are fighting, huh? Good. In a moment, I'll fly directly above them and drop a bunch of bombs to eliminate them all. Then I'll collect a ton of bells. It couldn't be easier, haha." Deidara chuckled, finding his idea quite amusing. He could almost envision the scene that was about to unfold, a group of people fiercely battling it out, only to suddenly have a bunch of bombs fall from above, eliminating them all, and then he would leisurely fly down to collect the bells one by one. At this moment, because Deidara was in the sky and at a high altitude, he had not yet entered the reconnaissance range of Yasaki's airflow perception, so Yasaki was unaware that someone was trying to ambush him. However, even if a bunch of C1 bombs were dropped on him, Yasaki could not be directly eliminated on the spot, as he could rely on the defense of his steel body to withstand it, at most suffering some minor internal injuries. Meanwhile, after hearing the sounds of fighting outside the cave, Uchiha released water, carrying Tsurutobi Asuma on his back, and cautiously walked outside with Hitaki Kakashi. They could not be sure that this was not a deliberate illusion created by Kisame Hashigaki to lure them out, so the 3 of them moved slowly, maintaining a high level of vigilance. Chapter 183. Zabuza is in a bad situation on the other side. The battle between Sasori of the Red Sand and Konin was still ongoing. After discovering each other and blocking each other's attacks, the 2 engaged in a stalemate battle of equal strength. Sasori's puppet technique was used to perfection, with various hidden weapons emerging one after another. Even though Konin used water release, water formation wall multiple times, she could only barely block, constantly dodging and defending against hidden weapon attacks from all directions. However, Konin was not someone who would just take hits without counterattacking. While defending, she also used water release, water elemental technique to attack Sasori. The advantage of the water elemental technique was that it was not afraid of physical attacks. Even if it was shattered, it could immediately regenerate and continue attacking. In some ways, it was even more troublesome than Sasori's puppets. This led to a peculiar situation where Sasori attacked Conan with his puppets, while Conan attacked Sasori with a water elemental technique. Both were tools that did not fear death, creating a scenario akin to two puppet masters battling each other. Moreover, Sasori had not turned his real body into a puppet, so it was exposed to his enemies, giving him a significant fatal weakness and providing Conan with an opportunity to restrain Sasori. However, overall, their battle remained evenly matched, with mutual restraint making it difficult to determine a winner. With a soft sound, a small shell shattered above Conan's head, releasing a large cloud of toxic smoke. Conan immediately held her breath and used water release, water formation wall to defend, then quickly retreated to avoid inhaling the poisonous smoke that would incapacitate her. At the same time, she manipulated the water elemental technique to launch a frenzied attack on Sasori's real body, preventing him from fully concentrating on attacking her. Conan was indeed difficult to deal with. Her offense and defense were impeccable, making it quite challenging for Sasori to find a flaw and injure her. Sasori controlled his puppets with his left hand to attack Conan, while using his right hand to manage other puppets to counter the water elemental technique's assault. Even though it seemed like he was in a tough spot, Sasori felt that he was still able to handle it well and was not overwhelmed. He could effectively divide his attention between offense and defense, managing to multitask with ease. This is also a very important factor in whether a puppeteer can be powerful. On the other side, Mei was also performing exceptionally well. The combination of the water barrier technique and the water disturbance technique allowed her defense to be flawless. No matter how fierce the puppet attacks from the scorpion of the red sand were, not a single attack managed to breach her defenses. While maintaining her defense, she skillfully controlled 5 water elements to attack the true body of the scorpion of the red sand, effectively distracting its focus on controlling the puppets for offense. As a result, both sides were still at a standstill up to this point. At this moment, to break the balance, some changes must be made, such as using a powerful move to disrupt the enemy's rhythm. Terumi, Mei, and Sasori of the Red Sand both think this way. As the strongest leaders of the representative teams of their two countries, they naturally possess some special talents. Terumi, Mei has grown tired of playing a game of offense and defense with Sasori's attacking puppets. She quickly formed hand seals and unleashed her bloodline limit. Shooting, Medited Technique, Medited Monster Technique. In the next moment, Terumi Mei spewed a large amount of scorching magma from her mouth, successfully hitting the puppet during the gap in its attack motion, wrapping it up like a large net. In just a few seconds, the wooden puppet was engulfed in blazing flames, completely burned by the heated lava. The scorpion of the red sand was equally unyielding. As that puppet was provoked and burned to ashes, an arm that appeared to be severed fell to the ground. Taking advantage of the moment, when Koji Mei was distracted by the burning puppet, he quickly sent out a chakra thread to grab that arm and violently swung it towards Koji Mei. Koji Mei hurriedly raised a water barrier for defense, but unexpectedly, the arm exploded violently upon hitting the water barrier. In an instant, a powerful shockwave shattered the water wall and slammed into Koji Mei, sending her flying sideways with a loud splash as she crashed into a nearby pool. Seizing the opportunity during Koji Mei's moment of vulnerability against the water element, the scorpion of the red sand rushed indecisively, controlling the puppet to quickly charge toward the fountain, shooting a barrage of bullets at it, causing the fountain to explode and collapse. Thus, in this exchange of attacks, the scorpion of the red sand successfully gained the upper hand, overpowering Koji Mei. At the same time that Chisuna no Scorpion and Conan were engaged in a fierce battle, the fight on the other side was still ongoing. Hirosuzume, wielding a sewing knife, did not believe in evil and charged at Yatsuka again to launch a strong attack. As a result, he was slashed away by Yatsuka, leaving a huge wound on his body that stretched from his left shoulder all the way to his right side, looking grotesque and terrifying. Goid Mitsuki, who claimed to be able to use all 7 or 8 ninja swords, had summoned the Raikiri Raiga through the ninja sword scroll and was now holding it in his hands. He had already realized that using a heavy sword against Yatsuka would be a dead end, so swords like Hiramiki, Samigaki, and Dunt-D-Giri were not suitable. Thus, the most appropriate choice was the Raikiri Raiga, known for its speed and attack power. Kid, I admit your swordsmanship is indeed impressive, but that's all there is to it. The final victor will be us, Goid Mitsuki said cautiously. Oh, are you that confident? That's great. I hope you can withstand some hits, so I can showcase more of my strength. I don't want it to end up like Zabuza, where I just cut his sword in half. What? What did you say? What did you say? Goid Mitsuki and his companions were taken aback, thinking they had misheard. Zabuza's decapitating sword was cut in half by Yatsuka? Is that true? Impossible. How could you cut a decapitating sword? Kurosazuma shouted loudly. Yatsuka shrugged and casually said, "If you don't believe me, you can summon it and see for yourself. Can't you summon that big sword?" Upon hearing this, Goid Mitsuki immediately took out the ninja sword scroll and began the summoning, feeling very anxious. He instinctively thought Yatsuka was lying, but due to Yatsuka's formidable strength, he was also a bit worried it might be true. Therefore, he decided to summon the decapitating sword to find out. Go Goid Mitsuki quickly summoned the decapitating sword and exposed this kid's lie. Kurosazuma shouted loudly, not believing that Zabuza could be defeated by Yatsuka and have his sword broken. Yes, don't be fooled by his brilliance. He's clearly trying to deceive us and demoralize us. At this moment, Kakashi also chimed in. Although he usually admired Zabuza, he acknowledged that defeating Zabuza was no easy task. Moreover, Zabuza treated his decapitating sword as his life. Wanting to cut it in half was simply a fantasy. Listening to his two companions, Goid Mitsuki's earlier anxiety eased considerably, and he felt a bit more confident. That's right. How could anyone cut both Zabuza and his sword in half? Kid, I'm going to summon the decapitating sword right now, and then we'll see what you have to say when you face it. Saying that, Goid Mitsuki took out the ninja sword scroll, pulled it open, and saw 7 circular patterns corresponding to the 7 ninja swords. As he activated the summoning technique, one of the circular patterns representing the decapitating sword lit up. At the same time, the decapitating sword, lying in the emergency room being treated by medical personnel, also lit up. What is happening? The medical personnel were startled, looking strangely at the decapitating sword, which now only had a handle left. Don't worry about it. Continue the treatment, the director said, and the medical team continued to treat Zabuza. A few seconds later, the decapitating sword on the ground suddenly vanished with a whoosh. Meanwhile, a puff of white smoke burst out from Goid Mitsuki's scroll, indicating that his summoning technique was successful and the decapitating sword was summoned successfully. Huh, the decapitating sword has been summoned. Kid, let's see what you have to say now. Kurosazuma sneered. However, Goid Mitsuki had a strange expression as he looked at the white smoke, muttering to himself, "Why does this smoke look so much smaller?" Soon, as the smoke dissipated, the handle of the decapitating sword was revealed first. Seeing this, Kurosazuma laughed even more arrogantly, even shaking his legs in anticipation of exposing Yatsuka's poor lie after the decapitating sword appeared. Thus, Kurosazuma and the others eagerly awaited the sword body to appear as the smoke cleared. However, as the handle of the decapitating sword emerged, the smoke dissipated, and then there was nothing more. With a clang, the handle of the decapitating sword fell to the ground, and Kurosazuma and his companions stared dumbfounded at the remaining handle and guard on the ground. The air became suddenly silent. For a moment, the scene fell into a dead silence. After a long while, Kurosazuma finally broke the bottleneck, pointing at the handle on the ground, jumping up in anger. Goid Mitsuki, what are you doing? Did you make a mistake? Look at what you summoned. Goid Mitsuki was also in disbelief, his body stiff, staring blankly at the handle on the ground, his brain in a state of crashing. What is going on? Even Kakashi beside him had a confused expression, and the sudden appearance of a handle left him dumbfounded, so much so that he didn't even notice that the handle looked exactly like the decapitating sword's handle. His attention was entirely focused on this mysteriously appearing incomplete handle without observing whether it was indeed the handle of the decapitating sword. At that moment, Goid Mitsuki was the first to react, quickly picking up the decapitating sword handle, examining it closely. The more he looked, the worse his expression became. By the end, even his hand holding the handle was shaking. This really is the decapitating sword, Goid Mitsuki said with a trembling voice, immediately drawing the attention of the other two. Kurosazuma rushed over, snatched the handle, examined it carefully, and also recognized that it was indeed the handle of the decapitating sword. How could this happen? Kurosazuma screamed, feeling faint, darkness clouding his vision as he directly fainted. Damn it, he was telling the truth. The decapitating sword has truly been cut in half. Zabuza is probably already eliminated, Kakashi said with a grim expression. He claimed that as long as the person was alive, the sword was still there. Now that the sword was broken, the person was likely also eliminated. Moreover, Kakashi looked at the handle and saw that the guard of the sword only had about 5 centimeters of blade left, almost as if it had been cut off at the root. Earlier, when he heard Yatsuka say he had cut the decapitating sword, Kakashi had only imagined the sword being broken in half. But he never expected that now, upon seeing it, it was directly cut off at the root. This was indeed a brutal strike. Kakashi slowly raised his head, looking at Yatsuka with an expression of disbelief and shock. Although he had already witnessed Yatsuka's strength before, seeing the decapitating sword cut off at the root made Yatsuka's danger level in Kakashi's mind instantly soar from moderate to extreme. This guy is awful. I think the best choice now is to retreat, Kakashi quietly said to Goid Mitsuki beside him. Goid Mitsuki, coming back from the unparalleled shock, nodded with trembling pupils and whispered, "This kind of opponent, just the two of us probably can't handle. Besides, there's still 3 people inside the cave. If those 3 come out and surround us, we won't even be able to run." Kakashi nodded. Exactly. If we're going to run, it should be now. This place is not suitable for staying long, and we shouldn't engage in pointless battles. But that Kurisazuma guy will drag us down. Zuki Mangetsu thought for a moment and decisively said, "Leave him. He's injured anyway and probably can't escape. In critical moments, we can't afford to be merciful." Kakashi Kisame is also a ruthless character. He knows that once the Kuri Sanchuanwan falls into the enemy's hands, they might leak their intelligence. Therefore, with the intention of not leaking information, he directly drew his knife and walked towards Kuri Sanchuanwan. He intended to stab Kuri Sanchuanwan and create a fatal wound, eliminating him directly. Chapter 185. Kakashi Kisame's decision. After all, Kuri Sanchuanwan is currently unconscious and cannot surrender. So if he wants Kuri Sanchuanwan to be eliminated, it can only be done by his own teammates, rather than the enemy taking him out and obtaining the bell. In this way, when Kuri Sanchuanwan is about to receive a fatal blow, he will be directly eliminated. This way, not only will Yatsuka be unable to obtain Kuri Sanchuanwan's bell, but Kuri Sanchuanwan will also be passively eliminated, avoiding the possibility of leaking intelligence. Therefore, Kakashi Kisame felt that his decision was excellent. However, Zuki Mangetsu, who was nearby, did not know Kakashi Kisame's thoughts. Seeing him draw his knife and walk towards Kuri Sanchuanwan, he instinctively felt something was wrong and shouted in confusion, "Hey, what are you doing?" Kakashi Kisame replied without looking back, "Of course. I'm going to kill Kuri Sanchuanwan to prevent him from falling into the enemy's hands and causing a leak of information, which would put us in danger." Kakashi Kisame, that's too ruthless. You have no grudge against Kuri Sanchuanwan, do you? Zuki Mangetsu exclaimed in shock. The dry persimmon Zetsu responded, "This is not a matter of revenge. If you were the one unconscious right now, I would still kill you. But we are in an illusion, so you won't die. I'm just creating a fatal wound for him." As he spoke, the dry persimmon Zetsu walked in front of Kurosakuk Maru, raised a long knife in his hand, aimed at the position of Kurosakuk Maru's heart, and prepared to stab down. Not far away, Yatsuka saw this scene and immediately became unwilling. "If you stab down with that knife, won't the bell I was about to eat disappear? Hey, that's my trophy. Do you want to monopolize it?" Yatsuka shouted loudly, while preparing the great freedom immortal technique, ready to spring into action at any moment to save the bell from under the blade of Kisame Hashigaki. He was confident that he could snatch the bell away from Kurosato Maru before Kisame could stab it. Now, his great freedom immortal technique speed was already approaching 80% of the speed of yellow lightning. Hearing Yatsuka's words, Kisame chuckled and said, "It's precisely because I don't want you to get his bell that I'm planning to do this. Do you think you could be faster than my knife?" As he spoke, Kisame tightened his grip on the knife handle, ready to swiftly and accurately stab Kurosato Maru's body. He knew Yatsuka was fast, but he had never seen Yatsuka use the great freedom immortal technique, so he didn't think Yatsuka could reach Kurosato Maru before his knife struck. His knife tip was only 30 centimeters away from Kurosato Maru, while Yatsuka was still 10 meters away. Therefore, Kisame's arm muscles began to contract, ready to stab down at any moment. While on the other side, Yatsuka was also prepared to unleash the great freedom immortal technique, waiting for the next second to rush over and stab Kurosato Maru first, taking advantage of Kisame's moment of inattention to strike first. If Kurosato Maru knew that at this moment he had become the primary target for both allies and enemies to kill, he would probably faint on the spot. When he needed saving, no one was around, but when it came to killing him, everyone was eager to act. Just as both sides were ready to seize the first opportunity to kill Kurosato Maru, no one noticed that high above in the sky, A large white bird was flying directly above their heads. On that white large bird stood Deidara. At this moment, Deidara was using a telescope to observe the scene below, since he had not yet encountered the cosmic wave that would hit 7 in later times. He was not stimulated enough to install a camera in his left eye for illusion combat training. Therefore, Deidara was flying on a large bird, using a normal pair of binoculars to observe. From a long distance away, Deidara spotted Yasaka and others who were fighting, so he flew to the sky above them, already prepared with a large number of clay bombs he had made in advance. It must be said that theoretically, Deidara was also somewhat restrained against Yasaka, as clay bombs are not afraid of being cut. Even if Yasaka were to slice them apart, they would still explode, unless Yasaka possessed lightning release, but he did not. Furthermore, Deidara could fly in the air and maintain a distance from Yasaka, making it impossible for Yasaka to attack him. After all, even if Yasaka used the air blade from the cutting steel flash, he could only attack within a range of 15 meters. However, Deidara could easily fly 30 meters away and continuously bombard Yasaka with bombs, which illustrates the advantage of having air superiority while the enemy lacks sufficient anti-air firepower. But this is only theoretical. In actual combat, it is uncertain, and a battle would be needed to determine who would win between Deidara and Yasaka. Theoretically, many people's abilities are very effective against Yatsuka, but those who believe their abilities are particularly effective against him often end up losing terribly. The most recent person who thought his abilities were very effective against Yatsuka is Zabuza, who is currently lying in a hospital bed, unconscious. At this moment, seeing Yatsuka and his group below looking like they were about to fight, Deidara laughed heartily and said, "Ha, fight. Fight hard. These fools. It would be best if they both end up seriously injured, and then I can just bomb them and end the battle effortlessly. The bell will be mine without any effort. It's truly an easy fight." While others are scrambling for the bell, "I'm just picking it up. Ha ha." Deidara was in a very good mood. He loved situations like large-scale brawls, as one bomb would essentially be like fishing with a net, where he could scoop up a bunch of fish, the bells, easily. While others were fighting to the death, he only needed to make a throwing motion, and then he could wait to collect the bells scattered on the ground. Saying this, Deidara directly threw a large handful of clay spider bombs towards Yatsuka and the others below. There were at least 30 of these bombs, which would normally be enough to turn the people below upside down, especially since these bombs were only about the size of an egg and were falling from above at a slow speed. They would normally be hard to detect. Furthermore, since both sides of Yatsuka were focused on each other, their attention that could have been used for scouting the surroundings was already significantly diminished. As the bombs descended from above Yosaka and the others, about to explode, Deidara prepared to take action directly. Chapter 186, Deidara in the Air. "Ha! If you have the ability, come and steal it." Deidara laughed heartily, using all his strength to thrust the long knife in his hand towards Kurisenkomaru. Just as Dry Persimmon Zetsu was about to stab down, with his arm muscles trembling in that instant, Yatsuka keenly sensed it with his ability to perceive airflow. In that moment, Yatsuka activated the Great Freedom Immortal technique, instantly transforming into a streak of light that shot towards Kurisakuren. At that moment, time seemed to slow down countless times, and one could see the long knife in Dry Persimmon Zetsu's hand slowly, but visibly moving downward toward Kurisakuren. Yasaka charged towards Kurisekamaru at a speed that was 10 times faster than the speed at which Kakashi Kisame's longsword fell, a speed that was visibly very fast. Based on the slowed-down footage of the two, it could be predicted that Yasaka would reach Kurisekamaru before the longsword in Kisame's hand pierced Kurisekamaru's body, and would first tug the bell hanging from Kurisekamaru's neck. In reality, it was indeed the case. Just when the tip of the long knife in the hands of Kakashi's guy was only 10 centimeters away from Kiri Sanpomaru, Yatsuka had already rushed in front of Kiri Sanpomaru and was reaching out to grab the bell on Kiri Sanpomaru, with his fingertips just 2 centimeters away from the bell. At that moment, the audience's gaze and attention were focused on Yatsuka's hand and Kakashi's long knife, eager to see who would be able to seize the opportunity first. Just then, countless egg-sized spider-shaped explosive clay fell around the two of them, with a low roar of "ha!" from Deidara high in the sky. The explosive clay instantly detonated around Yatsuka and Kakashi. Meanwhile, in another battlefield, the area was filled with ruins, with various hidden weapons stuck everywhere on the walls and ground. And large amounts of water stains flowed on the ground along with some remnants of puppets and scattered parts, making it clear that a fierce battle had taken place here. At that moment, a hand reached out from the soil, followed by a red-haired head popping out, then his upper body, lower body, and finally, the whole person emerged from the dirt. Puff puff, the scorpion of the red sand brushed off the dust from his body. Although he emerged from the ground, looking a bit dirty, it did not affect his handsome face. His red hair, combined with his beautiful boyish features, made people overlook his dirty clothes and focus solely on his face. This girl is really difficult to deal with. I didn't expect her to be so troublesome. If I had known, I wouldn't have fought her. It's wasted me so much time. However, her body is quite good. If made into a human puppet, it should be able to exert considerable combat power, thought the scorpion of the red sand as he looked at the large water stains on the ground, deep in thought. A few seconds later, the water on the ground began to ripple, slowly forming a humanoid figure rising from the water surface. Initially, it was just a figure without facial features, but soon, the water took on a more refined shape, revealing the specific contours of clothes, the tips of hair, and the beautiful, delicate facial features, all emerging in their proper colors. You're quite handsome and powerful. Would you consider being my husband? Deidara said with a charming smile. The scorpion of the red sand smiled slightly, like a blooming rainbow, his stunning face fully revealed in Deidara's eyes as he replied softly, I'm not interested in that. Rather, I'm more interested in your body. What did you say? Deidara's face instantly turned bright red. She didn't expect the scorpion of the red sand to say such a blatant thing, leaving her stammering in surprise. At that moment, the scorpion of the red sand continued. If I were to turn your body into a puppet, I would have a puppet with both offensive and defensive capabilities, which would significantly enhance my combat power. How about it? Would you like to become my exquisite artwork? I can offer you such an opportunity. Human puppet? Deidara said with some confusion, but she instinctively felt it was not a good thing. That's right, turning your corpse into a puppet allows me to install many hidden weapons in your body. And most importantly, it preserves your abilities from when you were alive. How about that? Isn't it impressive? The scorpion of the red sand said with a smile, as if discussing something very wonderful. Godi, if you want to do that, you do it yourself. I don't want to become a specimen. Deidara said angrily, making a hand seal and releasing the water dragon bullet technique towards the scorpion of the red sand. Don't be so excited. You can think it over. This way, I can preserve your beauty forever. You won't age, and you will always present your most beautiful face to the world, becoming eternal beauty. Isn't that a perfect art? The scorpion of the red sand said as he jumped back, extending 2 sprayers from his sleeves. With a hiss, high-pressure gas sprayed out, propelling his body high into the air, avoiding the water dragon's impact. With a loud splash, the massive water dragon crashed into the ground, instantly creating a huge wave that washed outwards. In the wave, the scorpion of the red sand's exquisite face was reflected as he gently descended towards the ground, saying to Deidara, but one thing you're right about, I do plan to turn myself into a puppet as well. You're really insane. Deidara frowned. Feeling something was wrong with his mentality, it seemed twisted, so she continued to make hand seals, thinking I originally thought that Momochi Zabuza was enough of a lunatic, but I didn't expect to encounter someone even crazier. Now it seems that compared to this guy, Zabuza's lunacy isn't even a problem. Water release, water cannonball technique. Deidara shouted, as countless water cannonballs rained down upon the scorpion of the red sand. The scorpion of the red sand remained completely unfazed and summoned a massive puppet. The puppet's belly resembled a wooden barrel with a lid on top that opened, allowing the scorpion of the red sand to directly burrow inside. Then, a defensive shield resembling a partition rose on the front of the puppet, just as a torrent of water cannonballs began to strike against the shield. Chapter 187. The yellow bird is behind, accompanied by a series of continuous explosion sounds. The enormous puppet was instantly engulfed by the steam generated from the exploding water cannonballs, obscuring its figure. However, the next moment, the voice of the scorpion of the red sand emerged from amidst the explosions. Useless. The salamander puppet is specifically designed to deal with your large-scale attacks. Even if dozens of tons of boulders were to fall, they would be completely unable to break through the salamander's defenses. Oh, is that so? Then how about this? Kaguya may raise an eyebrow and directly control the water cannonballs to not explode, but instead transform into a large pool of water that splashed onto the surface of the salamander puppet. The water then flowed inward through the seams connecting the puppet. Since the scorpion of the red sand was hiding inside the puppet's belly, which resembled a large barrel, Kaguya may directed the water to flow toward the location where the scorpion of the red sand was concealed. Soon, the scorpion of the red sand noticed that water began to seep in from the inner side of the puppet's belly. Although unsure of Kaguya Mei's intentions, the scorpion of the red sand knew that it would definitely not be anything good. Meanwhile, Zhao Mei Ming did not control all the water bombs to flow into the puppet. Instead, she let 8 water bombs float around the puppet. As soon as the scorpion from the red sand emerged, those water bombs would fly to its side and explode. Thus, Zhao Meiming used this method to force the scorpion from the red sand to either hide inside the puppet's belly and be attacked by her water ninjutsu, or come out and still be attacked by her water ninjutsu. At that moment, the scorpion from the red sand saw the incoming water merging into several small water balls the size of eggs, floating in mid-air as if in space. This made the scorpion from the red sand feel that these water balls looked no different from the previous water bombs. Realizing this, the scorpion from the red sand's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he instinctively thought that it was bad. However, at that moment, the small water balls floating in mid-air exploded one after another, directly blowing up from inside the puppet and tearing its belly apart. Seeing the scene, Zhao Meiming smiled charmingly and confidently said, "A fortress that appears solid is always breached from the inside." After the water cannonball exploded the puppet's belly, the water cannonballs that were originally floating outside the puppet, under the control of Kumei, rushed into the puppet through the hole created by the explosion, triggering a secondary explosion. Consequently, the mountain pepper fish puppet was blown out with a huge hole, and steam filled the air, submerging the puppet within. "Oomph. This time, let's see if you can survive." Kumei snorted coldly. Meanwhile, the area where Yasaka and Kakashi were fighting was currently shrouded in thick smoke, which mixed with dust and rose into the sky, covering an area of several hundred square meters nearby, making it visible several kilometers away. As for the instigator of all this, Deidara was standing on a giant bird, holding a telescope and observing the movements within the smoke. However, since he did not possess the Byakugan, he could not see clearly through the dust and smoke. At this moment, the audience outside was also focused on Yasaka amidst the smoke and dust. Just now, when they saw Yasaka rush in front of Deidara to snatch the bell, and his fingers were only 2 centimeters away from it, the audience felt confident that the bell was definitely Yasaka's, as the speed was so fast that even the audience could predict he would absolutely be able to grab the bell before Deidara's knife reached Kurosakamaru. However, just as the audience was filled with confidence and joy at Yasaka getting another bell, an unexpected incident occurred, and the situation turned upside down. The scene was suddenly engulfed by a violent explosion. In that moment, the audience, who were almost smiling, watched as Yasaka's fingers were just 2 centimeters away from the bell when he was suddenly swallowed by a fierce explosion. As a result, the confident smiles on the faces of the audience froze. The bombs had fallen from the sky, and due to the broadcasting angle, the audience had no idea there were bombs above them before they fell. Thus, when the bombs dropped, almost no one noticed them, leaving the majority of the audience in a daze, baffled by the sudden explosion. They had no idea what caused the explosion. It was so sudden that they were left confused and shocked. At that moment, the audience had their smiles frozen on their faces, looking bewildered with a sense of confusion. Only a few people realized what had triggered the explosion. Among them was Uchiha Fugaku. He looked speechless and said to Kakashi, "Just now, a bunch of clay bombs suddenly fell from the sky and detonated at that moment. If I'm not mistaken, it should be that little brat from a Wagakure named Deidara." "Oh, is that guy in the sky?" Kakashi said curiously. Uchiha Fugaku nodded and replied, "Pretty much. A Wagakure has a technique called heavy stone technique, which allows someone to fly. However, I personally lean toward thinking it's that brat's own ability, because I think those explosive clay could probably be made into a big bird and fly as well." On the other side of the stand, Namikaze Minato said to Uchiha Shursui, "I think I just saw something white fall down." Uchiha Shursui nodded and replied, "It was something shaped like a spider." At that moment, it fell and then exploded. It's probably a Doton technique because according to the information, there are 2 competitors from a Wagakure who are from the demolition team. One of them, SH, uses his bloodline limit to create explosions, and those bombs clearly exploded in midair. So if we deduce this, it should be the contestant named Deidara. Namikaze Minato nodded, sighed, and said, "I didn't expect to be caught in a trap like this. I hope Yasaka will be fine." The group, led by Uchiha Shimizu, who was originally carrying Tsurutobi Asuma, was almost at the cave entrance when suddenly a series of violent explosions erupted outside. Just at that moment, the rocks at the entrance were blasted down, leaving the 3 of them trapped inside the cave. "Damn it! The entrance collapsed. We're stuck here," Uchiha Shimizu exclaimed angrily. "Punching the wall. Don't worry, I can use earth release. I'll just dig a hole to get us out," Kakashi Hitaki said calmly. Chapter 188, Iron Body. Outside Shandong, the dust began to gradually disperse with the gentle breeze. The audience's gaze was also focused on the dissipating smoke and dust, as they wanted to see the figure of Yasaka. because if they couldn't see that figure, it would mean that Yasaka had been eliminated. In the sky, the large Deidara was also using binoculars to watch the smoke and dust below. Soon, the smoke cleared up a bit, revealing a figure standing inside it. Many spectators recognized the figure at a glance based on its build. It was Yatsuka. Look, it's Yatsuka. He's still in. He hasn't been eliminated. Someone stood up, pointing at the figure on the big screen, and shouted excitedly. That's right. It's him. He's still in. Great. More people followed suit and shouted. And soon the audience erupted with countless screams and cheers. Among the crowd, Yamakishi Aoi chuckled and said, Yatsuka really is tough. He wasn't killed even after such an explosion. Of course, he's the captain of our Konoha representative team. How could he be so easily blown up? Noara Jinkan said with a smile, a toothpick in his mouth. What they referred to as being blown up actually meant being eliminated. According to the rules of the illusion, encountering life-threatening danger would result in an instant teleportation out, and being blown up essentially meant being sent out. Therefore, seeing that Yatsuka had not been teleported out indicated that at least he had not sustained any fatal injuries, which made Otsutsuki SHPU, who had been tense, finally relax her anxious heart. Throughout watching Yatsuka's match, Otsutsuki SHPU had lost count of how many times her little heart had gone up and down, feeling like she was on a roller coaster. However, it was precisely because of this that her emotions were constantly stirred by Yatsuka, and when a person's emotions are influenced by another, it indicates that the person might have feelings for the other. At the same time, Deidara also saw Yatsuka's figure through the binoculars. The smoke had cleared significantly again, making the figure clearer, allowing him to see Yatsuka's face distinctly. Yatsuka stood in place, his hair still styled the same, and his clothes showed no signs of damage. Not even a speck of dust was on him. How is this possible? Deidara exclaimed in disbelief, staring at Yatsuka below. Clearly, his explosive clay had detonated right next to Yatsuka, practically at point-blank range. Yet Yatsuka, not only wasn't he eliminated on the spot, but his clothes weren't even slightly damaged. This was simply illogical and contrary to Deidara's understanding. At this moment, Yasaka was looking up at Deidara in the sky, his expression thoughtful. Time rewound to a minute earlier, when Yasaka's fingers were just 2 centimeters away from the bell hanging around Kirasamaru's neck, ready to snatch it away. Suddenly, Yasaka's airflow perception detected something falling around his body. In that instant, Yasaka's mind hadn't yet processed what those things were, and he hadn't even received feedback about their specific shapes from his airflow perception. Yet, Yasaka's body instinctively activated the iron body state. In the next moment, Yasaka's brain finally registered the shapes of those things, making him aware that some of them had fallen around his body. Before Yasaka's mind could even start to think about what those things were, what they intended to do, or what he himself should do, the explosive clay had already detonated. However, just before the explosion, Yasaka had activated his iron body state, granting his body extremely strong defensive power. As a result, although he was hit by the intense shockwave from the explosion, Yasaka did not sustain any substantial injuries. It felt as if he had been struck by many large hammers all at once, and that was about it. This also confirmed to Yasaka that after activating the iron body state, he could withstand bomb attacks of this level, even though he did not know that it was Deidara's C1 bomb. But Yasaka could gauge the power of the bomb based on its size. After all, if Deidara threw a giant bomb the size of C3, Yasaka was not foolish. He could tell just by looking that he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. You're Deidara from Iwagakure, right? Yasaka suddenly said. Deidara relaxed his earlier surprise and confidently nodded, saying, That's right, it's me. Yasaka smiled and told Deidara, Your ability is quite interesting, but if you want to defeat me, that's probably not going to happen. Today, your bell will belong to me. Yasaka directly declared victory over Deidara. Upon hearing Yatsuka's victory declaration, Deidara immediately scoffed and laughed. Heh, quite a bold claim. But let's see what you've got to defeat me. Huh. As he spoke, Deidara reached into his waist pouch, and a mouth on his palm bit off a chunk of clay, chewing it continuously and mixing his chakra into the clay to create clay bombs. At that moment, a furious shout came from not far away from Yasaka. There, a hemispherical water sphere stood, inside of which were dry persimmon kisame and akatsuki matoi. The angry shout came from Kinemon's mouth. Deidara from Iwagakure. How despicable of you to launch a sneak attack while we were fighting. You really have no sense of martial ethics at all. I advise you to think carefully about your actions. Kinemon said angrily. If it weren't for Kisame's quick speed, creating a water prison technique that barely absorbed the impact of the explosion, both of them would probably have been eliminated by now. The lying corpse of Chestnut Sandworm didn't know whether to consider itself lucky or unlucky. The fortunate part was that it wasn't blown away and eliminated on the spot. The unfortunate part was that after being blown away, it fell headfirst into a large pit, leaving only its 2 legs exposed. The loud insult from Zuki Mangetsu also caught Yatsuka's attention. He turned to look at Zuki Mangetsu and Kakashi Zetsu, surprised as he said, "Oh, so you're still alive. I thought I had already blown you out earlier. What a pity. What do you mean by that? Just because you're fine. Why should I be eliminated? Do you think I'm trash?" Asuki Mangetsu retorted angrily. Chapter 189. The overbearing Yatsuka, Zuki Mangetsu, was extremely indignant. Why was it that Yatsuka could survive the explosion while he, Zuki Mangetsu, was eliminated? Seeing Zuki Mangetsu's furious expression, Yatsuka waved his hand and said apologetically, No, don't misunderstand. I'm not talking about you." "Then who are you talking about?" Zuki Mangetsu pressed on. Yatsuka helplessly pointed at Zuki Mangetsu, then pointed at Kurosaki Tamura not far away, then at Kakashi Zetsu, and finally pointed at Deidara, who was standing on a big bird overhead, saying, "I'm talking about everyone present here. They're all trash." "What? You?" Zuki Mangetsu, who had prepared a retort, was momentarily choked up by Yatsuka's words, feeling both shocked and furious, unable to speak. Not only him, but also Kakashi Zetsu beside him, and Deidara flying in the sky, were equally stunned into silence by Yatsuka's sudden outburst. Similarly, the audience watching the live broadcast outside were all wide-eyed, shocked by Yatsuka's surprising declaration. Wow, this guy is so overbearing. Some viewers who thought that Kurabi and Yuzuki were already arrogant realized that in front of Yatsuka, they were nothing but amateurs. One audience member exclaimed excitedly, "Exactly, this guy is so arrogant. But I like it. Ha ha, this person is so arrogant. It's almost as if he doesn't care about anyone else. But I like people like this, a true man. Wow, my idol is so handsome. This is just the speech of a strong person. I want to memorize all these classic quotes." In an instant, the audience was stunned by Yatsuka's sudden remarks. But most of them not only did not resent him, but rather admired his abrupt arrogance. Firstly, Yatsuka had demonstrated enough strength throughout the match to justify saying that everyone present was trash. Secondly, Yatsuka was one of Konoha's own. When someone from Konoha shows off, the people of Konoha naturally support him wholeheartedly. If it were someone from another village saying these words, the audience would have likely shouted for his defeat. This was the home advantage. Noera Genkan, biting his toothpick with a helpless expression, smiled wryly and said, "This guy Yatsuka is simply a born king." Earlier, I thought those people from the Cloud Village were arrogant, but now I realize Yatsuka is the real deal, and his arrogance is unassailable, all backed up by reason. Aobain Yamakaze nodded and laughed. Compared to Yatsuka, they are all younger brothers. However, Yatsuka's arrogance is also convincing, which is quite puzzling. I never realized he could be so flamboyant, with one strong quote after another. Noera Rin clapped her hands excitedly, thinking that when Yatsuka said, "Everyone present is trash," it was simply stunning, exuding an unbeatable aura. This was the legendary idol. She was so into it that her hands turned red, completely oblivious, and shouted Yatsuka's name loudly. Yuin also looked excited, like a fervent fan, while she sighed internally, wondering when Moonlight Gale could be as domineering as Yatsuka. But thinking about it, it was almost impossible. The personalities of the two were fundamentally different. Yatsuka was carefree, exuding the aura of a king, cutting down everything in his path, while Moonlight Gale had to be much more low-key. On the other side of the stands, Otsutsuki Asaka was also clapping vigorously, her eyes sparkling as if stars were shining, reflecting Yatsuka's figure. After hearing Yatsuka's words, she felt as if she was on a mental high, getting more and more excited about watching Yatsuka. Meanwhile, on the small square where the eliminated contestants were located, a group of people was also staring at the screen in disbelief, especially those two who had been eliminated by Yatsuka, who were shocked beyond compare, thinking to themselves, "So, I was eliminated by such an overbearing person." For a moment, they felt a sense of pride. Peach Boy chuckled, "Being eliminated by someone like him is not a disgrace for me. It's not that I'm too weak. It's that he is too strong. Didn't you see that even the strong Jinchuri Kurabi and Yuzuki were taken out by him in one hit? It's completely normal for me to be eliminated by him." When Peach Boy said this, it reminded everyone of Kakashi Shikaku from Konoha, who during the Second Shinobi World War was said to be someone whom people from other nations could run away from without facing any consequences. Listening to Yatsuka now felt similar to how people viewed Kakashi back then, as if losing to Yatsuka doesn't count as losing. However, what Peach Boy said wasn't entirely wrong. The powerful Jinchuri duo from the Cloud Village were taken out in one hit by Yatsuka, and the so-called abnormal killing king from the Mist Village, Zabuza not only got eliminated by Yatsuka, but even had his sword cut into 3 pieces. If such a powerful person couldn't match Yatsuka, it was only natural for a ninja of Peach Boy's caliber to lose, and not losing would have been abnormal. So Peach Boy felt a sense of relaxation, as if he had the illusion that if it weren't for encountering Yatsuka, I wouldn't have been eliminated. The others rolled their eyes, wanting to refute Peach Boy, but found they really had nothing to argue against. He wasn't wrong at all. Meanwhile, in a 3-person ward at Konoha's medical facility, Yuzuki slowly opened her eyes. She looked at the white ceiling above her, her mind still sluggish, not yet recovered from the confusion of just waking up. For a moment, her head was filled with thoughts of who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? She instinctively turned her head and saw Karabi beside her, staring blankly at the ceiling. Isn't that Karabi? Why is he here too? This looks like a hospital. After pondering for a moment, Yuzuki's memory of the previous match flooded back like a tide, scenes and memories surfacing one after another in her mind like a slideshow. Damn it, I was actually taken out by that guy in one hit. What a disgrace. Yuzuki recalled the scene before she lost consciousness, instantly gritting her teeth in anger. She hadn't even used her full strength yet, and she had been taken out by Yatsuka. Chapter 190. The angry Yuzuki, however, just as Yuzuki was clenching her fists, furious and wanted to get out of bed to challenge Yatsuka, she suddenly noticed someone familiar lying on the bed by the window. Isn't that Zabuza, the so-called abnormal killing machine from the Mist Village? Why is he here too? Yuzuki was momentarily stunned, but quickly realized that CHG was eliminated by someone else. Although she believed that CHG was not her opponent, she thought CHG's strength was decent, which made her curious. I wonder who eliminated CHG. Someone like that must be at least a captain-level fighter. Just then, Yuzuki noticed Karabi, who was staring blankly to the side, and she felt an overwhelming surge of anger. When Yuzuki arrived, Karabi was already lying in a human-shaped pit, without having transformed into his tailed beast form. This meant that Karabi was defeated without even having fought at his full potential. This infuriated Yuzuki, although she herself was defeated by Yatsuka without showing her true strength. At least she had transformed in her tailed beast form. Karabi hadn't even done that. Karabi, what the hell are you doing? How could you get taken out without even going all out? Is this really you? This is an absolute disgrace for the hidden Cloud Village. Yuzuki scolded, frowning. At that moment, Karabi slowly turned his head and looked at Yuzuki with a dazed expression, finally saying the first words to someone since his elimination. Why is his slashing technique so strong? Karabi's question left the initially furious Yuzuki speechless. She was at a loss for words because she had also been taken out in a single blow by Yatsuka. At that time, she thought that since she had transformed in her tailed beast form, defeating Yatsuka would be a piece of cake. But what happened? She ended up losing. Damn it, that guy used a mental shock technique. I had no defense at all and fell right into his trap. But if I run into him again, he won't be so lucky. Yuzuki gritted her teeth and said. In reality, Yuzuki had the ability to defend against mental shocks, as her 2-tailed cat possessed soul abilities, making her quite adept at both mental attacks and defenses. However, at that time, Yuzuki was too arrogant and believed that no one could defeat her with a mental shock, which ultimately led to her downfall. Just as the two were talking, Peach Lanzai Bujan woke up. The first thing he did upon waking was to grab his beheading sword. He had just had a nightmare, dreaming that his beheading sword had been chopped down to just a handle. Therefore, the first thing he did after waking up was to look for his beheading sword. He needed to see it intact to feel at ease. However, when he reached out, he found nothing but empty air. What the hell? Peach Lanzai Bujan was stunned for a moment. Where's my sword? He was about to explode with anger. At that moment, while Peach Lanzai Bujan couldn't find his beheading sword, on the other side, Zuki Mangetsu was holding 2 Raiga in one hand and the handle of the beheading sword in the other, looking at Yatsuka with a face full of anger. You are truly too arrogant. Today Zuki Mangetsu will teach you a lesson here. Let you broaden your horizons. With that, Zuki Mangetsu sealed the handle of the beheading sword back into a scroll, picked up the 2 Raiga with both hands, and prepared to launch an attack on Yatsuka. In the sky, Deidara was also looking displeased as he stared down at Yatsuka, who had the audacity to call him trash. He was determined to blow this guy away today. Kid, you got guts, huh? I can't wait to see you still talking tough when I blow you to bits. With that, Deidara reached for his explosive clay, preparing to unleash a C3 to flatten the area below. Hee, what else can you do besides throwing bombs? Don't rush. One at a time. Soon I'll send you back to the little square. Yatsuka replied with a grin. At that moment, Kisame Hashigaki was about to charge forward, but he was held back by his companion, Kisame. Let me go, I want to take down this arrogant guy. Kisame shouted, struggling. Calm down. Have you forgotten that we almost got blown up by a bomb just now? If we attack now, that guy in the sky will definitely take advantage. Kisame's words immediately made Kisame calm down. He looked up at Deidara in the sky, then at Yatsuka on the ground, thinking, the guy in the sky is undoubtedly the hardest to deal with. If we take care of Yatsuka first, the guy up there will definitely seize the opportunity. It's better to take down that guy in the sky first, then we can deal with Yatsuka without worries. So, Kisame quickly reined in his earlier angry expression and calmly said to Yatsuka, Hey, how about we take down the guy in the sky first, then we can fight? I'm sure you don't want to be ambushed while fighting, right? Yatsuka looked at Kisame and smiled slightly, saying no need. I can handle him by myself. So you won't have to fight me for the bell later. You. Kisame almost spat blood in anger. All right, I'm going to see how a close-range fighter like you can deal with that guy in the sky. Kisame angrily said. At this moment, Yatsuka turned back and asked, Aren't you also a blade user? Kisame immediately roared in anger. Even though I use a blade, I can still use water release ninjutsu, as if anyone can't do that. Yatsuka casually replied, surprising both Kisame and Kisame. Yatsuka had always showcased his slashing techniques. They had never seen him use ninjutsu before. Now Yatsuka claimed he could use water release. Is that real? What did you say? You can use water release too? Kisame exclaimed, his head filled with question marks. Not only Kisame, but even the audience outside was very curious. Yatsuka could use water release? Is that true? He had always used a blade, and throughout the competition, they hadn't seen him use ninjutsu even once. Not to mention water release, he hadn't even used shadow clone. In an instant, the audience was filled with curiosity. Even the third Hokage and others in the Hokage office were puzzled. What the heck? Yatsuka says he can use water release? Is he joking? The third Hokage looked at Jiraiya and the others, confused. Has anyone seen Yatsuka use water release? The third Hokage looked at Jiraiya and the others, who all shook their heads. Not to mention them, no one in the entire Konoha Corps had seen Yatsuka use ninjutsu. Chapter 191. Yatsuka is going to use ninjutsu, what the heck? What's got into Yatsuka? He wants to use ninjutsu. I've never seen him use ninjutsu even once. The third Hokage felt a headache coming on. As Yatsuka's guardian, the third Hokage had watched him grow up, so he knew Yatsuka very well. Moreover, the third Hokage was still in his prime, not in the elderly state he would be later, so both his attention and memory were quite sharp. In his memory, Yatsuka had never used ninjutsu, not even once. Even in the Ninja Academy, when the teachers taught ninjutsu, Yatsuka had never practiced it. To put plainly, he had never even seen Yatsuka form hand seals. Now, suddenly Yatsuka claimed he could use water release ninjutsu, which left everyone, including the third Hokage, completely bewildered. Mitsuki Shusui stared blankly at the big screen, momentarily unable to process what he was seeing. What the heck? Yatsuka can use ninjutsu? I've taught him for 3 years, and I've never even seen him form seals. This guy can actually use ninjutsu? What the heck? Mitsuki Shusui was stunned, even cursing in surprise. When did Yatsuka learn water release ninjutsu? This is so strange. Did the explosion just now mess up his brain and create a hallucination? Noera Jinkan said in astonishment as he looked at the big screen. Yatsuka is really hiding his abilities. He keeps revealing skills we've never seen before, like that high-speed movement and even defying gravity, and now he brings out water release ninjutsu. I have no idea where he learned all this. It's impressive. Yamashiro Atsui said with admiration. Otsutsuki Shofu had an excited and delighted expression, his eyes shining, hands clasped in front of his chest, muttering to himself in awe. Yatsuka-kun can actually use water release ninjutsu. That's amazing. How does he know so much? What a powerful person. An illusion. Both Kisame and Kisame were curiously looking at Yatsuka. Water release ninjutsu was their Mist Village's specialty. Although the second Hokage's water release was unrivaled, he was long dead. Moreover, their Mist Village had just ended a decade-long blood mist disaster and was starting to get back on track, with many experts in water release ninjutsu emerging. Not to mention, Kisame Hashigaki was a master of water release ninjutsu. Therefore, both Kisame and Kisame were very curious to see what kind of water release ninjutsu Yatsuka could demonstrate. On the large bird in the sky, Deidara scoffed when he heard Yasaka say he would use water-style jutsu against him, giving Yasaka a disdainful look and dismissively saying, "Heh, it's not that I look down on you, but if you can actually use water style, I'll come down to the ground and fight you." Deidara had previously studied the information about the people from Kanagacore, as his village, Iwagakure, paid great attention to intelligence and was very skilled in it. Therefore, he naturally knew that the person below, named Yasaka, was said to be a master of swordsmanship, but had never seen him use any ninjutsu. This led Deidara to conclude that Yasaka was just bragging, especially after recalling the strong words Yasaka had just spoken. "Huh, that's what you said." Yasaka laughed heartily, sheathed his katana, and under the watchful eyes of Kisame Hashigaki and Suigetsu Hozuki, as well as the attention of the audience outside, he raised both hands and formed the first hand seal. That's the rabbit seal. This guy, could he really use water style? Mikazuki Shuji stood up in shock, his eyes wide as he stared at the scene on the screen, completely astonished. This guy, he can't really use water style, can he? Noera Kurenai said, waiting for the big screen, her face filled with disbelief. Jiraiya, you don't think this kid is just bragging on purpose, do you? I always feel like it's not very reliable, the third Hokage said with a speechless expression. At this moment, Jiraiya, with a mischievous smile, eagerly suggested to Orochimaru, "Orochimaru, how about we make another bet? I bet Yasaka can use water style, and you bet he can't. If you lose, you..." Here, Jiraiya glanced around the Hokage office and pointed at the third Hokage's desk, saying, "If you lose, you have to eat this desk. If I lose, I'll provide you with a batch of experimental materials." Jiraiya's words immediately piqued Orochimaru's interest. He was currently researching curse marks and happened to be short on living experimental materials. If Jiraiya could provide them, that would be perfect. However, Orochimaru was no fool. After losing a bet and having to eat a desk, he wasn't going to make another bet easily, especially since he hadn't finished digesting that desk yet. After thinking it over carefully, he felt that it wasn't impossible for Yasaka to use water style, so he ultimately declined Jiraiya's proposal. The third Hokage was already gathered in front of the crystal ball, staring intently, just waiting for Yasaka to release the ninjutsu. At this moment, Yasaka had already formed 3 hand seals. Although his speed was incredibly slow, it could still be considered as forming seals. Upon seeing his seals, Namake's Minato was surprised and said, "What could it be, that technique? Yasaka actually knows that ninjutsu? Where did he learn it? What technique?" Uchiha Shursui, who was beside him, asked curiously. Namake's Minato, with a serious expression, replied, "I'm not quite sure yet. But looking at the order of his hand seals, it does resemble it. Just say it." Uchiha Shursui urged anxiously. Minato's response had piqued others' curiosity, only to leave them hanging midway. "Just keep watching, and you'll find out soon." Namake's Minato ultimately did not reveal the name of the ninjutsu. This left Uchiha Shursui feeling extremely frustrated. It would have been better if he hadn't said anything at all. On the other side, Uchiha Fugaku also noticed something, crossing his arms and frowning as he said, "How could a genin use that jutsu? And can he really unleash it?" "What jutsu?" asked Hitaki Sakumo curiously from the side. "You'll know if you keep watching. I can't be 100 sure. It's just a guess," Uchiha Fugaku said seriously. "You shouldn't just say the first half of your thoughts. Don't you know there's a saying that curiosity killed a cat?" Chapter 192, Moon cutting 1,000 blades. Meanwhile, standing on a large bird, Deidara also looked curiously at Yasaka's hand seals, his mouth twitching a few times as he thought, could this guy be trying to show off by temporarily releasing a jutsu? With that hand seal speed, he could probably unleash 5 or 6 jutsu. While thinking, he prepared a few clay bombs for a surprise attack later. On the other side, Kisame Hashigaki and Mangitsu Momochi were also watching Yasaka's hand seals. Kisame frowned and said, "From his hand seals, it seems to be a water release type jutsu. But this hand seal looks very strange and is quite different from the normal water release jutsu structure." Mangitsu Momochi, on the other hand, looked speechless, thinking that even if Yasaka could really use a water release jutsu at this speed by the time he completed the hand seals, his enemies would probably have unleashed several jutsu that could kill him. Out of curiosity, whether it was Deidara, Mangitsu Momochi, or the many spectators outside the arena, thousands of eyes were focused on Yasaka's hands, all wanting to see what kind of jutsu this exceptionally skilled boy would use. Aside from a few individuals who guessed what jutsu Yasaka might use, the others could not figure out what it was at all. At this moment, the third Hokage, known as the god of ninja techniques, had a shocked and disbelieving expression on his face. He held the crystal ball with both hands, leaning in very close to it, murmuring, "How is this possible? How could he possibly use that ninja technique?" "What technique?" Jiraiya asked bluntly, noticing the serious look on the third Hokage's face. He didn't think an average genin like Yasaka could perform any impressive ninjutsu. Before the third Hokage could speak, Orochimaru raised an eyebrow in surprise and said, "Could it be the second Hokage's?" "That's right," the third Hokage nodded. "I see. No wonder you're so surprised. It is indeed shocking that Yasaka could use that technique. But where did he learn it?" "I don't remember that technique being recorded in the Forbidden Scrolls," Orochimaru said, somewhat puzzled. Hey, what are you two talking about? Can you please finish your sentences?" Jiraiya shouted, unable to contain himself. At this moment, Yasaki finally completed his hand seals. As he brought his hands together for the last time, an invisible aura emanated from him, leaving Kisame Hashigaki and Kageyama Mangetsu beside him momentarily stunned. "Kisame, why did I feel like I was standing before the ocean for a brief moment?" Kageyama Mangetsu asked suspiciously. Kisame, with a serious expression, nodded and said, "It's not your illusion. I felt it too. This guy gives me a sense of facing the ocean. It's strange that there are no obvious changes about him." On the other side, under Jiraiya's pressing questions, the third Hokage finally spoke slowly. The second Hokage's strongest attribute ninjutsu is water release. There are rumors that the second Hokage once signed a contract with the ocean, allowing him to summon it. This rumor is actually true? Jiraiya asked in surprise, not expecting the rumor to be real. "Actually, it's false." The third Hokage shook his head. Jiraiya nearly fell to the ground. The third Hokage, with a serious expression, said, "The third Hokage's swordsmanship is also very powerful. Besides the flying thunder god slash, he has another sword technique that is equally strong, called." Meanwhile, Yasaki smiled as he drew his great sword. The tip of the blade sliced through the air, producing a visible amount of water vapor. Just as the blade was aimed at Deidara, Yasaki softly said, "Water release. Moon slicing 1,000 blades." In the next moment, a large amount of water vapor exploded from the air trajectory traced by the blade, and the water that appeared out of nowhere adhered to the edge of the blade. As Yasaki swung the sword, the water on the blade instantly transformed into a roaring waterfall that surged into the sky, heading straight for Deidara. "What?" Deidara exclaimed in shock, quickly maneuvering his large bird to dodge. However, the sudden explosion of the waterfall was like the rush of water released from a dam, moving at such high speed that as soon as Deidara flew to the left, the massive wave had already struck most of the large bird's body. "This is bad," Deidara shouted, feeling an extremely dangerous sensation rise in his heart. Without hesitation, he pushed off with his feet and jumped backward from the large bird. In the next moment, half of the bird's body was engulfed by the wave. At the moment when half of the giant bird's body was engulfed by the waves, Deidara saw that the bird's body was actually shattered by the water. So dangerous. Deidara didn't even have time to take a second look at the remaining half of the giant bird. The massive wave moved with the tip of the Yatsuka Hikon, sweeping towards Deidara. At this point, the remaining half of the bird's body had also been torn apart by the massive wave, which then came slicing towards Deidara, who was suspended in mid-air like a gigantic sword. In a critical moment, Deidara flicked his right hand and threw out 2 explosive clay bombs. With a loud shout, the 2 bombs exploded, and the shockwave successfully blocked the massive wave for half a second, simultaneously pushing Deidara's body to the other side, rapidly falling towards the ground. The sudden turn of events left the 2 nearby, Kisame and Itachi, momentarily stunned, staring in shock as Deidara was swept down by the enormous wave. When Deidara threw the bombs, injuring himself to distance himself from the wave, the 2 explosions finally snapped the bewildered Kisame and Itachi back to reality. What the hell? What kind of ninjutsu is this? Suigetsu quickly retreated away from Yatsuka Hikon, and Kisame also stepped back to create distance from Yatsuka Hikon. Meanwhile, Yasaki's sword swept across, almost drawing a 180-degree arc. As the blade slid, the super water wave followed, as if a super high-pressure water column was shooting out from the tip of the sword, chasing after the falling Deidara. Deidara was startled by this, not expecting the water wave to relentlessly pursue him. His face turned pale, and he threw out 2 bombs again. With 2 loud bangs, the shock waves from the explosions momentarily blocked the water wave, allowing Deidara to land successfully. Deidara fell to the ground with a thud, rolling and dodging the slicing attack of the water wave. Chapter 193. The shocked third Hokage in the office of the third Hokage. Jiraiya stared at the crystal ball in disbelief, his fingers trembling as he pointed at the image in the crystal ball and said, This water release technique is too powerful." Not only Jiraiya, but even the usually calm Orochimaru was staring at Yasaki in the crystal ball with narrowed pupils. clearly shocked by the stunning scene just witnessed. The third Hokage nodded seriously and said, "That's right, the power of this technique is indeed formidable. In fact, this move was developed by the third Hokage based on the water release, water cutting wave." What? Isn't the water cutting wave technique supposed to shoot high-pressure water blades from mouth? But the moon cutting 1,000 blades is clearly cut from the sword, Jiraiya questioned, confused. At this moment, Orochimaru, who had been silent, spoke up. That's right. The water cutting wave technique requires spraying water from the mouth, which can be inconvenient at times, and it can only attack with a single high-pressure water blade. Therefore, the second Hokage improved upon this basis. The third Hokage nodded again and continued. The water wave you saw is actually composed of countless high-pressure water blades. Therefore, it is not only extremely sharp, but also has a shattering effect. Being hit by that water wave means you won't just be cut in half. Instead, you'll be shredded by numerous high-pressure water blades, which is terrifying. Plus the long range, large area, and fast casting speed make it an S-rank ninjutsu. Where did this Yasaki guy learn this? The more the third Hokage spoke, the more shocked he became. Can you imagine a low-ranking ninja using S-rank ninjutsu? That's simply outrageous. At this point, Jiraiya felt puzzled and asked, "Wait, you just said this technique has a fast release speed, but I saw Yasaki take a whole minute just to form the hand signs." Hearing this, the third Hokage shrugged helplessly and said, "The second Hokage could perform this move without hand signs at all. Yasaki probably has never used ninjutsu before, and since it's his first practical application, he is very unskilled, which is why it's so slow. In reality, he could have performed this move while forming hand signs with one hand during battle." The third Hokage was right. When the technique was first developed, the second Hokage would form hand signs with one hand during battle and then cut with the sword, which had little impact. Later, due to becoming too proficient, he even skipped the one-handed hand signs, allowing him to cut directly. Now, with Yasaki, since it was his first time using it, he had to form the hand signs on the spot. Because he never used ninjutsu and never formed hand signs, suddenly doing so made his fingers clumsy, causing others to wait for him to finish. However, even so, when Yasaki really swung the sword, he almost instantly defeated Deidara, leaving the two mist village ninjas, who were skilled in water release, dumbfounded. Even the spectators outside were confused, as they subconsciously thought that the hand signs meant the ninjutsu had nothing to do with the sword. Who knew that after forming the hand signs, he would actually cut out such a massive waterfall, creating a strong visual impact? Yasaki's swing directly created a fan-shaped water wave attack over 40 meters long and more than 10 meters wide, which can be said to be the ultimate version of a high-pressure water blade. The audience was left speechless for the nth time. Can you imagine a person from the land of fire in front of two people from the land of water, using water release techniques to dominate a person from the land of earth? Especially the water release used was so astonishing that even the two skilled water ninjas from the land of water were left speechless. The ninja from the land of earth, which is supposed to have a natural advantage against water release, was almost defeated. This was simply outrageous. Hibana stared wide-eyed and muttered to himself, "Is Yasaki a devil?" Himura jumped up from his seat, surprised that this student, who always saw battles with a sword, could actually use ninjutsu, even though the ninjutsu was still executed with a sword. But it was the first time he saw Yasaki use ninjutsu, and he felt not only shocked by this move, but also filled with a novel feeling. "Great, Yasaki, you're impressive." Otsutsuki SHBU clapped and smiled. Having never seen Yasaki use so many novel techniques before, today was a real eye-opener, further increasing her admiration for Yasaki. On the stands, Kakashi stroked his chin and nodded slightly. "Not bad. This move is quite powerful, directly cutting out an enormous area of slashing attack, which is hard to defend against." Beside him, Uchiha Fugaka nodded. "That's right, but this technique consumes a lot of chakra and can only be used as a big move. Considering Yasaki's physical condition, you probably can't use it many times." Uchiha Fugaka's insight was spot on. In fact, Yasaki really couldn't use it many times. However, Yasaki wasn't relying on this move to defeat enemies. It was mainly to prove that he could indeed use water release techniques. On the other side, Deidara, who had been knocked down from the sky by Yasaki's water release, finally got up after rolling on the ground. By this time, his gaze towards Yasaki was filled with vigilance, no longer underestimating him. "This guy's water release is so strong. If it weren't for my quick escape, I would have been defeated on the spot. The power of that water release is indeed formidable," Deidara thought seriously as he looked at Yasaki. If he hadn't prepared a few explosive clay pieces while he was in the sky, And if he hadn't decisively used the shockwave from the bombs to create distance between himself and the water wave, he would have already been eliminated by Yasaki. That super water wave's power is even comparable to the future wind release, Rasengan Shuriken. How about it? My water release is genuine, right? Yasaki looked at Deidara with a proud expression, as he had never lost a bet. Deidara sneered and spat a chewed-up little bird from his palm onto the ground. I admit, you can indeed use water release, but that won't scare me. As he spoke, Deidara formed hand signs, and the little sparrow on the ground exploded with a bang, transforming into a large bird the same size as before. Deidara stood on it and flew back into the sky. Oomph. Although that last move was powerful, its range is still relatively limited. As long as I fly a little higher and use the bird's agility, I should be able to dodge, Deidara thought to himself as he flew higher and higher. Chapter 194. The Deceptive Deidara. Hey. Didn't you say that if I used water release ninjutsu, you would come down to the ground and fight me? Seeing Deidara flying higher and higher, Yasaki shouted angrily. Oh, what did I say that? I don't remember, haha. Deidara pretended to have a confused expression. You are such a cheat. Yasaka widened his eyes, a look of disbelief on his face. Haha, kid, today I'm going to teach you a trick. This is called Doll's Fair in War. Haha, take my bomb. Deidara laughed loudly and casually sprinkled a large amount of explosive clay towards Yasaka and the two other ninjas. Kisame and Guy. Damn it, you bastard, you're simply not following the rules of combat. Seeing that Deidara not only broke his promise, but also threw bombs at them. Even a usually calm Suigetsu was extremely angry. You can blow things up, but why throw bombs at me? Go blow up Yasaka instead. Therefore, Suigetsu quickly used his water release, water surge technique to create a huge water column aimed at those bombs, while he himself quickly ran to the side. Tried to avoid the explosions. The dry persimmon Zetsu directly used the water release, great waterfall technique, spitting out a large pool of water, and then performed the water release, water barrier technique, forming a hemispherical water barrier above his head. Yasaka, on the other hand, directly used the chopping steel flash, slicing out several wind blades towards the falling explosive clay. At this moment, the explosive clay falling from the sky was like a real-life fruit slicing game for Yasaka, and even simpler than that. However, when Yasaka's wind blades split the explosive clay in half, the clay exploded on the spot. Thus, Yasaka intercepted the explosive clay in this manner. But since the attack range of Yasaka's chopping steel flash was only around 10 meters, and 10 meters was well within the lethal radius of the explosive clay's shockwave, even though Yasaka intercepted the explosive clay, he was still within the killing range of the explosive clay. Fortunately, Yasaka had activated the iron body, significantly increasing his defense, which was just enough to withstand the impact of the explosive clay. After all, the explosive clay that had previously landed around Yasaka exploded within 2 meters of his body and did not manage to kill him while he was in iron body mode. Nevertheless, Yasaka was quite unhappy, as he was the one being attacked while Deidara was the one continuously throwing bombs, and they could only passively endure the explosions without being able to counterattack. On the other side, the explosive clay that landed on the hemispherical water barrier of dry persimmon Zetsu exploded with a shout from Deidara, causing the water barrier to splash everywhere. However, due to the good cushioning properties of water, which could also transmit the impact to the ground, the water barrier looked as if it was about to collapse, but did not harm dry persimmon Zetsu inside at all. Relatively unfortunate was Aoidri Manatsu, whose water column technique only intercepted part of the bombs, while the remaining bombs continued to fall towards him. With Deidara's hand seals, explosions erupted around Aoidri Manatsu, causing him to cry out in distress. Deidara, you stinky bastard. How dare you blow me up? Do you believe I will chop you to death? Come down and fight me one-on-one. What kind of skill is it to hide in the sky like a coward? Aoidri Manatsu shouted loudly. In response, more bombs fell, accompanied by continuous explosions. The series of explosions seemed to be chasing Aoidri Manatsu, causing him to jump around frantically. His previously loose hair now looked like an explosion hairstyle, with burnt smoke rising from it. Deidara, if you dare to blow me up again, I will get serious. Don't push me to use deadly force against you. With another series of explosions, Aoidri Manatsu barely escaped being blown to bits, but as he caught his breath, he suddenly saw 6 more bombs falling from above. At that moment, he was half lying on the ground and had no time to escape. In desperation, Aoidri Manatsu quickly swung his Thunderblade, Thunder Fong, and shouted, Blood technique, lightning flash flower. The next moment, A large area of dazzling electric arcs shot out from the Thunder Fong dual blades, instantly forming a dense web of lightning towards the falling bombs. The electric arcs shone with brilliant white light, illuminating Aoidri Manatsu's gritted face in a flickering glow. However, when the electric arcs struck the clay bombs thrown by Deidara, they had no reaction whatsoever and continued to fall. Seeing this, Aoidri Manatsu's heart sank in despair. It was over. He thought, I'm going to be eliminated. Aoidri Manatsu, Dry Persimmon Zetsu shouted, thinking it was finished. Aoidri Manatsu was definitely going to be blown up and eliminated. Even Yasaka thought the same and felt a bit regretful, wondering if it weren't for Deidara, Aoidri Manatsu's bell would have been his. Aoidri Manatsu closed his eyes in pain, waiting for the explosion to come. When the sound of the explosion rang out, it meant he would be teleported away and eliminated. However, the explosion sound he imagined did not come. Instead, he only heard a few thuds, as if something had fallen to the ground. What is going on? Aoidri Manatsu looked around suspiciously, carefully opening his eyes to find the 6 pieces of explosive clay lying around him, motionless and completely normal. What the hell? Aoidri Manatsu was taken aback, confused about what had happened and why there was no explosion. Just when Hozuki Mangetsu was at a loss, he heard the voice of Deidara not far away. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and run. What if it explodes again later? Upon hearing Deidara's voice, Hozuki Mangetsu snapped back to reality and quickly rolled away from the 6 explosive clay bombs. Chapter 195, Deidara's Weakness in the Sky. Deidara frowned. He actually couldn't detonate it? Was it because he was hit by those arcs? So that's it. It was restrained by the lightning attribute. Just as Deidara was thinking this, the arcs of electricity that had fallen on the 6 explosive clay pieces around Aoidri Mangetsu gradually began to disappear, eventually vanishing completely. At that moment, Deidara felt that he could detonate those explosive clay pieces again. Meanwhile, Yasaka looked at the 6 clay bombs that should have exploded, but didn't, with a skeptical expression. Deep in thought. Huh, what's wrong? Why didn't you explode? Is it because you ran out of bombs, so you threw down a few fakes? Huh, you're still too inexperienced to compete with me. Gazuki Miyu laughed heartily at the sky, where Deidara was. Deidara in the sky, seeing Gazuki Miyu laughing at him from below, raised an eyebrow and immediately threw a strengthened flying bird bomb at him without a second thought. This bird-shaped clay bomb is a special type of clay bomb that flies at an extremely high speed. As soon as Deidara released it, the bird-shaped clay bomb accelerated and shot down like a bullet towards Gazuki Miyu, aiming directly for his laughing mouth. With a whoosh, the fast-flying bird bomb darted towards Gazuki Miyu with such speed that he didn't even have time to react. The flying bird bomb rushed towards Gazuki Miyu's wide-open mouth almost like lightning, causing Kisame to be taken aback and hurriedly fired a water gun technique at the flying bird. Unexpectedly, Kisame hit the bird bomb perfectly, causing it to explode in midair just 5 meters above Gazuki Miyu's head. As a result, the laughing Gazuki Miyu was knocked to the ground by the blast wave. Seeing this, Deidara threw a handful of regular C1 clay bombs at Gazuki Miyu. But due to being knocked down by the flying bird bomb, Gazuki Miyu had no time to escape the blast radius of the bombs. In a critical moment, Gazuki Miyu recalled how the previous wave of lightning net attack had rendered the bombs ineffective. In a panic, he used lightning release, lightning net again. The next moment, arcs of electricity shot out like tentacles towards the falling clay bombs. Sure enough, the clay bombs that were supposed to explode around Akatsuki's body did not detonate. As if they had failed, Akatsuki let out a breath, relieved after the false alarm. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, thinking that this move could indeed counter the clay bombs, but it also meant that there would be more troubles ahead. So he quickly ran away from the surrounding clay bombs. Huh, didn't you want to blow me up? Why didn't you? I told you, you're just pretending. Only the first few bombs were real. Most of them now are fake. Playing with me in this game of truth and illusion. You're still too inexperienced. Akatsuki laughed recklessly, causing Deidara's face to turn a shade of green and white with anger. He never expected that someone from the Mist Village would actually use lightning release. However, it wasn't completely unreasonable since one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, the Thunderblade, could use lightning release. Deidara thought to himself, the fact that the explosive clay is afraid of lightning release is indeed a big problem. It seems I need to find a way to overcome this issue. Otherwise, it could lead to serious problems in the future. Because of being restrained by lightning release in this match, Deidara resolved to improve his explosive clay to overcome the weakness of it becoming ineffective when attacked by lightning release. This also created a kind of uncontrollable butterfly effect, resulting in a series of chain reactions that changed the outcome of what should have been a defeat against Sasuke in the future due to being countered by Sasuke's lightning release. At this moment, Zuki Mangetsu has realized that lightning release seems to restrain Deidara's explosive clay, preventing it from detonating. This observation was not only made by Zuki Mangetsu. Both Kisame Hashigaki and Yasaka had already noticed this issue previously, but this time it was confirmed again. However, Yasaka is pondering whether lightning release can directly prevent explosive clay from detonating when it attacks it, or if it is only because lightning release is temporarily acting on the explosive clay, rendering it unusable for the time being. Yasaka saw arcs of lightning flickering on the explosive clay, but the arcs from the initial wave of explosive clay have now disappeared, leaving Yasaka unsure if the explosive clay can still detonate. It is necessary to further determine what kind of attack restrains these bombs. As Yasaka thinks of this, he looks at Zuki Mangetsu, and the corner of his mouth slightly rises. Isn't there a ready-made experimental subject right here? At this moment, Zuki Mangetsu is standing only 3 meters away from the 6 pieces of explosive clay from the first wave. This distance has already entered the lethal radius of the explosive clay. More importantly, the arcs of lightning on the 6 pieces of explosive clay have disappeared, indicating that there is currently no lightning release power acting on them. Yasaka wants to take this opportunity to confirm whether the explosive clay cannot be used because it was touched by lightning release or if it is only unusable when lightning release is acting on it. As long as this point is confirmed, it'll be easier to deal with. However, Yasaka suddenly feels a bit helpless, realizing that he seems not to be able to use lightning release. Discovering a weakness but lacking the ability to exploit, it is quite an embarrassing situation. At this moment, Deidara had clearly noticed the position where Kido Mangetsu was standing, and thus, facing the chattering Kido Mangetsu, he revealed a sinister smile. Just then, Kido Mangetsu, who was cursing loudly, suddenly saw Deidara in the sky raise his hands and make a hand sign. Acting, still trying to play tricks on me. You want to throw fake bombs to scare me, right? Let me tell you, I've already seen through your little tricks and won't be fooled again. Kido Mangetsu, run. Don't just stand there. At that moment, the voice of Kisame Hashigaki came from the side, and Kido Mangetsu looked over at him in confusion. What are you running for? At this time, Deidara sneered and shouted, Run? It's already too late. Take this. Huh. Boom. A series of loud explosions followed, and a massive fireball shot up into the sky, instantly engulfing Kido Mangetsu's figure. Chapter 196. Escaped a huge cloud of dust rose into the sky, and Kido Mangetsu's figure instantly disappeared within the dust. The shockwave also lifted the dust from the ground nearby, and for a moment, the area within dozens of meters was filled with flying sand and stones, as if a sandstorm had risen, completely blocking visibility. Seeing this scene, the spectators from the hidden mist village outside the arena let out cries of despair. Their village already had very few people left, and now it seemed they were about to lose another one. However, compared to the opposing rock village, it was still much better, as the rock village only had one person left, Deidara, who rode a giant bird. Kakashi Sakumo looked at the dust on the big screen and said, This little brat from the rock village has quite the strength. This type of combat method has a significant advantage. Flying in the sky and throwing bombs essentially adds an extra layer of defense, as most people can't attack him. Uchiha Fugaka nodded beside him, appreciating this attack mode. Moreover, the power and range of the bombs were considerable, making it quite challenging for opponents of the same level to deal with Deidara. However, his Earth-style bombs had a fatal flaw against lightning techniques. If he could improve that, it would be even better. Uchiha Fugaku said solemnly, committing Deidara to memory. It's important to note that all the participants in this competition are the future pillars or backbone of their respective villages. The stronger ones naturally represent formidable opponents that Konoha's next generation will face in the future. Therefore, from another perspective, the greater the potential and strength displayed by the opponents, the greater the potential threat to Konoha village in the future. As a result, Uchiha Fugaku even considered secretly taking action to eliminate Deidara. In Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, if a war were to break out with the rock village in the future, Deidara's explosive techniques would pose a significant threat to Konoha's ninjas. Uchiha Fugaku, I know what you're thinking, but it's better not to act. On one hand, this could lead to unnecessary trouble or even war. On the other hand, our descendants have their own fortunes. Our next generation is also strong, and a powerful ninja like Deidara is both a formidable enemy and a sharpening stone for them. Let those little ones handle it, Kakashi Sakumo said lightly at that moment. He knew that nipping danger in the bud was the best method, but if they were to take action, It would escalate the situation significantly, and they should have some confidence in their own village's people. All right, I just had that thought. But really, it's not easy to take action, Uchiha Fugaka nodded. On the other side, at the moment the scorpion bomb exploded, Yasaki had already quickly retreated. The power of the C1 bomb could basically be withstood by Yasaki, who had activated his steel body. Unless a large number of bombs exploded directly on the surface of his body, it was unlikely that he would be severely injured. It must be said that this unexpectedly acquired steel body ability before the match was incredibly useful. Without it, Yasaki could very well have been eliminated earlier. Thinking of this, Yasaki's favorable impression of Otsutsuki SHBU increased a bit. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the smoke and dust that obscured visibility, Karasuki Kisame rushed to the position of Akatsuki Mangetsu and was overjoyed to find that Akatsuki Mangetsu had not been eliminated on the spot. He quickly scooped him up and ran. At that moment, Akatsuki Mangetsu was in a semi-liquid state. At the instant the bombs exploded, he activated his liquefaction ability, making his body like water, similar to the previous water elemental person, which greatly immunized him against physical damage. However, Daidara's bombs caused damage through shock waves, which, although classified as physical damage, were somewhat special and still had some lethality against Akatsuki Mangetsu's liquefied state. Therefore, although Akatsuki Mangetsu avoided being eliminated on the spot, he still suffered considerable internal injuries and was currently in a state of losing combat effectiveness. It is worth mentioning that while the liquefaction technique of the Akatsuki clan can generally immunize direct physical damage from attacks like punches, kicks, or hidden weapons, its resistance to non-material physical damage is somewhat lacking. For example, the shock waves from explosions and the attacks from tailed beast bombs. Against these attacks, the liquefaction technique can mostly guarantee survival, but injuries and even unconsciousness can still occur. Amidst the smoke and dust, after Karasuki Kisame picked up the semi-liquid Akatsuki Mangetsu, he ran while using the water cannon technique to shoot at Deidara in the sky. Due to the cover of the smoke, by the time the water cannon was shot out, it was only about 10 meters away from Deidara in the sky. Therefore, when Deidara noticed the water cannon being shot from the smoke, he hurriedly controlled his giant bird to dodge back and forth, barely avoiding being hit by the water cannon. As Kakashi Gai took advantage of Deidara's moment of evasion from the water cannon technique, he quickly dashed in another direction under the cover of smoke and dust, grabbing the unconscious Kurisen Kuro and fleeing outside. At this moment, Kakashi Gai did not wish to duel Deidara and Yatsuka here. He believed that preserving their remaining forces was more important, especially since 2 of their 3 members had already lost their combat capability. It was imperative to retreat and avoid confrontation, especially since he remembered that there were still 3 Leaf Village ninjas inside the cave. Once those 3 came out, he would be the weakest in terms of overall combat power among the Mist Village members present, making him an obvious target for the bell. However, the escape of the dried persimmon Kakyoin cannot escape the airflow perception of Yatsuka. Yatsuka's airflow perception is completely unaffected by smoke and dust. As long as there is air movement, he can see everything. However, he cannot see through walls. So Yatsuka is unaware of the presence of Kakashi Hitaki and the other 2 in the cave. At this point, Yasaka had completely figured out the issue with Deidara's explosive clay. Essentially, if lightning-based chakra is applied to the explosive clay, it will not detonate. Conversely, when a lightning-based chakra disappears, the explosive clay can be used again. Just as Yagasaki was considering whether to chase after the fleeing Kisame, more than 10 explosive clay bombs suddenly fell from the sky. Yagasaki had no choice but to dodge those bombs first, then after a brief thought, decided it would be better to pursue Kisame. After all, there were 3 bells at stake. Defeating Deidara here would only yield 1 bell. Chapter 197. A happy Deidara as a result. Deidara was quite unlucky. Due to Kisame's water bomb technique, he didn't notice that Yagasaki and the others had all escaped. When Deidara dodged the water bomb and resumed using his binoculars to observe the smoke, he was left dumbfounded as the smoke gradually dissipated. Where did they go? There were 4 people just now. How did they all vanish in the blink of an eye? Deidara thought he had eliminated all 4 of them. But when he looked at his bells, there weren't any extra, so he quickly realized that the earlier water bomb had distracted him, allowing Kisame and Yagasaki to escape. TCH. Damn it. They actually got away. It seems I need to further improve my visual reconnaissance, Deidara said angrily, turning around to control his giant bird to fly in another direction, hoping to spot other ninjas. However, just as Deidara turned around and hadn't taken off yet, Kakashi and 2 others suddenly emerged from the small hill below. The 3 had been digging a tunnel. Although Kakashi knew many Earth-style jutsu, he wasn't particularly good at digging, and since he had never dug a tunnel before, it took them a long time to finally emerge from the hill using Earth-style techniques. When they were digging the hole earlier, they also heard the continuous explosions from outside, and they specifically waited for the sounds of the explosions to disappear before they finally emerged after a while, confirming that there was no movement outside. Little did they know that as soon as the three of them emerged, they were immediately spotted by Deidara, who was about to leave from the sky. Wow, lucky day today. Although I let those four go, three more came out immediately. Not bad. Even though I'm one short of a bell, I can still accept it. So, just as Kakashi Hitaki and the others had just emerged from the ground and hadn't started to scout their surroundings, they were immediately attacked by bombs from above. In an instant, Kakashi Hitaki and Uchiha Shursui didn't have time to think and instinctively let go of Asuma Sarutobi, hurriedly fleeing in different directions, resulting in the severely injured Asuma being left behind, forgetting that Asuma was currently unable to move. By the time Uchiha Shursui remembered that Asuma couldn't move, Asuma's figure had already disappeared in a mass of explosive flames. Not good. Asuma, Uchiha Shursui shouted in anguish, but Asuma's figure was completely out of sight. Shursui, don't worry about Asuma. We can't let a teammate drag us down at a critical moment. Kakashi shouted from the other side, while looking up at the sky, where he saw a large white bird. A bird? What is that? Due to the angle, Kakashi didn't immediately see Deidara standing on the bird and was momentarily confused about what that large bird was. Is it a transformation by a ninja? How can it throw bombs? Stop dawdling, Kakashi. Find cover and counterattack quickly, came Uchiha Shursui's voice as Kakashi was observing the bird above. Got it. Kakashi quickly assessed the nearby terrain and noticed that it was clear that a fierce battle had just taken place. The ground was full of large and small craters, evidently created by bombs. Looking at the long grooves, it was obvious that someone had been thrown and left marks on the ground. There was also water everywhere, indicating that someone had used water techniques. From this, Kakashi concluded that there must have been people from the hidden Mist Village fighting here earlier. At this time, the people of the Mist Village were gone, leaving only the large bird in the sky. Therefore, Kakashi Hitaki made a judgment based on the information before him, believing that the three Mist Village people who had ambushed them earlier were fighting with a large bird in the sky and were all defeated by it. Normally, based on the situation Kakashi Hitaki had observed, his judgment was basically sound. However, he did not anticipate the unexpected variable of Yasaka suddenly appearing, which led to his misjudgment. The Mist Village people were not defeated, but had actually escaped, and Yasaka had gone to pursue them, leaving only the large bird in the sky that was about to leave. And that is not a big bird, but Deidara standing on the big bird. At this moment, Kakashi Hitaki also realized that looking for cover was actually useless because there was hardly any cover nearby. Even if there was cover, it wouldn't be able to defend against bomb attacks from above. This also highlighted the importance of air superiority, showing that Deidara already had a significant tactical advantage. Uchiha, look out. There's a big bird above us. Kakashi shouted. That's not a big bird. That's a person standing on a big bird. Uchiha shouted back. Hearing this, Kakashi quickly looked up and indeed saw a blonde-haired person standing on top of the big bird. Deidara used his binoculars to clearly see the faces of Kakashi Hitaki and Uchiha, and soon recalled the information he had previously seen about the competitors from various countries. Thus, he recognized Kakashi and Uchiha and remembered their data. Holding a newly appeared bell, he muttered to himself, Kakashi Hitaki, known as Kakashi 50-50, can fight evenly with anyone. He is skilled in earth, water, and lightning techniques, which is not good for me, since lightning counters my abilities. He continued, Uchiha, the younger brother of the Leaf Village's Shunshin no Jutsu master, is also skilled in body flicker techniques. However, no matter how fast he is, he can't reach the sky, so he doesn't pose much of a threat to me. He is good with shurikens and fire techniques, but again, not a big threat. Then Deidara shouted down to Kakashi and Uchiha. You guys are from the Leaf Village, right? There was another Leaf Ninja earlier, but he accidentally got away. That guy could even use water techniques. He ran off, so you should hand over the bell instead. Upon hearing Deidara's words, Kakashi was momentarily puzzled. Leaf Village Ninja? And one who could use water techniques? Kakashi and Uchiha were both confused, as they couldn't recall anyone among the competitors who could use water techniques besides Kakashi. Kakashi quickly ruled out Asuma Sarutobi and searched among the remaining competitors, but found no one else who could use water techniques. Who could it be, so well hidden? Kakashi wondered. Chapter 198. Who can use water techniques? Uchiha was also puzzled. Besides Kakashi Hitaki, He couldn't think of anyone among the competitors who could use water techniques. Like Kakashi, Uchiha first ruled out Asuma, since they had been in ninja school together for 3 years, and he had never seen Asuma perform even a single hand sign, let alone any ninjutsu. Then he ruled out Might Guy, who specialized in taijutsu and didn't even know how to perform a shadow clone technique. Expecting him to use water techniques was as absurd as a pig climbing a tree. Then there was Kiba Inuzuka, who could release ninjutsu and was good with shadow clones. But Uchiha knew that Kiba only used wind techniques and couldn't use water techniques at all. Next was Obito Uchiha, who could only use fire and earth techniques. And there were no other candidates. Therefore, Uchiha was utterly baffled. Just when he had no idea which leaf ninja could use water techniques, his pupils suddenly constricted, and his gaze fixated on the bell in Deidara's hand. He realized that Deidara had a string of bells. And Uchiha's heart sank as he quickly turned to look at the spot where the three had emerged from the hole. So Asuma was eliminated? Uchiha's expression darkened, feeling a sense of guilt. Just now, the bomb had come so suddenly that he had instinctively abandoned Asuma, fleeing to the side. As a result, Asuma, unable to escape quickly due to his injuries, was eliminated by the bomb on the spot. Thinking of this, Uchiha furrowed his brow, directing his anger at Deidara. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was awkwardly looking at the bells in Deidara's hands. Those bells naturally belonged to Asuma Sarutobi, who had been eliminated by a bomb and appeared directly in front of Deidara. Even though the third Hokage had a strong psychological quality, he couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed at the thought of his son being eliminated. So he shifted the topic, saying, "This Deidara from Awagakure is indeed impressive. If he continues to develop, he might very well be the next Tsuchikage." Beside him, Jiraiya nodded and said, "That's right, this guy really has some skills. If he uses his explosive techniques, well, he's indeed very difficult to deal with." Didn't you see Asuma was eliminated on the spot by him? Hearing Jiraiya's words, the third Hokage immediately felt a surge of anger. It was already awkward enough that as the third Hokage, his son not only failed to grab a bell, but also got injured and became a burden to his teammates, ultimately being eliminated by an enemy's bomb. It was quite embarrassing. Thus, the third Hokage had just tried to change the topic to Deidara's strength, hoping to divert everyone's attention from Asuma's elimination. But Jiraiya, unfortunately, brought up the very thing the third Hokage wanted to avoid, which made him even angrier. It's just an ordinary earth release bomb, which is countered by lightning release. All you need to do is use lightning release to attack those bombs. It's not that hard to deal with. The third Hokage snorted heavily, his tone quite unfriendly, leaving Jiraiya puzzled as to why he suddenly got angry. Jiraiya quickly chimed in, Yeah, actually Deidara's explosive techniques look quite tough, but they could be effectively countered by lightning release. It's just that Asuma was unfortunate. He got eliminated right after he came out. Otherwise, he could have exchanged a few moves with Deidara. Although he might still end up being eliminated by Deidara, at least he would have died with more dignity than now. Jiraiya intended to defend the third Hokage and Asuma, but his words only made the third Hokage angrier. Unable to contain himself, he slammed his hand down on the table and shouted, "Jiraiya, are you trying to make me angry on purpose? I clearly didn't want to mention Asuma Sarutobi, and I had already changed the topic, but you had to bring it back. What do you mean by that?" The sudden outburst from the third Hokage startled Jiraiya, and he finally understood why the third Hokage was angry. So he quickly tried to smooth things over, saying, it's fine, calm down. It's normal for Asuma not to be able to defeat Deidara. It's not that Asuma is too weak, but that Deidara is too strong. Don't blame Asuma. He really isn't that weak. You still dare to say that. Jiraiya, get out of here. I don't want to see you. The third Hokage kicked Jiraiya out of the window, and even Orochimaru beside them had a rare expression of awkwardness. Just a moment ago, he had secretly nudged Jiraiya, signaling him to stop talking, but Jiraiya continued, showing a complete lack of awareness. No one is allowed to mention Asuma Sarutobi again, the third Hokage said angrily. In fact, he wasn't really that angry. After all, victory and defeat are common in battle. Moreover, Asuma had been ambushed and seriously injured, which wasn't a big deal. Getting ambushed is quite normal. Even the second Raikage was ambushed and died on the spot, so what was there to be ashamed of? Thus, the third Hokage didn't get angry because Asuma was eliminated. In his view, losing wasn't something to fear. As long as he didn't die, he could work hard to win back later. He was just a bit embarrassed, something that could have been easily laughed off. However, Jiraiya's few words brought the matter of Asuma's elimination to the forefront, which made the third Hokage very angry. Just after the third Hokage said no one was allowed to mention Asuma, Jiraiya, who had just been kicked out, poked his head back through the window and said, "Teacher, I'm sorry. I won't mention Asuma being eliminated by Deidara again. Get out of here." The third Hokage used a summoning technique to send a golden staff to knock Jiraiya away over 500 meters. The third Hokage was so angry that his beard was crooked, and he even began to suspect that Jiraiya was intentionally targeting him today, truly bringing up the very topics he didn't want to discuss. Meanwhile, Kakashi Hatake noticed the bells in Deidara's hands and realized that Asuma had been eliminated. Chapter 199, The Angry Third Hokage. Damn it, Asuma really got blown up. This guy actually got a bell so easily. What a lucky break. Kakashi thought angrily. He and Zabuza Momochi had fought hard, yet they didn't manage to get a single bell. Now, as soon as the three of them showed up, one injured Asuma was blown up and eliminated by Deidara, making Kakashi's mindset a bit unbalanced. Meanwhile, Asuma Sarutobi's figure suddenly appeared in the small square. Due to the mechanics of the illusion, the injuries Asuma sustained in the illusion disappeared the moment he was teleported out, so he appeared in a completely healthy state. As for Killer Bee, Yuzuki Yui, and Zabuza Momochi, they had mental issues, which is why they were sent to the emergency room. The illusion could only restore the contestants' physical state, but not their mental state. Asuma, you really got eliminated. Uchiha Obito stepped forward as soon as Asuma appeared. This made Asuma's face flush with embarrassment. What do you mean by you really got eliminated? Does that mean I was supposed to be eliminated? At this moment, Asuma looked around and found that quite a few people had gathered in the small square, some of who were familiar faces. This made Asuma feel a bit better. So many people had been eliminated, so his elimination didn't seem like such a big deal after all. Obito, besides you and me, who else got eliminated? Asuma asked Obito with a hint of anticipation, feeling a bit conflicted. He was hopeful yet hesitant to hear his teammates' names. He was hopeful because if there were others, then his elimination wouldn't be such a big deal after all, since other Konoha teammates had also been eliminated. The reason he didn't want to hear his teammates' names was that, unlike the representatives of Konoha who had been eliminated, it was also a manifestation of a sense of collective honor. At this moment, Uchiha Obito excitedly said, "That's it. Besides you and me, there are no other Konoha representatives eliminated." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Asuma felt a heaviness in his heart. He didn't expect that only the two of them had been eliminated, which was truly embarrassing. However, he thought to himself that it was not so bad, as it proved that the other members of the Konoha team were still bravely fighting for the honor of Konoha. With this in mind, Asuma's gloomy mood lightened a bit. After all, the ultimate purpose of this competition was to bring glory to the village of Konoha, so eliminating one or two people didn't matter much, as it was the final result that counted. Thus, Asuma turned his gaze to the big screen showing Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Obito, silently thinking, "Kakashi, Obito, you must do your best." At this moment, Asuma asked Obito, which strong competitors from other countries have been eliminated. When he said this, Asuma didn't have much hope. He had briefly scanned the crowd and didn't see those familiar strong figures. Moreover, in Asuma's mind, those strong individuals should be busy collecting bells from others. How could they possibly be eliminated? Thinking of this, the figure of Yatsuka surfaced in Asuma's mind, and he thought that guy must have several bells by now. Just as Asuma's thoughts drifted towards Yatsuka, Obito spoke up. There are indeed a few, like the psychopath Killer Zabuza Momochi from the Mist Village, as well as the Jinchuriki duo Killer Bee and Yujito Ni from the Cloud Village, all of whom have been eliminated. What? Asuma exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief. Killer Bee and Yujito Ni have been eliminated? Is that true? Those two were among the favorites to win, especially Yujito Ni, who is known as the perfect Jinchuriki and the captain of the Cloud Village team. I can't believe she was eliminated. It's hard to imagine who could have done that. Hearing the news of Killer Bee and Yujito Ni's elimination shocked Asuma greatly. Obito chuckled and cryptically said, "Who else could it be?" After thinking for a moment, Asuma speculated, "Could it be that scorpion guy from the Sand Village, Chiyo's son? I heard his strength is very formidable, and his puppet technique is exceptional. It would be hard to say who is stronger when facing Yujito Ni." Obito shook his head. Wrong. Asuma guessed again. Then could it be Deidara from the Rock Village who uses explosive release? I heard his explosive release is very powerful. If he faced Yujito Ni, it's possible he could have blown her up. Obito continued shaking his head. Wrong. Try again. At this point, Asuma felt a slight premonition and tentatively asked, "Could it be?" Obito smiled and nodded. "That's right. It's him." Asuma was struck as if by lightning, completely stunned. To be honest, He had never considered that Yatsuka would be the one to eliminate Yujito Ni because he believed that her tailed beast transformation's power couldn't be easily dealt with by Yatsuka's sword. Although he acknowledged that Yatsuka's swordsmanship was quite strong, subconsciously, he felt that Yatsuka couldn't defeat Yujito Ni. Now, with Obito telling him that the once invincible Yujito Ni had actually been eliminated by Yatsuka, it left Asuma feeling extremely shocked. It was a shock that came from the depths of his heart, to the point that he was momentarily frozen in place. Not out of disbelief, but pure astonishment. Yatsuka had actually done it. Asuma's pupils shook, and his body trembled slightly, overwhelmed by the shock. However, just when Asuma thought he had reached the peak of his astonishment, Obito's voice came again. Not only Yujito Ni, but Killer Bee and Zabuza Momochi were also eliminated by Yatsuka. Especially Zabuza. His sword was cut into 3 pieces by Yatsuka. What? Asuma shouted, grabbing Obito's shoulders with both hands, his eyes wide open in disbelief as he looked at Obito, almost shouting. He took down Zabuza and Killer Bee. He even broke Zabuza's sword? Yes, that guy is incredibly strong. He kills gods and Buddhas alike. Obito laughed. Chapter 200. Asuma's shock. Asuma trembled slightly. The news that Yatsuka had taken down Killer Bee, Yujito Ni, and Zabuza was too shocking for him to handle. After all, these 3 were not just any ordinary fighters. They were real experts, even dark horses in this competition, strong contenders for the championship. Eliminating any one of them would have been impressive enough. Yet Yatsuka had taken them all down by himself. What did this represent? It represented overwhelming strength. Even before this, Asuma had never dared to think of such a possibility. Especially that 2 Jinchuriki had been eliminated by the same person. It was simply absurd, and Zabuza's sword being cut into 3 pieces was even more shocking. Was it really necessary to be so brutal and fierce? It was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, as if there was no one to stop him. Saying he was killing gods and Buddhas was not an exaggeration at all. Thinking of this, Asuma muttered to himself, Yatsuka is really that strong, so violent. However, considering that Yatsuka's violence was directed at competitors from other countries, Asuma felt an inexplicable sense of pleasure, a feeling of rising tides lifting boats. It was that sense of pride that even though he himself was not strong, his teammate was incredible. At this moment, Asuma noticed that Zabuza, Killer Bee, and Yujito Ni were not present in the crowd. So he asked, where are those 3? I haven't seen them. Obito chuckled. Those 3 are in bad shape. Yujito Ni came out unconscious, reportedly suffering from a mental shock. Upon hearing that Yujito Ni had suffered a mental shock, Asuma immediately recalled when he faced Yatsuka. When Yatsuka swung his sword at him, a massive sword appeared in his mind's eye. That was the mental shock. Asuma suddenly understood Yujito Ni's situation. He remembered that when he faced Yatsuka, although Yatsuka had also unleashed a mental shock attack on him, it was just a spar, so Yatsuka had controlled the intensity. Even so, Asuma had fainted right away and had to stay in the hospital for several days to recover. At present, when Yatsuka released a mental shock against Yuki-Ren during the match, it was directed at a non-national opponent. So the intensity of the mental shock was certainly much greater than when he sparred with Sarutobi Asuma back then. Therefore, Sarutobi Asuma could understand why Yuki-Ren fainted. Sarutobi Asuma nodded, signaling Uchiha Obito to continue. Kurabi, on the other hand, used his full power with the 8 tails be blade technique, which involved using all 8 blades at once, but was then struck and sent flying by Yatsuka with a single swing from a distance, causing him to be greatly affected and completely wilted. As for Momochi Zabuza, he was impressive as well, wielding his sword with both hands and delivering a full-powered strike against Yatsuka, who was holding his sword with one hand, only to have Yatsuka slice his decapitating blade in half. Undeterred, he charged again, only to have the remaining half of the decapitating blade cut off, leaving what was originally a 3-meter-long blade reduced to just a 30-centimeter-long hilt. Ha ha ha. At this point, Uchiha Obito couldn't help but burst into laughter, drawing angry glares from several people from the Mist Village nearby. Sarutobi Asuma smiled helplessly. By now, he had recovered from his initial shock and felt deeply. Yatsuka was truly formidable. Not to mention anything else, just this skill alone was a pride of our Konoha village. Uchiha Obito nodded in agreement. Indeed, in front of tens of thousands of spectators, especially with many from other countries present, the act of punching Zabuza, kicking Kurabi, and sending Yuki-Ren flying from a distance was undoubtedly enough to intimidate people from other nations. One of the main purposes of this competition held by Konoha is to showcase the future strength of the village. Yasaka has accomplished this goal very well, even exceeding expectations, leaving people from other countries in awe. The strength of Konoha's lower ninjas might even surpass that of some higher ninjas. While the two were discussing Yatsuka, Yatsuka was already using the Great Freedom Sage technique to chase after Kakashi Zabuza. Although Kakashi Zabuza was skilled in water ninjutsu, he wasn't particularly fast when it came to escaping, especially since he was carrying two people on his back. As a result, he was quickly caught up by Yatsuka. Seeing Yatsuka closing in, Kakashi Zabuza stopped and looked at him with a wary expression. "What do you want?" he asked, already knowing the answer. Yatsuka laughed and drew his katana from his waist, since you already know why asked. Upon hearing this, Kakashi Zabuza smiled helplessly and said, "Then there's no choice. It seems we must fight today." With that, Kakashi Zabuza immediately formed hand seals and shouted, "Water release." Exploding water shockwave. In the next moment, he puffed up his cheeks and sprayed a large amount of water onto the ground. In just a few breaths, the area around them transformed into a small lake, becoming his home ground. Yatsuka looked at Zabuza, who was expelling water, without any concern. He moved his body a bit on the water surface, thinking that this type of opponent was easy to deal with. Therefore, he didn't take it too seriously and allowed Zabuza to create a large amount of water, making it easier for him to defeat him convincingly. Otherwise, if he really wanted to fight, Yatsuka could have activated the Great Freedom Sage technique and taken Zabuza out with a single strike while he was still expelling water. "Are you done expelling?" "Because I'm about to attack," Yatsuka asked boldly. Kakashi Zabuza smiled and replied, "Come on, let me experience the swordsmanship of the Leaf's commander." With that, Kakashi Zabuza pulled out a scroll and summoned the Samahata, shark skin. "Huh, what is that? Such a big club?" Yatsuka was dumbfounded upon seeing Kakashi Zabuza take out Samahata, having never seen it before. What was this thing? It was wrapped in a bunch of bandages and had no sharp edges, looking just like an oversized popsicle, making it hard to figure out its use. "This is called Samahata, one of the 7 ninja swords," Kakashi Zabuza explained. In reality, he knew that using Samahata to compete with Yatsuka in swordsmanship was pure folly, as Samahata itself was not a sword. The reason he took out Samahata was actually to use it as a shield. In reality, Kakashi Zabuza understood that Samahata was not at all suitable for dealing with Yatsuka. In fact, it could be said that Samahata was countered by Yatsuka. Samahata was designed to absorb others' chakra, making it more effective against traditional ninjas, particularly Jinchuriki, as it specialized in countering them. However, if facing opponents like Might Guy or Yatsuka, who relied less on chakra and more on physical attacks, Samahata would be practically useless. It could even backfire since Samahata was quite large and heavy, making it cumbersome to wield. Moreover, without a blade, using it for attack would hardly cause any harm. Therefore, bringing it out against Yatsuka would not only fail to restrain him, but would also leave him vulnerable, given Yatsuka's incredible speed. Attempting to use Samahata to parry Yatsuka's strikes would be akin to seeking death. Thus, taking out Samahata was merely to use it as a shield. In case he couldn't dodge in time, he might at least use Samahata to block Yatsuka's katana. Hence, it could be said that Yatsuka had a significant advantage over Kakashi Zabuza. Zabuza specialized in countering traditional ninjas and chakra-heavy opponents, but he struggled against those who used physical techniques. Kakashi Zabuza did not actually want to fight Yatsuka, as he felt he was at a disadvantage and didn't believe he could win. However, Yatsuka was pursuing him too quickly, moving almost as if flying, and Kakashi Zabuza found it impossible to escape, especially with 2 burdens on his back. Thus, Kakashi Zabuza had no choice but to go all out, and he planned to take down Kurisuke and Hozuki Mangetsu first, ensuring that Yatsuka wouldn't get their bells. If successful, Yatsuka would only obtain Kakashi Zabuza's bell, which wouldn't be too significant a loss for the Mist Village. However, trying to take down those 2 right under Yatsuka's nose was no easy task. Kakashi Zabuza recalled how Yatsuka had intervened when he tried to take down Kurisuke before. He certainly remembered that if it hadn't been for Daidara's sudden interference with a bunch of bombs, Yatsuka would have snatched the bell from Kurisuke's neck first. Therefore, figuring out how to take down Kurisuke and Hozuki Mangetsu before Yatsuka was also a matter worth considering. "Do you think that heavy club of yours can block my sword?" Yatsuka asked, a faint smile on his face, confidently holding his sword as he slowly approached Kakashi Zabuza. The audience outside the ring is also fixated on Yasaka's back. Since the beginning of the match, Yasaka has either been in a fight or on the way to one, constantly engaging in battles. As a result, He has already collected 5 bells on his hands. Therefore, most of the audience's attention is closely following Yasaka's figure, because wherever Yasaka goes, there will definitely be a fight to watch. And isn't that exactly what the audience wants to see? At this moment, the commentator shouted loudly into the microphone, "Ah, Yasaki has caught up with Kakashi Ginkaku again. Yasaki now has 5 bells. Now that he encounters Kakashi Ginkaku and his 3 companions, will Yasaki get 3 more bells? In my opinion, this is very likely because Yasaki has a significant advantage over Kakashi Ginkaku." The commentator's words resonated with most of the audience present, as they had previously seen Kakashi Ginkaku's battles on other split screens. He was clearly a user of water ninjutsu, while Yasaki utilized techniques similar to those of an assassin, creating a clear counterbalance between the two. Then the commentator's voice came again. "Ah, it seems that Kakashi Ginkaku is making a desperate last-ditch effort. Everyone, look at that bandage-wrapped object he just summoned. It's called the Hashigaki. Don't be fooled by its appearance. It is actually one of the 7 ninja swords of the Mist Village." The commentator's words immediately surprised the audience. They hadn't expected that seemingly unimpressive object to be one of the 7 ninja swords. A wave of discussion erupted in the audience. At this moment, the commentator continued. "The Hashigaki is very powerful. It can absorb others' chakra. However, unfortunately for Kakashi Ginkaku, Yasaki is not a user of ninjutsu, so Ginkaku's Hashigaki is basically useless against him. Moreover, trying to fight Yasaki with the Hashigaki would be a suicidal act. So I personally believe that Ginkaku probably intends to use the Hashigaki as a shield." The commentator's words drew laughter from the audience. Although it sounded somewhat humorous, it was indeed the case. The commentator's level of analysis was impressive, having accurately deduced Kakashi Ginkaku's intentions. In the illusion, Kakashi Ginkaku formed seals and created 2 shadow clones. The 2 clones approached Kurosaki and Gazuki, releasing the water prison technique, wrapping both of them inside. Seeing the 2 being enveloped in the water prison technique, Kakashi Ginkaku felt a bit more at ease. Thinking, with the protection of the water prison technique, I shouldn't be instantly killed and have my bells taken by this guy. My water prison technique has a strong buffering and rebounding force. No matter how sharp his cutting techniques are, they can't possibly cut through the water prison technique in one strike. Kakashi Ginkaku was right in his thinking, as his water prison technique was not made of ordinary water. In fact, the water inside the technique was constantly swirling, although it was not visible from the outside. Therefore, when a blade struck the water prison technique, it would face resistance from the water flow, generating a strong buffering force. Thus, even if Yasaki could cut through water with a single strike, cutting through the water prison technique in one go would be quite difficult. At least 2 strikes would be needed. This was all based on Kakashi Ginkaku's previous observations of Yasaki slicing through the water dragon bullet technique, leading him to create the water prison technique with targeted countermeasures. Therefore, it could be said that in terms of control over water ninjutsu, Kakashi Ginkaku was the strongest in the Mist Village representative team. However, this was merely Kakashi Ginkaku's own belief. Whether Yasaki could indeed cut through his water prison technique in one strike remained an unknown. At that moment, Kakashi Ginkaku completed the hand seals and, with his hands together and his body in a bowing posture, shouted, "Water style. GK Becauseof technique." The next moment, the water surface beneath Yasaki and Kakashi Ginkaku began to tremble, and the intensity of the tremors grew larger. Chapter 202. GK Becauseof seeing Kakashi Ginkaku's ninjutsu. The commentator was extremely surprised and shouted, "Here it comes. The classic deadly ninjutsu of the Mist Village, water style. GK Becauseof." Following that, the commentator began to introduce the relevant information about this water ninjutsu. This technique was created by the first Mizukage. It is an extremely powerful water ninjutsu with a super large area of effect, classified as a killing move. Normally, the amount of chakra required for this technique is beyond the capacity of many J-nin. I can't believe Kakashi Ginkaku is able to use it. He truly is an elite ninja from the Mist Village. By the way, since he has resorted to using this technique, it seems he is indeed fighting for his life. As the commentator passionately and vividly explained, the audience could clearly understand the current situation. It was evident that the circumstances were very unfavorable for Kakashi Ginkaku. To avoid being instantly killed by Yasaki, Kakashi Ginkaku chose to strike first, unleashing a big move to gain the upper hand. Even if he were to be defeated afterward, at least he wouldn't be eliminated without having used his ultimate technique, unlike the duo from the Cloud Village, who had not even put in their full effort before being instantly killed by Yasaki. Now that was truly embarrassing. At this point, the water surface beneath Yasaki became even more turbulent. From a slight tremor at the beginning, it had turned into crashing waves, resembling a raging sea during storm. Some of the waves even reached a height of 1 meter. The area around Yasaki was no longer a calm little lake, but rather a sea filled with terrifying waves. Thus, just by observing this scene, Yasaki understood that Kakashi Ginkaku had unleashed a powerful technique. However, Yasaki did not seem overly concerned. To him, there was nothing in this world that couldn't be resolved with a single strike. If there was, then it would just take 2 strikes. It's that simple. Therefore, Yasaki remained calm, standing on the water's surface, his body rising and falling with the surging waves. Kakashi Ginkaku was still in a posture with his hands together, continuously channeling chakra to enhance the power of this water ninjutsu. Seeing this, the spectators outside were very excited. Up to this point in the match, they were finally witnessing a true large-scale ninjutsu, which naturally energized many of them, making them widen their eyes and focus intently on the big screen. After a series of experiences, most viewers no longer worry that Yasaki will be eliminated by the opponent's ultimate move upon seeing it, but instead have a strong sense of anticipation, looking forward to how Yasaki will defeat the opponent. Meanwhile, in the small square where the eliminated contestants gathered, they were all watching the live footage on the big screen. Sarutobi Asuma's eyes widened as he looked at Yasaka, who appeared calm and unshaken on the screen, and said with a smile, "That guy is still the same as ever. No matter what kind of ninjutsu his opponents use, he always seems completely unconcerned and casual. I really envy his calmness." Beside him, Uchiha Obito remarked, "His calmness comes from his incredible strength. He is so powerful that all the techniques used against him are nothing in his eyes. He often says that there is nothing in this world that can't be solved with 1 strike, and it really seems to be true." Speaking of which, I have never seen Yasaka look tense. Upon hearing Obito's words, Sarutobi Asuma recalled and realized that he had never seen Yasaka nervous. No matter when he encountered Yasaka, he always appeared composed and at ease, as if nothing could threaten him. It was truly a calmness like a stabilizing force, and that level of strength was genuinely enviable. "I wish I could be like Yasaka," said Uchiha Obito with a look of envy, thinking to himself that if he had Yasaka's godlike strength, he wouldn't feel like crying in fear whenever he faced a strong enemy. At this moment, others also noticed the ninjutsu being used by Kakashi, who was surprised and pointed at the big screen, saying, "Look, that's the water style GNGGing-BHI technique created by the first Mizukage. I never expected Kakashi to be able to use this move. This is getting interesting. The contestant named Yatsuka is likely to be eliminated. Yeah, even if Yatsuka's slashing technique is powerful, how could he possibly stand up against the GNGGing-BHI technique? It seems that Kirigikure will finally get a win this time. Yes, Yatsuka is finally going to be eliminated, but he's still accomplished, having already collected 5 bells. He can die without regrets." Listening to the surrounding comments, most people were not optimistic about Yatsuka and believed he would be eliminated by Kakashi's water style GNGGing-BHI technique. Uchiha Obito and Sarutobi Asuma were very displeased and immediately rebutted loudly. "How do you know Yatsuka can't handle this move? In my opinion, even if this technique was created by the first Mizukage, it still can't defeat Yatsuka." Uchiha Obito shouted to the people around him, "You're just bragging. Although I admit that Yatsuka is strong, you must know that this water style GNGGing-BHI technique is an extremely large-scale ninjutsu. By then, Yatsuka might not even be able to touch Kakashi before being taken down. You really don't understand how powerful this water style GNGGing-BHI technique is." Someone immediately retorted against Uchiha Obito. Sarutobi Asuma also angrily countered, "You all simply don't understand how terrifying Yatsuka is. If you have the ability, let's bet. Let's bet. Who's afraid of who? Come on, who wants to bet? I bet Yatsuka will win, and if I lose, I'll perform a handstand and take a shit on the spot." Sarutobi Asuma put a lot on the line, directly bringing out the bet of doing a handstand while taking a shit, which immediately shocked the people around him. "Who dares to bet with me? Step up." Sarutobi Asuma shouted loudly, "I'll bet with you. I bet Yatsuka will lose. If I lose, I'll swim in the latrine." At this moment, a person from Kirigikure who had been eliminated stepped forward and said, Chapter 203, Pipa Juzong. This person's forehead protector prominently displayed the symbol of Kirigikure, and his name was Pipa Juzong, one of the former 7 ninja swordsmen, wielding the decapitation blade. However, during this competition, He wanted to use the decapitation blade, but ended up losing a game of rock, paper, scissors to Momochi Zabuza, thus giving the decapitation blade to Zabuza. Moreover, since Pipa Juzong was the oldest among the contestants from Kirigakure, he allowed the younger Zabuza to have it, considering he was close to being promoted to AJ Nin. Originally, Pipa Juzong thought that with his near J Nin strength, competing against these genin would be like child's play. However, after being transported to the illusion, Pipa Juzong encountered Suna Sasori and was ambushed and eliminated on the spot, becoming the second contestant eliminated in this match and the first contestant from Kirigakure to be eliminated. At that time, Pipa Juzong felt utterly defeated, believing his future was ruined and that the decapitation blade would forever be out of his reach. Not long after, he saw on the big screen the scene of Momochi Zabuza, wielding the decapitation blade, being utterly defeated by Yatsuka. Not only was he beaten, but the decapitation blade was also chopped into pieces, leaving only the handle. This gave Pipa Juzong a glimmer of hope. Although he was the first to be eliminated from Kirigakure, in terms of embarrassment, it was far less than Zabuza, whose blade was cut into 3 pieces. Therefore, Pipa Juzong believed that if nothing unexpected happened, the decapitation blade would be returned to him after this competition. At this moment, when someone bet on who would win between Yatsuka and Kakashi, Pipa Juzong was the first to step forward. After all, this was a bet involving the land of fire and the land of water, especially since they were in conflict with each other, so naturally, he had to stand up. Thus, Pipa Juzong stepped forward. When Sarutobi Isuma said the words doing a handstand while taking a dump, everyone was stunned by his ruthlessness. However, Pipa Juzong immediately took it up a notch by doing a feces pit swim. As a result, both sides considered this round of bets to be a draw. Alright, since that's the case, the bet is set. Friends present, pay attention. I, Sarutobi Isuma of the Leaf Village, and Pipa Juzong of the Mist Village, are making another wager. Whoever fails to fulfill their promise when the time comes will be a disgrace to their country. Sarutobi Isuma loudly declared to those around him. The onlookers' gazes towards Sarutobi Isuma and Pipa Juzong changed. These two were indeed ruthless individuals. Even though they had both been eliminated, one dared to do a handstand while taking a dump, and the other dared to swim in a feces pit. This could be considered as going through fire and water for their countries. Truly formidable characters. Uchiha Obito beside him felt relieved, not expecting Isuma Sarutobi to take the lead. This way, even if Yasaka lost, it wouldn't be him who had to fulfill the promise of defecating upside down, but Isuma Sarutobi. Looking at Isuma Sarutobi's resolute face, Uchiha Obito was filled with admiration for him and thought to himself, as expected of the son of the third Hokage, inheriting the great will of fire of the third Hokage, willing to defecate upside down for the village, his ideological awareness has reached a very profound level. Thus, for a moment, the battle between Yasaka and Kisame Hashigaki not only attracted the attention of tens of thousands of spectators, but also involved whether the two would fulfill their agreement of defecating upside down and swimming in a pit of feces. Therefore, looking at Yasaka on the big screen, Isuma Sarutobi silently prayed in his heart. Yasaka, you must give it your all. If you don't, I might have to defecate upside down. On the other side, Biwa was also praying for Kisame Hashigaki to win. Meanwhile, in another place filled with ruins, a man and a woman were engaged in a fierce battle. Terumi Mei was panting heavily, her eyes alert, staring intently at the scorpion of the red sand standing on a tall building. This guy is really difficult to deal with. I didn't expect a puppet technique to force me to use my blade to this extent. It's truly incredible. He really is the strongest genius of Sunigakure. Terumi Mei thought to herself, as she already had several more wounds on her body, and her clothes were somewhat tattered. In the previous battle, Scorpion of the Red Sand, with his superb puppet techniques, had once suppressed Terumi Mei, making her, who originally didn't take puppet technique seriously, finally realize their power. At this moment, the red-haired, beautiful youth stood on the rooftop of a 5-story building, 1 foot raised and resting on the edge, smiling down at Terumi Mei below. To have fought me to this extent, you've done quite well, but this is where it ends. I've already wasted too much time. I still need to hurry to grab someone else's bell. Scorpion of the Red Sand smiled slightly, his fingers twitching, and suddenly, 15 puppets slowly rose from the ground, floating in midair, each puppet's arms aimed at Terumi Mei below. Oof, you think you can defeat me just like this? Dream on. Terumi Mei snorted coldly and quickly began to form hand seals. Oh, you're still not giving up? Quite tenacious, but it won't matter. You're just wasting a bit more of my time, Merely struggling like a cornered beast, Scorpion of the Red Sand remained unmoved, a confident smile on his face. Under his control, numerous cursed seal-like symbols appeared on the arms of those puppets. Puppet technique. Thousand hands manipulation. In the next moment, those cursed seal-like symbols lit up, and the arms of the puppets suddenly sprouted countless additional arms. In just a second, hundreds of arms sprouted from the puppets. These arms densely gathered together, resembling a gigantic coiled python, blocking out the sky and casting a shadow over Terumi Mei below. I won't be so easily defeated by you. I'm the commander of Kirigakure. Don't underestimate me. Terumi Mei's brows shot up, her face instantly full of heroism. She shouted loudly, "Dissolution technique, volcanic eruption." In the next moment, Terumi Mei's small face bulged as if she had eaten something, and then she tilted her head towards the dense arms above and opened her mouth, instantly spewing a massive amount of magma out. Chapter 204. Terumi Mei vs. Scorpion of the Red Sand. A huge mass of magma erupted from Terumi Mei's mouth. The high temperature of the magma distorting the surrounding air. The bright orange-red flames looked very vivid, signifying the extreme danger of the magma. Seeing this, Scorpion of the Red Sand frowned slightly, but it was too late to change the direction of the arm's attack, so he had no choice but to dive downwards, charging towards the magma. Quite a good bloodline limit. It has a certain restraining effect on my puppets, Scorpion of the Red Sand said with a smile. Yet he didn't show any signs of fear. Then, a super arm composed of hundreds of densely packed arms, resembling a giant python, violently charged towards the magma spewing from Terumi Mei. In the next moment, a loud boom echoed as Terumi Mei's magma collided fiercely with Scorpion of the Red Sand's gigantic arms. In an instant, his sound was heard as thick white smoke billowed up, accompanied by raging flames. The wooden arms ignited the moment they collided with the magma and burned away at an astonishing speed, producing large amounts of thick smoke. Although those arms were being burned away by Kagaya's magma at an extremely fast speed, the sheer number of arms allowed them to continuously surge towards Kagaya's magma. For a time, neither Kagaya's magma nor the excessive arms of Sasori held the advantage, resulting in a stalemate. It now depended on whether the number of Sasori's arms would be unable to withstand the consumption by the magma first, or if Kagaya's magma would be unable to endure the onslaught of Sasori's arms. At that moment, where the magma and arms clashed, thick smoke billowed and flames soared, obscuring part of both combatants' vision. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sasori hooked a finger, linking a chakra thread to one of his scrolls and summoning a puppet. Then, under Sasori's control of the chakra thread, he directed the newly summoned puppet to swiftly charge towards Kagaya amidst the cover of fire and smoke. Kozakura Mei obviously wasn't idle either. While continuously spewing lava from her mouth, she formed hand seals with one hand to create a water clone. Taking advantage of the cover of firelight and thick smoke, she charged towards Sasori of the Red Sand. Soon, the puppet of Sasori and Kozakura Mei's water clone clashed, resulting in an intense battle between the two. Kozakura Mei's shadow clone could actually be considered a type of puppet. At this moment, the two puppets were essentially evenly matched. The advantage of Kozakura Mei's shadow clone was its ability to undergo partial transformation, such as suddenly turning an arm into a giant water axe. However, the downside was its lack of durability. If it was hit in a vital spot, it would instantly disappear. On the other hand, Sasori's puppet was more durable. Even if its head was cut off, it could still fight. The downside was that it wasn't as flexible as the water clone, with movements appearing somewhat stiff. But thanks to its endless supply of hidden weapons, it could hold its own against the water clone. In the end, Sasori had the upper hand. The number of arms on his puppet was overwhelming, continuously assaulting with lava. Although the wooden arms would burn away after a few seconds of contact with the lava, the sheer quantity was too much for Kozakura Mei's lava to contain. Before long, Kozakura Mei's chakra was running low, forcing her to stop the lava spray. The moment she let up, a large number of arms broke through the lava's obstruction and shot towards her. Kozakura Mei quickly rolled to the side to evade. In the next instant, her original position was struck by a mass of arms, as if countless bamboo poles had pierced through. Damn it! This guy is too hard to fight. Continuing like this isn't a solution. I have to target his real body. Kozakura Mei's face clearly showed signs of anxiety. Her chakra was dwindling, while Sasori across from her still appeared to be in control and not using his full strength. If this continued, she might be exhausted to death. After all, Sasori primarily used puppets for attacks, and most of those attacks were hidden weapon assaults. Only occasionally did he need to use chakra to activate settings similar to seals. The rest was just chakra threads, so it didn't consume much chakra for him. In contrast, any ninjutsu Kozakura may use required chakra. At the beginning of the fight, Kozakura may hadn't thought much of Sasori, believing that he was at most on the same level as herself. However, after fighting for a while, she realized that Sasori might actually be stronger than her. So far, she hadn't seen him use any powerful techniques. Aside from that earlier wave of arms, he had mostly just been controlling his puppets to attack. To be honest, Terumi would never believe that Sasori of the Red Sand was so simple as to only manipulate puppets to attack without any big moves. At this moment, Sasori upstairs smiled slightly and looked down at Terumi, saying, "It seems you're reaching your limit. Why not just surrender? There's no need to do those meaningless things." "Oomph. Do you think you have everything under control? Let me tell you, that's impossible." Terumi snorted coldly and immediately began to form hand seals, shouting, "Water release, hidden mist technique." Soon, a thick fog rose in the air, obscuring the visibility around them. Up to this point, Terumi had already noticed that Sasori had no means to counter the mist for observation. He relied solely on his eyesight, lacking any auditory or other sensory abilities. Therefore, if the thick fog rose, Sasori's complete reliance on visual observation would be significantly affected, especially without the Byakugan. Sure enough, after Terumi used the hidden mist technique, Sasori indeed lost his target for a moment. "I underestimated you for being able to think of this," Sasori said with a smile, looking at the blank white in front of him amidst the thick fog. Meanwhile, in another battlefield, fierce battles were also taking place. When Kisame Hashigaki used the water release, Gakbi Kai technique, the calm surface of the water beneath Yasaka transformed into a raging sea. Immediately after, more than a dozen gigantic water dragons surged up from the surface, each one as large as the massive water dragon released earlier by Zabuza Momochi. As these enormous water dragons shot into the sky, they blocked out a large portion of sunlight, casting Yasaka into shadow. Many water dragons may not seem like much. Just a few more water dragons, giving the impression of releasing over a dozen water dragon bullet techniques at once. Yasaka remarked nonchalantly while looking up at the water dragons in the sky. Chapter 205. Underestimating the opponent. According to Yasaka, there wasn't much wrong with his statement. From an external viewpoint, it indeed appeared as if over a dozen water dragon bullet techniques had been unleashed simultaneously. However, the reality was different. These water dragons were not comparable in power to the mere water dragons produced by the water dragon bullet technique. After all, just in terms of size, these water dragons were significantly larger than those summoned by the water dragon bullet technique. Size equates to power. Furthermore, while it looked like there were only a dozen water dragons, these dragons would continually attack, meaning that even if they were destroyed, they would reorganize and continue their assault, similar to the principle of a water elemental. Thus, this was an S-rank ninjutsu with an extremely large attack range and a long duration, limited only by the amount of chakra of the user. If one had infinite chakra, this technique could be released indefinitely. If a Jinchuriki were to use this ninjutsu, it could unleash tremendous power. Therefore, the current third Mizukage, a master of this technique, could maintain it for half an hour thanks to the vast chakra of the three tails. The above information served to introduce the audience to a clearer understanding of this ninjutsu. These cognitions do not exist at Yasaka at all. For Yasaka, they are just many techniques of singing water dragon bullets. After hearing Yasaka's words, Kisame Hashigaki couldn't help but laugh. Although he thought Yasaka was somewhat foolish before, he didn't expect him to be this foolish. This was an S-rank ninjutsu created by the first Mizukage, and only a few techniques like the water dragon bullet could compare to it. So, while forming hand seals, he said to Surin, "This is S-rank ninjutsu. It's not something that can be compared to the power of the water dragon bullet. Underestimating it will cost you, haha." Yasaka smiled slightly, glanced at the massive water dragons in the sky, and said to Kisame, "They're all the same. There's nothing in this world that can't be resolved with a single strike. Since you don't believe me, I'll just prove it to you." As he spoke, Yasaka stepped forward, exuding an invisible aura of confidence, as if the more than 10 water dragons in the sky were just a bunch of insignificant creatures, completely disregarded by him. Seeing this, Kisame snorted coldly and directly commanded the water dragons to dive down towards Yasaka. Each of these water dragons was larger than the ones previously released by Zabuza Momochi, and the impact generated by their descent was even more formidable. With more than 10 water dragons attacking simultaneously, even the earth flow wall wouldn't be able to withstand it. Seeing that Yasaka still had no intention of dodging, Kisame felt a surge of excitement, thinking that this kid was indeed very foolish. He was initially worried that Yasaka's terrifying speed would allow him to escape the attack range of the water dragons, rendering his move useless. Now it seemed that this concern was completely unnecessary, as Yasaka not only had no plans to run, but appeared eager to charge forward and confront the attack head-on. This made Kisame, who never swore, think to himself, this idiot is really stupid, thinking he can take it head-on. He must be out of his mind. Meanwhile, in a small square, a group of people saw that Yasaka was actually preparing to confront those water dragons head-on and immediately had mixed emotions. Pipa Takuzu burst out laughing on the spot, pointing at Yasaka on the big screen and saying, this kid actually wants to go head-to-head. Is he a bit too confident? Uchiha Obito and Sarutobi Asuma had expressions of deep concern, especially Sarutobi Asuma, whose face turned as green as if he had eaten bitter melon. He was frantically roaring in his heart. Yasaka, you fool. Do you really think you can cut through anything? Hurry up and run. You can't handle this. It's okay to lose, but don't drag me down with you. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage looked at the crystal ball, his face dark with anger, as he slammed the table and cursed. Has this guy lost his mind? Does he really think he can cut through everything? This is the technique of Gongong dominating the sea, not a simple water dragon bullet technique. In the audience, people were worried when they saw Yasaka eager to confront the challenge head-on. Many shouted for Yasaka to dodge, saying he couldn't win. Most of the audience genuinely didn't have high hopes for Yasaka this time, as it was different from before. Previously, it was just one water dragon, but now there were more than a dozen, and they could regenerate endlessly. Moreover, the water dragons were larger than before, compared to the multitude of water dragons. Yasaka appeared minuscule, like an ant beneath an elephant's foot, giving off an impression of being completely outmatched. Yasaka, you fool. Run away. Don't confront him head-on. Shusui Mikazuki shouted, but he could only yell at the big screen, and Yasaka, in the illusion, couldn't hear him. Even if he did, he wouldn't run. While everyone was pessimistic about Yasaka and shouting for him to flee, Otsutsuki Shoma was praying with both hands together, his eyes fixed on the big screen, reflecting Yasaka's figure in his pupils, murmuring, Yasaka, go for it. I believe you can do it. Go, go, go. At the same time, in the illusion, Yasaka had a confident smile on his face as the giant water dragon above him dove down. Just then, he gently stepped on the ground with both feet and, in the next moment, his body seemed to defy gravity as he soared into the sky, charging towards the water dragons. He is going up. Someone in the stands shouted in surprise. He actually flew. How'd he do that? He's really going to confront those water dragons head-on. That's too violent. Is he a bit overconfident? How could he possibly match more than a dozen water dragons? He can't win. It's over. It looks like the strongest person in Konoha is going to be eliminated by someone from the Mist Village. What's infuriating is that this guy had a chance to win, but in the end, he lost to his own foolishness. In an instant, the audience erupted in screams and gasps. In the illusion, Yasaka was soaring into the sky, seemingly weightless, charging straight towards the water dragons. I've said it before, there's nothing that can't be solved with a single strike. If there is, then just strike again, Yasaka declared, raising his great sword and slashing at the water dragon above him. Chapter 206, The Strike. He has struck. Someone in the stands shouted loudly. One person against over a dozen giant dragons. Could this be the legendary dragon-slaying warrior? What courage he has. There's truly nothing he dares to cut. Instantly, discussions erupted in the audience, all eyes glued to Yasaka on the big screen. The scene was simply breathtaking, a single person charging toward a sky full of dragons. Truly a dragon-slaying warrior. In the next moment, Yasaka murmured steel slash as he swung his sword, and a semi-transparent blade of light erupted from the tip of his sword, striking fiercely at the massive dragon's head. Immediately, the ferocious dragon's head exploded violently, sending a huge splash of water flying. With a thunderous boom, the giant dragon's head shattered into massive water droplets, directly obliterated by Yasaka's strike. However, that wasn't the end. The 3-meter-long crescent-shaped silver blade of light continued forward, slicing through the giant water dragon's body, turning it into a storm of water droplets. In just 2 seconds, the originally dozens of meters-long giant water dragon was completely turned into a shower of water. Yet, this only took care of the first dragon. As the first giant water dragon was completely shredded, the remaining water dragons surged forward, even pouncing towards Yasaka all at once. In an instant, countless giant dragons swarmed towards Yasaka, their massive bodies blotting out the sky, completely overshadowing Yasaka's figure in a sea of shadows, creating a stark contrast between Yasaka's minuscule form and the overwhelming presence of the dragons. Seeing this scene, the audience outside tensed up, as it was simply too shocking. Compared to the multitude of water dragons, Yasaka seemed like a tiny sesame seed, while the dozen or so dragons were so enormous that even though Yasaka had indeed cut down the first water dragon, that was merely an appetizer compared to what was to come. The sheer weight of the water that made up the water dragons was over 1,000 tons. Just that amount of water was enough to flatten a person. This was real water pressure. Even though the first water dragon had been sliced apart by Yasaka, the enormous volume of water it had turned into could still severely injure someone. Thus, even after seeing Yasaka successfully take down the first water dragon, the audience felt no excitement. Instead, they became even more anxious, because everyone knew this was just the beginning, and the real danger was still ahead. Sure enough, 5 or 6 water dragons lunged at Yasaka simultaneously, followed by more than 10 additional water dragons. Due to their massive size, it looked from the spectator's perspective as if a giant mountain made of water dragons was descending on Yasaka from the sky, a technique that could even be called the collapsing water dragon platform. However, the audience outside, who were watching with tense expressions, noticed that Yasaka on the big screen wore a completely relaxed expression, as nonchalant as usual, as if he were facing not a dozen giant water dragons, but a dozen fried dough sticks, completely unconcerned. Let us see how you deal with this next. I really don't believe you can cut down all these water dragons. Even if you could, it wouldn't matter. As long as my chakra keeps flowing, new water dragons will keep appearing to attack, thought Kisame Hashigaki with a cold smile, continuing to channel chakra into the technique while maintaining the hand seals. Thanks to his natural large chakra reserve, he could sustain this for a while. If it had been Kakashi Hitaki, he would have run out of chakra long ago. But even so, Kisame couldn't last too long. At most, he could hold out for about 5 minutes before exhausting his chakra. But that was fine, because in those 5 minutes, he could generate hundreds of dragon attacks, enough to take down Yasaka. Meanwhile, facing the enormous dragon head that loomed down like Mount Tai, Yasaka smiled slightly and said, "Didn't you all say you didn't believe? Then let me show you how to take down a big water dragon with a single strike." As he spoke, Yasaki's right arm muscles bulged, and he swung his katana, delivering more than 10 strikes in just 1 second, instantly creating a vast expanse of blade light. In the next moment, a dazzling white light shot toward the giant dragons like a sphere of light. The light sphere seemed to be a chaotic slash from Yasaki, but in reality, it was composed of countless blade lights. The brilliance emitted by the blade light was so intense that it obscured the original crescent shape, making it appear as just a massive sphere of light in the eyes of the audience. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, that sphere of light violently collided with the 6 enormous dragon heads. "Kill him, Yasaki. Go for it." Seeing this scene, Asuma Sarutobi roared, as the hopes of the entire village rested on Yasaki. Whether he could succeed today depended on him. In the next moment, a loud boom echoed. The sky seemed to be illuminated by the massive white light, which flashed and exploded, but only for an instant. The next second, a colossal wave of water erupted from the 6 dragon heads, which were instantly obliterated by the light sphere. Following that, the enormous splash from the destroyed dragon heads shot into the sky like a tsunami, then fell back down like a massive waterfall. At the same time, after obliterating the 6 dragon heads, the light sphere did not disappear, but continued to surge forward, pushing against the bodies of the 6 giant dragons. Thus, the enormous dragon bodies were continuously shattered and scattered into vast sprays of water, which then poured down on Yasaki like a torrential downpour. In an instant, tens of thousands of tons of water crashed down toward Yasaki. Even though the force was far less than the impact of the dragons themselves, it was still beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. However, Yasaki remained unfazed, activating his iron body, and his defensive power soared geometrically at that moment, as he withstood the impact of tens of thousands of tons of water while continuing to surge upward. The audience looked on in shock, utterly amazed. Chapter 207. Everyone surprised the water was about to crash down. At this moment, an audience member pointed at the screen and shouted, seeing the torrents of water pouring down on Yasaki like a ruptured galaxy, while Yasaki floated in midair, still in the posture after his strike. In the Hokage office, the 3rd Hokage and others looked solemnly at the crystal ball. "Can someone tell me how he is floating in the air? I can confirm this is definitely not the Earth release. Weight rock technique, said the third Hokage. Orochimaru thought for a moment and said uncertainly, his ability seems to combine gravity and wind release, allowing him to fly into the sky. Oh, how so? Jiraiya asked curiously. Orochimaru spoke in a low voice. From his movements and posture, he can alter his own gravity to some extent, but this level only allows his body to approach weightlessness, not to float directly like with the weight rock technique. And if you look beneath his feet, there seems to be a flow of wind, which should be a wind release ability, using the wind to lift his nearly weightless body, or rather, blowing him up, which is my guess. After hearing Orochimaru's explanation, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, nodded thoughtfully, feeling that Orochimaru's explanation was quite reasonable and currently the best way to explain how Yasaki was flying. This kid Yasaki has hidden so many secrets. If it weren't for this competition, I wouldn't have known he possessed such abilities. It truly opened my eyes. The third Hokage said with a smile. He had watched Yasaki grow up, so he felt very gratified by Yasaki's display of strength. But at the same time, because he had watched Yasaki grow up, he had never seen where Yasaki learned these abilities or saw him use them before. Today was the first time, which left the third Hokage utterly astonished. This was hidden too deeply. At this moment, Jiraiya chimed in. Yeah, he asked like a treasure chest. Usually we have no idea, and now we discover this guy's unique abilities are simply endless. This ability to control wind and manipulate gravity is just outrageous. The third Hokage nodded, suddenly pausing, turning to Jiraiya, and shouted, Jiraiya, who let you in? Get out. Jiraiya immediately replied, I only said Asuma Sarutobi was eliminated. I promise I won't mention it again. You damn well still talking. Still talking. The third Hokage quickly raised his staff and aimed it at Jiraiya's head. On the other side, after activating his iron body, Yasaki faced the tremendous force of tens of thousands of tons of water crashing down. In an instant, it felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, pushing his body toward the ground. Thus, from the perspective of the audience outside, it appeared as if Yasaki was being smashed down to the ground by the massive volume of water. This scene drew gasps from the audience. However, before the astonished gasps could fade, they saw Yasaki, who was originally being smashed down, suddenly charge back up, looking completely unharmed. This was the defense power of Yasaki's iron body, allowing him to remain unscathed. Although he wasn't injured, he still could not directly withstand the downward force of tens of thousands of tons, which was why he was initially pushed down. Now that the water had receded, Yasaki flew back up again. At this moment, Yatsuka faced more than a dozen massive water dragons again. Not only the ones left from before, but also the ones that had just regenerated. After all, this ninjutsu can continuously regenerate like the water elementals. So, theoretically, as long as there is enough chakra, it can launch an infinite cycle of attacks. Yatsuka soared into the sky once more, slashing out a vast array of dazzling blade light, shattering one water dragon after another, only to be smashed back to the ground by a torrent of water. Then he flew up again to continue the attack, creating a loop in the process. The spectators outside the arena were stunned. This combat power was simply too strong. Was this really human stamina? Being struck down by tons of water repeatedly, yet still managing to get back up to fight again, showed incredible defense. As a result, the audience erupted in cheers, encouraging Yatsuka to keep going. Meanwhile, on the other side, the dry persimmon Kisame, who was casting a jutsu, gradually showed a look of anxiety on his face, because so far, 3 minutes had passed, and Yatsuka had already taken down dozens of opponents. However, looking at Yatsuka, he showed no signs of exhaustion at all. In contrast, Kisame himself had begun to experience a lack of chakra, at most. He had 1 more minute before his chakra would be completely depleted. Damn it, is this guy made of iron? How can he keep fighting without getting tired? Kisame gritted his teeth and thought. He didn't dare to gamble that Yatsuka would become exhausted before his chakra ran out in this remaining minute. Therefore, at this moment, Kisame had to start considering his escape route. So, while continuing to channel chakra into the Kong Baha no Jutsu, he secretly created 3 self-destructing water clones, liquefying them into water to approach Yatsuka. Since the self-destructing water clones were in a liquefied state and the area was filled with water, they could avoid Yatsuka's detection and quietly get closer to him. Thus, at the moment when Yatsuka was hit back to the water surface by a large amount of water, the liquefied self-destructing water clones that had stealthily approached Yatsuka's landing point quickly revealed their original forms and rushed towards Yatsuka, self-destructing within a 2-meter radius of him. There was a loud boom, boom, boom sound, and Yatsuka was instantly engulfed by a massive water curtain. At the same time, Kisame seized the opportunity to control the other two water clones to attack Kirasamru and Akatsuki Manatsu, trapped in the water prison technique, directly eliminating both with a single strike. As a result, the two from the Mist Village were eliminated, and the bell did not belong to the other country's participants either. However, the dried persimmon Kagaya directly canceled the technique of Kong Kong dominating the sea. While forming hand seals, he turned around and ran away. Yasaka was just blocked by the explosions of 3 self-destructing clones, causing a water curtain to rise at the moment of the explosions, which directly shielded his perception of airflow control, preventing him from noticing that Kakashi had made a small move at that instant. However, some spectators watching the match noticed Kakashi's small action and were quite amazed by it. Chapter 208. Speed commentary in the stands. Kakashi Shiboku said to Uchiha Fugaku, "Uchiha Fugaku, did you see that Kakashi's hand seals?" Uchiha Fugaku nodded and replied, "I saw it. I didn't expect him to come up with that idea. But I have to say, that move is indeed very impressive. It's the only way to escape Yasaka's pursuit." Kakashi Shiboku also nodded. "I initially thought his self-destructing clones were meant to attack Yasaka. But now I realize that they were actually a preparation for that step. This guy thinks quite a lot." Uchiha Fugaku nodded and said, "Yeah, this guy is ruthless." To prevent the bell from falling into someone else's hands, he directly killed his own teammate. This kind of action is something most people can't do. It's completely the opposite of our Konoha's principle of not abandoning or giving up on teammates. Kakashi Shiboku also nodded, however, in a certain sense. His approach is actually the most correct. It ensures that the information doesn't leak and also prevents the enemy from gaining any advantage. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, "That's true. But it requires a ruthless heart to do so. Such people either have a cold and ruthless nature, not treating their teammates as teammates, or they bear the guilt of their teammates. In any case, they're all ruthless characters." Uchiha Fugaku and Kakashi Hitaki discovered the issue, and the other prominent figures also noticed it, such as Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Shursui on the other side, who were also discussing this problem. "Minato, do you think that in a real battle, Kakashi would kill his own teammates to prevent the enemy from obtaining information?" Uchiha Shursui asked. Minato furrowed his brows and thought for a moment before responding, "I think he would do that." The same conclusion was also reached by Orochimaru in the Hokage office. Meanwhile, when many people saw Yasaka being engulfed by the explosions of 3 self-destructing clones, they started to worry and hoped for Yasaka's safety. Among them, if anyone was most concerned about Yasaka, it was undoubtedly Asuma Sarutobi, as this was related to whether he could defecate while standing on his head. Therefore, when he saw Yasaka surrounded by the self-destructing clones and the clones detonating, Asuma Sarutobi's heart raced, thumping loudly in his chest, and at that moment, he instinctively held his breath. Beside him, Hichiru also held his breath, as his tension was no less than that of Asuma Sarutobi. After all, if he lost the bet, he would have to swim in a cesspool. Everyone's worries are unnecessary, because Yasaki is not afraid of the explosion from the self-detonating clone at all. After all, with the iron body activated, Yasaki can withstand even the power of Daidara's C1 bombs, let alone a self-detonating clone. At that moment, Yasaki was merely obscured by the spray of water from the explosion, which also hindered his perception of airflow control. However, once the spray of water fell, both his vision and perception of airflow control returned. Yasaki quickly noticed the distance of 50 meters that had opened up between him and Kisame Hashigaki, as well as the disappearance of Kurosaki Suiren and Akatsuki Manju. "Damn, that guy acted first, and I actually forgot about this," Yasaki thought angrily. Upon seeing that Kurosaki and Akatsuki had vanished and only Kisame was fleeing, Yasaki instantly understood that Kisame had taken advantage of the brief moment when he was blocked by the self-detonating clone to eliminate Kurosaki and Akatsuki. Those two were supposed to be in Yasaki's bag for certain, but now they had been taken out by Kisame, which made Yasaki very angry. At this point, since Kisame had already run more than 50 meters away, Yasaki didn't hesitate and immediately activated the Great Freedom Sage art to chase after him. Seeing this scene, Kakashi Hitaki sighed and said with a smile, "He really is a bit too naive, but there's nothing to be done. The deception is just too strong." Uchiha Fugaku nodded and said, "There's no helping it. Most people would indeed be deceived like this. I can only say that the guy named Kisame Hashigaki is quite clever." On the other side of the stands, as Yasaki dashed after Kisame, Minato Namikaze pondered aloud. It seems Yasaki's scouting ability is linear. If blocked, he can't scout, meaning it lacks penetrating properties. After hearing Minato's words, Uchiha Shursui nodded and said, "It seems you've noticed the problem too. Those 3 self-detonating clones were indeed clever. But it was also a gamble on their part, betting that Yasaki's perception ability lacks penetration. Otherwise, it wouldn't have worked." Minato nodded. "I have to say that Kisame's move is indeed surprising. Even I hadn't thought of using this method. It really is a creative idea. However, without this method, he wouldn't be able to escape Yasaki's pursuit. Yasaki's speed is just too fast, only slightly slower than mine." Uchiha Shursui nodded and said, "That's right. His speed is quite impressive. I didn't expect a genin could have such speed. It's simply incredible." At this moment, the 2 fastest individuals were discussing Yasaki's speed issue. One was the Yellow Flash, and the other was Shursui. As for A from the Cloud Village, he was in 3rd place. The reason a later claimed to be the 2nd fastest after the Yellow Flash was that Shursui had already died by that time. Otherwise, if Shursui hadn't died, it would definitely not rank 2nd, as Shursui's speed surpassed A's. Both Shursui and Minato were similar in that they could move instantaneously, naturally faster than A, who relied on running. If a speed ranking were made now, it would likely be Minato 1st, Shursui 2nd, a 3rd, and Yasaki could very well rank 4th, as Yasaki's speed was indeed quite impressive. Even if it couldn't be called lightning fast, it was almost at the level of leaving afterimages, which is precisely why Kisame couldn't escape Yasaki's pursuit. Yasaki's speed was truly outrageous. However, if Might Guy's father, Might Due, opened the 8 gates, his speed would naturally surpass Yasaki's, but that would be meaningless. On one hand, it was a short-term skill boost. On the other, if he opened the 8 gates, he would die, and after dying, he would still place Yasaki 4th. Chapter 209. The strategy of luring the tiger from its mountain, seeing Kisame fleeing for his life. Yasaki shouted, "Don't run. Stop right there," while desperately chasing after him. For a moment, Yasaki's speed nearly reached its limit, resulting in a series of afterimages appearing behind him. Witnessing this scene, the audience in the stands erupted in exclamations. This time, coming to watch the match was indeed worthwhile. Not to mention anything else. Just watching Yasaki's battle had already provided numerous exciting moments. From the initial floating steps to the subsequent knife fight and the repeated stunning visuals. It was practically a cinematic experience. Yasaki's various miraculous abilities were continuously displayed, leaving those who knew him in awe, as they had never seen him use such and such abilities before. Their prior understanding of Yasaki was merely that he could defeat his opponents in one strike. It wasn't until this match that they were surprised to discover that Yasaki had so many hidden abilities, truly a feast for the eyes. Now, Yatsuka is showcasing his incredible speed to the audience, running almost as fast as flying. The thrilling imagery of his swift movements has the audience screaming, calling him incredibly cool. The fleeing Kakashi Zetsu knew that just running away wouldn't be enough to escape Yasaki's pursuit. Therefore, while running, he released ninjutsu, first forming hand seals to create 3 water release, exploding clones to obstruct Yasaki. Upon seeing the 3 water clones charging at him, Yasaki didn't hesitate and directly slashed out with his sword, cutting the 3 explosive clones in half. As soon as the clones were severed, they exploded on the spot, producing 3 loud boom sounds that instantly engulfed Yasaki in a massive splash of water. However, in the next moment, Yasaki emerged from the enormous splash, with droplets of water flying backward due to his incredible speed. The 3 explosive clones had not hindered Yasaki in the slightest. He maintained his high speed and continued to chase after Kakashi Zetsu. At this point, the distance between Yasaki and Kakashi Zetsu had decreased from over 50 meters to just over 30 meters. At this rate, it was estimated that in less than 10 seconds, Yasaki would catch up to Kakashi Zetsu. The dry persimmon Zetsu would naturally not be so easily caught. While running, he released ninjutsu, and as Yatsuka broke through the barrier of 3 water-style explosive clones, a massive water dragon came rushing towards him. The water dragon opened its enormous maw, capable of swallowing an elephant whole, and engulfed Yatsuka, who had just emerged from the explosion of clones. The audience witnessed a shocking scene, with Yatsuka caught in the giant water dragon's mouth, as if it were holding him. Since the water dragon was made of water, it was almost translucent, allowing the audience to see the coexistence of Yatsuka and the water dragon from their perspective. Although the water dragon's bite was powerful, it did not harm Yatsuka at all. Yatsuka was completely unharmed. However, being caught in the dragon's mouth momentarily hindered Yatsuka's momentum for a second. In fact, because the water dragon charged towards Yatsuka, it even caused Yatsuka to be pushed back a few meters. But in the next moment, as Yatsuka swung his sword. The massive water dragon was sliced in half from its head, transforming into a huge splash of water that drenched the ground. Yasaka continued the pursuit. At this moment, due to the 3 seconds of delay caused by the giant dragon, the distance between Kakashi and Yasaka had stretched back to 50 meters. However, 50 meters was not a significant distance for Yasaka. He charged forward with all his strength. If uninterrupted, he estimated it would take him only about 3 seconds. At most 3 seconds to reach Kakashi. But Kakashi was naturally not willing to be captured easily. While running, he unleashed various ninjutsu techniques, such as water bullet technique, water dragon bullet technique, and great tsunami technique, continuously attempting to block Yasaka's pursuit. However, the effect was minimal, and the distance between them was rapidly closing. Just as Yasaki was desperately chasing and Kakashi Kisame was desperately running, at the site of their previous battle, where Yasaki and Kakashi Kisame had fought against the sea, a sudden wave rippled across the surface of the water. Soon, the waves grew more intense, and a humanoid figure made of liquid water suddenly rose up. The figure became more defined and detailed, with facial features gradually emerging, until it finally took on the appearance of Kakashi Kisame. Phew, that was close. I almost got taken out. But luck was on my side. I successfully tricked him, Kakashi Kisame said, smiling as he looked in the direction where his clone had fled. When the audience saw this scene, they immediately gasped in surprise. No one expected that, while the dry persimmon Zaku was being chased desperately by Yatsuka, another dry persimmon, Zaku, suddenly appeared. As many viewers were puzzled and didn't know what was happening, the experienced commentator quickly understood the situation and explained it to the audience. Only then did the viewers realize what had actually happened. It turned out that just moments ago, when the dry persimmon Zaku canceled the coiling sea technique and sent out 3 self-destructing clones to attack Yatsuka, the huge waves produced by the self-exploding clones obscured Yatsuka's vision. In that instant, the dry persimmon Zaku created a water clone that looked exactly like himself, while his real body used a secret technique to liquefy, turning into water and merging into the water on the ground. He then controlled the water clone to escape directly. At that moment, Yatsuka broke through the obstruction of the self-destructing clones and saw the dry persimmon Zaku fleeing. In reality, it was the clone that fled, thinking it was the real dry persimmon Zaku escaping. So he didn't think much and chased after him. Thus, the dry persimmon Zaku had successfully lured Yatsuka away. And now seeing that Yatsuka had been led a distance away by the water clone, the real dry persimmon Zaku finally emerged from the water and fled in the opposite direction. In this way, Yatsuka was tricked by a small maneuver from the dry persimmon Zaku. And this was exactly what Kiki Sakumo and Minato Namikaze had previously referred to as the dry persimmon Zaku's clever operation, which was indeed a very impressive move. Although Yatsuka is strong, he also has his weaknesses. This is what Minato Namikaze referred to when he mentioned that Yatsuka's perception can be obstructed by walls, which is why he failed to notice Kakashi's subtle movements during the moment of the explosive clone's detonation. In Chapter 210, Kakashi's actions show that if Yatsuka's perception could penetrate walls, then Kakashi's small actions at that moment would not have escaped Yatsuka's detection. However, at that instant, 3 explosive water clones surrounded Yatsuka in a triangular formation and detonated. The splash created by the explosion formed a closed shield around Yatsuka, effectively blocking the flow of air between him and the outside world. As a result, Yatsuka lost the 3-dimensional sensory images created by external air currents at that moment. And due to the water screen obscuring his line of sight, he failed to see what Kakashi was doing. This was somewhat fortuitous as an actual combat. It is rare to completely isolate Yatsuka. Even a slight breeze would allow him to build his perception of the outside world. Therefore, while this tactic succeeded once, it would be much harder to replicate in the future. Nonetheless, Kakashi successfully deceived Yatsuka, who still had not realized he had been lured away, and was desperately chasing after Kakashi, having already pursued him for over 300 meters. When the real Kisame Hashigaki appeared, it was already beyond the maximum range of Yasaka's perception of airflow control, so Yasaka did not see him. Finally, Yasaka broke through the obstacles and caught up with Kisame's water clone. However, Kisame did not intend to let the water clone be easily taken down by Yasaka. He wanted the clone to engage with Yasaka a little longer. Thus, the water clone of Kisame began to unleash various water ninjutsu. Of course, these water techniques had little effect on Yasaka, who had activated his steel body, and some were directly sliced in half by Yasaka's blade. Eventually, Yasaka stood before Kisame's water clone and said, "Your bell is mine." The water clone of Kisame smiled and replied, "Is that so? I don't think so." Without saying another word, Yasaka swung his katana at Kisame. But during the swing, Yasaka suddenly recalled something. Why hadn't he seen Kisame's ninja sword, Samahata, while chasing him? Normally, even if 3 self-destructing water clones delayed Yasaka for a second, Kisame wouldn't have been able to put away Samahata in just 1 second. If Kisame was trying to escape at that moment, how could he possibly use that precious second to stow away Samahata instead of running away? These thoughts flashed through Yasaka's mind, and before he could figure it out, his katana had already struck Kisame, slicing him in half. Just as Yasaka was waiting to claim the bell, the bisected Kisame transformed with a splash into a large puddle of water. Seeing this, Yasaka was momentarily stunned. But then he understood. He had been tricked by Kisame all along. The figure he'd been pursuing was merely a water clone. "Kisame, you bastard!" Yasaka gritted his teeth, realizing he had been fooled, which infuriated him greatly. On the other side, after realizing that his water clone had been eliminated by Yasaka, Kakashi Kaiba understood that Yasaka had already discovered his issue. However, it didn't matter much, because at this point, Kakashi Kaiba had already run 2 kilometers away from Yasaka, making it nearly impossible for Yasaka to catch up or find him. Therefore, it could be said that Kakashi Kaiba was temporarily safe. At the same time, he felt a lingering fear. He had initially thought that with the strength of his team, even if they couldn't win a championship, they could at least achieve a decent result. But who would have thought that not long after, he would encounter a monster like Yasaka, someone who could single-handedly take out 3 opponents, forcing him to take matters into his own hands to protect his 2 teammates. Otherwise, the 3 of them would have definitely been eliminated by Yasaka, who would have taken their bells. Kakashi Kaiba didn't expect Yasaka to be this powerful. He even felt that he had no ninjutsu that could truly affect Yasaka. Truly, just as Yasaka said, there was nothing in this world that he couldn't solve with a single strike. Looking back now, Kakashi Kaiba realized that Yasaka's words were completely accurate, without any flaws or issues. The dry persimmon ghost shark felt that his group was really unlucky. Of all the people they could have encountered, they ran into Yatsuka. To be honest, even if they had faced Yuki, Hanjura, or Gedalui, Ghost Shark didn't think they would all be eliminated by the other side. Even if they couldn't win, at least they could run away. But encountering Yatsuka was different. Although it was just one person, the 3 of them couldn't defeat him together, and they wouldn't be able to escape either, even if the 3 of them ran in different directions. Ghost Shark believed that Yatsuka had the ability to take down all 3 of them in a short amount of time. After all, he had witnessed the incredible speed at which Yatsuka chased after a shadow clone, and considering that Yatsuka could cut through anything with a single strike, Ghost Shark was 100% sure that Yatsuka could easily catch up to anyone and take them down with one blow. At the moment, Ghost Shark hadn't found anything or any jutsu that could directly block Yatsuka's strike. What a terrifying guy, Ghost Shark thought with a lingering sense of fear, smiling. On the other side, after losing track of Gon Shirgue Jiao, Yae Osaka found another direction and sped away using the Great Freedom Fairy Law, racing like the wind. Along the way, sand flew and stones rolled, trees were uprooted, and the speed was astonishing. This also allowed the spectators outside to have a visual feast. After all, such a fast pace looked very exciting, and thus the audience erupted in applause, creating a very warm atmosphere. On the other side, the battle between Kuratsuchi, Mei, and Sasori was also nearing its end. Although Kuratsuchi may possess 2 bloodline limits, making her a genius among geniuses, unfortunately, Sasori was stronger. His puppet techniques were used with incredible skill, making them hard to defend against. In the end, he tricked Kuratsuchi Mei with a roadside bomb made from a puppet part, directly eliminating her from the competition. Chapter 2:11. Kuratsuchi Mei is eliminated. A flash of white light appeared, and Kuratsuchi Mei found herself in the small square. Previously, the battle between Terumi, Mei, and Sasori was seen by everyone in the small square through the split screen on the big screen. Therefore, many felt it was a pity for Terumi Mei. Although she was eliminated, it does not mean she is weak. On the contrary, Terumi Mei is actually very strong. Those who witnessed the battle between Terumi Mei and Sasori would not dare to say they could defeat her. Terumi Mei's performance at that time was close to that of AJ Nin, with excellent ninjutsu and chakra control. Unfortunately, Sasori was simply too strong and had more experience than Terumi Mei. Therefore, it can be said that her defeat was not due to her weakness, but rather because Sasori was too strong. This statement perfectly applies to Terumi Mei. Huh? CH Jiro, Hozuki Mangetsu. You guys were eliminated too? Terumi Mei exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Jiro and Hozuki Mangetsu. Yeah, but we weren't eliminated by anyone else. It was done by Kisame Hashigaki himself. What? Terumi Mei was bewildered and completely stunned. Hozuki Mangetsu then explained the situation to Terumi Mei, who finally realized that it was actually forced by Yatsuki. If Kisame hadn't acted himself, all three of them would have lost their bells to Yatsuki. After learning about this, Terumi Mei immediately began to admire Yasaka. My husband is indeed impressive, Terumi Mei said with a love-struck expression. Beside her, Kurosaki Maru and Hozuki Mitsuki both rolled their eyes, thinking this is too much, prioritizing romance over friendship. At this moment, Terumi Mei also recalled the scorpion of the red sand who had eliminated her. The previous battle was extremely intense, and it could be said that Terumi Mei had already unleashed many powerful moves. Except for the final technique that couldn't be used lightly, she had used all her more formidable techniques. However, she was still suppressed by the scorpion of the red sand, and it was evident that he had not used his full strength, which showed just how strong he truly was. But now, hearing the words of Kurosaki Tsukumaru and Hozuki Mangetsu about the god-slaying Yasaka, Terumi Mei suddenly felt excited. She wondered what it would be like if Yasaka faced off against the scorpion of the red sand. At that moment, Terumi Mei remembered Zabuza Momochi and asked Kurosaki Tsukumaru, "What about Zabuza? He hasn't been eliminated, right?" Upon mentioning Zabuza Momochi, both Kurosaki Tsukumaru and Hozuki Mangetsu looked awkward and hesitated, not saying a word. "What is going on? Why won't you speak?" Seeing their hesitant expressions, Terumi Mei felt that something might be wrong and a bad premonition arose in her heart. At this moment, Uchiha Bido, who was nearby, said, "I'll speak for them." Zabuza encountered Yasaka, and Yasaka severed his large sword into 3 pieces. Ah, Yasaka is that strong? Terumi Mei immediately looked starry-eyed. Seeing her like this, both Kurosaki Tsukumaru and Hozuki Mangetsu felt speechless. Zabuza was our teammate, yet Yasaka eliminated him, and she was more concerned about Yasaka than Zabuza. Women. After learning that Zabuza was currently in the hospital, Terumi Mei didn't bother much about it anymore. After all, she had never liked Zabuza, who was paranoid about being a victim, since Zabuza was not in serious trouble now. Terumi Mei was too lazy to care about him, and instead began to worry about their last remaining representative from the Kirigakure team, Kisame Hashigaki. Meanwhile, after Kakashi Gai ended his battle with Yatsuka, a question arose. Did Kakashi Gai's K-G Baha technique actually defeat Yatsuka? Since Kakashi Gai actively used the K-G Baha technique, it did not eliminate Yatsuka. However, similarly, Yatsuka also did not defeat the K-G Baha technique. Therefore, it's uncertain who won or lost in this bet. In the end, Asuma Sarutobi no longer had to practice handstands while defecating, and Pipa Shiz no longer had to swim in a latrine. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief, although they felt some regret at not being able to witness each other's spectacular performances. At the same time, the battle between Kakashi Hitaki, Uchiha Kasumi, and Deidara continued. The ground was already filled with craters of various sizes created by explosions, indicating that an exceptionally fierce battle had taken place, and Deidara had thrown plenty of bombs. At this moment, both Kakashi and Uchiha Kasumi were in a sorry state, their clothes tattered and torn from the explosions. During this time, both Kakashi and Uchiha Kasumi had counterattacked against Deidara. However, since Deidara was flying in the air, it was not easy to target him, and they did not achieve any significant results. Instead, Deidara gained air superiority and bombarded them relentlessly, nearly eliminating Kakashi and Uchiha Kasumi directly. It was only thanks to Uchiha Kasumi's impressive body flicker technique that they barely avoided Deidara's bombings. Otherwise, Uchiha Kasumi would have been eliminated long ago. Kakashi Hitaki relied on the Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall technique to block a significant amount of the blast's impact, which is why he wasn't eliminated by the explosion. At this moment, Kakashi Hitaki and Obito Uchiha were also having a very tough battle. After all, they were in a passive position, and their attacks rarely managed to hit Deidara. This is frustrating. Continuing like this is not a solution. Relying on shuriken and kunai is simply not enough. On one hand, their power is too weak to break through Deidara's defenses, and on the other hand, they don't have many left. Gritting his teeth, Kakashi said, "I can't use fire release. So I can't unleash flames to attack Deidara in the sky. I can use water release." But the water dragon jutsu didn't even reach Deidara before it was blown to pieces by his bombs. Therefore, Kakashi had no effective way to attack Deidara. On the side, Uchiha Shakugan is the same. Although Uchiha Shakugan can use the fire style, Fireball Jutsu, the speed of the fire style, Fireball Jutsu, is too slow, making it easy for Deidara to dodge it effortlessly. Although the fire style, Phoenix Fire technique is fast and has a large range, its power is relatively weak and can be blocked by Deidara's clay clones, resulting in not much effect. Therefore, the battle between Kakashi Hitaki and Uchiha Sasuke became quite difficult for them. At this moment, Kakashi and Sasuke were struggling, especially since Deidara had air superiority, which was akin to being bombarded by an enemy's bombers without sufficient anti-air defense. Deidara was in this position, as Kakashi and Sasuke basically had no effective attacks that could threaten him, allowing Deidara to throw bombs at them without restraint. Moreover, there was no need for other types of bombs, just the ordinary C1 bombs were sufficient. Even with these, Kakashi Hitaki and Izumi Uchiha were suffering greatly, which made Deidara find it very amusing. Damn, I must think of a way to counter this. I can't keep being passively beaten like this. While Kakashi was thinking, he quickly dodged the bombs falling from the sky. However, those bombs had a blast radius of 5 to 6 meters, and since Deidara threw down a large number of them at once, it wasn't easy for Kakashi to evade them. As a result, he was directly caught by the blast wave and was sent flying through the air. Kakashi. Seeing Kakashi being blown away, Izumi Uchiha shouted in worry, but he inadvertently neglected to pay attention to the bomb falling from above. Although Izumi used body flicker technique to escape immediately, he was still hit by the explosion just as he was teleporting. Even though he had already teleported to another location, he still suffered significant internal injuries. On the other side, Kakashi Hitaki was similarly affected. When he was blown away, he had already sustained internal injuries from the shockwave of the bomb, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Up to now, Kakashi had not discovered that lightning release could counter Deidara's clay bombs. However, even if he did find out, it wouldn't be of much use. Although Kakashi possesses lightning chakra, he doesn't have any effective lightning jutsu to use. At this moment, Kakashi had just developed Raikiri, but had not yet used it in actual combat, and it was still the basic version of Raikiri, only capable of being used for practice. Even using Raikiri is useless, because at this point, Kakashi Hitaki has not yet mastered the change in chakra nature and cannot release lightning-based attacks, such as using Chidori Senbon or Chidori Nagashi for mid to long-range attacks. Therefore, even if Kakashi uses Raikiri now, it is completely ineffective, as he can only use it to attack the bomb, but before he can even hit the bomb, he is already killed by the explosion. Thus, for Kakashi at this moment, he is truly at a loss. Deidara is like his natural enemy, unable to hit him, unable to defend against him, and there is simply no way to fight back. It can be said that, at this stage, due to the mechanics of the situation, Deidara is indeed one of the top existences among the lower ninjas. Except for a few individuals who can deal with him, most others have no way to counter him and can only passively take hits. On the other side, Uchiha Sasuke is in a similar situation. In fact, Uchiha Sasuke's strength is quite impressive. If the opponent were to fight him on the ground, Uchiha Sasuke would definitely be able to defeat Deidara. However, the problem is that Deidara is currently flying in the sky. No matter how fast Uchiha Sasuke's body flicker technique is, he cannot instantly reach the sky and will still be passively attacked. Additionally, Uchiha Sasuke is proficient in fire release and wind release. However, right now, the fire release either moves too slowly to hit Deidara or moves too quickly but lacks the power to take him down. Although the wind release from the Uchiha clan can also be used, its power is insufficient to directly knock Deidara down. Therefore, the situation is quite awkward now. If Deidara were to land on the ground, he would definitely be instantly killed by the Uchiha's wind release. However, the problem is that Deidara is currently in the air, and it is likely that a single bomb could take out the Uchiha's wind release. On the other side, Yasaki was flying around wildly using the Great Freedom Immortal technique at a very high speed. With the added ability of airflow perception, Yasaki could sense every movement within a radius of 300 meters. Therefore, it didn't take long for Yasaki to encounter two enemies. These two enemies were relatively weak, and as a result, Yasaki quickly defeated them with a single strike. By now, Yasaki had collected 7 bells, making it the most bells gathered by anyone in the area. Moreover, the competition has developed to a point where it has completely deviated from the original intentions of all the teams. At the beginning, all the small teams were prepared to quickly regroup after entering, using numbers to overpower their opponents to obtain the bells. However, as it has progressed, hardly anyone is focused on regrouping anymore. Instead, they're looking for enemies and engaging in one-on-one battles to snatch the bells. Now, no one is thinking about reuniting with teammates. It has turned into a free-for-all where the stronger individual fighter can seize the bell. It is evident that this tactic is very suitable for someone as powerful as Yatsuka. After all, with such strength, Yatsuka can easily eliminate anyone they encounter, effortlessly defeating anyone in their path. Those who meet Yatsuka cannot even escape, as Yatsuka's speed is too fast to outrun. Only individuals like the corpse demon, Kyuka, who used a diversionary tactic, have barely managed to escape from Yatsuka, and even that required a bit of luck. At this time, Deidara had grown bored and was ready to directly eliminate Kakashi Hitaki and Uchiha. Kakashi Hitaki and Uchiha Sage Sui both knew that there was no way they could defeat Deidara, the chubby guy in the sky, unless he came down to the ground, which was impossible. Therefore, while dodging the bombs, Kakashi and SH Sui agreed to suddenly run in opposite directions. This way, even if Deidara chased after one of them, he could only pursue one person at a time, greatly increasing the chances of the other escaping. As a result, Kakashi successfully escaped, while SH Sui was eliminated. In the remaining 2 days, Yatsuka eliminated several more people and ultimately collected a total of 12 bells, rightfully earning the title of the first-place winner. Additionally, the Konoha representative team also won the championship. In the subsequent solo competition, Yatsuka similarly displayed godlike prowess and secured first place, allowing the Hidden Leaf Village to claim 2 championships. Consequently, the third Hokage fulfilled his promise and treated Yatsuka to a feast, making Yatsuka very happy, and from then on, he lived a joyful and fulfilling life. Synopsis: Koyama Yatsuka travels to the Naruto world and acquires a foodie system, allowing him to grow stronger simply by eating. Tip: Host experiences delicious food, swordsmanship purity 1. Tip: Host experiences rich aroma, physique 1. Tip: Host experiences refreshing taste, speed 1. By the age of 8, Yatsuka has already become a standout among the younger generation. Kakashi: Daring to steal Rin's food? I will teach you a lesson. In the next second, Kakashi was sliced into 8 pieces by Yatsuka. Gaio, let me defeat you with my youth.